Summer weather, dark clouds gathering coupled with the season of last-minute cramming for college students made the atmosphere feel increasingly oppressive. Lu Feng walked quickly toward the dormitory under the campus lights, recalling in his mind the content he had reviewed today. Tomorrow morning was the final exam, and many were already preparing to stay up all night in the study room. Lu Feng considered that he hadn't completely slacked off in classes, so he didn't need to pull an all-nighter like his roommates. Of course, he didn't aim to be at the top. Just passing with a low score would be enough. "Yo, Lu Feng, you're back?" "Not staying up all night with them," said the only person in the dorm immersed in a game without lifting his head. Lu Feng was speechless. "I plan to review in my dreams. By the way, tomorrow morning is the exam on economic history, and you're still gaming. No rush, you'll go review after finishing this round." Game after game never ends. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. He quickly washed up, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and thought about the economic development of powerful landlord manors in the Eastern Han Dynasty, the great ethnic fusion during the Three Kingdoms Jin and Southern and Northern dynasties, the exchange of agricultural and pastoral technologies in the north, and the equal field system implemented by the Northern Way. Lu Feng was awakened by a strong white light stinging his eyes. His first reaction was what time it was, worried that he might have overslept. However, what met his eyes was a field of white. A white with a touch of silver that felt technological. He was dazed for a moment. This was not his dorm. The entire room was about 20 square meters. He was lying on something that seemed like a bed. The reason it seemed so was that it looked like an ordinary bed, but with all edges smoothed into rounded surfaces. He had no covers on him. Not far away were oval tables and stools, also white and without edges. As Lu Feng got out of bed and walked around, the dim lights in the room gradually brightened. What was the principle? The sound of his footsteps shouldn't be enough to trigger a voice-activated light. On the oval table was an open medicine bottle containing white round pills. The characters on the bottle were ones Lu Feng had never seen before, yet he could understand them. A kind of sleeping pill overdose would be fatal. The nearby wall seemed to shimmer faintly. Curious, Lu Feng walked over. The wall gradually transformed from white into an extremely clear mirror. But Lu Feng had no time to marvel at this sight. He was stunned by the reflection in the mirror. That was not him. He had only slept, so what had happened? Lu Feng raised his right hand. Only when looking at the mirror did he notice a white watch-like accessory on his right wrist that seemed special. Next to the dial was a raised dot. He pressed it instinctively. A musical sound rang out, and the dial flashed blue before turning off. "The house you rented will expire in 3 days. Please renew as soon as possible, otherwise your rental permission will be revoked." What a terrible start. Without time to think further, Lu Feng's top priority was to find his savings. Current balance, 10 star coins. He fiddled with the watch on his wrist. Fortunately, it was easy to operate. He learned that this device was called a light brain, a combination of a phone and computer. Current balance, 10 star coins. He directly searched for the fastest ways to make money. Sure enough, the most liked comment said the fastest ways to make money have already been written into the star law. Ignoring those obviously unreliable remarks, Lu Feng continued scrolling down. Join the Alliance Army. This world was not entirely peaceful. In outer space, a race called the Zerg had been constantly invading. Star people had been fighting them for 10,000 years. Joining the military was still the fastest way to rise in social class. Lu Feng directly ignored this option. Not to mention his own physical condition. Even if he wanted to be cannon fodder, they would still deem him unqualified. Next were Psychic Master, Ancient Artifact Researcher. What is a Psychic Master? He had only heard of mental illness. Ancient artifacts had become a hot industry. In his world, they always joked that the ultimate fate was to end up in a tomb. Just as he was about to study it with interest, he discovered it wasn't that simple. The Star Era lacked his own history. Was it a parallel universe? Or a distant other world? First, he briefly searched the history of this world. The history of the Star Era was intertwined with battles against alien races. They faced constant threats from alien species he had never seen before, but they were extremely aggressive with incredibly hard shells that could evolve. Everything in the past served the war, so historical records were scarce, let alone corresponding culture. Then a researcher named or discovered a new energy source. With this energy, the Star Era developed super weapons capable of destroying a planet with a single strike, which finally brought about a period of peace. Lu Feng realized that all his years of schooling were utterly useless here. He felt disheartened. After struggling for so many years, he was back to square one. Lu Feng continued searching for fast money-making methods for ordinary people. The most mentioned one was making holographic videos. Seeing the word holographic, Lu Feng immediately dug deeper and discovered that holographic technology had already become widespread in the Star Era. There were many software on the Light Brain that allowed ordinary people to easily create videos and upload them to holographic platforms similar to modern content creators. Following the instructions, Lu Feng logged onto the Star holographic platform. The screen was divided into live streaming video and hologram modules. It was strange that the categories were by form rather than content. A flicker of confusion passed through Lu Feng. Soon Lu Feng understood why. There was a video with high views. First it displayed a weapon resembling an axe, then showed the story of that axe. According to records, a strong man went up the mountain to chop wood with the axe, encountered a fierce beast, was overpowered, and was bitten to death. In modern times this would have drawn a flood of criticism. The story was totally made up and boring. But when Lu Feng scrolled through the comments, most were full of praise. It's so shocking, especially the battle between the man and the beast. I even felt a bit scared. Lu Feng was full of question marks. The strong man swung the axe twice and missed, then the beast killed him in one bite. What was so shocking about that? Indeed, this ironhead axe must be 10,000 years old. Charles can give it such a shocking story. Amazing. Charles productions are always top-notch. Sending a gift. After watching, I feel much more relaxed. Thank goodness for Charles. Lu Feng really didn't understand what these star people were marveling at. Sci-Fi generation gap. From this perspective, his videos probably wouldn't be popular among star people either. But there was no other choice. He had to try even if it seemed hopeless. Lu Feng fumbled through the tutorial and started creating. While in university, Lu Feng would occasionally edit and upload videos in his spare time, mainly about historical topics, but he had very few followers. But he didn't mind at all. He made videos to satisfy his own interests. Although his followers were few, they shared common topics, and Lu Feng never stopped updating. Now in the interstellar era, he hoped his past hobbies could be of some help. But what could he do? The interstellar realm had no history he had studied. He recalled his previous videos. Since interstellar people liked watching axes, he happened to know the mightiest axe in the world, the Pangu axe that split the heavens. So he decided to make a video about that Pangu creating the world. Lu Feng first registered on the holographic network under the username Fenggua Lu Hen, a nostalgic nod to his past lives culture. However, he soon encountered another difficulty. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the materials he wanted. The interstellar people had no mythological TV dramas. Without materials, how could he make a video? Just talk to a black screen. He cursed himself for not learning 3D modeling in his past life. Wait, Lu Feng seemed to have found a useful software. It was simple to operate with great results. Even his level of drawing from elementary school hobby classes seemed enough to create 3D models. Technology had advanced so much. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Huate was a retired soldier. He had hoped to change his life through military service, but his timing was unfortunate. Shortly after he enlisted, the interstellar humans finally defeated the surrounding Zerg, leaving no enemies within 1,000,000 light years. The military became overstaffed, so he was among the first to be discharged with a meager pension. He had blonde hair and fair skin, a handsome appearance, but his expressionless face made him look like a wooden man. Without consulting a star doctor, he knew his apathy syndrome was approaching level 4. At level 4, it would be a death sentence. The senses begin to dull, ignore everything in life, and even suicidal thoughts emerge. Although there was no good cure, his rationality remained. He set an alarm every day to remind himself to seek self-help. He logged onto the Star Network and first checked Charles' channel, but there was no update. The latest video was from a month ago. With his apathy syndrome, he felt no disappointment. He suppressed the urge to quit and continued browsing the newest videos. This was the self-help method he had set for himself. He knew he could seek treatment from a mentalist, but even for level 1 apathy syndrome, a single session cost 10,000 star coins and only provided temporary relief. A full cure required multiple sessions, and relapses were common. As an ordinary person, how could he afford that? Fortunately, occasionally, some low-level mentalists uploaded their failed works to the Star Network, like Charles. Although it was like finding a needle in a haystack and the effects were minimal, it was the only affordable treatment for the poor. Every day, he checked newly uploaded videos. If he found nothing, at least he could say he had tried for his own life, leaving no regrets. Thoughtlessly, Huate opened a video titled Pangu Creating the World. Legend says that heaven and earth were once a chaotic void. As a clear, pleasant voice spoke, the screen became shrouded in gray mist, blurry and indistinct. Pangu was the first divine being with supreme power. Wielding the Pangu axe, he split heaven and earth. The clear chi rose to become the sky, the turbid chi sank to become the earth. After creating the world, his body transformed into the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. His essence and blood turned into the 12 ancestral witches. His primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones, Laozi Yuanshi, Tianzuan Tantian Jiaozhu. The Pangu axe shattered its back, becoming the Taiji diagram, its blade becoming the Pangu banner. In the picture, a muscular giant with an oversized head, exaggerated features, and a small body wielded an axe as tall as himself, swinging it with all his might. In an instant, the space brightened. The giant let out a cry, spat blood, and fell. His left eye turned into the sun, his right eye into the moon, his limbs into mountains. Huate couldn't help but complain, what is this nonsense? Who looks like that? Although it's kind of cute. And eyes turning into the sun and moon. What the heck? It's totally illogical. During the day, the sun rises to replace the artificial star. At night, what's the moon? It doesn't shine at all. What's the use? His home planet was called Beta Star. Every star in the interstellar had 2 artificial suns, ensuring constant daylight, even while they slept. Yet Huate didn't close the video. He was a bit curious about the use of the sun and moon. Were the 12 ancestral witches extraterrestrial beings? How could 3 old men called Sanqing survive? And what were those colorful plants? This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. If Lu Feng were here, he would tell him it was called curiosity. Heaven and earth newly formed, all creatures thrived. Hua Te's eyes widened instantly. He saw many miraculous creatures. The video's depictions of various beings were bizarre, clearly different from reality, yet each creature's distinct features were memorable. The creature called a dragon could fly in the sky without wings, somewhat like a snake, but distinctly different. The phoenix was truly beautiful, and its call was melodious. Those creatures were so exaggerated they could breathe fire and water, seemingly omnipotent. Some weak creatures were accidentally killed. The phoenix ruled the sky, the dragon governed the seas, and the qilin dominated the land. These 3 were the strongest races, divine beasts born from heaven and earth. For control of fate, they waged prolonged war. With the manipulation of the quasi-Sij demon ancestor Luoho, a chaotic divine being, the 3 tribes fought until the skies darkened, causing suffering to all living beings. Hua Te nodded. This was the only logical point. Creatures were governed by survival of the fittest. 3 strongest races on one planet would inevitably war, eliminating the others to ensure their own survival. In the image, the 3 races fought in a miraculous way, not with cold weapons of the past nor with today's missiles, but with various magical skills like spitting fire and water. This captivated Hua Te's gaze. Such a fighting style. It's fake, but truly beautiful and magical, he thought, wishing he could possess such abilities. Just as he was engrossed, the video said the calamity of dragon and phoenix begins. To learn what happens next, please listen to the next episode. The screen went black abruptly. That's it. What's the outcome? Who won? Although it started with dragons and phoenixes fighting qilin, that demon ancestor Luoho kept stirring trouble. It was obvious the dragons and phoenixes were about to have internal strife. The winner is still unknown. Wait, Hua Te suddenly realized something. He lay down in a white device. Soon a beeping sound emerged and Hua Te saw the number 37 displayed. He couldn't believe it. His previous apathy index was 39. He had actually found something that worked. But how? The Mentalist Association had said that the more realistic a mentalist worked, the better its effect on apathy syndrome. This video was clearly not realistic, yet it still had an effect. Setting aside his doubts, Hua Te quickly downloaded the video and called his former squad leader. Quite a few people in the Interstellar shared Hua Te's condition, so the video began to spread on a small scale. At Rose Garden No. 13. Boss, look what I found. The blonde young man played the video on his optical brain. The others frowned, about to complain. The brown-haired man called Boss stared intently, his eyes growing brighter as the video played. Quick, find him before anyone else does. The blonde young man's face lit up with joy. All right. Wait, remember, if you can't find him quickly, make sure no one else discovers him. Lu Yuan discovered the differences of the interstellar world. This planet called Beta had no natural sun or moon. The celestial body in the sky was an artificial star fixed in that spot without any change. In fact, there were 2 artificial stars, one in the east and one in the west, but Lu Yuan's position was directly beneath one of them, so he could only see one. The interstellar people hated darkness, so the artificial stars remained lit even while they slept. Fortunately, their daily rhythm was similar to his past life, roughly 12 hours of activity and 12 hours of rest, which seemed the most suitable biological clock for any organism. But for him, without checking the time, it was hard to know when to sleep. Suddenly the doorbell chimed with a voice, visitor Sister Lu Jing. The interstellar doorbell was so smart it could announce the visitor. Open the door, Lu Feng said hesitantly. Sure enough, the door slid open automatically, and a girl of about 20 walked in. The girl's expression was cold, her gaze fixed straight ahead at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you can't go on like this. Without interacting with others, your condition will worsen, and you need star coins to buy nutrients. Lu Feng's eyes flickered, and he murmured vaguely, ill. I'm not ill. I feel fine now. Lu Jing glanced at him, seemingly speechless. She walked over to the table and sat down, her posture rigid, as if attending an important meeting. We've argued about this long enough. I came today for something else. A newly established game studio is recruiting. No special skills required. A friend of mine secured an interview opportunity for you. Make sure to attend. Lu Jing was wondering how to persuade him when she saw Lu Feng's eyes light up slightly. He smiled and said, really? Sister, you're amazing. Lu Jing stared at Lu Feng for a long while. Under her gaze, he restrained his expression and forced himself to stay calm. Her expression remained cold. You're willing to go? Of course. You must have worked hard to get me this opportunity. I'll do my best. Lu Feng said calmly, forcing himself. Truth was, he had no choice. Finding a job in this world was hellishly difficult. He was starving. He couldn't be picky. Lu Jing nodded on the surface, but remained suspicious. She sensed something off about him, guarded inwardly. Yet she thought Lu Feng was too lazy to lie. Maybe he had truly changed his mind. She sent the interview details to Lu Feng, gave a few more reminders, and was about to leave. Lu Feng wanted to invite her to dinner, but feared his cover would be blown if they spent too long together, so he stayed silent. Only when it was time to eat did Lu Feng feel relieved he hadn't invited Lu Jing to stay. He stared blankly at the single tube of nutrient fluid in the fridge. Did interstellar people really eat this efficiently? What meal could they share? Both drinking a tube of nutrient fluid. He took a tentative sip, colorless, tasteless like water. After drinking, he felt full. Putting that aside, he checked the interview time tomorrow, only 2 stops away by maglev. He had time to familiarize himself with interstellar life. Someone posted on an obscure forum on the Starnet. Opie is their hope for insensitivity. I think I discovered a wild mentalist, but am not sure. He posted a video. Absurd and unreal. Yet I want to see more. Even my insensitivity dropped by 2 points. 1L. Is the Opie hallucinating from the insensitivity? No wild mentalist has appeared on Beta Star, or even the entire interstellar realm for years. Go see a mental hospital. 2L. Agree with 1L. Your logic is clearly off. If it's absurd, how could it work for insensitivity? 3L. Recommend the kind and beautiful Charles. Though a first-level mentalist, he occasionally posts flawless works. If Opie is broke, try him. 4L. Forget it. Charles is among the worst first-level mentalists. His videos work for maybe 10 of people. Opie better save for a hospital. 5L. Easy for you to say. If he had money, he wouldn't post these delusional threads. You look down on Charles, but mentalists are proud. Few share for free. Don't look down on his level. Seeing the thread derailed, the Opie quickly posted again. Opie, I'm serious. Before watching that video, I never believed a video could be both absurd and captivating. He'll post the link here for you to see. Opie deleted. Opie deleted. Opie deleted. Opie, what the hell? Why can't I post? 233L. The Opie's light brain must be infected. Run antivirus. That video is definitely poisonous. Nobody open it. The Opie wanted to explain, but found the entire thread deleted. Realizing something, he quickly downloaded the video and stopped posting. Matters involving mentalists were serious. He had to be careful. Meanwhile, Lu Feng knew nothing of the Starnet events, focusing on learning this world to avoid revealing himself. Beta Star had no night, so Lu Feng relied on the clock to sleep, darkening the curtains and turning off all lights. The next day, he prepared to go out and buy more nutrient fluids on the way back. He confirmed the interview time again, packed up, and left half an hour early. For the first time, he opened the front door and truly saw the interstellar era. Even though he had seen it on the light brain, he still felt dazed, as if he were in a bizarre dream. He shook his head and looked around. Everywhere were row upon row of buildings reminiscent of a first-tier city from his past life, but vastly different. The structures were mostly white, made of a metal rather than concrete, seamlessly connected without gaps or corners, a monolithic appearance. In the air and above the buildings floated virtual screens advertising various products. The celebrities on them were exquisite-looking, but mostly expressionless, almost like robots. There were many elevated tracks with maglev, trains whizzing by, and various car-like vehicles flying or driving past. Following the instructions, Lu Feng paid with his light brain and boarded a maglev train. Along the way, he felt a vague discomfort, but couldn't pinpoint it. He looked at the people around him and finally realized the issue, a chill creeping up his spine. Since waking, he had seen hardly anyone with strong emotions. Even strangers on the street, those on calls or with friends, showed at most a faint smile. This maglev carriage was full. No one played on their light brains, no one spoke. Everyone stared blankly ahead like a carriage of robots. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Feng. He had to investigate this world thoroughly. Had humanity become half machine, half biological? The train arrived. Lu Feng forced aside his questions. No matter what, he knew his body needed nutrient fluid to survive. Passing the interview and finding a job was priority 1. A scream rang out. Lu Feng turned instinctively. A tall man with a small blade slashed at a passerby's neck like a cold-blooded killer in a movie. After killing, he discarded the body like trash. He quickly found another target and slashed again. Passers-by glanced at him expressionlessly, as if watching a routine pig slaughter. This absurd scene made Lu Feng's blood run cold. He couldn't move. Beep beep. Level 5 insensitivity patient detected. Requesting intervention. Request approved. A bee-like device shot a needle at the man, who convulsed and fell. Passers-by withdrew their gazes and continued walking expressionlessly. Soon police in uniforms efficiently scanned the body with a device to confirm identity, then took it away. A cleaning robot quickly wiped away the blood. Lu Feng stared at the scene as if nothing had happened. He took a deep breath, suppressed all emotions, and headed to his destination. Lu Feng checked the sign on the door, Rose Garden 13, the correct address. Lu Feng gazed at the starlight-studded door before him, lost in thought. According to the information he had looked up yesterday, a building with this layout should be a residence. Those spaces that are relatively simple and spacious are workplaces extremely similar to modern office buildings. Could he have come to the wrong place? Regardless, since he was already here, Lu Feng knocked on the door. The door was opened by a young man in his 20s, still expressionless, but looking unwell. He wore casual clothes, his blonde hair messy like a bird's nest, with an unshaven beard and dark circles under his eyes. Yawning, he seemed to have pulled several all-nighters. He seemed more human than the people he had seen on the street, which made Lu Feng relax a bit. Everything that had happened on the road made him suspect that what he had encountered were not humans, but monsters that looked like people. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. Is this the Qihong studio? I'm here for an interview. Lu Feng's face showed no expression, but inwardly, he was having second thoughts. He thought that if everyone here was like the people on the street, he might not be able to blend in with the interstellar people. Oh, you're the Lu Feng that Xiaoyu mentioned. Come on in, the young man said casually. Boss, the one called Lu Feng is here. He yelled, yawning as he went inside. Lu Feng saw a few large characters written on the wall in front of him. Qihong Studio. The background was a sea of stars with a white flagship sailing towards the distance, as if about to set sail. Lu Feng entered the meeting room on the right. It was several times larger than his room, furnished with sofas. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all the color of a starry sea, while the furniture and items were white. Thus the room was slightly dimmer than outside. Lu Feng sat down casually and waited. After a while, a man in his 40s, unshaven and lazy, sat down across from him. You're Lu Feng, right? Let me tell you first, Qihong is a newly established studio making holographic games, but we haven't decided what to make yet. We're hiring mainly for odd jobs and testing. The salary is only 3,000 star coins. Can you accept that? Lu Feng had thought the boss here would be straightforward, but he hadn't expected this direct. Still, he generally liked direct personalities, so he nodded, yes. Good, let's sign the contract. Huh, that's it. No self-introduction. No mention of his skills. Perhaps seeing his confusion, the man said, Xiaoyu has already told us about your situation. This job itself is fairly simple. By the way, Xiaoyu is friends with your sister. He stood up and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. You're still young. Don't give up. There's hope. Lu Feng signed the contract in a daze. What was he not supposed to give up? By the way, there are many empty rooms in the studio. They can be used as employee dormitories. If you need, you can pick one to stay in. Thank you, boss. Lu Feng was secretly delighted. He happened to have no money for rent. For the moment, he set aside his earlier reluctance to interact with people. The Qihong studio, aside from the lack of facial expressions, seemed quite normal. Perhaps what had happened before was just an exception. My name is Dai Li. Just call me boss like everyone else. Today, let Xiaoyu show you around and introduce you to your colleagues and the work environment. You can move your things over first. We haven't decided what game to make yet, so you can start working once that's settled. After saying this, he sighed. Young man, you're very lucky. The game we're going to make is unique in the entire galaxy, a great work that will surely shock the whole galaxy. Our names will be immortal. When he said this, his eyes glimmered faintly, as if he were a bit excited. If it weren't for his lack of expression, he would have looked just like those pyramid scheme pushers from Lu Feng's past life. Lu Feng. Lu Feng's expression grew even more rigid. Suddenly, he wasn't so keen on moving in anymore. Xiaoyu was also a young person in her 20s with neat short hair. Unlike the people he had seen before, she liked to smile with curved eyebrows and dimples on her face, very friendly. But Lu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that there was no real laughter in her eyes. Come, I'll show you around. The person who interviewed you just now is our boss. You should know him. He used to be a project director at Miracle Company before starting his own business. He's incredibly skilled and participated in the development of infinite shooting. She led Lu Feng toward the passage on the left side of the door. Unlike the right side, the left side had a row of separate rooms. She pointed to two of them. These two are empty. They're not being used for now. She opened another door. A chubby man in his 20s was lying on a recliner, wearing something like a blindfold. His name is Kanenka. We all call him Fatty. He studied art and is in charge of modeling. Passing Fatty, Xiaoyu continued deeper inside, where three people were lying around in disarray. Lu Feng thought he saw her roll her eyes. The one on the far left is our boss. The one with his head resting on our boss' feet is Cast. The one lying on the table is Jinzi. He changed his own name. Both of them came with the boss from Miracle Company. I don't know exactly what they do. You'll find out as you get to know them. Lu Feng recognized Jinzi as the person who had opened the door for him, and he couldn't help but admire Xiaoyu's accurate description. My name is Xiaoyu. I was originally in charge of publicity, but since there's no product yet, I'm just doing odd jobs for now. There was also a girl named Lanlin, a recent graduate. She was hired to write the storyline, but after 2 days of just sitting around doing nothing, she couldn't stand it and left. At the very end was an arc-shaped staircase. The first room on the left is the meeting room. On the right are the employee dormitories. The 4 of them live here. Their names are hung on the doors. You can pick any remaining room to stay in. After the introduction to the Qihong studio and exchanging contact information via Lightbrain, Lu Feng walked out together with Xiaoyu. Indeed, Xiaoyu also left since there was no game yet and nothing for her to promote. Before leaving, Lu Feng said sincerely, "Thank you for recommending me. Once I get my salary, I'll definitely treat you to a nice meal." He had checked. The interstellar world did have restaurants and normal food, but the variety was scarce and mostly for the rich. Xiaoyu still smiled without real joy. Forget it. A month of your salary might not be enough for one meal. And even though the boss is highly skilled and a good person, whether the game will succeed is uncertain. Just take his promises with a grain of salt. I can't really help much either. Regardless, thank you anyway. Meanwhile, at the Qihong Studio's holographic space. Boss, that Feng Luhen still hasn't come online, but the video is spreading faster and faster. It seems even the military has noticed. At this rate, I can't keep the heat under control. Jinzi shouted. Dai Li's expression turned serious. He looked at Fatty and Kanenka. What about you? What have you analyzed? Fatty was excited, his face flushed. Boss, this person's modeling skills are terribly poor. His mental artwork is definitely not from the painting discipline. Although the art style is somewhat novel, it's only thanks to the convenience of the painting software, otherwise it would be a child's doodle. But boss, this also shows his potential. Such poor drawing skills can still have a therapeutic effect on senselessness syndrome. If we were to use real people, if we made it into a holographic video, the effect would be magnified exponentially. Kanenka continued, I've analyzed it. The background music used in the video has never appeared on the StarNet before. Many comments praise how good the music is. It can be imagined that the video content overshadowed the excellence of the music. If the music were taken out on its own, it might not be without effect on senselessness syndrome either. Dai Li nodded. So either these pieces of music were stolen from a spirit artist who specializes in music, or they are his original creations. Jinzi spoke up first. It must be the latter. His videos are all original. There's no need to steal a spirit artist's work. That would be too foolish. Dai Li agreed. Then there's only one possibility: he is a spirit artist who excels in two specialties, video and music. Spirit artists can soothe patients with senselessness syndrome through their works, but the audience for each work is different. Currently, it is widely accepted that video, music, and fiction have a larger audience than painting, sculpture, and dance. There are many spirit artists who excel in one broadly appealing specialty, but those who excel in two are rare. This shows that this particular spirit artist's potential is even greater. Didn't Dai Fu and his colleagues establish Jihong Studio merely to create a game capable of alleviating the symptoms of Wugan syndrome? Yet the role of the mentalist is so pivotal. How could someone from such a small outfit ever be involved? Even if they can afford the salary, once others learn that the mentalist's breakthroughs are being incorporated into a game for common entertainment, they would surely denounce them. But now things are different. Any mentalist who freely publishes his works on Xinguang must share their aspirations. We are determined to secure this mentalist, acquire his signature before the Mentalist Association finds him, someone declared. Fatty immediately sank into dejection. Boss, I know, but this person left no contact information and has been offline. Although I sent him many private messages and rewards, he has yet to respond, he lamented. Boss, then shall I hack? Jinzi's words were abruptly cut off by Dai Li. Don't even think about it. Do you not know how strictly the Xingji Lianming enforces privacy rights? Believe it or not, if you dare investigate someone today, the Interstellar Police will be at your door tomorrow, he admonished. Fatty, continue contacting that person, he ordered. Jinzi sighed, fully aware of the predicament. At the outset, when they launched Qihong, it was all or nothing. Who would have imagined that now not even a level 1 mentalist could be found? They simply no longer had the time or the Xingbi to squander. I will try to suppress the video's heat, but the available time is limited. I sense that Xinguang will soon notice the anomaly here, he remarked. Dai Li nodded. Let's proceed, as is everyone mobilize. Meanwhile, at the Beta Star military district, Major Liu Weiss was truly troubled. If there is a place where Wugan syndrome is most severe, it would undoubtedly be the military district. For millennia, soldiers have battled against the insectoid beasts, a realm where the unreasoned cannot endure. Having witnessed death and the ruthless law of the jungle, how can one ever make rational decisions without becoming machine-like? Indeed, the higher the rank, the more severe the Wugan syndrome. Earlier, they could barely keep it in check. But now, with the insectoid foes unlikely to strike within a century, the symptoms among soldiers have suddenly escalated. Level 1 morphing into level 3 into level 5, and some even leaping directly from level 1 to level 5. Soldiers have become nearly synonymous with the end stages of Wugan syndrome. Yet even as the war ends, recruiting mentalists has grown ever more challenging. Witnessing their former comrades descend into madness, they could not idly stand by. Suddenly, higher command issued an order for mentalists to be self-sufficient, mandating their incorporation into the mentalist cadre, leaving the issue of sourcing them entirely in their own hands. However, the Mentalist Association had long established deep roots within the alliance. Its ties with the mentalist families intricately intertwined. Having been solely accustomed to warfare, recruiting mentalists in a short span was easier said than done. Major Liu Weiss, although understanding, was truly troubled by the task of recruiting 2 mentalists assigned to him. He stepped out of the office to consult his subordinates for a solution. Haha, look at this. This one called Nvois is half human, half snake. Would you call her human or snake? And what about that? Nvois is at least beautiful. Now look at those so-called 12 ancestor sorcerers. They're a haphazard mix from the biological realm, so ghastly that one can hardly bear to look at them. Yet strangely, in this world, after a star falls, another entity, called the moon, rises, both transformed from eyes. How come one becomes a star and the other a moon? Surely its brightness can no longer be that of a star. It's all made-up nonsense. You're actually devising logic out of it. Liu Weiss was instantly enraged, as he labored every day over matters of mentalists, and yet his subordinates found time to watch such absurd videos. What are you doing? He shouted. On Major Lu. Several hurriedly got to their feet, forming a straight line. Lu Weiss scolded, "You've only been off the battlefield for a mere 10 years, yet look at how slack you all have become. If the insectoids attack, can I truly rely on you to form a protective alliance?" The tall man at the front mustered his courage and said, "Major Lu, please hear our explanation. Aren't we all working for the sake of mentalists? We heard that higher command has allotted you 2 recruitment targets to secure 2 mentalists this year." At the mention of this, Lu Weiss grew angry. For whose sake had all this been? "So is this your excuse for dereliction of duty?" he retorted. Yet he overlooked that the tall man had already reached level 3 Wugan Syndrome, having not smiled for 3 years and seldom initiating conversation. The tall man continued, "A discharged soldier from my former unit shared a video from a battalion he once led claiming it was effective against Wugan Syndrome. I initially paid little heed, as it is known that mentalists occasionally upload flawed works to Xinguang. But it was said that this video was exceptionally different, filled entirely with absurdities." Lu Weiss rebuked nonsense. "The closer one is to truth, the more effective it is against Wugan Syndrome," he asserted as a matter of common sense. "That's why we just watched it," the tall man murmured with a hint of grievance. They had only viewed half, yet he desired to know the rest. Just as Lu Weiss was about to reprimand, he suddenly realized and fixed his gaze on the tall man. "Were you just speaking to me?" Others quickly caught on as well. Among them, the tall man's Wugan Syndrome was the most severe, usually the most taciturn of all, rarely responding unless questioned, and even then seldom replying. Yet now he spoke so much. The tall man dazed nodded. "Quick, show me the video," Lu Weiss urged. The tall man then activated his holographic display, which began with, "In legend, the heavens and earth were once but a formless chaos." They all, to varying degrees, suffered from Wugan Syndrome. Although they trusted their own perceptions without tests to be safe, Lu Weiss remarked after watching the video, "Everyone go have your Wugan Syndrome levels tested." In the military, testing devices were always at hand. Even the adjacent office had one. "Major Lu, I dropped by 2 levels. So did I? My level was already low, so just a slight drop." After tallying the results, Lu Weiss found that all 5 of them had experienced a drop. The tall man suffered the greatest, plummeting by 4 levels. Lu Weiss grew excited. Clearly those who ascend to the rank of major are not fools. Through his brief analysis, he concluded that the video's creator was most likely a self-taught wild mentalist. "Quick, locate this Feng Wuhan without delay. Monitor the activity on Xinguang, constantly suppress any rising heat, and ensure he remains hidden. He must be recruited into the military at all costs." "Yes." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jinzi, who had assumed the heat was out of control, discovered that it had inexplicably subsided. After returning home, Lu Feng immediately searched for terms such as indifference, expressionless like a robot. He feared that a direct search on why humans might appear expressionless would leave traces revealing his own issues. The most frequently appearing term was Wugan Syndrome. Lu Feng continued his search on the topic. Wugan Syndrome is a prevalent mental disorder among interstellar beings. It is estimated that approximately 90% of the interstellar population suffers from it. Initially, it manifests as a diminution of emotions, and as the condition worsens, emotional depletion ensues, resulting in indifference, self-absorption, and an expressionless demeanor akin to that of a robot. In its more severe forms, Wugan Syndrome can lead to suicidal tendencies or antisocial personality traits. Medically, it is classified from low to high indices. Level 1, where emotional expression is subtle and individuals prefer solitude. Level 2, a significant loss of emotion marked by an expressionless and indifferent countenance save for moments of pronounced emotional fluctuation. Level 3, nearly complete emotional depletion, rendering even close kin or loved ones as strangers, making interpersonal interactions unbearable. Level 4, the onset of suicidal and antisocial tendencies, teetering on the brink of self-destruction, maintained solely by reason. Level 5, a total detachment from the world, devoid of any sense of belonging, and ever on the verge of collapse into ruin and self-annihilation. Note: Level 5 Wugan Syndrome is exceedingly dangerous. If encountered, one should immediately distance oneself and report to the authorities. Lu Feng continued to peruse all that information on Wugan Syndrome. Only then did he understand the reason behind his own suicidal thoughts, why people indiscriminately killed on the streets, why bystanders regarded it as ordinary, and why both the original owner's sister and Daili appeared as though he were terminally ill. It turned out that he was indeed afflicted. He soon re-examined the section on his mental condition that he had once glanced at in passing. Plainly inscribed upon it were the words Wugan Syndrome Level 4. Prompt consultation with a mentalist is advised. Lu Feng suddenly thought, had the original owner also suffered from Apathy Syndrome? No, that wasn't right. Since arriving here, he hadn't had any suicidal thoughts, and his expressions and thoughts didn't match the symptoms of Level 4 Apathy Syndrome. He speculated that Apathy Syndrome was related to the spirit, not the body. Since his spirit was intact, he should currently be free of the syndrome. With this thought, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be constantly tempted to end his own life. However, he would have to restrain his behavior from now on. If he deviated too much from level 4 symptoms, others would surely become suspicious. He thought it best to find a psychic to interact with frequently and later claimed that the psychic had cured him. But a psychic would definitely suspect him, so it had to be a psychic he could completely trust. This was a worry for later, so he stopped thinking about it. He hurriedly opened his own video to check the situation. However, the video data left him thoroughly puzzled. This StarNet had a ranking system based on play count. The higher the play count, the higher the ranking. His current play count was only a few hundred. Feng found that unsurprising. What was strange was that the tips had actually exceeded 10,000 star coins. He knew that on StarNet each account could only tip a 2-star coin gift to a new author's first video specifically to prevent newbies from faking data. Now that the tip amount was so much higher than the play count, could there be a bug in StarNet? There were also quite a few comments under the video. Many people sincerely explained that such a huge humanoid Pangu could not exist, that human eyes could not turn into a star like the sun, and that there were no beautiful women with human upper bodies and serpent tails in the entire interstellar realm. At first it was skepticism, but then it turned into genuine interest, with everyone discussing who would win in a battle between dragons, phoenixes, Qilin, and chaotic fights. Some also mentioned wild psychics. The pinned comment was from a user named Gold Shining Bright. Video creator, I run a studio and sincerely invite you to collaborate. My StarNet ID is 432-93984. Please reply as soon as you see this. There were several more comments asking him to cooperate or to contact them. Feng wondered if this kind of interstellar scam existed. He directly ignored them. Thinking about the 10,000 star coins in his account, he considered withdrawing them, but feared that StarNet would find the problem and deduct the money back. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to let it remain for now. He still had to upload more videos. If the money was still there tomorrow, he would withdraw it. After viewing, he directly closed StarNet. He couldn't be bothered to check the flood of private messages. Being a newbie, the only messages he got were either insults or advertisements. Feng had originally thought to carefully consider whether to move, since he might have to move back at any time. However, when he received another rent reminder, he immediately packed his things efficiently. His savings didn't give him a choice. When he arrived at Rose Garden No. 13, the door opened automatically. Xiaoyu had already entered his information. Xiaoyu was busy with her own things. Seeing Feng come in, she greeted casually, "You're here." Feng responded and walked over, looking at Dai Li and the others. Is the boss still in the holographic space? Are they that busy? Are we starting a new game? Xiaoyu said without looking up. Not yet. They seem to have found a psychic and want to recruit them, but they can't locate them yet. That's what they're busy with. Feng asked in surprise, aren't we a game development studio? Why do we need to recruit a psychic? And can we afford one? Could it be because most of Kahang's employees were severe apathy patients? But hiring a psychic seemed too extravagant. As far as he knew, most people didn't even have money for treatment, right? Xiaoyu raised her head and gave him an odd look. Didn't you know? The boss founded the studio precisely to make a game that could cure apathy. The project had been on hold because they couldn't find a suitable psychic. A game that can cure apathy. Is that even possible? It was like back in the modern age, someone claiming to make a game that could cure a certain disease. He really felt this studio was unreliable on a daily basis. At least they all think it's possible. Didn't the boss tell you when you arrived? Feng seriously thought back and confirmed, no. Xiaoyu wasn't surprised. That's exactly something the boss would do. But it's too late to regret now. Go pack your things first. Boss, I can't hold it anymore. Too many people are watching the video. Jean Z frowned. Dai Li asked in confusion, what's going on? Why are so many people suddenly watching? Jean Z tapped a few times on the virtual screen and said, a stupid video creator directly live-streamed to showcase this video. That creator seems to be a psychic with many followers. Jean Z operated a few times and the video started playing. The screen showed a typical Caucasian man appearing around 30 with many spots on his face, ordinary looks, and a somewhat thin build. He introduced himself as Charles. First, he talked about his experience viewing the craft acts, then he explained the story basis for making that video. In Dai Li's opinion, it was purely fabricated. After all, the interstellar realm had been at war for so many years. How could there be a chance to preserve information about a single axe? Then he casually glanced up at the screen and said, oh, you mean the video posted by Wind Leaves Trace? It seems a lot of people have seen it. My assistant mentioned it too. Isn't it a coincidence that someone posted an axe video right after mine? Clearly hopping on the bandwagon. A wild psychic. Charles chuckled lightly. Now where are there any wild psychics? I remember a few years ago many people pretended to be wild psychics and posted videos online. Either they plagiarized the work of licensed psychics or their videos had no effect whatsoever. I know that most people can't afford to see a psychic regularly, but I will try my best to update videos. So please don't readily trust any other so-called psychic videos. Just report them. All the barrage comments said Charles was such a good person they couldn't live without him, and they hoped he would update videos soon. Dai Li was speechless. This Charles clearly had a problem with Wind Leaves Trace stealing his thunder, but he instead boosted the latter's popularity, essentially giving him free advertising. All their effort suppressing the popularity was wasted. Diley thought that perhaps this person would soon be found by the Psychics Association, and even if they found him themselves, how could they compete with the association? He rubbed his forehead in annoyance. They'll go buy some nutrient fluid first. Outside, the city lights were bright, the heavenly screen was dazzling, and on the ground pedestrians' faces were blank. A silver-white robot approached slowly. Sir, what do you need? A box of apple-flavored nutrient fluid. At that moment, a Miracle advertisement was playing in the store. Game company Miracle plans to launch a new game that integrates entertainment and treatment. Its founder claims that Miracle has always cared about the situation of apathy and vowed since childhood to contribute to its treatment. Shameless. Diley hugged the box, tightly gritting his teeth. Oh, who is this? Isn't it the famous director Dai? A person in Miracle's uniform walked in from outside. Should be former director Dai. Speaking of which, why is former director Dai drinking nutrient fluid? Want us to treat you to a meal? Another person chimed in. Luan Fa Li Wei, I've already left Miracle. Stop being sarcastic in front of me. Let me ask you, why did Miracle suddenly release a game to treat apathy? Did you steal my manuscript? Diley suppressed his anger. He had only discussed this idea with his own team before. Luan Fa and Li Wei had been interns in his project group, but because their skills and work attitude were poor, he hadn't kept them, and they went to other groups. The trusted members of his team had all been brought to Qihong. The only ones who had access to these materials were these two. How can you call it stealing, former director Dai? Everything you created while at Miracle belongs to Miracle, including ideas. Li Wei sneered. Remember when former director left and made a bold claim that he would create a great game surpassing all Miracle games? I guess this is it. How's it going now? I heard you poured all your money into it, leaving only a few houses, and all you have left is an idea. Such a shame for Gene Z and the others. They could have become project directors at Miracle eventually, but now they have to live on nutrient fluid. What a waste of talent. Luan Fa sneered. What a pity. They chose it themselves. I don't know what they were thinking, they just followed the pie that was drawn for them like fools. If it were according to his temper Dai, Li would have cursed them both out, but thinking about Gene Z and the others, he felt guilty. Get out of my way. He hugged the box of nutrient fluid and left. Look at him, still so arrogant, even now. Wait, and see hell get what's coming. Lu Feng knew nothing of what happened outside. He chose a room farthest from the stairs. During the day, he helped Xiaoyu with some chores, and at noon, he received a tube of nutrient fluid. Yes, Qihong Studio also provided meals, even if only nutrient fluid. But for Lu Feng, it was quite friendly. He sighed, this studio is really good in every way except for its business. Although the studio was unreliable, they had clearly taken him in out of pity. Since he now held the position of story designer head, take the time to learn the job. If he could help, that would be contributing his share. Lu Feng had originally intended to study earnestly, but after playing a few top-ranked games well. How to say, it was like he took a kitchen knife, nervously prepared to kill a beast, but the prey he saw was a fly. He put on the holographic headset and randomly selected a top-ranked game. After entering, he touched and jumped around everywhere. Fortunately, no one else was around. The surrounding scene was very simple, like a warehouse. The holographic technology of the interstellar era was already very mature. It gave a completely immersive feel. He was now wearing combat gear and holding a gun. The system prompted, you are a special forces soldier, and your mission is to kill this group of masked thugs. Then he started shooting nonstop. He died 10 times in 3 minutes. Lu Feng exited and switched to another game. He was the commander of a certain military district, an enemy force attacked, and he had to defend. Then it was more shooting, sometimes he led a team to shoot. And another where he piloted an interstellar spaceship against a starry backdrop, chasing down enemies. The plot was simple-minded. Could this even be called a plot? He had thought it was a problem with his choices that all the games he played were the same type. Only later did he realize he hadn't chosen wrong. Interstellar-era games were just this simple and crude. Lu Yuan humbly went to ask Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at him blankly. Yes, that's exactly the kind of story our story designers write. Anyway, it's not an important position. Why else would they hire a fresh graduate? By the way, why are you asking about this? Lu Yuan said, I was thinking that since I'm here, I shouldn't just eat nutrient fluid for free. Go ID, like to contribute to the studio if I can. Xiaoyu shot him a surprised look. You're as rare as Boss Dai. I can mention it to him and maybe let you give it a try, but the salary for story designers isn't high. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. At dinner time, Gene Z and the others were still in the holographic space. Lu Yuan went to get a tube of nutrient fluid. It was sweet and his mood improved considerably. Returning to his room, Lu Feng activated his optical computer. His eyes widened in disbelief. Just yesterday, the view count had been in the mere hundreds, and now it had skyrocketed to over 8 million. He hadn't purchased any data. The comments below had already surpassed 100,000. Scrolling through the latest remarks, his brow furrowed. Good heavens, is this a legendary wild psychosensor? They say the last one discovered was 2 centuries ago. After watching the video, I tested myself. My apathy syndrome eased slightly. It's likely somewhere between a first-level psychosensor assistant and a first-level psychosensor. This is wonderful. Thanks to blogger Yun's recommendation, I could never afford a psychosensor before. It's incredible that someone would share a free psychosensor video. I've looped it 10 times already. The story is breathtaking, and the music is exquisite. What was all this? What exactly was a wild psychosensor? His video could actually alleviate apathy syndrome. Wasn't that something only psychosensors could achieve? The subsequent comments only deepened his confusion. You upstairs are all too gullible. A wild psychosensor. None have appeared in 200 years. This is clearly a deliberate stunt for profit. Did you watch Charles' livestream? Someone brought it up and Charles said it's likely a hoax. He advised everyone to ignore it. Charles is right. What era are we in? There aren't that many wild psychosensors. This is obviously intentional. Better avoid this video, or you'll have no one to blame if your apathy syndrome worsens. Influenced by Charles, the later comments increasingly accused him of malicious intent. Feng checked his back-end account. Over 30,000 stellar coins had already been deposited. Yet he felt no joy. He desperately needed to understand what was happening. He stepped out of his room. Xiaoyu had already left. Jean Z was sitting at the living room bar, sipping a nutrient drink. Feng had your nutrient drink yet? The boss just bought some apple-flavored ones. Not bad. I've had mine, Feng replied. So it was apple-flavored. Had only tasted a hint of sweetness. Brother Jean, what have you all been busy with? You seem too occupied even for nutrient drinks. Any progress on the game? Jean Z sighed. I'm not much older than you. Just call me Jean Z like the others. You probably know what game we're trying to make. Yes, a game that can cure apathy syndrome, Feng nodded. Cure? No, it's far from that. You must understand, even true psychosensors can only alleviate apathy syndrome. What? Only alleviate? Doesn't that mean a lifetime of seeing psychosensors? Like an incurable disease? Feng was genuinely shocked. Jean Z poured them both a drink. Feng had tasted it before, slightly sour, slightly sweet, mediocre. It was a common beverage called grape juice, yet it bore little resemblance to grapes. It seems you haven't visited a psychosensor hospital much. Actually, this is common knowledge among the middle and upper classes. Even a 5th-level psychosensor treating a 1st-level apathy syndrome patient can only ensure normalcy for a period. After that, treatment is needed again. Feng had never imagined this interstellar terminal illness was so widespread. No wonder most people couldn't afford hospitals. It wasn't just the cost. It was an enduring necessary expense. He asked with difficulty, can the game succeed then? The boss has been planning this for a long time. We've exchanged many ideas. We believe achieving a preliminary alleviation of apathy syndrome is possible, though it depends on the psychosensor's level. So everything is ready except for a psychosensor? Feng asked. Exactly. A psychosensor is an indispensable element. At first we ambitiously sought a 5th-level psychosensor, or at least a 3rd-level one. But we couldn't even find a 1st-level psychosensor assistant. Why? Was the salary insufficient? Jean Z sighed again. That's part of it. We used to only visit psychosensor hospitals for treatment, knowing little about their circle. Once we engaged with them, we realized the psychosensor circle is deeply entrenched. All psychosensors are tightly controlled by the association. Of course, there are other factors. Psychosensors are fundamentally different from us, ordinary people. They were furious when they heard we wanted to create a game accessible even to the poor, seeing it as an insult to their profession. Class division was an eternal presence. Sometimes Feng pondered whether some things could never be eradicated. They dwelled in human nature, like selfish desires or the superiority over one's peers. They were part of humanity, and as long as humans existed, they would persist. But fortunately, we got a lead on a wild psychosensor. A wild psychosensor. Yes, we've only recently learned that psychosensors generally have lineages. One type is family-based. Strangely, it seems there's hereditary talent. Many renowned psychosensors come from families like the Javara or the Seven Branches. Another type is from academies, where some schools offer psychosensor programs, supposedly recruiting only gifted children. A wild psychosensor is one who exists outside these two categories, a self-taught psychosensor. It's said that centuries ago, some people unaware of their own psychosensor talent posted their works online. They were then discovered by the Psychosensor Association and inducted into it. Feng understood. So a wild psychosensor is the one who might truly join us. It's a possibility. We hope to contact him before the association does. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Feng patted him on the shoulder, unable to help much now. If a person's work is effective against apathy syndrome, does that mean they have psychosensor talent? Jean Z shook his head. Not necessarily. Take Inca, for example. He studied painting at school. Once he created a piece depicting a little girl using a shard of glass to feed a few drops of nutrient drink to an elderly man. He said it was a scene he witnessed firsthand from his time living in the Black District, the slums of Beta Planet. A few students who saw his painting had their apathy syndrome decrease by 1 point. Yet he is not a psychosensor. Such situations aren't rare. Occasionally someone's published work alleviates apathy syndrome for certain individuals, but that's all it amounts to. Feng thought that apathy syndrome was after all a mental illness. Besides medication, subjective experience was crucial. Perhaps Inca's painting stirred something in some people's hearts, causing a slight decrease in their apathy. But this process wasn't sustainable. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. With so many people in the galaxy, he assumed his own video was also just a coincidence. Yet a thought struck him, and he pressed on. You mentioned a wild psychosensor earlier. That means they haven't been tested yet. How can you be certain they are a psychosensor? Without testing, no one can definitively determine if someone is a psychosensor. A person's state can even change over time. But there are always traces. Our Qihong studio has dealt with many psychosensors, so we can discern more than the average person. If they could release a second work, the likelihood would be much higher, but we can't afford to wait. Lu Feng understood. The last sentence was the crux. They had been delayed by the psychosensor issue for so long now that a glimmer of hope appeared. They were naturally reluctant to let it go. Nevertheless, this made Lu Feng realize something. His video, being different from interstellar culture, had coincidentally alleviated apathy syndrome, for some, leading them to mistakenly believe he was piggybacking on the psychosensor trend. That was a dangerous path to tread. One misstep could invite disaster. Interstellar law clearly favored psychosensors, which only fueled their arrogance and sense of superiority. Back in his room, Lu Feng pondered for a long time. He opened the Pangu Creates the World video and added a line at the beginning. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. It was said that psychosensors' works strove for utmost realism. The more realistic, the better the effect. By explicitly stating it was fictional, he hoped no one would associate it with psychosensors. Then he began to conceive his second video. In the second episode, Lu Feng continued his crude animation style. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were blessed by Heaven, born with immense power, thus they refused to yield to one another, vying for the fortune of heaven and earth. The scene depicted the chaotic battle among the three clans. The Dragon clan possessed formidable physiques impervious to common magical weapons. The Phoenix could be reborn through nirvana, and though the Qilin were not outstanding in ability, their numbers were vast. The three clans refused to concede, warring for years. Ultimately, they all declined together, nearly facing extinction. The remaining Qilin became mounts for immortals. The Phoenix guarded the volcanoes, and the dragons retreated to the four seas. The scene was strewn with corpses of the three clans. The last Phoenix let out a mournful cry before vanishing into a volcano. The dragons submerged into the sea, never to emerge again, and the Qilin followed their masters away. Lu Feng's voice continued. This world never lacks capable beings. The old gods step down, and new figures ascend the stage of history. A Taoist named Hongjuan, through the creation jade disc, comprehended the 3,000 great Daos, attaining purity and enlightenment, and transformed into a sage known as the Tao Ancestor. Hongjuan ascended to the 33rd heaven, established an ancient and elegant palace named Zhixiao Palace, and began to preach the Tao, inviting all destined beings to listen. The primordial creatures rushed over, but those lacking strength were naturally eliminated. Hongjuan accepted the three pure ones, Nuwa and the Taoists Jane and Zhuandi, as his disciples. The three pure ones were incarnations of Peng. Nuwa was a half-human, half-serpent Yao, and Jane and Zhuandi were bald monks. After imparting the Hongmeng purple qi to the six, he merged with the heavenly Tao to govern the earth. A man in a Taoist robe and square hat arrived in this world. He took out the treasure, the creation jade disc, closed his eyes to sense the myriad things of heaven and earth, and suddenly his entire body radiated a blinding golden light, his aura becoming transcendent. He preached the Tao before the gates of Zhixiao Palace with 6 prayer mats placed at the front. Then appeared the three pure ones, Laozi Yuanshi, Tianzuan Tongtian, Jiazhu Nuwa Zhundi Doran, and Jane Doran, who had come to listen. After the establishment of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa with her innate Tao body molded clay to create humans. The Yao clan established the heavenly court to govern the 3 realms. The beautiful woman with a serpent's tail first meticulously shaped small figures from clay, then a flash of light in her hand brought forth humans one by one. Gradually, Nuwa seemed to grow more skilled. She dipped a grapevine into the mud pit and flicked it toward the ground, where the mud droplets transformed into tiny human forms. Humans born from clay possessed no talent for cultivation and struggled to survive in this world. It was only thanks to Nuwa's protection that they gained a glimmer of hope. The 12 ancestral witches incarnated from Pangu were known for their immense strength. They stood in opposition to the Yao heavenly court, and conflicts between the two sides were constant. But one day the water god Gonggong and the fire god Zhuruei clashed. The destructive power of the 2 ancestral witches was immense. Even the Buzhou mountain that supported the heavens was shattered. The Yao residing in the heavenly court were the first to suffer. Fortunately, Nuwa smelted 5 colored stones to mend the sky, sparing many creatures from disaster. Then came the 10 sons of the heavenly emperor Diju and the golden crows, who wandered into the mortal realm. Each golden crow was like a sun, and 10 suns rampaging across the land brought devastation to all living beings. Hui crafted a divine bow and shot down 9 of the golden crows from the sky, leaving only 1. The heavenly emperor was enraged, and the Yao clan and the 12 ancestral witches engaged in an all-out war. Ultimately, both sides were devastated. Only the Yao gods Beis and Kuanping fled into chaos to survive, and of the 10 ancestral witches, only Empress Hutu remained. Empress Hutu, witnessing the countless deaths of primordial beings and the ever-increasing number of ghosts and gods, resolved to open the netherworld. She transformed her body into the 6 paths of reincarnation to govern the cycle of rebirth. After this great war, the Witch and Yao clans were utterly diminished. Lu Feng, after editing and revising, still added the words purely fictional at the beginning. This way fewer people might come to watch, but it should be enough to earn some pocket money. He hoped the boss and the others could find that wild spiritualist soon. After uploading the video, Lu Feng went to sleep. Little did he know his video kept many people awake. Many who watched it felt their curiosity deepen. Someone immediately started a thread on the Starnet. Let's pick apart how absurd the story behind Wind Leaves Traces videos really is. Original poster Qingtian. Today, I casually refreshed the videos and stumbled upon a bizarre story. I caught up on the creator's first video too, and now I'm just full of question marks. This story is ridiculously made up, yet I can't stop watching. What's up with that? 1L Go to Sleep. I watched it too. I planned to watch it before bed to help me sleep, but instead I got more and more awake. Now I'm wide awake. I just have to ask, in this world were humans really molded from clay by Nuwa? 2L Mingming. Bye bye. Obviously yes. This video creator is spinning a very new kind of story. 3L Best modeling. I won't say much else, but the art style is really hard to look at. It's so sloppy. And why are all the creatures so ugly? Did the author use a random generator? 4L Mingming. Bye bye. The person above clearly didn't watch the video carefully. Those bizarre creatures are born from primordial creation, naturally different from humans. 5L Deep Apathy Sufferer. Am I the only one who noticed he's the wild spiritualist Charles mentioned trying to ride on the hype? Is he or isn't he? Both of his videos seem to lower my apathy disorder. 6L Dixinomorphs. The video clearly says purely fictional at the start, so he's definitely not a spiritualist. Which spiritualist would make their work so absurd? As for the effect on apathy disorder, it's probably a coincidence. It's happened before. 7L Inspector. Based on my experience, there have been precedents, but absurd stories have never worked on apathy disorder before. I feel like this Wine Leaves Traces is not simple. 8L Bystander. Not simple. 1. 29.99L Go to Sleep. I don't care about any of that. I just want to know how the humans in this world will survive. They're only protected by Nuwa for now, and it doesn't seem sustainable. 3000L Mingming. Bye bye. Right, Nuwa can't watch over them forever. It feels like those humans are on the verge of extinction. 3001L Grape Juice. Is good. It's okay. Didn't Hutu transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation? After humans die, their souls enter the netherworld and can be reborn. It sounds so fascinating. I wish it could be made into a full sensory experience. I'd love to see it. 3002L Bystander. Exactly. This world feels so magical, half day, half night. I wish a place like this really existed. 3003L Jacksbug. And there are so many plants. In the interstellar era, plants are scarce and expensive. If such a world existed, just selling plants could sustain several planets. Inside the Spiritualist Association, the lights were as bright as day. Well, did the test results come out? An old man asked. He was the vice president of the Spiritualist Association and a member of the Chibu family. President Chibu, the results are out. It does have an effect on apathy disorder. How much effect? 1 to 2 points. Chibu Lee stroked his beard. Spiritualists generally measure therapeutic effects in points. A first-level spiritualist can typically reduce a patient's score by 3 to 5 points per session. Though that seems significant, the apathy disorder score actually keeps increasing. For instance, a level 3 apathy patient might start at 30 points, but within 3 days to a month, it would rise to 31. Both videos had an effect, so he does have spiritualist talent, just a bit low. June continued. Not necessarily. Although his videos have a minor effect, the range is vast. 90% of people can feel it. 90%. That high. Chibu Lee's eyes widened. Typically, a spiritualist's work is effective for only 20 to 30% of people. Exceeding 50% is considered highly talented. He had never encountered a 90% effectiveness rate before. This could be a sampling bias. We only tested 100 people, so perhaps his video just happens to suit them. But reaching 90% in the sample suggests his talent shouldn't be low. Then you handle the contact. If he truly has talent, bring him into the association. Yes. As the Spiritualist Association, they had the duty to guide wild spiritualists. They could obtain the video creator's optical brain ID by submitting an application. Dai Li from Chihong Studio was also awake. He drank a cup of clarity water, a beverage that tasted like coffee and had a refreshing mind-clearing effect. He had seen Wind Leaves Trace's second video. Based on his understanding of the Spiritualist Association, 2 videos were enough to confirm the creator's identity as a spiritualist. They had far greater access and authority than ordinary people. He could no longer afford to wait. The next day, Lu Feng rose with abundant energy. Without bothering to check yesterday's video, he went downstairs, downed a tube of nutrient fluid, and thought about revisiting the straightforward, brutal narrative of the Interstellar game. After just a few doses, he felt a blandness in his mouth that was almost unbearable. Wouldn't consuming such stuff regularly cause his stomach to atrophy? Come to think of it, he had barely visited the restroom in the past 2 days. No, he had to improve his diet. The star coins had earned from his earlier video had been withdrawn. Oh, a little indulgence wouldn't be an issue. Hey, where's the boss today? Gene Z casually replied. I saw him say he had to go out this morning. No idea what he's busy with. Just as Feng was about to log into the holographic game, his optical brain rang. The caller ID showed the psychic association. His first thought were there even scam calls in the interstellar era. Hello, I'm June from the Psychic Association. We've detected that you might possess psychic potential. You can come to the association for a detailed assessment. If you qualify, you can become a member. There was no expected ecstasy in the reply. The voice on the other end was calm. How do you determine I have psychic potential? What are the benefits of joining the association and what obligations would I have? Following his old habits, he would have coldly told them to come to the association for assessment, first where details would be explained. After all, it wasn't certain if he truly had the talent. There had been cases before where people created similar works purely by chance. But because Feng's video had a wide range of effects, June patiently explained a few things. Normally, detailed information is only shared after you become a member. Let me give you a brief overview now. Having psychic potential doesn't guarantee becoming a psychic. It requires extensive training and practice. Joining the association grants you a mentor and opportunities to interact with peers. If needed, we can arrange hospital work or refer high-status patients to you. In return, you must abide by the association's charter, uphold its reputation and interests, and avoid any actions that harm the psychic association. You cannot refuse when the association requires you to accept or decline a patient. You also need to pay monthly dues, which vary by psychic rank. A first-level psychic typically pays only 10,000 star coins. Only 10,000 star coins. This wasn't an association, it was practically an indenture contract. From what Feng knew, psychics never lacked patience. So what the association offered was essentially training and networking opportunities. If these weren't monopolized, no psychic would willingly join. The other party urged him to come for assessment, soon warning that non-members wouldn't be issued a psychic practice license, then ended the call. Feng grew even more puzzled. What exactly was this psychic potential? How could it be deduced from his videos? Was it mere coincidence that his videos affected apathy syndrome? Meanwhile, Dai Li found a restaurant serving real food, ordered the beef burger and beer had been craving, and composed a scheduled letter for everyone at Chihong Studio. After eating, he took a deep breath as if steeling his resolve, opened his optical brain, and set the screen to privacy mode. Soon under Dai Li's manipulation, lines of characters appeared on the screen, shifting so rapidly they resembled pages flipping in an instant. From morning till near dusk, Dai Li barely moved from his seat except to drink water. The restaurant staff had already speculated about his strange behavior several times over. Dinner guests began to trickle into the restaurant. Dai Li knew the moment of decision had come, but he had no other choice. He took a deep breath, reviewed whether had arranged everything properly, then lightly tapped the confirm button. The result, however, made his eyes widen sharply, and he barely suppressed a gasp. Without a second thought, he shut down the optical brain and dashed towards Chihong Studio. When he flung open the door, everyone was gathered in the living room, surrounding Feng in discussion. Gene Z was the first to notice him. Boss, you're back. What were you up to all day? Dai Li looked bewildered. What are you all doing? We're discussing whether a wild psychic should join the Psychic Association, Gene Z said casually. Dai Li's face paled as he stared at Feng. What? The Psychic Association has already contacted you. Everyone's gaze snapped to Feng. Earlier, Feng had mentioned that a friend of his had inexplicably received a call from the association about psychic potential testing, wondering if it was a scam. By the boss tone, it seemed like a classic "my friend is me" scenario. Then their gazes collectively shifted to Dai Li. How did the boss know? Feng said his friend got the call this morning, and Dai Li had been gone all day. Beep. Everyone except Dai Li heard their optical brains chime. Dai Li's expression shifted. The scheduled letter. Don't look, but it was too late. Feng saw the message on his device. Feng, your arrival at Chihong was a serendipitous collision of events. Though you have grade 4 apathy syndrome, I can see you're a hopeful person. Xiao, you told me you've been familiarizing yourself with the scriptwriter's work. That's good. Keep it up. Soon Chihong will have a psychic. Your illness isn't a problem. Even if I'm gone, the others here will continue to guide you forward. Lastly, I'm glad you joined us. Feng looked at Dai Li, who seemed to have written a suicide note. After reading theirs, the others also stared at him with eerie expressions. The situation was incredibly awkward. For the first time, Dai Li felt a desperate urge to crawl into a hole. Gene Z said calmly, Boss, did you write us a suicide note? We need an explanation. Dai Li covered his face with his hands, his emotions in turmoil. In truth, it was simple. Dai Li realized the matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Miracle had already begun promoting games to treat apathy syndrome, yet they still hadn't found a psychic. If they missed Wind Trace, they wouldn't have time to wait for another psychic. He decided to secretly look up Wind Trace's address. He knew how tight interstellar surveillance was. The security team would come for him soon after he did this. So he decided to send the address via Kahang's internal network the moment he found it. Even if the security team took him away, the rest of Chihong could continue their goal. But he hadn't anticipated the Psychic Association would act so swiftly, contacting Lu Feng early that morning. Normally they wouldn't have been so quick. After all, no wild psychics had emerged for centuries. What they detected were either coincidental videos or fakes stealing psychic content for clicks, so they didn't take such monitoring seriously. But in recent years, scammers had found fewer victims, as people's first reaction to wild psychic claims was disbelief. Consequently, the association rarely detected videos that could alleviate apathy syndrome. This time, upon detection, their efficiency naturally increased. The test's broad applicability also made the association pay more attention. Boss, how could you do this? I wanted to investigate before, but you stopped me. How could you do it yourself? Gene Z was the first to challenge. Daili knew he was in the wrong. Fortunately, the address Head found was his own home, so the security officer wouldn't arrest him for invasion of privacy. Fatty also demanded, Chihong Studio was your idea. You brought us on this journey. Are you going to abandon us now? Kanenka didn't speak, but his eyes said volumes. Daili sighed. Brothers, this time I was wrong. Promise us you won't do this again, Kanenka said calmly. Interstellar people valued promises and their own credibility highly. All right, I promise. With Daili's matter resolved, the remaining issue was Lu Feng's. Daili could only say, the address I found for Wind Trace is 13 Rose Garden. And recently the only new person we've had is Lu Feng. Lu Feng thought to himself, what a coincidence. His second video was uploaded from there. If Boss Dai had traced the first video. The thought was unimaginable. Xiaoyu was still incredulous. You're Feng Guo Liuhan, a genuine wild psychic. And you yourself have 4th-degree anesthesia. Generally, those afflicted with anesthesia cannot become psychics, but there have been exceptions, though those exceptions were only 1st or 2nd-degree cases. Lu Feng shook his head. I don't know either. The Psychic Association suspects as much, which is why they want me to undergo testing. He had never considered himself a psychic, so he never suspected that Chihong was looking for him. Jinzi excitedly grabbed Lu Feng's hand. After searching for so many days, going through so much trouble, the boss even almost got locked up. And you were right beside us all along. Daili, could they just drop that topic? Jinzi continued, brother, it's perfect that you're part of Chihong. Heaven is on our side. Boss, we can finally start our project. Daili, however, showed no joy. He had originally planned to sign Lu Feng before the association could, but now he was uncertain. Though Lu Feng had been with Chihong before as a psychic, the situation was different. He gestured for Jinzi to be quiet. Psychics are different from ordinary people. Lu Feng, let's talk alone. Lu Feng nodded. Dai Li's bedroom matched his style. A palette of gray and black with empty nutrient packs and clothes scattered messily on the bed and desk, looking rather untidy. But neither of them cared about that. Dai Li got straight to the point. You know our situation. If we can make our game. Lu Feng interrupted Dai Li's pitch. Boss, to be honest, I'm grateful you took me in during your tough times. But my priority is solving my current problem. First, we need to verify whether I'm a psychic. If I'm not, there's nothing else to discuss. So I think we should start with a test. Second, if I am a wild psychic with no experience, I need a mentor to train me before I can be useful. Third, if both of those are settled, I need to see the potential for Chihong Studio's success before considering joining. Dai Li looked at him in surprise. He had expected Lu Feng to be either overwhelmed or arrogant, but instead found his thinking remarkably clear and calm, deepening his admiration. He replied in a formal tone. For the test, I suggest we avoid the association. Once you test positive, they'll record your information and monitor your every move, even if you don't join them. Many psychic families have testing equipment. I happen to know a 3rd-level psychic. If the test shows you have no talent, you can still be Kahang's scriptwriter. As for the second point, according to my friend's psychic training is basic. It mostly relies on innate talent. If you're willing, I can ask her to teach you. As for the third point, if you join Chihong ITLLB as a technical shareholder, you can have 80%. That's negotiable, but I have one condition: I set the game's price, and it must not restrict player identity. Lu Yuan had heard from Xiaoyu many times that Dai Li and Jinzi came from ordinary families. They had studied relentlessly to help ordinary people overcome anesthesia, but unfortunately lacked psychic talent themselves. They left Miracle to pursue their dreams another way. He feared Lu Feng might set prices too high for ordinary people to afford. I agree. Huh. Dai Li was stunned. Just like that. No more negotiation. He had left room for bargaining, but Lu Yuan agreed to 80%. 90%. That's not impossible either. Dai Li immediately wanted to slap himself. Was he crazy offering away even more shares? Lu Feng chuckled softly. Dai Li and his crew were like the tech geniuses of his past life. Masters at their craft, but hopeless at business. No more negotiation. This is fine. 80% was already substantial. As they opened the door, a crowd stood waiting outside. Dai Li couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Jinzi asked immediately, did it work? Sort of, but we need to test first. Really? That's fantastic. Smiles spread across everyone's faces. A sight Lu Feng had never seen before. The Chihong team wanted to celebrate. Lu Feng stopped them. It wasn't certain yet whether he was a psychic. They should wait until everything was settled. The next day, Dai Li shaved, tidied himself up, and appeared before everyone in formal attire. Lu Feng looked at his own casual clothes. Weren't they just meeting a friend? Why such formality? Maybe I should change. Jinzi spoke first. You're meeting Sister Gu Ling today, Lu Feng. Don't steal the boss thunder. Noticing Dai Li's slightly reddened ears and his silence, Lu Feng seemed to understand, smiled and nodded. They took a maglev train as Dai Li had sold his hovercar. Fortunately, Gu Ling's private hospital wasn't far. Unlike the dense clusters of buildings he usually saw, the area around Gu Ling's hospital was surrounded by greenery, a rare sight. Lu Feng had barely seen any plants since arriving in this interstellar era. The green hospital stood in the middle like a giant tree. Dai Li had made an appointment, the gate opened automatically, and a robot served them grape water. A woman descended the stairs, her black hair flowing freely, dressed in a white robe. She possessed an Eastern classical beauty rare in this era, which gave Lu Yuan a sense of familiarity. I thought you'd never want to see me again. Gu Ling's voice carried an ethereal quality. Dai Li sipped his grape water to hide his expression. How could that be? You know I've been busy with my studio lately. Lu Yuan ate melon while thinking, ignoring people normally only showing up when you need something. Dai Li was acting like a jerk. Gu Ling seemed to sense Dai Li's discomfort and turned to Lu Yuan. Is this the suspected wild psychic you mentioned? Back to business, Dai Li set down his cup and nodded. Yes, his name is Lu Yuan. He made 2 videos that alleviate anesthesia. I'd like to borrow your equipment to test if he has psychic talent. Gu Ling didn't ask why they weren't testing at the association. It seemed she knew a lot about what Dai Li was doing. Her dark eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan, making him slightly uneasy, as if she could see through his soul. Was this the power of a psychic? Gu Ling's expression turned strange. You say he has 4th-degree anesthesia? He looks perfectly normal to me. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. A psychic had encountered countless anesthesia patients. Oh, why had he never considered this before? How could he explain his sudden recovery? Dai Li was also surprised. I thought he'd improved to 1st or 2nd degree enough to awaken psychic talent. But he's completely cured. Before Lu Yuan could think of an excuse, Gu Ling said softly, it's rare, but not unheard of. Anesthesia is a mysterious ailment. Some people are blessed by heaven. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. Had there really been cases of sudden recovery? And was Gu Ling genuinely believing this or helping him out? Let me take you for the test first. Gu Ling led Lu Yuan into a room labeled as the examination chamber. Inside there was a white bed and a helmet connected to numerous translucent wires rested upon it. At Gu Ling's signal, he lay down on the bed and his consciousness drifted into a blank, empty space. Attention examinee. This space can automatically generate scenes based on the images in your mind. Please concentrate and imagine a joyful scenario. Lu Feng couldn't help but recall the chaotic memories of playing games and eating skewers with his college roommates. He saw the image of his university dormitory begin to take shape. He immediately cut off the train of thought. Since this was a test, those outside could surely see these images. He quickly pictured the Qihong studio where the team was busily developing a game. Then upon its release, the game instantly exploded across the interstellar network. Promotions flooded the star web. He saw the streets he once knew where people were no longer cold as automatons, passers-by were filled with laughter, and joy children playfully teased their pets, unknown flowers bloomed by the roadside, and even the light seemed brighter. Of course, what made him happiest was watching the steadily increasing star coin balance on his optical brain, grinning foolishly. The prompt sounded again, please concentrate and imagine an anger-inducing scenario. Lu Feng was speechless. He could only follow the instructions and fabricate a scene. Though the requirements were peculiar, the process was truly wondrous, and he found himself thoroughly entertained. After what felt like an eternity, the surroundings turned blank once more. All right, you can come out now. This time Lu Yuan felt that Gu Ling's gaze held a newfound intensity, as if she were probing deeper. As soon as they reached the hall, Dai Li rushed over anxiously. How did it go? Gu Ling replied with an ambiguous tone. I recall you weren't this nervous when I took the test, were you? Dai Li stammered. Your family must have tested you long ago, and you've always been exceptional. Your talent must be high. Lu Yuan looked at the two of them, his expression one of an eager spectator. Their relationship was clearly not simple. They seemed to care for each other, yet why weren't they together? Gu Ling set aside her faintly melancholic expression and addressed the matter at hand. The results are out. He is indeed a mentalist with a talent level of 5. Dai Li nearly jumped for joy. Really? Level 5? It's actually level 5. A mentalist's talent represents their ceiling. Although a level 5 talent doesn't guarantee becoming a level 5 mentalist, it signifies immense potential. Lu Yuan felt a sense of unreality. Was that it? It was nothing like he had imagined. He had thought it would be like in novels where you place your hand on something and a number appears. Lu Yuan, you are indeed an extraordinary mentalist. Perhaps your meeting was destined, Gu Ling said meaningfully. Lu Yuan was certain she had seen the images from his test. What he didn't know was that Gu Ling had seen even more. She refrained from mentioning that while mentalist tests involved imagined scenes, the images that determined a mentalist level were always based on real experiences, or at least infinitely close to reality. Yet the scenes Lu Yuan displayed were clearly fabricated, and still the test yielded a level. Dai Li was simply too overjoyed to notice. Lu Yuan, I thought you were a first or second level mentalist, so the contract was drafted loosely. If you want to revise the equity split, I want object. Lu Yuan smiled. No need to change it. I think the original terms are fine. Besides, it's not certain he'll become a level 5 mentalist. Dai Li was even more delighted. Now he found Lu Yuan perfect in every way. He had thought that even if Lu Yuan were only first or second level, he wouldn't trade him for a level 5. But Lu Yuan turned out to have a level 5 talent. Even the Mentalist Association could count its level 5 mentalists on one hand. Ailing, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Dai Li said, looking seriously at Guling. Guling knew what he was about to say, as she had always understood him well. Lu Feng, are you truly willing to give up joining the Mentalist Association? Do you know what a level 5 talent means within the Mentalist Association? I do, but I have my own goals and the association wouldn't permit them. Lu Yuan hadn't come unprepared. The Mentalist Association emphasized the nobility of mentalists taking pride in serving the aristocracy. Since Lu Yuan had arrived in this era, he naturally wanted to accomplish something. Guling looked at him seriously. The scenes you imagined during the test exist only in your mind. Whether they can succeed, or even if the game can be released and promoted, remains uncertain. Are you still willing to take that risk? The atmosphere grew tense. Indeed, despite their confidence, Dai Li had realized that nothing was as simple as they had imagined. Qi Hong was still just an empty shell. Simply finding a mentalist had nearly caused Qi Hong to collapse. Dai Li had been avoiding this issue, focusing only on bringing Lu Yuan on board. But why should Lu Yuan sacrifice his future? He was a highly talented mentalist with boundless potential. What if he ruined it? Dai Li lowered his head, torn between fearing Lu Yuan would back out and fearing he wouldn't. I'm willing. The young man's voice was resolute. I've thought this through. My answer remains the same. This is what I want to do. He looked earnestly at Dai Li. Boss, I agreed to sign the contract not because of your persuasion or your past help, but simply because I want to do this. It's that simple. Besides, I'm a mentalist. Even in the worst case, I won't starve. Lu Yuan spoke calmly. This was his choice, and if it failed, he wouldn't blame anyone. Dai Li stared at him stunned. Gu Ling smiled with relief. Very well. She turned to Dai Li. I agree to what you asked. Dai Li muttered under his breath. I hadn't even said it yet. On the way back, Lu Yuan asked curiously, when you founded Qi Hong, why didn't you think of inviting sister Gu Ling to join? Dai Li sighed. She's a member of the Gu family, a mentalist clan. All of their mentalists are part of the association. Her grandfather is one of the vice presidents. She has enjoyed the family's resources since childhood, so naturally, she must serve the family. Then what about you two? Dai Li's expression visibly aged. We were classmates. Back in school, young and naive, we thought everyone was equal. But after graduation, we realized people are born different. When I was a director at Miracle, I was already unworthy of her. Now it's even more hopeless. But I can see she still cares about you. We do love each other, but that's as far as it goes. Dai Li said this calmly, stating a fact. The people of the interstellar era that Lu Yuan had met were all extremely rational. He wondered if this was fortune or tragedy. They were so rational that even a single attempt to strive was a luxury, and they tacitly kept their distance, never taking a step forward. He believed that if not for his own situation, Boss Dai would never have contacted her. Although Gu Ling agreed to help, she was after all a member of the Psychic Association and had to consider its unwritten rules. The psychics within the association were notoriously exclusive, an unspoken rule in itself. But there was a way: the holographic space. Lu Yuan understood it as a fully immersive online meeting space. Thanks to interstellar privacy laws, there was generally no fear of being discovered. Previously, when Qi Hong and his team worked, they preferred using the holographic space, not just for secrecy, but out of habit from their earlier jobs. The Qi Hong Studios holographic space ran on a dedicated server. Though Boss Dai was strapped for cash, he spared no expense on equipment, which was precisely why his funds were dwindling so quickly. Lu Yuan had never entered a holographic space before, excluding the games had played, of course. The thought of stepping into one now made him a little excited. So despite the embarrassment, he uttered the passphrase, Qi Hong Games #1 across the galaxy. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him nearly made him think he'd said the wrong passphrase. Wasn't this just the living room of Qi Hong Studio? The only difference was that they weren't wearing wrist-mounted light brains, and the blue screens before them were twice the size. Jinzi said smugly, so how do you like our holographic space? Absolutely 110 replica. Enka built the models. Not bad, not bad. I almost thought I hadn't entered at all. He said carefully, but I have a question. Since there's already a real studio living room, why not make the holographic space something different? It felt like such a waste. This was holographic tech after all. The tables and chairs were indistinguishable from reality. Why not create a fairyland, a starry sky, a secluded valley, an undersea realm? Wouldn't that be better? Why make it different? Don't you like the furniture arrangement? Or the shape of the living room? At some point, Gu Ling had also entered. She said with a smile, what Lu Feng means by different are scenes you can't see in reality. Jinzi and the others looked bewildered. They had never considered this before. Every holographic space was based on reality. Even the game scenes used battle environment assets from previous fights. This is where psychics excel. You can leave this space to Lu Feng to manage. Enka said directly, tell me what you have in mind, and he'll build it. Lu Feng trusted Enka's skills, but he didn't trust himself. The videos he made were in an animated style, and the scenes he envisioned were beyond his ability to draw. I'm no expert in this area. I'll follow your lead. Besides, I was just making an offhand remark. Gu Ling saw through his hesitation. Don't refuse. The holographic space is an excellent way to train your psychic abilities. Then she turned to Dai Li and the others. Since you now have a psychic on the team, I think you'll need a scene simulation device. Scene simulation device? Lu Feng asked curious. A scene simulation device can materialize the scenes a person imagines in their mind. To protect privacy, these devices aren't sold openly to the public. But it's fine for psychics to use them since psychics can control their imagination well. Not sold openly. That meant Gu Ling had a channel. He immediately thought of the psychic monitoring device. They all looked at Dai Li. Dai Li coughed awkwardly. Part of the psychic monitoring device uses scene simulation technology. If you could help us apply for one, then we, our studio, would be very grateful. Jinzi and the others couldn't help but snicker. Boss, you can be grateful yourself. What good is our gratitude? Dai Li wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words, his face flushing red. Gu Ling smiled generously. I've already placed the order. It should arrive at your place today. Naturally, everyone showered her with praise for her beauty and kindness. After the teasing, it was time to start the lesson. Gu Ling's first class was an introductory course on psychics. Everyone at Shihong had to attend. It would help them coordinate better in their future work. To talk about psychics, we have to talk about apathy syndrome. Today, let's discuss the history of apathy syndrome. According to historical records, thousands of years ago, humans didn't suffer from apathy syndrome, or if they did, the proportion was minuscule. Back then, though, life was simple and people often lacked food and clothing. Human interactions were rich with emotions, far more intense than today. They believed family and lovers were more important than their own lives. This led to acts like cutting flesh from their own bodies to feed a loved one or giving away their clothes to a lover and freezing to death. Later, according to experts, the prevalence of apathy syndrome arose from evolution. The war between humans and the insectoid race had dragged on for too long. For a vast stretch of time, humanity was on the losing side. It was all too common for a single ordinary insectoid to easily kill hundreds of people. At first, humanity's strategy was to hide. But there were always those left behind, which required leaders to possess a rationality far beyond ordinary humans, knowing when to sacrifice. Leaders who couldn't do this were naturally weeded out by survival of the fittest. Gradually, interstellar humans grew accustomed to life and death, becoming extremely indifferent to life and to all emotions around them, a necessity for survival at the time. For a long time, no one thought this was wrong. Survival was everything. Any change that helped survival was considered right. Back then, apathy syndrome indeed helped interstellar humans survive one disaster after another, allowing them to tenaciously persist in the face of the powerful insectoid race. It wasn't until the invention and use of firearms that humans gradually gained the ability to contend with the insectoids through technology. Seizing this respite, humanity frantically developed science and technology. Holographic technology was initially invented to better train soldiers. It wasn't until 100 years ago that humanity finally achieved a stunning reversal of fortune. But the problem of apathy syndrome grew ever more severe, becoming increasingly unnecessary, even a source of disaster. Many tried to solve the problem, including geniuses from various fields, but they often took wrong turns. Since apathy syndrome couldn't be cured by any medication, people were uncertain whether humanity had truly begun an irreversible evolution in that direction. Eventually, a man named Luya discovered that apathy syndrome could be alleviated by certain works of art, earning him the title of Father of Psychics. Lu Yuan was hearing this theory for the first time. So that was how apathy syndrome came to be, a self-defense mechanism against external enemies, but in the long struggle, humanity had lost its unique emotions. If humans were left with only rationality and not a shred of emotion, how were they any different from beasts or machines? Dai Li and the others knew a little, like about the Father of Psychics Luya, and that art could alleviate apathy syndrome, but they hadn't known its true origin. Apathy syndrome at its core is a form of emotional deficiency. So what psychics do is imbue their works with emotion, allowing others to feel those emotions through the work, thereby alleviating the syndrome. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking. Gu Ling nodded approvingly. Exactly. As expected of a 5th grade talent, you've grasped the essence of being a psychic so quickly. Jinzi and the others were still baffled. Imbue a work with emotion? How? A work is inanimate. How can it have feelings? Lu Yuan remembered when he took painting classes as a child, his teacher had hinted to his parents that he wasn't sensitive enough for an artistic path. Now it seemed his artistic talent could run circles around the entire interstellar population. He wished his old teacher could see what true deadwood looked like. But Lu Yuan was curious. It doesn't sound that difficult. Is the so-called psychic talent just artistic talent? Then why are psychics held in such high regard? Gu Ling chose to ignore Jinzi's question. You're oversimplifying it. If someone has lost their capacity for emotion, how can they imbue a work with feeling? Lu Yuan suddenly understood. He had been thinking about interstellar problems with a modern mindset. The complexity and variability of modern humanity manifest in every aspect of life, a facet of emotional sensibility. It is precisely because of this sensibility that humans can so readily perceive the emotions woven into television dramas, novels, and artistic works. But the starfaring people had lost their sensibility, or what they saw and felt was merely a hollow unreality. Lu Yuan gained much from his first class. Gu Ling logged off shortly after to attend to her own affairs. The members of Qihong gathered with great enthusiasm, discussing their upcoming work. Jinzi spoke first. We've simulated the integration of a mentalist for quite a while now. And since Xiao Yuan happens to excel at making videos and music, it couldn't be simpler. Boss can use algorithms to merge Lu Yuan's videos and music into the copy worlds. Fatty added, but Xiao Yuan's videos don't quite align with the content we originally envisioned. I'm worried that a poor integration might ruin the effect of the videos. Lu Yuan recalled the starfaring games he had played before, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He asked, what kind of games were you planning to make before? Big Brother Dai said bluntly, since we had plenty of time ahem, we ended up creating game scenes of all kinds. There were battles against Zerg in a starry backdrop, territory struggles as space pirates, and gunfights in deserts and jungles. Enka added, and there was one where you fought sharks in the deep sea. Lu Yuan pressed his forehead. He could easily imagine at the deep sea scene, a darkness untouched by sunlight, where characters either moved heavily in oxygen gear or gasping for breath fought sharks by instinct alone. He thought about weaving the story of the primordial era into such a setting, and the very idea felt suffocating, even to him utterly absurd. Everyone furrowed their brows, clearly sharing Lu Yuan's sentiment. They had prepared thoroughly, never expecting the mentalist they found to play by such unconventional rules. Since it was a game, its appeal had to be broad. The starfaring people afflicted by emotional numbness could only accept what was real and logical. Only then would they believe and immerse themselves. Fictional and exaggerated elements weren't entirely ineffective, but it was a gradual process. They wouldn't accept such things from the start. Thus the primordial world was unsuitable as the first game to launch. Real logical. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as a sudden idea struck him. Everyone, would you mind if I set the background for this story? The others fixed their gazes on him. After hearing his idea, they were all silent for a moment. Dai Li spoke first. So you're setting up a world that doesn't exist, like your Pangu separating heaven and earth. Fatty was also speechless. How does your mind work? So many bizarre ideas. Other mentalists don't seem like this. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. He couldn't exactly say this was a world that had truly existed. Actually, Sister Gu Ling showed me videos from other mentalists. I found that their stories aren't real either. They're adaptations and inferences based on ancient artifacts and texts. So being logical is more important than being real. Dai Li nodded. Just like your Pango video. It's not real, yet some people still felt its therapeutic effect on emotional numbness. Lu Yuan nodded. Exactly. That's the point. And I think games shouldn't just be about fighting and killing. The core of a game is fun. Raising a pet, changing into a beautiful outfit, running a shop, farming, and harvesting. Anything enjoyable can be made into a game. Lu Yuan's perspective left the others stunned. Jinzi muttered, we've been making games for years, but I've never heard of such things. Dai Li, however, had a gleam in his eyes. He had always wanted to create something different, something that could reach as many people as possible, amplifying the mentalist's effect. If it worked as Xiao Yuan said, then it wouldn't just be for retired soldiers and men, girls, children, and even the elderly would want to play. He made an immediate decision. All right, let's do it Xiao Yuan's way. The others naturally agreed. Having dared to leave Miracle, they were not short on ambition for innovation. That evening, Lu Yuan stared at the name Lu Jing in his optical brain, hesitating. Lu Jing was the original owner's only family, and he naturally wanted to care for her, but he feared she might notice the differences between him and the original. He sighed. Forget it, he would put it off as long as he could. He withdrew the money he had earned from making videos, transferred 1,000 star coins to Lu Jing, and sent her a message. He told her that his videos on the Star Net were doing well, he had earned a good amount, and his job at Qihong was great, asking her not to worry and to take good care of herself. After that, he went online to order ingredients. He couldn't stand another day of nutrient supplements. The ingredients on the Star Net were very different from what he was used to. He picked out a few things that looked passable: a piece of black forest beast meat, some dark wheat flour, 4 potato-like vegetables, some blue flowered greens, and a few seasonings. For such a small amount, it cost him 1,367 star coins. Lu Yuan sighed deeply. In this starfaring age, he couldn't even afford a decent meal. As Gu Ling had said, the equipment arrived that very day. The group eagerly set it up and logged into the holographic space. Lu Yuan's first thought was of the deep-sea world Enka had mentioned. With Lu Yuan's imagination, the surroundings were enveloped in a shifting pale blue water. Clusters of coral grew on the seabed, and colorful fish occasionally swam by. A beam of light shone down from an unknown distance above. Xiao Yu came in this time too, exclaiming, "My God, this is absolutely beautiful." Jinzi stared, unable to look away, saying, "This is a deep-sea scene, but the deep sea is a place where light doesn't reach. It wouldn't be this bright. And I've never seen fish like these or coral in these colors." Fatty directly smacked his head. "Just tell me, is it beautiful or not?" Jinzi gasped, "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Even though I know it's fake, I'd be willing to stay here forever." The others laughed while Enka was busy recording something. Lu Yuan remembered the earlier plan. He would imagine scenes and Enka would model them. He asked, "What's the difference between this scene now and the one after modeling?" Dai Li explained, "This scene is entirely imaginary. You can see these things, but you can't touch them. They only exist as long as you sustain them with your imagination. Once you stop thinking, the scene disappears. After Enka models it, it becomes just like a real holographic scene." "I see. No wonder Sister Gu Ling said this device was a great helper for the spiritual age. It was indeed very useful." After Enka finished recording, the surrounding scene began to change again. A faint white mist spread across the ground, giving the whole scene an ethereal quality. Strange, never-before-seen flowers bloomed all around, faintly glowing, clearly extraordinary. Nearby were a few swings woven from flower vines so unreal they seemed not of this world. Lu Yuan named this scene the Celestial Jade Pool. After imagining a few more scenes, Dai Li and the others had moved from awe to numbness, simply recording non-stop. They were sure that working in such scenes would be incredibly motivating, and they could even include them in the game. They believed that just the scenes alone would draw many players. After completing several scenes, Lu Yuan was suddenly kicked offline. He then realized he had a headache and felt exhausted. Dai Li slapped his own forehead. "You must have overextended your spiritual energy." "How could I forget that? Guling mentioned it before. You can't use spiritual energy indefinitely, or you'll get headaches and nausea. You should go rest." Jinzi and the others chimed in, "Go get some rest. Leave the modeling to us." Lu Yuan nodded, "All right. Then we'll officially start building the game tomorrow." After agreeing, they hurriedly logged back online. Though the lights were still on, it was indeed time for sleep. He had intended to eat a couple of bites and then go to bed. But the sight of the nutrient supplement made him feel nauseous, whether from having consumed too much before or from mental exhaustion, he couldn't tell. Turning his head, he spotted the groceries he had bought during the day already put away by the robot, and immediately abandoned the idea of drinking the nutrient supplement. Even if he were to drop dead from exhaustion today, he would still have a proper meal. Many interstellar residents lived in places without kitchens. After all, they could barely sustain themselves. But fortunately, Rose Garden had them. As the former residence of a miracle engineer, this was considered a fairly upscale neighborhood, with room layouts and basic appliances fully equipped. Lu Yuan wandered into an empty room, and indeed found a place resembling a kitchen. The cooking utensils were similar in function to those of modern times, only more convenient to operate. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find a kitchen knife. After checking his optical computer, he learned that to prevent patients with Apathy Syndrome from using knives to kill or commit suicide, they had been replaced with vegetable cutters. Lu Yuan sighed. No wonder there wasn't a single sharp corner in the room when he woke up. Under the threat of Apathy Syndrome, everyone was a potential murderer or suicide victim. Shaking his head, he forced himself to stop thinking about it. He placed the potatoes into the vegetable cutter, set it to shredding mode at 3 mm, and within seconds a basin of fresh shredded potatoes was ready. After preparing the other ingredients, he stared at the black flour in front of him with dismay. Even if he didn't mind the unappetizing color, he had no idea how to knead dough. After some more fumbling, he actually found a dough kneading appliance. Once a lump of black dough came out, he shaped it into a bun, placed it in a steamer, and set the temperature and time. Then he took out a pan and stir-fried shredded potatoes and blue-floured vegetables with beast meat. It smelled quite good. So fragrant, so fragrant. What is that? It smells amazing. Jean Z followed the aroma and rushed over. Xiao Feng, you bought ingredients. Wait, you can actually cook. And it smells this good? Jean Z asked in astonishment, while sniffing, and the others wore equally covetous expressions. Natural ingredients were scarce in the interstellar era, and ordinary people generally couldn't afford them. Naturally, few possessed culinary skills, and even fewer could cook deliciously. I know a little. Just in time, let's eat together. Lu Feng couldn't explain how he knew, but he simply couldn't stand nutrient supplements any longer. Wait, let me first capture the aroma and colors. I can use them in the game later. Dai Li said as he searched for his equipment. As expected of Boss Dai, he could still think about the game, even at a time like this. Fatty thought admiringly. Jinzi looked at the dishes on the table and said reluctantly, "No need, natural ingredients are so expensive. You should eat them yourself to replenish your strength." The others nodded as well. During their time at Miracle, they only occasionally ate natural ingredients. They were simply too costly. But why didn't theirs taste this good? It was embarrassing the way they kept swallowing their saliva. Lu Yuan found their expressions somewhat amusing. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I made a bit of money from the videos I uploaded earlier, and besides, I intentionally cooked a large portion this time. It was meant for all of you. I've been wanting to treat you to a meal for a while, but never had the chance. Today the ingredients arrived, so I went ahead and cooked. While recording Dai, Li noticed that the portions were indeed generous. Not one to be overly polite, he said. In that case, let's not be shy. After we finish eating, everyone transfer 1,000 star coins to Xiao Yuan. Jean Z and the others were nearly driven mad by the enticing aroma and jumped up saying deal. But Lu Yuan objected, no boss Dai. I said this is my treat for the brothers of Qihong. Oh, and I've set aside a portion for Sister Xiaoyu. Having everyone pay would defeat the purpose. Since Lu Yuan insisted, Dai, Li graciously conceded. All right, then today we'll take advantage of Xiao Yuan's generosity and enjoy a meal of natural ingredients. Fatty swiftly picked up a slice of meat. It was tender and flavorful, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is incredible. My God, I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Lu Yuan smiled, accepting Fatty's praise. But when even Inca, who rarely spoke, couldn't stop complimenting, he realized that interstellar cuisine might truly be beyond words. After all, their primary mission was to defeat the Zerg and survive. Jean Z couldn't help but say, with cooking skills like this, why did you come work at our studio? Opening a restaurant would make you rich in no time. Lu Yuan inwardly regretted it deeply. He should have noticed earlier that there were no cooking or eating broadcast videos on the StarNet, or else he wouldn't have endured so many days of nutrient supplements. He could only stubbornly retort, my ambitions lie elsewhere. My ambitions lie elsewhere. Dai Li ate while showering praise. Xiao Yuan Guling was right. You truly are the perfect fit for our Qihong studio. Let me tell you, our aspirations are the same, to give ordinary people a chance to cure apathy syndrome. Everything else is mere worldly possessions. Fatty shouted, yes, that's exactly what I think. Jean Z chimed in, same here. Enka also nodded. Lu Yuan was speechless and could only smile and nod in agreement. Every sight and object here was completely different from the interstellar world. If not for knowing it was a holographic simulation, they would have truly believed they had traveled to another time and space. Lu Yuan frowned. After all, the characters were fictional, currently only wandering within a certain range. A quick glance might be fine, but upon closer observation, the artificiality would immediately become apparent. Boss Dai, how are the NPCs in the game set up? Can they be made intelligent? Lu Yuan asked, recalling the NPCs from the shooting game. Dai Li replied, generally speaking, NPCs are controlled by machines set to battle levels and are entirely rational. I want to know if we can make these NPCs more realistic. They would have certain initial settings, but wouldn't be purely rational. They would act according to their own methods, but events and experiences would also alter their settings. In other words, the same event at different times could elicit different choices from the same person, yet those choices would still be logical. Lu Yuan tried to describe normal human behavior in gaming terms. Dai Li, usually confident in gaming matters, furrowed his brow. This involves an enormous algorithm. You'll need to study it carefully. Lu Yuan hadn't expected this technology to be potentially achievable, which only strengthened his resolve to recreate the history of Daxia. I also envision this game as dynamic. For instance, initially set up with 7 nations, then interactions between them, alliances, wars, until one nation conquers the others and achieves unification. These developments would be driven by key NPCs following logical progressions, so it wouldn't appear as if game designers were manipulating the outcome. Dai Li and the others stared at him in astonishment. If earlier they thought it was a difficult challenge, but still achievable, after all, such NPCs had never existed before, they now realized. They also felt that a game involving a mentalist would inevitably be different from ordinary games. But when Lu Yuan stated his second requirement, they felt they weren't just making a game. They were truly creating a world. It was as if Lu Yuan were treating them like gods. Jean Z couldn't help but exclaim, at Miracle we were known as top-tier technicians and relentless workers, but I've never heard of such demands. Fatty added, other games are just about blasting through scenes. I thought our game would be harder and different, but I never imagined it would be this different. Inca struggled to hold back, but finally said, every blade of grass and every tree here is new, meaning everything required fresh modeling with no references. Lu Yuan tentatively asked, so, should we not do it? The group fell silent. They grumbled, but recalling the scene Lu Yuan had described, the feeling of creating a nearly real world, they felt their blood begin to boil. It's not entirely impossible, Dai Li said. Jean Z added, we need money. Fatty said, we need people. Inca concluded, we need technology. Lu Yuan smiled. It was rare to find a group of like-minded individuals when starting a venture. Well, there's no rush. Let's take the first step and we'll figure out the rest as we go. Lu Yuan thought for a long time. The historical era chosen for the first game couldn't be too recent, or there wouldn't be enough room for later changes, nor too distant, or it would be all pioneering plots that failed to attract players. This era needed to balance narrative richness with historical depth. He thought of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. The Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods were a prelude to unification, an era of contention among heroes. Among the states, strategies of alliance and counter-alliance prevailed. In thought, 100 schools of thought contended. In economy, the well-field system collapsed, giving way to private ownership. Talents emerged in every field. He believed this era would surely astonish the interstellar people. Standing in a vast white space, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. From this moment on, he would truly record the history of his origin. Others thought this was a game, but only he knew it was not. Composing his thoughts, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Around him appeared rows of low, humble houses. The streets were chaotic and disorderly. Vendors lined the roads, peddling all manner of goods, and an endless stream of people passed by, their faces etched with various expressions. Dai Li and the others felt a momentary daze, as if they knew not where they were. "Shall we build as we walk?" Dai Li, recovering his wits, replied, "Ah yes. Let us record this." As Lu Yuan and his group moved forward, similar structures continued to appear before them. They traversed bustling markets, walked through wooded hills, glided across a lake in a small boat, and finally arrived before a building of considerably grander scale. 2 large characters were displayed upon it. "What does this mean?" "The state of Qin," Lu Yuan said, his voice filled with emotion. "These characters are indeed different from interstellar script." Jinzi questioned. "Different times naturally have different scripts," Lu Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Dai Li said uncertainly, "So you intend to create a new written language?" Even the most reality-seeking mentalist would not use the scripts of that era during creation, and everyone understood this. History, after all, is merely history. Even deciphering a fragment of text is no easy feat. Not create. This was their language. Lu Yuan could not possibly restore the original script, so he had to use simplified characters as a substitute. Look at his vision, his creativity. Now that is a true mentalist. After his exclamation, Dai Li patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, I know you are destined for great things. But honestly, creating a language is manageable at the start. It gets difficult later on. Don't be too hard on yourself. Know when to let go." Even the ever-confident Dai Li had uttered the word give up. Lu Yuan could only offer a resigned, bitter smile and reply, "If it truly proves impossible, I will abandon it and revert to interstellar script." In the days that followed, the group immersed themselves in the frenzied work of game development. The workload was 100 times greater than they had ever anticipated. They had previously thought everything was ready, lacking only a mentalist. Now they realized that with Lu Yuan's arrival, all their previous work had to be scrapped and started anew. And that wasn't all. Lu Yuan's ideas were practically reaching for the heavens. Typical game scene construction is simple: a starry sky or a desolate planet. More complex ones might feature strange beasts or bizarre aggressive plants. At worst, they directly copy a real-world scene. Most are monotonous, using templates. But now this single state called Qin alone required a capital city, border towns, streets, residential areas, forests, and mountains. Not to mention the unseen flora and fauna and the local handicrafts. Enka was a mix of pain and joy. Though working overtime without cease, he was creating things he had never made before. He believed their game would be a massive hit even without the power of a mentalist. Jinzi and Fatty had no time for their usual chatter. They huddled within the holographic space, their fingers flying as lines of code appeared and vanished in rapid succession. Lu Yuan, with dark circles under his eyes, pulled the equally haggard Dai Li aside. "I want to configure the NPC's personalities using multiple dimensions. Not just the usual logic, combat, power, and intelligence. I want to add emotions, moral character, and loyalty. Emotions include familial affection, friendship, and love. Moral character encompasses kindness, friendliness, and evil towards those encountered. Loyalty applies to the sovereign, the people, and one's superiors." Dai Li was somewhat dazed. So complex. Is this still human? Interstellar people stripped of emotion are simple. Those with emotions are the minority, which is why the upper class feels so superior, not just because of wealth and power, but also because they consider themselves a higher order of being. Lu Yuan could only answer vaguely, "The people in this world setting are like this." Dai Li nodded and began to contemplate how to write the algorithm. "Come out, everyone. Good news." Xiao Ye's voice rang out. Unless necessary, Xiao Yu avoided the holographic space, preferring the real environment. She rarely disturbed the others when they were immersed in it. They knew something must have happened, so they all logged out and gathered in the living room. Xiao Ye's face was beaming with joy. The Game Alliance has announced that this year's game design competition has been moved up to the first half of the year. Our game is in dire need of publicity. Dedicated reviewers will be streaming it live. This is a rare promotional opportunity. Really, heaven itself is helping us. Jinzi exclaimed happily. A thought struck Dai Li and his expression suddenly changed. What's the submission deadline? Xiao Yu looked bewildered. 10 days from now? Why? Jinzi suddenly realized, our game's progress. Xiao Yu hadn't considered this. The speed of game development in the interstellar era was already very fast. A small game in 3 days, a large one in 5, was normal given the advanced technology and simple scenarios and plots. And she knew how thoroughly Dai Li and the others had prepared beforehand. She simply couldn't imagine the game progress not being up to par. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, "We have no money left for promotion. We can't miss this chance. How about we just put a simple version up?" Lu Feng thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Yu is right. We can't miss this opportunity." Jin Zi's head throbbed. "But we can't just submit a half-finished product. It would ruin our reputation." Lu Feng continued. It won't be a half-finished product. It will be one state. Our current setting includes 5 states. We can't finish all of them in 10 days, but we can start with the state of Qin. That directly reduces the workload by a fifth while preserving the core of the entire game. This is also standard procedure. As the player base grows, new maps are gradually unlocked. Typically, new maps are just supplements to the original, but the new map Lu Feng proposed would expand the world tenfold or more. But it was feasible. Alright, let's do as Xiao Yuan suggests. Once the decision was made, they immediately set to work. Lu Yuan marveled at the efficiency of interstellar people. In his past life, this would have required days of meetings. As Xiao Yu busied herself with preparing the registration materials, she began to notice the differences between Kahang's game and others. Unable to contain her admiration and awe, she, who never played games, said privately to Lu Feng, "These NPCs' clothes and accessories are so unique. If we ever sell physical merchandise, could you give me a set?" "Of course, no problem," Lu Yuan laughed. Xiao Yu was the only woman in their studio. They might even need her help for trial fittings. Xiao Yu's smile seemed rare lately. She said offhandedly, "Jin Zi said earlier that heaven itself was helping us. You know, he might be right." This year, the Game Alliance has a new column on the registration form asking if a mentalist participated in the game's development. They said they'll have a special section for it during the showcase. It's sure to be a huge hit. Such a coincidence. I recall there have never been games involving mentalists before. Lu Yuan felt a sense of unease. Everything seemed too perfectly aligned. True. Actually, when the concept of mentalists first emerged, some tried it. But the two never integrated well, so no one attempted it again. Xiao Yu then added, "By the way, have you gotten your mentalist certification? You'll need to submit it to the Game Alliance." "Not yet. They'll discuss it with Dai Li first," Lu Yuan replied. Getting certified required going to the Mentalist Association, and Dai Li had always been averse to it. After hearing about this, Dai Li's expression was hesitant. Finally, he spoke. "Xiao Yuan, you know my lifelong wish is to bring games infused with mentalist power to every person in the interstellar realm. But if you ask for my personal advice, I suggest you don't go. I've dealt with the association people quite a bit over mentalist matters. Mentalists certified by them come under their full control. Those who don't join the association are even worse off. They'll make you sign an agreement under the pretext of periodic qualification checks. Once you sign, your privacy rights are essentially no longer protected by interstellar law. The final decision is yours. No matter what you choose, you will always be Kahang's mentalist." Lu Yuan hadn't expected Dai Li to think this way. He knew how much Dai Li had sacrificed for this game. Yet he was now advising him against registering with the Mentalist Association. This was someone who truly considered his perspective. He specifically looked up the association's agreement and saw, just as Dai Li had said, that signing it meant having no privacy from the association. The association could, if deemed necessary, access a mentalist's address information and even records of their star network activity for certain periods. He resolutely abandoned the idea of registering. Dai Li led the show of support. "Even without the mentalist label, our game will still sweep the interstellar realm." Jin Zi and the others, though they didn't fully understand, had no objections to the decision made by the two. "I truly believe our game is the most fun in the entire interstellar realm. When they experience the power of a mentalist, their jaws will drop in astonishment." Lu Yuan felt that being able to meet these people through his transmigration was a stroke of luck. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the final day, Qihang Studio uploaded their game, Jiuzhou. The term Jiuzhou first appeared in the Tribute of You chapter of the Book of Documents, later becoming a poetic name for the vast lands of Daxia. At the Alliance Game Center, manager Edwin chatted with Aigu, the general manager of Miracle. "Manager Edwin, how many games currently involve psychics?" Edwin smiled and replied, 3. Your Miracle from Miracle Hope, from Reincarnation, and Essay from Revelation. But I've reviewed all the game data, and barring unforeseen circumstances, your Miracle should claim first place." Aiguda laughed with confidence. "We invested heavily in this game, specifically recruiting psychics from the Psychic Association. Even the name carries our brand. I believe no game can rival its appeal. Still, we must thank the Game Alliance for this opportunity to showcase ourselves." Edwin remarked, naturally. The Psychic Association gave the nod, so we moved the game competition forward. A great game paired with perfect timing. I trust Mr. Aiguda's plans will come to fruition sooner. All for the Psychic Association. For the Psychic Association. The star Sirius had an eternal sun that never set. As midnight struck on June 27th, the Game Alliance's website refreshed with countless newly released games. Among them, Jiuzhou lay hidden in an inconspicuous corner. At the top row, 3 special slots were designated, marked with the label Psychic Involvement. Countless gaming enthusiasts and idle souls flooded into various games. When Shi, a student at Alpha Military Academy, whose father was a renowned mineral tycoon on Alpha and never lacked psychic treatments. His family employed a dedicated psychic physician for regular mental therapies. As a military cadet, he also craved adrenaline-fueled games. He was always among the first participants in the annual Game Alliance competition. Seeing the 3 games flagged with psychic involvement didn't spark much curiosity. In essence, he believed combining psychic works with gaming wasn't a great experience. His family psychic had already tested it on him. He casually flipped through pages, scanning the myriad of games on display. One game icon named JoJo stood out with its distinct art style. It depicted a round, luminous orb, mountains and rivers, a curved shadow, and countless stars reflected in the water. The scenery was too beautiful to resemble a game. Without hesitation, he donned his holographic visor, clicked the icon, and entered the game. He entered the nickname, Wen Qi. A customer service prompt rang out. Dear player, welcome to the game. Notifications are as follows. 1. This game is a role-playing game. Please portray your character according to the era's features. 2. The game's era is in flux. Per the rules, past events and eras will not repeat, and time flow is irregular. Cherish each gaming session. 3. If a player crosses a long time span, NPCs will automatically treat the current player as their descendant, inheriting property and resources as one entity. 4. Your initial identity is random, but you can change it through effort. 5. Upon death, you will be reassigned a random identity and previous property will not carry over. 6. Suicide or intentional death in game results in a permanent ban. Identity assignment in progress. Current game time 359 BC, era spring and autumn and warring states period. Enjoy your game. When she found the notifications baffling, what was role-playing? What did crossing eras mean? Random identities probably meant different factions. What was BCE? What was the spring and autumn and warring states period? He had never heard of them. A flash of white light later, when she arrived on a muddy path. He noticed his attire, a gray coarse cloth short robe, his hair tied in a bun secured by a wooden stick. He found it fascinating. This outfit would be inconvenient for combat. He had no weapons and his gear was inadequate. He opened his status panel. Name Wen Qi. Identity Qin, peasant farmer. Wisdom 310. Strength 510. Assets 1 acre of thin farmland. He gazed at the surrounding mountains and forests, marveling. In the distance were hills, waters, and earthen houses, each scene distinct and stretching endlessly. A tremendous effort must have gone into creating this. He looked up. What a beautiful blue sky dotted with pure white. That glowing orb must be the sun from the icon. The scenery was breathtaking. As he walked, he touched unfamiliar plants, each unique and unknown, perhaps poisonous. On Sirius, plants were scarce and monotonous, mostly for food or nutrient-based ingredients. He felt he could spend a whole day just observing. Have you heard? In Yue, there's a beauty who washes silk by the stream every day. Her figure is stunning. Especially when she clutches her heart, she looks like a celestial descending from heaven. 2 men dressed similarly to him approached, carrying hoes. You mean she? Sure. I've heard of her too. Too bad she was born in you. Those barbarians only know how to fight. Wu, so uncivilized. When she was amazed to find that although they weren't speaking standard interstellar, he could understand them. The game developers must have installed a language conversion module. Quite a thoughtful touch. Based on past gaming experience, even without a weapon, defeating someone barehanded should earn him a weapon reward. Acting on impulse, he clenched his fists and kicked both men to the ground. Who are you? Why are you hitting us? One peasant covered his face and cried out. When she replied coldly, naturally your enemy. He's from another kingdom. Call the soldiers. Before Wen Qi could give chase, the two returned with a squad of men in strange armor wielding blades. He assumed this was the second wave of enemies and charged in. Yet back in reality, a bewildered Wen Qi thought, that's it. I'm dead. This lousy game is so unfair. 7 or 8 armed opponents, how could I possibly beat them? But when he tried to log back in for revenge, he found a restriction. After death, he had to wait 3 hours. Wen Qi couldn't help cursing, what a trash game. Yet the more he thought, the more unwilling he grew. He realized he had been too reckless. Next time he should play it safe, gear up first, then prevail. After enduring the 3-hour wait, he logged in again. This time his random identity was a peddler. He dumped the miscellaneous junk from his basket and set out for revenge, but halfway their hunger struck. The game included a physiological module. How troublesome. During field marches, they usually carried separators to break down plants and animals, extracting nutrients for nutrition supplements. But this game clearly lacked such tools. An idea struck him, so he summoned his panel and typed in the world chat. Anyone else in this game know how to eat here? Mingming, bye-bye. Oh my god, they're all eating natural ingredients. Things I've never seen. I've been drooling for ages, but I'm a beggar and can't compete with them, crying emoji. Lamlin. I've been so absorbed in the game I forgot this feature. The crops here are edible and many mountain plants, called wild vegetables, are too. Most animals are edible except small ones and long snake-like creatures. Mingming, bye-bye. Lamlin, how do you know so much? How do you play this game? I've spent all my time sightseeing. It's gorgeous and every scene is unique. Lamlin. I randomly became a restaurant helper. I've been watching them cook, serve, and eat all day. I snuck some leftovers. It's delicious. The game even uses a flavor simulator with so many recorded dishes. So extravagant. Wen Qi frowned. Don't you fight? Isn't a game about fighting? Lanlan quickly replied, not really. After dying, once I finally understand role-playing. I'm just a shop assistant. greeting customers, and doing chores. And I've learned to cook. I watch the simple dishes and think I can try them if I get ingredients. Mingming bye-bye, take me with you. I have nothing and I'm starving. When she wondered if he was playing wrong and typed, where can I find ingredients? Lanlin, the chef here says mountain prey is delicious. Since you can fight, you should be able to hunt. Nancy, I just saw your messages. Nancy, so I'm not the only one in this game. Oh my god, do you know how beautiful the clothes and accessories are here? The way these NPCs walk is so unique. Everything here is unfamiliar. It's like stepping into another world. Her excitement was palpable from her messages. What identity did you get? Nancy, a noble lady. The clothes and accessories they prepared for me are lovely, and the pastries are so delicious, I ate too much. My maid says there's a performance this afternoon. I can't wait. Mingming bye-bye, why? Why am I a beggar? I want pastries too. Lanlin, remember this is a role-playing game. Let's not act too strangely. Who knows what these NPCs might do? Nancy, you're right. The maids gave me weird looks after I finished the pastries, but they didn't say anything. I need to restrain myself. Death means a new random identity, and I might not get a noble lady next time. Mingming bye-bye, should I commit suicide? No. Death means a 3-hour wait, and I can't stand it. On the other side, Dai Li and his team frowned as they looked at the paltry number of players displayed on the back end. Dai Li took a deep breath and said calmly, it was to be expected. Now that games made with the involvement of psychics have suddenly appeared, everyone is naturally flocking to those 3 titles first. Lu Feng chimed in, Dai is right. We already have 5 players logged in at the start. That's leagues ahead of most other games. The majority still don't have a single soul. Hearing this, the others relaxed. Our game is fantastic, more people will come eventually. Goldie shouted, let's get back to finishing the rest of the work. They nodded and returned to the holographic space to continue developing, leaving only Xiaoyu to keep watch outside. A thought struck Lu Feng. He remembered his long-neglected StarNet video account and opened it to find a flood of private messages. Earlier, to avoid trouble, he had written in the tags, not a psychic who any video effects are pure coincidence. Yet so many still messaged him. Now that he had posted a second video and removed gift restrictions, his account had accumulated over 100,000 star coins. He paused, having originally planned to abandon this side project and focus solely on developing 9 provinces. But seeing so much money, he felt a shameful temptation. His holographic space now encompassed 4 nations, and since he couldn't assist Dai Li's work updating the video, seemed feasible. After the war between the sorcerers and the ancients, the heavenly court was left empty with many divine posts unoccupied. Lu Yuan reopened the software to create animated figures. It happened to be the Song Dynasty in the mortal realm. King Zhou the ruler was licentious and depraved, even daring to defile the statue of the goddess Nuwa in her temple. Nuwa summoned the 9-tailed fox to overthrow the Song Dynasty. Meanwhile, Lady Li, wife of Li Jing of Chintang Pass, had been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months without giving birth. After executing Su Daji, Jiangxia requested the conferment of the gods and began bestowing divine titles one by one. This video took Lu Feng the longest to produce, clocking in at nearly 2 hours. Since he was intimately familiar with the story of the conferment of the gods, this duration was the result of heavy compression. This episode was packed with sincerity, but its primary purpose was promotion. He inserted advertisements at both the beginning and the end. The game I helped create, 9 provinces, is currently competing in the Game League. It offers an experience like no other, and you're all welcome to try it. Several times throughout, he subtly embedded the name 9 provinces through hints, a painstaking effort. He then changed his signature to, I've joined Qihong Studio. The game 9 provinces, which I contributed to, is now showcased in the Game Alliance. Video updates will be sporadic. The world is vast, if fate willing we'll meet again. Satisfied with explaining his situation while promoting, he turned his attention elsewhere. At the Beta Star military district, Lu Weici fastened special shackles on the restrained man, suppressing his struggles, and asked, his gaze unwavering, why won't you talk? The man glanced indifferently. Talk about what? This planet is unbearably dull. Watching people lose their minds isn't entertaining either. We're all going to die anyway. Why not sooner? A nearby soldier grieving over a fallen comrade spat. Then why not just kill yourself? Why murder your own brothers? The captive remained calm amid the chaos. Brothers? They're just organisms. Humans kill bugs, bugs kill humans, humans kill humans. It's all the same, isn't it? Enough. Lu Weici stopped the soldier from lunging forward. He's at stage 5 of Apathy Syndrome. Arguing with him is pointless. With a final glance, Lu Weici ordered, lock him in the basement. A nearby officer seemed reluctant, but said nothing. Stage 5 Apathy Syndrome was beyond the cure of even a level 5 psychic, and there were no psychics left. The basement, 3 kilometers underground, was devoid of sunlight and plunged into eternal darkness, the most feared place among interstellar citizens. It housed military personnel with uncontrollable apathy syndrome. Soldiers were especially lethal. If they chose to kill, they could silently annihilate an entire platoon without detection, their minds as precise as a quantum computer. Thus, the military confined them deep underground. Soldiers understood soldiers best. No matter how skilled, none could escape, only succumb to fear and despair until death. Lu Weici closed his eyes briefly and murmured, "How many times is this?" Someone replied, "The 5th this month. The frequency of incidents is escalating." Major Lu, we found him, wind without trace. Lu Weici rushed over. "Where is he?" The technician pulled up the data. The IP address traces to Rose Garden number 13. His real name is Lu Yuan. It shows. Strange, it lists him as a level 4 apathy syndrome patient. Ever since Lu Weici watched Wind Without Trace's video, he had been trying to contact him without success. Desperate, he sought other means to obtain information. Previously, the military district could access anyone's data freely, but times had changed and their permissions were severely restricted. In truth, if Lu Yuan hadn't stayed offline from Starnet Video, they would have located him sooner. The technician expressed doubt. "Colonel, is Wind Without Trace really a psychic? He keeps insisting he isn't, and now the records show he's a level 4 apathy patient." Lu Weici replied, "It's not about what he says, but what he does. If he were truly a level 4 apathy patient, could he make videos? Coincidentally produce content that alleviates apathy syndrome? And if an ordinary person became famous just because people suspected he was a psychic, what would he do?" Heads speak ambiguously to rake in more star coins, not rush to deny it. The technician's eyes lit up. "So he really is a psychic?" Lu Weici remained cautious. "Not necessarily. But this Lu Yuan is certainly no ordinary man. I need to go there myself. He mentioned making a game. Check it out." "Yes, sir." "At a university dormitory." "What the hell? I got kicked out already." Nanny shouted in frustration. She tried again and again only to see, "Your online time has exceeded 8 hours. Please try again in 2 hours." Her roommate, just returning from class, exclaimed in surprise, "What game has you so hooked? Spending over 8 hours in holographic space will leave you dizzy and nauseous." Nanny regained her composure and stopped trying to force her way back in. "You guys, I just watched an incredible Song Dynasty performance. The dancers wore flowing long sleeves, twirling beautifully, and the song, Ode to the Orange Tree, was absolutely enchanting. There are Song Dynasty performances in games. I thought it was all about fighting." Though Nanny didn't understand the lyrics, the melody lingered in her mind. She hummed, "Oh glorious tree with oranges bedecked." "Beautiful. Go on," her roommate urged. "That's all I remember." Nanny sighed. With nothing better to do, she felt an unexpected urge to share. "This game is nothing like the others. Your identity is randomly assigned. I was lucky. I got a noble lady." Her roommates were stunned. Is it really a game? Or did you just time travel into another world?" "Of course not. Check it out yourselves if you don't believe me." "All right, let's play together." "Deal." They all paused, realizing their relationship had always been distant. In the interstellar era, social interactions were cold. Even as roommates, they barely exchanged greetings. This was the first time they had bonded over a game. Without delay, under Nanny's guidance, the other 3 registered accounts agreeing to find Nanny in-game regardless of their assigned identities. They donned their holographic visors, but as they tried to enter, a prompt appeared. "The game is currently full. Queue position 956. Bewildered, they removed their visors. "This game is this popular. Almost 2,000 players. And the server can only handle 1,000. The developer is Qihong Studio, a small startup. Probably strapped for cash." They were wrong about Dai Li, who had spared no expense on servers. But due to time constraints, they had only built the map of the Qin state using barely a tenth of the holographic space server's capacity. The limited area restricted player capacity, how otherwise the experience would descend into chaos. Following Lu Yuan's advice, Dai Li set the cap at 1,000. Since the Game League showcase lasted only 3 days, they expected the player count wouldn't exceed that initially. Nanny's eyes widened. "No way. When I logged in, there were only 4 of us. I spent the afternoon watching performances, and now it's this crowded. Are you sure you didn't log into the wrong game?" "Impossible. It's 9 provinces. The art style is unmistakably different. Yeah, the icon has the sun and moon you mentioned." They exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. "Let's queue. I have a feeling this game will only get more popular. If we don't queue now, we'll never get in." Nanny nodded. "Right? Dying logs you out for 3 hours, so plenty of people will die off early." At the Qihong Studio, Xiaoyu urgently pulled Dai Li and the others out of the holographic space. "Come quick, players are reporting they can't log in, and they're complaining loudly. Is there a bug?" The players in this world were different from those in Lu Yuan's past life. They would ignore things that didn't interest them and were too lazy to leave comments. For Jojo to receive so many complaints despite having few followers was indeed a spectacle. The small website they had built themselves had a simple interface with a little white ship against a starry backdrop. It was something they had thrown together idly and rarely maintained. Yet now the comment section was constantly refreshing with complaints. "What kind of crappy game is this? I died once and can't get back in. Am I seeing things? A capacity of just 1,000 people. It'd take a century to find a smaller holographic server. I came here following the video by the big shot. Wind leaves a mark, but I can't get in at all. Never seen a game you can't even enter. Where's the game designer? add more servers, and increase the player cap. This little shabby company is so unambitious. Right when the game competition is on, you're limiting the numbers. I want to keep eating at the restaurant, let me in. They'll wait until daytime to log in. The sun sets at night there, and the darkness is terrifying. The moon appears and disappears. I'm starting to wonder if this is really a game or some other world. I'm curious how those people survive. I just wanted to fight someone, and they shouted I was a spy and killed me. Has anyone been to you state? They say she sure is beautiful. Ooh, I want to see her. The comments refreshed so fast they couldn't keep up. Daili exclaimed in surprise. How did so many people suddenly appear? What happened? Lu Yuan saw a flicker of emotion in Xiaoyu's eyes for the first time. We're ranked 89th. We've broken into the top 100 in just one day. At that moment, she didn't forget her professional acumen. But the players are complaining a lot now, and the game ranking is based on player count. Can't we remove the cap? Lu Feng hadn't expected so many people in just a few days. We can't remove it. The hallmark of JoJo is role-playing. If there are too many players, it will greatly diminish the experience. Daili nodded. Xiao Yuan is right. Then what do we do? With only 1,000 players, our ranking won't rise. The game competition ranks based on player count and online time. Xiaoyu said calmly. Our second nation is almost ready. We can launch it first and work over time. It's not impossible to have the third nation online within 3 days. Daili made the final decision. Lu Feng suddenly had an idea. We don't have to launch it directly. We can let the players participate. At Nancy's dormitory. Oh no, it's time, and I got kicked out again. Who knows how long I'll have to queue to get back in. Don't those people ever sleep? Yeah, at first some were scared of the in-game night, saying it was too dark and creepy, but now they're getting used to it and don't log off even late at night. Nancy sighed. Lin Jiu was idly scrolling through her light, brains seeming to want to say something, but holding back. That was how interstellar people were. They minded their own business, spoke little, and didn't want to disturb others. Even in the same dorm, it was normal not to greet each other. Ever since Nancy sparked their curiosity about the game, they occasionally discussed it together. In the game, they also gathered around Nancy since they weren't nobles, and a song and dance performance wasn't cheap. Noticing Lin Jiu's hesitation, Nancy asked, Lin Jiu, what's wrong? Lin Jiu was blunt. I don't think it's right for us to keep freeloading off you like this. Nancy's eyes widened. Why? It's great when we're together. We can discuss fun things. To us, we're playing together, but in the eyes of that NPC, we're just mooching. Most importantly, I feel this game isn't that simple. We should go out and see more, or it's a waste. You have a point. I'm getting a bit bored staying in that big yard all day. But where should we go? Nancy asked. Look, the JoJo official website has been updated, said another roommate Mary. An announcement appeared on the usually empty site. In response to player requests, JoJo will add new maps. Each new nation increases the player cap by 10001,500. When a player discovers a new map, it will officially open. The first to find it will receive a system reward of 1,000 taels. As soon as the announcement was posted, comments flooded in. Hurry up and change the 3-hour wait after death. I want to unlock you state and see she sure. 1,000 taels. My god, a good steam bun here only costs 1 coin. This random system is toxic. I rolled beggar 3 times in a row. I can't believe it. I think the most likely to be unlocked is Jean State. The game is very realistic. From what I know, Jean State and Jean State have a good relationship. Their princesses often marry into Jean, and the people call it an alliance of Jean and Jean. Nancy suddenly said, let's look for Chu State. Ode to the Orange was written by a Chu poet named Chu Yuan. I heard he wrote many great works called Chu Ci. There must be many people in Chu who sing them. In the JoJo game, the world was no longer as quiet as before. Information refreshed at dozens of lines per second. The players on the streets wore cold expressions but couldn't control their wandering eyes. Most of them had died at least once. After suffering a beating from Qin soldiers, they understood this game was different from others. They didn't want to walk on the same street with so many people, but couldn't help staring at the strange and novel things around them. And knowing that many around them were NPCs, they gradually got used to it. When she brought 2 roasted rabbits to a beggar by the roadside. Brother, do you have a dream? One beggar said to another. The young beggar, who looked about 10, rolled his eyes and said fiercely, this is my turf. Get lost. Ming Bai tugged at his matted hair and continued, a corner like this is your turf. Let me tell you, begging has no future. You can't be a beggar forever. Why not follow me? They'll treat you to the good life. The young beggar thought the guy was crazy. Are you sick? If you don't leave, I'll call someone to beat you up. Ming Bai persisted. I'm serious. Look how long you've been squatting here. Has anyone given you anything? Here, little beggar, buy some buns. A portly man casually tossed 2 copper coins to the young beggar. Ming Bai's anger flared, and he looked at the man with longing, hoping for the same treatment. The man scoffed. You're this old with hands and legs, and still begging. Shameless. He walked away without looking back. Ming Bai felt insulted, experiencing a long-lost surge of anger. When she couldn't bear it anymore, and pulled Ming Bai to a cleaner spot. Big shot when you're here. I'm starving. Ming Bai cried out pitifully. Over these days, he had learned to change his expressions freely. If not careful, one might mistake him for a real NPC. If not for the ID above his head, he could have perfectly blended in with the local beggars. Wenqi felt a momentary discomfort seeing his ID and expression. Interstellar people didn't show such obvious emotions, but the NPCs here were so vivid. Sometimes he wondered if in the game they seemed more human, while the players seemed like soulless NPCs. Didn't you commit suicide to reincarnate? Mingming bye sighed. I don't dare. I heard some people did it, and they really couldn't log back in. The game recognizes light brain identities. The game creator really has guts. Isn't he afraid of angering the players? This is the first time I've seen such a tough game. Mingming bye had been through too much. He had no skills, no assets, and was weak. If not for Wenqi's occasional handouts, he would have starved, begging alongside those NPC beggars. He'd rather die. Did you see the official announcement? I'm planning to look for clues about other nations. What are your plans? Wenqi asked. Mingming bye knew he couldn't rely on handouts forever, but he didn't want to commit suicide either. Big shot, you go ahead. I've learned a thing or two as a beggar. I've thought it over. Beggars are everywhere in Qin, and there's no network here. But we players have game panels to exchange information. Wenqi raised an eyebrow. You're thinking of becoming an intelligence broker. It was a good idea, but the reason many players hadn't done it was that interstellar people weren't good at teamwork. They preferred going solo. Forcing them to cooperate was worse than death. Mingming bye nodded. Exactly. Seeing him like this, it seemed worth a try. But do you have startup capital? Without anything, those beggars won't listen to you. Sai, the damn game designer, didn't add a Starcoin exchange. If I ever meet him, I'll fight him. For now, I plan to look around for money-making opportunities. I've heard the game setting is very primitive. If I invent something, I'm sure I can save up. Wenqi scrolled through the world channel and said flatly, you'd better hurry. I see a lot of people thinking the same thing. What? Mingming bye opened his panel and saw many discussing what to produce. I won't keep you. I need to prepare quickly. Clearly, he had sought out numerous beggars, approached seemingly wealthy NPCs, and even asked players, but the NPCs treated him like a lunatic, wanting to drive him away upon seeing him, while the players uniformly ignored him, responding with a single word, get lost. However, he ultimately found a partner, Lan, whom he had met at the very beginning to discuss business. Lan had originally been quite happy working at the restaurant, secretly learning some culinary skills and sneaking bites of food, finding it quite amusing to watch various NPCs chatting. But as more and more people entered the game, they realized that surviving in this world required earning money. So some players took the initiative to sell themselves to the restaurant owner, asking for less than their worth, working longer hours, and being better at attracting customers. Thus, the owner dismissed Lan, and she was furious. Even playing a game has become so competitive. In reality, Lan suffered from a mild case of emotional numbness, but for some reason, over the past few days, she felt freer, perhaps because she could express herself in the game. She transitioned from initially not wanting to speak to NPCs to now greeting customers without batting an eye all day. Meanwhile, he was still lost in his thoughts, not hearing Lan complain. What do you think we should do? I've thought it over, and this game's setting is simply too primitive. Just making a simple lighting device. Forget the technicalities, there's got to be metal, right? We need to find a mine, then refine it, and most importantly, there's no energy source. There's no electricity. If it's a generator, that's impossible. The technology is too complex, plus, there's no metal. Lan pondered. Oh, but I can make an automatic tissue dispenser. I've studied something simple. Are the materials simple? He asked with interest. Just wood, though it's a bit rough. Let's give it a try, Lan confidently replied. Just then the restaurant had paid Lan her wages, and the two eagerly bought raw materials and began their ambitious project. However, when they finally managed to create the tissue dispenser after exhausting their savings, they were left dumbfounded. What is paper? The NPC asked. He hurriedly replied, are you doing this on purpose? You don't even know what paper is. What do you use when you go to the bathroom? Toilet slips. What the heck is a toilet slip? What about reading? Don't you read? The NPC suddenly understood. Are you talking about bamboo slips? We do have those, but there's no bamboo for writing books. Those are far too precious for people like us to afford. He hurriedly dragged Lan to the street to look around. There weren't any at one shop, nor at another. After running around for quite a while, they couldn't find a single shop selling paper. Not willing to give up, he directly asked in the world channel, has anyone seen paper in the game? Soon someone replied, is there no paper in this world? How do they read? That's a good question. I've always been curious about how we recorded things before paper was invented. No one would be foolish enough to invent a tissue dispenser to sell, right? What a talent trying to sell a tissue dispenser in a paperless age. Among the laughter, he found the answer. There really is no paper here. They use toilet slips, which are bamboo pieces, and writing is done on bamboo slips. Don't ask me how I know this. Dumbfounded. The laughter was overwhelming. Had everyone lost their inhibitions in the game? He and Lan exchanged speechless glances. They didn't even think about this issue since they didn't need to go to the bathroom in the game. This game is really difficult. Of course, such things happen to many people. Some created flush toilets, others designed automatic storage tables, and share some synthesized artificial perfume using chemicals, and others developed large pots for automatic fire starting. But selling them faced difficulties. Either they were unusable or the cost was too high for anyone to buy. It wasn't until the players exhausted their wealth that they realized this era was one of chaos with primitive production methods and money could only be used to buy food and necessities. The official website of Qihong was hit by another wave of criticism. Garbage planning, give me back my hard-earned money. Does a game really need to be so realistic? Why can't I sell my products? When will the new map open? What are you all doing online? Open the map. First, making money isn't urgent. Aren't you making a game to earn money? Why not open exchanges for star coins and game currency? Xiaoyu could only pull them out of the holographic space again. Daili slapped his forehead. I can't believe I forgot to open the recharge channel. Xiaoyu was speechless. She had thought that this was the game's design highlighting something unique, and had even secretly complained only to find out it was an oversight. Lu Feng also smiled helplessly. The submission of the game was too rushed, and they only focused on creating the essential elements, neglecting the rest. Since that's the case, let's not launch the recharge system for now. Let the players fend for themselves for a while. Jean Z laughed heartily at the complaints on the official website. Xiao Yuan, your game has truly put the players in a bind. Their starting funds have all been spent, and some were earned with great effort. This era is one of chaos. Doing business requires understanding their needs. As for the luxury items they've created, I believe only a few nobles would be interested, but most players are commoners, and it's not easy to approach the nobility. Those players won't be forced to quit, will they? Xiaoyu asked calmly. Lu Yuan laughed. Don't worry, we'll set some money-making tasks for the players. The official website had a new message. After reading it, Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly. A player named Nanxi is asking about the dance licensing fee in our game. Licensing fee? Yes, they said they want to perform this dance during the school celebration. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a question. Although we haven't promoted the matter of spiritual masters, Xiao Yuan is a genuine 5th-level talent spiritual master, and the game content is casually a spiritual master's work. Heaven's spiritual master works are so valuable, we can't charge too little. However, those people don't know, and they wouldn't know if they're willing to pay more. Lu Yuan was momentarily silent. Daili glanced at Lu Yuan and said this dance was choreographed entirely by Xiao Yuan. The pricing should be decided by him. This game is something we created together, and we initially agreed that the pricing authority rests with Dailada. However, I'll share my thoughts. Our original intention in making the game was for ordinary people to play. Setting the price too high isn't appropriate. Instead, we shouldn't charge for non-profit nature, and for profitable content we should charge according to standard work prices. Daili was very pleased to hear this. He was initially worried that Lu Yuan would be unhappy with a low price, but was pleasantly surprised that Lu Yuan suggested no charge, and said great, I agree. Xiaoyu was also speechless. How did these two fools end up together? It truly isn't a family when they don't enter a family door. Alright, you are the bosses of whatever you say goes. The idea for licensing originated from the most reticent Lin Jiao. That day Lin Jiao stormed back to the dormitory. She had encountered a classmate from her childhood who learned to dance together, and neither of them had the talent of a spiritual master. However, the other party had a relative who was a spiritual master, allowing her to perform dances choreographed by spiritual masters. Because of the school celebration, her relative even specifically choreographed a dance for her. Normally that person would mock Lin Jiao, who would generally keep her head down and walk away, but for some reason she was very angry today. She suddenly said to her roommate who was waiting in line for Jojo, isn't the school celebration coming up soon? Shouldn't our dormitory perform a program together? Perform a program? Isn't that the job of spiritual masters? Nanxi casually replied, not noticing Lin Jiao's unusual behavior. Such artistic matters were typically reserved for spiritual masters, not because the school discriminated against others, but because the works of spiritual masters carried a calming power, while others were just fillers due to the scarcity of spiritual master works. I saw the performance of Orange Song in the game. It was truly beautiful. If we could get the official licensing from the game, we could rehearse together. Lin Jiao had always loved dancing. She was tall with long legs and flexible limbs, but lacking the talent of a spiritual master, and without a relative who could choreograph for her, she had no choice but to study another major. Yet Jojo is just an ordinary game. The licensing fee shouldn't be high. Others also showed some interest. After a quick discussion, they found the idea feasible. They genuinely enjoyed the dances in the game. Even if no one applauded, they would be happy dancing themselves. So Nanxi immediately applied on the official website, only to find out it was free. Nanxi and the others decided not to scold the dog planners for being too poor to maintain the server anymore. In the game, Nancy was a noble lady, so summoning singers and dancers was naturally effortless for her. Yet when she expressed her desire to learn dance, the dancer's expression instantly shifted. Lady Zhao, as a distinguished daughter of the Zhao family, dancing is but a lowly craft unworthy of refined company. How can you say that? The dance you perform is so beautiful, unlike anything I've ever seen. How could it be lowly? In our world, artworks are immensely popular, and you're not even a mentalist, yet you dance so well. You have no idea how much I envy you. The dancer, ignoring the player's anachronistic remarks, said, if the master finds out, he will surely beat me to death. Having played for so long, Nancy was well aware that this was a game with strict hierarchies. The nobility's disregard for the lives of servants made her deeply uncomfortable. Though she was a noble lady, her father was the true wielder of power. Lin Jiao whispered to her, "Don't press her further. Besides, she has a point. Let her teach us, and then we can secretly teach you." Nancy nodded, but the dancer's words served as a reminder. Although she had drawn a favorable identity, she was still at the mercy of NPCs. If her father ever decided to marry her off for an alliance, she would have no strength to resist. She needed to do something. Meanwhile, in the state of Qin, the players' fervor for business seemed to have been extinguished. They possessed vast knowledge capable of building robots, optical computers, and various devices. Yet all of this relied on having materials, mature production lines, and robots. They only needed to design the critical steps. The basic principles would be handled by robots. But in this new world, without substances bearing the same names as in their original world, they couldn't even grasp basic chemical reactions. Nevertheless, there were successes. A player named Kuluz crafted an automatic loom. Though automatic still required human power, it was far more convenient than existing methods. This piqued the interest of women in Qin, and many rushed to buy it. It even attracted local merchants, allowing Kuluz to earn his first pot of gold. The more astute realized that Qin had no intellectual property laws. The device was simple enough to replicate by researching and dismantling a purchased one. Some began selling their own looms at lower prices than Kuluz. The game imposed no penalties, and many local NPCs praised their ingenuity. Soon many started selling looms, but Qin was a small state. The market quickly saturated, forcing players to seek other opportunities. A system announcement suddenly appeared. The establishing trust through a wooden pole quest is now available. Xiangyang of Qin intends to implement reforms. To build credibility and promote change, he has erected 10 3-hang-long wooden poles at the southern gate and issued a decree: whoever carries these poles to the northern gate shall be rewarded with 50 taels of gold. Players near the southern gate could undertake the task. At the southern gate of Qin, players gathered to discuss how to initiate the quest. A man in fine robes arrived with a contingent of soldiers surrounded by a circle of wooden poles. "I am Xiangyang, a strategist of Qin seeking to enact reforms. Here are 10 poles. Anyone who moves them to the northern gate will receive 50 taels of gold per pole." The local NPCs were skeptical, but the players had no such qualms. Knowing the immense purchasing power of 50 taels of gold, they eagerly stepped forward, shouting, "He'll do it! He'll do it!" Xiangyang was pleased. Soon the 10 poles were carried away by players. The journey from the southern to the northern gate crossed the entire city, and many players regretted not lingering near the southern gate. Such a stroke of luck. If only I had wandered by the gate. It's all because this robe is too captivating. A bold player asked Xiangyang, "Will this quest be available tomorrow?" Xiangyang was speechless. He shot the player a glare and departed. After the 10 players completed the task and received their rewards, the system's voice resounded. The establishing trust through a wooden pole quest is complete. Xiangyang begins his reforms. First, abolish the well-field system, open up farmlands, recognize private land ownership, and permit land trade. Second, reward military merits, prohibit private feuds, and establish a 20-rank aristocratic system based on military achievements. Third, all players must strictly adhere to Qin's laws, otherwise they will be arrested by officials. Some players couldn't help complaining. "This penal code is too harsh with collective punishment. How can we play?" Others were excited. "Brothers, the chance to become nobles is here. Military merits. With them we can ascend to nobility. First you have to survive. This is an era with scarce metals. Battles rely on sheer physical endurance." Suddenly someone spammed the world channel. Lin Bai, seeking information on Yue Jinshu and Qin at a high price. He repeated this over a dozen times using oversized, colorful special effect fonts. These special effect megaphones cost real money, 10 for 1 tael of silver. In a time when everyone was practically destitute, someone spending so freely must be a noble or a merchant. Lin Bai was currently carving bamboo slips. He hadn't been fortunate enough to become a high-ranking figure. Instead, he was a hunter living in the mountains with various hunting tools. He was among the first 5 players to enter the game. While the other 4 chatted, he busied himself with hunting, seeing no need for communication. He preferred exploring the world alone. Later, when selling his prey to NPCs, he would chat with them. Through these conversations, he gathered much information, especially about other states. When the game announcement appeared, he became even more proactive. But he realized his access to NPCs was limited. Not all were willing to talk, and he mostly mingled with commoners who knew little. He wanted to visit the Qin Palace or noble estates, but after being killed as a spy once, he abandoned the idea. Frustrated and out of ideas, he was approached by a familiar NPC trader. "What's wrong, brother?" Lin, by now acquainted with him, said, "I'm looking for a place, but I don't know where to find it." The trader chuckled. "Roads are made by walking or asking. Ask around and you'll find out." Lin Bai smiled bitterly. "I've asked everyone around here. You hunt, sell to me, buy food from the shops on this street. How many people can you meet? Forget other states, Qin alone is vast. You've asked too few. So I have to travel across Qin asking everyone one by one." Lin Bai disagreed. "How long would that take? Why ask alone? Don't you have friends or family? Others who seek the same place. Work together, ask in different areas. Cooperation, Linbai murmured. It was a rare term. They preferred solitude and acting alone. Even when work required collaboration, tasks were clearly divided with each handling their own duties and minimal communication. He had never considered that players sharing the same goal could cooperate. This world had 1,000 players online simultaneously scattered across Qin. If their information were pooled, completing tasks would be simple. After much thought, Linbai finally posted this message on the World Channel. Soon he received a message from someone named Saber-Toothed Tiger. You're trying to complete the quest to unlock new maps, right? I don't want payment. I don't have much info, but I'll share it for free to contribute to unlocking new maps. Our Qin is in the northwest. It once fought Jin but lost. Many NPCs describe the tragedy. Later Qin fought the western barbarians, the Chuanrong, and won, expanding its territory. I think the new map lies to the southeast. Linbai received more messages. Indeed, many hands made light work. He replied with a unified thank you. Linbai wasn't short of money. His interest lay in exploring the new world. From gathering information, he realized he didn't have to be the one to unlock the new map. Other players could, and he could still explore it. So he posted on the official forum. He never imagined this first free-sharing post would spark a shift in the minds of interstellar people. Poster Linbai, I entered the game early and enjoy chatting with NPCs, so I've gathered much info on new maps. Recently, many have shared info with me for free. I've compiled the clues to the new map, hoping someone can unlock it soon. P.S. This feels like a team-based quest. Qin and the other states on the new map all originated from a state called Zhou. The Zhou ruler was decadent, but once to make his concubine Baosi smile, he lit beacon fires to fool the vassals. In this era, without optical computers, beacons conveyed military intelligence. Later Zhou fell, and the vassal states declared themselves kings, Qin among them. Among the many states, Qi was the most powerful under Duke Huan of Qi. Second was Jin, which once fought a war against Chu to its south, and won decisively. Chu was said to have a talented man named Chu Yuan. The ode to the orange tree danced by Qin's NPCs was his work. Qin in the northwest was once allied with Jin through marriages with NPCs, calling such unions the bond of Qin and Jin. Later relations soured, leading to war, which Qin lost. Qin then fought the western Chuanrong, winning and gaining its vast territory. You had a beauty named Shishir who often washed silk by the stream. To the south was Wu, considered backward with poor relations with Chu. It was said that Westminster Wu Zishu dug up and flogged the corpse of a deceased Chu ruler. After posting, Linbai used a megaphone to announce it, and then returned to hunting. He didn't notice the flood of replies. 1F Lulu. Thanks for sharing, great master. I'm overwhelmed with emotions. He'll also gather info and share it here. This game's setting is so detailed and complex. Who knew playing a game would require learning history? 2F Shuizha indeed. Can you believe this historical complexity came from a small studio? He'll also contribute info here, hoping to see what the new map looks like soon. 3F Lucky One. Since the master shared, he'll offer some clues too. According to my NPC father, the vassal states are powerful, but Zhou hasn't fallen yet. Its capital still has a small area east of Qin, though it's as good as gone since the vassals have declared themselves kings. 4F Shuizha. Looks like the user above has a significant identity. 5F Lucky One. I was lucky to draw a noble card. But a word of advice: if you get a noble card, stay low, learn the rules, scout your surroundings, and speak and act sparingly. Noble cards have pros and cons. The rules and taboos are terrifyingly strict. One misstep, and you might have to start over. I've seen many noble players who didn't survive their second day. 6F, La La Lane, back to the topic. The West is already conquered barbarians. Qin is in the northwest with the dying Zhou to the east. So the new map is clearly to the southeast. 7F DD, we have a direction, but we need a map. Does anyone know where they are in Qin? Where can we get a map? 8F So Fu, don't even think about it. Maps are strategic resources in this era, not easily obtained. Besides, in such a primitive dynasty, you might not even understand a map if you had one. 9F La Fei, thanks for sharing, master. Who knew playing a game could be so hard? The queues are maddening. I have a feeling the player count will only grow. Let's work hard to unlock the map first. Many saw the post, and those with information either posted it or sent it to Linbai. In the interstellar era, people were used to independence, doing their own thing. Now countless strangers were striving toward a common goal, sparking a strange feeling. That feeling was called passion. Nancy and the others in the Zhao family also saw Linbai's post. Sisters, my NPC father is just a deputy general. I wonder if he has a map. I need to go ask. Linjo stopped her. Nancy, wait. Have you noticed that this era is very unfriendly to women? Your father has a bunch of daughters and doesn't value you. If you go directly to ask him, he'll probably scold you. Nancy nodded. I've barely seen him since I arrived. He only cares if I've disgraced him. Linjo said, so you need to inquire discreetly and then draw the map. Nancy nodded and summoned her maid. Do you know where my father keeps important documents while bamboo slips? The maid replied, in the study, sir usually handles official business there. Nancy's eyes lit up. Go ask if father is back today. I want to have dinner with him. The maid found nothing unusual. Deputy General Zhao had over a dozen daughters, all vying to please him. She simply thought her mistress had finally started acting normal. Soon the maid returned to report, Sir has gone to the King of Qin's palace and won't be back today. Nancy exchanged a glance with Lin Jiao and the others before leaving. Initially intrigued by the architecture, she quickly found her way to the study, which was familiar to her. 2 guards stood at the door. The study is off limits to unauthorized personnel. Nancy spoke sternly, my father is at the King of Qin's palace discussing affairs. He sent me to retrieve something. Step aside immediately. The guards exchanged a glance, then stepped aside. The general had been frequently visiting the palace lately with many matters to attend to. Besides, his daughter had no reason to lie, it would only bring trouble upon herself. Once inside, Nancy indeed saw a large map spread out on the table made of animal hide. But she had no idea what all those lines meant. She took out the charcoal she had prepared, removed her outer garment, laid it on the table, and began to trace the map slowly. Soon a new post appeared on the forum. Map of Qin, take it as you need. Poster Nancy has titled this as a map of Qin, but I really can't understand it. Let's all take a look, hoping it helps unlock new territories. P.S. As far as I know, maps are crucial military assets in this era and must be kept secret. So don't let any NPCs see it, or you might be mistaken for a spy. Many below thanked Nancy for sharing, which gave her an idea. Her noble status brought her not just money and power, but also information. In this rigidly hierarchical era, much information was held only by the upper class. Perhaps she needed to get along well with her NPC father. At the same time, she knew he was a self-centered man, as she first had to make him see her value. With that in mind, she messaged Mingming Bei. I heard you're building an information network using beggars. How about including me? Mingming Bei was one of those who carried the log in Shang Yang's establishing trust by moving the wood task. With the 50 taels, he and Lan Lan were busily working. Receiving Nancy's message, he chuckled. Just when I was dozing off, a pillow arrives. I was exactly short of a channel into the nobility. When she roasted a wild rabbit over the fire while studying the map Nancy had uploaded, he didn't recognize most of the markings, but the raised lines probably represented mountains and the wavy lines water. The path he had recently traveled through uninhabited mountains and rivers matched a specific location on the map. He grew excited, realizing he was in the southern part of Qin and not far from the border. Sure enough, after half a day's journey, when Qi saw a towering city gate before him inscribed with 2 large characters Chu. He hurried forward, but 2 guards at the entrance stopped him. Who are you? Why do you enter our Chu? When Qi had previously logged in only within Qin's cities and didn't know that entering a state was not unrestricted. I'm here for business. When Qi said casually, nonsense. You have nothing with you. How can you be a merchant? I suspect you're a spy from another state. The guards grew more suspicious, seemingly ready to arrest him. Hearing the word spy, when Qi knew trouble was brewing. Acting on instinct, he turned and fled. In this game world, there was no reasoning. Once associated with being a spy, one would be directly tortured or executed regardless of the truth. He wandered dejectedly by the river, frustrated that he had reached the city gates only to be barred entry. The envious ones calumniate me, saying that I am given to wantonness. Hearing someone reciting, he rushed over to see. Charge. Kill him. A group of men in black were about to slay a young gentleman by the river. When she thought, is the typical game mode of fighting and killing about to begin? This feels familiar. Holding his self-made spear, he went to the rescue. Fortunately, there weren't many attackers. When she had done well in military academy specializing in close combat, so he wasn't intimidated. But he soon realized these NPCs were also trained. After a while, he began to lose ground. Men, save the young master. Guards in armor arrived, and the men in black, knowing they were outmatched, fled. Thank you, sir. The other man bowed courteously. I am Chu Yuan. May I ask my benefactor's name? When Qi's eyes widened. You're Chu Yuan. You're from Chu. Can you take me into the city? Chu Yuan did not agree immediately, but continued. Is my benefactor not from Chu? What brings you to Chu? When Qi knew these NPCs were quite intelligent, and Chu Yuan was no exception. He sighed and said, my name is Wen Qi. I was a hunter in Qin. I have no family left, so I sold my game and came to Chu to see if there were any business opportunities. Chu Yuan nodded. I see. Then please come with me to my residence first. Once you're settled, we can discuss business. Great. Chu Yuan was a famous figure, and Wen Qi had never seen the home of a noble before. This time there was no obstacle entering the city. As Wen Qi stepped into Chu, the system's announcement refreshed on the official website, and players could hear the broadcast. Player Wen Qi has found the path to Chu. The new map Chu is now unlocked. To ensure player continuity, the following updates are implemented. 1. The function to exchange star coins for in-game currency is now enabled. The total in-game currency is linked to each state's economic level. Within a certain economic threshold, the amount of in-game currency is fixed. Amounts exceeding this cannot be exchanged. 2. The number of players currently logged in has increased by 1200. Game account registration is now suspended. Registration restrictions will be lifted when the player cap matches the number of accounts. 3. The game's quest system is now online. Players can gain rewards and increase NPC favorability by completing tasks for NPCs. Once the announcement was made, players initially felt joy. Many had shared Lin Bei's post, and while not all the information was useful, they sensed it was the result of their collective efforts. After a long silence since the new map was announced, it was opened within a day of Lin Bei's post. Many celebrated with fireworks emojis in the post, feeling that the game was not only fresh, but exceptionally interesting. However, amidst the joy, players quickly began to curse upon seeing the announcement. So the developers mean to tie the amount of currency to the GDP, right? Is that really the case? Why be so realistic? They don't even want to give us a chance to make money. Don't forget, you're just a small studio. A friend just called to say registration is closed now. I habitually curse the developers, but thinking about it, will we no longer have to queue up in the future? I feel a bit pleased what's going on. Does gaining NPC favor mean receiving more information? I've long noticed how intelligent the NPCs in this game are. I cursed one of them the other day, and now when I talk to him, he completely ignores me. The key is he talks to other NPCs. Daily question: can't the setting of the sunset be changed to 2 suns? Although the scenery is beautiful, I'm really afraid of the dark. And at night, everyone is asleep, leaving nothing to do. Actually, I've gotten used to the nights now. Oh, I find watching the moon and stars very interesting. Hey, you people don't understand how wonderful the world is at night. Regardless of how players complained both in-game and out, Lu Yuan and Dai Li showed no signs of caring. They only focused on reporting bugs. If it wasn't a bug, they could play or not. Such was their attitude. The prolonged delay in launching the new map after the task was announced was unexpected for Lu Yuan. He hadn't anticipated that the interstellar people lacked a sense of cooperation, but fortunately the task was completed. With the opening of the Chu Kingdom map, the player count for the JoJo game surged dramatically, instantly jumping to 36th place. The prolonged player limit without a drop in ranking indicated that their gaming duration truly surpassed that of other games. Watching the ranking rise, Xiao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a year filled with so many games, for the first game of Qihong to rank this high, this wave of promotion was indeed successful. As for the players' complaints, she was indifferent. After all, despite their heavy complaints, they logged in without hesitation. Someone is visiting. The voice of the smart door sounded. Someone is here to see us. Xiao Yu murmured, calling out, "Open the door." Upon seeing 3 people in military uniforms entering, Dai Li felt a panic rise in his heart, instantly recalling the incident of checking Lu Yuan's address. Xiao Yu hurried over, a bit anxious, and asked, "Officer, what brings you here?" The officer in the middle in his 30s smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, my name is Lu Weiss. These 2 are my aides by Qi and Wen Qi. We are here to find Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan looked over in surprise. "I am Lu Yuan. I didn't expect you to be so young." Lu Weiss and the others immediately focused their penetrating gazes on Lu Yuan. Xiao Yu brought them some grape juice. "Please have a seat and talk." Lu Weiss got straight to the point. "Are you a mentalist?" Lu Yuan sensed that this identity would bring him trouble. "I am not." Lu Weiss chuckled lightly. "Little guy, you know how to hide your identity. I'm a colonel from Beta Star. I know more about the situation than you think. I advise you not to lie to a soldier, and I mean no harm." Lu Yuan felt relieved. A colonel from Beta Star certainly had the authority to deal with an ordinary citizen like him, especially since he had crossed over and couldn't withstand an investigation. "I apologize, I am indeed a mentalist. After too many people sought me out for this reason, I overreacted." Lu Weiss appreciated his honesty, recognizing him as a clever child. "Since that's the case, let's get straight to the point. You posted 3 videos on StarNet before. I imagine the Mentalist Association must have contacted you. Since you haven't become a member, would you be interested in joining the military?" Dai Li grew anxious, feeling this was a direct attempt to poach. Colonel Lu Yuan has already joined Qihong. Lu Weiss crossed his legs and casually replied, "I know. You've created a JoJo game. To be honest, integrating mentalist powers into a game is indeed innovative, but it requires long-term exploration. Why not apply your abilities where they excel? I think making videos would be great." Lu Yuan could only say, "Colonel Lu, I appreciate your consideration, but I have already signed an agreement with Qihong. As for your exploration, I may be overreaching, but I want to give it a try." Lu Weiss looked at him seriously. "Don't you want to hear my terms?" Lu Yuan's gaze was firm. "I know the military has better conditions than Kahang's studio, but I'm sorry, I choose Qihong." Dai Li was immediately moved, patting his shoulder. "Good brother." Lu Weiss, having risen to the rank of colonel, had sharp eyes and saw that Lu Yuan truly wasn't planning to change his mind. He continued, "The Mentalist Association has always been committed to maintaining the nobility of mentalists. They are indeed exploring the integration of mental power into games. The 3 games released by the Game Alliance this year are their attempts. Once the technology matures, it will only be available for nobles. Do you think they will allow JoJo to exist?" Lu Yuan thought to himself, no wonder the Game Alliance suddenly advanced the competition schedule, and no wonder there are games involving mentalists being released this year. So it was all the work of the Mentalist Association. Dai Li clenched his fists in anger. He had thought they had stolen his ideas to benefit ordinary players, but now it seemed they were merely using ordinary players as testers. Lu Weiss continued, You guys are smart not disclosing that your game contains mentalist powers, which is why they haven't noticed you. But I see your ranking is rising rapidly. Lou Weiss made it clear that their game would soon attract the attention of the Mentalist Association, and mentalists would not allow a game like JoJo to exist. Lou Weiss shook his head, truly a young man who wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. Here's my neural ID. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. After Lou Weiss left, a few of them felt both anxious and busy with game development. They suddenly found that keeping JoJo at this rank was a good thing, as it could serve as promotion while avoiding attracting the attention of the Mentalist Association. 3 days in-game equated to 1 day in the real world, and now there was only 1 day left until the game competition showcase. Alpha Academy. Today marked the 100th anniversary of the school's founding, and the entire academy buzzed with a livelier atmosphere than usual. Alpha Academy is renowned for its mentalist department. Other well-known departments are mostly art-related, aimed at complementing the mentalists. However, the number of mentalists is relatively small, so those without mentalist talent who study arts often have connections. The residents of Nancy Dormitory have all transferred from the dance and drama department to the game narrative department. They have loved singing and dancing since childhood and have been pursuing it as a hobby. When they were young and didn't test positive for mentalist talent, they were reluctant to give up until they started university. At this moment, there was no longer any reason to persist. Did you receive it? Did you receive it? Don't be late. Nancy anxiously called out while putting on makeup. I received it. Come see the custom outfits and accessories we ordered. They look amazing. Lin Jio's words were filled with laughter. Oh my, they look exactly the same. I never imagined I could wear something so beautiful in reality. The 4 girls in the dormitory chattered excitedly. Stop looking, hurry up. Otherwise we won't make it in time. Nancy shouted. A few girls hurriedly carried their bags toward the academy's largest auditorium. Lin Jio, I heard you signed up for the academy celebration performance. What will you perform, an on-the-spot script? Or a magic dance? A mocking voice rang out. Lin Jio's expression instantly turned cold. Aries, what does it matter to you? Every time I see you, you have to bark a few words. Are you a 4-legged beast? The term 4-legged beast refers to an animal in the interstellar world with minimal lethality, its bark resembling that of a dog on Earth. After 2 days apart, you seem to have become more talkative, but what use is that? Your family doesn't even have a reliable mentalist. Oh, what can you perform? I advise you not to go on stage and embarrass yourself. Aries lifted her chin and said. Lin Jio grabbed Nancy and the others who were about to argue. Ignore her. We have a lot to prepare. Let's hurry inside. Nancy and her group arrived backstage to prepare, surrounded by murmurs from the crowd. Who's that? Another psychic. Never seen her before. I think I've seen them before. They're from the game narrative department. A narrative department coming to perform. Has their apathy syndrome gotten worse? They drew a relatively early slot in the draw, so they had no time to dwell on the gossip. Hurriedly, they began applying their makeup, a style vastly different from their usual looks, elegant and dignified. Since they weren't yet familiar with it, it demanded more time. Donning their custom-made garments and adorning themselves with exquisite accessories felt like stepping back into the game. Emulating the poise of the game's maidens, they held their heads high, chests out, hands clasped before their abdomens, and took small measured steps. So beautiful. Is this a dance costume? How can they dance with such long sleeves? I've never seen clothes like this. What's that on their heads? Where can I buy it? I must watch their performance later. Me too. Most people backstage were either psychics or their relatives paying little attention to games, so they failed to recognize these as game costumes. Nancy and her companions exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling with amusement. Though confident in their dance, they were not psychics, and sharing a stage with them inevitably stirred a hint of timidity. Yet hearing the praises, they gradually regained their former confidence in dance. Hurry over, the next performance, Ode to the Orange Tree, is starting. They took a deep breath, and when they lifted their heads again, their gazes were calm. Mimicking the dance maidens from the game, they made their graceful entrance. They noticed many in the audience raising their left hands to open their light brains, looking utterly uninterested in the show. The host had already announced the performance's name and noted it was not choreographed by a psychic, so there was little reason to watch. Alpha First Academy's celebration was renowned, as many outstanding psychic works were showcased there, and even famous psychics would choreograph specially for their alma mater. Thus, many high society figures attended. Tickets for this centennial celebration were nearly impossible to come by, had it not been for a shortage of psychic performances. Since non-psychics were reluctant to humiliate themselves on stage, Nancy and her group might never have gotten the chance. Nancy and the others had already mentally prepared for this situation. They didn't dwell on it, they just wanted to perform well and find joy in it. As an ethereal melodious tune began, they raised their arms and slowly opened their mouths. O orange tree that came from southern land to bear such fruit, and there to stand. The audience lifted their heads one by one. For women in flowing wide-sleeved gowns danced gracefully to the music. Their voices were beautiful, their movements ethereal, instantly captivating everyone. Unyielding, how can you not be admired? Deep-rooted, hard to move, with no desires. The performance of Ode to the Orange Tree was brief, ending in under 3 minutes. As the four exited the stage, the audience snapped out of their trance, erupting into thunderous applause. What dance was that? Never seen it before. The music was beautiful too. Couldn't identify the instrument. It's called Ode to the Orange Tree, right? Didn't they say no psychic was involved? Yet I found it more captivating than any psychic choreography. The next performance was Iris. They had rehearsed extensively. It was specially arranged by her psychic relative. Yet the audience barely paid attention, engrossed in discussions about Ode to the Orange Tree. Iris was so furious, she couldn't maintain her composure, missing several steps. It was unheard of. A psychic work presented live, yet everyone was discussing an ordinary dance. Backstage, Nancy and her group were on the verge of joyful tears. Did you see that? They applauded us. Yes, they watched so intently. Someone timidly asked, "Excuse me, where did you buy those clothes and accessories?" Nancy, calming herself, replied, "They're custom-made from the game 9 Provinces. We have authorization to perform, so they're likely not available outside." 9 Provinces game. They'll download it as soon as I get home. Before the celebration ended, someone sought out the host for a video recording. No one was allowed to record except the organizers. The host said, "Our performance recordings are confidential." The person insisted, "I know psychic works can't be shared. I want the one for Ode to the Orange Tree. Wasn't it said to be an ordinary performance? I'd like to take it home and watch again." The host was taken aback. It was the first time someone requested a recording of an ordinary piece. "Hey, give me a copy too." "Me too. I also want Ode to the Orange Tree." Facing the growing crowd, the host could only say, "Let me ask the performers." When Ode to the Orange Tree was released on the StarNet, 9 Provinces also issued an announcement. Player Lin Bai has discovered the path to the state of Wei. New map Wei is now open. Game capacity increased by 1000. Player Machine Gun has found the route to the state of Zhao. New map Zhao is now open. Game capacity increased by 1000. Player Mingming Bai Bai has located the way to the state of Han. New map Han is now open. Game capacity increased by 1000. In the final hour of the game, rankings major game companies watched helplessly as 9 Provinces slowly climbed to the top spot. The game competition deadline arrived. Meanwhile, Alpha First Academy's Ode to the Orange Tree spread across the StarNet. Is this a psychic work? It can be shared on the StarNet. Who sacrificed themselves to enlighten everyone? My Apathy Syndrome dropped by 2 points. I've looped it 10 times and can't stop. I love the dance moves. The posture is so elegant. I recall Ode to the Orange Tree was marked as an ordinary work. I suspect it's a mislabel. Isn't this a performance from the 9 Provinces game? I couldn't afford to watch it in game, but now it's real. Fantastic. Speaking of 9 Provinces, have you noticed your Apathy Syndrome improving? I haven't measured it, but I feel much better. Have you noticed 9 Provinces has reached number 1? The conversation gradually shifted from Ode to the Orange Tree to 9 Provinces. Many rushed to register only to find the game wasn't allocating accounts due to player limits. They were speechless. It was the first time they'd encountered a game that wouldn't let them play. A new wave of complaints against the developers surged on the official site. What kind of crappy game is this? In this day, an age-limiting player counts. Just open a new server. How hard can it be? Clearly a small amateur studio. Don't they know how to make money? Open a new server and let me spend. Oh my god, just give me an account. Everyone around me is talking about this game. They claim it can reduce Apathy Syndrome. Sounds like fake marketing. If it's a lie, I'll report them. Lu Yuan and his team naturally saw these complaints, but chose to ignore them. The maps for the spring and autumn and warring states periods weren't even finished yet. How could they spare time to open new servers? When Shi from the military academy returned home on break, as usual, the family psychic would test his Apathy Syndrome. Typically, it would only increase by a few points and home treatment would suffice. But this time the psychic stared at the numbers, stunned. Have you been exposed to any psychic works at the academy? When Shi was taken aback. No. The academy was all training. Only actual soldiers had access to psychic works. Moreover, his constitution was special. Most psychic works were ineffective on him. The one at home was meticulously chosen by his parents, specifically suited to him. But your Apathy Syndrome is now at level 1, 3 points lower than the last test. When Shi immediately thought of 9 Provinces. The NPCs in that world were strikingly different. Their faces were vivid and expressive, clearly unafflicted by Apathy Syndrome, and their design seemed overly intelligent. He interacted with them daily and could distinctly feel subtle changes in himself. Yet he couldn't understand if 9 Provinces involved psychics. Why hadn't the developers classified it as a psychic work? He hadn't played the 3 psychic games on the Gaming Alliance, but from his roommates' complaints, they merely swapped scenes and added story-driven dungeons, doing nothing for his Apathy Syndrome. The official site was also filled with complaints. Many had high hopes only to be disappointed. Yet many still played. Even if these games worked for only 1 in 1,000 or 10,000, it was still a glimmer of hope. Within the Gaming Alliance, members of the Psychic Association anxiously awaited the results. How is it? Are the results out yet? Inquired the vice chairman of the 7th Division. They're out. The good news is that the method does show some effect. Some players with sensory apathy have seen a reduction. The bad news is that the ratio is extremely low, less than 1 in 10,000. Even among players with longer online hours, the decrease is merely a single point. We can't even determine whether it's due to the game or something the players do offline. What about Miracle's game? How's the data? Asked the vice chairman of the 7th Division. This idea was first proposed by Miracle, and they had invested the most resources, even involving over 10 psychics, of course, after negotiations with the Psychic Association. I was referring to Miracle's game. The others are even worse, barely different from ordinary games. The vice chairman of the 7th Division sighed. It seems Miracle is still ahead. It doesn't matter that the affected range is small now. Going from nothing to something is a significant step forward. We can continue researching, but we need at least a 40% effect before presenting it to those higher-ups. There's another odd thing. A small studio's game actually surpassed these 3 major companies and took first place. Now rumors are spreading all over the net that this game contains psychic power. The vice chairman of the 7th Division snorted coldly. It's just deliberate hype. Miracle only recently proposed this technology. How could a small studio have developed it? And if it truly contains psychic power, why didn't they indicate it when submitting? Actually, I wanted to check it out, but now the game has restricted account registration and linked accounts with IDs. This only confirmed the vice chairman's belief that it was a hoax. What game developer would prevent people from playing? Earlier, a student performed a dance at a school ceremony also labeled as an ordinary performance, but many claimed their sensory apathy decreased. Some professionals said it indeed contained psychic power. That student reportedly replicated a performance from the game. Though still convinced it was hype, the vice chairman maintained his caution. Look into that small studio. The Psychic Association acted swiftly, and some information was publicly available. The studio's head is named Dai Li. He was previously Miracle's technical director, left half a year ago with a few team members to start this small studio. Recently, a man named Lu Feng joined, holding 80% of the shares. Lu Feng is quite peculiar. Originally a level 4 sensory apathy patient, a week ago, he released 3 videos, each containing psychic power, but they didn't spark much discussion. We found his content novel and broad in application, so we sent him a light brain for testing, but he didn't show up. The vice chairman's expression turned serious as he recalled the name Wind Traces. What had seemed certain was now cast into doubt by their identities. With a technical director from Miracle and a highly talented potential psychic, it wasn't impossible for them to create a truly psychic-powered game. Summon someone from Miracle. I want to ask about Dai Li. When asked about Dai Li, the Miracle representative's eyes flickered. He was indeed our technical director, but he resigned half a year ago. How much did he know about merging psychic works with games? The man hesitated for a moment before replying. As technical director, he knew quite a bit. Do you know about the game Jojo? I heard he made it. What's your take? It's just an ordinary game. Foolish. An ordinary game surpassing what you created with all those resources. It seems I need to reassess your capabilities. Tired of wasting words, he instructed his aide, investigate Dai Li and find a few people with Jojo accounts. The Miracle representative felt things slipping out of control and planned to report to higher-ups upon return. The Psychic Association's power was not to be underestimated. Soon a report came in. Dai Li comes from an ordinary background. He attended Beta Star's top university on full scholarships due to excellent grades. He has no psychic talent and studied algorithm design. After graduation, he joined Miracle and became technical director at 30. He contributed to several of Miracle's most popular games. Over the past 2 years, he persistently proposed integrating psychic works into games. Miracle was initially interested, but he insisted on no barriers to entry like ordinary games. Miracle's top brass never agreed, and he likely faced much frustration. Half a year ago, something happened, and Dai Li left Miracle with his team to start Qihong Studio. In the past 6 months, Qihong Studio released no games until Lu Feng joined. So far, they've only put out Jojo. The vice chairman, experienced in such matters, could piece together the story. Dai Li, with his wild ideas and overestimation of his abilities, thought he could break the Psychic Association's balance. When Miracle disagreed, he couldn't bear to see his idea wasted, so he used some means to take it and pushed him out. In his view, Miracle did nothing wrong, but they hadn't anticipated Dai Li encountering an extraordinary psychic. He was curious to see if Jojo was truly as good as the StarNet claimed. Winning first place in the Gaming Alliance competition not only brought Jojo a substantial prize, but also propelled it into the view of interstellar citizens. Among the myriad of interstellar planets, Beta Star was a modest lower-middle-class world with a population of 6 billion. Yet Jojo currently had only 5200 accounts, making them incredibly scarce. The official website of Qihong Studio was flooded with a new wave of requests and complaints. However, Lu Feng had no intention of opening new servers. In his heart, Daxiao was unique, and its history was an unchangeable fact. But the players' complaints couldn't be ignored. Thus, the Jojo system announced, live streaming permission is now enabled. Players can activate the streaming function in the game. Consequently, those without accounts turned to players who had them, urging them to stream and satisfy their cravings. The StarNet's live streaming homepage was soon dominated by JoJo broadcasts. Some streamed wilderness survival, others NPC daily life, and some even streamed selling looms in the game. The most popular, though, was Linjiao. After Jusong gained fame, Linjiao rediscovered her dream of dancing. As an orphan, she faced few restrictions. With Nang's help, she joined the dancing troupe that taught them, streaming her daily practice sessions. Of course, it wasn't just about dancing. These NPC dancers had different backgrounds, talents, personalities, and encounters. They displayed petty jealousies and competitions, ambitions to become concubines for nobles, and some were simply dance-obsessed maniacs. The daily happenings among these NPCs alone were enough to astonish the interstellar citizens who were used to seeing axes and trees. After unlocking the maps of Zhao Wei and Han, players realized the information they had gathered was long outdated. The state of Jin had already split into these three. With previous experience, players became much more efficient at exploring new maps. Few had drawn noble cards, but some did. They coaxed information from NPCs at home, secretly copied maps, and pooled their findings, quickly unlocking the maps of Yin and Qi. The number of players also increased by 2,000. The JoJo system promptly announced 1. Players, all maps of JoJo are now open. Future account distribution will increase in line with NPC population growth. 2. The Great War of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods is about to begin. Players will have one chance to reselect their nationality. After selection, your identity remains unchanged, only your nationality changes, and your property is retained. This choice is final. Please choose carefully. Players who do not choose within one day will retain their original nationality. 3. From now on, players who die in the game will be temporarily unable to log in. They can only draw new identities after the victor is determined. The players immediately plunged into a new wave of heated discussion, even forgetting to complain about the player count. The forums were flooded with posts debating nationalities. Ever since sharing information accelerated the discovery of new maps, everyone had gradually developed the habit of exchanging game insights on the forums. They reveled in this atmosphere, with some monitoring posts daily and promptly answering others' queries. Even complaining together felt amusing. Someone remarked that the game was truly extraordinary. First, it prevented registration, and now death itself barred one from logging in. The most popular post was titled, "Mapping the Nations, Choosing a Nationality, Who Will Be the Ultimate Victor?" The original poster 700 wrote, "I want to use this post to outline the situation of each country, and we can analyze them together." Anyone familiar with JoJo culture knows there's a widely circulated saying in this game: the long divided must unite, and the long united must divide. Combined with the official announcements, one can't help but admit that this small studio Qihong is playing a grand game of chess. Clearly, these 7 nations are about to erupt into a massive melee. The victor will claim dominion over the world, while the vanquished will lose their heads. For us players, many aspects here are wonderful, but life is undeniably harsh. Quite a few players have experienced death by starvation. If we can ride the wave of this great chaos and bet on the ultimate winner, we'll be true victors in the game. Enough rambling, let me first share what I've learned. According to interactions with NPCs, the previously much discussed Yu Kingdom no longer exists. The historical setting is quite intriguing. First, the Wu Kingdom defeated Yue, yet King Fuchai of Wu did not kill King Gojian of Yu. Gojian endured hardship, slept on brushwood, and tasted gall. Eventually, with the aid of the beautiful, he destroyed Wu. The Chu Kingdom annihilated Lu. The Qi Kingdom conquered Song. Then came the partition of Jin by the 3 families. Han, Zhao, and Wei carved up Jin. Have you noticed? The initially stronger nations like Wu and Jin were eliminated first. So the situation is now complicated. The most powerful may not be the final victor. Choosing a nation truly requires careful consideration. First floor, return to heaven. Thanks for sharing, OP. The situation is indeed complex. I was originally leaning toward Wei given its national strength, but now it seems unwise. Second floor, wind is the best. Speaking of Qi, have you heard NPCs there mention that it was once the fiefdom of Jiangxia? And according to Wind's video, Jiangxia was a divine figure wielding the investiture of the gods. Moreover, these vassal states supposedly fragmented from the eastern Zhou. In the investiture video, Ji Chong overthrew Shang and established Zhou. Isn't this all connected? Third floor, Feifei, have you seen his videos too? Indeed, much of it matches. Many in Qi believe Jiangxia was a god. Could these NPCs really have been molded by Nuwa? Fourth floor, Sherfin, you're overthinking. Even if they were by now, they'd just be descendants of clay figures. If those so-called gods and demons truly existed, how could this world be the age of humanity? Fifth floor, Kunz, not necessarily. Clearly that world has something called the heavenly Tao, which governs the development of all things. The power of demons and shamans is too great, too unbalanced to manifest. Sixth floor, Hyusugu, I think you're overthinking it. Just as in our interstellar era people create falsehoods for attention, I believe Wind is merely exaggerating by borrowing NPCs' words. Seventh floor, Mingmingbei, let's not derail the thread. Stick to the topic. For me, the issue isn't which nationality to switch to, but whether to switch at all. Property can be taken along, but what about people? I've barely organized a band of beggars in Xianyang, and my intelligence network is just taking shape. If I switch, wouldn't I have to start from scratch? I can't bear it. 8th floor Lady Siping, same here. I was too embarrassed to say it before, but I actually find farming enjoyable. The NPCs around me are genuinely kind. When I first arrived and knew nothing, they taught me everything. An old man who barely had enough to eat himself still shared his coarse grains with me. I'm a bit reluctant to leave them. Many echoed similar sentiments. They had either formed good bonds with nearby NPCs or already owned connections and land. With the future victor uncertain, few were inclined to switch nationalities. After reading the post during a break from dance practice, Lin Jiao sent a private message to Nanshi. Are you going to switch nationalities? Nanshi replied quickly, Qin's national strength is weak and its laws are harsh. But with Mingming Bei's intelligence network, I've managed to gain some of my father's attention. I'm afraid switching nationalities might lead to an arranged marriage. These days she had realized being a noble lady wasn't easy. Her father had already used several of her sisters as marriage tools, even as concubines for men in their 50s. Nanshi then asked, what about you? Will you switch? Lin Jiao replied, no. I've finally built everything I have. If I became an orphan again, without your help, I might starve. She asked the other two in her dorm. They also didn't want to switch. The four of them secretly decided, let's bet on Qin this time. Even if it's destroyed, we can always start over. When Qi lifted his teacup, looked at Chu Yuan across from him, and asked, Sir, what is your view on the situation of the 7 states? Chu Yuan smiled slightly, and said, Qin is brutal and violent, possessing strong military might, but lacking the art of governing the people. Qi along the coast excels in navy and trade, but is average on land. Wei is similar to Qin. Zhao and Qin have long-standing conflicts balancing each other. Han excels in education and Yin in diplomacy. As for my Chu, with a wise monarch like King Huai of Chu and a unique culture, if we can purge the treacherous courtiers, how could the hegemony of the Central Plains fall to another? Having accompanied Chu Yuan these days when Qi had seen much. In his view, Chu Yuan's works, though obscure, were clearly valuable, demonstrating his brilliance. Yet Chu Yuan had his limitations. As a Chu native, he saw only the good in Chu. A monarch who could be deceived by treacherous ministers could hardly be called wise. And while Chu's culture flourished, being weak in military and diplomacy in times of war was a fatal flaw. He posted this passage on the forum to enrich the information on each country. Meanwhile, Lin Bai arrived in Wei. After a long journey, he planned to hunt some game and sell it at the market. Excuse me, sir. Which direction is Wei Commandery? A dusty young man asked him. Lin Bai had bought a map of Wei from Mingming Bei, so he pointed the way. The man bowed and said, Thank you, sir. I am Sun Bin. May I ask your esteemed name? I hope to repay your kindness someday. Lin Bai had gradually grown accustomed to the game's etiquette. He noticed that even moderately cultured people observed many formalities. He clasped his fists and said, No need. It was just a small favor. I happen to be heading to Wei Commandery to sell some goods. What business do you have there? He wanted to see if more talking would trigger a quest. Now, aside from system-issued quests, the only way to find tasks was through conversations with NPCs. Sun Bin smiled and said, I'm here to join my senior brother. Sir, I can see you are strong and seem to have some martial skills. Would you be willing to escort me? My senior brother Pang Wan is a high-ranking official in Wei and will surely reward you handsomely. With the nations on edge, anyone without martial skills might die at any moment. Lin Bai received a quest notification and thought, just as I expected. He nodded and said, All right, let's go. As they walked and chatted casually, Sun Bin mentioned that he and his senior brother were both disciples of Giguzi. Lin Bai realized that Sun Bin was no ordinary man. He was well-versed in military strategy. Victory through strength is the way. I believe war is a necessary means to maintain national survival, consolidate ruling order, seek development, and ultimately unify the world. For example, Shenan's war against Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor's battle at Zhuolu Yao's campaign against Gonggong, Shun's unification of the San Yao, Tang's overthrow of Jie, and King was conquest of Zhou. This has been the way since ancient times. Lin Bai recalled the war against the Zerg in his own world and agreed. It's also a means to protect the survival of a nation's people. Lin Bai was streaming, and his channel always had a sizable audience. The barrage scrolled rapidly. This guy is no ordinary person. Lin Bai should keep talking to him. He might extract some incredible information. Is King was conquest of Zhou the same as Ji Chong overthrowing Shang to establish Zhou? And Yao's campaign against Gonggong? Is that the water god Gonggong? I always thought this game was set after the Great Primordial War, right? I initially thought he was lying about his senior brother being a general, but now his speech proves he's no ordinary man. Sun Bin, naturally unaware of the audience's thoughts, continued. War is not about militarism. On the contrary, one must prepare before fighting. Only after thorough preparation in political and economic aspects can there be sufficient supplies. With supplies, one must also have a just cause. The viewers outside the game were nearly going crazy. The game had its own language system, and while there was translation, the words used by educated people always felt odd, as if the essence was lost in translation. Moreover, new concepts had no translation at all. After all, how could things that didn't exist in interstellar space be translated? Now, when discussing the game, they often mixed interstellar language with game terms, making it all the more bizarre. They wish they could take a training course in the game. Someone asked in the barrage, Lin Bai, are you planning to switch nationalities? Many shared their opinions. While Sun Bin slept, Lin Bai answered the viewers. I don't plan to switch. My goal is to travel and see every corner of the game world. Nationality makes no difference to me. Wei Commandery was not far. Lin Bai bought 2 horses, and after 2 in-game days of travel arrived, he received Pang Wan's reward silver, took his leave, and departed. Lin Bai knew that although the sun rose and set regularly in the game, time was inconsistent. He occasionally saw system prompts indicating years like 359 BC or 356 BC. Like many players, he simply ignored them, and even when he noticed familiar NPCs starting to develop white streaks in their hair, he thought nothing of it. But when he saw Sun Bin again, he barely recognized the man before him. This disheveled, wounded figure lying on the ground covered in blood was Sun Bin. The system emitted a prompt. Sun Bin, envied by Pang Wan, has been subjected to the cruel punishment of having his kneecaps removed, leaving him crippled. Please help Sun Bin flee to the state of Qi. In the state of Qi, Mingming Bai had been living quite comfortably. With tensions escalating among the 7 states, information became more valuable. His beggar network in Qin had taken shape, and he was considering expanding to other states. The system's option to change nationality came at just the right time. He planned to organize a group of players to convert to other states' nationalities, allowing him to monitor the dynamics of the 7-state war. He carefully considered that players were different from NPCs. No matter which state emerged victorious, as long as they stayed alive and weren't restricted from logging a nationality, didn't matter much. What mattered was avoiding the calamities of war in advance. Lucy, Danny Green, and Big Sister, you 3 switched to the state of Qi. Qi 1 and San, you go to the state of Wei. Dian, and Ming, you head to the state of Zhao. After making the arrangements, Mingming Bai looked at the crude dwelling and said, now is our golden opportunity to rise. Once we build our information network, we'll first trade up for a big house with rock gardens. Heavens, that would be magnificent. The other players grew excited too. Right, those others drew noble cards by luck. Not us. We'll earn our own nobility and show them. Someone sent him a message, Xiao Bai, I want to learn the game's language. Do you know where I can study it? Mingming Bai found it odd that so many people were interested in the game's made-up language. What use was it? He casually replied, in Qin, social ranks are rigid and many scrolls and teachings are family heirlooms not easily shared. But there's a man called Confucius who advocates education without discrimination, accepting students regardless of their background. You could try him. Of course, Confucius' current location comes at an additional price. After sending it, he muttered, I wonder if these players have caught some kind of apathy syndrome, wanting to learn this game's language. It's just a game. Are they that idle? But San said, Xiao Bai, I've been thinking. Maybe we should learn it too. Mingming Bai was stunned. You've caught the syndrome too. San rolled her eyes and said, you've all heard about the psychonauts involved in this 9 provinces game, right? The others nodded. It seemed everyone, gamers and non-gamers alike, knew about it. People outside are speculating, but we players feel it deeply. For one thing, since coming to this game, everyone's expressions have become richer. We smile, we frown, and suicidal thoughts have vanished completely. If accounts weren't bound to us personally, who knows if we'd still be able to play? Mingming Bai nodded. At first I couldn't believe it. I thought just being allowed to keep playing was good enough. I never expected they'd also forbid account transfers and even permit live streaming. If transfers were allowed, ordinary people like them would surely lose their accounts. And with the game's popularity, any live stream would be packed. After all, streaming the game was considered a form of psychonaut work. From then on, they quit their simple mechanical jobs with meager pay, moved into single apartments, and no longer worried about nutrient supplements or apathy syndrome. He felt a surge of emotion, but habitually buried his gratitude deep inside. So what are you trying to say? San said slowly. This game will only grow more popular, drawing more attention, and players will invest more time and money into it. If we want to dig deep into this game and carve out our own territory, learning its language and script is essential. I saw a post earlier where someone said that after learning a few phrases of the game's language, an NPC's favorability toward them rose quickly. Though the sample size is small and it might not be accurate given the game developer's attitude toward this world, I think it's entirely possible. Mingming Bai found San's reasoning compelling. He was now juggling live streaming with running his intelligence network, and star coins could already be exchanged for in-game currency. However, the game limited the amount of silver available in-game, and many players wanted to exchange for silver but lacked the quota. Converting his in-game earnings to star coins, though, was effortless. He made the decision. Alright, let's all focus on learning the game's language. Not just speaking it, but writing it too. Game time didn't align with reality. Soon the deadline for changing nationalities passed. San, following the plan, became an ordinary soldier in Wei. He was about to seek out his superior to discuss leaving the army as he had done before. But to his shock, the man nearly drew his sword in fury. With the army about to march, you dare to think of desertion? Say one more word to demoralize the troops, and they'll kill you on the spot to consecrate the banner. San was initially terrified but quickly realized marching soon meant war was imminent. So he stopped trying to leave and instead seized every opportunity to ingratiate himself with the NPCs, plying them with food and drink to build rapport. From their vague remarks, he pieced together a conclusion and sent it to Mingming Bai. Mingming Bai used 10 loudspeakers to broadcast on the world channel, Xiao Bai knows free news. Wei is about to attack Zhao. Players in Zhao stay safe. A passing player asked curiously, Xiao Bai, why give away such important info for free? Mingming Bai replied matter-of-factly, Xiao Bai knows is a conscientious business. Caring for players is my mission. The player gave a fist and palm salute and left, though whether he actually believed Xiao Bai's nonsense was anyone's guess. Of course, Mingming Bai didn't do this out of goodwill. His fame was currently limited to Qin. To advance further, expanding his reputation was key, and he planned to use a few major announcements to firmly establish the name Xiao Bai knows. After Xiao Bai's broadcast, players in Wei and Zhao were in low spirits. They had analyzed on forums that the first to strike in the current situation had the lowest chance of being the final victor. But the immediate priority was survival. Wei's military was strong, and they had a capable General Pang Yuan. Players in Zhao panicked even more, with many planning to move their entire households, though most couldn't even scrape together travel funds. The forums were flooded with pleas for help from Zhao players. One player vented bitterly, why didn't I draw a monarch card? Then I could organize players to conquer the world. Or even a general's card would do. If Lu Yuan had seen this, he would have laughed. Though the game claimed identities were completely random, historically significant roles were certainly off-limits. He had even set it so that players couldn't hold too high a status. After all, players were too adept at causing chaos, and he needed to control the course of history. The number of live stream viewers from Wei and Zhao players surged, drawing attention from even in-game players. Some players who had drawn roles as servants in noble households tried various ways to hint at Wei's impending attack, but the Wei nobles simply had them beaten and dismissed. The players were furious, but they couldn't leave and couldn't fight back. All they could do was watch helplessly as Wei's army marched steadily toward Zhao. Zhao's meager forces were no match. Wei's army swept all the way to Zhao's capital Handan and laid siege to it. The Zhao monarch, powerless, could only pin his hopes on reinforcements from other states. The war escalated rapidly, with many players forced to log off in despair, only to flood the forums with accusations against the players from Zhao. As it stands, these players are unable to log back into the game, left only to curse and watch others' live streams. They have completely changed their attitude, rallying in the live stream to support Wei, hoping for the swift destruction of Zhao and the expulsion of its useless ruler. However, the reality did not unfold as the players had anticipated. Upon receiving a call for help from Zhao, Qi dispatched Sun Bin, who had previously assisted Tianji in the horse racing strategy, to the battlefield. The Qi army split into two forces, one led by Sun Bin advanced towards Zhao, while the other headed for the capital of Wei, which was currently vulnerable. Sun Bin, once a victim of jealousy and scheming by Pang Yuan, now found himself in a captivating confrontation between the two armies. One could only say that the cycle of karma is indeed profound. Pang Yuan's jealousy stemmed from his inability to match Sun Bin's military prowess, as the battle quickly revealed. Despite having fewer troops, Sun Bin consistently matched Pang Yuan's forces, but while Pang Yuan could endure the losses, the ruler of Wei could not. The ruler of Wei immediately ordered the recall of Pang Yuan, who returned begrudgingly with eyes filled with resentment, thus alleviating Zhao's crisis. Before the players could catch their breath, Zhao's players were left to deal with the aftermath. Wei continued to send troops to Korea. Players began to complain, saying, all three factions are vying for dominance, oh, why should they trouble their brothers? There's no other way. Wars typically start with neighboring nations being swallowed up. The ruler of Korea, having learned from Zhao, sought aid from Qi early on. Qi once again sent Sun Bin to battle, employing the same strategy to launch an attack on Wei's capital Dalian. Some players were military personnel, while others observed the war unfold through live streams. In their interstellar battles, they utilized quantum cannons and nuclear magnetic cannons. Each shot they fired obliterated even the insectoids. However, the scenes of cold weapon combat in the game left them in shock. It was astonishing that such scrap metal could kill, but the efficiency was appalling, rendering it even more gruesome. Someone in the forum could not help but flood the chat with discussions about the war between players. It is well known that we, the interstellar beings, have been battling against the extraterritorial insectoids since we became conscious. Humans are precious resources. Conflicts between people resulting in death are serious crimes, and anyone found guilty would be sent to the front lines to confront the insectoids. Yet in the game world, there is no threat from insectoids. I had thought that the friction and chaos between nations were mere trifles, or perhaps commercial threats that did not involve lives. But these two wars of Wei rescuing Zhao opened my eyes to the reality of life and death struggles. Upon reflection, the upper-class rulers desire more power, while the lower-class people engage in mutual slaughter. If there were no threat from insectoids in the interstellar realm, it is hard to imagine whether we would follow a similar path. One player lamented, "Look at our lives, and then look at the lives of those in the upper echelons. It is merely a different form of mutual slaughter that does not claim lives." Lin Bai was still at Sun Bin's residence. Ever since Sun Bin avenged the betrayal by killing Pang Wan, his mood lightened, offering him a sense of relief. Lin Bai followed Sun Bin through the live stream of the entire process, standing out among all the live streaming players. He wondered, "I had thought that every ruler in this chaotic world sought to dominate. I did not expect Duke Huan of Qi to be willing to assist another nation." Sun Bin smiled and replied, "Does Lin brother think Duke Huan is doing charity? Look at Weiss' current national strength. There had once been analyses in the posts regarding the strengths of various nations, noting that Wei was indeed powerful. It was recognized as the strongest among the 7 nations, but after these 2 wars Wei's vitality was severely depleted." Sun Bin continued, "If we allow Wei to annex Zhao and Korea, then the next in line for destruction would be Qi. Currently Korea, Zhao, and Wei are no longer a threat." Lin Bai was momentarily speechless, and his live stream chat fell silent. After a long while, someone finally typed, "I always thought these NPCs were simple-minded primitives. It seems I alone am the truly simple-minded one. How many rulers are truly simple? Let us not forget these 7 nations emerged from a myriad of feudal states." Indeed, the previous analyses were correct. Just because a nation is strong at the beginning does not guarantee it will stand until the end. It may become a thorn in the side of all nations. Wei is faltering. Who will rise as the next strong contender? Who else could it be? After the reforms of Shangyang, every citizen of Qin strives for positions of nobility. Many players must have enlisted in the army. The current situation is clear to the players, and the rulers of various nations are even more aware. Soon players discovered that apart from Qin and Qi, the other nations were frequently exchanging envoys and messages. After the publicity surrounding the previous rescue of Zhao, it indeed raised their profile, and many players from Qin began to inquire about news. The work that interstellar beings engage in is overly automated, with many tasks performed by robots. Consequently, few people understand the principles behind basic operations, which is why the products they create often do not meet practical needs. Even though players can only establish themselves in Qin, it does not negate their sense of belonging to the nation. Players in Qin are the least likely to change their nationality, since they were among the first to join and have built the most extensive networks in their industries. The frequent movements of the 6 nations could not go unnoticed by players from other countries. Ming Bai conveyed the information to inquiring players, stating, "The 5 nations are planning a united attack on Qin." The players from Qin became somewhat anxious. They are ordinary individuals, and the wars in the game are particularly bloody. They hurriedly inquired about possible escape routes. Ming Bai sent a private message to Nanshi asking, "Do you have any news on your end?" Nanshi replied, "My father has been leaving home early and returning late, and there are often armored individuals coming in and out of our house. I believe the 5 nations will arrive soon." Ming Bai fell silent for a moment before asking, "Are you planning to leave?" Nanshi responded, "I am not leaving." She had seen videos of players fleeing to other nations. Now, with chaos and banditry rampant, players who ventured out would surely be robbed, leading to many losing their identities. As a girl with little physical strength and carrying supplies, she would be a living target if she ventured outside. "I have decided to share the fate of Qin, although it is by necessity." Ming Bai, if he were to leave, did not worry about danger. He usually hired NPC guards for protection. However, thinking about everything he had built in Qin over time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will not leave either." He sent a message in the Qin World channel. "Everyone, I have decided to stay in Qin. If anyone else wishes to remain, let us brainstorm ways to help Qin through this crisis." Many replied, "I will not leave either. I just established good relations with the local officials to conduct business. Going to another nation means starting over." They created a large group in the game, and the players of Qin were all brainstorming ways to defend their country. However, while their ideas were noble, they realized they could neither produce laser cannons, energy guns, nor provide tactical strategies like those in the Wei rescuing Zhao scenario. After all, their combat against insectoids had been about evasion in the early stages, followed by brute strength. "We cannot have Qin digging tunnels to hide everywhere." Ming Bai suddenly thought, "These NPC soldiers, while stronger than us, are clearly not as well trained as we are. Are there any players who have undergone training? Surely there must be some military academy students." "Yes, I am from a military academy. Looking at them, they can't even afford their nutrient supplements. I can take on 3 of them myself." The enlistment rate among players in Qin is relatively high because Qin offers military merit rewards. Many players who usually enjoy exercising feel they can also contribute, and they flock to enlist. Nanshi, leveraging her influence in her father's household, tried to place players in positions of leadership. Lu Weici was overwhelmed with work, having just returned from Alpha Star. The condition of emotional numbness among soldiers in the Beta Star military district was worsening. Every month, they exhausted themselves merely trying to restrain those who had lost control due to the numbness. The atmosphere in the military district was grim. Formerly, it was just growing coldness, but now everyone regarded each other with suspicion, fearing the next person might suddenly erupt in violence or self-harm. His trip to Alpha Star was to request a high-level mentalist from his superiors, at least a third-level one, even if just for an emergency stint of 3 months. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had hoped. The rift between the military and the Mentalist Association was widening. His superior told him, "You're a soldier, I train myself. I know your difficulties. To be honest, if there were any other way, would the higher-ups have let you recruit mentalists? Don't they understand the difficulties involved? But the situation is dire now. It's not just your beta star, many other planets have it far worse. I want to string you along. There isn't a single mentalist, not even a first-level one, that can be stationed with you. All I can offer are some works from past mentalists. If you want to save your soldiers, now you'll have to rely on yourselves." Lu Weici felt a pang of anguish. With those words, it seemed there was truly no room for negotiation. Still in his uniform, he asked hoarsely, "How is Yuan?" Yuan had already reached the 4th level when he left. What he feared most was hearing that Yuan had lost control. "He's fine. Lately he's been obsessed with a game, refusing to log off until he's kicked out every day." "Huh." Lu Weici turned to Bai Qi. "What? Playing games?" Bai Qi appeared calm on the surface but was inwardly excited. "It's that game Jiuzhou. Remember? The one made by that mentalist named Lu Yuan we found before. When Qi and the others were fans of Feng Yobin, so they went to play Jiuzhou. When Qi said he felt the game might actually have therapeutic effects. I thought Lu Yuan, being just a first-level mentalist, would at most produce effects like a first-level mentalist assistant, so I let them play. After you left, when Qi insisted on dragging Yuan into it. He meant well, but Yuan is already at level 4. What effect could it have? Yet once Yuan started playing, he refused to log off. It's been 2 days straight. I was just about to drag him for a test today." Lu Weici set down his water and strode directly toward Yuan's quarters. "Let's test him now. I couldn't get a mentalist, but I brought back some works from past ones. Hopefully they'll help." They all knew that the higher the level of emotional numbness, the more tailored works from mentalists were needed. These generic ones were likely of limited use. When Bai Qi lifted Yuan's holographic visor, Yuan looked annoyed. "What is it?" "I'm trying to defend the Qin kingdom. Don't stop me." "Oh, Colonel Lu." Yuan quickly snapped to attention and saluted. He was nothing like the lifeless state he was in before Lu Weici left. "Let's do the test." Bai Qi pulled the reluctant Yuan into the testing room. Soon Bai Qi rushed over excitedly. "Colonel, it's dropped. Dropped by 3 points. He's at 37 now." Behind him, Yuan seemed a bit distracted, lost in thought. Lu Weici's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I checked 3 times. Has he done anything besides playing the game these past few days?" "No. I had someone watch him constantly, afraid he might lose control." Lu Weici could hardly believe it. How is this possible? Lu Yuan must have just discovered his mentalist talent. He's only 1st level. Yet the game he made is effective on a 4th level numbness patient. "Go find Wen Qi." When Wen Qi arrived, he quickly explained everything about the game. He believed it might indeed be possible to treat 4th level emotional numbness. The game's setting has no such disease as emotional numbness. The characters have vivid expressions, laughing heartily in joy, crying in sorrow, being spiteful when bullying others, and showing contempt when looking down on someone. Compared to them, the players seem more like robots. And everything in the game is unfamiliar, like another world. I've seen some players gradually become influenced by them. Their faces losing stiffness, their personalities becoming lively, and they become good at conversing with others. That's why I asked Yuan to give it a try. Bai Qi projected the screen from his light brain. Colonel Lu, a school imitated a performance from the Jiuzhou game, and many said it had the effect of a mentalist's work. Look, many netizens watching the livestream also said they felt much more relaxed after seeing it. Those who tested themselves reported a decrease in their numbness points. Lu Weici took a deep breath. If a game could treat 4th level numbness, that was already astonishing. But even live streams and imitation videos could make people feel its effects. He could hardly believe this was something a single mentalist could achieve. "What's the current buzz on the star net?" "It's high and still rising," Bai Qi replied. "Try to keep it down. When Qi, come with me to find Lu Yuan. Bring the 1st and 2nd squads." Lu Weici made his decision swiftly. But Colonel Lu Jiuzhou has already won 1st place in the Game League competition. Lu Yuan should be heading to Alpha Star for the award ceremony now, Wen Qi said calmly. As Wen Qi had said, Lu Yuan had come to Alpha Star with Dai Li. Lu Yuan had barely left his doorstep on Beta Star, and now he was leaving the planet entirely. They had bought tickets in advance. Aboard the massive spaceship, he watched Beta Star recede into the distance, finally seeing its true form. A white planet, not naturally white, but colored by its buildings. Not as beautiful as Blue Star, he thought. After the award ceremony, we need to recruit some people. Working day and night on the game has worn us out, Dave said, rubbing his dark circles. Lu Yuan, sporting the same dark circles, nodded in agreement. We could expand the map, but there's simply no time. Now that we've won 1st place, funds are coming in. We should be able to hire skilled people. People like us will be easy to find, but you're still the only mentalist. You need to rest and not burn yourself out. We were just laying the groundwork. Now that it's solid, I won't have as much to do later. Once the team is in place, I plan to catch up on Guling's lessons. I've missed quite a few because of the game. Dave nodded in approval. The spaceship traveled swiftly, taking nearly a full day to reach their destination. Before them stood a grand temple-like structure. Inside, the ceiling soared over 100 meters high, surrounded by pure white pillars engraved with symbols and script reminiscent of an ancient Greek temple. This award ceremony banquet was no different from those in his past life. Everyone clinking glasses and mingling. Lu Yuan and Dave, however, couldn't care less. As soon as they entered, their eyes were drawn to the natural food on the tables. During these days of game development, everyone had been working non-stop. Only when Lu Yuan couldn't bear it any longer would he take time to cook a meal, allowing the Qihong studio crew to enjoy a better diet. Now, whenever Lu Yuan saw food that wasn't a nutrient solution, he felt his mouth watering. The food on the table was exquisite. Lu Yuan couldn't resist grabbing a small cake. The taste was mediocre, too sweet, lacking the aroma of cake, but at least it wasn't a nutrient solution. After finishing, he used a fork to try some meat from an unknown beast. The texture was chewy, but the flavor was bland. This food was nothing like he had imagined. It seemed there was still a gap between the cuisines of the two worlds. No wonder incorporating the flavors of the dishes he made into the game had driven so many players wild. Dai Li ate while saying, "Why aren't you eating more? This food, though not as good as yours, is made by very famous chefs and is quite expensive. You can't get it at ordinary restaurants." Lu Yuan could only reply, "I have a small appetite. I'm full." The people around them were dressed formally, sipping from their glasses and occasionally discussing recent major events. There were a few others who, like them, focused solely on eating and drinking, but not many. Occasionally, contemptuous glances were cast their way, but neither of them cared. As the awards ceremony was about to begin, the two walked to their seats marked with the name Jojo. Almost instantly, all eyes turned toward them. Some incredulous, some disdainful, some appraising, some fawning, and some calm. Their expressions were so varied they hardly seemed like interstellar people. Lu Yuan whispered, "Actually, I've been wanting to ask, why do the people here look so different from those on Beta Star?" A flicker of pain passed through Dai Li's eyes. Because Beta Star is a mid-tier star while Alpha Star is a top-tier one. The people who live here are either wealthy or powerful, and most mentalists reside here as well. They naturally don't have to worry about sensory deprivation syndrome. At most, they might suffer from mild cases. On Beta Star, you'd be hard-pressed to find even a few mentalist hospitals. Most people there suffer from level 3 or higher sensory deprivation syndrome. That's why they look down on people from mid-tier and low-tier stars. They feel they're practically a different species. Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, "If mid-tier stars are that bad, what about low-tier stars?" Dai Li said grimly, "Low-tier stars are filled with out-of-control interstellar people. They've already shown early signs of suicidal or homicidal tendencies. Some families, fearing their loved one's sensory deprivation will worsen or that they'll harm themselves, have simply abandoned them. It's hell down there." Lu Feng's mood grew heavy as well. He had known that sensory deprivation syndrome plagued the interstellar world, but he hadn't realized it had reached such dire extremes. Then why can't the works of mentalists be widely distributed? Such distribution wouldn't cost much at all. Dai Li gestured for him to be quiet as the awards ceremony commenced. The hostess, clad in a white gown, delivered an opening speech with elegant gestures introducing the guests present. This awards ceremony even involved members of the Mentalist Association. It was just the launch of a few mentalist games, but it showed how thoroughly the association controlled mentalists, leaving no stone unturned. Third place goes to a work involving a mentalist. This is an attempt to merge mentalist power with gaming products, and it's a successful one. Let's congratulate Revelation. Starting from third place, the awards were presented by the Mentalist Association themselves. Earlier ones had been given by the chairman of the Game Alliance. Second place also goes to a mentalist-involved work. It can be said that this concept and technology originated from this company. True to its name, it keeps creating miracles. Let's congratulate Miracle Company's mentalist-involved work, Miracle. Lu Yuan looked at Dai Li. He had been wondering all along, wasn't this technology Dai Li's? Dai Li clenched his fist and muttered, "Thief." So Lu Yuan understood what was going on. Such incidents were common in his past life. He asked worriedly, "Dai Li, do you hold the patent for this technology? If Miracle sues us, can we win?" Dai Li was taken aback. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Lu Yuan's heart sank. He knew how hard it was for an ordinary person to fight a large corporation. The hostess continued in her sweet voice, "This game is an ordinary game, yet it is extraordinary, because it has surpassed 2 mentalist games to claim first place. Its discussion on the StarNet has been rising steadily these past few days. Let's welcome the creators of Jojo Qihong Studio to the stage to receive the award." As the presenter handed over the trophy, he asked in a low voice, "Who is Lu Yuan?" Lu Yuan replied quietly, "I am." The man's expression was intriguing as he said, "So you really are young." As they came off the stage, a crowd surrounded them. Is it true that Jojo has the effect of curing sensory deprivation syndrome as claimed online, or is it just a publicity stunt? From what I know, Qihong Studio is a newly established small studio. Can they afford to hire a mentalist? It said that Dai Li used to work for Miracle Company. Was the technology integrating mentalist power with games stolen from Miracle? A college student's performance piece ode to the Orange is said to be based on JoJo. Is this a self-directed promotional tactic? Lu Yuan grabbed Dai Li, who was about to angrily retort, and calmly faced the crowd. He said unhurriedly, "Please don't misunderstand. Everyone in Qihong Studio is an ordinary person. There are no mentalists. JoJo is just a regular game. We have never claimed any involvement of mentalists." These words stunned the crowd. So many players on the StarNet had confirmed the game's ability to alleviate sensory deprivation, including many celebrities from Alpha Star. They didn't believe those people could be bribed. But Lu Yuan directly denied any mentalist involvement. Then what about those players' statements on the StarNet? Lu Yuan cut him off. That's just an illusion on the players' part. Perhaps they've seen works by other mentalists, or maybe their own bodies are naturally strong and they healed themselves. That's not impossible. Players watching the live broadcast felt a surge of anger. Damn illusion. You were the one who healed yourself. They knew their own gaming experience. This guy was talking nonsense. The reporters were momentarily at a loss for what to ask next. Someone recalled something. Then what about the player cap? If it's a regular game, why limit the number of players? Isn't game development meant to make money? What's the point of limiting player count for an ordinary game? Lu Yuan answered matter-of-factly. Our JoJo is different from typical games. It's a role-playing game. If the number of players exceeds that of NPCs, the gaming experience would be greatly diminished. Additionally, our pricing model is the same as ordinary games on the market, charging by playtime. Here I'd like to thank the players for their support, which allowed our studio to earn our first pot of gold. The reporters were truly at a loss. The questions they had prepared before coming were completely useless. Why wasn't Qihong Studio playing by the rules? Even if his game clearly involved mentalists and was a highly successful example, if it really didn't, shouldn't he be ambiguous and continue riding the mentalist wave? Lu Yuan quickly pulled Dai Li away and left. Fatty's looking for me. Dai Li raised his wrist, and Fatty's image appeared on the virtual screen. What's wrong? Fatty asked. Nothing much. It's just that Sister Xiaoyu didn't come today, and she didn't answer her light brain. I was wondering if she asked for leave. Dai Li shook his head. She didn't tell me. Maybe something came up at home. Fatty then asked, by the way, boss, how was the awards ceremony? They were still perfecting today's game progress and hadn't had time to watch the live stream. Lu Yuan recalled Sister Xiaoyu's sweet smile that lacked any trace of joy, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He interrupted Dai Li's narration. Fatty, go check on Sister Xiaoyu at her place. I remember that all Qihong employees have their home addresses registered. But today's game isn't finished yet. Is something wrong? Fatty asked, puzzled. The game can wait. Go take a look first. We'll be back soon. Lu Yuan insisted. All right then. As Dai Li lowered his wrist, someone blocked their path. Please come with us. Who are you? We're not going. We need to head back. Dai Li looked wary. Gentlemen, it's best if you come quietly. Lu Yuan noticed that the security guards around the venue showed no intention of intervening, so he nodded. Lead the way. The person before them had just presented their award. Vice President of the 7th Division, what business do you have with us? Ignoring Dai Li, the 7th Division looked at Lu Yuan. I remember you. The Psychic Association should have invited you for a talent assessment. Why didn't you come? I'm no psychic, so there's no need for an assessment, Lu Yuan said calmly. The 7th Division smiled. Young man, I'm not like those reporters outside. I've encountered more psychics than you can imagine. Whether it's those desolate videos or the 9 provinces game, your identity as a psychic is undeniable. Moreover, your psychic talent must be considerable. Lu Yuan had anticipated that the Psychic Association wouldn't be fooled. He was merely putting up a token resistance. So, Vice President, what is it you want from me? Join the Psychic Association. Lu Yuan frowned. The Psychic Association surely doesn't lack psychics, and I've already signed an agreement with Qihong. The 7th Division smiled faintly. I can buy out Qihong entirely. You can continue working on 9 provinces, and I'll retain all your staff. Name your price. Dai Li asked. If you buy Qihong, what about the players of 9 provinces? Can they keep playing? The Psychic Association has its rules. As a psychic, you must abide by them, and uphold the interests of all psychics. Dai Li raised his voice. I disagree. I want sell Qihong. The 7th Division turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said, I'm sorry, but we want sell Qihong. The 7th Division's expression hardened. He felt he had been more than patient with these two. You'd better think this over carefully. Where did the technology to infuse psychic power into games come from? You'll have to explain that. Those reporters aren't fools, they just haven't caught on yet. If they investigate, can the technology you've already used simply vanish? That technology is mine. Miracle is the thief. Dai Fu shouted. The 7th Division merely sneered at Dai Fu's naivety. Lu Yuan detested threats. He said directly, we'll go back and remove the fusion technology used in 9 provinces. We'll just make an ordinary game if we have to. The worst-case scenario was to continue updating videos on the StarNet. He could talk about the 5,000 years of Daxia's history for a lifetime. The two tried to leave, but the people outside blocked their way. The 7th Division leisurely produced 2 documents. See, you're so naive so young. No one leaves here today without signing these documents. Lu Yuan hadn't expected him to be so audacious as to blatantly detain them. He immediately raised his wrist, only to find there was no signal at all. The 7th Division looked down at them. I don't particularly enjoy tormenting people. You'd better sign quickly and not test my patience. Their hearts sank. Lu Yuan had never felt so powerless. Who wants to detain someone from our military? The door was suddenly pushed open and the guards were subdued from behind. A man in his 50s dressed in military uniform entered with 2 squads of soldiers. Lu Yuan recognized the person standing beside the old man as Lu Weici, who had come to see him before. General Haida, what brings you here? The 7th Division stood up in surprise. He looked from Haida to Lu Yuan and Dai Li. You know him? Haida said matter-of-factly. He's one of my men. Of course I know him. The 7th Division was unsettled. General, don't jest with me. These 2 are the heads of Qihang Studio. When did they become military personnel? Haida gave a cold snort, his voice turning stern. Do you think Lu Yuan refused the Psychic Association for no reason? Colonel Lu Weici had already contacted him long ago. I never imagined that as soon as he became a soldier you'd dare to detain him. The 7th Division was primarily in charge of the Psychic Association and medium-sized planets like Beta Star, while Haida was a general from Alpha Star. Despite their differences, the 2 sides were currently at peace. He quickly put on a smile. It's all a misunderstanding. I saw that these young men had created such an excellent game and wanted to invite them for a chat. There was never any detention. I hope so. Let's go. Haida said no more and quickly led the 2 away. Lu Yuan and Dai Li exchanged helpless glances. They had escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. The military and the Psychic Association were not on good terms, but both seemed deeply interested in 9 provinces. Haida was always straightforward. Kids, I got you out by claiming you were with the military. So how about we make that official? Lu Weici rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. Lu Yuan and Dai Li were speechless. That was far too direct. Lu Weici added, the general doesn't mean to force you, but as you can see, if you don't join the military, the Psychic Association won't let you go. What difference would joining you make then? Lu Yuan sneered. Lu Weici ignored his attitude. We have only one goal: to treat our soldiers. Everything else is negotiable. Whether you want to make games or videos, we have no objections. Dai Li glanced at Lu Yuan and asked, what if we want everyone to be able to play the game? Would that be allowed? Lu Weici was silent for a moment before replying, 9 provinces has a player cap, doesn't it? If you remove the cap, then yes. No, Lu Yuan said immediately. The game's capacity is limited. Removing the cap would render it ineffective. Haida said bluntly, then prioritize our people. Once you've developed a few more games, let the ordinary people play. Well, say it again if it comes to it. We'd rather burn everything down than continue 9 provinces, Lu Yuan declared. You? Haida was exasperated but restrained himself. Young man, no need to be so hot-headed. Everything can be discussed. Lu Yuan had noticed earlier that the key difference between the military and the Psychic Association was that the military didn't mind ordinary people enjoying psychic works. Their top priority was treating their soldiers, which provided a foundation for cooperation. After several rounds of negotiation, the 2 parties reached a preliminary agreement. Lu Yuan would first provide 2,000 accounts to the military. As the game expanded, a portion of accounts would be reserved for the military while the rest would be randomly grabbed by ordinary players. The military would protect Qihang Studio from harassment by the Psychic Association, among other things. After signing the agreement, Lu Weici escorted the 2 back to Beta Star. In the state of Qin, have you watched the live stream from the Game Alliance? I never expected the person in charge of Qihang to be so young. But why did they deny the involvement of psychics? Probably to conceal their own psychics. After all, psychics who don't join the Psychic Association are having a hard time these days. I hope Qihang can hold on. If this game falls into the hands of the Psychic Association, people like us won't stand a chance. We can't meddle in those matters. Let's focus on the defense of the Qin state first. Standing clearly on the city wall, Mingmingbei shouted, stop chatting and reinforce the wall. These players, unwilling to see their hard-earned assets in Qin destroyed, could only contribute what little they could. Mingmingbei felt helpless. On the eve of the great battle, those players had stopped streaming, fearing that a leak of information would lead to their defeat. He sighed. When had they ever cared so much about the game nation before? The little beggar beside him nudged Mingmingbei. Boss, don't you think those patrolling soldiers have been acting strange lately? Mingmingbei replied absent-mindedly, strange how? Get back to work and stop slacking off. No, boss. Before they always wore a stern face like someone owed them hundreds of silver taels. Now they're expressionless like their whole family just died. Hearing this, Mingmingbei turned to look at the Qin soldiers. That expression, that look in their eyes, it was all too familiar. Not just to him, but to all players. Wasn't this the symptom of emotional numbness? What was going on? Weren't the NPCs in this game supposed to be free of emotional numbness? A chill ran down Mingmingbei's spine. Little beggar, let me ask you, does this place have a disease called emotional numbness? The little beggar shook his head. Never heard of it. It's like Mingmingbei described the symptoms of emotional numbness in detail. The little beggar blinked and shook his head again. Never heard of it. Forget it. You're just a little beggar, you probably don't know much. He opened the system panel to ask the GM, and the reply came back: NPCs in this game do not suffer from emotional numbness. Only then did he feel relieved. Perhaps they were being too sensitive. Maybe the NPCs were just designed to look like they had lost their entire family. At the same time, the system issued a quest. The 5 states have formed an alliance to attack Qin. King Huiyuan of Qin has issued a decree summoning talented individuals from across the land to the Qin royal palace to offer strategies. Mingmingbei jumped for joy. This quest was made for me. Who has more information than I do right now? I know the movements of those 5 states better than anyone. I'll seize this chance to become a noble through my own skill. Players sharing Mingmingbei's thoughts were not few. The game's setting was primitive, and how could the wisdom of NPCs compare to that of players? Some were even military academy students who had studied command and strategy for years. Surely the talented individuals referred to military experts like them, and everyone else was just wasting their time. Many players began heading toward the Qin royal palace. Speak. What strategy do you propose? King Huiyuan of Qin looked down at the players from his lofty throne. Your Majesty, I can learn the movements of the other 5 states. We can set up an ambush in advance. King Huiyuan said lazily. That's merely the work of a messenger. I could send anyone to do the same. It's different. A messenger would take days to go back and forth. I can know instantly. How can you know instantly? Because I am different from you. I possess a miraculous power. King Huiyuan didn't even look up. Nonsense. Guards, take him away and behead him. No, please. I really can know. Your Majesty, you can test me. The next person to enter had an upright bearing. King Huiyuan nodded slightly. You look like someone who knows how to wage war. What strategy do you propose? Your Majesty, I excel in commanding battles. I can recite hundreds of interstellar tactics by heart. If you make me a general, I will be invincible in every campaign. He used the game language for the final idiom, having learned it from the NPCs. King Huiyuan grew interested. Very well. I shall put you to the test. King Huiyuan summoned a military officer and placed 100 soldiers under the player's command, ordering them to engage in battle. The player began with confidence, first shouting, "Fall in." The soldiers in front exchanged bewildered glances, and those in the back couldn't even hear him. The NPC officer waved a flag, and the soldiers quickly assumed combat stances. The player grew anxious and shouted louder, but the 100 men had no idea what he wanted. By the time the enemy's weapons were at their throats, his troops were still in chaos. King Huiyuan was furious. How dare you mock me? Guards, throw him into the cauldron and boil him alive. Soon a new post appeared on the forum. What kind of person is the King of Qin really looking for? Original poster, as the title says. Everyone should know about the recent quest in Qin. I heard many players went and came out in pieces. This quest is brutal. Fail, and you die horribly. What kind of person is the King of Qin searching for? From what I know, the players who went included experts in military command, intelligence gathering, and weapon making. None of them succeeded. Could it be that he set a trap quest because he saw too many of us players? 1L, General OP, not to mention the others, but I was there when that military command expert died. I drew the identity of a Qin soldier. Although the King of Qin is brutal to others, this time it really wasn't his fault. That player tried to command by shouting alone without a neural interface or communication devices. Do you think that's possible? This isn't the interstellar age where you press a button to launch a missile. This is the age of cold weapons. Once the battle starts, no one can hear anything. Even if that player had looked at Sunbin's tactics, he would have known about flag signals. 2L, don't want to live, agreed. Do you think such a quest offering instant nobility would be easy? Take that weapon-making player. What could he even produce in this world? 3L, don't want a name so brutal. Good thing I didn't go. This quest isn't for me. 4L, Lon Xiaobai wanted to go earlier. Good thing I stopped him. He owes me his life. Speaking of which, Qin isn't without generals. Since Xiangyang's reforms, almost everyone is a soldier. This battle isn't unwinnable. So what kind of strategy does the King of Qin want? 5L, Mingmingbei, thanks guys. I get it now. This game really doesn't value players' lives. From now on, I'll stick to being an intelligence broker. If they don't lack generals, then they probably want a surefire way to win. After all, the 5 states have united. Look at the map of the 5 states. They've semi-surrounded Qin. Qin can't attack any of them without consequence. No wonder they're desperate. 6L, don't want nutrient solution, I saw you, Xiaobai. You have plenty of info, and since you're not taking the quest, share some to help our Qin. 7L, Mo Sha Dong our Qin, you say. Are you looking down on my great Chu? This time the 5 states will surely destroy Qin. No strategy can save them, ha. Wait for your next card draw to come to Chu. 8L, Mingmingbei final, share a bit. I don't have much info either. Everyone's playing it close to the chest. I heard 2 NPCs, Gong Sun Yin and Su Qin, proposed a strategy called Vertical Alliance. As everyone knows, the strongest states now are Qin and Qi, roughly in the west and east. The Vertical Alliance is a pact of 5 weaker states from north to south, both to prevent Qin and Qi from conquering them and to seize the initiative. The 5 states can ally against Qi or against Chu. 9L, occasionally impressive master. You analyzed it so thoroughly. How are these NPCs' minds even wired? And here we players thought their wisdom was lacking. Their strategies far surpass anything in our interstellar history. 10L, top military cadet. To be honest, interstellar warfare had little room for strategy. The Zerg were too powerful for tactics to work, and later we developed thermal weapons and just bombed everything. Strategy only matters when forces are evenly matched. 11L, sometimes I don't know whether to admire the NPCs or Qihong. First besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, now the Vertical Alliance. Their tactics are so brilliant. Am I really not in another world? 12L, Song C, who says otherwise. When Qi saw the forum post and was left speechless, the message he had just sent to Mingming Bai Bai had been reposted there. He wondered what the players would think if they knew his analyses came from an NPC. Chu Yuan across from him was dressed in flowing robes, exuding an air of elegance and unrestrained grace. He poured a cup of water for Wen Qi. Brother Wen Qi, I am originally from the state of Qin. Why are you telling me about the alliance of the 6 states? Wen Qi asked, shouldn't this be a secret? Chu Yuan smiled. Brother Wen Qi, you saved my life, so naturally, I hold nothing back from you. Besides, though you are from Qin, you are not a minister of Qin, and now you are in Chu. What benefit would harming Chu's interests bring you? In truth, the matter of the alliance is hardly a secret. The 5 states are about to join forces and attack Qin. The king of Qin must have guessed as much. So it seemed only the players were in the dark. When Qi ventured, I heard the king of Qin is widely recruiting talents. Is it to counter this alliance? 9 out of 10 yes. While Mingming Bai Bai was frantically seeking someone capable of devising a counter-strategy against the alliance, the armies of the 5 states were already nearing Qin's Hanga Pass. The Qin soldiers and players stood ready in full battle array. Yet when the enemy finally appeared, only the armies of Wei, Zhao, and Han had arrived. The players were baffled. What was happening? Weren't 5 states supposed to attack Qin together? Mingming Bai Bai immediately messaged Wen Qi for answers. When Qi replied, it was King Huai of Chu's idea. I truly can't fathom these monarchs. King Huai was the alliance leader, yet when it came time to march he refused to go. Apparently he thought Chu was far from Qin, faced little threat, and would suffer losses. Chu Yuan was so furious that he went to see King Huai at dawn and hasn't returned yet. Mingming Bai Bai was exasperated. These monarch NPCs are so unpredictable. We were too naive. Qin's military might was formidable, and they were well prepared. With the support of the players, the battlefield outside Hanggu Pass echoed with thunderous war cries, a brutal scene of blades meeting flesh everywhere. In the end, the 3 states' forces were defeated and began to retreat. Cheers erupted from the Qin side with tears of joy in everyone's eyes. The participating players were swept up in the atmosphere. Never had they experienced such a realistic and cruel war, yet the joy of victory and the yearning to survive surged through their hearts again and again. Meanwhile, outside the game, the staff of Qihong Studio were gathered tightly around Xiaoyu. She tried to force her usual smile, but failed. Her face wore the numb expression all too common on Beta Star. Fatty looked relieved. Thanks to Xiao Yuan telling us to find Sister Xiaoyu, we went to her place and discovered she was about to commit suicide. Good thing we were in time, or it would have been too late. Interstellar medical technology was highly advanced. Within half a day, the superficial wounds on Xiaoyu's body had vanished without a trace. Dave's face also showed lingering fear. Xiaoyu had joined when Qihong was first founded. Oh, she was like his cousin. But in the interstellar era, even siblings had little affection, let alone cousins. He had hired her back then simply because he needed someone to handle miscellaneous tasks. Yet after all this time together, they had come to cherish each other's presence. Xiaoyu, you never told me you had level 3 apathy syndrome. Why didn't you say so before? Xiaoyu said weakly, my father told me not to. He was afraid you wouldn't hire me. I've been suffering for years. I've thought about suicide for a long time. I know it's a disease and I've endured it for so long, but now I just can't hold on anymore. Why did you save me? Just leave me alone. This is my choice. Don't you know Xiao Yuan is a spiritualist? Why won't you let him help you? I said this is my choice. I don't want treatment. Jinzi muttered, we've been together so long and never noticed. I always thought Sister Xiaoye's smile was so sweet. By the way, Xiao Yuan, how did you figure it out? Is it a spiritualist's unique ability? Lu Yuan said it was a feeling. I always felt that when Sister Xiaoyu smiled, she wasn't really happy, but trying very hard to pretend. Xiaoyu said softly, my father taught me that. He said I couldn't let anyone see through me, so he made me practice that expression and wear it often. Sister Xiaoye's condition might be worse than we thought. Pretending to be happy will only worsen her apathy. Then what do we do? Lu Yuan pondered, give her an account. Let her enter the game. Dave nodded and quickly registered an account using Xiaoye's iris, then placed the headset over her face. Jinzi suddenly asked, what about the promise of General Haida's quota? Didn't you say too many players would affect the effect? Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. The next step is to solve our shortage of manpower. Dave sighed. I was planning to have Xiaoyu start recruiting, but now that she's ill, we'll have to find someone else. The key is we have no time. The game can't stop. Who has the time to recruit and train new people? And we need very professional talent, which is hard to find, Fatty wailed. Lu Yuan smiled. But we're not alone anymore. Have you forgotten? We have backers now. Huh? They all looked puzzled. Colonel Levis, of course. They took so many of our game accounts, they can't just do nothing, can they? Lu Yuan said matter-of-factly. You dare to boss around military personnel? You're something else. Despite saying that, Dave was already typing away on his optical computer without a moment's hesitation. In the state of Qin, after the War of the Five States against Qin, the confidence of Qin's players had greatly increased. At present, the likelihood of Qin emerging victorious was considerable. The only fear was the alliance of other states, especially the coalition between Qi and Chu. There was no shortage of military talents in the interstellar era, yet they held little advantage in cold weapon combat, though they were quite experienced in strategic vision. Players from Qin unanimously believed that the king of Qin's strategy was correct. What they needed were not individuals skilled in leading armies, but talents capable of countering alliances from other states. After all, this game is far too different from our world. The ones who understand this world best are still the NPCs. Since this strategy of alliance was proposed by an NPC, the counter strategy might also be hidden among the NPCs. Lon analyzed thoroughly, deeply convinced that her reasoning was well-founded. Are you too immersed? This is a game, not the real world. What's the point of all this analysis? The logic is simple. It depends on whether Qihong Studio has set up such an NPC. If they have, it exists. If not, it doesn't. Ming Bai rolled his eyes. Can't you see? This game is incredibly lifelike. If the world logically develops this way, then Qihong will follow suit. Lon grew more convinced of her point. Ming Bai didn't quite agree, but after several players had died miserably, no one was willing to test it anymore. He could only send people to try their luck. After all, death now resulted in a login restriction, and who knew when Qihong would declare the war over? This was a full-dive game capable of curing sensory disorder. Though the spring and autumn and warring states periods lacked major wars, they were far from boring. Players had no desire to accumulate wealth in the game. They simply spent money to enjoy themselves. Some ventured into the wilderness to explore strange creatures and breathtaking scenery. Others spent their days listening to storytellers in tea houses, while still others visited pleasure quarters to hear songs and watch dances. Though only that is anything beyond was prohibited by the game. Any touch below the neck would instantly eject them from the game world. The Forum 4-9 provinces had been growing increasingly active recently. Initially, players kept to their own games without interaction, but ever since Lin Bai posted a thread seeking clues, popular news was often shared there, though in the game itself faces remained cold except with acquaintances. Lin Bai, who had been silent for a long time, posted another thread instantly, drawing numerous replies. The title read, "Seeking the most extraordinary figure of the spring and autumn and warring states period, reward offered." Original poster Lin Bai, as the title suggests. As everyone knows, I enjoy exploring the game world without settling in one place. This era boasts the 100 schools of thought, each with its own doctrines and characteristics, a vibrant bloom of ideas, all quite fascinating. I have met figures like Laozi and Confucius, but as for Giguzi of the School of Diplomacy, I have only heard legends. Every time I search for him, I find nothing. Of course, I call him the most extraordinary figure not because of his mystery, but because of his legendary nature. Though he never appeared in the 7 states, tales of his disciples spread everywhere. Pang Wan and Sun Bin are well-known, both famed generals with exceptional military acumen. Sun Bin's tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao was witnessed by all. They both claimed to have studied under Giguzi and addressed each other as fellow disciples. When I asked Sun Bin about his master, he spoke of him with great praise, but when questioned about his location, he said Giguzi had retired and refused to say more. Later I heard that Su Qin also studied under Giguzi, the very NPC who devised the alliance strategy. But his status is now too high, and I have no means to inquire. I am truly curious and genuinely wish to meet such a person. If anyone has information, please message me privately. Price is no object. First floor, want to sleep long time, no see big shot Lin Bai. A thread asking for clues actually reveals so much info. This Giguzi setting is too overpowered. How can other schools compete? Second floor, Ming Bai by Su Qin is also Giguzi's student. Then finding Giguzi could break Su Qin's alliance strategy. Third floor, duo Galittle by What Are You Thinking? Their master and disciple. Why would the master undermine his student? He's probably watching, proudly delighted at his disciple's success. Fourth floor, Nan Song. Speaking of the 100 schools, I still prefer legalism. Everything measured by law, governing by law. Look how strong Qin became after Shang Yang's reforms. Fifth floor, Shui Lung. The person above must have grade 3 or higher sensory disorder. You only see Qin's strength, but do you know how harsh Qin's laws are? Have you heard of collective punishment? Have you seen people selling their children? Sixth floor, time. I still prefer Confucianism with its emphasis on benevolence and propriety. Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone got along harmoniously? Seventh floor, 4 years. Confucianism is good, but it's not suited for this chaotic era. I recommend Moism. Watching the thread gradually derail, Lin Bai shook his head helplessly. He privately messaged Ming Ming Bai Bai, "If you have any news about Giguzi, please contact me. Name your price." Ming Ming Bai Bai nearly jumped for joy. This Lin Bai was capable and loved to travel, an excellent source of information. Ming Ming Bai Bai had long wanted to recruit him, but perhaps because too many people messaged him, Ming Ming Bai Bai had never received a reply. This time Lin Bai had taken the initiative to contact him, and he immediately replied, "No problem, big shot Lin Bai. This one's free. I was planning to find Giguzi to break the alliance strategy anyway. But if you have any special information, you can sell it to me. I guarantee a fair price, no cheating." Lin Bai thought he didn't lack money, but having an extra information channel was good, so he replied, "Agreed." Ming Ming Bai Bai was in a good mood and turned to Lon Lon saying, "Quick, summon all the beggar leaders in the city. We have work." Lon Lon rolled her eyes. "Beggar leaders? How ugly. Call them beggar team leaders." When everyone gathered at Lon Lan's restaurant, they distributed roasted chicken legs, Lon Lan's own cooking. She had a desire to be a chef, but her skills couldn't compete with NPCs, so she had to rely on dividends from Xiao Bai to subsidize the restaurant. Ming Ming Bai Bai frowned. "Roasted chicken legs again. Can't you change it up?" Lon Lon sighed. "Do you think I don't want to? I always feel it's the ingredients limiting my cooking. How long has it been since the game launched? There are still only a few flavors I can taste. I keep suggesting to the officials not to focus solely on wars and strategies. Add more food options, let us farm and cook for a change." Ming Ming Bai Bai couldn't be bothered to listen to her complaints and quickly assigned the task of finding Giguzi to these NPCs. He had gained experience in this. For specific information known only to a few, he had to seek out players since all sorts of identity cards were drawn. But for a clue as vague as Giguzi, a broad-net approach relied on NPC beggars. Surprisingly, the beggars scattered throughout Qin were the most well-informed. In a tavern within the Qin state, an elderly gentleman seated on the second floor tirelessly murmured to a young girl beside him. The girl appeared indifferent, lost in her own world, paying him no heed. "Xiao Yu, you're still so young. Your father hasn't forced you into marriage, nor has he let you suffer. Why would you think of such a thing? Don't you like this life? Tell me what you want, and he'll get it for you. I know the years I spent studying abroad were hard on you and your mother. Alas, but those days are over. We must look forward. This war is temporary. I will find a wise ruler to serve in this chaos and bring peace to the world. Are you ever going to shut up?" Xiao Yu frowned. She was Xiao Yu from Qihong Studio, now known as Zhang Xiaoyu, the daughter of this NPC elder. She had originally intended to end her life, but Lu Yuan and the others had set up special mechanisms. After attempting suicide, her wounds healed quickly. The river couldn't drown her, and beasts couldn't kill her. She finally realized that suicide in this full dive game was impossible. After shouting at the sky, "What business is it of yours if I want to die, eh? Can't you respect my choice? Do you know how much pain I'm in? Let me leave, do you hear me?" And receiving no response, she gave up struggling. Dai Lauda and the others couldn't keep her locked up forever. The full dive game would automatically log her out after too long, and staying past the limit posed great risks. She just had to wait patiently, provided that this annoying old man would stop droning on in her ear. Who was Giguzi's disciple? This old man or the young girl? Boss, are you joking? Who would take a girl as a disciple? Are you discriminating based on gender? After receiving the news, Ming Ming Bai Bai notified Lin Bai, and they followed a beggar to this tavern. "Are you looking for me?" Zhang Yi asked. "Sir, are you Giguzi's disciple?" "Indeed I am," Ming Ming Bai Bai exclaimed happily. "Then do you know Su Qin? He and I both studied the art of vertical and horizontal alliances under our master." Ming Ming Bai Bai turned to Lin Bai. "See, found him. There's nothing in this world my Xiao Bai can't find out." Lin Bai quickly asked, "Do you know where Giguzi is now?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "My master has retired and does not wish to be disturbed." "Then do you know how to break Su Qin's vertical alliance?" Ming Ming Bai Bai asked. Zhang Yi only smiled without speaking. Ming Ming Bai Bai understood that the man was prepared. He then led the way to curry favor. "You're the player called Xiao Yu, right? You've drawn a great identity card. I'm Xiao Bai. If you want information or have any to sell especially about Giguzi, feel free to find me. How about we add each other as friends?" Xiao Yu shot him a cold glance. Ming Ming Bai Bai, familiar with such reactions, said, "Apathy Syndrome. Don't worry, stay here a few days, and you'll start to feel different." Xiao Yu knew a little about the game's content, but not much. Still, she could tell that the identity Lu Yuan and the others had given her was no ordinary one. At the Qin King's palace, "What strategy do you propose?" Zhang Yi calmly replied, "Su Qin has united 5 states in a vertical alliance, but only 3 came to attack Qin. This shows one thing: the 5 states are not united. My strategy is a horizontal alliance. Your Majesty should forge ties with each state from west to east. Each state harbors its own agenda. You need only sow discord among them, and the vertical alliance will crumble." "Excellent," King Huiyuan of Qin praised. "For this horizontal alliance to work, Wei must be the first target. I am willing to go." "Very well. I appoint Zhang Yi as Prime Minister to help Great Qin break the vertical alliance." Ming Ming Bai Bai, who had followed along, witnessed firsthand what it meant to rise to power overnight, but he knew it was no easy feat. Zhang Yi and Xiao Yu temporarily resided in the Qin Palace. Lady Yu, here are the garments prepared for you. Xiao Yu was about to dismiss them when she saw the clothes' rough gray fabric and a wooden hairpin, making her look like a village woman. But these robes were layered and intricate, vibrant in color, paired with matching ornaments and earrings. She could imagine how lovely the dangling pieces would look in her hair. Bring them here. I'll wear these beautiful clothes before I die, she thought. The maid flattered. Lady Yu, you're so beautiful. Let me style your hair. My hands are the most skilled in the palace. Their hairstyles were unique, as Xiao Yu had noticed upon entering the palace. Will it be like yours? No, it will be even more beautiful. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Then go ahead. At the Alpha Star military base, General Haida paced before a row of detection instruments. General, the results are out. How is it? General Haida rushed forward. They've dropped. Those with Apathy Syndrome dropped by 3 or 4 points, and even the level 5 cases dropped by 1 or 2 points. Really? Is the 9 provinces game really that miraculous? Haida's face lit up with joy. They had signed an agreement with Lu Yuan. The requested 3,000 soldiers had to enter the game immediately. Lu Yuan agreed, but set a condition to maintain game balance. The 3,000 could only play as soldier NPCs, strictly following the original NPC behavior patterns. If they exposed themselves, they would be kicked out and banned from logging in again. Haida finally agreed. Every military district was ravaged by Apathy Syndrome, and he was willing to try anything. In the game, a war raged, the 5 states attacking Qin. His men reportedly fought an unprecedented battle of flesh and blood, their minds deeply shaken, and many logged out. He had those who logged out tested for Apathy Syndrome levels. He hadn't expected that a single battle would yield such a pleasant surprise. But Lu Yuan had told him that war might be more stimulating for soldiers. General, those men are demanding to log back into the game. Haida glared. Log in? Not a chance. They seem stable for now, but there's still a bunch threatening suicide. My order, those who've already died are forbidden to log in. Replace them. But these accounts are identity bound. Haida remained unmoved. Go tell Lu Yuan to make these 3,000 accounts transferable. No, we need more people. Why stick to 3,000? And that Lu Weici kid took half the accounts, right? That's unreasonable. His medium-sized star doesn't have that many people. I saved Lu Yuan's life, so he should give us 500 accounts. Check if any other medium-sized stars are on the verge of collapse. After a moment's thought, he added, tell Lu Weici to keep an eye on Lu Yuan. Why hasn't he opened new servers yet? The current ones are far from enough. Funds aren't an issue. Lu Weici's vision went dark upon receiving the notice that Haida intended to reclaim his quota of 1,000 spots. 500. Who could even make do with 500? Their 5th stage asymptomatic cases had already exceeded 10,000. No, he had to go beg his old superior. Yet General Haida's optical brain was simply unreachable. In utter desperation, Colonel Lu decided to visit the Qihang studio to discuss matters with Lu Yuan and the others. They had already arranged a meeting after receiving an optical brain message about a shortage of personnel, but both sides were swamped with work, and only now could they spare the time. At Qihang studio, Lu Weici had come alone this time, when she and the others were all deeply engrossed in the game, which only added to Lu Weici's frustration. Xiao Yu was still in the holographic game. Lu Yuan poured him a glass of water and replied flatly, at accounts. Impossible. What did they take him for, a miracle worker? One day General Haida demands 100, the next day you ask for 200. Haven't you seen how badly Kahang's team has suffered? Xiao Yu is still recovering, and Brother Dai and the others are on the verge of collapse from working day and night. I know it's tough for you, but these people ended up on the battlefield to protect all of humanity, didn't they? They suffer from asymptomatic syndrome every single day. Do you know how many soldiers die from it on Beta Star each day? A single account can save countless lives, Lu Weici said earnestly. Then do you know how many ordinary people die from asymptomatic syndrome on Beta Star? What about the lower tier planets? Lu Yuan looked at him and said, Colonel Lu, don't try to guilt trip me. I'm not the cause of all this, nor am I the one who can fix it. Aren't you? He was no superhero. The current scale of Jojo was already their limit. Lu Weici knew it well enough. Asymptomatic syndrome was hardly an incurable disease. The treatment cost was actually quite low. The real issue was the stranglehold of the psychic association with tacit approval from those in power. He wasn't some great saint either. He only wanted his brothers in the military district to be safe. He changed the subject. By the way, you mentioned a shortage of people last time. I asked around. There's no one in the military with a background in the gaming industry, but there are quite a few skilled in algorithms and coding. I can spare 2 at most. Dave said, then can you help us recruit some people? Lu Weici pondered for a moment and replied, it used to be easy, but now too many eyes are on Jojo. Even if we bring in people with clean backgrounds, they could easily be bought off by other families. So we might not be able to bring in many. And it was clear that Qihang was severely understaffed. Lu Yuan thought to himself that this was a vicious cycle. To break the psychic association's monopoly, they needed to expand Jojo to treat more people with asymptomatic syndrome. But to expand the game, they had to break the monopolies of the psychic association and those families to recruit more talent. Lu Yuan suddenly recalled something Gu Ling had mentioned during a lesson a couple of days ago. Psychics were not strictly one-tune with asymptomatic syndrome. For instance, a first-level psychic could definitely cure first-level asymptomatic syndrome, and a second-level psychic could cure second-level, and so on. Psychics had a certain range of applicability. Generally speaking, people who worked in related fields or had an interest in a particular area were more likely to be treated by the corresponding psychic's work. For example, the group of soldiers who participated in the battle within Jiuzhou had shown excellent results. Conversely, the works of many psychics had little effect on most people. He deliberated and asked, I wonder if there are any artistically gifted individuals in the military. Lu Wei's eyes immediately sharpened. You're not thinking of poaching psychics from me, are you? Do you think that's possible? In recent years, the military district had not been entirely idle. They had recruited quite a few psychics, but due to their shallow roots and covert obstruction from the Psychic Association, they could only attract a small number of those on the fringes of being psychics. These so-called fringe psychics were individuals whose works had an extremely narrow range of applicability. Those they could treat were essentially a matter of fate. The military district had recruited them with the mindset that something was better than nothing, and that every great undertaking begins with difficulty. Lu Yuan had heard about this situation from Gu Ling. He declared magnanimously, how many people can they treat in the military? They'll cover that quota. 1,000 per psychic. Lu Wei shot back immediately. Lu Yuan chuckled. Colonel Lu, that's unnecessary. It's not hard to verify these things. Lu Wei sighed in disappointment, then continued. They're still my people, just lent to you. If duty calls, they must prioritize military tasks. Lu Yuan nodded. Naturally, he didn't believe for a second that Colonel Lu was so desperate for psychics that those people's tasks were truly that critical. Just then Lu Wei glanced at his optical brain, and his expression turned grave. Something's happened to Jiuzhou. He projected the screen from his optical brain, displaying two messages. The first was an announcement from the Psychic Association declaring that Lu Yuan and his game Jiuzhou had exploited the title of psychic as a gimmick, severely damaging the reputation of psychics, and calling for a boycott of Lu Yuan and the game Jiuzhou. The second was from the Interstellar game company Miracle filing a complaint with the Game Alliance accusing Jiuzhou of unauthorized use of their cutting-edge technology for integrating mental power into games constituting infringement. They recommended a complete ban on Jiuzhou and submitted materials to the judicial body. Dai Li fumed. To avoid the Psychic Association's restrictions, Xiao Yuan never claimed to be a psychic. How could he have damaged their reputation? But Lu Yuan was worried about Jiuzhou. I'm not very familiar with these rules. Just because they file a complaint, will Jiuzhou really be banned? Lu Wei analyzed, games nowadays are usually promoted through the Game Alliance's platform. A ban would only prevent Jiuzhou from being uploaded there, but that's not an issue. You don't lack publicity. The real problem is that they've submitted an application to the tribunal. According to interstellar law, the tribunal will verify and adjudicate, but during this period, all related content will be prohibited from dissemination and sale. Sure enough, Dai Li and Lu Yuan soon received a notification from the tribunal on their optical brains. Jiuzhou would be banned from live streaming and issuing new accounts. All videos related to Jiuzhou on the StarNet would be taken down. Shihong Studio was temporarily prohibited from releasing any games involving mental power integration. Upon hearing this, Fatty Jinzi and the others all logged out of the holographic space. Boss, something's happened to the game. I know. Dai Li furrowed his brow, his face filled with rage. On what grounds? That was my idea. They didn't even investigate, and they just shut us down. They're just in cahoots with the psychics, Lu Yuan said calmly. At least we weren't planning to issue new accounts anyway. Lu Wei was absolutely livid. The accounts he was about to get were gone. But with the tribunal involved, especially the Alpha Star Tribunal, even his old superior might be powerless for now. He let out a bitter laugh. This is exactly what the Psychic Association wanted. Now that Jiuzhou can't spread, the Psychic Association remains the lofty institution it always was, and psychics remain a rare resource reserved for the upper echelons. It won't stay this way forever, Lu Yuan thought to himself. In the state of Qin, at least garment shop. Come take a look. The clothes in this game are beautiful, no doubt, but they're terribly inconvenient. All draggy and loose, not waterproof either, and they tear easily. A player chatted while browsing the clothes. What are you thinking? This game's setting is so primitive, they don't even have looms. You expect waterproofing. And if you find the robes too cumbersome, you can buy those over there. Coarse cloth shirts, durable and practical. Another player couldn't bear to part with the flowing long-sleeved garments. No way, haven't you noticed? Those with status all wear this style, so elegant. I saved up all this money just for these clothes. The first player grew somber. Who knows how much longer this game will last? The chaos in game is thrilling enough, but things outside are tough. The other player replied heavily. You saw the announcement too, right? All livestream privileges are revoked now. This game never promoted anything about psychics, and accounts are completely random. Are they really leaving us no way out? The old you wouldn't have said that. They're afraid. Afraid of more people like us. Hope started wanting to live. After the two left, Mingming Bai emerged from behind the curtain. Walter led him to a bronze mirror. Master, by this white outfit truly suits you. elegant and dashing. A faint smile crossed Mingming Bai's usually solemn face. Walter, you're quite good at this. You're almost as natural as the local NPCs, and your game language is impressive. With so many people to interact with daily, my alexithymia is nearly at level 2. The more I study the game's language, the more depth I find in it. Getting to play this game must have used up all my luck, Walter said with emotion. Mingming Bai had also seen the announcements from the Psychic Association and the Game Alliance. He watched the bustling crowd and the lavish clothes in the shop, recalling the players' earlier words, and felt a rare sense of confusion. It must have used up all our luck as players. Honestly, sometimes I wish JoJo were just an ordinary game. Then maybe it could last forever. Even if my alexithymia can't be cured, being able to play this game to see this unique world and experience what a world without it feels like. I have no regrets. He sighed, then changed the subject. Enough of that. By the way, last time you mentioned saving up to open a clothing shop. Have you got enough? Need me to lend you some? No need. I've almost saved enough. Suddenly Lon rushed in. Xiaobai, why are you still buying clothes? The 5-state alliance is here again. Come with me quick. Mingming Bai handed silver to Walter and hurried out. Again, didn't Zhang Yi propose the policy of vertical alliance? It won't take effect that fast. He should just be arriving in Wei by now. Wait, JoJo is still running normally despite all these restrictions. The players had been wallowing in melancholy, fearing the game might soon become unaffordable for ordinary folks. Yet with war looming, they had no time for sentimentality. They had to prepare for battle again, now clinging to survival with only one life per game. The players who had already died were frantic without the live streams, desperate to know the game's progress, whether their nation had won, whether there were any twists. Amid the outcry of the offline players, Mingming Bai came up with an idea. He started a thread on the forum. A live stream thread for the spring and autumn and warring states period. He posted the current situation in text form, mainly to inform offline players of the outcomes. He thought few would bother with this useless method for alexithymia, but to his surprise, both offline players and regular livestream viewers flooded in, even causing the forum to lag. In the interstellar age, network lag had been obsolete for centuries. Dai Li took it as a stain on his career, fixing the issue in under a minute and dragging Gene Z and others to overhaul the server and website. Many said that while they knew this format couldn't cure alexithymia, JoJo itself was captivating enough. Soon, not just Mingming Bai, but many active players also posted news from their nations on the forum, excluding military secrets, of course. Many shared not only national affairs, but also everyday details, like Chu Yuan composing a new poem today, the king of Wei rejecting Zhang Yi's plan to break the alliance, the eternal queue at Zhang's restaurant in Qi, or the latest styles at a Qin garment shop. Many had seen those scenes in live streams or the game itself. Now reading these words felt just like before, unchanged. Walter formally told the NPC shop owner of the garment store about his departure. The owner, a kindly madam, assumed he was leaving because of the 5-state alliance's attack. It's chaos out there now. Take care on the road. Walter replied, you too. Everything will get better. He walked a long way to a secluded little house. Inside, a bound 15-year-old girl stared at him with lifeless eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. Little sister, I'm back. The girl didn't respond like a puppet. Walter told her about his day, as he did every day. Finally, he said, I've already told the boss I'm quitting. I've saved enough from quests to open a small garment shop. Then I won't have to tie you up anymore. I can watch over you all the time. You'll get better. Can't you just leave me alone? Her voice was hollow, but Walter was delighted. Of course not. See, you're talking now. Soon you'll get better, just like me. Walter still remembered his despair. His sister had reached level 4 alexithymia at just 15 and entered a state of loss of control. He hid it from everyone, which wasn't hard in the interstellar age. Those who lost control without harming others were sent to lower-tier planets. Walter wanted to join the military to earn money for his sister's psychiatric care, but was forced to retire after just 2 years. Worse, he began showing symptoms of alexithymia himself. Every day he reminded himself never to abandon his sister, yet he felt himself growing colder toward her. One day he stumbled upon a video by Feng Yuan, but his sister's alexithymia was too severe for it to help. Then he saw Feng Yuan say head made a game. At the time, no game in the interstellar world integrated spiritual energy, and Feng Yuan repeatedly stressed he wasn't a psychic. But Walter's greatest trait was persistence. He was grateful head registered for the game with his sister immediately. Now his alexithymia was nearly cured and his sister had started speaking. Even a level 5 psychic couldn't pull someone back from a state of loss of control. That was common knowledge. Yet JoJo had made his silent sister speak. He was full of hope, but then saw the shutdown notice and didn't know how to protect JoJo. While Dai Li and his team were preparing materials for the trial against Miracle Company, the war within the game JoJo was escalating fiercely. The 5-nation alliance launched multiple attacks on the state of Qin, with victories and defeats on both sides. Waves of players logged off only to become cloud spectators hovering around the livestream threads. Watching Qin gradually rise to become the most powerful hegemon among the 7 states, players couldn't help but argue in the livestream thread. How is it that the more we fight him, the stronger he gets? How are the other states supposed to play? Nonsense. Our Qin has earned every step through blood and sweat. Every soldier is fearless in the face of death. Rubbish. I remember Qin wasn't remarkable at the beginning. It all started with that Shang Yang's reforms. He was truly a talent, but what a tragic death, dismembered by chariots. Had have been better off devoured by the Zerg. It's not just him who implemented reforms, other states did too. Finally Su Qin emerged, but then Qin got Zhang Yi, who wasn't even from Qin. I call foul play. Speaking of that, I have to mention our great state of Wei. Shang Yang was originally in Wei, right? And that Wu Qi Fan Zhu who proposed the strategy of befriending distant states while attacking nearby one's son Bin, who saved Zhao by besieging Wei Zhang, the diplomat Lord Xinling, who stole the tally to rescue Zhao, and Yu Yi, all once served in Wei. Then they were either framed or denied positions, so they fled to other states. Our Wei truly suffers from a talent syndrome. I suspect the person above has a special identity, knowing so much suggests they drew a noble card. To the one above, although all states underwent reforms differ. Shang Yang's directly broke the entrenched interests of the scholar official class. Commoners could become nobles through military merit, who wouldn't fight desperately. King Wuling of Zhao just changed the clothing style. What use was that? How dare you look down on our Zhao? Those clothes were light, convenient for horseback archery, and even looked good. This Zhang Yi is absolutely brilliant. Now he's twisting all the monarchs around his finger, especially the king of Chu. When Qi had spent enough time in Chu, he had intended to explore other states, but now he couldn't bear to leave Chu Yuan behind. All of this stemmed from Zhang Yi. As the players discussed, Zhang Yi with his silver tongue had turned the alliance against Qin into submission to Qin. King Huai of Chu actually believed Zhang Yi's promise of cities and severed ties with Qi. Chu Yuan pleaded earnestly, but the king, swayed by other ministers, now deeply disliked him. Now everyone knows how powerful Qin has become. The only wise strategy is for the other states to unite against Qin, otherwise a strong Qin will surely devour us all. That Jin Shang and Zheng Xiu must be in league with Zhang Yi. They disregard the safety of Chu's people, committing treason for personal gain. During his time with Chu Yuan, when Qi had come to admire his talent and character, seeing him in such a state, he felt deeply aggrieved on his behalf. Don't worry. Qin will never hand over the cities to the king of Chu. When he fails to get them, he'll realize he's been tricked and will listen to you. Chu Yuan's face was etched with sorrow. I hope so, he sighed. Breaking news: King Huai of Chu went to Zhang Yi demanding the cities. Zhang Yi claimed illness and refused to see him. The king, thinking Zhang Yi was hinting that his break with Qi wasn't thorough enough, went to Qi and stirred up another quarrel. I'm at a loss for words. Honestly, I doubt how someone with King Huai's IQ became a monarch. Routine suspicion that Qi Hong deliberately lowered old Chu's intelligence. So Chu Yuan must be furious. Poor Chu Yuan. I really liked his ode to the orange tree, and the dance was beautiful. Too bad we can't see it now. Anyone have news of him? Chu Yuan has been demoted and exiled from the capital to the Hanbei region. I'm seeing him off. Farewell, Chu Yuan. Farewell, Chu Yuan. Time in the game was hard to perceive. After seeing Chu Yuan off when Qi planned to pack up and leave Chu to visit old friends in Qin. Yet soon he met Chu Yuan again. It's been years when Qi and you look as spirited as ever. Chu Yuan was weathered and looked like had been through hard times. Before they could catch up, news came that Qin had invited the king of Chu to a banquet. Naturally, Chu Yuan rushed back to dissuade him. But the king's youngest son Xilan kept urging his father to go. To the astonishment of Wen Qi and many others, King Huai actually went. Once there, he was imprisoned by Qin. Chu Yuan was exiled once again. Latest from the live stream: Qin and Zhao clashed at Chongping over the control of Shandong. Players were placing bets in the chat, debating who would win. Of course it's our mighty Qin. Now that the alliance is broken, who can stop us? That's not certain. Do you know who Zhao's general is this time? Lian Pe. Those who drew clan identities should know this setting makes him a military genius seasoned from years of battle. Extraordinarily fierce. Does anyone know who Qin's general is? It's Wang He. Not a well-known name, but with Qin's competitive spirit, a general can't be bad. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Looks like a real fight. Too bad I died early. I can't witness it in person. Tell me about it. That damn psychic association revoked our livestream access. And this game never repeats itself. Once it's over, well, never see it again. Who are you all supporting? I think it should be Zhao. A general has a huge impact on war. How many times have we seen the weak defeat the strong? Hell with our Qin in this state losing to a minor Zhao. I'm betting on Qin. Many players have enlisted now, all chasing ranks. Zhao has plenty of players too. I bet no matter who wins, a wave of players will log off. Us cloud spectators are about to gain more members. Well, that suddenly makes me not want to enlist. I feel like my chances of dying are extremely high. Don't bother struggling. Trying to leave now would make you a deserter. In any state, you'd be executed to boost morale. Better to just fight well. Latest update from the live thread system, time 260 BC, Chongping, in the state of Zhao. Qin General Wang he has led his forces to assault the Zhao army at Chongping, while Lin Pa commands the Zhao counterattack. From the very outset, the engagement was ferocious. The Zhao army wounded Qin scouts while Qin scouts slew the Zhao deputy commander Chia. Latest news in June, Qin General Wang, he pressed the assault broke through Zhao positions, routed General Lin Pa, slew 4 Zhao Dewei, and seized the strategic strongholds of Erjiang City and Guanglong City. Latest news, the Zhao forces raised walls and huddled within their ramparts, unwilling to meet the enemy in open battle. Thereupon the Qin army launched a heavy assault, captured the Zhao western fortifications, and slew 2 Zhao Dewei. Latest news, after successive defeats, General Lin Pa withdrew to the east bank of the Dan River, constructed bulwarks, and refused to engage. Latest news, Zhao Wang, displeased by Lin Pa's fear of Qin and his prolonged hesitation, sent envoys to rebuke him on several occasions. One cannot deny the ferocity of the Qin forces. Many players have logged out. Latest news, Zhao Wang dispatched envoys to sue for peace, and Qin received the Zhao envoy Zheng Zhu with conspicuous civility. Qin acted to lull Zhao into complacency. By spreading the appearance of reconciliation between Qin and Zhao, they sought to deter other states from dispatching aid and forging alliances, thereby buying time to strengthen their military preparations for a devastating blow against Zhao. Latest news, in July, command of the Zhao army passed to Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo led 200,000 reinforcements to Chongping and assumed command in place of Lin Pa. Upon taking office, Zhao Kuo replaced several unit commanders to suit the realities on the ground, reformed the army's organization, overturned Lin Pa's tactical approach, and took the offensive against Qin. Latest news, the Qin forces were routed and fell back. The Zhao army pursued them to the Qin camp, but could not breach the fortifications. Latest news, light-equipped elite Qin units launched repeated strikes against the Zhao army. After a string of unfavorable engagements, Zhao Kuo realized he had been entrapped and surrounded. He ordered a cessation of the offensive, had fortifications hastily erected shifted to a defensive posture, and awaited an opportunity to break out. Latest news, the Zhao army's supply lines were intercepted. The main force had been without provisions for 46 days, and countless Zhao soldiers either starved or perished in failed attempts to break through. Zhao Kuo assaulted 4 or 5 times, but could not break out. Bai Qi ordered the Qin army to bury alive all the surrendered Zhao troops, sparing only 240 young soldiers to be returned to Zhao. Latest news, in the Battle of Chongping, the Qin army slaughtered 450 Zhao soldiers and civilians from Shandong. The live thread fell suddenly silent for a long while no one spoke. Prime Minister Fan Zhu of Qin sent agents bearing great wealth into Zhao to execute an internal stratagem, sowing the rumor that Lin Pa is easily handled. What Qin truly fears is Zhao Kuo, the son of Mafujin Zhaoxi. Zhao Wang believed the rumor and appointed Zhao Kuo to replace Lin Pa as commander. When Qin Zhaowang learned that Zhao Kuo had supplanted Lin Pa, he resolved to crush Zhao decisively. Secretly, he appointed Wanjin Bai Qi as general-in-chief, assigned Wang he as deputy commander, and ordered the army to keep the change of command strictly secret, with any leak to be punished by death. When Zhao Kuo advanced against the Qin forces, Bai Qi commanded the Qin army to feign defeat and withdraw in apparent disorder. Bai Qi dispatched a force of 2500 to strike the rear of Zhao's advancing detachment, severing their line of retreat, and sent a 500-strong cavalry contingent to insert itself between the Zhao army and its camp, cleaving the Zhao main force into 2 isolated bodies while cutting off their supply route. The rest is known to all. Qihong Studio. Though Xiaoyu's expression remained grim after emerging from the holographic game, she no longer insisted on taking her own life. According to her, she had only tried on the clothes of the Qin state and had yet to sample those from other nations. She intended to try on all the beautiful garments before leaving this world without regrets. Watching her earnest demeanor, Dai Li and Lu Feng were utterly dumbfounded, never expecting such a turn of events. Lu Feng could offer no assistance in the lawsuit between Dai Li and Miracle, as he barely understood even the basic laws of this interstellar era. Thus they divided their tasks. Dai Li would head to Alpha Star to attend the tribunal meeting, while Lu Feng stayed at Qihong Studio to lead the game development. Lu Weici ultimately grudgingly provided 2 people. One was Vivian, skilled in painting, and the other was Andis, a singer. As for coders and algorithm engineers, they dared not hire externally for fear of spies from other game companies. Dave contacted a few of his former friends. Lu Feng convened their first meeting, outlining the current progress of the game, 9 provinces. At present, 9 provinces is still in the chaotic war phase. While temporarily follow the pre-designed storyline, there's nothing to change. But the content ahead needs to be designed in advance. Many elements, architecture, characters, and in-game assets will change. Vivian, you'll assist Inca with the modeling. You can reference the specifics from the holographic space. Okay, Vivian nodded, feeling like a mere tool. Also, new instruments will need to be added later, along with a substantial increase in musical scores. Andis, that task will fall to you. Andis also nodded. Though both were psychics, the reach of their abilities covered less than 1%. Back then, the Psychic Association wouldn't accept them. It was Colonel Lu's people who found them and brought them into the military. But in reality, their contributions in the army were minimal, far below the salary they received. They had always felt ashamed. This time, Colonel Liu assigned them to this task, and they were genuinely delighted, silently vowing to do their utmost. As for your task, it's considerably heavier. I'm not well-versed in algorithms, but I have an idea I previously discussed with Dai Li. He said it's feasible with enough people and funding. Now that 9 provinces has taken shape, and Qihong has earned some money, I'd like to see if you can make it happen. I want this world to operate like a real one. That's impossible. Everyone's trajectory and thoughts changed, generating infinite possibilities. No server could support such boundless potential. Someone immediately stated. Lu Feng showed no sign of disappointment. He calmly said, on a micro level, it's indeed complex, but from a macro perspective, the world's changes follow certain patterns. The most fundamental is that productive forces determine relations of production. We only need to control the current level of productive forces and set how changes in production relations occur, and we can simulate the general shape of the world. Then by adding other variables, can this be achieved? This idea wasn't a whim. Lu Feng had discussed it extensively with Dai Li. This was the feasible plan they had devised. Unfortunately, Dai Li wasn't here now, and the progress of 9 provinces couldn't be delayed further. What are productive forces? What are relations of production? Relationships between people? Even familial bonds are weak nowadays. What other connections can there be? The algorithm engineers were bewildered. Lu Feng massaged his forehead, wishing he could give them a lesson in Marxism. He had indeed noticed that while interstellar technology was advanced, other aspects were quite mediocre, lacking systematic theories like economics or sociology. Considering that interstellar humanity had been threatened by the Zerg for years, their primary focus was naturally on eliminating that menace before developing other fields. Lu Feng then explained productive forces and relations of production in detail. These algorithm experts indeed had sharp logic. Sounds feasible. Give it a try. Let's try. After assigning tasks to the newcomers, Lu Feng raised his right hand and dialed Lu Jing's optical brain, but once again no one answered. He frowned. Lu Feng regularly transferred money to Lu Jing's account and occasionally sent messages to check in. Afraid of arousing suspicion, he kept conversations brief and seldom mentioned matters here. Lu Jing occasionally replied. But his message from yesterday went unanswered, and today no one picked up. Lu Jing had mentioned that she might be unable to use her optical brain for days during business trips. Such situations had occurred before. Yet with the current volatile situation, he feared she might be in danger, and contacting her could bring peril her way. Moreover, with Dai Li gone, he had to hold the fort at Qihong. He decided to let it go. She was either on a business trip or had discovered his issues and was avoiding him. After all, Mini on Beta Star likely knew about his affairs. Inside the game, after the Battle of Chongping, though the Zhao state still existed, the loss of 4 troops had crippled its competitive edge. Its annihilation was merely a matter of time. Now Qin's power had clearly surpassed the other states, and many remaining players were migrating to Qin. However, they soon took to the official forums to complain. Qin's law of collective punishment is insane. I did nothing, yet I was dragged down by an NPC and killed. How is that fair? Do you think Qin's military strength comes without a price? Do you know why everyone calls it brutal Qin? According to NPCs, it means cruel. Honestly, that Zhao incident was a heavy blow. 4 troops, over 1,000 players. How many players are left in the game now? Is Qihong Studio deliberately trying to kill us off to free up accounts for the nobles? Highly likely. Honestly, if it were any other game, I'd find this normal, but with 9 provinces it's hard to accept, though I can't explain why. 1-2-1-0-0-8-6. The game's progression did not bend to the player's will. While everyone was speculating about Qin's next target, King Zhao of Qin first destroyed the Eastern Zhou. Many players suddenly realized, the Eastern Zhou still exists. Does it matter? The feudal lords have all rebelled. That tiny territory can't do much. Not true. At least the NPCs there are well versed in the Zhou's conquest of Shang, which is proof of the connection between 9 provinces and the primordial era. Proof of what? It only proves that 9 provinces is a purely fictional fake game. Speaking of which, aren't you curious? They say the more realistic a game, the better it treats apathy syndrome. But this game and the primordial era are obviously fake. Why does it still have an effect? Don't spout nonsense. The Psychic Association's announcement is still up. Qihong said it's just an ordinary game. While everyone was browsing the forums, the in-game system time jumped to 246 BC. The system's small horn automatically announced, Ying Zheng of Qin ascends the throne. Many players were puzzled. What was this? Rulers had changed before without any system-wide announcement. As we all know, in this game, a ruler can determine a nation's fate. So what's so special about this Ying Zheng? Xiaobai knows, your turn. Mingming Bei by meticulously collected information on Ying Zheng, organizing it and posting it on the forum. Though a businessman, he was generous in his dealings, releasing much news for free. Thus, even if others tried to imitate his methods, players still preferred to purchase information from him. Ying Zheng, originally named Zhao Zheng, was born in Handan Zhao, the son of King Zhuangxiang of Qin and Lady Zhao Ji. Little else had been uncovered, likely because he had done nothing extraordinary, being only 13 years old. After Mingming Bei posted on the World Channel, someone related to a streaming forum, and others secretly took photos and shared them, sparking heated debates among online players and cloud players. Isn't he just a child? He looks handsome, but what's so special about him that warrants a system broadcast? Now that Qin is at its peak, if a child takes the throne, could there be another twist? Haven't you noticed this child is half Zhao? He lived in Zhao until he ascended the throne, so is he considered Zhao or Qin? He also bears the surname Zhao. Of course he's Qin. This game's setting makes men the masters with women as mere ornaments. His father had a harem full of concubines. I recall King Zhao of Qin had many children. Why choose the son of a concubine from an enemy state to inherit the throne? Is it possible that most of the other children are dead? Alas, you're not in the Qin palace. You don't know how dramatic the harem stories are daily. Your identity seems unusual. What have you experienced? I drew a Qin palace maid card. I was so tired of being bossed around that I considered dying to escape. But the concubines' intrigues stunned me. They've become my daily entertainment. No matter who calls me, I want leave. I could watch this for 100 years. These words left many speechless. While everyone dreamed of conquering the world, someone was enjoying the love stories of harem consorts. After a moment, someone timidly said, "Actually, I'd like to see that too. Why not start a thread? I'd even pay for it." The player who drew the palace maid card thought since video streaming was banned, text streaming had no restrictions. Joy shared as joy doubled. Without delay, she started a thread titled, "Daily Harem Intrigues of the Qin King." The game world was temporarily peaceful. Many wanted to visit the Qin palace to see what made Yingzheng special, but entering the palace required men to become eunuchs. Many players were shocked by this setting, flooding the official site to denounce the perverse developers. They abandoned the idea. Even in a game, they had no desire to experience being a eunuch. Perhaps considering players' sensibilities, no one had yet drawn a eunuch card. The Qin palace was far from peaceful. Young Yingzheng honored Lu Buwei as his second father, with all state affairs under Lu's control. The player who drew the palace maid card named Huashang excitedly posted, "You won't believe what I saw. Oh my god, Lu Buwei is having an affair with Empress Dowager Zhao Ji. What exactly did you see? This game censors such content, right? Huashang, don't get dirty thoughts. I saw him enter her bedchamber at night and leave only at dawn, and not just once. Many maids have gossiped about it. I remember Lu Buwei is Yingzheng's second father, like a foster father. Good heavens, that makes them his real parents, doesn't it? You're confused. This game's ruler succession is hereditary. Yingzheng's authority comes from his father, King Iran of Qin. If his father were different, do you think he could still inherit the throne? As far as I know, even commoners can't cohabitate without marriage. A queen dowager doing this would be heavily criticized. So they're being sneaky about it. I have a great idea. They'll take this news to Yingzheng and demand a high-ranking official position. If not, I'll spread the word. You're all too selfish. Indifferent. They'll threaten him to attack the other 6 states and unify the realm. Don't you think there are too few players now? First, you need to meet him. Then you must ensure he doesn't kill you. The person above, I remember you died long ago. What threat can you make? In the Qin palace, Yingzheng frowned in his bedchamber. He was already 21, yet his second father showed no sign of returning power. He couldn't do as he wished, and this frustrated him immensely. Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. Yingzheng suddenly grew stern. How dare you? Who are you, and why have you entered my private chambers without permission? The man dressed as a guard shouted, Your Majesty, I know about the affair between Empress Dowager Zhao Ji and Lu Buwei. If you kill me, this news will be spread. Yingzheng narrowed his eyes and stared coldly. What do you want? Money, a lot of money. Yingzheng snorted. Guards, seize him and torture him until he reveals his accomplices. What? You're not playing by the rules. I am the rule. The next day, the Empress Dowager requested to move to a separate estate, taking a eunuch named Lao Ai with her. Yingzheng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Huashang had little gossip lately. Since Yingzheng had just come of age and had no harem, yet she amused everyone by recounting the previous player's incident, then resorted to idle chat. Huashang, I miss Zhao Ji. When she was in the palace, there was so much drama. Now that she's left, even watering flowers feels dull. I only care when the war will start. When will our great Qin dominate the world? Have you heard? Some say Zhao Ji gave birth to 2 sons fathered by that eunuch Lao Ai. Huashang perked up. I know Lao Ai. Wasn't he the eunuch Lu Buwei gave to Zhao Ji? I remember when the Empress Dowager left, many maids said she was eating more and gaining weight. Could it be? This is absolutely shocking. If it's true Lu Buwei had an affair with the Empress Dowager, then sent her a fake eunuch for more affairs, and she secretly gave Yingzheng 2 half-brothers. Huashang, this can't be true. Although Zhao Ji seems foolish and often hinders Yingzheng, she wouldn't sabotage him at this critical moment. If people start saying Yingzheng is also illegitimate, how could he inherit the throne? Ching. This rumor came from NPCs at the Empress Dowager's villa. Some players actually stayed there to watch. Well, there's nothing else to do since there's no war. Speaking of which, Yingzheng's ascension warranted a system broadcast. Could it be because of his scandalous background? Isn't this a war and conquest game? Are we switching to family drama? Haha, I'd accept that. Fighting is too brutal. Many players log off, and even more NPCs die. The worst part is every NPC is unique, and once dead they're gone forever. As players and cloud players buzzed with excitement, Yingzheng held his comingafage ceremony at the Qinian Palace in Yongqing, marking the start of his rule. Whether others would relinquish power was another matter. Many players and NPCs watched from outside the city gates, wondering what changes this ruler would bring to Qin. The wars among the 7 states had long ceased. Was it time for them to resume? Suddenly the sound of many soldiers' footsteps shattered the peace. Lao Ai, wielding the Qin King's seal and the Empress Dowager's seal, launched a rebellion attacking the Qinian Palace. The live thread scrolled furiously. Many players speculated whether Yingzheng would prevail. Yingzheng watched Lao Ai brandishing the seals to denounce him, his face calm, as if he had anticipated this. He clapped his hands lightly, and elite troops emerged around the Qinian Palace. Seeing his forces retreat, Lao Ai gritted his teeth. Retreat. Attack the Xianying Palace. Yingzheng watched coldly as he fled, saying nothing. When Lao Ai reached the Xianying Palace, he found troops already waiting. Only then did he realize Yingzheng had known all along and had set a trap. Yingzheng stared at the captured Lao Ai. Lao Ai is guilty of treason. Sentenced death by dismemberment with his body exposed to the public. Zhao Ji rushed forward to plead for mercy. Yingzheng pushed her aside. Your Majesty, what should be done with these 2 children? Li Si asked. Zhao Ji wept bitterly. Yingzheng, they are your own brothers. They won't vie for the throne. Please spare them. I beg you. Yingzheng picked up the 2 illegitimate sons, glanced at them, and said, You betrayed me for them. He raised his arm and dashed them to the ground. Blood gushed forth. Zhao Ji fainted on the spot. That day many players saw Lao Ai's corpse hanging from the city walls. This Yingzheng has some skill. He won. As expected of someone broadcast across the system. Brutal enough, ruthless enough. Now he is truly King Yingzheng of Qin. On Alpha Star, Dai Li, armed with the prepared documents, and under the protection of Haida's people, walked into the tribunal. Its towering peak, resembling an electromagnetic cannon, stood as the emblem of the court. Before this, he had gathered physical evidence, but no eyewitnesses could be found. None of his former colleagues, the apprentices he had once mentored, or those who had left due to Miracle's infringement, were willing to testify. Though he understood they feared antagonizing both Miracle Corporation and the Psychic Association, as everyone knew the fusion of the Psychic Association with gaming was the future trend. Yet Dai Li still felt a pang of reluctance. Now the 9 provinces was no longer his game alone. Jin Zi and the others, along with Lu Feng, a formidable psychic willing to fight alongside him, made him determined not to let the 9 provinces crumble in his hands. Inside the tribunal, a cold-faced judge sat high above. Opposite were representatives from Miracle and the Psychic Association. Miracle's side presented their evidence first. Miracle submitted a patent application early on for integrating psychic energy into game design. Here are our patent certificates. Dai Li angrily presented his own evidence. This is my original design concept for integrating psychic energy into games. Though I worked at Miracle then, they dismissed my proposal as fantasy, yet later filed the patent under the company's name. The judge reviewed the evidence and asked, Miracle Corporation, whose design concept is this? Dai Li sneered. If it was your people's, then provide the original drafts. You wouldn't claim to have a patent without any drafts, would you? Who says we don't have drafts? Here they are. Dai Li must have stolen our drafts. The designer was Dai Li's former superior, General Manager Zhua. Dai Li recognized them as the 2 drafts his in turn had stolen. The 2 sides began to argue, neither yielding. Dai Li had physical evidence, while Miracle had gathered many people, former colleagues of Dai Li, who testified that Zhua had indeed proposed the concept. The trial dragged on for days. Finally, the judge delivered the verdict. The integration of psychic energy into games was initially conceived by Dai Li and refined by Zhua. Since Miracle has already obtained the patent, Dai Li as the originator retains the right to use, but not to distribute. Henceforth, any games created by Dai Li shall not enable live streaming. Case closed. Dai Li shouted, on what grounds? I object. Haida's men restrained him. This is the best outcome possible. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had still not received a reply from Lu Jing these past few days. He was truly worried. Recently, Xiao Ye's condition had improved, and she noticed his anxiety. Go ahead. They'll keep an eye on Qihong. Lu Feng nodded. Thank you. By now he could calmly gaze at the expressionless faces on the streets. Moreover, he had Lu Wei's people by his side. Since Qihong partnered with the military, Lu Wei had assigned guards to protect them. When Lu Wei asked if there were others needing protection, Lu Feng, like everyone else, said no. Interpersonal relationships in the interstellar world were thin. Normally no one would think to use his sister to threaten him unless he contacted her frequently. This time it was only because he hadn't heard from Lu Jing in so long that he came to find her at this hour. As Lu Feng reached the door, it slid open automatically. A foreboding dread seized Lu Feng. He rushed inside only to be met with a sight that made his eyes burn with fury. Lu Jing lay motionless on the bed. How could this be? Who had done this to her? The accompanying guard surveyed the scene and said, it appears to be suicide from an onset of anhedonia. They had seen such scenes too often. No, Lu Feng denied outright. I gave her an account long ago. I saw her login records. She logged in just 2 days ago. Yet Lu Feng suddenly recalled that he had never checked if it was actually her logging in. At that moment his optical brain buzzed with Dai Li's strained voice. I'm sorry. I failed. Dai Li recounted what had happened at the tribunal, but Lu Feng remained silent. Lu Feng, what's wrong? Lu Feng merely said flatly, something's happened on my end. I'll call you back. He hung up. Lu Wei arrived quickly and sighed, patting Lu Feng's shoulder. My condolences. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe my sister would kill herself. I must find out the truth, Lu Feng declared firmly. All right, this is my forte. They'll help you get to the bottom of it. After handling matters there, Lu Feng's first task upon returning to Qihong was to investigate that account. The account's user was not Lu Jing, but someone named Xia Tian. Xiao Yu sighed. I remember Xia Tian. She was Lu Jing's colleague suffering from severe anhedonia. Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. If she wanted an account, why didn't she tell me? I asked her. Lu Wei, an expert in such matters, quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Lu Jing's anhedonia was at level 3, quite severe. After you gave her the account, she didn't use it herself, but gave it to her colleague Xia Tian. I suspect she was already losing control at that point. She hesitated for a long time before trying to ask you for the account. We saw a draft message to you on her optical brain, but she deleted it. By then the 9 provinces had stopped accepting new accounts. She must have been torn. 2 days ago, she sought help from a psychic hospital, but because of your conflict with the Psychic Association, they turned her away. But I still can't fathom why she didn't come to you. Even if new accounts couldn't be added, you're a psychic yourself. This was likely her final message to you, saved on her optical brain, unsent. The matter was simple and quick to investigate. There were no conspiracies as he had imagined. After all, if the Psychic Association or Miracle were involved, they would have used her to threaten Lu Feng, not kill her. Lu Feng stared blankly at the line of text. Don't be sad. You are not him. He understood why Lu Jing hadn't sought him out. Because she knew. She knew the brother she once had was now someone else. This must have been the final straw, leaving her utterly alone in this world. Lu Feng was at a loss for words. This was never his intention. He had planned to gradually grow close to Lu Jing, to become siblings in this vast interstellar world if possible, or else care for her for life as recompense. Yet this was the outcome. He had become the cause of her death, along with the Psychic Association, which had rejected her at her most critical moment. Don't dwell on it. For those afflicted with anhedonia, death may be a release, Lu Wei consoled. The entire Qihong studio was shrouded in gloom. Yet the progress of the 9 provinces remained unaffected. As players expected, after eliminating the factions of Lao Ai and Lu Buwei, King Yingzheng of Qin began his campaign to unify the 6 kingdoms. The number of players enlisting in the Qin army surged, with many from other states joining as well. In this era, concealing one's nationality was not difficult. When the Qin army approached the weakest state, Han, the acting prefect of Nanyang, Tung, surrendered the city without a fight. This move drew scathing criticism from players who cursed such shameless tactics. In 230 BC, acting prefect Tung led the Qin army south across the Yellow River to attack Han, capturing its capital Xinjiang in one fell swoop and annihilating Han without surprise. Then in 228 BC, the great Qin general Wang Jian crushed the Zhao army, pacifying the Danyang region. The remaining states, feeling the chill of impending doom, could no longer muster a united front against Qin. Players from Yin received a system notification: escort Jing, coup to Qin. Going to Qin at a time like this, could it be to surrender? It's sent by Crown Prince Dan of Yin. It must be a surrender letter. Well, it's good for the people, sparing them from war even if the royalty suffers. I know that Jing Ko. He's a close friend of Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli plays an instrument that sounds wonderful. Too bad we can't stream it. Someone clearly didn't study the game's lore. That instrument is called a zhu. I've never seen anything like it. Playing it feels ancient and melodious. It was not as the Yin players had imagined. Huashang happened to be attending the King of Qin at the time. She vividly described the scene as if it were unfolding before their eyes. I was stunned. I thought Jing Ke was merely presenting a map. I never expected him to attempt an assassination. The King of Qin barely dodged. His sword was too long to draw easily. I watched Ying Zheng circle a pillar several times, barely stifling my laughter. The forum erupted in laughter. Crown Prince Dan couldn't have sent a more skilled assassin. Haha, the mighty King of Qin circling a pillar while everyone watched. What a ridiculous sight. I can't believe this is real. Won't this become an eternal embarrassment? The interstellar ritual for those who have departed was simple. They regarded the deceased as no different from inanimate objects, typically cremating them directly, without setting up tombstones or holding funeral ceremonies. Lu Feng also understood that all those rituals were meant to comfort the living, and the interstellar society, being sufficiently rational and cold, had no need for them. But Lu Feng needed them. He held a simple ceremony at Lu Jing's residence. Though the others were puzzled, they tacitly came to bid farewell. I'm sorry for occupying your brother's body. He had already taken his own life when I arrived. I hope you don't resent me. If there truly is an afterlife, I wish you could transmigrate into my world and live a simple, happy life as an ordinary girl. Lu Feng approached Lu Jing and murmured softly. Daily Lu Weici Jinzi and the others followed his example, coming forward to offer a bouquet of white flowers. Before leaving, Lu Feng took the only photo of Lu Jing and placed it in his bedroom. The current situation did not allow him to wallow in sorrow for long. Daily Lu Feng and Lu Weici entered the holographic space of Qihong. The backdrop was a scene of blooming flowers under the radiant sun. Lu Weici, seeing such a beautiful sight for the first time, couldn't resist touching and looking around. Daily recounted his experiences on Alpha. I don't understand why the tribunal made such a judgment. The manuscripts are all with me. I can clearly explain my creative process, and I've kept all related materials well preserved. Just because 2 pages of the manuscript were lost, does that make it a co-creation? Lu Feng was silent for a moment, then turned to Lu Weici. Did the military district know this outcome before we went? Lu Weici hesitated, but said nothing. Daily's face was full of disbelief. They knew. Why? How could they have known? Without the military district, boss Dai probably wouldn't even have this half of the creative rights right. Lu Feng continued to look at Lu Weici. Daily opened his mouth as if to say something, but held back. After all, he had worked at Miracle for so long. Though his nature was simple, he was no fool. Who was he? An ordinary person born in the slums. Miracle was one of the top gaming companies on Beta Star, backed by the Psychic Association. How could he possibly think he could win against them? Lu Weici sighed. Do you really think you can fight against the Psychic Association with your strength? Isn't it better to just be a good psychic? We only wanted to do our own thing. It just so happens that I'm a psychic. What kind of logic is it that they forbid others from doing what they themselves refuse to do? Lu Feng questioned word by word. What I'm more curious about is, why is the military district also afraid of the Psychic Association? Your duty is to protect humanity, but when humans persecute humans, do you just stand by? Those exiled to lower-tier planets, those driven mad by Apathy Syndrome every day, do they deserve this? Aren't they human? Our duty is to kill the Zerg. Lu Weici couldn't help but defend. Is that because the Zerg harm humans? If the Zerg paid no attention to humans, would you still travel across several planets to kill them? Lu Weici was speechless. You take their tax money, so why don't you protect them? Lu Feng truly didn't understand. Lu Weici hadn't expected Lu Feng to be so sharp. He smiled bitterly. Do you think we don't want to? Where do soldiers come from? They come from ordinary people. Like your 9 provinces weren't the soldiers of Qin, all common folk. But do you know how many in the military suffer from Apathy Syndrome? On Beta Star it's 80%, in the military district it's 90%, and 50% of those are at level 3 or above. Do you know why the military district still exists? Because of the Psychic Association. They provide a large number of psychics to stabilize things. Lu Feng, I know you're formidable. You can support 9 provinces alone, but you're just one person. The entire Qihong has only you as a psychic, and 9 provinces can't even support 10,000 people yet. Lu Feng disagreed. If psychic works could be disseminated. Lu Weici interrupted him. Have you ever encountered patients with level 4 or even level 5 Apathy Syndrome? Their senses are almost entirely sealed off. Showing them psychic works is useless. At times like that, a high-level psychic must thoroughly investigate the patient's experiences and create a tailored work. This requires a tremendous amount of time. In truth, while military pay is higher than average, it's a drop in the bucket for psychics. Without the unified organization of the Psychic Association, how many psychics would be willing to spend so much time crafting custom works for soldiers? They could just upload a random work online and make a fortune. These were indeed things Lu Feng didn't know. He wasn't a native of the interstellar world. His understanding was limited to what had learned about the Psychic Association recently. Dali nodded. Indeed, the Psychic Association was once highly admired. Many psychics took pride in joining it and truly felt a sense of belonging. The entire interstellar realm was fighting the Zerg, and the association organized psychic power mainly to supply the military. Back then, the sacrifices of ordinary people were also considered necessary. But now that the Zerg are no longer a threat, are their sacrifices still necessary? Lu Weici sighed. Indeed, the Psychic Association has changed. They've tasted the benefits of being a privileged class and are completely lost in it. Even the military district, after we temporarily eradicated the Zerg, they thought we had lost our value. They've started serving only the upper class. Lu Feng understood. So you're dissatisfied with the Psychic Association's actions, but you can't break with them because you need psychics. A lot of them. Lu Weici looked at Lu Feng with appreciation. You're indeed clever. The Psychic Association thinks you're already our people, and since we do have a partnership, they can tolerate us cultivating our own psychics to some extent. But they can't stand you breaking the rarity and exclusivity of psychic works. So in the end, streaming 9 provinces was banned. Daili also understood. They must have carefully observed 9 provinces. It's different from ordinary games. The number of players is limited. The game's progress continued. The system displayed the year 226 BC. Qin's next target was Wei. Wang Bin, son of Wang Jian, led an army to first attack the northern regions of Chu, capturing over 10 cities. After delivering sufficient deterrence to the north and securing the flank of the Qin army attacking Wei, Wang Bin suddenly struck Wei the following year, besieging its capital Daliang. Contrary to the players' expectations, the besieged Daliang did not fall immediately. The city's walls were sturdy and its granaries were well stocked. Several fierce assaults by the Qin army were all repelled. Wei hadn't fallen, but many Qin players had logged off, inciting angry complaints on the official forums. Soon, however, the king ordered the army to dig a canal northwest of Daliang. It was early spring, and the Qin soldiers worked in the rain. Some players knowledgeable in military tactics discerned Wang Bin's plan and tried to persuade him to change his mind. Daliang is very close to the Yellow River and far below its riverbed. I think Qin is going to flood it. Such a beautiful capital, and they want to drown it. Isn't that too cruel? What about the NPCs inside? They'll lose their homes and lives. Wang Bin have a heart. But that's war, not just flooding. An interstellar electromagnetic cannon could blow up half a planet. That's different. That's for the Zerg. These are humans. After unification, they'll all be compatriots. War is all the same. Nevertheless, Wang Bin personally oversaw the work, making an example of a few unenthusiastic players by executing them. The other players dared not slack off, but the complaints on the forums didn't cease. I'm starting to think this Qin unification isn't such a good thing. Who knows? I think the merciful ones never last long. The canal was completed. Rain fell for 10 consecutive days, and the water swelled. Once the walls were soaked and rotten, the Qin soldiers seized the opportunity to break in. Daliang fell, and Wei was destroyed. Lu Feng looked at the sun on the horizon. Times have changed. The Psychic Association should also see a change of guard. Colonel Lu Weici, for the sake of the common people on Beta Star, are you willing to join us? I must first ensure the safety of the military district soldiers. Otherwise, the military district would be utterly useless. Lu Weici thought for a moment and replied firmly. Lu Feng smiled. You'll get your wish. What do you plan to do? Lu Feng chuckled. The game is an infringement, but my 9 provinces story is not. The system displayed the year 222 BCE. Ying Zheng used the pretext of Crown Prince Dan of Yin sending Jing Ku to assassinate him to launch an attack on Yin, leading to its fall. In 221 BC, Qin marched against the easternmost ancient state of Qi. Qi was conquered and Qin completed its unification. Both the in-game system of 9 provinces and the official website simultaneously announced. In 221 BC, Qin, Shi Huang, Ying Zheng completed the unification. The following updates are now applied to 9 provinces. 1. All players can log into the game normally. To enhance the realism of the experience upon a player's death, their account is deleted and all in-game assets are converted into star coins and refunded to their account. Newly vacated accounts will be reassigned to players through a lottery with priority given to players from Beta Star. 2. Ordinary tasks within the system are cancelled with only system broadcast tasks retained. Players in corresponding regions can claim them on a first-come, first-served basis. Players must rely on their own abilities to obtain survival funds. 3. All scenes, settings, items, NPCs, etc. within this game are open for licensing. The licensing fee is 1/10th of the profits generated, and anyone may apply. 4. A series of evaluation activities will be held periodically. The current activity is the Spring and Autumn and Warring States story event. Players can submit adapted stories based on the game's Spring and Autumn and Warring States narratives in the form of novels or videos. The work with the highest views will receive an in-game account reward. 5. Upon logging into the game after Qin's unification, players found it largely unchanged. The cities remained the same, the mountains stood as before. Only the NPCs had dwindled in number, and the city walls bore more scars of damage. Ying Zheng, deeming his achievements surpassing those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, proclaimed himself the first emperor. As soon as they came online, the players buzzed with discussions about the new game rules. In a tavern in Xianyang during mealtime, many patrons ate and chatted. Though they hailed from different former states, they now all belonged to the Qin Dynasty. Upstairs in a guest room, Mingming Bai raised his cup. Come, let's toast to our successful gamble. We've survived to see Qin's unification. When Qi Nanqi and the others Lin Bai and Lan Lan all raised their glasses together. To the unification of Qin. Nanqi sighed. Honestly, I never dared to imagine Qin would be the victor. 7 states, so many ancient feudal lords, and the Qin ruler started as nothing more than a horsekeeper for the Zhou king. But back then we had no choice. With war raging everywhere, we'd likely have died if we ventured out. Lan Lan laughed. I guess luck just comes when you least expect it. Look at this tavern of mine in this prime location, the very heart of the city. I can retire in this game. Only if the game stays peaceful forever. Lan Lan raised an eyebrow. Could there be war again? Now that Qin has unified, who would they fight? Themselves for fun. To be honest, I've studied the Western Zhou era. They used a feudal system dividing land among nobles, which naturally led to separatist states. But look at Ying Zheng. He clearly learned from that. He adopted the commandery county system, sending officials to govern, while keeping the land under central control. He also established the 3 dukes and 9 ministers system, ensuring military, administrative, and supervisory powers were independent. That old situation probably won't recur. The usually silent Lin Bai spoke slowly. Actually, it's not about division. I've noticed the game's map is vast. The 7 states only occupy the central part. There are traces of human activity farther out. Mingming Bai recalled. Right at first, Qin fought the Chuanrong tribe in the west and took their land. There are likely other such regions nearby. Lon waved his hand. That's a problem for later. For now, after unification, we should focus on development. Lin Bai suddenly said, have you noticed? Before, when we logged in, the system would show the current year and era, the spring and autumn and warring states period. This time it says the Qin Dynasty. Nanshi raised her hand slightly. I noticed too. Is it because of Qin's unification? Wen Qi shook his head. Qin as a state versus Qin as a dynasty. The difference is huge. Before, many states shared one era. Now, after unification, Qin alone defines a dynasty. Could there be other dynasties to come? Probably. They ate in silence for a few bites. Finally, Nanshi asked cautiously, did none of you read the latest update? And the verdict from Qihong and Miracle? Mingming Bai put down his chopsticks. How could we miss it? At least the game is saved, and it's still under Qihong. From what I can see, Qihong doesn't intend to make it an exclusive game for the elite. But we only have 1 life left now, Lon pouted. But Qihong also provided a way to earn accounts. We're quite experienced in that. We plan to form a girl group specializing in spring and autumn era song and dance performances. Nanshi and the others said excitedly, the licensing fee is only 1/10th of the profit, practically free. Lin Jiu was also pleased. The Ode to the Orange we performed was a spiritual energy work. That means our replicated performances will all be spiritual energy works. We'll have no shortage of viewers. Lin Bai said, I think that's exactly what Qihong Studio wants. We all know whether Jiuzhou is truly a spiritual energy game. Current players have enjoyed it for so long that their sensory deprivation must be at a very low level. Qihong wants to bring in a new batch. Miracle claimed that spiritual energy fusion games infringe on their rights, so Qihong fully opened the game content for licensing. Works created by players under that license can't be considered infringement, can they? Mingming Bai gasped. Is Qihong declaring war on the Spiritualist Association? Lin Bai said calmly. Not quite war, but it's certainly a provocation. Lon asked. I have a question. Will the spring and autumn stories created by players contain spiritual energy effects? Lin Bai replied flatly. It varies from person to person. But based on Nanshi and the girl's Ode to the Orange, it seems spiritual energy is common. When Qi suddenly said, previously Lu Feng from Qihong said he wasn't a spiritualist and Jiuzhou wasn't a spiritual energy game. So works created by players wouldn't be spiritualist works either. Mingming Bai laughed. Exactly. Without the spiritualist label, the Spiritualist Association has no grounds to block their distribution. This Lu Feng is truly formidable. Nanshi smiled shyly. Honestly, Lu Feng has always been my idol. He's handsome, makes great games, and is so clever. Some players guessed Kahang's intent, but more were purely worried about losing their accounts. Even in this unified era, it was no peaceful time. Death was everywhere. Many players weren't even beta star natives, lacking priority in account lotteries. Moreover, the game no longer had a quest system, leaving them struggling to earn money again. Players summarized 2 urgent priorities. First, find a way to make money, avoid starvation in the game, and enhance survival capabilities. Second, secure a place in the upcoming theme competition to gain extra lives. Bruce discussed with his friend Luna. During the spring and autumn and warring states period, I saw the Mahis school known for their woodworking and mechanical arts. Let's make small wooden machines to sell. Luna thought for a moment. What about the power source? That's still the issue. This sun is a star. If we had a stellar energy converter, it'd be easy, but that's too advanced for this era. Bruce refused to give up. Let's check history books. Didn't the interstellar age develop from nothing? I refuse to believe I, from 10,000 years in the future, can't make something profitable. Luna agreed. You're right. I have a friend who studies history. He'll ask. As soon as player Huashang logged in, she couldn't resist examining her reflection in the bronze mirror. She was still in palace-made attire, but it was noticeably different. More beautiful fabric, better quality, and more valuable accessories than before. She was very satisfied. She was determined to win the spring and autumn theme competition. Almost all the harem players had died, leaving only her. With her exclusive theme of the monarch's harem, how could anyone outshine her? She thought confidently. Huashang, hurry over. The new consort Li is arriving soon. It was a familiar-looking palace maid. Huashang wondered which former colleague's descendant she might be. Coming. Who is consort Li? What happened while I was away? A blazing fire of gossip ignited in Huashang's heart. You don't know? After our great Qin unified the concubines from the other 6 states, all came to our harem. The smaller states were terrified. One vassal state offered their princess a breathtaking beauty skilled in dance. Our king titled her consort Li. Let's go see just how beautiful she is. What a piece of junk, this game is not even as good as the shooting games I played before. Claire angrily removed his holographic visor. And they dare charge so much for this garbage. Claire was a noble from Alpha Star with many relatives in the Psychic Association and involvement in the exploration and auction of resource planets. Recently, the Psychic Association launched a new product boasting extravagantly that it was a psychic-powered game developed in collaboration with game designers. Sufficient data had been gathered in the early stages for verification and development, consuming the painstaking efforts of hundreds of top psychics and costing billions in investment to produce this game, called Star History. It caused quite a stir on Alpha Star and even other high-tier planets, but as usual, it was only available to those of sufficient status. Accounts for Star History were nearly hyped to astronomical prices. Claire's few interests included gaming. However, he had been away with his family's expedition team to survey a new planet and only returned recently. Hearing about this, he eagerly snapped up an account and couldn't wait to try it out. Yet upon logging in, he felt immensely deceived. Star History merely presented a sluggish depiction of humanity's escape from the Zerg. Without modern weapons, he died at the first encounter with the Zerg, endlessly fleeing and being killed by them. This evoked nothing but the same helplessness he felt during history lessons. His family had a dedicated psychic doctor, so he didn't suffer from sensory apathy, and he had no idea if the game truly helped with that condition. All he knew was that playing this game was a waste of time. He might as well read a history textbook. Claire grumbled on the StarNet. What's psychic game? It's just a gimmick. Not even as satisfying as ordinary games. I don't get what this is supposed to be. Even a documentary would be better. Soon someone commented below, are you talking about 9 provinces? I think it's pretty fun, but the accounts are too hard to get. I'm terrified of dying. Can't the official site let me recharge in one go? Didn't the 9 provinces officials say it's not a psychic game? That's just the Psychic Association trying to ride on its coattails. How those who've played it know if it's a psychic game or not. The irony is that the officials deny it while the Psychic Association claims it. By the way, does anyone have good ideas for making money? I'm feeling broke. With the revamped mission system, we players have to fend for ourselves. I can't even support myself. I heard Zheng is going to war again. Feels like there's a chance to draw an account. Never been so glad to be a Beta Star native. Claire was utterly baffled. He was clearly talking about Star History, yet a bunch of people were discussing 9 provinces under his post. What was all this? He knew few could play Star History, which was why he hadn't mentioned the game's name. Had another interesting game called 9 Provinces come out while he was away? Could there be a fun game that the Game King himself didn't know about? Claire immediately searched for the 9 Provinces official website on StarNet, inwardly scoffing at what small studio's game this was, as it wasn't even listed on the Game Alliance platform. Without a second glance, he started registering an account. All promotional appearances were fake, fun was what mattered, and he was experienced. The system prompted, the current game accounts are full and cannot be registered. You can make a reservation. Current reservations, 1 billion. Claire couldn't help but check again. He had indeed entered the official website, not some phishing site. Was this 9 provinces limiting player numbers? But those people earlier said it was an ordinary game. If it were a psychic game, why hadn't the Psychic Association mentioned it to him? He continued searching for information about 9 provinces. Although the game's livestream content had been deleted, players' discussions, the clues they pieced together, the historical frameworks they analyzed, and even their collaborative efforts to unlock new maps were still available. The more Claire read, the more captivated he became, longing to enter the game immediately. He wanted to see what formidable generals like Pang Yuan Baiqi and Sun Bin were like in battle, and how skilled strategists like Su Qin and Zhang Yi were at persuasion. Of course, he also saw the announcements from the Psychic Association and Miracle, the calm young man named Lu Feng claiming 9 provinces was an ordinary game and the final verdict. As a noble, he wasn't qualified to judge the Psychic Association's actions, nor did he want a medal. He had only one request now. He wanted an account for 9 provinces. Money and power were useless. People had tried that online long ago. Game accounts were bound to individuals, and interstellar privacy rights trumped everything. Even if the owner was willing to transfer it, it wasn't possible. And 9 provinces was now semi-military, though it was open to the public for some reason. Clearly no one dared to threaten him with force. Claire was itching to play the game. He asked around the Alpha Noble Circle, some had accounts. After they told him about the in-game content, his desire reached its peak. He had an uncle in the military whom he usually feared and avoided. Now he couldn't care less about that. Raising his arm, he dialed his uncle's optical brain number. Uncle, I'd like to ask you a favor. Hanging up, Claire wiped his face. As expected, his uncle chewed him out, but it wasn't without gain. His uncle said military accounts were for saving lives, and gave him Lu Feng's optical brain number. Whether he could get an account was up to him. Claire thought long and hard about what he could offer in exchange. Then he dialed Lu Feng's number. Hello, I'm Claire from Alpha Star. I really love the game 9 Provinces and hope you can give me an account. Wait, please don't hang up. I'm willing to trade. Of course, I know you don't need money and don't want to break your own rules. Wait a planet, I'm willing to trade a planet. My family explores the stars and auctions planets. I've just discovered a new one. No, it's not a barren dead star. There are some plants. The surrounding star is unstable, but with an artificial sun, it could be habitable for humans. Alright, I'll send the planet's data right away. During the Qin Dynasty, when Wen Shi logged into the game, he saw people around him lining up. He asked those nearby, "What is happening? What are you all doing?" The person looked at him strangely and replied, "What are you doing? We are about to set off for battle. How can you keep taking days off? Be careful, or you might lose your position." Wen Shi had joined the army during the late unification of the Qin state, and due to his bravery in battle, had risen to the position of vanguard. Although the people around him had changed due to the game's time mechanics, they all knew he was the vanguard. Wen Shi hurriedly followed to gather. He then learned that they were to wage war to the south. After the state of Yu was destroyed by Chu, the remnants scattered into the southern wilds, merging with local ethnic groups to establish numerous small states, collectively known as the 100 Yu. This time, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was leading an army of 500,000 to conquer the 100 Yu. After dealing with the 100 Yue, Wen Shi would also follow General Meng Tian to fight the Xiongnu, leaving him extremely busy. However, the ordinary players did not have such excitement. Because Emperor Qin Shi Huang had begun to construct the Great Wall, many players found themselves among the conscripted commoners. At first, the players were quite enthusiastic, having never seen a Great Wall built to fend off foreign invaders. After all, this structure was not effective against the insect race. "Moving these bricks one by one, it's going to take forever," Peter said, somewhat impatient. He was here to play a game, not to do hard labor. "Have you heard the story of Yugong moving the mountains?" Li Si asked. "Of course I have. Are they really going to move them generation after generation? That sounds terrifying. What's the point of being alive?" Peter was not very convinced. "These are just NPCs, they're programmed to do this. What matters is that it works," Li Si said while laboriously moving bricks. Peter whispered, "Haven't you heard? Many experts in history are paying attention to this game. They believe that from economic and political systems to cultural customs and dietary clothing, the details are too intricate for just one person or even a team to create." Li Si shrugged. "What does that have to do with us? We just need to enjoy playing the game. No slacking off. Get back to work." The supervisor shouted, whip in hand. Li Si grimaced. "This is unbearable. Oh, it feels like they want to drive me to my death." "Wait, I remember a player named Bruce has a good relationship with the NPC descendants of the Mo family. They have created several wooden tools that sell very well. We should ask if we can get one made for moving stones." Peter suddenly thought. "Then you should ask him quickly," Li Si urged. Peter opened the panel to send a private message, and Bruce replied quickly, "I need to do some research." Bruce's research was of course not done within the game. He logged off to look for information. Most of these tools were too far removed from interstellar life, making even the simplest items hard to find. Fortunately, hard work paid off. His friends in the history department really found something. "See this? I don't know how many ages ago it was made, but it uses the principle of leverage to lift and move large stones. It's rudimentary, but certainly better than using manpower." Bruce was very pleased and immediately logged in to find someone to try and make it. This thing was indeed not difficult, and while it wasn't very durable, using iron tools would have been better, but metal was expensive in this era, so it would have to suffice. After receiving the news, Peter immediately reported to the supervisor that he had made a useful tool presenting this device called a stone lifting machine, which significantly increased efficiency. As a result, Peter and Li Si received a minor official position and no longer had to do manual labor. They felt that building the Great Wall was not impossible. While large tools were out of reach, small tools could be researched. Not just them, many players pushed to the brink began learning history, researching it to see if they could create something new to support themselves. Even the enrollment in history departments saw a significant increase. Unlike other players, Walter appeared quite calm. When he first entered the game, he learned tailoring from an NPC and worked in her clothing store. Now he had opened his own shop called Walter's Tailoring Shop. What made him happier was that his sister had finally overcome her struggles and no longer had thoughts of suicide. Moreover, the money he earned from the clothing store could be exchanged for star coins. He and his sister Hua Fei had moved to a better living environment with more space, complete furniture, and a view of greenery outside the window. He was very satisfied with his current life. Occasionally logging into the game, he watched his shop and the bustling pedestrians around him. The terrifying past seemed like a distant memory, even though it had been less than a year. "Brother, do you have any thoughts on the themed competition announced by the officials?" Hua Fei said expressionlessly, her tone indifferent. Walter knew that her lack of emotional response was still an issue, but he didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Let others participate, we just need to manage our store well. I'm not good at storytelling or writing novels, and I didn't participate in those thrilling wars at all. But brother, you need to think about the future. Finding a job in the interstellar world is becoming increasingly difficult, and the game 9 Provinces has a mechanism of respawning accounts after death. What if we die in the game? What if one day 9 Provinces becomes like the Psychic Association, not allowing ordinary people to play?" Hua Fei said calmly. Walter had thought about this issue, and his only solution was to save as much money as possible. Realizing that his sister would not agree, he softly asked, "Do you want to participate?" Hua Fei continued, The announcement said that everything in the game can be used, and the authorization fee is only 1/10 a cent. I noticed that your clothing store is very popular. Not only NPCs like it, but many players do too. If that's the case, why don't we open a similar clothing store in reality? Walter's store not only featured game designs, but many styles were his own creations, some even included interstellar patterns. Hearing his sister's words, he was momentarily surprised. Could it really be done this way? He thought authorization only applied to creative works. Out of caution, he still asked customer service. The current customer service representative Xiaoyu was herself a heavy enthusiast of game clothing, and she wore almost all the new styles from Walter's store. Her in-game identity was a descendant of Zhang, a typical aristocrat, not lacking in money for clothes. Just thinking about wearing these outfits in reality made her want to laugh. Of course, she would have to ask Lu Yuan and the others about this. Lu Yuan simply smiled and said it was certainly fine. His original intention was not limited to just using the authorization during competitions. He had been wondering why there was no buzz in the interstellar reality. Perhaps it did not meet the aesthetic of interstellar people. It turned out they had misunderstood, but it didn't matter. With Walter's initiative, the others would undoubtedly figure out what to do. In a bustling district of Beta Star, Walter and Huafei had settled into their new residence. The interstellar world moved with remarkable speed. Within just 3 days, the area beneath their building had been completely transformed. 2 pristine white robots tirelessly cut fabric according to the designs Walter had provided. The sunlit room was adorned with flowing wide-sleeved robes, a stark contrast to the typical attire worn across the galaxy. The interstellar society revered warfare, favoring practical and durable clothing that looked monotonous. Few were willing to spend extravagantly on garments, and the general consensus was simply that clothes needed to be wearable. The entire street housed only a handful of clothing stores. Walter named his shop after his in-game establishment, Walter's Garments, and its interior design closely mirrored that of the virtual world. However, with an abundance of lighting and mirrors, the clothes appeared more vibrant and appealing. Walter was puzzled. Sister, why open a physical store when we can sell on the star web? Who even goes out to buy clothes in the interstellar age? Huafei adjusted the garments as she replied, then why do you think people in the game prefer visiting physical stores? Walter was about to attribute it to game mechanics, but recalling the recent rumors that the game was based on cultural fragments from another planet, he said, because they don't have the star web. Without looking up, Huafei countered, but do you think some genuinely enjoy shopping in store? Even wealthy nobles rarely send their servants on errands for clothes. I've observed them. They love trying on outfits, especially with their friends, trying on many clothes together. It's an experience the star web can't offer. Walter didn't fully grasp these nuances. When he needed clothes, he preferred the simplicity of ordering from the star web. Yet if his sister wanted to open a store, he would support her. Look, this shop has the same name as in the game. Let's go inside. Walter instinctively greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. These are garments inspired by the game Jojo. Feel free to browse and try anything on. A woman seemed delighted. I recognize you. You are the owner of Walter's Garments. My goodness, am I still in the game, or has the game world come to life? Both women were players, momentarily disoriented. Walter chuckled. Neither. I simply brought my store into reality. As fellow players, they quickly found common ground, chatting about amusing in-game anecdotes, while browsing the clothes, their connections seemingly deepening. Soon passers-by drawn by the unusual styles wandered in. Though some had never played the game, they avidly followed streams and browsed forums filled with screenshots, so they couldn't resist exploring game-related attire. The 100-square-meter shop was packed with customers on its opening day. Walter hurriedly promoted his online store, but people still preferred visiting in person. Interstellar society was typically cold and distant. In the game, people were more animated because everyone acted that way. Being aloof seemed out of place. But back in reality, indifference returned as the norm. Now a clothing store provided a space where people shared common interests. Those who had played the game were less prone to emotional apathy, and there was no fear of sudden violence. They rediscovered the joy of human interaction reminiscent of the game. Many not only bought clothes, but also voluntarily promoted Walter's store. They logged onto the star web, posted attractive photos, and left links to the online shop. In that moment, they became a community, much like when they had banded together to unlock new maps. Now they united to showcase their shared treasure, Jojo. In the Qin Dynasty, Ming Bai stealthily carried something to Lanlin's restaurant, whispering, "Lanlin, are you there?" Lanlin, frustrated by the tasteless wild herbs he had just picked, snapped, "I'm not dead yet. What's the fuss?" He emerged and laughed at Ming Bai's secretive demeanor. "What are you up to? Selling dirty books?" Ming Bai glanced around nervously. "Keep your voice down." He dragged Lan to the innermost private room upstairs, their exclusive space. "What's so secret?" Ming Bai finally revealed the bamboo slips in his arms. "Look at this." Lanlin, who had learned some of the game's language, read aloud, "Spring and Autumn." Ming Bai was visibly excited. A little beggar bought this from an old man who claimed his ancestors were nobles from the state of Lu during the Warring States period. His family's only hobby was recording history. So they documented everything that happened during the spring and autumn period. Lanlin's excitement surged. No way. Is it real? I checked it against what players have pieced together on the forums. It matches. I never imagined the spring and autumn period was a separate chapter completely absent from the game. That era was fascinating too. Too bad the lousy developers didn't include it. Without further ado, Lanlin eagerly began reading. The game initially featured 7 kingdoms labeled as the spring and autumn and warring states period. They had assumed the 7 kingdoms represented the entire era, but that wasn't the case. The spring and autumn and warring states were distinct periods. What they experienced was the warring states era. The earlier spring and autumn period featured 5 hegemons and numerous smaller states. These stories were hidden within NPCs awaiting discovery by players. Imagine, most players will produce stories set in the warring states. If we release the complete spring and autumn narrative, it'll shock everyone. Our rankings will skyrocket and our accounts will be set. Their reputation as knowledgeable insiders was already considerable. Since the official announcement of the themed event, players had flocked to them for tips on crafting compelling stories. They had profited handsomely and initially planned to sit out the event content with earning from curious players. But this treasure from Ming Bai Bai's little beggar contact was too valuable to ignore. It would be a sin against fate itself. Lanlin's excitement matched his friends. Xiao Bai, this spring and autumn record is complete and grand. Since it's fallen into our hands, we can't just submit a half-hearted work. Let's meet offline and discuss the details. Ming Bai Bai hesitated. Despite their close in-game friendship, they had never crossed into real-life interactions. Lanlin, though unaccustomed to the idea, insisted for the sake of spring and autumn. Why the hesitation? Is your apathy disorder acting up? Ming Bai Bai shot back. Nonsense. I'm fine. I'm on Gamma Star. You. Beta Star. Alright, I'll come to you. But these bamboo slips are so cumbersome. Hasn't any player figured out a better medium for recording text? I heard some players have asked their mentors to research paper, an ancient material for writing. Who knows if they'll succeed? Lu Feng is assigned a mission to an unknown planet in an uncharted star system. Dai Li and others immediately opposed. How can you go to such a dangerous place? Can't you send someone else? Lu Feng shook his head. No, I want to go personally. Besides, professionals have already explored it and they will accompany me. It won't be dangerous. Dai Li understood that ever since the incident with Lu Jing, Lu Feng had been tense. He thought it might be good for Lu Feng to go out and not constantly dwell on matters concerning Lu Xing. Then I will call General Haitar and have him send someone to accompany you. This way we can feel more at ease. They had already provided the military with 5,000 accounts, all of which were temporary accounts that could be logged in by different people. He believed General Haitar would not refuse this small request. Lu Feng agreed. This time he was going to check the planet that Claire was going to trade with him. He had researched the Claire Interstellar Exploration Company, which was a large family business. One of their key operations was organizing exploration teams to find usable planets in distant star systems and then selling them. Lu Feng received numerous calls requesting accounts, some offering money, others positions, and some willing to exchange rare energy sources. Lu Feng ignored them all until this person named Claire mentioned trading a planet. There are countless planets in the interstellar world, but habitable planets and resource-rich ones are still rare. Lu Feng looked at the planet designated as UFBDO 338. It was indeed a small planet about half the size of Earth with little resources. However, it orbited a star with a decent temperature and water source, so there were some plants. The only downside was its distance from the star, limiting its exposure to light. Such a planet has value, but not very high. The Claire company was not lacking in such planets, so Claire planned to trade it for 10 accounts with Lu Feng. Lu Feng said he could only offer 1, and later they negotiated to 3, but the other party requested a noble identity card. Lu Feng insisted on checking the planet before discussing further, but the other party was unwilling to wait and demanded that Lu Feng provide an account as a deposit first. Lu Feng agreed, which led to this business trip. Companies like Claire's that specialize in finding planets have their own dedicated spaceships with speeds measured in light years. General Haidar directly assigned Lu Weiss to accompany Lu Feng, indicating that they valued Lu Feng highly. Lu Weiss didn't quite understand, asking, why buy a planet when you can just enjoy games? Interstellar people had no attachment to land. They could cultivate food without soil. They discovered several nutrient-rich plants, planted them all over the planet, and used them to produce nutritional supplements, eradicating all other useless plants. They also lacked the concept of biodiversity because their technology was advanced enough and they didn't worry about ecological chains. To them, plants and animals were simply classified as useful or useless. It's nothing, just that looking at those few kinds of plants and animals is too monotonous. I want to see some I've never encountered to broaden my horizons. Lu Feng could only give a perfunctory answer. Lu Weiss really did not understand what was so interesting about plants and animals. Wasn't it just green? What was so monotonous about it? Moreover, didn't Lu Feng have a holographic space? The scenes he created of blooming flowers were not monotonous at all. Although the spaceship was fast, it still took several days to arrive due to the long distance. Accompanying them was the exploration team sent by Claire, while Lu Feng had already immersed himself in the game. When they truly arrived on this planet, Lu Feng felt somewhat apart from the interstellar world. The land was very primitive and quite similar to his original planet. Having seen many planets, Lu Weiss immediately commented, "The soil here indeed has no resources. However, there are quite a few plants, and analysis shows they are not valuable. In the future, they could uproot the plants and grow raw materials for nutritional supplements or other interstellar food. Other than that, it seemed useless." Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised. He found many plants similar to those on Earth. If they could be tested for edibility, he could record them in the game. Many players were complaining daily on the official website about the limited variety of food with flavor, while other beautifully presented foods were of no use. Lu Feng felt helpless. He knew the taste of those foods, but the interstellar world lacked ingredients. Even a skilled cook would find it hard to create a meal without rice. As they continued flying, Lu Feng discovered that this planet was not all plains. There were mountains and small streams. Different terrains indicated a variety of plant species. Are you really going to buy this planet? Are you going to use it as a base for producing nutritional supplements? Wouldn't it be better to invest in something else if you have the money? Lu Weiss did not quite understand. Of course I want to buy it. I really like this planet, Lu Feng replied enthusiastically. He immediately messaged Claire stating he could only offer 3 accounts with only one eligible for the Noble card. Claire, being decisive, promptly arranged for Lu Feng to sign the contract on Alpha Star. While signing the contract, Lu Feng expressed his wish to test all the plants and animals on planet 338. Claire and Lu Weiss looked at him as if he were an idiot. Mr. Lu, you may not have experience in planet development, but the flora and fauna on this planet are generally the least valuable. The valuable species have already been cataloged by the interstellar community. Further testing won't yield results better than the few known varieties. This is the result of tens of thousands of years of selection. Trust me, there's really no need for further testing. The cost of testing could fund a complete replanting, Lu Feng insisted. All I need from Claire is to help me contact testing personnel and equipment. Claire had initially thought Lu Feng, who created 9 provinces, was a genius. It seemed that his genius was limited to gaming. He had already offered his advice, and anything else was not his concern. If the man liked to lose money, that was his business. All right. On the way back, Lu Weiss subtly suggested, "Your talent lies in gaming, so focus on game development. As for investments, if you're interested, why not leave it to me? Our military district has a professional investment team, and a significant portion of the funding comes from there. You should trust professionals." Lu Feng felt speechless. "I don't want to invest. I just want that planet one with primitive flora and fauna." "What for?" Lu Feng tried to explain. "You could consider it as one of the materials for the game." Lu Weiss didn't understand, but was greatly shocked, thinking, well, using primitive planets as materials for game development. At a beverage shop on Beta Star, interstellar drinks are mostly made from fruits with high nutritional value. Apart from those containing some sweet fruit, other beverages are no more satisfying than drinking a tube of nutrient supplement. 2 young people in their 20s were sitting in a closed room, sipping their drinks. Lon. Ming, bye. So this is what you look like. Not much different from the game. Mingbai had shed his initial tension. That's because I'm handsome enough. I only made minor adjustments. You know what minor adjustments mean. Much better than those who spend ages sculpting their faces. Oh, come on. When will you ever get over this narcissism? They exchanged a few teasing remarks and quickly found the familiar rhythm of their banter from the game. Mingbai took a sip of the sweet drink and casually remarked, "This doesn't taste as good as the wine in the game." "As if you could actually taste that wine," Lan Tian retorted. In the game, players had once posted about the 10 great mysteries, one of which was the taste of that wine. The characters in the game praised it, endlessly describing its flavor countless times. They would get dizzy and act drunk after drinking it. The players were intensely curious about what it felt like, but alas, they could never taste it. "All right, let's get down to business. What are you planning to do with spring and autumn?" Lan Tian asked. Mingbai glanced around before replying, "I want to produce a drama." Lan Tian wasn't surprised. Such an epic story deserved to be adapted into a drama. "Do you know anyone relevant?" "My aunt is a professional screenwriter. She writes historical scripts for some people." Lan Tian was slightly taken aback. "So she is?" "Yes, she's a psychic." "How can that work?" "If it gets tied to a psychic, the Psychic Association will come looking for trouble." Mingbai had already considered this. Chihong Lu Feng never admitted that 9 provinces was a psychic game. That gives me a reference. Spring and autumn is already very complete. It doesn't seem like fragments from our interstellar history, so it doesn't need much alteration. Just turning it into a script format will do. If we don't say anything, no one will know. Lan Tian nodded. "That's not a bad idea. But I've only asked my aunt for help. Finding actors and such on her end is tough. Can you find a director?" "Of course. I happen to have a relative who's a director. Very experienced, but not famous. It's fine if you're okay with that. Having someone is good enough. I'm not picky. At least they're more professional than us. By the way, what about the actors? These days actors are all relatives of psychics. They're outrageously expensive. We can't afford them. Then we'll look in schools. There are bound to be ordinary people with no connection to psychics. We'll try to find them. All right, we'll discuss the details later. They sat for half a day, finalizing the general direction, leaving only the details. Mingbai checked the time. It's already this late. We need to log in quickly. Game events don't repeat. We can't miss anything major. Lan Tian invited, then come to my place. It's nearby. I have a full set of VR goggles. We can discuss filming spring and autumn then. Mingbai initially wanted to refuse but then thought this was Lan. No need to be polite, and agreed. Okay. When they logged in, nothing major had happened. Just the usual building the Great Wall, searching for the elixir of immortality, and so on. Ming Bai and Lan knew about this. At first they had been excited, searching everywhere, thinking the game actually had an immortality pill that they could take themselves. But they soon felt foolish. It was just simple chemical reactions in a furnace. How could it possibly refine an elixir of immortality? Since unifying the realm, Qin Shi Huang had been constantly on inspection tours. He had no choice. People from the 6 former states were secretly plotting rebellion, and he could only suppress them. Xiaobai had gathered quite a bit of information. The number of rebels was alarming. After much thought, he decided not to report them to Yingzheng as it involved too many people. It would result in another massacre of NPCs. Better to take it slow. Although the first emperor was somewhat cruel, his son Fusu had a gentle nature. After succeeding the throne, he might pacify the 6 states. Look, it's the emperor's carriage. Ming Bai and Lan didn't see the legendary Qin Shi Huang, but instead saw his prime minister Li Si and chief eunuch Zhao Gao beside him. Xiaobai, do you smell something? Yeah, a bit stinky and salty. Hasn't the emperor bathed in days? Keep your voice down. When the emperor's carriage returned to the palace, the news Ming Bai received shocked him. The emperor had died, Hu Hai had ascended the throne, and Fusu had been forced to commit suicide. He had just hoped for a smooth transition, and now so much had happened. He quickly messaged Wen Shi, "Aren't you serving under Meng Tian? What happened? How did Hu Hai become emperor?" Wen Shi replied quickly, "Yingzheng died during the inspection tour. Zhao Gao and Li Si concealed the death and forged an edict making Hu Hai emperor. They told Fusu that the emperor ordered him to commit suicide." Ming Bai was confused. Wasn't Meng Tian on Fuse's side? Didn't he fight? Did he just commit suicide? Wen Shi's reply seemed filled with helplessness. Yes, he just did. Lan suddenly said, "Xiaobai, check the forum. Look at Huashang's post." Ming Bai quickly opened the forum. Huashang's post was at the top. "Hu Hai is slaughtering everyone like crazy. Help, help." Original poster Huashang. "Oh my god, you have no idea what I've been through these days." Yingzheng suddenly died. And Li Si and Zhao Gao said he passed the throne to Hu Hai. I don't believe it. Everyone should know that Yingzheng's eldest son Fusu was his favored child, the default heir to the throne. Everyone respected him. But the emperor just went on one inspection tour, and he came back as a corpse. Fusu is dead too. Now Hu Hai is on the throne. I can't even describe him. He's killing indiscriminately. All he does is eat, drink, have fun, and murder. Killing his brothers is one thing, but he's killing his sisters too. Is he insane? First floor Li Si. Does anyone know what really happened? Wasn't the next part supposed to be about peaceful development? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Second floor Lu Si. Has this game ever had peaceful development? I just want to know if the emperor really gave the throne to Hu Hai. Third floor by Xiaobai. I don't believe it. The emperor recognized Fusu. Li Si and Zhao Gao must have forged the edict. Does anyone know the inside story? Fourth floor Qihua. The key issue now is Hu Hai. He seems on par with the legendary King Zhou. Is this the end of the dynasty? Fifth floor Caster. Aren't the 6 states already destroyed? Who's going to destroy him? Maybe the remaining nobles from the 6 states. It seems everyone is plotting against Qin. Sixth floor Siguniang. The Qin dynasty was indeed tyrannical. Do you know how many people died building the Great Wall and the Lingxiu? Now with the even more brutal Hu Hai, the Qin dynasty is doomed. Seventh floor Xiang Shui Jiao, doomed one. Original poster Huashang. I'm at court now, secretly browsing the forum. I feel today's atmosphere is unusual. Something big is about to happen. Ever since Hu Hai ascended the throne, I've felt like I'm going to die. But if I'm going to die, I want to die on the front lines of gossip, live streaming it all. 999th floor by Xiaobai. What a determined poster. 1000th floor Blues. Poster, sacrifice yourself for the benefit of many players. Don't chicken out, keep streaming. Original poster Huashang. You people just want to watch the show. Isn't there a kind soul to save me? Forget it, I won't count on it. My gut was right. Zhao Gao is being very arrogant today. Many people are cursing him. He just had some creature brought in. What is he planning? This creature is kind of cute. It has long horns and spots on its body. I think I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember. They'll secretly take a picture for you guys. 2344th floor Lan. That's a deer. A forest creature. It hops around when it runs. Pretty cute. Why bring an animal to court? Isn't court supposed to be a serious place? 2345th floor Blues. So it's a deer. You can ride a horse. I wonder if you can ride a deer. It should be much safer than a horse, right? 2346 Floorcaster. You guys go ahead and try. He'll pass. I'm too delicate for that kind of sport. 2347th floor Li Hua. Actually, I've heard NPCs say deer tastes good and is nutritious. Too bad I can't taste it. 2348th floor Lon Lon. What? Deer is edible. Oh. The developers made so many delicious things, but couldn't record a few. How long has it been? We still only have the same old stuff to eat. 2349th floor by Xiao Bai. There are no deer in interstellar space. Where would they go to record it? Original poster Huashong. Hey, can you guys stop thinking about food? I honestly can't make sense of this scene. Can someone explain? First, Zhao Gao points at that creature you call a deer and says it's a horse. I'm confused. I've seen horses. Soldiers ride them into battle, and they can be used for transport. Then he makes everyone identify it. Those who agree with him stand on his side, those who say it's a deer stand on the other, and many people say it's a horse just like him. Is my game language that bad? I thought the thing you could ride was called a horse. 3002nd floor Lucy. I've seen horses too. That's not one. Isn't this supposed to be a court session? Why are they debating whether it's a deer or a horse? 3003rd floor by Xiao Bai. Are they too idle? 3004th floor Chi Hua. Is this some riddle everyone knows? 3005th floor Caster. I checked again and confirmed with a nearby NPC. It's definitely a deer. So the question is, even commoners know it's a deer. The ministers must know too. What's the point of this identification? And why did so many get it wrong? 3006th floor Wen Chi. This is a test. Zhao Gao said it deliberately. Those who agree with him are on his side, those who don't hell deal with later. 3007th floor Xiang Shui Jiao. The game characters keep blowing my mind. 3008th floor Blues. They're so complicated. Compared to them, we players are as simple as NPCs. 3009th floor Li Hua. I really want to know if these events actually happened. Are they truly fragments of another civilization? Since Hu Hai ascended to the throne, the lives of players have become increasingly difficult. Posts on the forum calling for rebellion and the creation of a paradise for players are appearing one after another. However, despite the loud slogans, there has been little progress in action. The reality is that in this era, being an emperor requires legitimacy. Either your ancestors were emperors or the heavens have decreed you to be one. Most of the identities drawn by players are commoners, and it is rare to draw nobility. If they want a rebel, they lack a name to rally under, and given the strict laws of the Qin dynasty, they could be reported at any moment. On the other hand, they have no army. Currently, only one player Wen Qi possesses an army, and he is serving in the formidable Meng family army. However, Meng Tian is a staunch loyalist. He did not rebel when Fu Su died, let alone now. Naturally, Wen Qi does not dare to have any ulterior motives in front of Meng Tian. This life is simply unbearable, Bruce exclaimed as he threw off his hat. If it continues like this every day, I might as well die and go home. Cast was equally frustrated, saying, why are we as carpenters offending anyone? Why do we have to suffer the consequences for others' misdeeds? How long will this torrential rain last? Brother Chen Sheng shouted, with such heavy rain we cannot reach the border on time. Bruce shouted in agreement. Yes, if we can't make it, well, be executed. Going to the border is death, not going is also death. Brothers, what do you think we should do? Wu Guang shouted, let's rebel. Do nobles and generals truly have the guts? Chen Sheng followed. Right, do nobles and generals truly have the guts? Let's rebel against the Great Qin. Quick post on the forum, rally the players to join the rebellion. Bruce urged. Cast replied while scrolling through the forum, is this reliable? Didn't a history expert analyze that rebellions in this era require a legitimate cause? Can these two be trusted? Bruce replied, it doesn't matter if we don't rebel, we'll die anyway. Let's take a chance. By the way, that phrase he used had such momentum, I want to learn it too. After the uprising of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, the entire nation raised the banner of rebellion. The Zhao Han and Qi states, which were destroyed during the Warring States period, have resurfaced, although they may not necessarily be true descendants of that era. Players discovered that betting, which had been dormant for a long time, was about to begin again. Which faction should we invest in? A chance to rise again has come. Haha, anywhere is better than Bruce's side. It feels like they are about to go offline any moment. But they have made a good start, otherwise others might not dare to rebel. We will remember you. Go in peace. Bruce and Cast looked at the cheerful players on the World Channel, feeling truly dejected. Don't underestimate us. I believe these two NPCs, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, are no ordinary individuals. Perhaps they will be the next rulers of the world. Do you know what our slogan is? Do nobles and generals truly have the guts? Such a powerful and ambitious statement. Can an ordinary person even say it? I advise you to invest in us quickly before there's no space left later. Other players laughed, agreeing, while speculating when he would go offline. Indeed, do nobles and generals truly have the guts? Is it like this in the game? Isn't it the same in the cosmos? Hua Fei felt complex emotions upon reading this statement. After her numbness subsided, she indeed thought of many things. Yes, her life is getting better, but that's because her brother was fortunate enough to pull her into the game at the beginning. If it weren't for that, she and her brother would have certainly committed suicide in the lower-tier stars or been killed long ago. When did everything start to change? She remembers being educated as a child that there was no other choice. There were too few mental healers and priority had to be given to the soldiers fighting against the Zerg, requiring their full commitment, leaving no time for ordinary people. However, after driving the Zerg back, without realizing it, the number of mental healers in the Mental Healers Association increased, yet the output of their works decreased, and even spreading their works was regarded as an insult to the mental healers' creations. Mental healers have been elevated to a lofty status as people different from ordinary folks. Brother, can we create the story of the uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang? Hua Fei suddenly said. Walter looked up from a pile of clothes. I remember the theme competition requires works from the spring and autumn or warring states periods. Didn't this uprising just happen? Let's consider it as part of the Qin Dynasty. It doesn't necessarily have to be for competition. I just want to create something for everyone to see, Hua Fei said with determination. All right, as long as you're happy. As various players began to invest, a certain force drew immense attention from the players. Lin Bai asked in surprise, Brother Xiang, are you planning to rebel? Xiang Yu nodded, saying, I am a descendant of a famous general from the Chu kingdom. My adoptive father trained my martial skills since childhood for the day I could restore the Chu kingdom and eliminate the tyrannical Qin. Brother Lin Bai, we are brothers. I know your literary and martial talents are exceptional. Why don't we venture out together to create our own destiny? Lin Bai hesitated. He originally enjoyed traveling, but now with the Qin Dynasty in such despair with cruel officials everywhere, it truly disrupted his mood. Yet Xiang Yu was quite agreeable to be around. After considering, he agreed. All right. It's time to change up the way of travel after so long. Even if he were to fail, he could always escape. Xiang Yu was excited, saying, Good brother, my adoptive father has news of the former Chu king. Let's find him and bring him back. Meanwhile, in Pei County, Fan Kuai, bring me a piece of dog meat. A player approached a stall. Sure thing, a burly man replied while cutting meat. Why bother? You can't even taste it, said the sleepy one as he patted his companion's shoulder. Lena stared hungrily at the meat. I want to eat too. Didn't you see how delicious they looked? They eat so well, and they talk about how good it is every day. Who can stand it? Who can stand it? The game is so unfair. I really want to know how good it tastes. So I give it up. There are no dogs in the cosmos. Just log off and buy some other beast meat to eat, said the sleepy one. That's not the same. Just looking at it makes me realize how big the flavor difference is. It would be better to taste the few dishes in the game that I can actually savor again. Don't be dejected. I heard a Lu Gong has come to Pei County and is settling here. He is holding a banquet today and inviting Nancy and the others to perform. We should go take a look. Lena's eyes widened. Nancy and her dance troupe are so famous. They are performing in such a small Pei County. What you say is true outside the game, but within it the status of singers and dancers has always been low. Moreover, Nancy doesn't even know which generation of nobility she belongs to anymore. Her status has long lost its value. Then let's hurry and check it out. Their performance isn't cheap, Lena said. The sleepy one sighed. Not only is it not cheap now, who doesn't know that their dance carries mental energy? They perform all over the place in the game just to gather materials. Otherwise, how could we get a chance to see it? When the two arrived at the banquet, many people were indeed crowded at the entrance, including NPCs and players. Lu Bang, what is he doing here? Lena's face twisted in disgust. You know him? Asked Sleepy, who often went out for supplies and wasn't very familiar with the people of Pei County. He's the warden of Sisui Pavilion. He always comes to my tavern to drink without paying mooches off others' drinks and is a petty, shameless scoundrel. He's pretty close with Fan Kuai, the dog meat seller, Lena said as they walked. Everyone entering the banquet carried gifts except Lu Bang, who came empty-handed. His eyes lit up at the sight of Lena. Seizing the chance, he told the guard, We're together, we're together. Boss Lena, it's been a while since I had a drink at your place, haha. He'll go ahead now, he'll find you for a drink later. With that, he dashed inside. Hey, stop right there. Lena fumed. Sleepy consoled her, forget it. Why bother with an NPC? Let's go in, it's about to start. Lena was still annoyed and muttered, I've never seen anyone so shameless. After everyone was seated, Lord Lu came out, exchanged pleasantries, and the performances began. Lena and Sleepy watched the show while eavesdropping on the surrounding NPCs' chatter. Is Lord Lu planning to settle down in our Pei County? Sounds like it. Lord Lu is a renowned scholar. Why would he come to our small county? These days it's either war against Qin or corrupt officials causing chaos. There's no safe place. I reckon Lord Lu is a refugee too. I heard he has no sons. He just spoke specifically about his daughter. What does that mean? Is he looking for a son-in-law? Very likely. They say his daughter is beautiful, and the Lu family is steeped in poetry and classics. I wonder who will be blessed enough to marry her. Nancy Lin Jiao and the others' dance had improved by incorporating the strengths of many styles, earning widespread admiration. Accustomed to such scenes, they gracefully bowed and exited the stage. For the next dance, I want to try adding some interstellar dance moves. What do you think? Lin Jiao said excitedly. Nancy was also intrigued. We can give it a try? I feel interstellar dance, though somewhat mechanical, can be adapted. Let's fuse them and see the effect. The others agreed. They formed a dance troupe, learning in the game and performing in interstellar space, no longer forced to abandon their passion for lack of a spiritual mentor relative. Soon Lord Lu's announcement of seeking a son-in-law in Pei County caused a stir, local of course. Players elsewhere were still busy placing bets, jostling to launch their grand schemes. Lord Lu's daughter Lu Ji eventually went out, and someone caught a glimpse of her. Word of her beauty spread. Now not just NPCs, but many players in Pei County wanted a piece of the action. On one hand, they found the ancient courtship ritual intriguing and wanted to experience it. On the other, they hoped to marry into a prominent family, given the game's harsh living conditions. Lena ran a tavern in Pei County. Players couldn't taste the wine yet. It wasn't programmed, so her brew was mainly sold to local NPCs, though some impatient players still bought it. She had honed her brewing skills to perfection. Many NPCs praised her wine, but Lena only felt frustrated. She couldn't even smell it. They're all sending gifts to the Lu residents. Aren't you going? Lena asked Sleepy listlessly. I was planning to get some info from Xiao Bai first to tailor my gift. And then, oi. Lena pressed. Then nothing. Xiao Bai said women of high families in this era never leave their chambers, and the Lu family isn't famous enough for him to find anything out. So you're giving up. Why not try your real-world approach? Show these people the boldness of us interstellar folks. Though not hopeful, Sleepy was curious enough to check it out. Alright, I'll go see what others are giving first. When Sleepy arrived at the Lu residence, he saw many players trudging out in frustration. Brothers, what's going on? The players here, mostly for fun, were straightforward. I never imagined giving gifts to a girl in this game had so many rules. I thought being an interstellar guy I'd be direct, just give money. In Interstellar, that's the universal gift. But Lord Lu kicked me out saying I insulted him. Another player added, I was more subtle. I wrote a love poem, specially consulted a history major. But Lord Lu called it vulgar. I said I wanted to meet Lu Ji, see her figure, and give her a dress. Lord Lu was furious, calling me reckless and shameless. Sleepy didn't see the problem. Wait, you didn't even see Lu Ji? Of course not. Then what did they give? Books, a box of jewelry, rouge and other cosmetics, sachets, all cheap stuff. If it were him, Sleepy thought he'd definitely choose money. He was baffled. So a forum post appeared, what to give a girl in ancient times. After many players shared their experiences, they finally understood the game was indeed different from Interstellar. The biggest difference was subtlety. Everything required it, especially matchmaking. Gifts had many meanings. Red beans symbolized longing, willows farewell. It made their heads spin. While the anti-cheat campaign raged in the game, a wave of videos and dramas quietly went online on the Starnet. The first to gain massive views was a video telling the story of Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall. Many recognized it as a tale from the Nine Provinces game, but even more had never heard of it. They clicked on the novel visuals and were instantly hooked. Then a user named Huashang uploaded a story titled Secrets of the Nine Provinces Harem You Never Knew. In the entertainment-starved Interstellar era, the title exploded across the Starnet's fiction platform. Few players had drawn the identities of eunuchs or maids in the game, making palaces hard to enter. Thus, players were always curious about what happened in those places. Many players and cloud players flocked to read the story. Soon, stories related to 9 provinces proliferated like a fountain. Some created content about ordinary neighbors' lives, others about generals' epic battles, the philosophies of the 100 schools, the strategies of the vertical and horizontal alliances, and the poetic brilliance of the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Even many players discovered that in places they'd never noticed, NPCs lived vividly in the game with countless ordinary or touching stories. As if in an instant, the Starnet was flooded with content related to the 9 provinces game. The game began to draw the attention of more interstellar citizens. Zhou Kiki was a student at an ordinary school on Beta Star. Born into a common family, she studied mundane robot repair, waiting to graduate and enter a robot factory. Most students at her school pursued the same field, with only a few studying the arts. Naturally, those individuals were either psychics themselves or had relatives or friends who were psychics. Every time she saw them, she felt a pang of envy, yet she could only continue this life that stretched out monotonously before her. Until one day, a small film crew is recruiting, saying they don't care about your major or background. The news spread throughout the school, and many went to check it out. Zhou Kiki heard about it too. It's a no-name crew, and no one knows what they're filming. It's called Spring and Autumn, probably a low-budget production. When she was young, Zhou Kiki loved the school's stage performances. But after testing negative for psychic talent, it felt like a death sentence, as she never had the chance to perform again. Even for low-budget productions, unless roles were pre-assigned, they usually sought out performance majors, hoping to eventually connect with a psychic. Zhou Kiki had been distracted all day since hearing the news. Why don't you give it a try? Zhou Kiki, I remember you loved acting when you were little. Everyone said you were better than those actors on the Starnet. Zhou let out a self-deprecating laugh. That was just child's play. I don't have psychic talent. After class that day, she saw a crowd gathered around. On-site audition. Try this scene first. Zhou Kiki noticed the strange clothes the auditioning student wore. They looked rough with a surface far from smooth, certainly not waterproof, but they seemed light. The sleeves were long, giving an ethereal look, and her long hair, draped over her shoulders, making her appear gentle. No good. Next, Zhou Kiki watched for a while and roughly understood. The girl was playing a frail person with a heart condition sent as a spy when the nation was on the verge of collapse. She couldn't help but imagine how she would act the part. The recruitment manager frowned. None of these work. She sure has a significant role in spring and autumn with a compelling storyline. We can't just hire anyone. Don't I know it? I've heard that short videos and novels are being uploaded to the Starnet now. We haven't even started filming. We can't stall here. Zhou Kiki thought of the robot factory where she would never see the sky and of her friend who was sent to a lower-tier star after developing effective blunting. She stepped forward. I'd like to try. The manager said casually, no need to change clothes. Just go ahead. Hey, raced the script. Although Zhou Kiki understood the scene they had performed, she still read the script carefully. Everyone interpreted a script differently, and she trusted her own understanding. Your humble subject, she sure pays homage to your majesty. The manager, who hadn't been paying much attention, found his gaze involuntarily drawn to her. This one's not bad. Her posture needs work. It's not up to par with the game characters, but that's not a big issue. We'll have uniform training on deportment later. The manager looked at Zhou Kiki. What's your name? Can you join the crew now? Zhou Kiki felt she had never been this happy in her entire life, not even when she won first place in a performance competition as a child. My name is Zhou Kiki. I can join the crew. Meanwhile, at the Psychic Association, the head of the 7th Division slammed the table. What in the world is going on? A bunch of incompetents. A group of high-level psychics with massive funding, and you can't even outperform a tiny studio like Qihong. The Psychic Association's heavily funded production Star History was being thoroughly ridiculed in aristocratic circles. Meanwhile, Claire's exchange of a planet for a 9 provinces account became a stark contrast. Star History had become a joke. Many asked the 7th Division head about a 9 provinces account, and when he said he didn't have one, they told him to find a way to get one from Qihong. They even said that all psychics were under the Psychic Association's jurisdiction. This made the 7th Division head's face flush with anger, but he couldn't vent his fury. President 9 provinces might be more than just a game. Perhaps Lu Feng really did obtain some fragments of civilization from somewhere. Someone said, yes, President. Setting everything else aside, can one man, Lu Feng, single-handedly construct an entire world? A world with meticulous detail, clothing, cuisine, various schools of thought, military strategy, and statecraft. He's not a creator god. Most crucially, none of the people in it suffer from effective blunting. The personality, talent, and emotional expression of every character are incredibly lifelike. Others may not know, but don't we understand the contagious nature of effective blunting? Many fell silent at the word. Shortly after effective blunting broke out, the Psychic Association discovered its contagious nature. This meant that if someone with effective blunting was placed entirely among other patients with the condition, their symptoms would worsen. Conversely, if placed in an environment full of healthy individuals, their symptoms would likely improve, and they might even fully recover. Due to this characteristic, interstellar planets were classified into upper, middle, and lower-tier stars. This was a secret known to only a few within the Psychic Association itself. I think it's precisely because the characters he created are real and healthy enough that they can help those with effective blunting recover so quickly. Exactly. Our game lacks interaction. It's all about fighting zergs. We need to add more narrative lines with character interaction. Enough. The 7th Division head rubbed his temples. Even if 9 provinces is based on other civilization fragments, Star History is based on our own history. It's not inferior to 9 provinces. I've borrowed 10 high-level psychics from Alpha Star. They will assist you in modifying the Star History game. I don't care how you do it. In short, I don't want to hear anyone asking me for a 9 provinces account again. The subordinates quickly assented. By the way, President, there have been many 9 provinces-related works appearing on the Star Net recently. The 7th Division head was surprised. Is it Lu Feng? Isn't he fully focused on developing 9 provinces? Can he make videos while working on the game? No, it seems to be the players. 9 provinces set up a spring and autumn-themed competition, charging only 1/10th of the profit as a licensing fee and giving away accounts to those with top view counts. The 7th Division head frowned. This Lu Feng really knows how to stir things up. Keep an eye on them. Those players are just ordinary people. They shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. If anything related to psychics comes up, shut it down immediately. Understood. Claire had been riding high on a wave of smug satisfaction lately. At first, many had mocked him behind his back, calling him a fool for trading an entire planet for a minor game account. They couldn't fathom why he would pass up the newly released Stellar History from the Psychic Association for a mere ordinary game account. Though the small planet lacked resources and was relatively tiny, it was still a planet, no less valuable than a high-performance interstellar lightspeed ship, and he had simply traded it away. But now, after everyone had played Stellar History and watched videos about 9 provinces, they finally understood its allure. Yet unlike Claire, none of them had a planet to trade with Qihong for an account. The crux was that Qihong's studio wanted nothing. No money, no goods, no favors through connections, and they were backed by the military. They were frantic with desperation, but utterly helpless. Claire, are we brothers or not? I heard you traded for more than one account back then. Claire quickly denied it. You're lying. I don't have any. I only have one account. Don't play dumb with me. When everyone was laughing at you, you said it yourself. 3 accounts, and one was a noble account. Claire wanted to slap his past self for being so foolish. Don't be stingy. Just give me a regular account. How much was that little planet of yours? He'll pay a third of it, consider it a purchase. Not for sale, Claire replied firmly. Yet people kept coming to his door asking for accounts. Eventually, Claire refused to see anyone immersing himself entirely in the game. Just 2 days later, Claire come out quickly. The Jodon family wants to partner with us in business. Their only condition is that you sell them one of those game accounts. Claire's parents came to him. He shouted, I want sell. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what this partnership means? It's just an account. I'm deciding. You'll give it to them for free. Dad, you have no idea what this account really means, Claire yelled. His father scoffed. No matter what it means, it can't be more important than this deal. Don't forget you could only trade that planet for that account because of our family business. Stop being stubborn. In the game at Pei County. What the hell? Lord Lu chose Liu Bang as his son-in-law. Lena was utterly baffled. Sleepyhead asked, is that the Liu Bang we met the other day? The one you called a scoundrel? Yeah, and the key thing is how old is he? 40. And Lu Ji is not even 20, Lena said, exasperated. I really don't understand what Lord Lu sees in him. Sleepyhead had some understanding of this era. Lord Lu has no sons, and he's an outsider in Pei County. To establish himself, he must form a marriage alliance with a local. But it didn't have to be Liu Bang, Lena countered. Sleepyhead sighed. What great figures could there be in a small place like Pei County? In this game, men can have multiple wives. What help would Lu Ji be marrying him? And with her marrying him now, Liu Bang likely won't have the money to take another woman. After complaining, Lena dropped it. By the way, I heard Lin Bai has already joined Xiang Yu of Chu to welcome back the Chu ruler. Are you planning to pick a side? Sleepyhead said confidently, of course. I've been observing for so long just to find a reliable lord to do something great with. Now that even Lin Bai has chosen Xiang Yu, I can't go wrong following him. Lena wasn't convinced. Can Xiang Yu really pull it off? My lesson from the Warring States period is that when everyone fights for territory, the first to stand out often falls. Sleepyhead waved dismissively. Right after the Qin dynasty was founded, many were already saying though Chu has but 3 clans, the one to destroy Qin will surely be Chu. This game loves hiding details among common folk. Trusting Xiang Yu is the right call. Alright, go ahead then. They'll focus on running my tavern in Pei County. Make sure to keep me updated on any news. She only had one life after all, and needed to know when to run. Don't worry. The worst part of this game was the travel. No spaceships, no hovercars, only horse-drawn carriages, and even those weren't affordable for everyone. Most of the time you had to walk. That was bearable, but the roads were infested with ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests. Those with low combat stats mostly ended up devoured by the beasts. Sleepyhead naturally dared not travel alone. The world is in chaos. I intend to join Xiang Yu and make a name for myself. Who wants to come with me? He decided he would go only if he found 2 companions. Brother Sleepy, I Lu need to escort a group of laborers to Mount Li for tomb construction. Would you like to join me? Sleepyhead wasn't thrilled. Liu Bang. Didn't you just marry Lord Lu's daughter? Yes, but as the chief of Sisui Pavilion, I can't shirk my official duties. The road is dangerous. We could look out for each other. Sleepyhead waited a day, but no one else came to join him. Oh well, traveling with anyone was better than going alone, so he agreed. Among those being escorted were a few players. Sleepyhead chatted with them as they walked, which kept things from getting too dull. A lot of players building the Great Wall have been tortured to death. Going to build a tomb doesn't sound like a good gig either, the players muttered. No way, I read in the forums that it's like being a beast of burden. But this is my only account, and I don't want to die yet. Look at those few over there huddling up and whispering. I think they're planning to escape. Escape? Then let's go with them. I think they're more experienced than us. Sleepyhead listened in speechless disbelief. Who was really playing whom in this game? It felt like the NPCs were the ones playing the players. So Sleepyhead watched as the group dwindled. By the time they reached the west of Feng County, most had already slipped away. Liu Bang, there are only about 20 of us left. According to Qin law, if you fail to deliver enough laborers for the tomb, you'll be executed as a chief. How about we rebel together? Sleepyhead continued to persuade. Liu Bang looked at the remaining men and let out a long sigh. All of you go. Even if we reach Mount Li now, we won't survive. Everyone flee for your lives. With those words, another 10 or so people left. Liu Bang turned to Sleepyhead. Brother Sleepy, it seems I have no choice but to rebel. So let's rebel right now. Sleepyhead was delighted to have finally gathered some followers. Not long after, Mingming Bei privately messaged Sleepyhead. Brother, I need some info. Worth 100 taels of silver. Sleepyhead asked, what info? Rumors are spreading everywhere that this guy named Liu Bang is the reincarnation of the Red Emperor's son. He killed the White Emperor's son west of Feng County and carries the aura of a son of heaven. What's really going on? Does this game actually have a 6 paths of reincarnation setting? And those primordial creatures? Sleepyhead took a deep breath, overwhelmed by a desire to vent his frustration. He'll take the 100 tails. This Liu Bang sure knows how to spin a tale. Red Emperor's son slaying the White Emperor's son. I was right there that day. It was just a small white snake no thicker than a finger, and Liu Bang killed it on a whim. Then he started blowing it up. Aura of a son of heaven, some nonsense dream about sleeping with a god to conceive him as the Red Emperor's son. His wife Liu Ji even helped fan the flames. Back in the interstellar era, no one would give a damn about such things. We value logic and truth. But out here, everyone buys it. They all believe Liu Bang has some divine aura, and people are flocking to him. I can't even talk them out of it. This Liu Bang is nothing but a thug and a scoundrel. What divine aura? Mingming Bei was also speechless. He had actually thought the game had some hidden reincarnation mechanic, hoping he could reincarnate upon death instead of losing his account. But it turned out he was overthinking. This info isn't worth 100 tails. Not even 5. No deal. We agreed, and besides, if you don't believe it, plenty of others will. Mingming Bei was a man of his word, so he sent someone to deliver the 100 tails. As absurd as the matter was, he still valued integrity. He sighed. Every time he thought this game was realistic enough to be a fragment of some lost civilization, something absurd would happen to remind him he was overthinking it. On planet 388, Lu Feng gazed at the golden-hued plants across the planet, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. Perhaps there was always a certain similarity among living beings. Whether it was humans in the interstellar realm or the flora and fauna on this planet, many bore a resemblance to those on Earth. The most convenient aspect of interstellar travel was the ability to freely set light and temperature. These devices required star coins to maintain, and at the moment star coins were the one thing Lu Feng had in abundance. Thus the plants on planet 388 matured swiftly. Dai Li had purchased numerous robots, so harvesting these fruits was far less laborious than on Earth. What do you plan to do? Lu Feng caressed the golden wheat, as if transported back to Earth. This had been the staple food for millennia, though its appearance and composition were slightly different. The players have been clamoring to taste wine, haven't they? Let's start by brewing some. Dai Li looked toward the patch of plants that resembled weeds. Are you sure we don't need to remove these? They're just taking up space. On interstellar farms, everything was mechanically planted without a single weed, all arranged in neat rows. But here some plants were dense, others sparse, some tall, some short. It was truly an eyesore, and clearly these things bore no fruit. These are all for seasoning. You'll understand once you've tasted them. In Lu Feng's view, the interstellar lifestyle was distinctly unhealthy. Their technology was advanced, but their enjoyment of life was Spartan to the extreme. They wore almost identical styles of clothing, and because the fabric was durable, they might not buy new clothes even once a year. Their diet prioritized maximum nutritional value with no regard for flavor. Whenever a crop was detected to have low nutritional value, it was uprooted and replaced with high-nutrition crops. Thus, the most common plants in interstellar space were the raw materials for nutrient agents. This lifestyle was understandable during wartime, but now that the Zerg had been driven back for over a century, maintaining such a way of life might be one of the reasons for their widespread affliction of apathy. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to relocate. He simply built a brewery and a food processing base right on this planet. It wasn't much trouble, he just had to bring the machinery over by spaceship. While Lu Feng was busy, Lu Weici called via Lightbrain. The popularity of 9 provinces on the star net is growing. Many from the higher tier planets are paying attention. The Psychic Association will act soon. The StarNet followed a principle of same planet priority, meaning that information posted on a mid-tier planet would first be seen by those on mid-tier planets, and only when it gained enough traction would it appear on the networks of higher-tier planets. Lu Feng appeared quite composed. We're still early days. The content uploaded now is just short videos and simple stories. The meticulously crafted works haven't even come out yet. If the Psychic Association tries to cause trouble, hold them off for now. Once those heavyweight works are released, and the momentum is unstoppable, they won't be able to block it. Lu Weici had already been intercepting their petty moves, but he was deeply puzzled. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Even if those people promote 9 provinces as the best thing ever, the Psychic Association can crush it with a single move. The psychics are their backbone. The nobles, and even our military, everyone relies on psychics to survive. If things really blow up, no one will side with you just because a game is fun. Behind Lu Feng were many wildflowers. He did his best to preserve these primitive organisms, and at that moment a breeze carried the scent of blossoms. Lu Feng merely smiled faintly. Colonel Lu, do you know why in the game 9 provinces every rebel had to have a legitimate reason? Xiang Yu needed to restore the king of Chu. Liu Bang fabricated the legend of slaying the White Emperor. Lu Weici remained silent, seeming to grasp it, yet not fully. What does that have to do with my question? Lu Feng continued, as if to himself. Because power comes from ordinary people. Everyone follows your words, so you hold power. But they are all human. Why should they listen to you? You have to establish a reason for being exceptional, like royal bloodline or divine right. And where does the Psychic Association's power come from? I believe a large part of it stems from the sanctity of psychics. They are like the royal clan of 9 provinces, believing their bloodline is noble, inherently superior to the lowly commoners born with a higher status. Every man is born equal. But in reality, don't psychics have 2 eyes and a mouth? Isn't their blood red as well? And the so-called psychic talent, that's even more laughable. If you examine a psychic and an ordinary person physiologically, you'll find no difference. The only criterion distinguishing them is those so-called illusory virtual visions. And what's even funnier, this thing is hereditary. The children of psychics are more likely to become psychics. In this interstellar age, are we still clinging to bloodline talent? Even Lu Weici had been raised with this very education. Psychics were of course different. Their talent was innate. He might have questioned it as a child, but since everyone said so, he came to believe it. Suddenly someone claimed not to believe it. Lu Weici didn't know how to process this. What are you trying to say? Do you think anyone can become a psychic? That it's not talent, but something man-made, eh? Lu Feng remained unruffled, as if he hadn't just dropped such a bombshell. People deceive others for so long that they might even start believing the lie themselves. The Psychic Association isn't reacting much to the 9 provinces videos now. Have they forgotten the very essence of the psychics they created? Would you like to see what a world where everyone can be a psychic looks like? Lu Weici took a deep breath. Then you'd better hurry. Once the Psychic Association discovers our moves, they'll reduce the number of psychics in the military district. You have to fill those slots. Don't forget our agreement. Don't worry, I won't. On the other side, Ming Bai and Lan Tian had been both busy and fulfilled lately. In the game, more and more people were flocking to Xiang Yu's banner after his uprising. Xiang Yu himself was a formidable fighter, and with the addition of the top player Lin Bai, they had been undefeated in battle recently. Their organization Xiao Bai was swamped with messages every day. They couldn't bear to log off, afraid of missing a single epic battle. In reality, the casting for their spring and autumn series was complete. They had hired people unrelated to psychics, so the budget was modest. He had even brought in Nancy and her team for a few days of etiquette training, and costumes were custom-made at Walter's Ready Tower shop. Now on Beta Star, there wasn't just Walter's clothing store, but also a jewelry shop, the 9 Provinces weapon shop, the 9 Provinces ceramic store, and more. Filming had become much more convenient. The director was a relative of Lanchan's who had directed a successful historical drama before, but couldn't get any more scripts because he hadn't maintained good relations with psychics. This time, landing spring and autumn felt like striking gold. He was as energetic as if had been injected with adrenaline, and since he didn't have an account, he constantly pestered Ming Bai and Lan Tian to tell him about the 9 provinces. He put his utmost effort into filming, meticulously refining every detail until he was satisfied. Lan Tian watched the bustling crew in the holographic space and sighed with dark circles under his eyes. It's a pity it's all in holographic space. If only there were a real place like this. Ming Bai shot him a glance. What, the holographic space isn't enough for you? Isn't it just like reality? Of course it's different. Holographic space has a time limit. You get kicked out when the time's up. I never noticed before, but now I feel that reality and virtuality really are different. You're just being fussy. Ming Bai ignored him. When I first entered the game, I heard about how beautiful Shi Shi was washing silk by the stream. I thought no matter what, in spring and autumn, Shi Shi has to be portrayed perfectly. Lan Tian looked at Zhou Kiki, who was holding her heart. That girl is just an ordinary beauty off-screen, but the moment she acts, she transforms. She's exactly the Shi Shi I imagined. With her, our show is bound to be a hit. Ming Bai nodded perfunctorily. He glanced at his light brain and suddenly jumped up. Oh no, Lanlin, get online quick. Xiang Yu is about to attack Xianyang. Everyone knew that the monarch of the Chu kingdom was merely a figurehead Xiang Yu used to rally his cause. In truth, Xiang Yu was the one who truly conquered the realm. Yet since they had adopted this title, the words of the Chu monarch could not be ignored. The monarch of Chu declared, "Whoever first storms Xianyang and slays the emperor shall be the king of Guangzhou." Everyone tacitly assumed this title belonged to none other than Xiang Yu. Had Lin Bai wished to contend for it, he might not have been without a chance, but clearly he harbored no such intention. Just as Xiang Yu was preparing to set out, the Chu monarch summoned Xiang Yu. The Zhao kingdom has sent envoys seeking aid. As fellow descendants of the 6 kingdoms, we cannot turn a blind eye. Lend them a hand while you're at it. Xiang Yu agreed readily, and Lin Bai had no objections either. Fighting was fighting no matter the enemy. However, Xiang Yu's trusted advisor strongly disapproved. The world now knows the Chu monarch declared that whoever first enters Xianyang shall be king of Guangzhou. I believe we should head to Xianyang first. Xiang Yu shrugged dismissively. Advisor, you worry too much. Who else in the realm can challenge the Qin army but me? Besides, everyone knows I have my heart set on the title of king of Guangzhou. Who would dare seize my position now? You may be fierce in battle, but as a leader you must never be careless. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Xiang Yu turned to rescue the king of Zhao, while Liu Bang on the other side was brewing many schemes. In the Qin palace, Zhao Gao had been in a foul mood lately. Hu Hai spent his days indulging in the harem, leaving Zhao Gao to handle the rebellions. But as a eunuch, he had no talent for warfare. He concealed all battle reports from Hu Hai, fearing the emperor would strip him of military command. Now, however, Liu Bang's army had arrived at Xianying. Even a fool like Hu Hai could no longer be kept in the dark. Hu Hai was cruel. If he learned the truth, he would surely have Zhao Gao killed. A grim resolve hardened on Zhao Gao's face. Rather than be slain, he would strike first. With this thought, he headed toward the inner palace. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Hu Hai lay on his bed irritable. What is it now? Can't you handle it yourself? This matter is of grave importance, though I dare not decide on my own. Find out with it quickly, then leave. Hu Hai was visibly impatient. Zhao Gao approached him. Your Majesty, it is like this. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and plunged it straight into Hu Hai's heart. Hu Hai's eyes flew wide open, but he fell without a word. The maids around them screamed in terror. Zhao Gao roared silence. The emperor has died suddenly. Prepare for Prince Xing's coronation. In 208 BC, Xiang Yu led tens of thousands of troops to rescue the king of Zhao, facing Wang Li's army of 400,000. The disparity was immense, and the players were pessimistic. Someone messaged Lin by, boss, maybe you should get out now. Xiang Yu can't win this. Tens of thousands against 400,000 is a guaranteed loss. Lin by, there are many nobles from other states around Julu, but none dare to fight. The Qin army is too vast. Find a chance to escape. Lin Bai watched Xiang Yu brimming with ambition and confidence even against an enemy many times his strength. In his Interstellar Academy, his instructors had taught tactics centered on caution, assess the gap between forces, overwhelm the enemy with superior firepower, and retreat swiftly if the situation turned unfavorable to preserve strength. He had never thought his teachers were wrong, and he still believed it. Yet seeing Xiang Yu's fearless, aggressive style against any foe, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Forget it. If I dare not be bold in reality, can't I at least summon the courage to face death fearlessly in a game? He replied to everyone. Thank you for your concern, but I want to fight this battle. Many-side thinking Lin Bai was being reckless, predicting he might become the second capable player to fall after Wen Qi. Wen Qi had once served as Meng Tian's deputy. By his own account, he respected Meng Tian as a friend. When Prince Fusu was assassinated, many urged Wen Qi to either flee or rebel against the Qin. But Meng Tian refused to rebel and ultimately drank poisoned wine to his death. Wen Qi, seeking revenge for Meng Tian, fought alone until the very end, failing to kill Zhao Gao. His final words were, I regret nothing. This was the most thrilling experience I've had in this game. Some mourned, some admired, some were baffled. Mingming, who had witnessed Wen Qi's fall, naturally didn't want to see Lin Bai follow the same path. He sent Lin Bai a private message. Are all you military academy graduates so stubborn? If you don't leave now, Wen Qi's fate will be yours tomorrow. Lin Bai chuckled and replied, that kind of end isn't so bad. In 207 BC, Xiang Yu led the Chu army to the Yellow River south of Julu County. He immediately ordered Lin Bai to cross the river with 20,000 rebel troops to reinforce Julu. Lin Bai achieved a small victory with the Chu soldiers. Then Xiang Yu led the entire army across the river, ordering all boats to be sunk, tents burned, and only 3 days' rations carried. A declaration of victory or death. They struck Julu with lightning speed. The Chu soldiers, fearless and ferocious, defeated the Qin forces under Zhang Han, guarding the corridor, cut off Wang Li's supply lines, and surrounded his army. After 9 fierce battles, they finally routed Zhang Han, captured Wang Li alive, and killed the Qin general Su Jiao. The Qin general Shi Jian set himself ablaze. Some Qin soldiers were killed, others fled, and the siege of Julu was broken. The players were astonished that Xiang Yu had actually won. I don't know what to say. He didn't use any clever stratagem. He just fought Hedon and won. Tens of thousands against 400,000, and he actually prevailed. The key was burning the boats. My teacher said Xiang Yu's resolve and courage greatly inspired his troops. The Chu soldiers surrounded Wang Li's army, their morale soaring, each man fighting as 10 growing bolder with every clash. So spirit and morale can make such a difference. Meanwhile, Liu Bang's western army breached Wuguan, and Lantian, finally arriving at the gates of Xianying. Sleepy, following Liu Bang's advance, suddenly realized, Liu Bang, are you out of your mind? You're trying to steal Xiang Yu's thunder. How is it stealing? The deal was clear. Whoever takes Xianying first becomes king of Guangzhou. Sleepy blushed at Liu Bang's shamelessness. You swore brotherhood with Xiang Yu when you joined him, and now you pull this. Liu Bang, unabashed, said matter-of-factly, don't talk nonsense. I'm just scouting the way for my brother Xiang Yu. Sleepy thought, forget it. He was just an observer. If things went south, he would switch sides to Xiang Yu. Liu Bang's advance was smooth, as most of Qin's troops had been buried alive by Xiang Yu. Before Liu Bang could even assault the city gates, the Qin surrendered. They opened the gates wide, and Liu Bang strode into the Qin palace with a hearty laugh. He sat upon the imperial throne, overlooking the entire palace, and a surge of overwhelming power, the feeling of holding the realm in his hands, flooded through him. Sleepy had no time to worry about Xiang Yu. It was his first time inside the palace and all his time playing the game, vast and extraordinary. The first emperor had been extravagantly lavish, and the entire palace was opulently decorated. Soon, however, Sleepy received news of Xiang Ye's advance. With his meager forces, Liu Bang stood no chance. Xiang Yu drove straight to Hongmen and set up camp. What do I do? What do I do? Xiang Yu will never forgive me when he gets here. How can I fix this? Liu Bang paced anxiously. Sleepy sneered. Why didn't you think of that earlier? Didn't I tell you to wait for him at the city gates? Now Xiang Yu has won a legendary victory at Julu against overwhelming odds. Everyone calls him the hegemon king of Western Shu. How can you compete with him? Brother Sleepy, it was the imperial throne, the very seat the first emperor once occupied. It was right there at the gate. How could I resist? Liu Bang sighed. Suddenly Zhang Liang entered. Sleepy didn't know what he said to Liu Bang, only that Liu Bang and Zhang Liang seemed to be heading to Hongmen. You wish to leave? Xiang Yu gazed at Lin Bai before him, his face full of bewilderment. Back then during the Battle of Julu, so many people distrusted me, yet you believed in me. Now that we have shattered the Qin army and are on the verge of entering Xianyang, you want to leave? Lin Bai's countenance remained impassive. I am but a rustic man fond of roaming the mountains and rivers. This is merely a return to my former life. Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. Is it because of the 200,000 Qin soldiers? You should know to achieve great deeds one cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Those 200,000 Qin troops were elite soldiers. If not eliminated once they mutiny, who could withstand them? At that time the Qin army had already surrendered. Lin Bai had vehemently urged Xiang Yu not to kill the captives, and the two had argued fiercely over the matter, yet Xiang Yu insisted on slaughtering the 200,000 Qin soldiers. Lin Bai sighed. I understand your concerns. As a general, you naturally prioritize the safety of your own men. But I truly cannot bear to witness more slaughter. Lin Bai, you are a man of talent. To live as a mere rustic would be a waste of your abilities. Think it over again. Xiang Yu did not consent to Lin Bai's resignation. After Lin Bai left, Xiang Ye's trusted advisor, Fan Zeng, approached. This Lin Bai possesses considerable military talent. If he cannot be used by us, he will surely become an enemy of the Chu army. You err if he insists on leaving, he cannot be spared. Xiang Yu frowned in silence, then said, Liu Bang is coming to see me. Let us wait until this matter is settled. Fan Zeng hastily reminded him. This Liu Bang is usually fond of petty gains, yet this time, he entered the pass without stealing or looting. I fear he harbors great ambitions. Moreover, he betrayed you by entering Xianyang first. When he comes this time, you must not let him go. Xiang Yu thought for a moment and agreed, all right. Lin Bai opened the game panel and sent a message to Mingming Bai. Xiao Bai, I want to leave the Chu army, but Xiang Yu won't agree. Do you have any good ideas? Mingming Bai was puzzled. Why, oi? Xiang Ye's reputation as the hegemon king of Western Chu is resounding now. You fought alongside him and won the Battle of Julu. Many military academies use it as a case study. Once Xiang Yu ascends the throne, you'll be a great contributor. Why leave now? Lin Bai said, I just cannot accept the slaughter among fellow humans. The interstellar people generally could not accept it either, but this was just a game, was it not? Previous interstellar games were rife with mutual combat. Everyone knew the peculiarity of 9 provinces, yet they tacitly dared not ponder it deeply. Mingming Bai was silent for a moment before replying. You mean the slaughter of the 200,000 surrendered soldiers? War is inevitable. During the Warring States period, Bai Qi killed no fewer surrendered soldiers when fighting against Zhao. Many players at the time said they had psychological trauma. That didn't tarnish Bai Qi's reputation as the god of war. Lin Bai said, I understand, but those 200,000 were not Zerg. They were living compatriots. Our interstellar law stipulates that we must never wage war against our own kind. I used to not understand. Surely humanity would unite to fight the Zerg. How could anyone turn their cannons against their own people? Now I am beginning to understand. When an external enemy exists, humanity concentrates its strength to eliminate it. When the external enemy vanishes, humanity splits into different factions based on interests and wages war against each other. Humans are different, yet they are all the same. After a long wait, the message Lin Bai received was, sometimes I wonder if the Zerg are a good thing for the interstellar realm. By the time Liu Bang arrived, Lin Bai still had not been able to leave. He noticed that many more soldiers had appeared around the camp, sent by either Xiang Yu or Fan Zeng to watch him. Lin Bai followed Xiang Yu to meet Liu Bang. As soon as Liu Bang entered, he shouted, Brother Xiang Yu, I finally get to see you. Your great victory over the Qin army at Julu has spread across the land. You are truly a god of war reborn. Without you, how could I have made it safely to Xianyang? I originally planned to wait at the gates of Xianyang for you to enter and become the king of Guangzhou, but then I feared the king of Qin might have set more traps inside. So I thought I'd scout the way for you. But then some petty people tried to sow discord between us. Now that you're here, I can rest easy. Xiang Yu glanced at him. Do you truly think so? Of course. Don't you know me? I'm hardly the type to conquer the world. Lin Bai had heard of Liu Bang's shamelessness, but seeing it in person left him utterly astonished. Since you're here, let's have a meal. Xiang Yu said. Sure. The accompanying player Booz Hangsing had initially thought Liu Bang was doomed this time, and had already tried to ingratiate himself with Xiang Ye's men. But Liu Bang emerged safely, and was even invited to a banquet. This was baffling, but Booz Hangsing decided to continue currying favor and stay with Xiangyu. That rogue Liu Bang could never achieve anything great. He was doomed. This time he brought liquor that Lena had spent a long time researching. Although the players could not taste the flavor, the in-game characters could. Lena had even hired a drunkard NPC to taste the wine for her. The accelerated time setting in the game made brewing incredibly convenient. This particular wine was the drunkard's favorite and the best-selling variety. Booz Hangsing had brought it specifically for emergencies, and now it came in handy. Come, brother Xiang Zhuang, try some wine from my homeland. It's unlike any other. It's quite good. Booz Hangsing continued pouring. Brother Xiang Zhuang, the Hegemon King's battle at Julu was truly thrilling. To be honest, I've always wanted to serve Western Chu. Is there a chance? At Chihong Studio, Jinzi suddenly shouted, "Not good. Xiang Zhuang has been gotten drunk by a player." In Lu Feng's planned storyline, Xiang Zhuang had a task next, but the player had become an unexpected variable. Lu Feng had considered this earlier. In the beginning, players were unfamiliar with the game and had low-status roles, so they could not significantly impact the plot. But as the game progressed, players would inevitably influence key plot characters. This time, he wanted to test the player's resilience. Issue a quest to that player. In the game, Booz Hangsing looked at the drunken Xiang Zhuang, still wondering if he remembered what he had just said. Suddenly, he received a system quest. Player Booz Hangsing, a mandatory quest, is now being issued. You must replace Xiang Zhuang and perform a sword dance at the Hongmen banquet. Completion reward 1,000 taels of silver. Failure will result in account deletion. What? Booz Hangsing shouted in terror. Only 2 words echoed in his mind: account deletion. He had never heard of a game having mandatory quests like this. He quickly posted a thread. Help! Help! I've received a mandatory quest with account deletion as the penalty for failure. He recounted the details of the quest and continued. This Hongmen banquet is clearly the one I'm at. I heard that today Liu Bang and Zhang Liang are going to the banquet prepared by Xiangyu. It's obviously the Hongmen banquet. The quest says I have to perform a sword dance, but I don't know how. Is there any master who can teach me on the spot? 1F Lanlin Liu Bang attending Xiangyu's banquet sounds like a good show. I want to watch. 2F Caster, I want to watch 2-1. Didn't Liu Bang kill the emperor before Xiangyu? Shouldn't he be the king of Guangzhou? 3F by Xiaobai, I don't agree. Liu Bang clearly picked up the leftovers. Xiangyu did all the fighting against the Qin army. 4F Lina Liu Bang is obviously no match for Xiangyu. I wonder if he'll survive today. And Booz Hangsing, I never knew there were mandatory quests. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. 5F Booz Hangsing, it's all because of your wine. How dare you mock me? Lin Bai saw this thread and felt a stir. Perhaps he could leave. Booz Hangsing was too annoyed to read their nonsense. None of them gave good advice. He privately messaged Mingming Bai, Xiaobai, do you have any quick way to learn? If I succeed, I'll get 1,000 taels and split it with you. Mingming Bai replied, wait a moment. Let me ask Nancy. She's good at dance. Soon he replied, Nancy agreed. She's interested in sword dancing and has learned a bit. She can teach you. She doesn't want payment, just asks that after it's done the real Xiang Zhuang performs a dance for her as reference material. Agreed. I agree to everything. At the banquet, the guests were in high spirits except for Fanzeng, who looked anxious. He repeatedly gestured to Xiangyu with the jade pendant he wore, but Xiangyu remained unmoved. Lin Bai found it amusing and casually live-streamed the banquet scene on the forum. The players' messages were refreshing rapidly. Fanzeng slipped out silently. Go find Xiang Zhuang. Soon the man arrived. Fanzeng frowned. What is this ridiculous getup? Why are you wearing a mask? The figure before him, though dressed in his usual clothes, had the upper half of his face covered by a white mask. I accidentally scratched my face. Just covering it. The other person said in a hoarse voice. A grown man, just a scratch on the face, and you act like a delicate girl. Then he remembered the urgent matter. I think Yuer is too soft-hearted and can't bring himself to kill Liu Bang. He'll suggest you perform a sword dance, and you take the chance to kill Liu Bang. Kill Liu Bang. Booz Hangsing exclaimed in surprise. Having to perform a sword dance was already hard enough, and now killing Liu Bang doubled the difficulty. Besides, he had spent quite some time with Liu Bang. Although he had always looked down on Liu Bang's roguelike demeanor, killing him didn't feel right either. Fanzeng saw his hesitation and said sternly, if you don't kill Liu Bang today, tomorrow he will be the one to send us to our graves. Do you understand? I understand. Booz Hangsing translated it automatically. If he didn't kill Liu Bang today, he would be deleted. Brother Liu, I'm sorry. The system wants you dead, and I can't help it. I'm just a poor player at the mercy of the system. Fanzeng returned and proposed, Great King, drinking alone can be dull. Why not have Xiang Zhuang perform a sword dance to liven things up? All right. Lin Bai saw the approaching Xiang Zhuang and nearly spat out his wine. Was this Xiang Zhuang? He had also seen Booz Hangsing's post. He thought replacing Xiang Zhuang for the sword dance meant just swapping performers, not wearing a mask, and pretending to be Xiang Zhuang. This was too sloppy. Though the guests found the mask odd, they did not suspect Xiang Zhuang's identity. Booz Hangsing took a deep breath, picked up the sword, and recalled Nancy's instructions. The body should be supple, the strikes fast, combining strength and grace. But imagination and reality were two different things. Everyone watched as he turned and struck slowly like a child learning swordsmanship. Many in the audience stifled their laughter. Fan Zeng frowned deeply while Lin Bai coughed to hide his amusement. Bu Hengxing thought let them try learning in just half a day, they'd probably do worse. But seeing everyone's expressions, the embarrassment nearly overwhelmed him. Yet to survive, he gritted his teeth and continued. Fan Zeng gave him a signal. Bu Hengxing nodded slightly, and as he danced moved closer and closer to Liu Bang. He silently apologized and thrust his sword toward Liu Bang. Suddenly Xiang Bo stood up and blocked with his sword. A solo dance is a bit dull. Let me join you, Zhuang. Bu Hengxing, being an amateur, was no match for Xiang Bo. His sword was parried time and again, forcing him farther from Liu Bang. Liu Bang was no fool. He naturally sensed the masked man's murderous intent and whispered to Zhang Liang. Soon Zhang Liang left. Bu Hengxing grew frantic. If he failed the quest, his account would be deleted. Suddenly Fan Kuai burst in. Xiang Yu recognized him as one of Liu Bang's fierce generals. Though he held Liu Bang in low regard, he admired Fan Kuai. Bring wine and meat. Fan Kuai spoke boldly. The king of Qin was cruel and tyrannical, so all under heaven rebelled against him. King Huai once made an agreement with the generals: whoever first defeats the Qin army and enters Xianyang shall be made king. Now the Duke of Pei was the first to defeat the Qin army and enter Xianyang. He dared not touch a single thing, sealed the palaces, and withdrew his troops to Bashan, awaiting your arrival, great king. The reason he sent generals to guard Hangu Pass was to guard against other bandits and unexpected incidents. Great king should not listen to slanderous rumors. Xiang Yu remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Bang rose to go to the latrine. Bu Hengxing wanted to pursue, but Xiang Bo blocked him. Bu Hengxing sighed, preparing to write his last words, when suddenly the system announced, player quest complete. Reward 1,000 taels. Complete. He hadn't killed Liu Bang. Bu Hengxing realized the system's quest was to perform a sword dance. Killing Liu Bang was Fan Zeng's assignment. Xiang Yu and Fan Zeng, seeing that Liu Bang had not returned for a long time, began to summon him. Lin Bai rose. This Liu Bang is cunning. Let me go find him. Xiang Yu nodded casually. Only Zhang Liang remained at Hongmen. Liu Bang had already left and Lin Bai had vanished as well. Fan Zeng was so furious that he stopped eating and stormed off, flinging his sleeves. The Beta Star Psychic Association was in turmoil. The director of the 7th Division trembled with rage. What in the world is going on? Why haven't you taken down those videos yet? His subordinates exchanged uneasy glances. Under what pretext? Pretext. For violating association regulations by disseminating psychic works without authorization, of course. After a moment of hesitation, one finally spoke. But director, those creators are ordinary people. Their works are labeled as ordinary as well. Ordinary people creating psychic videos. Have so many wild psychics suddenly emerged? We've investigated, director. They are indeed ordinary. All of them are players of JoJo. The director stood dumbfounded. Impossible. Being a psychic requires talent, but it's not for everyone. It sets them apart from ordinary people. For years he had held this belief, and so had the association. Then came JoJo. Lu Feng being a psychic was one thing. Every so often a talented wild psychic would appear. But how could he turn ordinary people into psychics? All because of a game. A single game had shattered the association's long-held faith. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Gritting his teeth, the director declared, never mind that for now. Block it all. Anything related to JoJo must be banned. Say that JoJo may contain psychic virus. No one is allowed to watch or share it. Any psychic found promoting it will be expelled from the association. Psychic virus. Yes, that's what we'll say. The term psychic virus had emerged alongside the rise of psychics. When it was discovered that psychic works could cure sensory apathy, people naturally revered psychics. Yet soon they found that a few works, when spread, could worsen sensory apathy or even afflict healthy individuals with it. Such works were dubbed psychic virus, strictly prohibited across the galaxy. These works shared a trait: dim, cold-toned visuals, often depicting murder, violence, and society's dark underbelly, leaving viewers with a heavy heart. Coincidentally, JoJo featured a general who massacred captured enemies, notably by Qi during the war against Zhao. He burned supplies, besieged the Zhao army, and even drove them to cannibalism. This sparked considerable debate on the Starnet, unsettling many players. The Psychic Association seized on this to demand a ban on Jaizi-related content. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was not unprepared. On Beta Star, the planetary executive handled administration, the military command managed defense, and the Psychic Association oversaw psychics, all answerable to higher-tier planets. Due to the Zerg and sensory apathy, the association and military held sway, leaving the executive to deal with trivial matters. Under interstellar law, Starnet bans fell under administrative jurisdiction belonging to the planetary executive. Yet because of the psychic's dominance, the association often acted unilaterally, leaving the executive with little say. This time, however, the planetary executive refused to stay silent. The association soon received an official letter demanding an immediate halt to their indiscriminate bans. Though they usually dismissed the executive's opinions, a formal letter demanded at least a show of respect. The director fumed, his whiskers bristling. He regretted not crushing Lu Feng's JoJo game from the start. Lu Weici, observing the StarNet's shift from rampant bans to calm, grew curious about Lu Feng. How did you convince the planetary executive? Lu Feng poured him a glass of wine brewed on planet 388, now ready and quite pleasant. The psychic association has become overbearing. What should be a partnership of mutual respect has turned into their monopoly, often bypassing the executive. Naturally, that breeds resentment. Lu Weici sighed. Which planet doesn't see the association dominate? But what good does resentment do? Who can do without psychics? Being dependent on others leaves no room for pride. Lu Feng handed him the glass. Exactly. Which family doesn't have a sensory apathy patient? Now JoJo accommodates 30,000 ordinary players. Players die in the game and are replaced by new ones. The number of sensory apathy murders on Beta Star is dwindling. Anyone with eyes can see that as long as JoJo exists, everyone will eventually get their turn. What the executive truly fears are the uncontrolled or on-the-verge sensory apathy patients. Treating them requires a psychic's tailored approach based on the patient's condition. As it happens, I've become quite skilled at that. Of course, I must thank the association's arrogance. Their psychics kept stalling, giving me this opportunity. Lu Weici tasted the wine, first a sharp bite, then a lingering sweetness. But Lu Feng's words seized his attention. You've already reached this level. How? All those contestants' works effectively treat sensory apathy, and they're widely applicable. No two leaves are identical, and no two people are the same. In JoJo, some excel at war, others at persuasion, some at cooking, others at tailoring, some at mathematics, others at poetry. The same goes for interstellar people. Some are actors, some dancers, some algorithm designers, some spaceship builders. So-called psychics are merely people gifted in the arts. In that sense, the association's philosophy isn't wrong. It is indeed a talent. But one's achievements aren't limited to talent. With the same gift, some receive long-term cultivation and training, while others waste away in sensory apathy. That's where the difference lies. Sensory apathy is just a mental illness born from prolonged war stress. Physical ailments can be treated in medical pods, but mental ones require human touch. The first group of psychics banded together, formed the association, and began monopolizing this resource. Interstellar entertainment is scarce, history is hard to find, and many gifted individuals remain latent for lack of inspiration. What I need to do is provide them with that inspiration. But isn't it just copying Jia's plots? Lu Weici asked. Lu Feng smiled. Creation begins with imitation. What matters is that I've made one thing clear to them. What? That what cures sensory apathy isn't the psychic, but the work itself. Lu Weici had long been curious. Is your JoJo really a fragment of another civilization? No, it's an entire civilization. Lu Weici pressed further, but Lu Feng declined to elaborate. Yet it was clear that Lu Feng, possessing a whole brilliant civilization, held stories that surpassed the entire galaxy. On Beta Star, people excitedly binge-watched JoJo videos while puzzling over why they all worked against sensory apathy. But that didn't stop them from watching repeatedly. Just then, Spring and Autumn debuted. StarNet dramas were mostly instructional videos, especially war tutorials. Occasional historical or story-based dramas were usually psychics' practice pieces. So a fresh, non-educational drama drew significant attention. In the late Eastern Zhou, vassal states declared independence. As the grand music swelled, the story unfolded. Viewers were instantly captivated. Within a day, Spring and Autumn exploded across the StarNet, including on Alpha Star. Everyone, whether they played games or not, now knew of JoJo. Unable to secure accounts, netizens turned to watching Spring and Autumn and consuming Jiazi-related content. Beta Star residents should have rejoiced at the endless stream of psychic works, but those who had played JoJo were in tears. If only these had come sooner, their loved ones might have been saved from being sent to lower-tier planets. They had always believed that psychics and their works were precious, and that as ordinary people, it was right for psychics to prioritize treating the useful for humanity's survival. But now, with just one psychic Lu Feng and one game JoJo, so many psychic works had emerged. What then was the point of their past sacrifices? More tragically, without having played JoJo, they wouldn't even have had these thoughts. They'd have simply dismissed it as none of their concern. With the release of Spring and Autumn, other videos followed: the years of Lao AI, and Zhao Ji, the love story of Fuchai, and Shishir, the mystery of Giguzi, the war god, by Qi, the fraternal feud of Pang Wan and Sun Bin. These series featured mostly ordinary actors with production and post-production unrelated to psychics. This was rare, as the entertainment industry had long been monopolized by psychics and their families. These videos shocked not only Beta Star, but also enraged the entire psychic community. They clamored for the association to ban them. Many approached the nobles on Alpha Star. Beneath the surface, Beta Star seethed with undercurrents. The players were deeply engrossed in the Chuhan contention, oblivious to the news from the outside world. Seeing that the name Sleepy was still lit, Nancy knew he had not been deleted and must have completed the task. She sent a private message urging, "When will you let us watch the sword dance?" Sleepy looked at the sleeping Xiang Zhuang and replied, "Then come to Xianyang." They'll find a way to have Xiang Zhuang perform the sword dance for you. In truth, the key issue was that he could hardly invite one of Xiang Ye's top generals, so he had to rely on Nancy and the others to come. Nancy and her 3 companions had been researching sword dances recently and happened to be near Xianyang, so they agreed. Though Nancy and her group gained fame through Ode to the Orange, they were not limited to it. They discovered that this game was a treasure trove. Previously, different regions had their own unique dances, and as the game progressed, the dances within were constantly updated. This time, they encountered a new form, the sword dance. It combined strength with grace, suitable for both men and women. There were various competitions between planets. The Feiqian Cup was about to commence. In the past, such events were irrelevant to them, as they were solely the domain of mentalists. But now with the opportunity to learn and choreograph dances, who would willingly give it up? The school had already informed them that they now had a chance to participate in the competition. If they could achieve a ranking, they would represent Alpha Star in the interplanetary contest. They were ecstatic. After much deliberation and extensive exploration within the game, they finally discovered the sword dance, a dance form that would surely astonish everyone in the competition. Yet their dance was still in its infancy. It seemed even fate was on their side as they were about to learn the sword dance from the hegemon king of Western Shu. After Liu Bang's departure, he naturally dared not occupy the Qin Imperial Palace. Upon entering the Qin Imperial Palace, Xiang Yu killed Ziying and burned down the Apang Palace along with many books within. This act caused an uproar among the players. Has Xiang Yu gone mad? The Apang Palace was so beautifully constructed, such a unique architectural marvel, and he burned it all down. The key is the books. The books. They recorded so much. This is the legacy of future generations. He has no idea how difficult it is for later people to study history. I don't support Xiang Yu as emperor. Though he is a capable warrior, he is also a brutal ruler, as seen when he buried surrendered soldiers alive. Those were books, records of history itself. Are you all too immersed in the game? Isn't this just a game? Hey, you must be new players. Lewis, observing from within Xianyang City, kept recording incessantly. He realized that players had very sharp insights and could gather a wealth of information. Thinking of this, he sighed. What a tragedy that he had turned a wonderful game into a mere recording exercise. He was originally an ordinary history student on Alpha Star. When he stumbled upon this game, he was overjoyed. Initially, he behaved like a proper history student, recording, analyzing, and observing this era. But soon he became fully immersed, feeling as though he were a part of this era, savoring its delicacies, wearing its garments, and chatting with passing NPCs about recent events. Occasionally, he would comment on the heroes of the realm, living a carefree and joyful life. However, once the game gained popularity, his mentor also took notice. Unable to find an account anywhere, someone mentioned that Lewis had won. His mentor summoned him and gave him a stern lecture about wasting his time on frivolous pursuits. From then on, Lewis became a recorder, documenting daily events. He recorded his observations and submitted them to his mentor for research. The mentor had formed a Jiuzhou historical research group, and their meetings had escalated from once every 3 days to nearly 3 times a day. As the mentor put it, this was clearly the history of a complete civilization. Interstellar historical records were too sparse to yield much insight, but Jiuzhou felt like history one could experience firsthand, a true stroke of luck for historical researchers. Lewis reluctantly logged off to report the day's findings. In today's history class, Lewis' teacher Renthrosa looked at the expectant faces below and smiled. All right, let's see how far the history of Jiuzhou has progressed. Someone raised a hand. Teacher, do you believe Jiuzhou is indeed a fragment of some civilization? Renthrosa replied, what do you think? Sometimes we feel that Jiuzhou's development follows a logical pattern like the growth of a civilization. But at other times its developments seem absurd, like King Yu of Zhou using beacon fires to amuse his concubine, or Fuchai sparing Gojian and being seduced by Shishir. How could a king be so irrational? Renthrosa said, students, looking back at nearly 1,000 years of interstellar history, we have always believed we made the right decisions. The fact that the Zerg were repelled proves we have consistently done the right thing. But what we consider right now may not be viewed the same way by our descendants. Do you realize? It was from that time onward that we began to suffer from affective disorder. As for earlier history, it is largely unverifiable, consisting only of fragmented information of dubious authenticity. Teacher, are you suggesting that perhaps the people of Jiuzhou did not suffer from affective disorder, which is why they made erroneous choices? Renthrosa replied, students, you are studying history. You must learn to view issues dialectically. Right and wrong are not so easily judged, especially when it comes to history. Was it right or wrong for the hegemon king of Western Shu to kill 2,000 surrendered soldiers? Obviously wrong. Those soldiers had surrendered and 2,000 of them. Xiang Yu was too brutal. Renthrosa said, indeed, it was brutal from the player's perspective and for the Qin soldiers. But what about the Chu army? With 2,000 elite Qin soldiers nearby, if you were a Chu soldier, could you sleep at night? Would the surrendered soldiers never rebel? The students fell silent, murmuring among themselves. If Xiang Yu did not kill the Qin soldiers, would he let them turn against his own men? Renthrosa felt gratified. Interstellar history was thin and straightforward. Every decision had a rational basis and many could be calculated. With sufficient information, conclusions could be easily drawn. But JoJo was different. Their choices were imbued with emotion and reason varying from person to person. Different personalities, experiences, and feelings led to different decisions at different times, providing ample room for discussion. Right and wrong, 1,000 faces for 1,000 people. Imperfect, yet brilliantly vivid. Teacher, can you tell us what's happening in JoJo recently? A student asked. Though they followed JoJo, it was vast, and the information was chaotic. The teacher's updates were always well-organized and focused. Most importantly, they loved discussing it together. Renthrosa smiled. Let me share some news I've gathered. Liu Bang left Xianyang. Xiongyu established the Western Chu dynasty, killed the king of Chu, and began infecting lands like the Zhou dynasty. But his subordinates seemed dissatisfied. He set his capital at his hometown Pengcheng. Some advised him to settle in Xianyang, but he threw them into a cauldron and boiled them alive. Liu Bang was assigned to Hanzhong, near Guangzhou. According to players, Liu Bang destroyed the roads to Hanzhong, declaring he would grow old there with no ambition to contend for the realm. Professor Renthrosa continued, thus the Qin dynasty has completely fallen. Who would have thought? Yingzheng unified the 6 kingdoms with such vigor and ambition, yet within just a few decades this great unified dynasty collapsed. He looked at the captivated students below. Class, what do you think caused the fall of the Qin dynasty? As history students, they had naturally discussed the reasons for the fall of the Qin dynasty. A student raised their hand. Of course it was because of Hu Hai. He appointed Zhao Gao, indulged in pleasure every day, and left the people with no way to survive, so they naturally rebelled against him. Indeed, that is one reason. But classmates, we must examine the deeper causes. Suppose Hu Hai were not a tyrannical emperor, but simply did nothing while sitting on that throne. Do you think the Qin dynasty could have endured? The students fell into thought. They had always believed the Qin dynasty's fall was due to Hu Hai, but hearing the teacher's words they realized the matter was not so simple. They pondered and murmured among themselves. A student spoke uncertainly. Teacher, is it because of the Qin legal system? I've heard many players complain that the Qin laws were excessively harsh. Littering on the street could get characters carved into your face. There was also collective punishment. If one person committed a crime, their neighbors would suffer. The list of penalties was endless. Professor Renthrosa nodded approvingly. Correct. In its early days, the Qin state grew strong through Xianyang's reforms. But after the realm was unified, the same severe penal code remained. Xianyang's reforms were indeed suited for times of war, but not for governing a nation. The seeds of calamity sown in the early days combined with Hu Hai's brutality made the Qin dynasty's swift fall entirely predictable. A student asked, then teacher, if the Qin dynasty had continued to reform, could it have changed its fate of perishing after only 2 reigns? Renthrosa replied, reform is no simple matter. How to reform, how to balance the interests of all parties. These are profound questions. The fall of a nation results from the interplay of various problems. Reform is one important factor, but not the only one. Many players of JoJo say that even during Hu Hai's era, many NPCs still called themselves people of Chu or Zhao. They had little recognition of the Qin dynasty. One could say that Yingzheng only unified the 6 states on the surface. In reality, he never fully won their allegiance. Moreover, the Qin state rose to power through military merit. The original Qin people were skilled in warfare, but how many of them were adept at governing? The entire realm of the 6 states was vast and needed officials to administer it. Even during the first emperor's reign, rebellions were constant. Naturally, the Qin dynasty dared not appoint officials from the original 6 states, which further alienated those people and deepened their lack of identification with Qin. The rebellions continued. It was a vicious cycle. Renthrosa summarized, what I've mentioned are only a few of the reasons. As always, the collapse of a dynasty is the result of many issues compounding. More causes await your further exploration. The students decided to continue researching other reasons for the Qin dynasty's fall after class. Another student raised their hand. Teacher, after the Qin dynasty falls, will the next emperor be Xiongyu? Other students immediately said, it must be Xiongyu. Who else could it be? Yeah, he's the most formidable fighter, and now he has the largest army. If not him, could it be Liu Bang? The students laughed. Renthrosa also smiled. Classmates, the fascinating thing about the history of JoJo is precisely this: one outcome arises from the interaction of many causes, and every cause is a variable beyond control. Whether Xiongyu will be the next emperor remains unknown. A student objected, I don't believe it. Xiongyu is already in the Qin palace, and he killed the king of Chu. Even if there were other causes, they wouldn't be enough to change this outcome. Renthrosa did not argue. He simply said, don't rush to conclusions on uncertain matters. Let's first analyze Xiangyu's behavior. Xiongyu is undoubtedly a military talent. He proved himself at the Battle of Jiulu by burning his boats. But does Xiongyu have no flaws? A student said Xiongyu is extremely cruel. He kills people at the slightest provocation. If someone says something he doesn't like, he has them boiled alive. Renthrosa nodded. Yes, he is not one to heed others' advice. Of course, this also stems from his own formidable strength. A student analyzed, he may be good at warfare, but he is not adept at governing. A major reason for the fall of the Eastern Zhou was the fragmentation and self-proclamation of kings among the feudal lords. Ing Zheng, the first emperor of Qin, clearly established the prefecture county system to avoid repeating that mistake. After Xiang Yu entered Xianyang, he immediately began infecting the feudal lords, which might make him the next king of the Eastern Zhou. Rentroza was very pleased his students had made rapid progress in studying Jiuzhou history. It's commendable that you noticed this. In fact, both the enfeoffment system and the prefecture county system have their advantages and disadvantages. But given that the fall of the Eastern Zhou was still fresh, Xiang Yu's direct adoption of the enfeoffment system proves he lacks the aptitude for governing. The prefecture county system indeed avoids the fragmentation of the late Eastern Zhou, but it can easily breed discontent among those who fought alongside the emperor to establish the realm. In short, balancing the interests of all parties remains a major challenge, both in Jiuzhou and in reality. Seeing no further questions, Professor Rentroza added, "One more point. Players all know that Liu Bang harbors ambitions to contend for the realm. Xiang Yu must have been aware of this. His second father Fan Zeng warned him many times, but he never killed Liu Bang. In truth, he still considered Liu Bang a mere nobody who couldn't defeat him. For now that seems true, but he will have to remain wary in the future. Lastly, there is the matter of establishing the capital at Pengqing, his hometown. Jiuzhou is not like the interstellar era. Their modes of travel are primitive. The fastest is by horse, and it takes months to relay a message. Xianyang, located in the center, is the most convenient for governing the entire nation. Choosing Pengqing as the capital might cost him this advantage." The students realized this was indeed true. As always, whenever the teacher lectured on Jiuzhou, they found it both fascinating and educational. A student exclaimed, "Xiang Yu placed Liu Bang in the Hanzhong region, which is very close to Guangzhou. So what? Liu Bang himself destroyed the roads. Can he ride a flying car out of Jiuzhou?" Rentroza made no comment. He glanced at the time. "All right, classmates, time is up. See you next class." The students remained immersed in the world of Jiuzhou, reluctant for the lesson to end. Many agreed to continue researching Jiuzhou materials together. In the game within Xianyang, Nanshi and her 3 companions arrived in Xianyang as promised. Sleepyhead received them, saying, "These people in the game all share the same flaw. They look down on women. But it's understandable. In cold weapon warfare, women lack physical strength. If I told Xiang Zhuang to perform a sword dance for women, he'd probably strike me down. So you'll pose as maidservants standing nearby. He'll invite someone to perform the sword dance here later. Any issues?" Nanshi, no stranger to this game, replied, "No problem. We've played maidservants before." Lin Jiao sighed. "It's all the Psychic Association's fault. They haven't opened the live streaming permission, and we can't use the recording function in the game. If we could, we'd just record it for study." Once the Psychic Association commanded deep reverence in their hearts. Now, however, expressing dissatisfaction with them felt inconsequential. Nanshi urged, "Now we can only rely on ourselves. We have but one chance. Everyone must seize it earnestly, not just memorize the movements, but grasp the techniques, the points of force, and the essence of the actions." The others nodded solemnly. This opportunity was hard-won, and they naturally cherished it. Sleepyhead secretly admired their professionalism. Renowned both in the game and reality, their performance tickets sold out instantly, and their online videos amassed staggering views. Yet they remained diligent, ever striving for excellence. "All right, go prepare. They'll go fetch someone." Since Sleepyhead had once performed the sword dance in Xiang Zhuang's stead, many recognized him. He could no longer stay with Liu Bang. Fortunately, upon waking, Xiang Zhuang was deeply moved by Sleepyhead's risky act to cover his drunken negligence. He deemed Sleepyhead a true brother. Xiang Zhuang secured a simple post for Sleepyhead. Sleepyhead received a reward of 1,000 silver taels, gave 500 to Xiaobai, and kept the rest enough to live well in Xianyang. Moreover, armed with Linus' exclusive brew, he found that every soldier in the army drank. Thus, he gained some sway within Xiang Yu's forces. "Who do you think you are? I heard you came as a beggar unable to afford food, and even crawled between someone's legs. Now you put on airs of aloofness. Who are you trying to impress?" Upon reaching the entrance, Sleepyhead overheard guards quarreling. "I am different from you. I possess the talent of a general. I will become a great commander one day. Ha ha ha, spare me. Letting you serve as a halberd-bearing officer is already an honor. Don't be ungrateful." The man claiming to be Han Xian seethed with fury. "I thought Xiang Yu was a hero of the realm, but he is nothing but a fool. Han Xian will not endure this humiliation." With that, he turned and left, the others jeering at him. Sleepyhead had long learned that to survive, one must mind one's own business. He went directly to find Xiang Zhuang. Xiang Zhuang, hearing that Sleepyhead wanted to learn the sword dance, assumed he sought to reclaim his dignity after the mockery at the Hongmen banquet. Since the matter had originated from him, he naturally agreed. Not only that, but he also invited Xiang Bo and others skilled in swordsmanship to join. On the way, Sleepyhead's gossipy nature got the better of him. He asked, "I saw a man named Han Xian at the gate today being mocked by many. What happened?" Xiang Zhuang replied nonchalantly, "Oh him, just a penniless brat." He dared to ask the hegemon to let him lead troops, claiming he was a talent. The hegemon appreciated his confidence and gave him the post of halberd-bearing officer, but he felt insulted. So that was it. The world of JoJo was vast, such characters were hardly surprising. Having satisfied his curiosity, Sleepyhead cheerfully led Xiang Zhuang and the others to his residence for the sword dance. He had exceeded his task. In reality, the mental hospital on Beta Star had grown quiet. Only those on the verge of losing control came. Psychics were not scarce, but neither were they abundant. Most believed they should serve the aristocracy. Yet the aristocracy was a minority already attended by family doctors who rarely visited hospitals. Ordinary psychics worked as doctors in mental hospitals, serving the middle class. But now psychic works on the StarNet had sprouted like mushrooms after rain. They were numerous, more effective and broader in application than their own creations. Now not only Beta Star residents, but even those from Alpha Star preferred the Jizur-related works on the StarNet. They were far more engaging and never grew tiresome even after repeated viewings. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, psychics had little savings. With their income lost, panic set in, and their hatred toward Qihong Studio knew no bounds. For safety, Qihong Studio had long since moved from Rose Garden No. 13. Even so, strange figures loitered around the garden daily. Desperate, the psychics first petitioned the Psychic Association to ban JoJo works immediately. But to no avail. The viewership of Jizur-related content skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Gradually, psychic works distinct from JoJo began appearing on Beta Star's StarNet. These were created by psychics from the Psychic Association. Lu Weici asked curiously, "What's going on? Do you have allies?" Lu Feng replied calmly, "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Everyone is different, but humans are the same. Psychics need to eat too." Inside the Beta Star Psychic Association, the 7th Department Chief slammed the table. "Summon all Beta Star psychics here. I want to see who dares to blatantly violate the association's regulations." In the past, the association's authority was immense. In such an emergency, 90% of psychics would have responded. Now only 50% showed up. The 7th Department Chief sneered. "In this critical moment, unity within the association is paramount. Yet some have chosen to betray us. What do they think the Psychic Association doesn't exist?" Silence fell. The chief continued coldly, "The Alpha Star Psychic Association is already aware of this. Does Lu Feng truly believe that backing the military allows him to act with impunity? Don't forget, the military has hundreds of millions of asymptomatic patients. Can one man solve that? If you wait patiently, psychics will remain exalted. Otherwise, do you wish to descend to the level of those lowly robot repairmen?" Many lowered their heads, avoiding the chief's gaze. Yet one spoke up. "Chief, we know the association acts for our benefit, but how long must we wait? My rank is low. Since JoJo appeared on Beta Star, I've had no business. If we wait any longer, I may not afford food." "Then drink nutrient supplements," the chief glared. "If you can't endure this, how can you achieve great things? I warn you now, anyone who betrays the association at this time will face consequences far beyond expulsion." The crowd murmured in assent, nodding meekly. In a villa on Alpha Star, Lu Weici received a call on his light brain and left quickly, ordering the guards to protect Kahang's people. Dai Li felt a sense of dread. "Is something wrong in the military?" Lu Feng said. At this moment, the Psychic Association must have stopped supplying psychics to the military. Dai Li's eyes widened. "Have they lost their minds? These are soldiers protecting our planet." Lu Feng sighed. "The Zerg have been repelled. The planet faces no immediate threat. Why would protection be needed? But what if the Zerg return? What if other enemies arise?" Dai Li struggled to understand. "Those are future concerns. People today must address today's problems." Dai Li finally grasped the situation. "So by cutting off psychics, they're forcing the military to hand us over." Lu Feng nodded. Dai Li's heart was in turmoil. At the outset, he had merely wished to spare others from the affliction of the Apathy Syndrome, never anticipating that it would entangle such a convoluted web of interests. Yet the more he learned, the more resolute he became. Why should they be the sacrificial lambs for the aristocracy's benefit? "Are you afraid?" Lu Feng turned to the crowd. Among them were Xiao Yu, whom he had met at the very beginning, Jin Zipeng, Kanenka, later recruits, and low-level psychics from the Luvis military. Xiao Yu shook her head. "If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Now I've worn so many beautiful dresses, done so many things with you, and witnessed such splendid lives and landscapes across JoJo. Even if I died this instant, I would have no regrets." Kanenka, usually taciturn, spoke first this time. "Many of my relatives and friends died from the Anhedonia syndrome. Now that there's a chance to change all this, even if I die for it, I would only feel gratitude." The others nodded emphatically. Having participated in the JoJo game, they were the most profoundly affected and the first to break free from the brainwashing of the Psychic Association. They had all lived at the bottom, and many of their friends and relatives still did. They knew who they were fighting for and what they sought to change. Even in death, no regrets. "Are princes and generals born superior?" "Excellent." Lu Feng spoke deliberately. "Now we share a common goal and a common enemy, the Psychic Association. We will not lose. Let us watch its downfall together. He gazed in the direction of the Alpha Star Psychic Association, thinking to himself, Lu Jing, I will not spare those who caused your death. After the crowd dispersed, Dai Li approached Lu Feng. The Psychic Association is using psychics to threaten the military. Will General Haida compromise? I don't know, Lu Feng replied. In truth, if he were General Haida or a general in the game of Jiuzhou, he would not yield. No one likes to be under another's thumb, especially generals. Even during feudal imperial times, there was the saying, a general in the field may refuse orders from the capital. This was actually a prime opportunity, a chance to break free from the Psychic Association's grip, albeit with risks. But the way the interstellar people thought was different from theirs. It was as if Lu Feng couldn't understand why, with their technology eons ahead of Earth's, they still subscribed to the Psychic Association's doctrine of psychic superiority and had never rebelled. Perhaps it was a difference in ideology shaped by a specific era. Those psychics who previously released videos have withdrawn their works. Dai Li said, the Psychic Association has existed for many years and has infiltrated too many domains. To suddenly sever dependence on it would require immense resolve. Lu Feng nodded. If the military lacks that resolve, we need to find other allies, Dai Li added. Lu Feng nodded again. Although the military seems the most suitable ally at present, if we seek others, they may not be as powerful and would have to start over from a low profile. But if the military remains so cowardly at this juncture, it doesn't deserve to be our ally. Let's see what the military chooses. We have an entire brilliant civilization backing us. Why fear a lack of allies? Dai Li nodded with considerable confidence. Suddenly he sighed. I used to think the law forbidding interstellar humans from waging war on their own kind was the most correct, but now it feels like it's become the Psychic Association's umbrella. Otherwise, the military with its supreme force could just crush them. Lu Feng smiled. Everything has its pros and cons. If the military crushed everything without restraint, that wouldn't necessarily be good. Besides, this law was enacted during the war against the Zerg, when it indeed maximized the preservation of human strength without internal attrition. At that moment, both those in the game and those outside were fixated on the official Jiuzhou website. For today was the deadline for the Jiuzhou-themed contest. The site was densely packed with works related to Jiuzhou. Who could have imagined that the cause of the galaxy-wide uproar and the collapse of the Psychic Association's faith was merely a games-themed contest? In truth, many knew the result without even looking. The rules of the Spring and Autumn Warring States themed contest had stated that victory was determined by view count. Most of them had watched nearly all the works, and they could see which ones had higher view counts. They had even voted for their favorites and recommended them to others. Yet they were eager to participate in this final ceremony. Simultaneously, the Jiuzhou official website and the game began broadcasting. The first place winner of this Spring and Autumn Warring States themed contest is Spring and Autumn by the Blue-White Duo, awarded 100 Jiuzhou game accounts. The second place winner is The Untold Story of Lao AI and Zhao Ji by Huashang, awarded 90 Jiuzhou accounts. The third place winner is The Battle of Chongping by Wenqi, awarded 80 Jiuzhou accounts. The fourth place winner is The 100 Schools of Thought by Lin by awarded 70 Jiuzhou accounts. Though the rankings were already known, everyone still erupted in cheers and celebrations. Yet the system's broadcast did not cease. Jiuzhou updates are as follows, adding taste and smell functions to the following products. 1. Added grain crops, wheat, corn, rice. 2. Added fruits, grapes, pears, bananas. 3. Added seasonings, garlic, chili, scallion, star anise. 4. Added aquatic products, carp, crucian, carp, hairtail. 5. Added animals, rabbits, pheasants. Now launching the second phase of the themed event, the food event. Activity content: players create a dish by themselves or learn from an NPC, then upload it to the Star Network. Victory is determined by the number of people who taste it. Players both in and out of the game went wild. What they had been yearning for all along was the food in the game. Those NPCs' ecstatic expressions as they ate the mouth-watering food, the appetizing descriptions of flavors. Yet the players couldn't taste any of it. At least a third of the complaints on the official website were about the food. But now they saw this: so many foods had been added. Even if they couldn't cook themselves, the in-game characters could, and they could finally eat. Upon seeing this news, Lena abandoned all else. She saw grains, the raw material for brewing. Could she finally taste the wine she brewed herself? Most importantly, since the game had recorded these items, it meant they existed in reality. She could brew real wine now. In an instant, players with accounts abandoned all celebrations and rushed home to log into the game. Those without accounts frantically contacted those who had won accounts. In the game, Lena trembled slightly as she poured the purchased wine into a large bowl. The wine she had brewed before had no flavor, as the game only started recording taste from this update onward. So for players to taste the flavor, she had to brew anew. This ordinary in-peak brewed wine had already been recorded so players could taste it. She reverently lifted the bowl to her lips, took a sip, and savored the taste. First came the spiciness, then the mellow fragrance. In all her life, she had never tasted such a stimulating flavor with so many layers. The wine was exactly as the game characters had described. No, even better. Lena drank bowl after bowl, soon collapsing unconscious in the tavern. The game characters found it odd that recently so many people were appearing in a drunken stupor. Recently, the mortality rate among players had been climbing. This caught Lu Feng off guard, and after a period of adjustment, the players had devised new survival strategies, keeping the death toll relatively low. Unless war broke out, fluctuations were rare. He had someone investigate, and was dismayed to find that many players had died from excessive drinking. Some drank themselves to death, others drowned after stumbling into water while intoxicated, and still others fell off cliffs. A spate of accidents ensued. The players perished in the game and regained their senses, immediately filled with regret. How could they lose their accounts at such a moment? They had only just tasted the flavor of wine and hadn't had their fill. And there was so much food looking so delicious that they hadn't even had a chance to try. Those players knew well that once an account was lost, they wouldn't get another one anytime soon. Yet the memory of that food and wine lingered, and since they couldn't enter the game, their thoughts naturally turned to the real world. As everyone in the interstellar era knew, anything with taste or smell in a holographic space must exist in reality to be recorded. Thus, such things did exist in reality. So a new wave of comments flooded the official JoJo website, demanding that Qihong release those foods for sale and open a shop immediately. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to increase the rewards. Players ranking high in this themed competition would gain the right to purchase real food ingredients. As soon as this announcement was made, not only players, but also many nobles on Alpha Star stirred into action. Inside the game, players who had witnessed numerous fatal accidents sobered up and grew more cautious about their lives. They understood that alcohol must be consumed in moderation to avoid mishaps, and many crafted measuring tools to control their daily intake. Mingming Bai Bai was troubled lately, having discovered a gap in his information network. Liu Bang's Hanzhong was a formidable force, but because he had cut off the roads, very few players were stationed there. His people couldn't get in either. Lon Lon calmly said, "If all else fails, just send a few players over." Easier said than done. That place is full of mountains and trees with treacherous paths and ferocious beasts. The only road was blocked by that man Liu Bang. Players these days value their lives too much. Who would willingly go? Mingming Bai Bai sighed helplessly. They had initially thought of contacting players already there, buying information directly. But those players were too few, mostly scenery enthusiast explorers or those seeking a free-form gaming experience unwilling to take on tasks. Lon Lon leaned in and said, "Don't we still have plenty of accounts? Send our people over. If they die on the mission, just give them an account. Surely someone will be willing." Mingming Bai Bai winced. "You spendthrift. Do you know how many star coins an account costs out there?" Lon Lon replied with a single sentence, "Which is more important, knowing about Xiao Bai or an account?" Mingming Bai Bai knew how to calculate. There was only one piece of information about Xiao Bai, but they still had plenty of accounts left. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, let's start with 5. No 2 accounts." Lon Lon rolled her eyes. Could he be any stingier? Accounts were meant to be used. As the game progressed, players' naming habits underwent a notable shift. The earliest batch of players chose names arbitrarily, anything from Castor and Bruce to Sleepyhead. Gradually later, players began aligning with the game's characters to maintain consistency, adopting names like Zhang, San Li Hu, and Wang Hua. Now new players were even closer to the game's aesthetic. Names like Chu Fengtian and Zhang Huain appeared. Some said that a player's seniority could be judged solely by their in-game name. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua were mid-phase players. Not as seasoned as the earliest ones, but they had spent some time in the game and weren't as naive as the newcomers. From the moment they entered the game, they worked under Xiao Bai's knowledge, primarily gathering various pieces of information. This gave them gaming experience no less than that of veteran players. This time their mission was to head to Hanzhong and gather intelligence on Liu Bang. Initially, they were reluctant. The journey was perilous, almost a suicide mission, and they wanted to keep their accounts to savor the game's food. But when Mingming Bai Bai explicitly promised to compensate them with an account if they died in the game, they didn't hesitate any longer. Wang Wu looked at the sun on the horizon and wiped his sweat. "Hey Xiaohua, are you sure this is the right way? I feel like we're going further off course." "What do you know? No one's ever taken this path, so being off course is exactly right," Zhao Hua said dismissively. Before drawing an account, he had been following the JoJo game, closely captivated by the beautiful blooming plants. He learned that the game word for such pretty things was Hua flower, so when he got his account, he named himself Zhao Hua. But after entering the game, many characters snickered at his name. It took him a while to realize that Hua was typically a girl's name. Unfortunately, the game didn't allow name changes. He didn't care anymore. Does JoJo have to be sexist? Why can such beautiful things only be used as girls' names? I want to be called Hua. Look, isn't that someone lying there? Zhao Hua spotted a figure lying not far away, dressed in tattered clothes with disheveled hair, looking almost like a beggar. Wang Wu was unfazed. A dead body in the wilderness. Common sight. Too bad it's not a player. Otherwise people outside would be overjoyed. "Hey, I saw him move just now. He might not be dead." Yet Zhao Hua pressed on. Wang Wu remained calm. "Then he probably will be soon." He shouted to the man, "Brother, it's not that we want to save you, but you know how the world is. Minding your own business is the key to living longer." Zhao suddenly said, "We've walked this road for so long without seeing anyone. Could this guy be heading to Hanzhong too? Maybe we should save him. He might help fend off wild beasts." Wang Wu thought it over. "Let's check him out." They helped the man up, found no wounds or signs of illness, and offered him some dry rations and water. Usually such cases were due to hunger or thirst. They'd seen plenty. In this game, people were scarce and food was even scarcer. Most of the plants grown had little nutritional value. They were just pretty to look at, and some weren't even that. "Brother, what's your name? Are you also heading to Hanzhong?" Wang Wu asked once the man had recovered. "Thank you for saving me, young friends. I am Han Xian, and I am bound for Hanzhong," the man replied weakly. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua were delighted. "We're going to Hanzhong too. We want to join Liu Bang. Let's travel together. We'll look out for each other." Han Xian glanced at the two, a hint of appraisal in his eyes, and said, "Very well." Within the game, Mingming Bai Bai was packing his luggage. Lan Lan looked dejected. Why do we have to move again?" Mingming Bai Bai sighed. "Do you think I want this? I truly can't fathom Xiang Ye's thoughts. Why must he abandon the splendid Xianying and return to Pengcheng? Now the entire realm is his. Wherever he is, that place becomes the heart of the game. Haven't you noticed players are all grouping up to head to Pengcheng? How can we who specialize in information gathering afford not to go?" Lan Lan exclaimed, "Heavens! Can't someone invent a flying ship, a flying car, or any kind of vehicle? This carriage travel is utterly exhausting. Be grateful. Those who can ride in carriages are the wealthy. Of common folks have to travel on foot." Ever since the official 9 Provinces website launched the Spring and Autumn Warring States themed competition, players participated enthusiastically. Although the event had ended, their interest was thoroughly ignited. They turned their experiences into videos and posted them online. Now on the Star Network, any video related to 9 provinces was bound to generate immense buzz. Players were no longer limited to the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. They delved into the Qin Dynasty or current events within the game to craft stories into videos. Many renowned actors directly requested to play specific characters in 9 provinces, actively seeking story material online. And the more famous the NPC, the greater the popularity. It was now evident to all that the hottest figure was Xiang Yu. Not only did he possess military genius and the beautiful Yu Ji by his side, but he was also the emperor succeeding the Qin Dynasty. His story would surely be rich with tales to come. This was the reason that attracted players to travel the great distance to Pengcheng. Mingming Bai Bai studied the distribution of Xiaobai Jidao agents marked on his map, muttering inwardly that there were still too few in Pengcheng. Once an ordinary city, it was now the capital of Chu. He needed to deploy more personnel. Lan Lan looked at the distribution map and said, "There are only 2 people in Hanzhong, and we don't even know if they can get through. Isn't that too few?" "Not at all. Over there's only Liu Bang isolated from the world. What valuable news could there be? As for Xiang Yu, other things are fine, but I hear that Yu Ji is a great beauty skilled in song and dance. She's bound to be a hot topic, and we don't have anyone near her." Mingming Bai Bai frowned. Those close to Yu Ji would have to be women. Speaking of women, I recall someone. Lan Lan suddenly spoke up. Mingming Bai Bai also thought of it. Wasn't she killed when Xiang Yu stormed the Qin Palace? But she shouldn't be short on accounts. He'll try to find her. He searched, and indeed found a player named Huashang. Qin Palace made Huashang. Huashang replied quickly, "It's me, your mother. Xiang Yu is a tyrant. What wrong did we palace maids and guards do? He still had us killed. Luckily, I have another account." Mingming Bai Bai said, "Do you want to go back to his harem as a maid?" Huashang replied, "You have a way. I'm willing. I want to assassinate him to avenge myself." Mingming Bai Bai was speechless. "You've heard of his wife Yu Ji, right? I want information about her. He'll find a way to get you in, and you can gather intelligence for me." Huashang agreed. Since learning the sword dance with the help of Sleepyhead Nancy and her team hadn't logged into the game, they spent all their time in the dance studio, not even participating in the Spring and Autumn Warring States themed competition. Recently, they heard the game had introduced many delicious foods and the mysterious beverage wine. They suppressed their urge to log in, thinking about the upcoming competition, and resolved to focus on practicing their dance. The sword dance was different from ordinary dance. First and foremost, it was about the sword. The purpose of practicing the sword was to kill. Their previous dances focused on intricate movements and lacked power. So they had to first practice the sword and build strength. Fortunately, many in the game knew how to use a sword, and they didn't need to be too professional, as it wasn't real combat. Only after mastering the sword could they start refining the dance movements, achieving both fierceness and beauty. The fierceness is sufficient, but the grace is lacking. The choreographer frowned. Interstellar dances were mostly fast-paced and acrobatic, but the dances in 9 provinces emphasized the beauty of the body. It was precisely for this reason that the combination of the sharp sword and elegant dance, a fusion of conflicting forces, was exceptionally captivating. Although I've never seen the sword dance in the game with my own eyes, I can imagine it from people's descriptions. Xiang Zhuang and his like called it a sword dance, but it was mostly about the sword with fierceness overshadowing grace. We still need to find a way to make it softer. The school provided ample support for Nancy and her team to compete. The choreographer Cici was the most renowned in their school. Even on the Alpha Star, few could surpass her skill. Teacher CC, I feel that the graceful quality is better when danced by characters in the game. Their very starting movements feel different from interstellar dance. Maybe we should log into the game to find inspiration. CC smiled. She wasn't a rigid teacher and knew the importance of balancing work and rest. All right, you've been working hard and haven't played the game lately. Let's call it a day. Yes. Nancy and her team eagerly logged into the game. First, they secretly tasted the wine. It was very sharp and intense, not to their liking. The newly released noodles, steamed buns, and various dishes were all delicious with layered flavors that left their stomachs full and round. After eating and drinking their fill, it was time for business. They hadn't just been talking about logging in to find inspiration. The most well-informed in the game was undoubtedly Xiaobai Jidao. Nancy was somewhat familiar with Mingming Baibai. Xiaobai, who in Pingqing is skilled at dancing, especially the graceful kind performed by women. Mingming Baibai replied quickly, what a coincidence. Have you heard of Xiang Yes wife Yuji? They say Xiang Yu was captivated by her dancing. Soon the day of the Alpha Star competition arrived. On this day, almost all experts and enthusiasts in the field of dance on Alpha Star gathered for this grand event. The Phaetian Cup was held once every 5 years and Alpha Star had only one qualifying slot. This time 156 teams came to compete for that single spot. They would vie for the sole qualification here, then represent Alpha Star in the Phaetian Cup competition. There were countless planets in the galaxy and even more talents. Alpha Star was only mediocre and in dance it consistently ranked at the bottom. Yet this didn't diminish the intensity of the competition. Lin Jiao shared the news she had gathered. 9 provinces has become an unavoidable topic on Alpha Star. I heard many teams have learned dances from it, and some have even combined interstellar dance with its styles. The competition is fierce. Nancy was excited. I just saw the Feiwu dance troupe. Oh my, I could never get tickets to their shows before. They've always been my idols. I never thought I'd compete on the same stage as them one day. Don't be afraid. We're not bad either. Our sword dance is no worse than theirs. Yes, no matter the outcome, we'll give it our all. They encouraged each other. How laughable. Do you really think this sole qualification is so easy to win? Someone passing by sneered. Nancy recognized her as a member of a well-known dance troupe. Here they were probably the least famous. Ode to the Orange became popular because of 9 provinces, not because of you. Do you really think you're that talented? The woman said disdainfully. Everyone competes for the Phaetian Cup qualification on their own merit. We'll see who truly has talent after today's competition. Nancy replied coldly. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? The woman fumed. I don't care who you are. Today's competition depends on real skill, not on being a relative of a mentalist. Name-dropping won't help. Lin Jiao lifted her chin. Dancing wasn't a respected profession in the game. They had seen all sorts of dirty tricks and harsh words in those seedy places. They weren't afraid of someone who relied on connections. You. She was about to hurl threats, but suddenly remembered that people no longer regarded mentalists with the same respect as before. There was even a hint of contempt, believing they were just ordinary people who deliberately inflated their status and refused to treat commoners. All of this was because of Lu Yuan, because of his 9 provinces. The competition is about to start. What are you doing here? Go change your clothes, someone shouted. Nancy, with a victorious smile, led her team backstage to change. The Phaetian Cup represented the honor and interests of the planet, and no one wished for their own planet to achieve a lower ranking. Thus, those who came to serve as judges here were absolutely impartial and professional. The judges soon noticed that this competition was different from previous ones. Many teams were not dressed in neat form-fitting attire, but instead wore wide-sleeved robes, some even adorned with sashes which made them appear more graceful. Their dances incorporated greater softness, their expressions more vivid, allowing the audience to feel the dancers' emotions and become immersed. Some teams even performed Ode to the Orange, all influenced by 9 provinces. Soon the Chu Feng dance team, renowned for their rendition of Ode to the Orange, took the stage. Yes, that was Nancy's team. Back then they had studied Chu Yuan's Ode to the Orange. At the time, the popular poetry style was Chu Ci, so they named themselves the Chu Feng dance team. Little did they know that one performance would change their destiny, and the name stuck ever since. This time they were dressed in white robes. Though the robes were long, the sleeves were tight-fitting around the arms. In their hands they held 3-foot swords that gleamed with a chilling white light under the stage lights. The dance they had witnessed from Consort Yu in the game last time had indeed inspired them greatly. Consort Yu was not only beautiful, but danced like a celestial being under the moonlight, her entire body seemingly boneless. When she bent backward, she was both supple and powerful, captivating them completely. Following their rehearsed movements, their eyes brimmed with killing intent. As they bent forward, their bodies displayed remarkable flexibility, yet the force behind their sword thrusts was astonishing. In the middle of the performance, they incorporated a dual sequence, each move seemingly concealing hidden sharpness, yet flowing together like drifting clouds and running water. As the dance concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. I declare that the team to receive the Phaetian Cup qualification is the Chu Feng dance team. Nancy and her teammates embraced each other on stage, lost in the moment. Their efforts during this period had not been in vain. All four of them were ordinary people, not psychics, nor did they have any psychic relatives. At that moment, the monopoly of psychics in dance was completely shattered. The competition video was broadcast live, and the dance of Nancy and her team spread wildly across the interstellar network. The Feng dance team became renowned throughout the entire Alpha planet. However, the game did not head toward the peace players had imagined. Everyone discovered that Xiang Yu seemed to be following the same path as the Eastern Zhou dynasty. The vassal states he had in theft began showing signs of declaring themselves kings. War on this land was imminent. Mingming Baibai was extremely busy as the prelude to every great war was the most sought-after time for information. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua and Hanzhong sent intermittent messages. He merely skimmed them occasionally, sending news from his side to keep them entertained when they complained. He scrolled through their message history. Xiaobai, on our way to Hanzhong, we met a guy named Han Xin. He was also heading to Hanzhong, so we traveled together. This kid has little money but plenty of arrogance, always wearing a cold face to intimidate people. Mingming Baibai replied, "Oh, Xiaobai, I can't believe we actually made it to Hanzhong and arrived at Lu Bang's place. Han Xin is somewhat useful after all. No wonder he dared to enter the mountains alone. We thought we'd die on the road. This time I saved you 2 accounts, so don't forget to pay us extra." Han Xin also came to join Lu Bang, and we decided to go together. But he said he's different from us. He came to be a general. I think I misjudged him. He might be sick, the kind that daydreams. Xiaobai, we met Lu Bang. He looks very ordinary and is quite old. Yet he still has the ambition to fight for the world. We were assigned to guard the warehouse. Zhao Hua and I have no complaints. This job isn't busy and it'll be easy to chat with people and gather information. Han Xin, though, looks very unhappy. He says Lu Bang insulted him. He came to be a grand general. He's definitely sick, seriously sick. Mingming Baibai replied, "Good. Oh my god, Xiaobai, can you believe it? Han Xin really became the grand general. This game has no logic at all. Since he can do it, I think I should try my luck with Lu Bang too. I'm way more reliable than him, right? At least I'm not crazy." Hey Race, what happened? After Lu Bang assigned us to guard the warehouse, Han Xin kept feeling insulted. Last night he told us he was leaving. Zhao Hua and I tried to persuade him, but he insisted on going. Fine, he left. But then Xiao He heard about it, mounted a horse, and chased after him. You know Xiao He, right? He grew up with Lu Bang and is one of Lu Bang's favorites along with Zhang Liang. After Xiao He brought Han Xin back, he went to see Lu Bang. I don't know what they said, but now Han Xin is the Grand General. Damn, I really think I should give it a try. Maybe I have the talent to be a Grand General too. I know all about the wars from the spring and autumn period to now. By the way, why aren't you replying? Check the forum. Is Xiang Yu about to go to war again? Hanzhong is so boring. I've browsed the forum several times. Got any news from your side? Mingming Baibai replied, got it. Don't do anything rash. Damn, this game is so biased. I went to ask Lu Bang for a general position, and he beat me up. It hurts like hell. Xiaobai, big news, big news. Lu Bang is repairing the plank road. He's about to make his move. Upon seeing this message, Mingming Baibai jumped up. If Lu Bang was coming out, things would only get more chaotic. Wait, he reconsidered. When Xiang Yu left, he stationed the 3 Qins in Guangzhou to watch Lu Bang. Not only would the 3 Qins destroy the plank road, but even if Lu Bang emerged, he probably couldn't defeat them. Lu Bang posed no immediate threat for now. He would ignore him for the time being. Mingming Baibai replied, the 3 Qins are watching outside. He can't get out. Keep gathering information. The Alpha Star Psychic Association, in conjunction with medium-sized planets like Beta Star, issued a statement. The game Jiuzhou, created by Qihong Studio, is suspected of containing psychic virus. We call upon the interstellar populace to voluntarily boycott it, otherwise the association will withhold treatment for apathy syndrome. Numerous prominent families on Alpha Star echoed the same declaration, and their various business enterprises spread rumors that Jiuzhou propagated psychic virus. In an instant, it seemed as if a virus had invaded the interstellar realm, with slogans boycotting Jiuzhou everywhere. Many StarNet platforms removed videos related to the game. Upon seeing the statement, Lu Feng smiled. Xiaoyu was puzzled. They're boycotting us, and you're laughing. Lu Feng remained cheerful. Of course I laugh. We've won this battle. The Psychic Association resorting to such a boycott tactic against us means the military has made the right choice. Xiaoyu then realized Jiuzhou was exactly as players knew it. Though it revealed dark facets of human nature, it had nothing to do with psychic virus. Merely normal human choices. The Psychic Association was just finding an excuse to boycott. Lu Feng continued. Now the military is on our side and medium-sized planets stand with us. The only ones left are the nobles of the upper planets and the psychic families. Their interests are too deeply entwined with the Psychic Association. They rise and fall together, so naturally they'll side with the association. Lu Feng was satisfied with the outcome. As long as the military backed him, the Psychic Association couldn't arbitrarily ban Jiuzhou or wield power to oppress him. Even if he did nothing, given Jiuzhou's growth trajectory, crushing them was only a matter of time. Xiaoyu pondered and said, and the psychics in the association, Many of them come from ordinary backgrounds, yet they stand against ordinary people. Lu Feng was unsurprised. Dragon slayers always become dragons in the end no matter where. But whether the current psychic association can keep them is another matter. The hierarchy-obsessed psychic association was itself a place of rigid ranks. Low-level psychics received nothing but assignments to psychic hospitals with no other resources. Now that JoJo had exploded in popularity, videos infused with psychic energy flooded the network. Due to the game's unpredictable progress, players never lacked good stories, and updates came swiftly. In comparison, the original low-level psychics had no competitiveness. The Psychic Association was now too preoccupied to manage them. When many low-level psychics discovered their uploaded works garnered few clicks, they grew anxious. Those who understood the situation began searching for JoJo stories to incorporate into their works, since Lu Feng had no strict copyright restrictions, only a small licensing fee. Those who failed to grasp the situation still clamored that JoJo was a psychic virus, warning others not to be deceived. Lu Feng had no time for them. Since the military had sided with him, he had to reciprocate. The apathy syndrome afflicting hundreds of millions in the military couldn't be ignored. Lu Weici looked grim. The videos on StarNet have been effective, but only for level 3 apathy syndrome and below. That still leaves 30 million patients at levels 4 and 5, those who can't do without psychics. General Haida wanted to know if Lu Feng had any solutions. Once soldiers with apathy syndrome lost control, their destructive power far exceeded ordinary people's. Some planned meticulously and silently orchestrated massive explosions, while others were skilled assassins killing thousands before being discovered. Some possessed astonishing combat prowess, targeting only elites. They were far better at disguise, often showing no signs of losing control. In fact, Jiao's territorial scale is far larger than what's currently visible. Lu Feng had designed the game based on Earth's layout, but some areas were unsuitable as game scenes due to his unclear knowledge of their history or sparse populations, so he hadn't deployed players there. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. So it can accommodate more people, right? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Feng brushed off Lu Wei's excited grip on his shoulder. Listen, I didn't mention it before because those areas aren't suitable as game scenes. But for soldiers, they might have a special effect. Even if not, they can temporarily trap them, then release them in batches to areas with players for treatment. Having dealt with Lu Feng, often Lu Weici knew that different stories suited different people. By the way, the game is in a peaceful period now. Xiangyu has claimed kingship, right? Will there be more battles? Lu Feng smiled. Of course it won't be long. Inside the game. Beyond the current map, players were unaware of a nomadic tribe in JoJo separated by the 400mm ISO height, living like a different civilization with distinct lifestyles, thoughts, and behaviors. Meanwhile, in deep forests where players dared not venture, there were fierce beasts and indigenous tribes speaking a different game language with unique customs and gods. Many military personnel logged into these areas far from ordinary players. Unable to exit the game, even by suicide, they could only explore slowly. In Pengcheng, Mingming Bei leisurely sipped wine, enjoying rare idleness. He thought indeed planning ahead pays off, allowing one to be more composed. Lanlan brought out a plate of her original dish, fermented bamboo shoots with wine. Try my new creation. Mingming Bei took a bite with a mix of disdain and curiosity, swallowed with a frown, then said as if savoring, "It's not bad, but the flavor is delayed, strange while eating yet pleasant afterward. Quite magical." Lanlan laughed heartily. Really? I'm so talented at cooking. Let's call it delayed magic. Damn, Huashang is dead. Mingming Bei suddenly jumped up. Lanlan was stunned. What happened? Is Xiangyu killing randomly again? After reading the private message, Mingming Bei sighed. This time it's not Xiangyu's fault. Huashang poisoned him. What? It could only be said that Huashang had truly mastered the essence of palace intrigue. She even managed to obtain such a high-end item as poison. She had loudly declared she would kill Xiangyu, but Mingming Bei hadn't taken it seriously. Half the players wanted to kill Xiangyu, some for revenge, since he had killed many others, just to stir up trouble by taking down a powerful figure. But few actually did it, as accounts were limited. Xiangyu wasn't someone ordinary players could meet, and his combat prowess made any attempt suicidal. Yet Huashang had absorbed the true skills of palace consorts. She first tried to seduce Xiangyu, secretly planning to get close before striking, but he ignored her, devoted solely to Yuji. So she turned her attention to Yuji. As a maid serving Yuji, it wasn't hard to smear poison on her. Xiangyu was indeed poisoned, and Huashang was killed on the spot. Lanlan was stunned by the tale. So Xiangyu is dead. No, just poisoned. The doctor is keeping him alive, but he's in poor health. Mingming Bei sighed helplessly. Lu Feng was quite exasperated. These players really knew how to cause trouble. The Chuhan contention was about to begin, yet they had nearly forced Xiangyu offline. Fortunately, it was just a game, and he could still rationalize and manipulate the situation. Pengcheng issued a recruitment order for divine physicians to treat Xiangyu. Meanwhile, many high combat players received mandatory quests to ensure Xiangyu's safety during this period. On the forum, someone couldn't help but post, "Is Xiangyu the golden child of JoJo? Thread starter JoJo, has anyone heard?" Many big shots in the military received mandatory quests to protect Xiangyu. If I remember correctly, this is the second mandatory quest. So the question is, before this Xiang Zhuang sword dance was meant to kill Liu Bang, but now it's about protecting Xiangyu. Why can't Xiangyu die? Is he the system's favorite son? First floor Chu Ri, I got the news from Xiaobai, and am sharing it for free. It was a female player named Huashang who poisoned him. Good heavens, what a bunch of military big shots couldn't accomplish an ordinary girl did. Well done. Second floor, what name? I just want to know if there's a recipe for this legendary poison and where I can buy it. Third floor Ross, don't derail the thread. I agree with the OP. Xiangyu, like Yingzheng, is destined for greatness, so the system can't let him die, especially not by players' hands. Those looking for trouble should give up. Fourth floor Song Moon, I won't accept this. Xiangyu is a butcher, he killed my friend's entire family and all my NPC relatives. Even if he's the system's favorite son, I will kill him. Fifth floor Sleepyhead, stop dreaming, everyone. My overlord Xiang is clearly meant to unify the realm. Can you even kill him? Sixth floor Daily Rebel, not necessarily. The system didn't directly restore Xiang's health, but had people protect him. That shows the system is sacrificing some control for realism, brothers. This is our chance. Rebel. Seventh floor Little Flower, the above is a true rebellion leader, always talking about rebelling. I'm also interested in the poison. Oh, it seems to be made from a plant called heartbreak grass. The plants here are fascinating, some cure, some are edible, some flavor food, and some can be made into poison. Eighth floor Li Ritian, yeah, unlike our interstellar era, where we can only make nutrient paste. Still too few varieties. 127th floor Wang Sanson, sorry to interrupt, but I heard Liu Bang has come out of Hanzhou. Does anyone know what's going on? At his words, many left the forum to check on the situation with those around them. At that moment, Mingming Bai was frantically busy, no longer as calm as before. He kept sending private messages to Wang Wu and Zhao Hua. What the hell is going on? Did he really build the plank road out? How did I not get any news about such a big event? What about the three Qins? Were you defeated? No one around Hanzhou saw the plank road. Where did Liu Bang come from? Did he really build a flying chariot? But after sending hundreds of private messages, neither had replied. If their names weren't still lit, he would have thought they had logged off. Looking at the flood of private messages asking about Liu Bang, Mingming Bai was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been too stingy to let go of a few accounts and sent two unreliable players to gather intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive now. At that moment, Xiangyu was being carried to suppress a rebellion in Shandong, surrounded by players forced into the mandatory quest. The flaws of the enfeoffment system had become apparent, though no one expected it so soon. The Zhou dynasty lasted many years before vassals declared themselves kings. Players commented that Xiang's enfeoffment system was truly inept. Just as Mingming Bai planned to send someone to Guangzhou for information again, Wang Wu and Zhao Hua's messages finally arrived. Xiaobai, this battle was incredibly satisfying. That Han Xian, the one I told you about who loved daydreaming, my god, he truly has the talent of a general. I was blind. We were repairing the plank road every day thinking would have to go out that way. But it was all Han Xin's strategy, pretending to repair the plank road while secretly advancing via Qinsong. Can you believe it? We came out from Qinsong. And Han Xin's military leadership is unmatched. He directly took down 2 Qin generals. His troop counting skills are incredible. In this primitive age with no optical computers, no telescopes, nothing, and you can't see clearly from a distance, he could count tens of thousands of troops with perfect precision. That beating I took was worth it. Mingming Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly forwarded the news. He had worked hard to build the Xiaobai nose brand and couldn't let it be destroyed easily. Players couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the pretend to repair the plank road secretly advance via Qinsong strategy. Someone couldn't resist sharing the news on the forum. Third floor 7 days, this Han Xian is a talent. I've never heard of him before. Since when did Liu Bang have such a capable fighter? He used to be so cowardly. Fourth floor Liu Yi, I never expected so many military talents in this primitive era. First Peng Wan and Bai Qi, then Wang Jian and Meng Tian of Qin, and now Xiangyu and Han Xian. It's hard to believe how formidable they would be with interstellar communication devices and weapons. Fifth floor Zhao Tiantian, exactly. If we had these people in the interstellar era, could we have driven back the Zerg earlier and not lost so many lives? Sixth floor Meng Qiqi, the above is thinking too simply. Humans are fundamentally equal in capability, only differing in numbers. The Zerg's combat power is beyond any human comparison. Against absolute power, no strategy works. They may be formidable now, but against the Zerg, they'd still kneel. Seventh floor Zhang Xiaocao, I just want to know if Xiangyu can hold on to his throne. The vassal states are in chaos. Liu Bang has emerged with a capable general like Han Xian. Wasn't Xiangyu supposed to be the system's son? Eighth floor Sleepyhead, relax. I know Liu Bang. He's just a thug with no combat ability, talent, or character. With his meager troops, he wants to challenge my Chu overlord. Dream on. Ninth floor Qin, sure, Huang, name unavailable, I agree. I'm backing the Western Chu overlord this time. 10th floor 111th floor 2. Despite Liu Bang's surprising move, most players still believed Xiang Ye's position as emperor was secure. Thus, they continued to hover around Xiang Yu, striving to gather more information about him, the post on the Interstellar Network. Upon hearing the news that Liu Bang had marched all the way to Pengcheng during his suppression of the rebellion, Xiang Yu felt as if he had been struck by a fatal blow. He instantly roared and demanded to crawl over and kill that treacherous Liu Bang. Fortunately, Yu Ji gently and tenderly persuaded him to stay. The recruitment order issued earlier finally began to bear fruit. An NPC named Divine Physician stroked his beard and strolled in leisurely. He glanced at Xiang Yu, didn't even bother to take his pulse, and simply tossed a bottle of medicine before turning to leave. Xiang Ye's subordinates naturally couldn't let him go lest something happened to the hegemon king. The Divine Physician remained calm and settled down. The news of Liu Bang attacking his hometown gnawed at Xiang Ye's heart like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He had no mind to discern the authenticity of the medicine. After having someone test it to ensure it wasn't lethal, he swallowed it directly. System-produced items were naturally of the highest quality. Within a single day, Xiang Yu was bouncing back to health. He immediately drew his treasured sword and prepared to rush to Pengcheng. Seeing how remarkably skilled this divine physician was, the players grew interested. The medical standards of this era could not be described as poor, they were abysmal, relying almost entirely on one's own body to endure. Now that such a formidable divine physician had appeared, personally marked by the system, following him would not only ensure one's safety from illness or injury, but also uncover many stories. Such a legendary figure would surely captivate the people of the interstellar era. Creating a script and producing a video based on him would undoubtedly dominate viewership rankings. The players' imaginations were grand, but unfortunately, the moment they followed the divine physician out the door, he vanished in the blink of an eye. They were elites within the interstellar military. Though the divine physician possessed miraculous medical skills, he was clearly an ordinary man. For him to disappear right under their noses meant either he possessed some extraordinary ability or the system prevented them from finding him. The tale of the divine physician did not circulate among the game's characters, but spread among the players instead. Enthralled, they agreed to share clues and find this divine physician, refusing to believe he could truly vanish into thin air. After recovering, Xiang Yu galloped to Pengcheng and clashed with Liu Bang. He lived up to his title as the hegemon king of Western Chu. Pengcheng was his hometown. The Chu people there were numerous, and his military talent was undeniable. Liu Bang, unable to prevail, was driven back to Guangzhou. Returning to Guangzhou, Liu Bang was undeterred. He couldn't defeat Xiang Yu in open battle, but only one of the three Qin states remained around Hanzhou. He cleared his rear, played it safe, and developed for a time. Soon after, he launched another attack on Xiang Yu. By then, the players sensed something amiss. It feels like Xiang Ye's position isn't stable. Brothers, you haven't been following Liu Bang. He may be lacking himself, but he has capable men. Han Xian, needless to say, is a brilliant commander. Xiao He excels at logistics. And Zhang Liang keeps coming up with cunning schemes, ruthless as can be. I refuse to believe the hegemon king of Western Chu will lose. Liu Bang has his people, but doesn't Xiang Yu have his? Think about it. Xiang Yu is formidable in battle, but he doesn't seem to have many capable people on his side. Who can he blame? He thinks he's the best in the world and looks down on everyone else. Speaking of which, players in Xiang Ye's army, doesn't the name Han Xian seem familiar? Didn't he once recommend himself to Xiang Yu as Grand General? Upon hearing this, many called out on the World Channel for Mingbai Baiji to explain. Mingbai Baiji didn't hesitate. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua were on good terms with Han Xian and knew he had served as a low-ranking officer under Xiang Yu. Han Xian originally valued Xiang Yu, but Xiang Yu rejected him. Then he went to Liu Bang. At first, Liu Bang didn't value him either. It was Xiao He who persuaded Liu Bang to appoint him Grand General. The players felt conflicted. Wow, so that's what happened. Alas, it seems Xiang Yu brought this upon himself. I feel like Xiang Yu might be doomed at this rate. This game's direction is completely unpredictable to me. Xiang Yu was on the verge of unifying the realm, yet now it seemed a rogue might snatch it away. What infuriated them most was that this development made perfect logical sense. Don't jinx it. I worked so hard to get a position under Xiang Yu, spent ages building relationships with high-ranking NPC officers. If he loses, all my efforts will go down the drain. Losing property would be the best-case scenario. I'm more afraid of losing my life. I hate this. Can't this game have a period of peace? Look at what these characters have to endure. Sleepyhead watched the messages flooding the World Channel, his heart growing uneasy. He had gone through so much trouble to switch from Liu Bang's side to Xiang Ye's. He had just begun to enjoy good days. If Liu Bang defeated Xiang Yu, he would be devastated. He also remembered Han Xian. When he went to find Xiang Zhuang, he had seen Han Xian and even joined Xiang Zhuang and others in mocking him. Who could have guessed that Han Xian would become Grand General and lead Liu Bang out of Hanzhou? All players of Jiuzhou knew they couldn't switch factions during wartime or withdraw from their own side, lest they be branded traitors or executed as examples. Sleepyhead now felt a sword hanging over his head, destined to fall sooner or later. Such was the price of chasing wealth and glory. He once again felt the game's deep malice. Who could have imagined Liu Bang would rise again? This game was clearly playing the players not the other way around. As the largest intelligence organization in Jiuzhou, Mingbai Baiji had informants on both Xiang Yes and Liu Bang's sides, keeping him updated on the latest news. But it seemed these two sides were destined for war. He would lose another batch of trained players and beggars. He sighed, realizing the greatest obstacle to expanding his organization was war. Deaths came too quickly, and training took time. As usual, he posted the latest war updates for free on the forum. Thread latest developments in the Chuhan contention. OP Mingbai Baiji Liu Bang seemed prepared this time, actually defeating Xiang Yu. Currently both sides are locked in a stalemate across Xinjiang. 1F Sleepyhead, I feel like I'm done for. What did I do wrong for the game to treat me like this? I refuse to accept it. 2F Zhao Ritian Xiang Yu was about to unify the realm. I really don't understand how it suddenly turned into a stalemate. 3F Chu Tian unbelievable. Liu Bang, a rogue with nothing, no background, no birthright, has come this far. If he becomes emperor, that would be the most legendary tale ever. 4F Zhang Moon looks like another batch of people bet on the wrong horse. There aren't many players on Liu Bang's side. This time the player base is going to see a major shakeup. 5F Zhang Chao currently serving under Xiang Yes command. Is there any way to salvage this? Please, I'm begging for a way out. I'd be eternally grateful. 6F Cass, give it up, buddy. You're a soldier, right? Must be a new player. Veterans know that soldiers die the easiest even if you're on the winning side. After all, one general's success is built on 10,000 bones. 7F Cat, to be fair, even if Liu Bang hadn't risen, I doubt Xiang Yu would have lasted long as king. The moment he divided the fiefs, the vassals rebelled. Could he keep putting down rebellions forever? 8F Lon Lon, the historical events in Jiuzhou may seem coincidental, but upon closer analysis, they have their historical inevitability. 9F Louis Lon Lon, that's exactly what my mentor said. He analyzed that many of Xiang Yes' actions could lead to instability in his rule. You seem to have a real talent for history. 10F Lon Lon, I've just gained some insights from reading too much news. By the way, could you share your mentor's analysis? I'm actually curious about what those actions were. 11F Zhao Ritian, I'd like to see that too. 12F Chu Tian, same here. Seeing the flood of requests, Louis was delighted. Usually people respected history, but weren't particularly interested, finding it dull. Now they were actively seeking to learn, even if it was Jiao's history. It was still history, wasn't it? 100F Louis, since everyone wants to see it, I'll start another thread. We can discuss it together, and I'll share some of the discussion with my mentor. OP Mingbai Baiji continuing the live report. Xiang Yu and Liu Bang are hurling insults at each other across a chasm, locked in a stalemate. Just received news that Liu Bang sent Han Xian north to deal with the self-proclaimed vassals. 102 F Zhang Moon, with Han Xian gone, can Xiang Yu destroy Liu Bang now? 103 F Lon Lon, it's not that simple. Han Xian is Liu Bang's grand general, but he's not the only capable commander on Liu Bang's side. Liu Bang isn't stupid. 104 F Zhao Hua, exactly. And my brother Han Xian has no trouble at all sweeping through those chaotic kings. He mows them down one after another. While Mingming Bai Bai was busy gathering information from all sides, he received a private message. Huashang Xiao Bai, do you have any way to get me into the harem again? Mingming Bai Bai was astonished. Sister, you still want to kill Xiang Yu? So persistent. How many accounts are you willing to waste? He silently complained. Now accounts outside were being sold at sky-high prices. Even if Huashang wasn't short of money, there was no need to be so wasteful. It was a sheer squandering of resources. Huashang, you misunderstand. I've already wasted one account, and now I don't want to kill Xiang Yu anymore. Besides, when I died, the system gave me a warning not to disrupt the life trajectories of major plot characters. I definitely can't kill him. Mingming Bai Bai, then why do you still want to enter the harem? Huashang, I want to return to my old trade. I'm now specializing in making harem videos. Quite a few film and television professionals have approached me to write custom scripts. Mingming Bai Bai felt a flood of criticisms, but didn't know where to start. Was your old trade as a star citizen really being a palace maid? Huashang, but I don't want to go to Xiang Yes' side anymore. He only dotes on Consort Yu one beauty. There's really no story there. Although Consort Yu is truly beautiful and an excellent dancer, I've grown tired of watching. Can you send me to Liu Bang's harem? He'll still pass you information. I've heard Liu Bang is quite lecherous and Liu Ji is no simple woman. I feel many interesting things are bound to happen. Mingming Bai Bai thought to himself, you really have a strong work ethic, always picking the most challenging tasks. But she might not have this opportunity. He replied, coincidentally, I just got news that your ideal mistress Liu Ji has been captured by Liu Bang along with her son. It's hard to say if she'll survive this ordeal. Huashang sighed. In truth, she hadn't held out much hope anyway. She knew that in the early stages Liu Bang was universally despised and no one had bet on him. It was impressive enough that Xiao Bai hadn't outright refused. Huashang, let's wait for now. The two sides are currently vying for the throne. They'll wait until they've decided the victor before entering the harem. I can't afford to waste another account. Mingming Bai Bai, alright, I'll contact you again after the war ends. By the way, what's your identity now? The game seems to have no more star coin exchange quotas. Are you managing your life okay? Huashang, no problem. I've discovered that it's not just Star Citizens who love these harem stories. The game characters enjoy them too. So every day, I write some harem tales and sell them. Business is quite good. I plan to develop both inside and outside the game, simultaneously killing two birds with one stone. Mingming Bye Bye was in awe. Look at this woman's knack for making money. Truly incomparable. Mingming Bye Bye continued to livestream in the forum. Thread starter Mingming Bye Bye Xiang Yu captured Liu Bang's wife Liu Ji, his son Liu Ying, and Liu Bang's father. He tied up these hostages and demanded Liu Bang open the city gates. Below the city wall, he boiled water in a cauldron and shouted that if Liu Bang didn't open the gates, he would cook his father and eat him. Liu Bang laughed heartily, saying he already had consort Qi, and added that if Xiang Yu cooked his father, he should remember to share a piece of meat. 2344L cast this. This is hard to judge. 2345L by Xiao Bai. Didn't they say this game has no emotional numbness? I feel Liu Bang must be suffering from emotional numbness. 2346L Zhao Ritian agreed, probably a severe case of it. 2347L Zhang Yueliang, don't whitewash him. What emotional numbness? Liu Bang was originally a ruffian, where's the morality in that? Didn't you hear him? He found another beauty consort Qi. He can always have more sons. As for his father, what's that compared to his throne? 2348L Zhao Hua, actually Liu Bang probably isn't that insane. I guess he's putting on an act. Otherwise, if Xiang Yu knew he could threaten him, it would be trouble. This isn't just about his throne, it's also about the thousands of soldiers behind him. Given Xiang Yu's nature, if Liu Bang loses, he might massacre the city. 2349L Lina, am I the only one curious about how beautiful consort Qi is? I remember Liu Ji was already quite attractive. How stunning must consort Qi be? 2350L Chu Tian upstairs, you don't understand. It's like your wine. Even the best 3-day brew gets tiresome if you drink it every day. You always want to try something else. 2351L Lina Humphmen. Liu Bang and Xiang Yu were locked in a standoff. The players felt this was the ultimate carnival before doomsday. They all knew that when war broke out, a significant number of them would surely die. Those who felt their end was near seized the chance to go out and enjoy themselves, spending all their money. They drank wine they'd never dared to afford before getting thoroughly drunk. They ate at the most expensive restaurants until they couldn't eat another bite. They went to brothels and theaters to watch the star performers. Sleepyhead was no different. The more he understood the situation, the more he felt his doom was sealed. Xiang Yu's strengths were obvious, but his weaknesses were even more glaring. The history tutor's analysis was quite fair. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary player with no ability to turn the tide. So like the others, he could only enjoy himself while he still had the chance. Young man, come over. Play a game of chess with me, old man, called an elderly man from a nearby pavilion. Sleepyhead saw the chessboard before him and replied, no, I really don't understand Go. It's not Go, it's Xiangqi. Xiangqi, Sleepyhead had never heard of it. Curious, he walked over. Seeing the board before the old man, he realized it wasn't the grid he had expected. Instead, there was a line drawn down the middle inscribed with Chu River Han border. The pieces on both sides were already set. Sleepyhead's eyes widened. This isn't. The old man interrupted him with a mysterious smile. Can't say. The old man taught him the rules. The horse moves in and will shape, the elephant moves in a diagonal, and the pawn goes straight without turning back. After listening, Sleepyhead found it quite interesting. I know the rules. Let's give it a try. Well, he lost the first game quickly. Again. He lost several games in a row, but he didn't find it boring at all. Xiangqi became more and more fascinating with each game, as if he were truly playing the role of Xiang Yu or Liu Bang vying for the throne of the world. No more. It's getting dark and I need to go home for dinner. The old man declined Sleepyhead's invitation for another round, but Sleepyhead hadn't had his fill yet and felt reluctant. Young man, since you like Xiangqi so much, I'll give you this set. The old man said with a chuckle. Really? Then what about you? The old man replied, I just made this set for fun. I've made more than one, I have another at home. Sleepyhead said, thank you very much, old sir. He happily took the Xiangqi set back, planning to crush the other players. If he couldn't beat the old man, surely he could beat the novices. Boss, the forces on Alpha Star are now largely clear. The 7 departments family, the motor family, and other families with monopolistic power in spacecraft transportation and high-end robotics have all issued statements boycotting Jojo. The Claire family, the Lin family, and the Wen family, a few second-tier families, remained silent, though it seemed those above were still pressuring them. The speaker was a girl with short hair and delicate features. She wore a fusion of Jojo game attire and interstellar fashion, blending the flowing elegance of Jojo with a fitted cuff design that lent a crisp, agile look. Good. Knowing who our enemies are, it's time to start the next phase of the plan. Lu Feng said, toying with the chess piece beside him. The short-haired girl replied, all right. The girl named Hua Fei had once been a player of Jojo and ran a Jai's-themed clothing store with her brother. Later she applied to Qihong Studio, and Lu Feng, sensing her talent for publicity and momentum, decided to keep her. He recalled their first meeting when he asked, why do you want to come to Qihong? The girl before him had replied with firm eyes, I want to see my parents. They're on lower star 7567. Lu Feng paused. Lower stars had no names, only numbers. They were filled with people who had lost control due to apathy syndrome. Resources were scarce with only a few places connected to the star network. Being exiled to a lower star was no different from a death sentence. Her parents were likely gone. Occasionally, upper stars dropped food to lower stars mainly to showcase their benevolence, but never enough to feed everyone. Hua Fei continued, I know the chances are slim, but I still want to go see. Lu Feng added, as far as I know, interstellar law prohibits unauthorized personnel from going to lower stars. Little girl, even if you went, you'd likely be killed. Hua Fei said calmly, I know. That's why I'm waiting for an opportunity to go. Lu Feng understood her meaning. She believed he had the power to help her reach the lower stars, even change the fate of those dying from apathy syndrome there. Lu Feng only smiled bitterly. He was no savior. What you want to do, I'm afraid I can't help you with. I don't need your help. Just let Jiaozi's influence grow so more people can play the game. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. She was clear-headed and rational. Letting more people play the game would one day include those on lower stars. You're hired. As it turned out, Lu Feng's judgment was sound. Hua Fei had sharp insight and high efficiency, truly a good assistant. Hua Fei released a video she had long prepared through Kahang's official website. The video, scripted by Hua Fei and professionally shot by Qihong, was not long. It had actually been finished during the Spring and Autumn Warring States themed competition, but was held back until now. The video opened with a scene from Qin Shi Huang's era, a group of scantily clad people being led by soldiers to build the Great Wall. The soldiers ignored their injuries, lashing anyone who lagged. Many died of fever on the road, families torn apart. Meanwhile, the Qin nobles feasted in the lavish Apang palace, squandering the meager harvests the peasants had toiled for all year. Across the land, no fields lay idle, yet farmers starved to death. The contrast was stark. The suffering commoners were countless, yet only 2 or 3 soldiers clad in official robes and with twisted faces whipped hundreds of laborers. Finally, someone could take no more. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang shouted, "Our kings and nobles born superior." They seized the soldiers' weapons and began to rebel. Not only that, but they rallied other laborers. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang's words rang out like thunder, "Brothers, why? What wrong have we done? From birth we've never had enough to eat. How many of your siblings starved to death? Is it because we are lazy? From the moment we could walk, we've worked endlessly day and night. But where is our grain? It's been taken away. Those people do nothing yet enjoy the fruits of our labor, eating while calling us lowlifes. Not only that, they force us to travel thousands of miles to build the Great Wall and construct lavish palaces and tombs for their enjoyment in life and death. They beat and kill us at will. Were we born just to be their beasts of burden? If so, I, Chun Sheng, would rather risk my life to see where their nobility lies." Someone tremblingly asked, "But it's always been this way. They are nobles, we are commoners." Chun Sheng retorted, "Has it always been right? Before antiquity, there were tribes where leaders were chosen by talent and virtue, not bloodline. We all bleed red, why should they be more noble than us? Brothers, now if we don't rebel, we die. If we rebel, we also die. So let's rebel. Yes, rebel. Rebel." The uprising was led by the lowest peasants, their strength meager. The Qin soldiers suppressed them easily. Yet after Chun Sheng and Wu Guang's rebellion failed, many others raised the banner of resistance against Qin. Among them were Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. At the video's end, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang died tragically. Chun Sheng cried out, "One Chun Sheng and Wu Guang have fallen, but thousands will rise. After all these years, this one thing was worth it, ha ha ha." In response, numerous anti-Qin forces emerged. The video profoundly shocked the players. They found that among all Jiaozi's videos, this one had the best effect on their apathy syndrome, because it resonated most deeply. Someone commented below, "I don't know why, but watching this makes me want to cry. I haven't felt this way since I was 3. This video tells the story of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang's uprising, but it's not just that story, it's our story." Strange. For so long, the Psychic Association could have solved everything by posting a single work on the Star Network, yet they banned it just to inflate their own status. These things cost nothing to spread online. They said they didn't want psychics focusing on making money instead of creating exclusive works for important people. Who are those important people? Those of noble blood. Previously, the association used the military as an excuse. Dare they release the numbers? There are hundreds of thousands of high-level psychics in the association, and how many serve the military? Now they've all withdrawn. Why can't those exclusive works be released? I despise my past self for only wallowing in self-pity. Am no better than those ancient people in the game. At least they fought back. Above, if this video had been shown to your past self, you'd still feel nothing. Apathy syndrome has turned us into robots that can't think or resist. Sometimes I wonder if the Psychic Association did this on purpose, to make everyone suffer from apathy syndrome for easier control. Yes, in the game someone mentioned keeping the people ignorant. Preventing them from reading and learning makes them easier to control. Heavens. Thinking about it, the Psychic Association is even more despicable than the Zerg. How can humans be so malicious? Our relatives and friends were exiled to lower stars because they couldn't get treatment from psychics. Even if my strength is meager, I will fight the Psychic Association. Fight the Psychic Association. Justice for the lower stars. Fight the Psychic Association. Justice for the lower stars. The video titled Our Kings and Nobles Born Superior spread across the star network at lightning speed. In just 3 days, it surpassed the previous top-viewed videos Spring and Autumn. The Spiritual Master Association was both furious and fearful, continuously explaining the reasons for prohibiting the dissemination of works by spiritual masters, their words laced with a sense of superiority from having treated numerous high-ranking officials. This undoubtedly further enraged the interstellar populace, who began to rally on the Star Network, calling for a boycott of the Spiritual Master Association and the factions and families opposing the 9 provinces. Some matters in the interstellar realm are not much different from those on Earth. For instance, even the largest factions must profit from the vast populace. The market ultimately favors those with greater numbers. In the past, they could act with impunity due to their monopoly on resources. However, the situation has changed. The popularity of the 9 provinces game is not solely due to the game itself, but also because of the treatment for sensory disorders and the emergence of new industries. These new industries are not controlled by those factions or families. Due to their boycott, Feng had already revoked their authorization. Stores like Walter's Clothing, Linas Wine Shop, and Lucas Jewelry began to truly enter the interstellar spotlight. Feng marveled at how the robotics technology in the interstellar realm made updates and iterations remarkably simple. Take Walter's Clothing for instance. Without robotics, no matter how many people he hired, he couldn't fulfill the orders from 2 planets, but with robots, everything changed. He could effortlessly snatch orders from those century-old factions, quickly acquiring the capability to produce clothing for an entire planet's needs. The members of the Spiritual Master Association were thrown into a panic. They never expected that Feng, once he decided to act, would unleash a merciless slaughter. Spiritual masters from the association hastily issued statements resigning from the Spiritual Master Association, claiming that their earlier refusal to post works online was due to the association's demands, and they had faced many unfair treatments within the association. Now they've realized their mistakes and asked for forgiveness. Groups or families that had previously boycotted the 9 provinces wanted to retract their boycott announcements, but Feng was already prepared, publishing their names on the official website with screenshots of all the details. The military seized the opportunity to recruit spiritual masters to continue treating patients with sensory disorders within the army. The entire star system was undergoing a power shift while appearing to be in a state of tranquility. Players in the game were discussing the developments while watching the news on the Star Network. The game did not stall due to their absence. Players unwilling to miss progress within the game logged in to scroll through the Star Network while keeping an eye on the real-world situation. The streets were filled with players standing still, gazing into the void, their fingers continuously sliding across screens as the news on the World Forum refreshed rapidly. It was clear Xiang Yu and Liu Bang had signed an agreement to govern along the river with Hongo as the boundary, Liu Bang to the west and Xiang Yu to the east. As soon as this news broke, everyone momentarily forgot about the various issues on the Star Network. After all, they could only do so much in terms of resistance. 3456 L. Carter, no way is this real. Can it really be like this? Can the 2 sides accept it? 3457 L. Zhao Ritian, even if they don't accept it, what can they do? They can't remain at odds forever. 3458 L. Zhang Yueshang, why aren't you all unhappy? I'm truly overjoyed. We won't have to die. How long have we waited for peace? I thought my account was doomed this time. 3459 L. Zhang Cao Cao, it's not that we're unhappy, but it's just hard to believe this is real. When did the game become so friendly? 3460 L. Chu Tian, seeing this outcome, I'm completely at ease. Even if the 2 sides go to war again, it must wait until Liu Bang and Xiang Yu are dead, right? Now we can choose sides. Are we preparing to go to Chu or Han? 3461 L. Shuabuxing, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that things aren't that simple. 3462 L. Lucy, I understand your concerns. With the enemy right beside you, you can't sleep. But this is still good news. Even if the game progresses to a point where they immediately go to war, we would still have time to choose. 3463 L. Chow Chow, indeed am preparing to side with Liu Bang. I read that history professor's post, and I think his analysis is quite right. Xiang Yu is too arrogant. Although Liu Bang may lack ability, he listens to advice. 3464 L. Xiaobai, I still support Xiang Yu. When it comes to fighting for territory, there has to be a battle, right? I think no one can match Xiang Yu in combat. Players were animatedly discussing whether to join the Han state or stay in the Chu state, as well as how long the peace between the 2 sides could last. Chess games have already spread among NPCs, naturally drawing players in. They didn't expect to find another game to play within this game. This game aligns well with reality, has simple rules, and incorporates strategic elements of troop deployment, quickly gaining popularity among players. Chess selling shops sprang up throughout the interstellar realm. They were already quite experienced at anything related to the 9 provinces, sold exceptionally well, especially this enjoyable chess game. At that moment, Zhang Yuexiang was in a great mood as he was part of Xiang Ye's army serving as a small cook. He thought he was doomed this time, but with both sides signing an agreement, there would be no need for battle. He decided that once he returned, he would resign from the military. The wars in this game were too numerous. Winning could lead to a good future, but most players perished in the battles. He preferred to find a way to do some small business instead. He quickly received military orders to withdraw troops. Zhang Yuexiang felt a great sense of relief. On his way back, he was in the mood to hum the songs he had learned in the army. I fight outside to protect my country, returning home to marry and raise children, honoring my parents. Suddenly a shout broke the peace and chaos erupted within the army as they scrambled for weapons and formed ranks. Xiang Yu angrily shouted, "Liu Bang, you scoundrel, how could you be so untrustworthy? Despicable. Where are my men? Let's kill him." Watching the chaotic scene that could crush him, Zhang Yuexiang was bewildered. What was happening? Didn't they just sign a contract? Why was this happening? This game didn't even give them time to switch factions. The interstellar people are known for their trustworthiness. They never imagined that once a contract was signed, especially by a king, the other party would immediately turn against them. Xiang Yu, furious, charged forward with his men. The Chu army was incensed by Liu Bang's shamelessness and courageously engaged in battle, pushing Liu Bang into retreat. At that moment, Han Xian arrived with his men, delivering a tremendous shock to Xiang Yu. "Overlord, Han Xian has arrived. Oh, we must retreat immediately." Xiang Yu's companion shouted. "No, I must kill that scoundrel Liu Bang." "Overlord." Xiang Yu, unwilling to yield, glanced over at the opposing side, turned his steed, and Liu Bang chased after him. In the end, Xiang Yu was surrounded by Liu Bang at the place known as Gaixia. When the message was sent out clearly, it once again sparked heated discussions among the players, though the number of participants had dwindled. This battle had claimed the lives of many players as well. Wang Wu, I was utterly stunned when I heard General Han Xian order us to march and besiege Xiang Yu. I had thought the earlier news was mistaken, that the two hadn't signed a pact. Lina, Liu Bang is nothing but a petty man. He tore up the contract the moment it was signed. Poor sleepyhead. How could someone like him ever become an emperor? This was a question on many players' minds. In the interstellar era, even ordinary people kept their promises, for every breach of trust was recorded on the star network for all to see. Thus, the interstellar populace were accustomed to keeping their word and expected the same from others. They had never imagined that a sovereign could stoop to such deception. At this moment, Wang Wu and Zhao Hua overheard Han Xian and Zhang Liang offering counsel to Liu Bang. Most of Xiang Ye's soldiers are from Chu. They have been away from home fighting for a long time and must be longing for their homeland. Let our troops surround Xiang Yu and sing Chu folk songs to break their morale. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua were utterly dumbfounded. How did these people's minds work to conceive such a scheme? As Liu Bang's forces sang around Xiang Ye's 100,000 Chu troops, Zhang Yueliang saw a shadow dancing within Xiang Ye's tent. It must be Yu Ji. After the dance, a spray of blood splattered out. Zhang Yueliang felt only a profound sorrow. Yu Ji appeared delicate and beautiful, yet she possessed such resolute courage. The next day, the Chu army indeed had no will to fight, and Liu Bang's forces tore through their lines. Xiang Yu fled to the Wu River. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua watched the once mighty overlord in such a pathetic state, filled with emotion. A small boat drifted by on the river, and an old man said, "Overlord, why not cross the river with me to Jiangdong? There you can rally your forces and make a comeback." Xiang Yu gazed at the corpses strewn behind him and smiled bitterly. "The sons of Jiangdong trusted me and followed me to conquer the realm. Now they have all fallen in battle, leaving me alone. How can I face our elders and kin?" With that, he drew his blade and ended his life. The god of war Xiang Yu perished like this. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua relayed the news to Mingming Bai, who compiled reports from all sides and posted them on the forum. I really thought the two kingdoms would divide the land at the Han Canal. How naive I was. Characters in the game often say there cannot be two tigers on one mountain, or that one's bedside cannot tolerate another snoring. It's true, but Liu Bang is too unscrupulous. On the other hand, perhaps Xiang Yu was too principled, which led to his downfall. Let us pay tribute to the veteran players and welcome the newcomers. War never ends. Fighting the Zerg when they appear and fighting among ourselves when they don't. I'd better stick to running a small business. High risk, high reward. Those players still alive on Liu Bang's side must be living the dream by now. Huashang had been monitoring messages from both sides. She had been hesitating. If the two factions coexisted peacefully, she might consider going to Yu Ji's side, since they were somewhat acquainted. But now there was no need to hesitate. She eagerly sent a private message to Mingming Bai, urging him to take action. Previously, Mingming Bai might have lacked connections, but now that Han Xian had defeated Xiang Yu, Wang Wu and Zhao Hua's status had risen accordingly. Arranging a palace made was no longer a big deal. The Chu-Han contention came to an end. Liu Bang unified the realm and established the Great Han Dynasty. At first, the players were indignant, believing that Liu Bang's personal integrity was severely lacking and that his reign would soon spark widespread discontent. But they quickly changed their tune. Liu Bang might not be a good man, but he was truly a good emperor. He implemented a policy of rest and recuperation, vigorously developing the economy. He adopted crucial measures such as reducing land taxes to 1/15, granting the people respite, and exempting them from corvée labor. The players were deeply moved. After such a long time, had an emperor finally allowed them to focus on economic development. They no longer had to worry about being conscripted mid-meal or having their doors broken down without warning. Some players even wondered, had they thought this was merely a Warring States game only to discover it also involved management. The thread dedicated to live streaming the harem suddenly updated. Hopi Huashong, hello everyone, I'm back. Let me continue live streaming the tales of the Great Han harem. Qin Tian, oh my god Huashong, you're back. I thought you were dead and gone. To return to the harem, I admire you. Yaya, I heard you were behind Xiang Yes poisoning. Is that true? Can you share some poison recipes? Lu Chao, I'm a new player who just entered the game. I'm so lucky to have been drawn in, and to catch your update Huashong. Double the joy. Zhang Huahua, is Consort Qi really that beautiful? OP Huashong, to answer the above. Lu Ji is already stunning, but Consort Qi is even more so. My goodness, every time I see her I can't help staring. She has that delicate, innocent beauty that makes you want to protect her. Alright, on to business. Recently Lu Ji has been troubled because of Consort Qi. Although her son Lu Ying is the crown prince, Lu Bang clearly favors Consort Qi. Consort Qi has been whispering in his ear suggesting that her own son should be made crown prince, and Lu Bang is somewhat tempted. Lu Ji sought advice from Zhang Liang, the master strategist. Zhang Liang suggested she rally support from the court officials. Lu Ji has been busy with this matter lately. Taiyang Shi Shinmi, this Lu Ji is something else. I've seen plenty of harem dramas, but none where a woman meddles in court affairs like this. Mingzi Hao Qi Guai, the struggle never ends. Now it's not just about vying for the emperor's favor, but also for the position of crown prince. Li Huahua, if I remember correctly, succession usually follows the eldest son from the principal wife. Can the emperor make an exception? Niu Shi Shinmi, what you said is interesting. In this era the emperor believes the realm belongs to his family, so he can do whatever he wants. Zhang Qima, I'm curious. Lu Bang's sons all seem similar. Why do the court officials side with Lu Ying? Li Zhuzhu, probably because of the tradition of primogeniture. Officials generally prefer to follow established customs. Ji Weiba, good heavens, if I were a minister I'd also support Lu Ying. After years of grooming him as the heir, the officials have naturally accepted him as such. He hasn't made any mistakes. If the emperor suddenly replaces him with an unfamiliar prince of unknown temperament, wouldn't the ministers worry about serving under him? Hopi Huashong, that analysis makes sense. In the end, the court officials, all sided with Lu Ying and Lu Bang, dropped the idea of replacing the crown prince. I saw her meeting with Xiaohe today. I wonder what they're plotting. Speaking of which, Lu Bang's inner circle actually holds Lu Ji in high regard. At this moment Han Xian ought to have been brimming with pride and satisfaction, yet he did not appear joyful. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua were drinking with him, reminiscing about their journey together to Hanzhong in days past. Wang Wu said, back then you were clad in tattered rags, nearly starved to death, and you kept shouting about becoming a grand general. I thought you had lost your mind. Han Xian chuckled. What is near starvation? I was born into poverty and have faced the brink of death countless times. I even suffered the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs. Yet none of this could break me. Han Xian was born to be a general. My talents are proof of that. How infuriating. I had just helped Lu Bang vanquish Xiang Yu, and he immediately demoted me to Marquis of Huayin. A Marquis of Huayin it is. Since there is no more war, let us drink. General Han, Chancellor Xiao, he requests your presence, a servant reported. Zhao Hua, slightly tipsy, said, Chancellor Xiao he. He is now the Chancellor. You two carry on drinking. I shall return shortly. Han Xian rose. The escort led him directly into the Changle Palace. Lu Ji, adorned in resplendent robes, approached slowly. Seize him, she commanded. Han Xian gazed at Lu Ji and Xiaohe behind her. He understood at once. They had conspired. Why is this, he asked. Xiaohe remained silent. Lu Ji said, why? The emperor valued your talents and appointed you grand general, yet you sought to declare yourself king. Did you think we were unaware? Han Xian laughed heartily. When the birds are gone, the good bough is put away. The ancients did not deceive me. He turned to Xiaohe. Had you not chased me down under the moonlight back then, today would not have come. My life. Indeed, success by Xiaohe, ruined by Xiaohe. Proceed, Lu Ji said softly. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua did not await Han Xin's return. Instead, soldiers burst through the door. The Marquis of Huayin, Han Xian, is guilty of treason. His entire clan shall be exterminated. Wang Wu and Zhao Hua watched the blades descending upon them, musing that this game was truly full of unpredictable ups and downs. Mingming had hoped Wang Wu and Zhao Hua would infiltrate the Han court, allowing him to initiate a court intelligence segment. To his utter surprise, both had survived the Chu-Han contention only to fall after the war's end. He posted these updates on the forum. For the first time, he, who usually only posted messages without commentary, condemned Lu Bang is utterly devoid of honor. What fault did Han Xian have? Could Lu Bang have conquered the realm without him? Yet the moment Xiang Yu died, he cast aside his loyal steed. Why'd I know you were furious, but I must say, Han Xian was not killed by Lu Bang. It was Lu Ji who ordered his death. Upstairs, stop whitewashing Liu Bang. If he had not consented, could Liu Ji have executed a founding general without his approval? Moreover, Xiao He was involved. Could the Chancellor and Empress act behind the Emperor's back to kill a Grand General? Do you honestly believe that? To be fair, Empress Liu claimed Han Xin was plotting rebellion. Is that true or false? This is likely what they mean by the bow is put away when the birds are gone. After all, the war was over and Han Xin still commanded vast armies. For an emperor intent on centralizing all power, that must have been intolerable. Not necessarily. Liu Bang may be petty, but he treated his meritorious officials well, didn't he? Xiao He and Zhang Liang are still thriving. I suspect Han Xin might have truly intended to rebel. Remember during the Chu-Han standoff, some said Han Xin swept through the northern territories with ease. Why did he take so long to assist Liu Bang? That's a valid point. Han Xin was a brilliant strategist. He should have ended things quickly, yet he only arrived at the Battle of Gaixia. In any case, it's murky. But Liu Bang is undoubtedly petty. If he wanted Han Xin dead, why involve Empress Liu? Despite the debate, Han Xin's story was one of dramatic twists. Born in poverty, enduring humiliation, vanquishing the god of war Xiang Yu, and ultimately being cast aside by his emperor. It was a tale worthy of adaptation for interstellar viewing. The Great Han's period of recovery gave players time to earnestly prepare for the culinary competition. The cuisines of the 9 provinces varied greatly. Overall, noble households boasted far superior ingredients compared to commoners, yet hidden within obscure alleys were secret recipes of exquisite flavor. The plants Lu Feng had cultivated on planet 388 matured, and Shihong promptly launched a website to sell them. The prices were modest, affordable even for ordinary people on a daily basis. However, without Kahang's authorization, buyers could only cook for personal consumption, not for profit. Many players, ecstatic upon receiving the news, stayed awake all night, eagerly awaiting the next day to purchase and try their hand at cooking. Having experimented countless times in the game, they were brimming with confidence. They had already planned, though the ingredients were for personal use, they could buy in bulk. Any surplus could be stored as current technology ensured no spoilage. But Shihong had limited each person to a single purchase. They were utterly unaware that Lu Yuan's concern was having insufficient stock. Many initially planned to buy one of each item, but anticipating high demand, they prioritized their favorites, vegetables and fruits they had enjoyed in the game, ensuring they could secure those. At precisely 8 in the morning, the online ingredients went on sale. 1 second later. Did it even go live? Why is it gone? It says sold out. Is it really all gone? Impossible. It probably never went up. Check the official site. Is there a delay? What the heck? I only managed to snag a pound of wheat. Are you all that fast? You got some. You got some. You got some. I only got bananas. No. My corn, my wheat, my flour. Art. How is this possible? Did Shihong only list 100 items? How did it sell out in 1 second? Lu Yuan, watching the growing complaints, felt helpless. To be honest, he had prepared a substantial amount, enough he thought to supply half of Beta Star. Considering the initial launch and potential traffic from the official site, he expected it to last a month. In reality, it lasted 1 second. Xiao Yu quickly issued an announcement stating that all stock had been sold out and a second batch was being prepared with a harvest expected soon. The players were barely appeased. Lu Feng scanned the buyer list and noticed many were from Alpha Star. Curious, he asked, I recall Alpha Star has many nobles. Are they lacking ingredients? Dave, slurping noodles, replied, no matter how good something is, you get tired of it. Besides, their food can't compare to ours. I dare say anyone who has tasted the game's cuisine craves it. Lu Feng suddenly asked. The source of our ingredients isn't a secret, especially to the Claire family. They know the process well. Haven't they considered finding a pristine planet to preserve original plants? Huafei approached. They've never stopped searching. The original plants they found earlier have been eradicated. The recent discoveries are mining planets or dark worlds unsuitable for vegetation. Plants grown there are inedible. Lu Yuan asked curiously, have they never thought to seek plant licenses from us and cultivate on a suitable planet themselves? Dave and Huafei suddenly looked at him. What's wrong? Would you be willing to sell plant patents? Few in the interstellar community sold such patents as they provided generational royalties. In fact, many patents were never sold. Rare were those like Lu Feng who released patents for a nominal star coin allowing free use. If raw ingredients remain insufficient, it will be difficult to popularize Jojo cuisine in every household. Lu Feng always remembered his goal to let more people see his world. Alright, I'll leak this intention. Huafei quickly understood what she needed to do. Even if they were to sell patents, it must be the others who came to buy. Unaware of the matter concerning plant patents, the players joyfully began crafting their own culinary delights upon receiving the goods. They first used the machine to record the flavors of the ingredients, then relaxed and freshened up before commencing. Throughout the process, they meticulously captured the tastes and aromas, treating the endeavor with a reverence akin to the people of the 9 provinces burning incense and worshipping the gods. Soon, numerous food videos appeared on the Star Network. The interstellar technology could record the taste and fragrance of dishes, attracting many online to savor them. Many were astonished to discover that these delicacies also had an effect on sensory apathy. This news quickly shook the interstellar community. The food videos were readily available for verification, making the revelation all the more shocking. For a long time, the prevailing belief in the interstellar realm was that only artistic works could alleviate sensory apathy. It was now clear that food could do the same, yet this had never been discovered before. Feng was not particularly surprised when he heard of this. The treatment of sensory apathy ultimately hinged on emotional arousal. It was only natural that enjoying delicious food would bring happiness. Suddenly, the 9 provinces Qihong and primordial plants once again dominated the star network. While everyone was busy cooking, they did not neglect the game. Any development would spark heated discussions on the star network, signaling to players that it was time to log in. In 201 BC, the Xiongnu attacked Taiyuan. Many players were perplexed. They had heard of the Xiongnu, a distant plundering tribe skilled in horseback warfare, whom the first emperor of Qin had once campaigned against. Yet they lacked a deeper understanding of the Xiongnu and knew of no players deployed there. In truth, some had indeed been sent. When the Psychic Masters Association withdrew all its members from the military, Feng had dispatched some soldiers on the verge of losing control to that region. They were supposed to evacuate once the psychics returned to the armed forces. But those individuals refused their sensory apathy, improving, and they demanded to continue treatment within the game. Feng was helpless. The military never had enough psychics. The soldiers sought to prolong their stay in the game, so Feng decided to leave them be for now. He never expected the military personnel to be so disruptive. The Xiongnu chieftain was no longer Modu Chanyu, but a soldier player named Qiuan who had slain Modu. Qihong had initially monitored those individuals, but they caused so much chaos that the company could not manage them. After ensuring they posed no danger and would not immediately threaten, normal gameplay supervision was relaxed. Who would have thought that in a moment of inattention they had even killed the Xiongnu's king? Now, without Modu Chanyu, who would carry out the plot to attack the Han Empire, Feng decisively issued a mandatory task to Qiu and either obediently follow the storyline or delete his account and leave. Thus, the news of the Xiongnu attacking Taiyuan emerged. Liu Bang personally led a 300-strong army to meet the enemy. The high-ranking officials on Liu Bang's side had virtually no players involved, so players had limited information. Even Xiao Bai had no way to infiltrate, as his people could not be placed there in time. The game enforced strict hierarchies between nobles and commoners, leaving little room for interaction, let alone intelligence gathering. Joining them from the start of their campaigns offered greater opportunities, but unfortunately Wang Wu and Zhao Hua had been killed. Although their accounts were clearly provided, their identities were newly drawn. Curious players incessantly asked on the forums, "What's happening? Who's winning?" Liu Bang shouldn't lose, right? He even defeated the war god Xiangyu. Mingming Baibai retorted in anger, "It was Han Xin who defeated Xiangyu. What can Liu Bang do? Does he even know how to fight?" Many players laughed heartily, comforting Mingming Baibai that losing in war was normal. Amid the banter, someone posted a message. Zhang, when Liu Bang was surrounded by 400 elite Xiongnu cavalry at White Ding Mountain. Players eagerly asked, "Really? How do you know? Are you in the military? Are there players in Liu Bang's army?" Zhang Wen in the military in the Xiongnu army, one of those surrounding Liu Bang. Many players expressed doubt. Is that true or false? We've never heard of players deployed to the Xiongnu side. The players dismissed it as deliberate mischief. However, this player named Zhang Hua did not explain, but kept posting messages. Zhang Hua communication between the Han army inside and outside was cut off. Zhang Hua Liu Bang bribed the Xiongnu Chanya's consort with a heavy ransom. Zhang Hua Modu lifted the siege on one side, and the Han army broke through regrouping with the main force at Pingqing. Zhang Huawi marched north and Liu Bang also ceased hostilities. Players found that the situation matched Zhang Hua's account exactly. Many saw the Han army descending from White Ding Mountain when Liu Bang stopped the war. Zhang Hua Liu Bang discussed marriage alliances with us. Soon a noble lady will marry into the Xiongnu. The players were dumbfounded. Such an operation existed. Wait, marriage has this effect. Is this if you can't beat them, join them? I really didn't see that coming. Does marriage alliance truly make them one family, ending the war? It might for ordinary people, but the royal family lacks familial bonds. Losing a noble lady likely wouldn't stop the fighting. Indeed, when Xiangyu threatened to boil Liu Bang's father, Liu Bang even asked for a share of the soup. In summary, it has some effect, but not much. When Liu Bang announced he would marry a princess to the Xiongnu, the players finally believed that someone had indeed been deployed to the Xiongnu. Even more astonishingly, the two sides truly stopped fighting. They grew curious. What were the Xiongnu like? Were their customs, clothing, and architecture different? Most importantly, did they have plenty of delicious food? They had many questions, but few answered. The earlier Zhang Hua seemed busy and had not spoken on the forums. Hua Shang had waited on the Qihong website for half a day without even snatching a single vegetable leaf. Frustrated, she logged into the 9 provinces game. In the game, the year was 195 BCE. Liu Bang passed away. Huashang sighed at how swiftly time flew, hoping that Liu Ying would prove capable after Liu Bang's death and not lead to a downfall like the Qin dynasty's second-generation collapse, as they had not yet enjoyed much peace. Those following the palace forum urged Huashang incessantly. Now that Liu Bang is dead, no one protects Consort Qi. Isn't Liu Ji's long suffering finally over? Definitely. Liu Ji is the empress, she can surely handle a mere consort. Huashang update quickly. Liu Ji has the court's recognition and a son about to become emperor. Consort Qi has no chance of turning things around. I'm so anxious to know what Liu Ji will do. Hope he updates soon. Will the game pull another twist? This game really messes with my mind. Anything seems possible. I feel the same. If Consort Qi turns the tables and kills Liu Ji, I wouldn't even be surprised. Huashang, observing the wild speculations in the forum, quickly updated the latest information. Original poster Huashang, no reversal. There's no way to reverse this situation. Even if Empress Liu agreed, the court would never consent. For now, Empress Liu's methods were still relatively mild. She had Lady Qi's head shaved and forced her to pound rice. As for the other concubines, as long as they didn't appear before her, she couldn't be bothered with them. Players remarked that this could be considered a form of peaceful coexistence in its own way. It seems the harem will be solely under Empress Liu's dominion now, but there probably won't be any more conflicts. The next focus will be on Liu Ying. I wonder if there are any new tales of beauties. Original poster Huashang, I heard that Lady Qi has been singing while working lately songs about how her son is a prince while she's stuck doing labor, and that her son should be the crown prince. I suspect she's courting death. Empress Liu has already heard about this, and I heard she was so furious that she smashed several bowls. It feels like Lady Qi's game is about to end. At this point, she should be grateful just to keep her life. Why provoke Empress Liu? Exactly, Liu Bang is dead. Who can protect her now? Lady Qi is about to be eliminated. What a pity. I caught a glimpse of her from afar, and she was truly beautiful, the kind you'd notice instantly, even among a crowd of beauties. Probably all her skill points went into her appearance, leaving her with very low intelligence. No wonder Liu Bang favored her. Beautiful, and without a scheming bone in her body. Just as everyone was lamenting Lady Qi's fate, Huashang posted a terrified emoji. Original poster Huashang, everyone, I need a moment. Am utterly horrified. Original poster Huashang, this game is utterly insane. I can't take it anymore. Players were puzzled. You've been in the harem for years, seen all sorts of sinister plots. What could have scared you so much? Yeah, just say it. You'll feel better once you do. I knew it. This game has a twist, right? Did Lady Qi strike back? Come on, tell us before you go. After a long while, Huashang finally continued. Original poster Huashang, I've already logged out. Even now, I'm trembling with fear. It's too horrifying. Empress Liu is absolutely terrifying. Hey Race, what happened? Empress Liu heard about Lady Qi's singing. She ordered Lady Qi's hands and feet to be cut off, her 7 orifices destroyed, and then thrown into a latrine. After Huashang sent the message, no one replied for a long time. She took a sip of water and continued, I think I have psychological trauma now. Every time I close my eyes, I see Lady Qi's face. Liu Ying saw it too and fell ill from shock. I think I'm not far behind. He'll probably take a couple of days off from the game. Soon after, someone replied, I can't look at Empress Liu the same way anymore. I thought she was a heroine, but I never expected her to be so cruel. I know Lady Qi deserved to die and I agree with executing her, but why resort to such torture? I can't believe such a brutal punishment exists. It's terrifying. My God, even though I didn't witness it, just hearing your description is horrifying enough. How could Empress Liu bring herself to do it? You must have been terrified at the scene, right? Even Liu Ying got sick from fear. Huashang continued, indeed. Even though Liu Ying is the emperor, everyone in the palace knows that Empress Liu holds the real power. I actually admired her for wielding power as a woman, especially since Liu Ying's abilities seem mediocre. Who knew she could be so venomous? In the history class, Professor Rentroza summarized the recent events in Jiuzhou for the students. He asked gently, students, after hearing all this, what do you think of Liu Bang's governance of the state? A student replied, I think it was excellent. During Liu Bang's reign, many players clearly felt the arrival of an era of peace. Life was far better than under the Qin Dynasty. No harsh laws, lower taxes on merchants, allowing them to conduct business in peace. Overall, Liu Bang didn't do much. He adopted a policy of rest and recuperation. But that's precisely what the people needed. As long as the emperors didn't cause trouble, the people could thrive on their own. I think Liu Bang was too weak. He used princesses for marriage alliances clearly because he couldn't win in battle. Sending princesses and treasures just sounded nice. War requires money and manpower. The people of Jiuzhou had already endured too much with conflicts raging since the spring and autumn period and the warring states. To be honest, sending princesses and treasures is humiliating, but it did maintain peace for so many years. Professor Rentroza nodded. You're right. Rest and recuperation. That was what was most needed at the time. In fact, there's another policy Liu Bang handled very well. The students were puzzled. Professor Rentroza smiled. That is the coexistence of commanderies and kingdoms. Previously, the Zhou dynasty used a feudal system where vassal states declared themselves kings, leading to its downfall. The first emperor of Qin used a system of prefectures and counties centralizing all power in his hands, but when rebellion arose, he couldn't find any allies, and that dynasty also fell. Liu Bang learned from the lessons of both dynasties and adopted a hybrid approach. Areas directly governed by the emperor were called commanderies, while those entrusted to vassals were called kingdoms. He also established the White Horse Oath, decreeing that only members of the Liu family could be kings. This approach avoided dispersing power among vassals while preventing the emperor from being left isolated and helpless. The students suddenly understood. Yes, that was the key to maintaining peace in the Han Dynasty. Professor, do you think the method of marriage alliances to resolve the Xiongnu issue is feasible? Professor Rentroza replied. Actually, when I first heard about this, I was also shocked. Sometimes one can't help but admire the ideas of people in that era. From the results, it was indeed a cruel but low-cost solution. However, it can only be a temporary measure. Based on my estimation, conflict between the two sides is inevitable. A student quickly asked, Professor, since war is inevitable anyway, why bother with marriage alliances? Just fight directly. Professor Rentroza shook his head. As you said, wars have been raging since the spring and autumn period. If they fought again, where would the money and manpower come from? The people couldn't endure any more turmoil. The most important asset for a nation in that era was its people. Unlike the interstellar age where many things rely on technology and robots, this era required human labor for almost everything. If all the people are killed off, what nation would remain? That's true, the students suddenly realized. Professor Rentrosa's class had become very popular. After each session, someone would upload the video to the Interstellar network, attracting no fewer viewers than the regular JoJo videos. Different people held different opinions. Some agreed with the professor, others opposed. Many history professors also incorporated some JoJo-related content into their lectures, as if JoJo had become a part of the history they needed to study. The culinary festival in JoJo was in full swing. More and more people discovered that compared to stories and music, they adored cuisine even more. JoJo's food encompassed every variety. Creatures of the sky, land, and sea. And the cooking methods were equally diverse: stir-frying, steaming, boiling, pan-frying, deep frying, and so forth. Many found themselves not only loving to eat, but also passionate about cooking. Just as the StarNet was brimming with an ever-growing array of delicacies, the culinary competition within the JoJo game was drawing to a close. The first place went to a player no one had ever heard of, a newcomer named Lilai. From the moment he entered the game, he had been on a quest for every kind of delicacy, visiting high-end restaurants and rustic mountain villages alike. Rumor had it that in his eagerness to taste the emperor's own meals, he nearly became a eunuch in the palace. In the end, he wisely sought help from other players who assisted him. Even Lu Feng and the others were left speechless by the tale. What a relentless soul. He hadn't dared to let anyone draw the eunuch identity for him. The dishes he prepared were simple home-style fare, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork mushroom soup and the like, yet their flavor was incredibly exquisite. His videos claimed the top 3 spots in viewership. Lu Feng awarded him first place. Linus Wines also made the list. She had not only experimented with grain-based liquors, but also crafted various fruit wines using her own improved methods. Their taste far surpassed that of the game's in-peak brewed versions, earning widespread popularity. This was only natural after all. Lu Feng wasn't omniscient. Many things he created from memory, and when recollections faltered, he improvised. Thus the cuisine in this game diverged significantly from true historical reality. And it was precisely these gaps that awaited the players to perfect. By now, hardly anyone on Beta Star and Alpha Star was unaware of JoJo. They browsed its forums and videos daily, not to cure their sensory apathy, but out of habitual fascination, discussing every aspect of JoJo and genuinely embracing its culture. The psychic association on both Alpha and Beta Stars had fallen into utter decline. Once bustling, their halls now stood deserted, with people occasionally departing carrying their belongings. Passers-by would cast scornful glances at them. The association itself held no political power or command over the military. Their former supremacy had been built solely on enshrining the sanctity of psychics. Now that psychic works were no longer a scarce resource, people gradually realized that so-called psychics were merely ordinary individuals. With JoJo, everyone could become a psychic. Thus their authority naturally dissolved. Meanwhile, Qihang Studio, operating JoJo and collecting various patent fees, had amassed a staggering fortune. It was time to initiate the next phase, Lu Feng mused. You want to recruit more game development talent? Daili asked. Yes, Lu Feng replied calmly. JoJo has been live for quite a while now. I think it's time to open a new server. Xiao Yes' eyes widened in astonishment. You're going to open a new server? JoJo actually has a new server. Of course, Lu Feng said. Which game only has one server? Given the vast population of the interstellar realm, even multiplayer online games were divided into different service zones. But how can JoJo be compared to those? You have no idea. Players have gone from anticipation to resignation. They think a game like JoJo, which encompasses an entire civilization, is unique. They make excuses for Qihang, saying one server is fine, nothing is perfect. I feel embarrassed just watching them. Lu Feng smiled. The reason we didn't open new servers before was that conditions weren't right. A new service zone differs greatly from the original one. It requires far more complex algorithms. We were short on people, money, and experience, and the psychic association kept causing trouble. But now we have everything we need, and no one is disrupting us. Fatty suddenly interjected. JoJo isn't like ordinary games. Its timeline is constantly shifting. Once events pass, they're gone forever. So when would the new server start? Would its timeline align with the original server? No, it will still begin in the Warring States period. Xiaoyu was puzzled. But players already know the storyline. Lu Feng's smile turned enigmatic. That's exactly the point. And the key addition is that players can influence the plot and alter history. Upon hearing this, Fatty and the other technical staff felt a chill run down their spines. Jayuz's computational load was already monstrously different from ordinary games. Now adding a mechanic where player actions could change the storyline, actions that were inherently random and uncontrollable, seemed like a challenge that even the Miracle Corporation wouldn't dare tackle. Xiaoyu, however, was captivated. Really? That means if I know Liu Bang is the ultimate winner, I can help him in advance and surely become wealthy and powerful. Hua Fei couldn't help but add, not just that. You could even help Xiangyu claim the throne. Since you know the entire plot, you could kill Liu Bang at the feast at Hongmen. Fatty groaned in distress. What if some players want to help Xiangyu, others support Liu Bang, and still others aim to crown themselves king? Everyone collectively gasped. Even those without a technical background could sense the immense difficulty. Isn't this essentially creating a world? Li finally asked. You could say that. People always seek falsehood in the real world and truth in the fictional. This new server will undoubtedly be more thrilling. Lu Feng had harbored this idea since the inception of JoJo. It was a rare opportunity that interstellar technology could realize. Such a shame to let it go to waste. Just as players in his past life adored time travel novels, the inhabitants of the interstellar realm would surely feel the same. The original server followed a fixed storyline with all events unfolding according to true history, immutable. Even if a player invented paper early, the in-game history books wouldn't credit them. The inventor would still be recorded as Kai Luan of the Eastern Han Dynasty. But the new server was different. It resembled a world overrun by time-traveling players, a history that could be reshaped. Once such a world was created, countless replicas could follow, akin to infinite parallel dimensions. Interstellar players would no longer have to wait for a character's death to draw a new lot. Everyone could have an account. The Qihong team naturally grasped this vision, their faces reflecting a longing. Only Li, Jin Z, and Fatty helplessly rubbed their foreheads. It wasn't that they were unwilling. After all, not everyone gets the chance to create parallel universes, but they foresaw that late nights and overtime would soon become the norm. Hua Fei opened her mouth as if to speak, but remained silent. She had joined Qihong later, and being included in this discussion was a sign of Lu Feng's exceptional regard for her. Lu Feng seemed to read her thoughts. In terms of the video market, Alpha Star and Beta Star are already saturated. Yes, so what? We should explore new markets. This galaxy still has lower-class planets, Lu Feng remarked casually. These words cast a pall of silence over the group. For so long, no one had mentioned the lower-class planets, as it was a pain shared by all in the interstellar realm. Those planets were populated solely by exiled, uncontrollable individuals, devoid of resources, bereft of food. How many could have survived? Perhaps all had perished. By not inquiring, by remaining ignorant, they could pretend that their exiled loved ones still lived on those planets, merely out of sight. Not knowing the outcome meant forever clinging to hope. Those least afflicted by apathy are often the most reluctant to face reality. Only Hua Fei exclaimed excitedly, I agree, and I volunteer to lead the expedition. Li shook his head. This group was not even as courageous as a young girl. As far as I know, the lower-tier planets have nothing. Interstellar law prohibits unauthorized personnel from going there. We could first apply to establish an interstellar network there. Xiaoyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes before speaking. Spiritualist creations are now commonplace. Although I don't understand why the Stellar Executor hasn't taken measures regarding the lower-tier planets, we can still act on our own. With the discussion concluded, the meeting came to an end. Hua Fei vigorously applied for the task concerning the lower-tier planets to be entrusted to her, and Lu Feng, trusting in her abilities, agreed. Within the game, Huashang gradually emerged from the shadow of Lu Ji's brutal slaughter of Consort Qi. However, she now dared not approach Lu Ji as freely as before. Since Lu Ying had ascended the throne and his harem was filled with beauties, Lu Ji's position should have been secure. Huashang focused her attention on the intrigues among Lu Ying's consorts. But tranquility was short-lived. After his previous fright, Lu Ying's health deteriorated and court affairs were largely controlled by Lu Ji, stirring murmurs among the court officials. The players, however, had revised their opinion of Lu Ji. After all, she governed the realm competently. To them, ordinary citizens cared little about the ruler's gender or age as long as the governance was sound and the people prospered. Eventually, Lu Ying died of illness. Lu Ji placed a child on the throne. The players found this acceptable, since Lu Ji still held the reign's stability should persist. Yet soon that child also perished, and Lu Ji enthroned an infant. The court erupted in turmoil. In the eyes of the game's characters, Lu Ji was nothing but a venomous empress dowager. Curious, the players pressed Huashang for answers. Tell us honestly, were those young emperors killed by Lu Ji to maintain her grip on power? Huashang repeated her oft-told explanation. No, truly. Though cruel to consort Qi, Lu Ji doted on her own son and grandson. Their deaths were accidents. They were simply frail. Really? Is the Lu family's bloodline that weak? I still don't buy it. In this world, killing sons and brothers for the throne is common. Lu Ji might have killed her own children for power. Huashang sighed. You don't understand Lu Ji. I despise her for torturing consort Qi, but she never intended to usurp the Lu family's throne. She brought her own clan into state affairs, yet kept them in check, always believing the throne belonged to the Lius. In that regard, I almost pity her. Women of that era, once married, considered themselves wholly belonging to their husbands. A player offered a rational analysis. Indeed, Lu Ji had no reason to kill her son or grandson. Her son was older, but her grandson was just a child. She could have continued ruling without issue. Replacing him with an infant only tarnished her reputation. Many in the court are dissatisfied. I suspect someone is plotting rebellion. Am I right, Xiaobai? Mingming Bai remained silent. Mingming Bai finally spoke. If you already know everything, why ask me, eh? Damn, I was just guessing. So it's true. Mingming Bai fell silent again. Lan chimed in. Xiaobai, maybe you should keep quiet. That information cost hundreds of silver taels. So it's real. Let's see how Empress Lu responds. Lu Ji is capable, a minor rebellion should be manageable. The players didn't take it too seriously. After witnessing so many dynasties, rebellions were hardly surprising. Though conditions had improved, there were always those who remained dissatisfied. But an unforeseen event occurred. The infant emperor died, and Lu Ji installed yet another new ruler. She's practically an emperor killer. In 180 BC, Lu Ji died in Weiyang Palace. The Lu clan, unwilling to let go of their hard-won proximity to the throne, grew restless. Yet Lu Ji had never desired to see her own family ascend. With her death, they saw their opportunity and plotted rebellion. But the court officials and the Lu family resisted, storming the palace and slaughtering the Lu clan to the last. Huashang watched from a corner as the once mighty Lu family fell in a single night. She wrote on the forum with emotion, "Life is full of ups and downs. I recall a line from some game character, watch him build his mansion, watch him feast his guests, watch his mansion crumble. Life's fortunes are fleeting like passing clouds. Cherish the present." The players laughed heartily. Stop showing off your game language skills. Hurry up with the updates. Yes, Xiaobai knows even less than you about what's happening here. We're relying on your updates to get by. Haha, the officials entered the palace. Xiaobai lost his bet on Xiangyu. What else could he do? Become a eunuch to get in. That's too harsh. Xiaobai had backup plans with Wang Wu and Zhao Hua, but their luck ran out. They were executed alongside Han Xian. Not a total loss, though. Following Han Xian, he must have learned so many stories. Huashang watched the forum thread go off topic and felt speechless. Her proficiency in game language was excellent. What did they know? The consort's words were laced with hidden daggers. Relying solely on translation, she would have died countless times without even knowing why. Never mind, she wouldn't argue with those who didn't understand game language. Huashang continued posting, "The current emperor seems wise and capable. But one thing I can't stand, he's too stingy. In all my years in the harem, I've never seen such a miserly ruler." A consort wanted 2 dresses and he accused her of wasting fabric. Another complained about her dilapidated palace and asked for repairs, but he balked at the cost. "We made suffer too. Our allowances have plummeted. What nonsense. I'm already looking forward to the next emperor. This one won't do. Haha, you think he's bad, but we think he's fine. Doing nothing is a huge improvement. He avoids action because he's afraid of spending money right. Actually, I've noticed that when emperors don't stir up trouble, ordinary people thrive. This emperor follows the Taoist principle of non-action. His motto is steadfast as a mountain." Outside the game, Hua Fei returned without her usual vigor, her expression grim. Lu Feng asked, "What happened?" Hua Fei replied, "My application was rejected. The stellar executor refused to let us connect the lower-tier planets to the interstellar network and warned me not to meddle in their affairs." The news brought back by Hua Fei left the crowd at Qihong in a moment of silence. Logically speaking, those who previously gave up on the low-tier planets did so because of the Mentalist Association, but now that the association has been disbanded and there are no shortages of good healing works, why would the planetary governor oppose it? In truth, Lu Feng had not been particularly focused on interstellar matters. He had no lack of players. The main reason was that while sorting through Lu Jing's belongings, Lu Feng discovered that Lu Jing had cared deeply about the low-tier planets before being infected with the indifference syndrome, having applied multiple times to visit his relatives, all of which were rejected. Lu Feng always felt that the people of the low-tier planets were abandoned by the interstellar society. Not only had they lost control, But even if they could be cured, they would likely harbor only resentment and anger towards those from the upper and middle-tier planets. However, Lu Feng wanted to see who Lu Jing's so-called relatives were, given that their parents had died from the loss of control and were not sent to the low-tier planets. The premise of wanting to go was that the people of the low-tier planets needed to have some rationality, otherwise he felt he would be unable to cope with those pitiful souls who had turned into madmen. Moreover, many of Kahang's staff had relatives on the low-tier planets, and Lu Feng could see their yearning to meet their loved ones. Lu Feng thought for a moment and said, since the planetary governor does not permit it, let's ask someone from the military for a way. Dai Li's eyes lit up. That's right, the largest entities on the planet are the Mentalist Association and the military. The governor is essentially a ghost. If the military agrees, I believe the governor won't have much to say. Lu Feng raised his left hand and contacted Lu Weiss. Colonel, long time no see. Lu Weiss was all smiles. Now that the military had both the Mentalist and the Zhuzhou game as guarantees, they no longer had to worry about the indifference syndrome. Lu Feng, it's rare for you to come looking for me. I'm not saying this, but you guys are making more and more money and the player base is growing, so why does the game still only accommodate so few people? Also, while Zhuzhou is fun, do you plan to live off one game for your entire life? When will a new game come out? Lu Feng quickly interrupted him. Colonel Lu, I'm here for a serious matter. Lu Weiss always seemed to push for game updates every time he saw him, and once he started it could go on endlessly. What happened? Lu Weiss adjusted his expression and asked. Lu Feng explained the application to establish an interstellar network on the low-tier planet that was rejected by the governor. He continued, I actually find it quite strange, though I thought the governor of Beta Star, who is somewhat familiar with me, would directly allow us to go and give me this face. At most he would just want a few accounts, but I didn't expect him to refuse so resolutely and even issue a warning. Could there be other issues with the low-tier planet? Lu Weiss pondered. As far as I know, the low-tier planet is indeed a place for exiling those who have lost control. There are battleships guarding the planet, closely fearing that the people inside might come out. However, when I attended a high-level military meeting, I occasionally found that they were somewhat vague about the low-tier planet. Just focus on your game. Why suddenly think of going to the low-tier planet? He asked. It's not just me, many of my employees have relatives on the low-tier planet. Now that there are treatment options available, they just want to check if their loved ones are still there. Lu Weiss understood as well. Oh, after all, it was the same in the military. However, they were soldiers accustomed to following orders. All right, I'll ask around. Lu Feng initially thought it would take 2 days to receive news, but unexpectedly, just 2 hours later, Lu Weiss called him via the hologram. In the image, Lu Weiss had a stern expression and said, seriously, Lu Feng, we are friends, but I can only tell you this: do not inquire about the low-tier planet and do not think about going there. Your current achievements are hard-earned and you have saved many people. That is enough. Lu Feng felt even more perplexed in just a short while. Lu Weiss' attitude had completely changed. What do you know? Lu Weiss remained serious. These are not things you should know, Lu Feng. I know you have accomplished something remarkable with Zhuzhou. No one has ever investigated the origin of your civilization fragment, and no one has managed the Mentalist Association, but that doesn't mean you are free in the interstellar realm. The interstellar world is vast. Lu Weiss' words sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine. After arriving in the interstellar realm, everything had gone too smoothly for him, except for Lu Jing's death. Zhuzhou was clearly not something one person could create. Many believed he had accidentally obtained a civilization fragment, and he had never denied it. The Mentalist Association had also been disbanded rather smoothly. He had always thought it was because the interstellar people had only fought against the insect race, and there was no internal conflict among their own people, leading to overly simplistic thinking, easily brainwashed by the Mentalist Association. However, it was very likely not like that. They were permissive because they did not care. Yes, they did not care. They did not care about the actions of the Mentalists, and did not care that fragments of other civilizations appeared in the interstellar realm. The reason for their indifference was simply that everything was under their control. Lu Weiss was right. The interstellar world was vast, and he had been overly arrogant before. This was a world that had advanced 1,000 years ahead of Earth. He wanted to continue asking Lu Weiss who was behind all this. Was it the military? Or the governor? Or some mysterious organization that had never shown its face? However, Lu Weiss directly hung up the call. Lu Feng organized his thoughts about his arrival in the interstellar realm. The more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. The issuer of interstellar laws was the governor, and it was they who wrote into the legal text that humans could not wage war against their fellow kind. In the military, they were pushed to such an extent by the Mentalists that they had no thoughts of using force. If the governor was truly beneath the Mentalist Association and the military, then why did the military still adhere to this law? The planetary governor was not as useless as he appeared on the surface. They might truly be the real power holders of the planet. Lu Feng took a deep breath. He was eager to know the truth of this interstellar world, but no one came to seek him out after he produced Zhuzhou. They simply did not care about him. Lu Weiss was right. He did not have the qualifications to know these things now. Lu Weiss must not have known earlier. It was likely General Haida was afraid Lu Weiss would get involved with them and had leaked some truths. And if he wanted to know the truth, Haida and his people would simply ignore him. The things Lu Weiss did not know the people at Qihang surely would not know either. They were so wary of the low-tier planets. Perhaps some people there knew something. Unfortunately, he was not allowed to go to the low-tier planet to build the interstellar network, and without meeting the people of the low-tier planet, he would not know the truth. Without knowing the truth, he could not negotiate with the governor to enter the low-tier planet. What a vicious cycle. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead, deciding that thinking about things that could not be resolved was pointless. He should focus on what he could do. Lu Feng went to the Qihang studio to announce that the matter of the low-tier planet was temporarily shelved and that they should prepare to build a new server. Although the people at Qihang were disappointed, they trusted Lu Feng greatly, knowing that there must be a reason for his words, and nodded in understanding. Lu Feng did not explain anything. After all, he did not know anything himself, and given how confidential this matter was, it was likely that anyone who knew even a bit of it would face trouble. In the year 141 BC, during game time, Lu Che ascended the throne. The system made a special announcement regarding this event. Players sensed something different in the air. It feels like a change is coming. I remember the last time the system announced a coronation was for Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, Liu Bang didn't have such an announcement, and not to mention the few during the time of Liu Ji. Even Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing had no news at all. I wonder what abilities this Liu Che possesses. As for Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, they did nothing new. I could do that too. What's wrong with Emperor Wen? The in-game characters praise him as a good emperor, and it's known as the era of Wen and Jing. Many were waiting to see what tricks this so-called Liu Che would pull. Liu Che did not disappoint them. He quickly issued the Edict of Enfeoffment. When Liu Bang founded the country, he implemented a system of coexisting commanderies and kingdoms. This meant that he also feudalized the lords, and after many years, many of them began to harbor thoughts of self-establishment. However, these lords had their thoughts, but did not express them openly, and the emperor could not simply execute them. Otherwise, they would be waiting for a rebellion from all the feudal states. Liu Qi's Edict of Enfeoffment effectively solved this problem. Previously, feudal states were inherited by the eldest son, but the edict changed it to allow the eldest second and third sons to inherit together, thus dividing the feudal states further. Players were greatly impressed. This Liu Che is impressive. Haha, if any lord doesn't have many children, or only has one, then this Edict of Enfeoffment would be useless. You're thinking too much. Why do men pursue power in this era? Isn't it for wealth and beautiful women? Which lord wouldn't have a harem? With so many beauties available, would they not want to have children? Indeed, and in this era, not having a son is considered a major sin. I once met a somewhat wealthy merchant who kept talking about how not having descendants is the greatest unfilial act. This is a blatant strategy. Those lords must be feeling depressed. Their own sons. Are they not going to share the inheritance? Liu Che has some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder there's a system announcement. If it were just the Edict of Enfeoffment, there shouldn't be a system announcement. It feels like there's something else going on. Liu Che, of course, did not merely issue the Edict of Enfeoffment. He employed talents without restrictions, promoting capable individuals as attendants for advice. He also suppressed the power of the chancellors, relying on trusted aides, close ministers, and eunuchs to participate in decision-making, consolidating power in his hands. He established the 13 provinces of the inspectorate to strengthen control over the commanderies. In no time, many history professors began to evaluate his actions, and overall they recognized Liu Qi's methods. Players studied the papers of history professors even more as they were playing a game here, and failing to grasp the situation could easily lead to death. The stories in the court were captivating, and the stories in the harem were just as intriguing. Hua Xiong was utterly enamored with Emperor Wu of Han, as he contributed numerous tales from the harem. First there was the Golden House to hide his beloved, and then came Wei Zifu. The stories she crafted have been published in several volumes, even including that of Princess Guantao. In her view, Chen Ajiao was indeed beautiful, but too proud. Although Wei Zifu was also attractive, her temperament was not to her liking. She seemed weak, yet Liu Che found her very appealing. Wei Zifu also had a brother, Wei Qing, whom Hua Xiong knew was held in high regard by Liu Che. Players indeed noticed that Liu Che was different. He was nothing like the previous emperors Wen and Jing. He enjoyed fighting. If it weren't for him, players might not even realize there were so many small states around. He fought Korea to the east, eastern Yue, Yue, and southern Yu to the south, and engaged with unknown states in the southwest, while the Xiongnu to the north were a constant target. This led to the demise of many players aspiring to rise in status. Players felt that the game might be intentional. During the reign of Emperors Wen and Jing, everyone was afraid of death and dared not join the military. However, they saw that the game world was beginning to stabilize, with those who joined the military receiving money and promotions. Thus, when Liu Che came to power, everyone relaxed and initially dared to join the military, hoping to fight for their future, only to find themselves in a continuous cycle of warfare. However, the benefit was that the countries Liu Che conquered became places where players could be deployed. This was distinctly different from the geographical environment and customs of the Han Dynasty, providing players with a unique experience. Mingming was leisurely sipping tea. Since Liu Che employed talents freely, it became easier for his people to rise, as they were interstellar players who naturally knew more than these game characters. As long as one spends money, seeks connections, and shows some exceptional talents, being recommended is not impossible. Lin Bai Xiao Bai, I want to buy a piece of information from you. Ming Ming's eyes lit up at the mention of ancient news. Lin Bai, it's been a while since I heard from you. What have you been busy with? Lin Bai, same as always, traveling around seeing new sites. Ming Ming, I saw a documentary on StarNet called Exploring the Unknown Places of the 9 Provinces. Did you produce that? Lin Bai, yes, I casually recorded it and put it together for release. Ming Ming, impressive. The documentary's viewership is already in the top 10. By the way, what did you need from me? Lin Bai, I heard Lu Che plans to send someone to the western regions. Do you know who it is? Is there a way to get me included? Name your price. Ming Ming, why discuss money with me? I do know this information, although it hasn't been confirmed, yet many speculate it will be Zhang Qian. If you want to go, it's even simpler. Lu Che wants to unite the states of the western regions to attack the Xiongnu. This place has never been visited by anyone, and many think it's a life-threatening endeavor and are reluctant to go. Lin Bai, precisely because no one has been. I want to go. Ming Ming knew that this friend had an adventurous spirit and did not dissuade him, as he had many accounts. Ming Ming, all right, I will contact you once Lu Che decides on the candidate. Players found life becoming increasingly difficult, not for any other reason, but because Lu Che was waging wars. Wars naturally require money, so he imposed heavy taxes, especially on merchants, and he showed no mercy. No, someone needs to deal with this emperor. Can we live like this? Actually, I think the emperor is not wrong. The Xiongnu must be dealt with, or are we supposed to continue with marriage alliances and gifts? That's not how it works. The fortunes accumulated by Liu Bang and Emperors Wan and Jing were entirely squandered by him. Can't we save up for a while before talking? That might not be possible. Talents are hard to come by. It's rare to have Wei Qing and Hoi Tsubing, both of whom can fight the Xiongnu. Fighting the Xiongnu is different from fighting regular battles. The Xiongnu ride horses, and behind them lies vast territory. They move quickly, and once they retreat, finding them again is difficult. General Li Guang, known for his flying prowess, got lost in the desert while fighting the Xiongnu and was ridiculed for it. Few can fight well, and even fewer can fight the Xiongnu effectively. It was clear that Lu Che aimed to resolve the Xiongnu issue once and for all during his lifetime. Good news arrived from Planet Alpha. Nancy's Feng dance troupe had secured a top 3 position in the Fatian Cup. The Fatian Cup competition was not decided by a single round. Instead, it consisted of a points match and a final showdown spanning a considerable period. As the competition progressed, this marked the arrival of the finals. Due to the vast distances between star systems, Planet Alpha had only just received the news. According to the competition rules, the intervals grew longer as the tournament advanced. The time for the finals was likely drawing near. The interstellar world comprised numerous star systems. The White Horse Galaxy, home to Planet Alpha and Planet Beta, was relatively small, consisting of only one high-level star, one mid-level star, and several low-level stars. They had never made it to the finals of the Fatian Cup. When everyone learned that Nancy's dance was inspired by the dances of JoJo, their minds calmed considerably, accompanied by a sense of as expected. Lu Feng also received a call from the office of the planetary governor of Alpha. Not long after the rejection of the low-level star, the governor was now inviting Lu Feng, leaving him uncertain of the purpose. Daili said, I'll go with you. Lu Feng shook his head. Only I was invited. Don't worry, if the governor wanted to make a move on me, he wouldn't have extended a polite invitation. This was Lu Feng's first time at the planetary governor's building on Planet Alpha. The governor's office was located at the city center, not on the ground, but suspended 100 meters above. It was a grand towering structure surrounded by rare green plants. For a moment, Lu Feng felt as if he had glimpsed a city in the sky. A visitor arrived via aircraft to bring Lu Feng up. Amidst the greenery stood a white building adorned with a silvery white hue that exuded a technological aesthetic. He was led into an office where a robot served him a glass of juice made from an unknown fruit. Lu Feng realized that the interstellar society was not unaware that some plants, though not the most nutritious, had unique flavors. They must have cultivated these plants somewhere, but such luxuries never reached ordinary people. The interstellar governor was no simple figure. Lu Yuan of Qihong Studio parents were ordinary robot repair workers who died from uncontrolled sensory deprivation syndrome. Sister, Lu Xing, also died from the same condition. And you suddenly transformed from a level 3 sensory deprivation syndrome patient into a gifted mentalist and created the game JoJo. Am I correct? Lu Feng pondered their motives. The man who entered was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of superiority, suggesting a high position under the planetary governor. Actually, I accidentally obtained the civilization fragments of a planet. Through those fragments, I became a mentalist and later pieced them together to create the game JoJo. Uncertain of how much the governor knew, he could only speak tentatively. The man quickly smiled, seemingly approving of Lu Feng's prudence. You are honest, that's good. He leisurely sipped his juice. I am Hares, the Secretary General of the Planetary Governor of Alpha. Lu Feng widened his eyes at the appropriate moment, feigning surprise. Hares was pleased with Lu Feng's reaction and couldn't help but add, there's no need to be nervous. People like you who obtain civilization fragments, though rare, are not unheard of. Most discover them while exploring new planets. Yours was likely a high-level civilization ship that drifted your way. It's not a big deal. A few centuries ago the governor might have taken notice, but having seen so many it's nothing special now. Lu Feng was genuinely shocked that the interstellar society frequently encountered civilization fragments. He asked why aren't they valued? Aren't they precious? Even as material for mentalists they have excellent effects, don't they? Hare scoffed. The truth is different from what you imagine. So-called civilization fragments are just fragments. They might spark interest initially, and your game's approach is indeed novel, but what about the content after the fragments are used up? Make it up yourself. The development of an entire civilization cannot be fabricated by one person. Eventually, it becomes riddled with flaws and abandoned. I've played your Jojo. The beginning was good, but that part about a king being seduced by a beauty or King Chu Huai believing such a simple deception, you made those up yourself, didn't you? Based on my experience, your fragment's capacity must be nearly exhausted by now. He spoke with confidence. Lu Feng inwardly sneered. His Jojo was not self-made. Sometimes history was that absurd, who could have guessed? Yet it was these absurdities that made history so fascinating. You're right. I've been worrying about that. Lu Feng donned a troubled expression. Once Jojo ends, I have no idea how to keep the Qihang team fed. The bait was cast. Hares did not suspect a thing and directly said, now there's a great opportunity. Oh, what opportunity? You know that the Chufeng dance troupe has made it to the finals of the Feitian Cup, right? Lu Feng nodded. It said their dance was adapted from the dances in the Jojo game. Now that they're in the finals, it's a critical time. Ordinary dances won't secure a win. Other star systems have encountered many civilization fragments, including those skilled in dance. We see that the Jojo civilization you encountered excels in dance as well. Hey, race the deal, extract all the dance content from Jojo and teach it to the Chufeng dance troupe. If they win the championship, we can make an exception and appoint you as a member of the governor's office. Lu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. Even winning the championship only secured one spot, and the position was uncertain. He pretended to be helpless. I'm afraid that won't work. I'm not skilled in dance. Simulating it in the holographic space would take too long, and Jojo can't do without me. I have to handle the daily story updates myself, and now the space is larger and the plot's more complex. Hare seemed slightly impatient. Can't you pause the updates for a few days? It's a game destined to fade anyway. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. That's precisely why I need to earn enough retirement money while the game still has some popularity. Haven't you earned enough? Let me give you some advice. In the interstellar world, what's precious is not star coins. Lu Yuan gave a bitter smile. I know, but I've been poor for too long. Winning the championship is uncertain, and Jojo doesn't have much dance content anyway. Besides, the governor's salary probably isn't that high, is it? Hares took a deep breath. Regardless of whether the Chufeng dance troupe wins the championship, you can join the governor's office. If they win, you'll be the deputy director of the Cultural Institute, with a starting salary of 1,000,000 star coins and bonuses for good work. If not, you'll handle administrative chores. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he agreed readily. Great. He'll work day and night to recreate all the Jojo dances. Hare said coldly, time is tight before the finals. There's no network between star systems. Well, send the fastest spaceship to take you to Tianwu Star. Lu Feng bid Hares farewell with a smile, but his expression turned cold as soon as he disembarked from the ship. So that was it. No wonder they didn't care about civilization fragments. But they underestimated Jojo. This was not a fragment, but an entire civilization. If they discovered that Jojo continued to update normally without stopping or becoming riddled with errors, their attitude would likely change. He had to accelerate the construction of the new server. This would divert the governor's attention, buying him more time to uncover the truth about the interstellar society and the low-level stars. Upon his return, Lu Feng convened a meeting with the Qihang team, announcing his impending business trip to the Tianwu Galaxy. Cross-galaxy assignments were a rarity in the Bema Galaxy, experienced by few beyond the Archon himself. Amidst their astonishment, curiosity stirred within them. What were other galaxies truly like? Did they mirror the tales spun across the interstellar web? Despite the era of interstellar travel, galaxies remained largely isolated. The vastness of light years, even with modern technology, posed a formidable barrier to traverse. With no network connecting them, knowledge of neighboring galaxies was scant. Only vague directions and occasional glimpses from interstellar videos captured by wanderers. I know little of the Tianwu Galaxy myself, but I'll capture it on video for you all. For now, the priority is maintaining Jojo. Based on the Feitian Cup Finals timeline, our current plot reserves should suffice until my return. Keep an eye on the players. Don't let them derail the main storyline. There's also the matter of the new server. I know it's challenging, but is there any way to expedite its progress? Servers were a costly affair. The algorithm for Lu Feng's new server was exceedingly complex. Li had already invested in numerous high-end machines, swiftly depleting half of Kahang's once plentiful funds. Actually, the servers are sufficient for now. If more are needed, we can pour in funds for custom builds. What we lack are people, algorithmic talent. Lu Feng understood Li's implication, a persistent headache of his own. Though Dai Li was modest, his ascent from commoner to technical director of Miracle Corp at such a young age spoke volumes. His algorithmic expertise was second to none in the Bema galaxy, yet Yuan Dai Li was clearly insufficient. They needed more algorithm engineers of his caliber. They'll find a way, Lu Feng resolved. Perhaps he could seek talent in the Tianwu galaxy. Surely a galaxy couldn't be devoid of algorithmic minds. Soon the escort arrived at his doorstep. After briefing Qihong, Lu Feng boarded the vessel bound for the Tianwu galaxy. He had traveled by spaceship before, but never to another galaxy. This ship was markedly different from those had known. Its exterior materials seemed extraordinary, and though it appeared vast, the interior was surprisingly compact, revealing the vessel's formidable thickness. Noticing Lu Feng's curiosity, the Archon's envoy explained, "This is a wormhole vessel. Distances to other galaxies are immense. We must traverse wormholes or wed age to death before arrival." So that was it. The middle-aged man who introduced himself as Dali from the Archon's Cultural Institute was tasked with escorting Lu Feng. Lu Feng mused that upon their return they would either be colleagues or superior and subordinate. He kept busy aboard the ship as Dali briefed him on the Chu Feng dance troupe and their opponents. The other two troops are exceptionally skilled. They've consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Fatian Cup and boast rich experience. Word is they've acquired new civilization fragments, enriching their repertoire and strengthening their performance. Lu Feng queried, "Why does the Archon place such importance on the Fatian Cup? Isn't it just a dance competition?" Dali chuckled. "In the interstellar realm, besides military might, artistic works hold great weight. Our Bema galaxy with its few planets receives scant resources and is often overlooked. Frankly, we held little hope for this Fatian Cup. The major galaxies have seen it all. They've captured countless civilization fragments. Who'd have thought the Chu Feng dance troupe would excel so, advancing to the finals? If they can secure a place in the finals, drawing attention to our Bema galaxy, perhaps our interstellar resource allocation will increase and will no longer be invisible." Perhaps due to his age, Dali felt at ease speaking freely with Lu Feng, whom he likely saw as a future colleague or superior. He chatted incessantly, imparting much knowledge to Lu Feng. Lu Feng truly grasped the meaning of Lu Wei's words. The interstellar realm was vast. The Bema galaxy was but a minor star system. In that moment, he yearned to learn more, to behold the true face of the interstellar world. Lu Feng composed himself, reflecting on his words to Halls. They were not entirely truthful, yet not entirely false in outcome. Earth's artistic world was rich and diverse. China alone boasted countless dance forms, while foreign lands offered ballet, Latin, and more. But he had only observed them, never truly understood them. His ignorance was Jiazi's ignorance. Thus, he could only simulate the dance movements had witnessed within holographic space. As for their precision, fluidity, or the matching attire, music, and stage, apologies, his knowledge fell short. The Chu Feng dance troupe had previously performed the sword dance, blending heroic vigor with graceful allure, a distinctive flair that earned them a finals spot among competitors. From the Archon's provided videos, Lu Feng spotted dances reminiscent of ballets in point, as well as ritualistic performances adorned with bird feathers and vibrant face paint, testament to the interstellar realm's myriad civilization fragments. To maintain their edge, the Chu Feng dance troupe must debut a new dance, yet preserve their unique identity. He reviewed the dances, had observed ballet, folk, modern tap, jazz, and water sleeve dance. His eyes lit up. Yes, water sleeve dance. It retained the troupe's signature style, demanded strength and flexibility, and stood distinct from other forms. Crucially, it was a novelty. As Lu Feng journeyed to the Tianwu galaxy, events unfolded in the game. Since the history professor sparked a craze for chronicling Jiazi's history, players eagerly joined in. After all, they were first-hand witnesses, weren't they? Forums dedicated to commenting on Jiazi's events began to emerge. A new post appeared on the forum, saturated with a strong academic tone. Topic on Wang Mang's reforms. Opie Lewis, guys, our history professor assigned us an essay on this topic. I've been addicted to playing chess lately and completely forgot to take notes. Now the deadline is looming. Please help me gather some information and analyze it. Let me briefly explain what I know. Everyone knows Emperor Wu of Han Lu Che was a militarist obsessed with fighting the Xiongnu. He happened to have two generals, Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, who were masters at fighting them, and they drove the Xiongnu out of the Heshi corridor. But in his later years, he became obsessed with seeking immortality and caused the witchcraft scandal, which led to the death of his crown prince Lu Ju. Then came Emperor Zhao of Han and Emperor Xin of Han. Apart from their relentless struggles against the Xiongnu, they didn't cause much trouble, and people's lives improved somewhat. After that came a slew of chaotic emperors, all dominated by consort clans. Finally, the key point arrived. The consort clan member Wang Mang ascended the throne. And once he did, he really got things done. Everyone please take a look at what he did and how effective it was. 1. Zhang Cao, he certainly did a lot. First was the currency reform. My God, the complaints from players at the time crashed the Jiuzhou official website. Why did he have to change the perfectly good currency? The versions he changed to were all different. Rags and tortoise shells could be used as money, making trade impossible. Then he abolished slavery. I don't know about that, and my family didn't have any slaves. 2L Big Son, I can speak to this. Actually, everyone initially thought this was a good policy. The slavery system of this era treated people like livestock, and we all found it intolerable. But who would have thought that after its abolition the poor would have even fewer means to survive? It's unimaginable. Even now I don't understand where the problem lay. 3L Mingming bye-bye, it definitely didn't align with the development of the times. In this era, all businesses were small-scale and didn't need to hire anyone. There weren't many goods, just a few items. The poor had no choice but to starve. 4L Big Son, we don't have slaves in reality, and we haven't starved to death. 5L Lanlin Xiaobai is saying that times are different. The interstellar era has factories. Does this era have them? A single robot factory could employ nearly an entire planet's population. Does the game have goods on such a massive scale? 6L Huashang, let me add something. There was also the land reform. My God, the court and the harem were in an uproar over it. From what I understood, it was all about the unfair distribution of interests. In the end, he managed to offend both the landlords and the peasants. The key issue was that he wanted to emulate the Zhou dynasty and forced us to study the rights of Zhou. Study it we could, but he kept changing things endlessly. 7L Liyeya, thinking carefully, all his policies were good ones, they just weren't implemented well. It seems he lacked experience in governing the state. 8L Morning Rage, exactly. He made life difficult for everyone, and eventually someone couldn't take it anymore and killed him. 9L Little Huahua, that was Lu Xiu, right? He claimed to be a commoner, but said he was a member of the imperial clan, insisting that his ancestor was Emperor Wu of Han's brother. 10L Rainbow, who knows? Maybe it's true. After all, they share the surname Lu. 11L Xiao Xiao, by I heard the leader of the uprising wasn't Lu Xiu, but Wen Shi. Is that true? Everyone asked, curiously surprised by this twist. 123L Mingming bye-bye, what else could it be? He encountered a mandatory mission to lead an uprising with Lu Xiu. Opie Lewis, I came back from dinner and didn't expect so many replies. It seems this assignment will be too easy. Thanks everyone. When she was actually quite helpless. Having been deeply hurt by his experiences in the military within the game, he thought he would sink into a period of depression, but he had underestimated his own willpower. In just a few days, watching people around him enthusiastically discussing the various interesting events happening in JoJo, he could no longer dwell on his earlier sorrow. He quickly logged into the game with a new account. This time he vowed not to overthink things. He would treat JoJo as just a simple game, and those game characters as NPCs, not as people who once existed on a real planet. His purpose in playing the game was to have fun and do as he pleased. After all, he had no shortage of accounts or star coins. His intentions were good, but this time the identity card he drew was that of an ordinary merchant, and the period he encountered happened to be during Wang Mang's reforms. He followed the original character's path to purchase and sell goods, thinking that as an interstellar native from a business family, handling this in the game would be a piece of cake. First, he went to the designated supplier to buy goods. After spending a lot of time traveling, the supplier told him they no longer accepted silver. Now, they accepted tortoise shells, which had become the currency. In the interstellar era, all currency was virtual. Physical currency had been obsolete for ages. Everyone had learned that currency was a universal equivalent for exchange, inherently valueless. When she decided to adapt to local customs. Since the currency had changed, he would go to the designated place to exchange it. After much effort, he finally got tortoise shells, but the goods he could buy were only half of what he originally planned. The supplier insisted that was the price. When it came time to sell, good heavens, people brought all sorts of things. Rag shells, tortoise shells. He had no idea what to accept, and the common folk looked equally bewildered. As if that weren't enough, even daily life became difficult. When he went to restaurants, each one accepted different things. What used to cost one tael of silver after all the exchanges might not even be worth a single coin. And that wasn't all. The imperial court announced it would hoard goods to control the market and wanted to buy their products. It was called a purchase, but it turned out to be a loan. Good heavens, who knew what currency they would repay in? His business was completely unsustainable. Determined to do as he pleased this time, he decided to start a rebellion. He happened to come across a group called the Green Forest Army, and using his formidable combat skills and intelligence became their leader. However, he soon received a mandatory system quest forcing him to claim he was a subordinate of Lu Xiu. After asking around, he learned that Lu Xiu was just a commoner with no real talent, only skilled at boasting. But since the mandatory quest couldn't be ignored, he had to do all the work, give the credit to Lu Xiu, and even yield the throne to him. Playing the game this way was driving him crazy. He had wanted to become emperor himself and change the world. What a great opportunity that was. Meanwhile, Mingming Bye-Bye suddenly saw Lin Bai, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. You're back. Lin Bai sighed. I wasted a life and just took some time off before coming back. Mingming Bye-Bye was delighted to see his old friend. After all, he had heard nothing from Lin Bai since he followed Zhang Qian to the western regions. The two soon arrived at Lanlin's restaurant and sat in a premium private room. Lin Bai said, I've been busy making videos about the western regions lately. I have no idea what's been happening here. Mingming Bye-Bye sighed. That's how this game is. Once progress is made, it never repeats. If you don't log in for a while, centuries pass in the game. Lan Lan and I have asked several people to monitor things online for us, afraid we might miss something. Then tell me about it. Mingming Bai Bai gave a brief account. You should be familiar with Wang Mang's reforms. He caused widespread discontent. That kid Wen Qi for some reason joined the rebels and helped Liu Xiu ascend the throne. Liu Xiu established the Han Dynasty with its capital in Luoyang, and everyone calls it the Eastern Han. Liu Xiu was a decent emperor. No wars, no overworking the people, no heavy taxes. Oh, and Huashang even wrote a script about him, and Yin Li Hua. After him came Emperor Ming of Han, Emperor Zhang of Han, and Emperor He of Han, all decent rulers. They even drove away the troublesome Xiongnu. Then it was the same old story of consort clan interference. I wonder if it was influenced by Empress Liu Ji's precedent. Why does everyone love consort clan politics? There was Empress Dowager Dou, Empress Dowager Deng, Empress Dowager Yin, Empress Dowager Liang. When the emperors grew up, they couldn't stand it and wanted to reclaim power, so they started supporting eunuchs. The eunuchs wiped out the consort clans, but then wanted to interfere in politics themselves. The scholar officials thought those lowly people had no right to meddle, so the two sides started fighting. Now the entire court is in chaos. I reckon war is imminent. Lin Bai was stunned. He hadn't expected so much to happen in the short time he was away. Moreover, the game had taken a new turn. Becoming emperor wasn't the end. Now various factions were locked in struggle. After discussing these troubles, Mingming Bai Bai asked, "How was your time in the western regions?" Lin Bai, clearly enriched by his experiences, spoke with great enthusiasm about his travels in the western regions. The exquisite Lulan Kingdom, the Dan renowned for its blood-sweating horses, and the small state of Shache that had marriage ties with the Han Dynasty. He had been offline for so long precisely to organize his experiences in the western regions. Soon his documentary Travels in the Western Regions would be uploaded to the Starnet. Mingming Bai Bai was also amazed that there were such fascinating small places in the game. Hua Fei felt no surprise when she received the invitation from Claire for a meeting via the optical brain. Lu Yuan had not left without making any arrangements. He had entrusted her with some matters before his departure. Though Hua Fei did not understand how he had managed it, she could still utilize the hidden strategies he had left behind. Claire, seeing that she was merely a young girl, was not particularly pleased. "Where is Lu Yuan?" "It is him I wish to see." Hua Fei remained composed. "The boss is away on business and is not currently on Alpha Star. Before he left, he informed me of your affairs. In other words, your matters are now under my jurisdiction." Claire was dissatisfied but had no alternative. Characters in the game could die. He had only a few accounts back then, and after losing one to someone else, he had managed to survive this long only by being exceedingly cautious. "I wish to continue purchasing accounts from Jiuzhou. Name your price, but I must stipulate that planets like the one from last time are out of the question." The matter of the primordial flora was evident to all. Such planets were now priceless and beyond the reach of a mere wealthy scion. "We do not want planets this time." Claire was delighted. "Then how much money do you want?" To him, money was a trivial concern. Hua Fei said calmly, "We do not want money either. I have heard that the Claire family dispatches a shipment of nutritional supplies to the lower-tier planets every year. We hope you can take someone along." Claire frowned. "The lower-tier planets are filled with uncontrollable people. What business do you have there?" Hua Fei replied, "Merely curiosity to see for ourselves. As you said, they are all uncontrollable. What could we possibly do?" Claire was skeptical, but it was indeed not a significant matter. His family made such charitable drops every year. "I need to consider it." "Very well." At this moment, the storyline within the game seemed to proceed normally, yet it harbored an underlying strangeness. "How peculiar," Jean Z murmured in wonder. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yu asked while posting photos of the clothes she had just tried on online. Since Hua Fei's arrival, Xiao Yu had delegated most of the promotional work, now acting more as Jiuz's exclusive model. Logically, this should be the time of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, but the game's plot has yet to unfold. "Are the players causing trouble?" Xiao Yu reflexively inquired. "No. Zhang Jiao hasn't died, nor is he trapped by any player. Why hasn't he initiated the rebellion?" Jean Z was utterly perplexed. He believed in turning to the boss for unsolvable problems. Soon Dai Li investigated Zhang Jiao's life experiences, and everything appeared normal. The group fell into silent contemplation. Then, as if struck by a thought, Dai Li checked Zhang Jiao's various parameters. "Boss, what do you think?" Dai Li frowned. Zhang Jiao's parameters are off. At this point, his loyalty should be very low, prompting him to organize the Yellow Turban Rebellion. But now his loyalty stands at 30%. "Oh, that must be a bug. Just adjust it." Dai Li manually altered Zhang Jiao's parameters, and indeed Zhang Jiao began the rebellion as the plot dictated. It seemed a trivial matter, and no one paid it much heed. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed Dai Li's mind, as such an occurrence should not have happened. For everything had been calculated from the start. But soon they sensed something amiss. The 10 eunuchs were locked in a fierce struggle with He Jin and Yuan Shao. According to the narrative, they had summoned Dong Zhuo for assistance. Dong Zhuo commanded the Liangzhou army, constantly confronting the Xiongnu. Yet Dong Zhuo delayed his return. Dai Li examined Dong Zhuo's character parameters and found them aberrant. He adjusted them. Once Dong Zhuo began following the plot, Diao Chan also caused a disturbance. When Wang Yun instructed her to execute the chain of schemes, Diao Chan flatly refused, claiming she wanted to pursue her true love. This left the Qihong studio team stunned for a while, almost believing the game characters had become sentient. Dai Li summoned all the technical staff. The server is fine, there's no external attack. The issue must lie within the game itself. Conduct a thorough check. Find out who interacted with Zhang Jiao, Dong Zhuo, and Jiao Chan before the plot events. The Qihong studio team was highly skilled, and they quickly identified a player. His name was Zhu Xuan. He had drawn the identity card of a wealthy young master. Initially, he simply roamed around conversing with everyone and tracking the movement patterns of game characters. Later, he evidently began testing. He would instill different ideas into characters of the same type and design various events for them. For instance, with Zhang Jiao, Zhu Xuan impersonated a court official. When Zhang Jiao faced difficulties, he offered both money and effort, constantly telling him that the court was full of capable and virtuous people who were devising plans to improve the situation and that the common people would soon see better days. After some time, Zhang Jiao's loyalty gradually increased. At this point, the truth became crystal clear. Xiaoyu could not help but say, "Let's kick this troublemaker named Zhu Xuan out of the game." Seeing the silent faces around her, she joked, "What are you reluctant?" Jin Zi said, "Sister Xiaoyu, you don't understand. This Zhu Xuan is no ordinary person." Dai Li added, "He is likely a highly skilled algorithm engineer." How can you tell?" Dai Li explained, "The personality traits of our game characters are based on numerical values. Their actions are determined by their personalities. This is what sets our game apart and makes the characters more realistic. But this Zhu Xuan has been observing the behavioral patterns of these characters from the very beginning. After several tests, he likely deciphered our algorithm model. That is why he could alter them so easily. How could he be so certain? Even real-life individuals might change when faced with the situations he created." Xiaoyu retorted defiantly. So he expanded his sample size. In reality, human nature is complex. His methods might only change a minority. But within the game, the probability was 100%. I suspect he has been in the game for a long time and has altered far more than the 3 characters we have discovered. We only noticed because these 3 needed to follow the plot at this specific time. As Dai Li spoke, he pulled up all the game characters Zhu Xuan had interacted with. Sure enough, the screen displayed a dense array of character parameters that were all incorrect. Xiaoyu gasped. "What perseverance? How much time must that have taken?" Dai Li said calmly, "Let us meet this Zhu Xuan." The registration information for JoJo players was recorded during sign-up, making it easy to look up. The wormhole spacecraft docked at an artificial space station. Lu Feng was awestruck by the sight before him. He could see that this immense silver-white space station was shaped like a quarter-circle arc with countless spacecraft shuttling in and out of the central modules. Behind the space station hung a faintly crimson planet. Dolly introduced, "This is the Tianwu Star Space Station. Building it on the planet would take up too much space, so it's constructed midair. Once we arrive, we'll park the spacecraft here and take a flying vehicle down to Tianwu Star." Lu Feng asked, "So do we have to pay to park our spacecraft here?" Dolly replied matter-of-factly, "Of course we do. 1,000,000 star coins a day. But compared to the energy consumed by the round trip, it's nothing." Well, it seemed the White Horse Galaxy truly valued the Fatian Cup. The star coins spent and the positions promised were no small price. As Lu Feng followed Dolly into the space station, he felt layers of light scanning over him. Everywhere were robots and passing travelers. Dolly rented a flying vehicle from a robot. Lu Feng asked curiously, "Don't we need to show identification?" "What era is this?" "The machine scans your data instantly. No need for documents." Well, he hadn't yet adapted to the interstellar pace. As soon as the flying vehicle landed on Tianwu Star, Lu Feng sensed its difference from Alpha Star and Beta Star. First, there was a sun, a star, which was twice the size of Earth's sun, yet the light wasn't harsh, possibly due to his uniform provided by the governor, which could regulate temperature and was waterproof and fireproof. Second, there were many plants, most of which had never seen before. They varied in height, some as tall as a 10-story building, others as low as lawn grass. Unfamiliar flowers lined the roads, but unlike Earth, they weren't regularly trimmed, giving a wild, untidy look. These plants grew haphazardly. Sometimes the road would curve around a large tree. No wonder the sun and moon in his 9 provinces hadn't caught the governor's attention. They were already familiar with planets orbiting stars. The pedestrians' expressions were cold, but distinctly different from those with Apathy Syndrome. It stemmed from their inherent aloofness and pride, not illness. As they walked, Dolly explained, "Tianwu Star is a mid-tier planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, the largest of all galaxies. It has 13 high-tier planets, hundreds of mid-tier ones, and countless low-tier ones. This is also where the Galactic Alliance is based." Lu Feng was taken aback. Galactic Alliance. Dolly, knowing Lu Feng wasn't from Alpha Star, found his ignorance understandable. "You'll learn about it once you become a governor anyway. Let me brief you now. The interstellar world comprises hundreds of galaxies. Due to the Zerg, we formed the Galactic Alliance, led by the largest and most powerful galaxy, Andromeda. The law forbidding war among fellow beings was also decreed by the Galactic Alliance. Lu Feng was inwardly shaken, but recalling the words and actions of those around him, he confirmed they didn't know about this either. He asked, "Why isn't this included in our curriculum? I thought we were the only galaxy." Dolly said, "Sometimes knowing such things isn't beneficial. Realizing we're just an insignificant little galaxy. Those on Beta Star will almost never have a chance to visit other galaxies. Knowing would only breed frustration and increase the likelihood of Apathy Syndrome." Lu Feng said each word deliberately, "So the education on Alpha Star is completely different from that on Beta Star." Dolly nodded. Lu Feng's lips curled slightly in silent mockery. What a fine use of the old tactic, keeping the people ignorant. Had he not created the 9 Provinces game, and had Nancy and the others not coincidentally used its dance to enter the Fatian Cup finals, he might never have learned this. The people of Alpha Star were united. No, perhaps not out of unity, but because they were brainwashed into believing it was only right for the good of Beta Star. Wasn't there a saying on Earth, if I hadn't seen the light, I could have endured the darkness? On Tianwu Star, electronic screens floated everywhere, most displaying various dance videos. Lu Feng even saw Nancy and the others' performance. For slender girls in modified Hanfu wielding 3-foot steel, swords their waists, supple eyes sharp, executing stabbing moves. Compared to others who either imitated birds and beasts in plant costumes, moved with swift sharp precision, or performed bare-chested with camouflage paint to display primal strength, their dance was indeed unique. This also confirmed to Lu Feng that fragments of civilization were not rare. Based on interstellar history, they couldn't have records of such primitive dances. Soon they arrived at their lodging. It wasn't much different from Alpha Star, just larger rooms, more complete facilities, and each room had a dedicated robot. Dolly said, "First upload the 9 Provinces dance to the holographic network. I've already sent a message to their light brains, they'll be here soon." This place was originally equipped with holographic scene generation gear for premium clients, but for secrecy, they brought portable devices. Back in his room, Lu Feng didn't rush to the holographic network. Instead, he began browsing Tianwu Star's starnet. Galactic starnets weren't interconnected, and he was curious what this one was like. To his surprise, the variety of videos on Tianwu Star far exceeded that of Alpha Star, even more than on Earth. Moreover, they were categorized by their ability to treat different levels of Apathy Syndrome. Spiritual artists' works were shared resources here. The prices for each video were steep. Lu Feng topped up some credits and randomly opened one. It showed a group of people dressed like primitives hunting in a forest and later singing and dancing around a bonfire. He clicked another, a story of humans fighting against local plants on a planet where all vegetation was lethal. Some shot seeds like machine guns, others used vines to bind moving objects, and some opened flower-like jaws to devour you when you weren't looking. Lu Feng continued watching. This one was set in a frozen wasteland. Humans lived underground in a city battling subterranean creatures of all sizes. The most terrifying were insect-sized ones that would burrow into your body and eat your organs unnoticed. Interstellar history was lost to time. These must be the so-called fragments of civilization. Lu Feng wanted to watch more, but Dolly messaged, "Nancy and the others have arrived." Lu Feng tidied up and quickly went out. Their hotel didn't have individual rooms, but entire suites with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a tea room, an exercise room, and a holographic space room. Now everyone gathered in the living room. Dolly fiddled with a device, calling it a jammer, something to prevent surveillance. Lu Feng found it absurd. Participating in a cultural event felt like espionage. Yet upon reflection it made sense. Since interstellar law forbade, forced the outcome of a cultural competition determined the galaxy's resources. A bit of espionage was hardly excessive. The ones who arrived were Nancy and her 3 companions along with their instructor. They all looked at Lu Feng with sparkling eyes, for he was the creator of the 9 provinces. Humans always admired the strong, and the interstellar era was no exception. "Mr. Lu, thank you for creating the 9 provinces. I absolutely adore the world of the 9 provinces, especially the dances within it. It's just a pity that we've been busy with competitions lately and have no idea how the world of the 9 provinces has evolved. Yes, once you miss a storyline, you can never go back. It's such a shame. Mr. Lu, don't you plan to release those storylines again?" Lu Yuan smiled, but refused. "No, I don't. We heard you'd be our coach this time. You have no idea how happy we are. We were worried about the competition, but now that you're here, we don't feel anxious at all." Lu Yuan maintained his smile. "There's no need to put so much trust in me. After all, he was utterly clueless about dance. Mr. Lu, could we take a photo with you?" "Sure, that would be wonderful." "Mr. Lu, you don't know how grateful we are. If it weren't for you granting us free rights to Ode to the Orange, we'd still be stuck in school taking courses we hate, letting our lives slip by like that." Yes. You don't know that when we first performed Ode to the Orange, no one thought we'd succeed. Of course we danced it, then just to fulfill our own wish." Dolly couldn't take it anymore. He coughed twice. "That's enough. Time is tight. There are only 3 days left until the competition. Let's talk about the finals dance." The 4 of them finally remembered the matter at hand. They were simply overjoyed to see Lu Yuan, the man who had changed their destinies, and now the destinies of many. Lu Yuan asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Nancy glanced at her three companions and their instructor, then said hesitantly, "Actually, we've discussed it among ourselves. Performing the sword dance again in the finals would lack novelty. Since we've come this far, we definitely want to go for the championship. But the Phaeton Cup has so many dance styles, and the other contestants are all incredibly skilled. A big reason we managed to win is that our sword dance is a blend of softness and strength, a unique combination that doesn't exist elsewhere, and it's genuinely beautiful to watch. But aside from the sword dance, we can't think of anything else to perform that retains this distinctiveness." This had been their persistent dilemma. Their style was too distinctive to abandon without losing their edge, yet reusing the sword dance would fatigue the judges. Lu Feng nodded inwardly with approval. Just as he had thought, these four girls had real skill to make it to the finals. Not just anyone who learned the dances from the 9 provinces could enter the Phaeton Cup finals. "Actually, I have an idea. You can decide for yourselves whether to try it." Their eyes lit up as they looked at him. Lu Feng continued, "There is a dance that is quite different from the sword dance, but also combines strength and grace. This dance hasn't appeared yet in the development of the 9 provinces. However, the problem is that it's extremely difficult and requires talent. You only have 3 days. Time is very tight." Nancy and the others exchanged glances and nodded. "Would like to see it." The instructor also agreed. There was no better option now. Lu Feng looked at Dolly. Dolly took out the equipment and handed each person a visor. In this vast white holographic space, Lu Feng raised his hands slightly. A woman appeared in the space wearing a golden crown and a gauze gown with sleeves so long they trailed far beyond the floor. Around the woman were arranged round objects encircling her in the center. Having played the game the 9 provinces, Nancy and the others naturally recognized these as drums, percussion instruments used to boost morale in battle. Dolly, who was also well-versed in the 9 provinces, knew this as well. The woman slightly raised her eyes, her gaze cold, yet breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. She began to move. Her body was impossibly supple, as if it could bend anywhere. After striking a pose, she flicked her sleeve, and the long fabric struck a drum with a resounding thud. The group gasped in astonishment. Was such force truly achievable? The sleeves looked so soft. Soon they had no time to dwell on the question. The woman moved rapidly, the long sleeves in her hands like nimble weapons she could command at will. She performed a series of movements, striking the drums with her sleeves to produce a cascade of melodious sounds. She ran and leaped, her posture exquisitely graceful. When her sleeves fluttered, she looked like a celestial maiden descending to earth, yet the force with which she struck the drums revealed the immense power she contained. Not only Nancy and her group, but even Dolly was captivated, lost in awe. Soon the dance ended. The woman struck a final extremely graceful pose before slowly fading away, leaving the space blank and white once more. They remained immersed in shock. Lu Yuan said, "This is called the water sleeve dance. The sleeves may look light and airy, but it's very difficult to swing them. It demands great strength. And this piece, ambush on all sides, is one of the most difficult versions. As you saw, if you're up for it, you can start with something simpler." They finally snapped out of their daze. Nancy and Lin Ju nodded eagerly. Yes, we'll learn this. It's so beautiful. Yeah, if we perform this, we're sure to win the championship." The instructor, being a professional, frowned slightly. Can the sleeves really strike the drums and make a sound? Is that within human capability? Lu Feng smiled. In the original film, this dance was designed for characters with inner energy. He then said, "They can't make the drums resound." The drum beats were recorded separately and added in. "You only have 3 days. You can skip the drums. Learning something simpler can still look beautiful." They imagined the earlier scene, reluctance written all over their faces, but they were rational people. They knew that forcing themselves to learn ambush on all sides in such a short time might result in a failed imitation, a tiger drawn like a dog. Dolly said worriedly, "I think even just waving such long sleeves is difficult. Even for a simpler version, can you learn it in 3 days?" He was from the Art Institute and had a good eye for such things. Lu Feng looked at them. "It's indeed not easy. What do you think?" If they were unwilling, Lu Feng had backup plans, but none would be as suitable as the water sleeve dance. Nancy and the others whispered among themselves for a moment, then said firmly, "Mr. Dolly, we've decided. Well, learn the water sleeve dance. Since we've made it to the finals, we have only one goal, the championship. For these 3 days, we'll skip eating and sleeping if we have to, just drink nutrient fluids. We refuse to believe we can't master it." Lu Feng thought that would be fatal from exhaustion. He was about to object. "That won't do," the instructor said. Lu Feng thought, at least there's one sensible person. But she continued, "This dance requires strength. If you don't sleep, you won't have the energy to swing the sleeves. You must sleep on the last day. As for the first 2 days, there's indeed no need to rest." Lu Feng was speechless. "Oh, well, they're professionals. They'll arrange things properly for them." He said, "I can upload all the water sleeve dance knowledge I have into the holographic space. But I really don't know much about dance. The rest is up to you. You've already helped us enormously." "Yes, the rest is our responsibility." Lu Feng nodded. Doing this wouldn't take much time, and he was eager to study the Tianwu star in depth. On the Alpha Star, Dai Li and his companions discovered that although they had the contact information of a player named Zhu Xuan, they could not reach him by any means, indicating that the person was deliberately avoiding contact. However, the game had its own solutions. Dai Li and Fatty Jean put on their VR headsets and logged into the Jojo game. A crowd had gathered outside the Blue restaurant within the game. Why is everyone gathered here? I recall Blue's cooking is mediocre. The shop across the street, run by an NPC, serves much better food. You don't understand. Wen Shi just went inside. Oh, Wen Shi. He's indeed impressive, but does he have this many fans? Hey, race the thing today. The Blue restaurant posted a notice saying it would be closed for one game day. Then we saw Lin Bai go and the master brewer Lena enter Sleepyhead, who received the first mandatory quest, go inside, and now Wen Shi has just walked in. Do you think this is trivial? Indeed, it's not simple. I'd love to know what they're discussing. Yeah, it feels thrilling. Look, isn't that Claire from the Claire family on Alpha Star? Another one just went in. That player looks unfamiliar. Do you know him? Never seen him before. What criteria are they using to select people? In stark contrast to the bustling outside, the private room on the second floor of the Blue restaurant was silent. The NPC waiters served the last dish and left. Everyone exchanged glances but remained silent, creating a momentary stillness. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, they all turned their gazes toward Wen Shi. Wen Shi coughed awkwardly. He had indeed gathered these people. Some were his friends in the game, others his friends in reality. Thank you all for honoring me with your presence. Let me introduce everyone first. This is Mingming Bai Bai, whom everyone surely knows. This is Blue, the owner of this Blue restaurant. The thing is, we've been playing JoJo for a while now. Many of us, like me, have been playing since the game launched. Claire sighed. We all know the drill. The chaotic world conquest mode is about to start again. Lena chimed in. The NPCs have summed it up. While the world long divided must unite, O long united must divide. It's quite accurate. When she continued, exactly. Now that conquest is imminent, we'll have to pick sides. Wars will drive many players offline. Not to mention the businesses we've built, the stockpiles we've amassed, and the properties we've acquired over the years could all be destroyed by the conflict. One player who had been holding his chin high all along said impatiently, when she get to the point. I'm busy. I don't have time to listen to your musings. In this room, most people knew each other to some extent, but this player named Zhu Xuan seemed to be known only to Wen Shi. Although Mingming Bai Bai had a poor first impression of Zhu Xuan, finding his arrogant demeanor off-putting, he also felt Wen Shi was being too long-winded. Wen Shi excelled in combat, but was not cut out for public speaking. Mingming Bai Bai stood up. Everyone were all friends of Wen Shi. You can understand that he's not good with words. Let me speak on his behalf. Wen Shi quickly sat down, shooting Mingming Bai Bai a grateful look. Mingming Bai Bai ignored him and continued. Ever since we started playing this game, we've been following the game's script, taking sides, fighting wars, and being toyed with by NPCs. Sleepyhead couldn't help but shout in agreement. Exactly. Whenever we try to change things, the game forces us into mandatory quests, pushing us back on track. Even though it's fun, Wen Shi and I want to do something big. Are you all daring enough to join? If we win, we take control of the game, live as we please, and become emperors ourselves. If we lose, it's a permanent account ban. Everyone looked intrigued. Who doesn't enjoy causing trouble in a game? Becoming an emperor, especially in this game, was the ultimate pursuit, truly ruling the entire world. Even Zhu Xuan, who had been wearing a cold expression, said, interesting. Wen Shi felt a surge of pride for having the foresight to first recruit Mingming Bai Bai and Lin Bai, who had readily agreed, leading to today's gathering. Mingming Bai Bai continued, we've studied this carefully. Although the combat techniques of this era differ from those in interstellar warfare, they are not unlearnable. Wen Shi and Lin Bai both graduated from military academies and have worked their way up from the bottom in this game. They are more than qualified to be generals. War depends on more than just generals. It requires weapons. Their weapons are too primitive, but we have solutions. The history majors have already managed to make paper. There's no reason we can't forge stronger crossbows, bows, and blades. We have the people, the weapons, and a unique channel for transmitting information, the game system itself. If we can gather some funds, why not seize the chaos and declare our own independence? Wouldn't that be satisfying? The people around the table exchanged glances. These guys were audacious. Lena warned, have you forgotten about the mandatory quests? JoJo is clearly designed to follow its intended storyline. I doubt it will ever allow a player to become emperor. Lena is right. That's why we need to be the power behind the throne. Wen Shi has already proven this. He led the Green Forest Army, and the system's mandatory quest gave the title to Lu Xiao. If Wen Shi had acted as the puppet master behind the scenes controlling Lu Xiao, it wouldn't have been impossible. Sleepyhead thought to himself, this has been planned for a long time. He asked further, but how do we determine who the next emperor will be? This game keeps you guessing until the very end. Wen Shi looked toward Zhu Xuan. That's where Zhu Xuan comes in. Him. Initially, most had looked down on Zhu Xuan. He was unheard of in the game, suggesting he wasn't particularly skilled. Moreover, he had walked in with an air of superiority. Wen Shi coughed. Don't mind him. That's just his personality. He's not a bad person at heart. He's a tech geek extremely skilled in algorithms. He's already figured out the behavioral algorithms of the NPCs. If we gather information on the key NPCs currently vying for power, he can calculate who the ultimate winner will be. Wait, you can calculate that? Lena was stunned. Zhu Xuan didn't care about others' opinions. He said lazily, this is a game world built on algorithms. Of course it can be calculated. Take that Zhang Jiao guy for example. I noticed his loyalty stat was low, so I focused on boosting it. He was obedient for a while. Later Qihong probably found the bug and tweaked his stats, triggering the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Everyone knew about this. There were even forum posts discussing how Zhang Jiao's sudden change in behavior made no sense. So it was this guy's doing. Suddenly, everyone saw him in a new light. He had earned the right to be arrogant. Mingming Baibai waited until the questions subsided before saying, but this is not without risk. Based on past experience, Qihong has been quite lenient with players. Even if we deliberately disrupt the storyline, the penalty is just completing a quest as an NPC. Failure only means losing the current account, and we can start a new one. But this time it's different. If we go too far, we might face a permanent ban. Everyone thought to themselves that going too far was an understatement. When Qi Mingming by Lan Lan and Lin Bai had discussed it beforehand, so naturally they agreed. Claire thought he still had some rapport with Lu Feng. When the time came and he got banned, he could just plead with him to lift the restriction. He immediately raised his hand in agreement. Lena and Bu Shui exchanged a glance. They had long felt annoyed at being outwitted by a bunch of primitives in the game every day as interstellar players. This time they were determined to turn the tables, so they also raised their hands. Zhu Xuan looked intrigued. This is interesting. I agree. When Qi and the others hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, it seemed the game had really pushed them to their limits. Excellent. Then we are all partners in this endeavor. Come, let's have a toast. Lan Lan said, by the way, our team needs a name. How about the Emperor team? Our goal is to become Emperor. Too straightforward. Call it the Realm Under Heaven. No, how about the Player Special Task Force? What nonsense. Player is everywhere. No uniqueness at all. How about the Rebel Alliance? Oppose game tyranny, support player freedom. The Starry Sea. No, actually that sounds decent. It fits our interstellar player vibe. They exchanged glances. It turned out the name came from Lin Bai, who had been quiet all along, and he said it in the game language. Not bad. Sounds nice. Agreed. Mingming Bai was satisfied. The team name was finally settled. Next we need money. Only with money can we recruit troops. Lena timidly raised her hand. Actually, I made some money from brewing wine, but you'll have to pay me back after we succeed. Mingming Bai smiled. Thank you for your kindness. But the amount we need is astronomical. War is a money-eating machine, and we need a continuous influx of new funds. Though none of them found it hard to make money, they weren't in the habit of saving, especially in a game. Who would save money in a game? When she looked at Claire, Claire said helplessly, why are you looking at me? My family is wealthy, but Jojo has limits on exchanging star coins for silver. Every time a quota opens, a crowd scrambles for it. I have money but can't use it. Mingming Bai leaned in, draping an arm over Claire's shoulder. That's not what he meant. I heard from Wenqi that your family is in business, right? You must have an investment and financing department with plenty of financial talent. There's no financial concept in this game yet. Speculate on some futures or something, and the money will roll in. Claire's eyes lit up. Indeed, let alone the family's financial talent. As one of the heirs of the Claire family, he had taken plenty of such courses. His skills were insignificant in the interstellar realm, but in this primitive game world, he felt like an emperor. What should we speculate on? Mingming Bai hinted, right under your nose. Claire clapped his hands. Right? Lean ass wine. It becomes more valuable with age, and it's unique in the game. Lan Lan smiled. Most importantly, she's a member of our Starry Sea team, and can definitely cooperate with you. Lena nodded. That was simple. Zhu Xuan looked up at the table. He had thought this was just a makeshift group fooling around, but even Claire, who seemed the most useless, had a role to play. Perhaps this endeavor could actually succeed. The nonchalance in Zhu Xuan's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. After their discussion, they ate and chatted. They learned that Claire and Zhu Xuan were both acquaintances of Wenqi in real life, all from the same circle. Zhu Xuan was even Wenqi's neighbor, though they couldn't stand each other and were barely friends. Wenqi had searched for algorithm engineers and found Zhu Xuan to be the most suitable. He expected to face ridicule and provocation when visiting, but Zhu Xuan agreed without hesitation upon hearing about the grand scheme in Jojo, which surprised him. Zhu Xuan said expressionlessly, "You're lucky. I've been studying the algorithms of Jojo characters lately. It's very interesting. What you propose will greatly aid my research, so I came to check it out." Mingming Bai asked, "You said you've already tested it, and your direction is correct. So you've already altered the behavior of game characters. Didn't Qihong notice?" Zhu Xuan said nonchalantly, "They probably have. To test accuracy, I experimented on many characters, some of whom I suspect were plot characters." And he remained so calm. Everyone was impressed. Lan Lan asked curiously, "Didn't Qihong cause you trouble?" Zhu Xuan didn't look up. "I turned off all my contact methods and moved. They can't find me in the real world." Lan Lan continued, "Aren't you afraid they'll ban your account?" "Let them. I have plenty of money. They'll just buy another one. If all else fails, maybe you'll study and hack one." Lon Lon silently gave him a thumbs up, hoping this player would survive a bit longer. She had a feeling the Starry Sea team would soon lose a member. After eating and drinking their fill, they set up a Starry Sea group chat for future communication. Ming Bai also laid out the initial plans. Though they were about to start their conquest, preliminary preparations were essential, otherwise they'd be cut down the moment they shouted their slogan. Finally, Ming Bai said, Qihong probably won't detect this in the short term, but everyone must keep it confidential. And it's best to leverage the power of other players. The most useful thing I learned in the game is teamwork. Got it. They left one by one, each going their own way. Zhu Xuan was the last to leave, still pondering how to collect more data on game characters to deduce who the next emperor would be. Player Zhu Xuan. Hello. Dai Li, an engineer from Qihong. A player dressed as a wealthy merchant suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a fat man and a blonde. Zhu Xuan thought that Lon Lon really has a big mouth. I didn't expect them to track me down in the game so quickly. His mind raced for an excuse, wondering if they'd believe it was all a misunderstanding. Your algorithm skills are impressive. Would like to talk. Dai Li said sincerely. Zhu Xuan immediately changed his mind. The tone suggested a pushover, probably trying to persuade him to stop. He decided to take the route of sincere admission without repenting. There's a restaurant nearby. Let's talk there. Just as Zhu Xuan was about to say that Lon Lan's restaurant wasn't serving today, he turned to see the NPC waiter removing the temporarily closed sign from the entrance. He was speechless for a moment. All right, fine. As they entered, Lon Lon saw Zhu Xuan returning and was about to ask him, what are you doing back? Zhu Xuan gave him a signal and said, a private room, please. Lon Lon nodded. Sure, upstairs, please. Having just conspired to disrupt the game's plot here, now they were dining face-to-face with the officials. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhu Xuan felt a twinge of guilt. Dai Li and the others were delighted. They had checked this player's age. He was only in his 20s with such skills in absolute algorithm prodigy. They resolved to recruit him into Qihong. Inside the game at the Blue Lantern Tavern. To pursue authenticity, JoJo game required players to eat at regular intervals, but overeating would also induce a sense of fullness. Zhu Xuan had just enjoyed a lavish meal and now felt no appetite for the dishes before him. This led Dai Li and the others to perceive him as an introverted child, possibly a bit nervous. After all, those who worked with algorithms weren't exactly adept at socializing. Zhu Xuan, don't be nervous. We just want to have a casual chat, Dai Li said with a smile. Zhu Xuan rolled his eyes inwardly. Did they really think he'd believe that? But nodded with a stoic expression. By the way, have you graduated yet? Where are you working now? If it were a small company, he'd still be confident in poaching talent, but now Qihong's reputation was immense. His only fear was that the guy might have a family business, which would complicate things. No job. I'm unemployed. Not just anyone could afford to be unemployed. Dai Li pressed on, what does your family do? Just a small business, Zhu Xuan replied casually. How's your daily life? Do you have enough star coins? Remembering their earlier discussion about generating endless wealth, Zhu Xuan thought, of course not. Who would ever say they have too much money? Dai Li and Jin Zi exchanged glances. Short on cash, average family background, unemployed. This was a sure catch. Would you be interested in joining our Qihong studio? Salary is no issue, Dai Li couldn't help but blurt out. Zhu Xuan was genuinely taken aback. You're inviting me to Qihong. Jin Zi couldn't resist painting a rosy picture. Of course. You have no idea how great Qihong studio is. You've played JoJo. Are there any games like it across the entire galaxy? And our studio has a relaxed atmosphere, high pay. You'll get early access to the latest clothes, accessories, even food. We also have paid annual leave. Wait, Zhu Xuan interrupted. Didn't you come to me about disrupting the storyline characters? Dai Li nodded. Originally, yes. But right now we're short of algorithm engineers. If you join us, well, consider it a work incident. No big deal. But if you don't, we'll have to ban your account as punishment. Dai Li felt a twinge of guilt saying this, as it wasn't a serious offense, and they hadn't emphasized it to players beforehand. Even if he refused a ban, wouldn't be justified. Jin Zi and the fat guy exchanged glances, thinking the boss had learned a trick or two from spending time with Xiaofeng. Zhu Xuan scoffed, as if he cared about an account. He was about to mock them and refuse when he spotted Lon Lon bustling about outside the door. If I join Qihong, I want to be an algorithm engineer. Zhu Xuan changed his mind. Fine, no problem. Also, I want to be the chief engineer. Jin Zi spoke up first. No way, the chief engineer is our boss. Dai Li didn't agree either. It wasn't that he coveted the position, but Lu Yuan had entrusted JoJo to him while away, and he couldn't just hand it over to anyone. You can be a deputy chief engineer, but only if you prove your worth. Otherwise, you'll face a ban. On this point, Dai Li was resolute. Zhu Xuan fell silent for a moment. Although the Starry Sea had a few reliable members, finding the next emperor among the vast game characters was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Given their abilities, he doubted they could gather the information he needed. But joining Qihong would be like having a cheat code. It was practically being a mole in the headquarters. While they were busy spinning their wheels, he might already become the true puppet master. Yes, this plan was excellent. Once he succeeded, he'd thoroughly mock when she. Alright, I accept. Things went surprisingly smoothly. Zhu Xuan immediately logged off and headed to Qihong Studios' location. Dai Li first had him compete in algorithms with the studio's engineers, stipulating that the winner would become the deputy chief engineer. In technical fields, one earned respect through skill. If he truly had talent, he could command authority from day one, a lesson Dai Li had learned from Jiuzhou. Zhusuan was indeed formidable, easily defeating everyone at Qihong. He had unique insights into algorithms that even Dai Li found enlightening. After securing the deputy engineer position, Zhusuan was brimming with anticipation. Now he could finally access Jiuzhou's algorithms and upcoming plotlines. Once he knew the story he'd enter the game and show the Starry Sea crew what efficiency meant. Zhusuan, you didn't disappoint me. Excellent. With you here, we can accelerate the new server's progress. Zhujuan's smile froze. New server. Dai Li was bubbling with excitement. Yes. You must be thrilled to join the development of Jiuzhou's new server from the start. Let me tell you, this new server is incredibly fun. Once it's done, it'll be the best game in the galaxy bar none. Zhusuan comforted himself inwardly and asked, this new server should have the same storyline as the current game, right? Dai Li nodded. Zhusuan finally relaxed. No problem, same story, no difference. The story is definitely the same, but the progress starts from scratch, beginning with the spring and autumn period. Dai Li said, slapping him on the shoulder, as if it were the most natural thing. Zhusuan choked, struggling internally, but was dragged into the new server's office. Meanwhile, in the game, the Starry Sea members began bustling about. Gongs and drums sounded at the entrance of Lan Lan's tavern, quickly drawing a crowd. Folks, come take a look. Our Blue Lantern Tavern is now selling a new product called wine orders. The current price is 1 tael per order. You can buy orders from us or sell them first and buy them back later. What are these orders for? With one, you can claim a flask of newly brewed fine wine from the Lina Tavern. While the game characters were puzzled, the players quickly caught on. Whoa, isn't this futures trading? So that's why all those big shots were gathering. They were setting up futures. Futures, right? These game characters have no financial knowledge. We could do it too and make a profit without any capital. Learn the game lingo properly. How is it without capital? The most important thing in futures is credit. Try it, who would trust you? But if Lan Lan does it, people trust her. It's not like she's backed by the Archon. If the Archon were in the game, no one would trust him. She's backed by Xiao Baiji Dao, you know. In the eyes of the game characters, Xiao Baiji Dao has existed since the spring and autumn period with impeccable credibility. Even players recognize that. That's real credit. Alas, we can't set it up ourselves, but we can join in and make some pocket money. Honestly, I've lost everything in the interstellar market. Do I have to lose again in the game? Gamers were not only discussing within the game, analysis threads on the forums were also popping up one after another. Some were optimistic, while others believed that Xiao Baiji Dao would end up losing all the money earned from selling information. Some intended to participate on a small scale, while others planned to go against Xiao Baiji Dao and devour all their funds. Claire, however, paid no heed to these people, as he was busy spreading the news far and wide. For the players, it was quite convenient. They could simply shout out the news on the World Channel, and the mere mention of the word futures was enough for them to understand. However, it was not so easy for the game characters, and they were precisely the main target customers because they were easier to deceive. They hired many street urchins to distribute flyers everywhere, and even brought in a lion dance troupe to perform in the city. During the intermissions, they began promoting the sale of Lina's Tavern orders at Blue Restaurant. The wines sold at Lina's Tavern were all her own creations with a flavor distinct from other taverns, making them very popular among the game characters. However, since she did not mass-produce them, supply always fell short of demand. Now orders were being sold in unlimited quantities. Although the price was a bit steep, wine enthusiasts were certainly unwilling to miss this opportunity. Lin Bai and Wen Qi spread out a map. Ming Bai compiled the gathered information. The entire 9 provinces is now a chaotic mess of battles, but overall it can be divided into 3 factions. In the north, Ma Teng and Han Sui are constantly clashing, while Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan are also locked in an ongoing war. In the center, Cao Cao holds the emperor hostage to command the nobles and is currently attacking Tao Qian. In the south, it's likely that either Zhang Lu or Lu Zhang will perish eventually, and Sun Tzu has basically unified the entire Jiangdong region. Lin Bai and Wen Qi were both deeply impressed. Ming Bai, through managing Xiao Baiji Dao, could essentially gather all the major intelligence of the nation, which was a tremendous advantage in this era. Ming Bai continued, actually my original plan was for you to first seek refuge with Cao Cao. He has Emperor Xian of Han, after all there's the nominal authority. Then you could eliminate him, take over the emperor and the army, and start the game fully equipped. But according to intelligence, this Cao Cao is no ordinary man. He is capable in warfare and highly adept at attracting talented individuals. Such a person might be difficult to deal with. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. Right. Yuan Shao's power in the north is vast and already established. If we go there, we might not even secure a decent position. Sun Tzu is also formidable, not easy to replace. When Qi pointed to a location on the map near the center, how about choosing this place? The location is excellent, and its current ruler is Lu Biao. He is not very famous, has mediocre talent, and lacks capable subordinates. Ming Ming bye, and Wen Qi both found it suitable and nodded this as the place. After deciding on the location, Lin Bai and Wen Qi quickly packed up and set off. Outside the game, Sleepyhead blocked his mentor's door, shouting loudly, "Teacher, please help your student. Can you bear to see your student being bullied everywhere?" Sleepyhead's teacher was a professor researching historical weapons, now in his 60s. The mere sight of this student gave him a headache. "You child whose student blocks their teacher's door every day. Have I taught you in vain?" Sleepyhead shamelessly persisted. "Teacher, please make me a few weapons." Professor Li Si sighed. "I've told you many times my research is on ancient thermal weapons. Those bows, crossbows, swords, and sabers you mention are too primitive. Their history is no longer verifiable." "But the 9 provinces game," Sleepyhead mumbled. Professor Li Si interrupted him. "I've told you repeatedly, games are games. Reality is reality. You need to distinguish between them." Sleepyhead said, "Teacher, I distinguish them very clearly. I want these things to use in the game. They won't affect reality." Li Si retorted, "If you have free time, study the history of our interstellar civilization properly. All you do every day is play games. What kind of behavior is that? Idling away your time." Sleepyhead argued defiantly, "Teacher, playing 9 provinces is also studying history. Look at Professor Rentrosa, who lectures on 9 provinces history every day. He's incredibly popular with students. His classes are so crowded you can't even get in. Many people post his lectures online. Not only do interstellar people love watching them, but even 9 provinces players study them." Professor Li Si and Professor Rentrosa were not on good terms. Li Si exclaimed in surprise, "What? No wonder I haven't seen him in so long. I thought he was immersed in serious research, but instead he's been studying a game." Sleepyhead found a video and showed it to Professor Li Si. "Teacher, take a look. Professor Rentrosa is genuinely teaching everyone how to learn history and analyze it. And 9 provinces history is truly rich and fascinating." Li Si had always been opposed to games, but watching his rivals lecture, he couldn't help being drawn in. He asked incredulously, "Is this really a game?" "Of course. 9 provinces is different from any other game," Sleepyhead said proudly. Professor Li Si said grudgingly, "This old fellow lectures like that, and still has so many followers." Sleepyhead immediately chimed in, "Exactly, teacher. If you could craft weapons from that era, and I spread the word in the game, you'd surely become even more popular than Professor Rentrosa." Professor Li Si snorted a couple of times. "First tell me, what's the deal with those weapons?" Sleepyhead nearly jumped for joy. "Certainly." The Claire family's charity spaceship delivering supplies to the lower-class planets was about to depart. Hua Fei and Hua Te boarded the ship, disguised as Claire family workers. Hua Fei whispered, "Brother, I told you didn't need to come with me." Hua Te's expression was stern. "No, I've been a soldier. I can protect you." Hua Fei said helplessly, "Protect me from what? This ship will only stop above the lower-class planet. It won't even touch the ground." Hua Te insisted stubbornly, "That doesn't matter. I barely managed to save you from your breakdown. I absolutely cannot let you be exiled to a lower-class planet." Hua Fei stopped trying to persuade him. Since he was already here, she began assembling the items she had brought. Before boarding, robots had scanned and inspected them, so she had to break down her equipment into tiny particles and assemble them piece by piece once the ship was underway. Fortunately, Chi Hong had enough technical personnel, otherwise creating such a thing would not have been easy. There were occasional patrols on the ship, but perhaps because Claire had informed them in advance, they did not venture much into Hua Fei's area. After traveling for about a day, they finally arrived above the lower-class planet. The Claire family workers dropped the supplies onto the planet, which was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. They didn't care where the supplies landed as long as they were dropped. Hua Fei stepped forward to help, and in the process discreetly attached a small device to one of the packages. "That should do it. Let's go on to the next planet." Hua Fei suddenly said, "Oh dear, it seems my wristband accidentally fell onto the supplies. Could I go get it back?" "Are you crazy? Do you think this is a sightseeing trip?" the captain said coldly, glaring at her. Hua Fei's face was full of grievance. "But this was a gift from my brother. He's my only family." The captain sneered, "Fine, then go down and get it. But once you're down, don't bother coming back up." Hua Fei seemed intimidated and fell silent. The spaceship began to depart. Far away on Tianwu Star, Lu Yuan was enjoying a leisurely time. He had already recorded the water sleeve dance into the holographic space. Over these 3 days, Nancy and the others were actively preparing for the finals, while he could leisurely stroll around Tianwu Star. At night, lying in bed, he wondered how Chi Hong's studio was doing. They should be having a peaceful few days, he thought. After all, everything had been arranged, as surely all was well. He fell asleep with peace of mind. Lu Yuan witnessed a completely different interstellar world on Tianwu Star. It turned out that in the interstellar realm, though spiritual works were scarce resources, they were far from being monopolized like in the White Horse Galaxy. Numerous competitions were held annually across the interstellar realm, with results determining the strength levels of each galaxy, serving as a reference for resource allocation. Many galaxies submitted their finest works to the Galactic Alliance for review. Those meeting certain criteria were published on the Alliance's official website, accessible for a fee by residents of the Fairy Galaxy. The fees were divided between the Alliance and the contributing galaxy at a ratio of 2:8, representing a significant avenue for acquiring interstellar resources. Lu Yuan checked the records and discovered that compared to the vast number of works from other galaxies, the White Horse Galaxy had fewer than 10 works meeting the standards each year, barely a fraction of the others. If he could become the deputy director of the Art Institute, he would never be content with allowing 9 provinces to spread only within the small White Horse Galaxy. Here fragments of various civilizations collided, giving rise to new creations. Yet in Lu Yuan's eyes, none of these could rival the brilliance of his 9 provinces. This was a grander stage where 9 provinces would shine even brighter. In the game through straightforward methods, Lin Bai and Wen Qi easily joined Liu Biao's forces in Jingzhou. Their next step was to rise through military merit, gradually usurping Liu Biao's authority. One day the two were discussing the realm's affairs with Liu Biao. Lin Bai stood and spoke eloquently, his up-to-date intelligence and military acumen earning nods of approval from Liu Biao and the assembled guests. A soldier reported a man named Liu Bei seeks an audience. Liu Biao pondered, but could not recall who this was. Bring him in. The soldier led in 3 men. The one in the center had large ears and long arms. The left one bore a flowing beard and wielded a long-bladed saber. The right one was a rough, unkempt brute. The central man spoke. I am Liu Bei, styled Xuanda, a descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan. This is my sworn brother Guan Yu, and this my other sworn brother Zhang Fei. Liu Biao was delighted. So you are Imperial Uncle Liu. Please take a seat. The two soon delved into endless talk about the Han imperial lineage. When she sent a message to Lin Bai, this Liu Bei is clearly a commoner. Can they bond over such a tenuous connection? Lin Bai replied, that's how this era is. Ancestral ties and family heritage are prized above all else. It's really a matter of lacking education, though otherwise they'd realize that tracing back far enough, all humans are one family. When she said we've exhausted ourselves building connections and showcasing our talents and virtues, I think we'd be better off having Ming Bai package us as descendants of famous figures. Lin Bai responded, you think I haven't considered it? It's not that easy. Those aristocratic families have genealogies and intermarry. Any fabrication would be quickly exposed. Meanwhile, Liu Bei sighed, we 3 brothers were originally with Yuan Shao, hoping to secure a position and plan further. But as one mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers, that traitor Cao Cao set his sights there. The result was the Battle of Guandu, Yuan Shao's defeat, and Cao Cao's unification of the north. At the mention of Guandu, Wen Qi grew interested. This battle won by the few against the many was brilliantly fought. I heard that Yuan Shao drove away his advisor Su Yu, and Cao Cao welcomed him barefoot. Is that true? Zhang Fei was astonished. News travels that fast. Even Jingzhou knows the details so thoroughly. Wen Qi smiled, but said nothing. Of course it wasn't that fast. Ming Bai's intelligence network was simply formidable. Liu Bei sighed again. This warrior is correct. Yuan Shao had little interest in the battle, and his son was leaving him without the heart to fight. Su Yu defected and led Cao Cao to burn the grain depot at Wuchao, ending the campaign. Even Liu Biao was speechless. How could Yuan Shao as a regional commander act so irresponsibly? Lin Bai suddenly interjected, since Cao Cao has unified the north, his next move will surely be to attack the south. At that time the south had 3 major powers, Liu Zhang and Zhang Lu's Bashu's son, Quan's Jiangdong, and Liu Biao's Jingzhou. Lin Bai and Wen Qi had their eyes on Jingzhou's terrain, and others likely thought the same. Thus Cao Cao's next target was probably their Jingzhou. Liu Biao was suddenly gripped by panic. What should we do? What on earth should we do? Wen Qi presented the strategy they had already conceived. In ancient times the 6 states allied against Qin, using a policy of horizontal alliance. Now that Cao Cao is powerful, other southern regions must be equally worried. Why not unite with them to oppose Cao Cao? Liu Biao agreed. An excellent plan. But I have no ties with those other factions. We are mutually wary. How can we form an alliance? This was their chance. If they succeeded, their prestige in Jingzhou would soar. Lin Bai stood. Your subordinate is willing to go. I will not fail this mission. When she was about to join him, but Lin Bai shot him a warning glance. They couldn't both leave. One had to go forge alliances while the other stayed to keep watch. Liu Biao was delighted and immediately agreed. Shortly after Lin Bai's departure, Liu Biao fell ill. He had no capable sons or nephews to succeed him. Wen Qi sensed something was wrong. In the game, character deaths were easy, especially from illness. He quickly sent a message to the Starry Sea group chat. Ming Bai replied, let me check if there's any doctor nearby who can treat him. Sleepy responded, wait, why should we treat him? If he dies, can't we seize power directly? Lin Bai said, no, I think seizing power might trigger a forced quest. Ming Bai agreed. Him with Lin Bai. Liu Biao is easy to control. If Cao Cao took over, that would be a different story. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing the next emperor be him. They reached a consensus, but things didn't go as hoped. Liu Biao's condition worsened, and on the verge of death, he frequently summoned Liu Bei. Wen Qi found the situation increasingly strange, but unable to seize power and lacking the prestige to rule Jingzhou themselves, they had to take things one step at a time. As expected on his deathbed, Liu Biao handed Jingzhou over to Liu Bei simply because they shared the same Han imperial ancestry. Wen Qi couldn't fathom the logic of these game characters. He was also deeply resentful. Wasn't Liu Bei too lucky just waltzing in and acquiring Jingzhou? Lin Bai was still negotiating an alliance with Sun Quan. They decided to observe for now. Liu Bei seemed ordinary, but his two sworn brothers appeared formidable in battle. They considered winning them over and then gradually sidelining Liu Bei. Brother Wen Qi, big brother, says he's found the residence of Master Wulong. We plan to invite him to lend his aid. Would you like to join us? Zhang Fei invited. Wen Qi had nothing else to do and wanted to build rapport with Zhang Fei. Of course, the formidable figures in this game really did love seclusion in the wilderness, though he wondered if this one was genuine. Although the pace of the game's warlord struggle was accelerating, the players' attention was elsewhere. They were all watching the futures market. Claire's fine wine futures business was booming. The locals were all abuzz with talk of it, and even players not in the area were placing bets. Many hoped Xiaobai Jidao would leak some tips for pocket money, but Mingbai Baibai had forewarned that this was insider information and not for sale. The people Claire hired were indeed seasoned. When the futures business first started, the price of fine wine futures fluctuated wildly. Making money felt more exhilarating than gambling, since gambling relied on pure luck, while futures also tested one's insight. Claire continued to publicize stories of overnight riches, drawing in even more participants. As they grew accustomed to this gameplay, even local casinos saw their patronage dwindle. Many wastrels from noble families sent servants to monitor the daily listings at Blue Restaurant. The matter of futures sparked a craze within the game, yet many in-game characters realized that their original goal was to buy lean-ass wine. If the price were driven down, the money saved on purchasing the wine would be enough to cover the losses from the futures. The participating game characters soon discovered that this was in essence a game of financial combat. Many characters began to unite. The wealthy and privileged scions, already part of the same circle, collaborated to place sell orders, confident that the price would inevitably drop. Outside the Blue Restaurant, people were crouched everywhere, while in the surrounding taverns many sipped lean-ass wine and discussed the next move for the fine wine futures prices. The transaction price of the fine wine futures gradually fell from 1 tael to 5 qian. Dai Li of Qihong, busy with the new server alongside Zhu Xuan, heard about this incident and was left speechless. Players certainly knew how to have fun, but Lu Feng's principle was to grant players maximum freedom, intervening only within the rules and promptly patching any disruptions to the storyline. Zhu Xuan, noticing that Dai Li had been gone for so long without returning, hurried over to summon him. This is a critical moment, and you're still loafing around. Originally sent as an undercover agent, he became deeply engrossed in the algorithm design for the new server of Jojo. He found the game's algorithms so fascinating that he became addicted, often forgetting meals and surviving on nutrient supplements alone. At times he wished he could forego sleep, but lack of rest impaired his thinking. Gradually he reduced his sleep to the minimum that wouldn't affect his mental clarity, astonishing his teammates at Qihong. Dai Li replied helplessly, "I wasn't loafing. Something happened in the Jojo game, and I came to check on it." "Didn't you say Lu Feng left contingency plans before he left? What could possibly go wrong? Can't you focus more on the new server? Surely the people at Qihong can handle such trivial matters." Zhu Xuan nagged as he led Dai Li back to the office to continue their discussion on algorithms. Meanwhile, on Tianwu Star, 3 days had passed in a flash, and tonight was the final of the Feitian Cup. This grand event would be broadcast live across the entire Fairy Galaxy, with many from other galaxies traveling specifically to the Fairy Galaxy to watch. Lu Feng was fortunate enough to have a ticket to the live event. Although his seat was not particularly close, the advanced interstellar technology made him feel as if he were in the front row. There were only 3 teams today, so the schedule was not tight. First, representatives went up to draw lots. Nancy's Chufeng dance troupe drew the 3rd slot to perform. The first performance was a dance from the Sagittarius Galaxy, reportedly derived from fragments of an unknown civilization. It featured an all-male troupe, bare-chested and painted in black and yellow tones, evoking an ancient human style. Their dance resembled that of wild beasts. Although Lu Feng didn't understand dance, he was deeply moved. They depicted a group of beasts venturing out to fight for food, returning home to celebrate with their families, with the leader choosing the finest morsel. But when a greater beast approached, the leader perished protecting his kin. After the performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The second dance troupe came from the Gemini Galaxy. They were 3 pairs of twins, perfectly in sync, moving in pairs so seamlessly that it was impossible to tell if they had swapped positions. Their dance was inspired by animals, specifically the feathered birds that made in pairs. These birds had pure white feathers that glistened in the sunlight, with long tail feathers that made their flight appear graceful and ethereal. This troupe was clever, wearing costumes matching the birds' colors with flowing ribbons resembling tail feathers. They slowly ascended into the air above the stage. Dolly, noticing Lu Feng's astonishment, explained, "They must have worn small flying devices on their bodies beforehand." Lu Feng nodded in understanding. It was similar to modern wire-flying techniques, but far more concealed, with the audience unable to detect any mechanical traces, making it appear as if they were truly flying. The 3 pairs of feathered birds gracefully performed various lithe movements in midair, accompanied by sparkling effects, transporting the audience into a dreamlike world. The Phaeton Cup was indeed a competition at the Galactic Alliance level. Both previous troops had delivered outstanding performances, but the water sleeve dance itself was no less remarkable. Now it all depended on Nancy and her team's skill. The host stepped onto the stage. Next up is the Feng dance troupe from the White Horse Galaxy. Their dance is adapted from the game JoJo, which according to reports also originated from a fragment of interstellar civilization. Let us enjoy their performance together. Feng suddenly thought that if Nancy and her team could win the championship, it would be an excellent opportunity to bring JoJo onto the stage of the Galactic Alliance. A drum sounded. In the center of a circle of drums, Lin Jiu, dressed in flowing attire, struck a pose that tested the very foundation of dance technique. Yuan was taken aback. How did they? Dolly sighed. They insisted on it. They said that since they had already seen what a championship-winning dance looked like, they would regret it forever if they gave up. Lin Jiu is the most talented among them and has been practicing dance the longest. She sacrificed her sleep to train. That girl has remarkable perseverance. Feng knew best the difficulty of ambush from 10 sides. Has she mastered it? Dolly shook his head. She only learned 3 sections of it. Indeed, after Lin Jiu's solo of 3 sections, the drums were removed, and the remaining 3 dancers joined her. Together they began performing the water sleeve dance. Yet the power of ambush from 10 sides was immense. Even with just 3 sections, the interstellar audience was left speechless. The subsequent group dance was equally superb, supple yet powerful, with bends executed to perfection. Yuan overheard many exclamations of awe from the crowd. On the Interstellar live stream, which he couldn't see, comments were flooding in with praise and inquiries about the game JoJo. The Phaeton Cup competition scored performances on the spot. Soon the host excitedly took the stage. I now announce the winners of this Phaeton Cup. First place goes to the Feng dance troupe from the White Horse Galaxy. Second place to the Starry Sky dance troupe from the Gemini Galaxy. And third place to the Beast dance troupe from the Sagittarius Galaxy. The venue erupted with cheers. Feng mused that announcing the first place winner first was indeed a straightforward approach typical of interstellar people. Dolly excitedly slapped his shoulder. Did you hear that? We came in first. Oh my god, this has never happened before. Since the Phaeton Cup's inception, we've never even made it to the finals, let alone won first place. Feng, this is all because of you. Feng winced from the slaps, but endured. I know you're excited, but calm down. Let's first go see our heroic dance troupe. Backstage, the girls were overcome with emotion, nearly in tears. When Feng entered, they showered him with gratitude and praise. Fortunately, they didn't slap his shoulder, it was still numb from earlier. Although they had won the championship, their spaceship was still docked at the space station, costing 1,000,000 star coins per day. After attending the awards banquet, they would rush to the space station the next day and take a wormhole spaceship back to the White Horse Star. Upon Feng's return, he received a fervent welcome on Alpha Star. This time, he came back laden with honors. The White Horse Galaxy had never attained such distinction. Few in other star systems had even heard of it, yet now its name resounded throughout the Star Alliance. Even on Alpha Star, people spoke of this matter everywhere regarding the Game 9 provinces, with newfound esteem, no longer equating it with ordinary civilization fragments. For common fragments could never have secured a Flying Cup championship for the White Horse Galaxy. Many were curious that this civilization fragment was not renowned for dance, instead its strategic warfare drew greater attention. Feng met the Archon of Alpha Star for the first time. Indeed, Archon denotes an institution, but when followed by Your Excellency, it refers to its supreme leader, revealing the immense power held by this foremost figure. The Secretary General accompanied the Archon, surrounded by many others. Feng recognized only the Chief Justice among them. The rest were strangers. The Archon was said to be over 90, yet appeared youthful. Though the average lifespan of starfarers exceeded 150, was no tender age. With his short brown hair, he looked spirited, his face bearing few marks of time. Feng, is it? I've heard of your deeds. Well done. The White Horse Galaxy needs talents like you, he spoke with affable warmth. Feng replied modestly, it was my duty. As a son of the White Horse Galaxy, I naturally serve its interests. Many were astonished that an ordinary youth from a mid-tier planet showed no timidity in such a setting, but rather composure and ease. After the exchange of pleasantries, others came forward and turned to offer praise. Feng endured the tedium, knowing he needed the White Horse Galaxy's support for future endeavors in the Star Alliance. Nancy and the others were also lauded, but the young women fresh out of academia and from humble families seemed ill at ease. Feng cracked jokes between formalities to ease their tension. After countless millennia, humanity still celebrated with banquets. During the feast, Feng gleaned from conversations with the Archon and others that the position of Deputy Director of the Art Institute was far from trivial. When the Zerg threatened everything, served military ends in their absence, art became paramount. The Art Institute's role extended beyond internal affairs, primarily engaging with the Star Alliance. Yet the post was arduous, with yearly performance targets proving elusive, leading to frequent turnovers. When the Secretary-General first proposed the position, he never intended to appoint Lu Feng, given his lack of artistic lineage or experience. Rather, he hoped Lu Feng would exert more effort to secure a second-place finish for the Chu Feng dance troupe. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng triumphed, leading them to the championship. Many present reassessed the 9 provinces' civilization once deemed unremarkable in dance, now recognizing its extraordinary nature. Glints flickered in their eyes, hinting at schemes. The Secretary-General, like many, doubted Lu Feng's tenure as deputy director. Among all Archon positions, the Art Institute director changed most frequently. How long Lu Feng lasted depended on his own mettle. Lu Feng perceived that many outwardly flattered him while secretly awaiting his downfall, a commoner daring to enter the Archon circle. Yet he cared not. Since he had ascended to the post, leaving would be his choice alone. On his return journey to Qihang, Lu Feng was in high spirits, already charting his future path. Daili had promised a surprise, and he anticipated it eagerly. Opening the door to Qihang, a burst of confetti and ribbons greeted him. "Welcome, Deputy Director Lu." Lu Feng gazed at the crowd, moved. Upon arriving in the interstellar realm, he had been a destitute youth on a mid-tier planet, believing it the entire universe. Now he knew he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. But it mattered not, he was confident in forging his own path among the stars. "All right, everyone has worked hard. This year's bonuses will be doubled." Cheers erupted. "Thank you, Boss Lu." The Qihang team had prepared festivities, but Lu Feng, weary from 2 banquets, let them celebrate on their own. Back in his office, a beaming Daili brought a young man forward. Lu Feng smiled. "Is this the surprise you mentioned?" "Yes, Xiaofeng. Meet our new algorithm engineer Zhu Xuan. His skills rival mine. With him, progress on the new server has doubled. I estimate completion in 3 months." Indeed, a delightful surprise. Lu Feng was overjoyed as this bolstered his plans to enter the Star Alliance. "Well done. Where did you find him?" Daili was equally excited in the game itself. He cracked the behavioral algorithms of our game characters. Zhu Xuan coughed, interrupting Chief Dai. "Is this Boss Lu Yuan?" "All right." Daili slapped his forehead, nearly forgot. "Xiaofeng, Zhu Xuan admires you greatly and has been wanting a photo with you." Lu Feng waved dismissively. "That's trivial. By the way, how is 9 provinces progressing?" At this, Daili fell silent. Lu Feng was surprised. "What's wrong? Have players altered the storyline?" "No, but someone started a futures business within the game, profiting from the characters. I'm unsure whether to ban it." Lu Feng chuckled. "No need. Players earn by their own wits. Rest assured, the autonomous programs we set for the characters aren't mere decorations. After one deception, some will learn quickly." He opened his light brain to check the progress. "So it's now the 3 Kingdoms period." His voice brimmed with nostalgia. This was the 3 kingdoms of the late Eastern Han Dynasty, from which countless tales sprang. Heroes, villains, the sleeping dragon, and young phoenix. He yearned to witness these figures anew. Lin Bai felt this journey had gone unusually smoothly. He merely laid out the advantages and drawbacks, and Sun Jian agreed without hesitation. Truly, the more capable a person is, the clearer their perception of the situation. He sent a message in the Starlight Ocean group. "Chat matters in Jiangdong have been settled. Wenqi, how are things on your end?" "Wenqi, I can't fathom what Liu Bei is thinking. All I hear is that a certain Mr. Wulong is extraordinarily talented. Liu Bei has personally visited him 3 times to beg him to emerge from seclusion, yet hasn't even glimpsed him once. Yet he insists on going again, and now I'm accompanying them for the 3rd attempt. Sleepless, my mentor has developed a new type of crossbow. Its range doubles that of conventional models, and its destructive power is significantly greater. He's also refined the alloy formula for my blades. I'm currently arranging field tests, but funds are desperately needed. Claire, when will your capital arrive?" "Claire, no rush. A steady stream of affluent newcomers has entered recently. I'll harvest a quick round to tide you over, then reserve the rest for gradual extraction. Lena, my tavern is overwhelmed. I must expand its scale. Lon, fine. I've already shuttered my Lon restaurant to help you recruit staff. Lin Bai, we facilitated the alliance between Jiangdong and Jingzhou, yet no mandatory quest triggered. It appears neither Sun Jian nor Liu Bei qualifies as a primary narrative figure. I believe we should adopt a more proactive stance. I'll remain in Jiangdong for now, watching for opportunities." Wenqi agreed. "Aside from his sworn brothers, Liu Bei commands virtually no loyalists here. I can easily bring him under control. Ming, by the way, where's Zhu Xuan? He hasn't logged in since last time. Has anyone seen him?" Lon, after you all left, he returned briefly with several friends, but we haven't seen him since. Wenqi, he's been away from home lately. His parents even came to my place searching for him. Ming, by could something have happened to him? Wenqi, unlikely. He frequently vanishes and reappears without warning. His family has long grown accustomed to it. In any case, he's unreliable. Everyone should rely on themselves." When Lu Feng opened the Jiuzhou backend analytics, he discovered Lon Restaurant had fully pivoted to futures trading. The artificially depressed wine prices were gradually rising again. Many had purchased large quantities at the low point, assuming fellow players were driving the surge, sparking early signs of infighting among the signs of wealth. Lu Feng arched a brow. Clearly it was time to enhance the financial acumen of in-game characters. They couldn't simply await exploitation by players. Then he turned his attention to the Three Kingdoms factions. Cao Cao has unified the north, and is now preparing to seize the south. All proceeding normally. Next Jingzhou Liu Biao has passed, and Jingzhou has passed to Liu Bei. Also normal. Wait, this is deeply abnormal. Liu Bei has actually been drugged and controlled by players. What on earth is happening? Dai Li wore an awkward expression. Preoccupied with the new server rollout, he'd never imagined players would grow so audacious to kidnap a regional warlord. Lu Feng checked Jiangdong. Next, the player Lin Bai had persuaded Jiangdong to ally against Cao Cao. The Jiangdong delegation comprised Zhou Yu and Lin Bai. Jingzhou's representative was Wen Qi. Dai Li sighed wordlessly. How dare these players soar beyond the heavens? Shall I assign them mandatory quests immediately? Hold on, Lu Feng raised a hand. Notice how none of their actions have triggered the mandatory quest mechanism. That's why you remained unaware. Superficially, Jingzhou remains under Liu Bei's rule, and both factions' trajectories still align with canonical narrative progression. Clearly, they've thoroughly studied Jiuzhou. If you impose mandatory quests now, you'll inadvertently reveal the plot's direction, playing directly into their hands. Dai Li paused. Indeed, if these players learn the narrative trajectory, who knew how drastically they might alter events? Restoration would become impossible. Then shall we ban their accounts? Lu Feng shook his head. No, they violated no game rules. First investigate how could they rise so swiftly within two rival courts. They must have assistance. Dai Li traced their digital footprints. Within moments, interconnections emerged. No player could evade an engineer's scrutiny. Lu Feng scanned the findings and nearly laughed in exasperation. Remarkable. One amasses wealth through future speculation, another builds private armies with third constructs and intelligence networks spanning all domains, yet another excels in warfare and diplomacy. Players truly are a reservoir of talent. His gaze hardened. It's time players felt the world's unyielding coldness. Activate the Xinxia system. Understood. Zhu Xuan had been immersed in new server development until he noticed Dai Li lingering unusually long in Lu Yuan's office. Unease stirred within him. Had their activities been uncovered? What exactly had those players done? He'd been offline so long he hadn't heard a word. Perhaps upon Dai Li's return he'd need to discreetly inquire. After all, he'd nearly forgotten he was operating undercover. Dai Li returned with a grim expression, striding hastily, as if catastrophe loomed. What's wrong? Why not accelerate the new server research? Take charge of the new server project for now, Dai Li said sternly. I must integrate new systems into the game. Once complete, we'll collaborate. Before Zhu Xuan could ask what system, Dai Li had already hurried away. Soon Zhu Xuan watched Dai Li lead Jin Zifat and others toward a heavily secured, isolated office, a place even Dai Li rarely entered. The Xinxia system was a module Lu Feng designed before departing for Tianwu Star. It served as his contingency measure. If player behavior spiraled beyond control, he would deploy this system. Yet its activation carried profound trade-offs. It would eliminate many players yet dramatically enrich gameplay for the most skilled, and safeguard narrative integrity above all. Lu Feng had hesitated before building it, but ultimately proceeded. For no other reason than this version's narrative must remain inviolate. It is the original chronicle, the true history. Within the game, players debated the Flying Heaven Cup Championship. Many recognized Nanxi. Her troops' breakthrough performance ode to Tangerine's premiered at Jiuzhou Middle School. Countless players had witnessed her dance across star systems and within the game itself. Never imagined they'd clinch the title. Their market value will skyrocket again. Securing tickets may soon prove impossible. Rumors say their water-sleeve dance originates from Jiuzhou. Have any of you seen it? I've scoured countless pleasure houses, yet no one recalls such a dance. Apparently, Lu Feng of Qihong taught it in advance. The dance hasn't yet debuted within Jiuzhou. Once it does, I'll attend in person. That dance truly was exquisite. Game announcement. Recently, Jiuzhou has detected demonic entities from extraplanar realms infiltrating the world. Accordingly, the Shu Mountain map has been generated on an island in the South China Sea. Disciples of Shu Mountain dedicate themselves to subduing demons and expelling evil spirits. 3,000 disciples have descended the mountain to hunt monsters. Players are advised to take heed. Clad in white robes, Shu Mountain disciples wield miraculous arts, commanding swords to fly and casting potent spells. In-game characters cannot perceive them, and the disciples intervene solely in demon-slaying matters, never in mundane affairs. Players must embody their assigned characters, faithfully acting in strict accordance with their identities. Should Shu Mountain disciples suspect a player of being an extraplanar entity, that player will be placed on the demon suspect list. Disciples will shadow the suspect, observing conduct continuously. Any anomaly triggers immediate execution. Confirmed demonic entities identified thus far: Lin by Wen Qi and Sleepless, currently under active pursuit. All players are warned to exercise utmost caution. The Celestial Martial system had announced it 3 times within the game world, underscoring the gravity of the matter. Yet the players were bewildered. What were these Shu Mountain and its disciples? And demons? Where in this world could such beings exist, if not fabricated by the game's narrative? Confused, many sent private messages to Mingming Bai, seeking clarification. Mingming Bai, however, had no time to respond. 3 members of their Star Ocean faction had already been listed on the demonic register, and according to the game announcement, they were to be slain immediately. This announcement is clearly targeting us, Mingming Bai said. What's your situation? Have you encountered any Shu Mountain disciples? Not yet, replied Shui Buxing. But I'm terrified. I thought being discovered would lead to a ban, but this feels like a manhunt. It's cat and mouse. Why can't they just end me quickly? Strange, Wen Qi mused. We haven't triggered any forced quests. How did they find us? They can't be watching us constantly. I think we've misunderstood something, Lin Bai interjected. They noticed us because we deviated from the plot. The lack of forced quests suggests our actions align with the original storyline. I'm safe, Claire exclaimed. It seems futures trading is permitted. Shui Buxing retorted, enough analysis. What do we do now? Wait for death, or can we salvage this? Many players make a valid point, Mingming Bai said. If they're sending assassins instead of banning us, there's room for negotiation. In-game killings follow rules. We have money and people. We can fight back. When she agreed, we can deploy the armies under our control against these Shu Mountain disciples. They're only 3,000. Read the rules carefully, Lin Bai warned. Original game characters are invisible to Shu Mountain disciples. They can only see players. Then we form a player team. Shui Buxing suggested. Our interests align. We can hire others. Look at the sky, Mingming Bai said. Instinctively, all players glanced upward. From the south, a group of white-robed figures descended riding swords with cold, stern faces, like immortals from ancient tales. Players stared wide-eyed, eager to share their discovery, but the surrounding game characters carried on as if nothing had happened. The white-robed figures dispersed, landing in different locations. A moment of silence fell over the world channel before an explosion of chatter erupted. My God, did I see that? Are those Shu Mountain disciples? They're stunning. I love their robes. Are their swords flying vehicles? How can flying vehicles exist in this era? The game characters can't see them. Clearly they're not from this time. But it's unscientific. Even if the swords are vehicles, they fly at such speeds without windshields. Wouldn't they be blown away? Watch out. A nearby Shu Mountain disciple just impaled a player with his flying sword. What the hell? Why are they killing players directly? Is this turning into a battle royale? Battle royale. Think again. They can fly, control swords, and use spells, far stronger than the Zerg. If they hunt us, we won't last a minute. 3,000 Shu Mountain disciples, neither too many nor too few. Players in every city would inevitably encounter some. They meticulously studied the game rules, analyzed forums, and pieced together intelligence from slain players. The first rule was soon deduced: the game's language. The game's built-in translation feature had allowed many players to gradually learn the game's language. They found it enhanced communication with game characters and grew fascinated by its idioms, which were rooted in their own experiences. Mingming Bai had once instructed members of Xiaobai Jidao to learn the game's language. Yet many, especially new players, relied on the translation system. If a nearby Shu Mountain disciple heard interstellar speech, they would instantly identify the speaker as an otherworldly being and execute them. Meanwhile, when Qi and Lin Bai were fleeing for their lives, several descending disciples targeted them directly. They had hoped to rally players for a fight, but after witnessing the disciples' power, they realized it was futile. No number of players could match such might. They had no time to strategize, only to escape. Their pursuers apparently couldn't track them constantly, otherwise flight would be impossible. Shui Buxing was less fortunate. He lingered to pack his blueprints and formulas, unwilling to abandon months of effort. Their arrival was swifter than expected. As he stepped out, a handsome white-robed man pursued him. Spare me. Take these crossbows and weapons. Just let me go. The disciple coldly declared demons must be slain. With that, his sword struck. Shui Buxing stared at the blade piercing his chest and cried, "He'll be back." Mingming Bai, Lanlin, and Claire fared no better. Though not labeled demons, they were on the suspicion list, constantly shadowed by a disciple ready to strike at any irregularity. Terrified, they dared not even send private messages. Outside the game, Dai Li and Xiao Yu watched players die and respawn repeatedly. This will make them hate us, Xiao Yu worried. There was no need to check the forums, as Xiao Yu knew the backlash would be fierce. Lu Feng shrugged. It's fine. After all this time, it's time to filter out players who truly appreciate our game. Having visited Tianwu Star, Lu Feng was no longer content with just the Bema Galaxy. This method protected the game's core narrative while spreading Jiuzhou culture. Players who wished to avoid execution would need to learn the game's language, adopt its etiquette, and immerse themselves in Jiuzhou culture, fostering deeper engagement and allegiance. Boss, I've received a message from the lower star, Hua Fei announced, entering abruptly. What news? Before leaving the Beima galaxy, Lu Feng had instructed Hua Fei to drop communication devices on the lower star via Claire's charity ship. The two planets lacked internet connectivity. The device was primitive, capable only of text transmission, and highly unreliable. Messages could only be sent when a ship passed by. Lu Feng hadn't expected to receive anything. Those on the lower star had lost control. The chance of a meaningful message was slim. His plan had been to gather intel from the governor, but news arrived sooner than anticipated. Perhaps the lower star wasn't as chaotic as he imagined. There might still be lucid individuals. Who sent it? Lu Feng was speechless. Just one character. Hua Fei nodded. Given the transmission constraints, sending only that seemed absurd. Reply: the secret of the lower star. In the game, although Lin Bei's disappearance made Sun Quan suspect that Liu Bei might be up to some trick, after much deliberation, he concluded that the alliance still had to be forged, or otherwise Cao Cao's massive army would be impossible to withstand. Thus Sun Quan dispatched his trusted advisor Lu Su to negotiate an alliance with Liu Bei. After his release, Liu Bai's first order of business was to issue a warrant for Wen Shi and Lin Bai, but the urgency of forming an alliance compelled both parties to reach an agreement swiftly. The two factions confronted Cao Cao at the Red Cliffs. Meanwhile, players were preoccupied with learning the game's language and etiquette to ensure their survival, to the extent that even the future's prices of fine liquor began to stabilize. Without player interference, the game's narrative could proceed normally. Many seasoned players confident in their abilities ventured near the Red Cliffs to gather intelligence on the war. Yet Mingming Bai, overwhelmed by his own troubles, had no time to send messages. With the largest number of followers, he was the most exposed and had already suffered significant losses. The players witnessed Cao Cao linking all his ships together and saw an eastern wind sweep a great fire into Cao Cao's camp. Cao Cao suffered a crushing defeat and retreated north. Jingzhou was divided among Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan, and the tripartite balance of power gradually became clear. To the players' surprise, of the three who had been placed on the execution list by the system, only Sleepyhead had been killed, while Lin Bai and Wen Shi were still alive. This piqued the players' curiosity. How everyone had witnessed the combat prowess of the Shushan disciples, and they wondered how anyone could escape from such pursuers. The explanation was simple: disguise and concealment. Wen Shi suddenly received a message from Zhu Xuan, who told him that although they were on the execution list, there was still a way out. The Shushan disciples did not recognize the players' appearances. They likely possessed something akin to ancient wanted posters, crudely sketched with a few strokes of charcoal. Wen Shi wanted to ask for more details, but Zhu Xuan logged off after sending the message. After relaying the information to Xingqian Dahai, the two transformed from refined scholars into rugged, bearded men with disheveled appearances. Yet this was not entirely foolproof. The Shushan disciples seemed to possess a peculiar ability to recognize people, and if they were close for any length of time, they could still identify them. These were lessons learned through the players' sacrifices. At that moment, Sun Quan was furious. That damned Liu Bei broke his word. He agreed only to borrow a part of Jingzhou, yet now he refuses to return it. Lu Ming fumed. Liu Bei is a petty man. He absorbed the territories of Liu Biao and Liu Zhong without lifting a finger, likely through some underhanded means. Sun Quan suddenly turned. Who's there? A stout, burly man cautiously surveyed his surroundings before revealing himself. It's me. Just as Sun Quan and Lu Ming were about to call for guards, they took a closer look and recognized him. Lin Bai. Didn't you flee? Why are you here and in such a state? Lin Bai said, My lord, someone is hunting me. Sun Quan showed little surprise. I know. I heard you imprisoned Liu Bei earlier. What exactly is your aim? Lin Bai wanted to say that it wasn't just Liu Bei after him, but he decided against it, as these people couldn't see his pursuers anyway. My lord, there is no place for me in the south now. I wish to serve you. Please grant me a chance. Lu Ming stepped forward. Impossible. Lin Bai betrayed Liu Bei once, he could betray you as well. Sun Quan remained silent. He understood Lu Ming's point, but these were times that called for talent, and Lin Bai was well versed in both civil and military affairs. Lin Bai seemed to spot a flash of white in the distance. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Sun Quan and Lu Ming, startling Lu Ming into drawing his blade. Had it not been for the sight of the Shushan disciple, he wouldn't have come here, but joining Sun Quan's side might not be a bad idea. Lin Bai knelt down, subtly shifting his position so that Lu Ming could shield him. My lord, when I served under Liu Bei, I exhausted myself for his cause. Yet as soon as he secured Jingzhou, he grew suspicious of me and falsely accused me of kidnapping him, sending men to hunt me down. If I truly harbored rebellious intentions, why wouldn't I have simply killed him and seized power? Sun Quan said nothing, and Lu Ming hesitated, unsure whether to believe the man. Lin Bai noticed the white-clad figure, seemed to glance their way. He grasped Sun Quan's robe, lowered his head, and continued. You know Liu Bai's character better than I do, my lord. If you take me in, I vow to reclaim Jingzhou for you. Sun Quan finally made up his mind. Very well. I trust your integrity. I never imagined Liu Bei could be so shameless, not only seizing my Jingzhou, but also treating his own subordinates so disgracefully. Lin Bai saw the Shushan disciple finally leave and breathed a sigh of relief, not paying attention to what Sun Quan had said, and replied, "I shall obey your command." He updated the group chat about his situation. When Qi was not as fortunate. When they were pursued, the two had split up. He had fled into a mountain forest, living a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, becoming a true savage. Mingming Bai asked curiously, "Did Liu Bei really borrow Jingzhou and not return it? My intelligence says he has already taken Yizhou. Did he not go there?" Lin Bai replied, "When Jingzhou was divided into 3, Liu Bei only borrowed a small portion of Sun Quan's share. Although he didn't return it, he gave 2 other territories in exchange. Sun Quan just needed a pretext. Without Cao Cao's threat, they would naturally be wary of each other being too close." Lan said, "Wait, aren't you fleeing for your life? How do you know so much?" Lin Bai said, "I've been nearby all along, never going far. Shushan disciples are everywhere now, it's the same no matter where I go." Mingming Bai asked, "No player has found a way to lift the pursuit yet. Are you going to keep running forever?" Lin Bai replied, "I'll take it one step at a time. It's not a certain death sentence. With a new appearance I can still accomplish many things, though I must be cautious." When Qi mused, "I'm curious if the game setting only allows players to flee. Has anyone tried setting traps for these Shushan disciples? After all these years of gaming, this batch of players was no longer the innocent, kind-hearted bunch they once were. Those who had survived till now were all seasoned veterans." Mingming Bai said, "Don't even think about it for now. Earlier, a player on the forum called for those with military experience and strong combat skills to join forces and ambush them. But it turned out they might really be immortal beings. With just a flick of their fingers, they could summon invisible forces to attack, claiming that ordinary weapons were useless against them." Lan said, "Right now, we can't even wound them, let alone kill them. The game has made them far too powerful, like walking bugs." Zhu Xuan said, "You fools, Lu Yuan designed this immortal system specifically to counter you players who disrupt the storyline. Did you think it was just for you to farm monsters?" When she asked Zhu Xuan, "You're online. Where have you been?" Mingming Bai asked, "How do you know all this?" Zhu Xuan replied, "I'm short on time, I can't explain everything. I'm mainly here to tell you that the Shushan disciples are essentially specialized capture robots. If you're under suspicion, just behave normally and ITLL clear up in a couple of days. If you're on the execution list, change your identity quickly. They can only hunt prey within their line of sight. Stay in crowded places where they can't use their swords and change your disguise as soon as you're out of their sight." Zhu Xuan logged off after speaking, but the clues he left behind proved invaluable. The construction of the new server was accelerating and the team, including Dolly, was in good spirits. Jinzi casually remarked, "By the way, Zhu Xuan, you've logged into the game recently, haven't you? I think I saw your login record." Zhu Xuan nearly jumped. "You're not allowed to look at my login records. That's an invasion of privacy." Only when he noticed everyone staring did he realize his reaction had been excessive. Dolly quickly smoothed things over. "No one's got time to snoop on your records. But now that you're our employee, your login activity shows up pretty clearly on the back end. You know how it is." Jinzi rolled her eyes. "Exactly. We're swamped every day. Not like you who still has time to play games." Zhu Xuan felt both guilty and wronged. Was he really playing for fun? If he didn't leak some information soon, the Starry Ocean faction would be wiped out, either on the kill list or the suspicion list. Noticing Zizhuan's strange expression, Dolly comforted him. "It's fine. We all have the freedom to play games. Just make sure you play as an ordinary player. Don't use insider info from Qihong to make money or break the game balance." Zhu Xuan thought to himself, "I'm saving people. That shouldn't count as breaking the rules, right?" Lu Feng had now been appointed deputy director of the Art Institute and was about to take up his post at the governor's building. Fortunately, the interstellar system had no rule forbidding governor members from engaging in business, so he could continue as the head of Qihong. Before he left, Hua Fei brought news from the lower star. The reply was still brief. Exchange for leaving the lower star. It meant help him leave the lower star in exchange for the secret he held. Lu Feng mused, "If I had the power to take someone from the lower star, would I have bothered tossing a communicator there?" His reply was equally vague, no guarantees. He told Hua Fei, "If we get information from that side, great. If not, no matter. Once I become a governor official, I'll have plenty of chances to find out what's really going on with the lower star." Hua Fei nodded. It was the same building as before. After someone guided Lu Feng through the formalities, he headed straight for the Art Institute. At the entrance, many people came to greet him. Lu Feng nodded and smiled. Dolly was among them and said, "The Art Institute now has 1300 people, 1 director, and 7 deputy directors, including you. The director is old, over 140, and no longer handles affairs. The 6 other deputy directors manage daily operations." The first order of business was a meeting. The elderly director announced Lu Feng's appointment and began assigning his responsibilities. Deputy Director Lu, so young and already leading our dance troupe to win the Feitian Cup championship. Truly remarkable. It's clear that work relies on young people. We old folks are no longer of much use. Sensing something amiss, Lu Feng quickly said, "Not at all. That was pure luck. I'm new to the Art Institute and lack experience. I still have much to learn from all of you." The other deputy directors chimed in, "We don't have the ability to lead a championship-winning troupe. From now on, the Art Institute will rely on Deputy Director Liu. The previous deputy director who left was in charge of the Galactic Alliance affairs. Why don't you continue handling that? None of us are as experienced as you in that area." Yes. I think Deputy Director Liu is perfect for this role. Someone muttered quietly, "Is it appropriate for Deputy Director Liu, who just arrived, to take on such a difficult task?" "Then you do it." Instantly no one spoke. Lu Feng realized they must have planned this in advance. By springing it on him in front of the entire institute on his first day, they made it impossible for him to refuse. Otherwise, he'd appear incompetent and unwilling to take responsibility. Lu Feng smiled. Since the director and deputy directors have decided he'll take on the task, they smiled back with satisfaction, though disdain flickered in their eyes. Just as expected from someone from a mid-tier planet, flattered by a few compliments and loses all sense. The Galactic Alliance division has performance targets. Doesn't he know how the last one left? This position will change hands soon enough. After the meeting, Lu Feng went to his office. It was spacious, over 100 square meters, and well equipped by logistics. At least no one had skimped on that since the facilities were already in place. Even his living quarters were ready, a standalone house of over 300 square meters fully furnished. Noticing Dallas' worried expression earlier, Lu Feng called him to his office after settling in. Dali was the person he knew best at the Art Institute. What exactly is the work of the Galactic Alliance division? Why does everyone seem so afraid of it? Knowing Lu Feng's easygoing nature, Dali spoke without restraint. The Art Institute's work is divided into internal and external. Internal means producing art for our own galaxy, videos, music, TV series, etc., with quality requirements. External means uploading a certain number of works to the Galactic Alliance platform. Lu Feng nodded. So internal work is easier to fudge since the standards are in our hands. External work has to meet the Galactic Alliance's standards. Dali was stunned that Lu Feng had immediately grasped the essence. Lu Feng continued, "So what's the target, and what happens if it's not met?" Dali replied, "This year's target is to upload 20 works to the Galactic Alliance or generate 20 billion in revenue. The latter is impossible. Based on past data, a single work from our galaxy earns less than 10 million on average. If we achieve less than half, we get downgraded. If we hit half, but not the full target, salaries are cut. Salary cuts shouldn't matter. Once you're a governor official, would you lack star coins?" Dali spoke a rare truth. Honestly, this external job is the toughest. The previous deputy directors all left because they couldn't meet the targets. You have experience leading a championship-winning troupe, but the Fatian Cup is only held once every 3 years. Moreover, dance works are abundant, so the standards are especially strict. Even if a few of your fragments could be selected, the gap to the target is still huge. Lu Feng was least worried about this. Others saw it as a burden, but for him, it was the perfect fit. "You said failing the assessment leads to demotion. So are the previous deputy directors still here?" "How could they be? Failing the assessment and watching former colleagues become superiors or former subordinates become equals. Who could bear that humiliation? They all found connections to transfer out." Speaking of this, Dali looked at Lu Feng with concern, knowing his background all too well. He was clearly worried that if Lu Feng failed, he wouldn't even have the connections to transfer. Lu Feng's lips twitched. "Thanks for the concern, really." Over the next few days, he familiarized himself with the Art Institute's operations. The more he learned, the more he realized it was no wonder they produced so few works. Previously, all works from the White Horse Galaxy were monopolized by the Psychic Association. The Art Institute relied solely on psychics for content, offering star coins for works. More star coins for works meeting Galactic Alliance standards. In fact, a large portion of the Psychic Association's funding came from the Art Institute. With only so many psychics, how many works could they produce in a year? He quickly had Dali post an announcement on the Star Net, still offering rewards for works that could be selected, but expanding the scope to the entire galaxy. Dali was about to say that ordinary people's works had no chance of being selected. But then he remembered that the works related to Jiuzhou, created by ordinary people, were just as beautiful and effective at treating sensory apathy as those from psychics. He finally understood Lu Feng's intent. Dali informed Lu Feng that their new server was now ready to go live and they could start the game anytime. Lu Feng decided to wait for the opportune moment when the Star Alliance and the White Horse Star Cluster would launch new servers together. In the game, the system issued an announcement: the art creation contest had begun. There were no restrictions on the type of work. Those selected by the Art Institute to represent the Star Alliance would receive account rewards. Many players saw the Art Institute's announcement expanding the scope of participants, and upon seeing this, one realized it was clearly coordinated with the Institute's activities. Finally, it's the turn for my music activity. There are so many unique instruments and tunes in the 9 provinces. The song I composed can finally be put to use. Sculpture. The stories of the figures from this era have given me so much inspiration. My sculpture will surely make a name. The paintings of this era are called ink wash paintings. They emphasize artistic conception. I find them very intriguing. Now when players discussed things, they no longer chatted casually on the streets like before. They either sent messages on the World Channel or forums, or surreptitiously looked around to see if any Shushan disciples were nearby whispering their discussions. These Shushan disciples were not robots. If the content of a discussion did not align with the current world, the Shushan disciples would add the speakers to a list of suspects upon hearing it. Lin Bai, however, had no mood to read the announcement. He had thought Sun Quan would send him to attack Xiang Yu, but Sun Quan told him Xiang Yu was attacking Cao Cao. Lin Bai was full of questions. Why was Xiang Yu attacking Cao Cao? Was it because they were too close? Sun Quan excitedly told him, "This is a perfect opportunity to retake Jingzhou. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. Guan Yi's attack is excellent, simply excellent." Zhou Yu pondered and said, "It is indeed a good opportunity. However, we cannot send our troops directly. I suggest we disguise ourselves as ordinary civilians. That way we won't arouse suspicion easily." Lin Bai said, "I can lead the men there." "No," Zhou Yu replied. "Let Lu Ming handle this. You have another task." In the past, Lin Bai might not have been so obedient, but now he needed to keep a low profile, so he nodded. "All right." Sun Quan hesitated but still spoke. "Lin Bai, there are no men of Liu Bei around now. Why are you still dressed like this every day? Why don't you change back quickly?" Lin Bai could only force a bitter smile. Was he afraid of Liu Bai's men? The problem was that he couldn't explain this matter. "No, I'm afraid Liu Bei might have spies or traitors here. It's better to be cautious." Lu Ming scoffed. "Thinking of how you, Lin Bai, were once considered a talent, how did you become so terrified of Liu Bei? He's already gone to Yizhou, far away from you." Lin Bai truly had grievances he couldn't voice. He could only say, "I'm just timid." The last time the Sunlu Alliance had used fire to attack Cao Cao. This time Guan Yu used water, flooding the 7 armies and winning a great victory. Taking advantage of Guan Yi's absence, Lu Ming led his men, disguised as commoners, to easily sail into Jingzhou and seize Guan Yi's territory. When Guan Yu tried to return to the city, they used the geographical advantage to hold Jingzhou. Guan Yu could only flee towards Liu Bai's direction. Lin Bei's heart was filled with trepidation at Maiqing. On the road, he thought of a crucial question: if he really intercepted Guan Yu here, would he kill him or not? Guan Yu was definitely a key plot character. What if he wasn't supposed to die, but Lin Bai killed him? Would he then face the pursuit of several Shushan disciples? He hoped Guan Yu wouldn't take the Maiqing route, while simultaneously contacting Wen Qi. "Ask Juswan for me, does Guan Yu die at Maiqing?" Lin Bai believed Juswan must have special methods to know such information. Wen Qi replied he could only try. Juswan was busy with the new server matters. When he saw Wen Qi's message on his optical brain, he quietly approached Dai Li. "What's wrong?" "Encountered a problem with the algorithm." Juswan whispered. "No, actually, I really like Guan Yu from the Peach Oath Brotherhood. I want to know his fate." Dai Li shook his head. "It's Kehang's rule. Plot content is top secret. Even Qihong personnel cannot disclose it. Am I just ordinary personnel? I'm the deputy engineer." Dai Li was firm. "That still won't do." Jinzi interjected from the side. "I think it's about time. You can go take a look." Dai Li said sternly, "Jinzi. It's okay, boss. What has already happened isn't a spoiler. Let Juswan see off his idol." Juswan hurried out. "You're right. I want to see him off." At this moment, Lin Bai was truly in a difficult position. He had indeed encountered Guan Yu, whose combat prowess was formidable. Lin Bai tangled with him, while simultaneously fearing that someone else might kill him. Why hadn't Wen Qi's message arrived yet? Gradually, the men Lin Bai brought noticed something was wrong. "Lin Bai, what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping us from killing Guan Yu? Are you in league with him? I will surely report this to our lord." Lin Bai parried Guan Yi's green dragon crescent blade while replying, "Don't talk nonsense. Xiang Yi's attack is so fierce. I'm afraid of you making unnecessary sacrifices. With so many of us, are we afraid he'll escape? We can wear him down slowly. Why needlessly increase the death toll?" Those men thought about it and found it reasonable. Hearing this, Guan Yu was furious. "Shameless Lin Bai. You and Wen Qi imprisoned my elder brother trying to seize power, and now you've defected to Sun Quan. Today I will surely kill you to avenge my brother." At that moment, Wen Qi's message finally arrived. Lin Bai shouted, "No good. This Guan Yu is too fierce. Everyone attack together and kill him." In the end, Guan Yu suffered his defeat at Maiqing. Sun Quan was very pleased to see Lin Bai return. "Excellent. You truly are a talent. Lin Bai, you have rendered great service in killing Guan Yu. How about I appoint you as a general? When I unify the realm, you shall be the supreme commander of the realm's armies." No, Lin Bai quickly refused. "My lord, the credit for this achievement is not mine, but yours for the excellent strategy. I believe that even if it weren't for me, that Xiang Yu would have surely met his end at Maiqing. So let me remain a vanguard for now. When I truly earn merit, you can reward me. That way I can better command respect." Now quite a few people in Sun Quan's army knew he was there. He didn't know if this news would reach the ears of the Shushan disciples. If he became a general, everyone in the army would know him. What would be the point of hiding then? He might as well go and surrender himself to the Shushan disciples. On the other side, upon learning of Guan Yi's death, Liu Bei was furious and wanted to fight Sun Quan to the death. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei was killed by his own men. Consumed by rage, Liu Bei decided to lead his troops personally to wage a decisive battle against Sun Quan. It is not feasible to develop in isolation within the Bema star system while wanting to go online in the Galactic Alliance. Lu Feng quickly formulated a business trip plan. Lu Feng nodded. It's just part of the team. Actually, logging into the Galactic Alliance's website can be done from any planet in the Fairy Star system, but I have been to Tianwu Star once and am familiar with it. Moreover, the dances performed by Nancy and the others are quite famous there, which has made Zhuzhou well known among many people. Our first stop will be easier there. Dai Li still looked worried. What about Alpha Star? There is no connection between the two star systems. If something goes wrong, we won't know anything. Lu Feng thought for a moment and said, so my plan is to send part of the team over while leaving the rest here to continue maintaining the game. Xiaoyu asked who will go. Is the Galactic Alliance launching a new server? Will the original server still be operational? Lu Feng replied, I haven't finalized the candidates yet. It also depends on everyone's willingness. As for Zhuzhou, I plan to launch it alongside the original Reality Space server, but since the Reality Space server has developed to this stage, there is no need for any changes. To differentiate, Qihang refers to the current server as the Reality Space server and the new server as the Parallel Universe server. Wouldn't new players feel lost? Lu Feng chuckled. People are proactive when it comes to things they are interested in. The game records everything that has happened before, so allowing them to seek answers themselves is better than us providing them directly. The selection of people going to Tianwu Star was quickly determined, but the dilemma lay with Zhu Xuan. As two algorithm engineers, he and Dai Li would certainly have one go and one stay, and Dai Li expressed that he was fine with it. Zhu Xuan hesitated. He thought to himself that if both Lu Yuan and Dai Li left, he would be the highest authority on Alpha Star, fully capable of collaborating with the group from the Starry Sea to create a major disturbance. Yet Lu Yuan kept painting enticing pictures for him. The Fairy Star system is the center of the entire Galactic Alliance, where we compete with people from the whole alliance. In the Bema Star system, the Spirit Master game is just beginning, and not even a decent fragment of civilization can be found. Don't you want to see how the outside world has developed? Zhu Xuan felt a shameful stir in his heart, and suddenly thought about betraying the organization. Okay, I'll go, he finally grit his teeth, and said. He could only apologize to Wen Qi. There was no choice. Although their organization was named Starry Sea, what Lu Yuan offered was a true Starry Sea. Lu Feng realized that one of the benefits of becoming the deputy director of the Art Institute was the ability to use wormhole spaceships. These were not only expensive, but also inaccessible for ordinary people. However, as the deputy director of the Art Institute, business trips to the Fairy Star system were inevitable, and thus the Institute was equipped with wormhole spaceships. Yet previous deputy directors considered this a hard task, and no one wanted to go. As he once again boarded the spaceship heading to Tianwu Star, Lu Feng felt completely different from the last time. Previously, he was filled with confused curiosity. This time, he was filled with hope and ambition, carrying the servers and various equipment for Qihang along with Zhu Xuan and Jin Zi. He believed this time he was truly going to conquer the Starry Sea. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, another wormhole spaceship from Alpha Star was also heading towards the same starry sky. This was a wormhole spaceship from the Claire family. As a family that began by exploring new planets, the Claire family's shipbuilding technology is top-notch in the Bema Star system, and even the governor and military have placed orders with them. At this moment, several people gathered on the ship. Claire curiously asked, I am going to the Fairy Star system because my family's business requires delivery here. Why are you all here? Did Zhu Xuan persuade you? Ming Ming, Bai, and Lon Lon exchanged glances. It can't really be called persuasion. After seeing such a miraculous world as Zhuzhou, we have both been eager to see more of the outside world. Zhu Xuan mentioned that the outer star systems are entirely different from ours, and there are countless fragments of civilizations like Zhuzhou. Isn't that worth seeing? Claire turned to Wen Qi and Lin Bai. What about you two? Wen Qi replied, currently there is basically no possibility of opposing storylines in this game. It is clear that the storyline is their bottom line, and they will not allow us to change it. I heard that the new server allows for changes in the storyline, so naturally I want to see it. Claire raised an eyebrow. Alpha Star will also be launching the new server. Wen Qi continued, just think about it. When the new server goes live and allows for changes in the storyline, there will surely be different people rising to power. Players will become prophets. How many people are there on Alpha Star? How many are there in the Galactic Alliance? Competing with the strongest is the true fun of the game. Claire didn't quite understand. Oh, wouldn't less competition be better? He looked at Lin Bai. Are you also going to compete for dominance? Lin Bai shook his head. According to my family's rules at my age, I will receive startup capital to start my own business. The resources I can control in my family depend on the results of this venture. I believe that Lu Yuan will definitely make significant moves in the Galactic Alliance, and I want to see if I can participate. Lon Lon slapped her forehead. Actually, thinking about it, there are quite a few of us from the Starry Sea already. Why not go together again? Go together for what? As hidden emperors. Haven't you been chased by the disciples of Shushan enough? Lon Lon continued. Why should we stubbornly fight with the reality space server? A new server is opening, brothers. We can truly be emperors. Ming Bai pondered for a moment and said, actually, it's not impossible. Everyone's goal is either to compete in the game or to make money. They are not in conflict. As long as there are enough players in this game, isn't there a place easier to make money than in the game? The group exchanged glances. Ming Bai extended his hand. Starry Sea, setting sail again. One by one, hands were placed on top. Setting sail again. After entering the space station, Lu Feng set off with a group of people and a lot of things. Fortunately, the space station was equipped with robotic porters, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to manage all these items. During the 3 days at Tianwu Star, Lu Feng did not merely observe the works of the Galactic Alliance. He had already looked at the surrounding buildings and happened to take a liking to a standalone building in the city center. This building was originally used for Star Network games, but was preparing to return to its home planet due to poor management. Lu Feng compared the prices and directly rented it. When they arrived, the cleaning robots had already done their job. Jinzi exclaimed, "Wow, the buildings on Tianwu Star are even bigger and more beautiful than those on Alpha Star. This office is really nice." Lu Yuan said, "This building is a mix of office and residential use. The upper part is where we will stay, and the lower part is the office. This time our servers are all set up. As long as we connect to the Star Network here, we can use them. You all prepare. I will run the program tomorrow." For an ordinary person seeking to launch a new game, even with the simplified procedures of the interstellar world, it would take nearly a month. However, Lu Feng, as the deputy director of the Governor's Art Institute responsible for external works, could get it online in just 3 days. The opposing official's expression was icy. "Deputy Director Lu, according to regulations, your work can be launched on our Tianwu planet. However, if you wish to go live on the Galactic Alliance platform, it must first undergo a testing period and compete against works released during the same period. Only the top 3 winners can be launched." Lu Feng was already familiar with these rules. He inquired, "May I ask how many spiritual teacher games have been launched recently?" The official cast him what seemed like a pitying glance. "This isn't a good time for a launch. Your galaxy's 9 provinces is quite popular on Tianwu planet. Lately, many works integrating civilization fragments have been released. There are over 90,000 now. Thank you for the information." Upon his return, Lu Feng carelessly tossed the documents onto the table. He sank into a chair and said, "Brothers, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that our 9 provinces has gained some fame on Tianwu planet, giving us an advantage during the testing period. The bad news is that because of our fame, over 90,000 similar games have been released during this period, and there are only 3 slots for advancement." Jinzi and the others gasped sharply. 3 out of 90,000. Those odds. Fatty hesitated. If we don't get a slot this time, what then?" Lu Yuan replied lazily. "Then we'd have to wait for the next opportunity 3 months from now." Jinzi grew anxious. "We've even rented a building. Our daily expenses are flowing like water. The funds we brought can barely last 3 months." Lu Yuan stated directly, "Right, our funds are barely enough for 1 month." Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? Those 90,000 games are just trash. How could they compare to our 9 provinces?" "That's true." The next day, everything was ready except for one crucial element. Starting the game. Jinzi pressed the power button. The ink wash painting icon of 9 provinces slowly appeared. Meanwhile, a message kept refreshing on Tianwu planet's website. The 9 provinces game, whose civilization source is the water sleeve dance that won the Fatian Cup, is now online on Tianwu planet. Come take a look. Jinzi was speechless. Is this promotion so direct and crude? Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. What do you know? Nowadays, straightforward promotion is the most effective. Have you forgotten? Before 9 provinces, all our promotions were this direct. Since we're not making false claims, we just say it as it is. Jinzi and the others were dazed. Though 9 provinces hadn't been online long, it felt like a lifetime ago. This subtle indirect style never came from the interstellar realm, it originated from 9 provinces. The Fatian Cup was a competition known to nearly everyone on Tianwu planet. This planet was inherently skilled in dance, and most people were interested in it. Moreover, the Fatian Cup was a competition for the entire Galactic Alliance. Hosting it was a great honor. Even those with little interest would watch out of a sense of pride. Thus, 9 provinces had a greater impact on Tianwu planet than Lu Yuan and his team had imagined. Once Xiaoyu's money-fueled advertisements were in place, 9 provinces welcomed a flood of new player registrations. The login interface differed from before. At the top, occupying the largest space, was the real-time server. Below it were Parallel Time Server 1, Parallel Time Server 2, Parallel Time Server 3, and so on. Players naturally gravitated towards the most unique option first. However, within just 10 minutes, the real-time server was full. Some players chose to wait, while others, unable to bear the delay, entered the Parallel Time servers. In the Tianwu planet real-time server, after registering, players heard the general rules which felt novel to them. Upon entering, they observed their own clothes and long coiled hair, fiddling with them in curiosity. Look, that's a star on the horizon, just like our Tianwu planet. This world has natural stars. There are so many plants here. I wonder if any of them move. I hope not. In civilizations with moving plants, the plants attack living people. Countless have died there. Look at that animal. It's fluffy and kind of cute. I wonder if we can touch it. It's coming over. But its expression doesn't look friendly. Is it drooling? Does it see us as food? Hey, I don't have any weapons. What am I supposed to fight that animal with? Oh no, run. Don't just stand there staring without a weapon. According to the game's progress, Liu Bei was currently leading his troops against Sun Quan at Yiling. Some players drew soldier cards. What are we doing here? A nearby soldier replied in exasperation. Did you just wake up? We're fighting a war, of course. The player looked at the cold weapon in his hand. We're using this. No laser guns. Laser gun. What's that? Ignoring him, the NPC soldier continued bitterly. That scoundrel Sun Quan. While General Guan Yu was away fighting Cao Cao, he sent men to seize Jingzhou and ambushed him at Maicheng, causing General Guan's death. We must avenge him. Indeed. And General Zhang Fei was killed by his own men. No wonder our lord is so furious. They've been sworn brothers since their humble beginnings. Players who had drawn identity cards pieced together the story from the NPC's furious curses. Then they witnessed the man called their lord Liu Bei standing before the towering city gates, unleashing a torrent of abuse with the soldiers behind him joining in the fervent war of words. These interstellar people who generally preferred minimal communication and resorted to action when necessary had never seen such a rich vocabulary of insults. I've heard them curse from the previous generation all the way back to the ancestors. Doesn't this civilization's humanity share a single origin? Not just that, their insults defy logic. For instance, calling someone despicable and then claiming their parents and grandparents were the same. What does that have to do with their parents? A person's character is shaped by environment and upbringing, not bloodline. And that guy over there, he was even cursing the other sons and grandsons. Look at them. They're only teenagers, barely more than children themselves. Where would they have offspring? Wait, is that the point? Is this how they fight wars? Why isn't the other side coming out? Yeah, what kind of tactic is this? Two armies at war, and only one side is hurling insults while the other does nothing. That morning, despite drawing soldier identities, the players did nothing but learn a plethora of new curse words. During their idle moments, they browsed the world channel and forums, realizing how little they understood this civilization, which was unlike any other. Players assigned to Sun Quan's army were equally bewildered. They initially wanted to leave and charge straight at the enemy. But after seeing players who disobeyed orders being taken away and killed by a general named Lu Sun, they quickly fell in line. Even if they dismissed these crude blades as weapons, they could still kill. Besides, there seemed to be no laser guns in this game. Perhaps these simple blades were the most powerful weapons available. Liu Bei cursed beneath the city walls for months. During this time, the players gradually figured out the game's rules. Parallel time and space server 1. Still the spring and autumn and warring states period. Mingming Bai and the others had a clear goal and registered for this server immediately. Upon logging in, they were no longer confused as before, but began to systematically earn money, purchase information, and quietly build up armed forces. The chaotic era would soon arrive, and they planned to start by developing a small area. When Shi and Lin Bai trained the local hunters, while Mingming Bai and Lan took in beggar children, intending to rebuild Xiao Bei's network. Claire, drawing on her experience, exchanged some silver and embarked on the path of commerce. Thus, while other players were still marveling at the world's delicacies and amusements, the Starry Ocean team's power had already begun to take shape. Unlike the players of Alpha Star, those of Tianwu Star did not lack spiritual works. The affliction of apathy troubled them far less, and their initiative in the game was much stronger. Many players discovered the Starry Ocean team's strategy. Conquering games required first mastering management. After initial disdain and subsequent lessons, they earnestly researched and found this was the correct approach. So they formed their own teams, naming themselves Tianwu University Team. Soldiers are the best team, do-it-all team, and others emulating the Starry Ocean team by claiming territories and building their own forces. With the influx of players, the spring and autumn and warring states period became increasingly chaotic in terms of power dynamics. But overall, it was not a major issue. These players had yet to suffer at the hands of the local native forces. They developed ostentatiously shouting grand slogans. The name of the 7 warring states was not for nothing. Those who dared to declare themselves kings beside them were prioritized for elimination. After the 7 states wiped out several minor player factions, the players learned their lesson and began to develop discreetly, lying low. However, a wave of protests erupted on the official website. I want to file a complaint. That Starry Ocean team is clearly using cheats. They can always predict the NPC's moves. No, what era is this? Cheats are such an ancient thing. It's obviously collusion between this Qihong company and them. Exactly, I agree. And they all came from that White Horse Galaxy, so they must be in cahoots. How can we play such an unfair game? Trash game, I quit. Xiaoyu, worried about the players' complaint, said, let's issue an announcement to clarify. Lu Feng shook his head. No need. It hasn't been long, and they've already dug up a small player team in the game. This is definitely deliberate by some people. There will be a first time and a second. Let it be for now. Players can solve this kind of problem themselves, we don't need to waste our resources. Since its inception, Qihong Studio had always given an impression of aloofness. Lu Feng felt this aura was good and intended to maintain it. Fueled by certain competitors, the public outcry grew larger and larger. The Starry Ocean team was merely an ordinary player group in one parallel timeline, yet within a short time, they became known to nearly everyone in the JoJo player community. Lu Yuan and the others remained silent, but the players themselves could no longer hold back. Amidst the complaints about the game's unfairness, someone spoke up. Wait, don't you read the instructions? Jia's setting is that the real space and parallel timelines go online simultaneously, but their time frames are different. The real space server is the period of 3 separate kingdoms. The parallel timeline is a time when numerous vassal states are warring against each other. You mean the real space timeline is ahead of the parallel one, and it's already down to 3 kingdoms. Indeed, it's faster, but much more has happened. It seems there was a unification followed by a split. This civilization has a habit of recording history. Their historical texts are quite interesting. I think players in the parallel timeline should read them. A reminder: this translator only works for spoken language, it doesn't translate written text. What? Do I have to learn a whole new language just to play this game? Is it like this for other civilization games? Other civilization fragments don't have languages or scripts. Did you really think getting a civilization fragment would make you omniscient? Who knows what's up with this JoJo civilization, but it's pretty fun. Actually, you can find a literate NPC to help. In this game, anyone with a bit of status can read, but commoners can't. Many players began trying to log into the real space server, but it was already full. The status of real space server players rose sharply. Online people begged for guides while real space server players scoured for historical texts and studied the game's language. Tianwu Star had no restrictions on streaming, so Qihong enabled streaming permissions. Many professional game streamers started broadcasting while playing. As more people became interested in JoJo, the number of players streaming also increased. Many people who didn't like gaming or lacked time preferred watching streams. At the same time, this was also a way to obtain information. In-game information transmission was extremely slow. Through streams, one could learn about events in different places, which was especially important for players aiming to conquer. The Xinxia system was given a 3-month buffer period in the real space server before going online, but it was available from the start in the parallel timeline server. Lu Feng discovered that players on Tianwu Star accepted the Xinxia system surprisingly well, without a flood of complaints about it defying logic or magic violating physical laws. Ultimately, it was because the people of Tianwu Star were more similar to normal people from his past life. Lu Feng gathered the Qihong team. It's been a while since Qihong was established. We can't just rely on this one game. Let's prepare to develop a new game. What kind of new game? A Xinxia game. Jinzi looked confused. Like the Xinxia system. Can that work? Lu Feng was resolute. We'll try first and see. We're not short on funds. Real space server. Sun Quan and Liu Bei still ended up fighting. Liu Bei had all his camps connected. During Liu Bai's rest, Lu Sun set a fire, and the 700-liling chain of camps was instantly engulfed in flames. Liu Bei suffered a great defeat and fled to Baidi City, entrusting his son Lu Shan to Zhuge Liang. The 3 kingdoms were formally established. Players busied themselves with archaeology, uncovering past events, and also began choosing sides. They could freely join one of the 3 kingdoms, but could not switch sides during wartime. At this point, the 3 kingdoms were evenly matched, so the distribution of players among them was also balanced. Cao Cao established the Wei Kingdom. Sima, he was one of the Cao family's veteran ministers, often sidelined. One day, while others were out tending to ancestral graves, Sima, feigning illness, suddenly staged a coup, seizing power and manipulating the Cao emperor. The players were largely indifferent. Just a change of emperor, it had little impact on them. Lu Feng had been exceptionally busy lately juggling the management of the JoJo game, while simultaneously constructing a new Xinxia game. One day, an old acquaintance arrived at Qihong. "Dolly, what brings you here?" Lu Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Dolly wore a look of vexation. How had this thankless task fallen upon him, and how was he supposed to broach the subject with Lu Feng? "I have something to report," Dolly murmured. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. Seeing Dolly so troubled, it was clearly not good news. "Out with it then. What is it?" Dallas' face showed reluctance, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Well, the Galactic Alliance music competition is about to begin, held on Tianyin Star next to Tianwu Star. Usually our White Horse Galaxy just goes through the motions and gets eliminated in the first round. No one really cares. But not this year, not." Lu Feng chuckled. "Since we won the Feitian Cup, some people think if we can win and dance, maybe music isn't impossible either, right?" Dolly shook his head. No. Music is music, dance is dance. We can still tell the difference. No one expects a championship, they just want us to reach the semifinals." Lu Feng sneered. "From a first-round exit to the top 8. Dallas' face reddened. Lu Feng continued, "From what I know, external competitions fall under Deputy Director Cass' purview. How did this land on my desk?" Thinking about it, Dolly was equally irritated. His department reported to Lu Feng, so this task falling to Lu Feng meant it fell on them. Normally, yes. But after this year's assignments came out, the director and deputy directors held a meeting. Deputy Director Cass whined about his age-flagging energy and lack of the civilizational fragments you have, claiming he simply couldn't handle it. He said you Deputy Director Liu had the experience. If you could lead a championship dance team, you could do it again. So they decided to pass this task to you. Lu Feng let out a light laugh and crossed his legs. What gave them the illusion they could order me around? Dolly spoke with difficulty. But the director has already given the order. Go back and tell them my workload this year is heavy. If they want me to handle the music competition, then transfer my task of submitting works to the Galactic Alliance to Deputy Director Cass. If they're unwilling, then tell them if a deputy director can't do his job, he should retire and make way for someone else. Dolly had worked at the governor's office for a long time. The work atmosphere was always superficially harmonious, never a crossword in public. What happened behind the scenes was another matter. He had never seen a deputy director speak so bluntly. Deputy Director Liu, they're all colleagues. Saying that might not be appropriate. Lu Feng shrugged. I'm an outsider, not like you orthodox governors. Just tell them exactly what I said. If they really can't accept it, they can fire me. Yes, tell them that too. Dolly thought to himself, you were personally appointed by the Secretary General and the governor himself. Unless you committed a grave error, who would dare let you go? They'll go back and tell them. Lu Feng said, no rush. The trip back and forth is exhausting. Stay here and rest for a couple of days before you leave. Dolly hurriedly replied, but this task is urgent. The preliminary rounds of the music competition have already started. If we want to reach the semifinals, we need to prepare in advance. Art requires daily accumulation. It comes naturally over time. Cramming at the last minute is useless. Stay here and rest. Don't rush this, and let them stew for a while. Seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, Dolly suddenly felt less anxious himself. In the past, when they received impossible tasks, they were simply passed down the chain. If it were something else, maybe, but matters concerning the Galactic Alliance were beyond their capabilities. In the end, they'd only face criticism and abuse, waiting for the next person to take over, a yearly cycle. He had assumed Lu Feng would be the same, but it seemed he hadn't even considered pushing the work onto his subordinates. As the game progressed, differences between the parallel timeline servers became apparent. Server 1 was the most competitive. Players formed various factions, surviving in the cracks between the 7 kingdoms. Players had too little development time. The mature nations were originally vassals of the Yuan Dynasty with fully established systems. Server 2 had only 2 or 3 small factions destroyed and rebuilt in an endless cycle, like indestructible cockroaches. Server 3 was the domain of scenery enthusiasts. They ignored the world's development, dedicating themselves to exploring the game's untouched landscapes. Server 4 was obsessed with food and wine. The game now allowed players to taste culinary delights. After dying, players voluntarily regrouped and chose new servers based on their preferences. The real-time server remained the most popular, with no one leaving and no room for new entrants. It was the fastest developing server. Lu Feng was checking the progress of the Xinxia game. Jinzi said, the environment is mostly built. We're still working on some characters and skill designs are being finalized. It should be ready to launch soon. Boss, is this scenery real? It's breathtaking. Even Jiuzhou doesn't have views this beautiful. Lu Feng replied, of course not. Look at these peach blossoms. They bloom all year round. In reality, there's no such thing as flowers that only bloom without bearing fruit or withering. This game is meant to be dreamlike. Lu Feng pondered. It's still missing something. Jinzi was curious. What could it possibly lack when it's already so dreamlike? Music. Jinzi said, boss, I thought you weren't taking that task Deputy Director Cass dumped on you. That's unrelated. This music is exclusive to the Xinxia world. Lu Feng was troubled. The music he knew came from instruments of his past life. He was familiar with classical instruments and had recreated some in Jiuzhou. But Western instruments like the cello and piano were beyond his knowledge. Juswan overheard Lu Feng's muttering and suddenly said, actually, I know a friend. His family makes musical instruments. Maybe he could try. Lu Feng was curious. You have friends on Tianwu Star? Juswan suddenly felt guilty and chuckled. He's a friend from the White Horse Galaxy. His family sent him out to start his own business. He knows instruments inside out, but he finds galactic music boring and never really considered it. Lu Feng had no good connections on Tianwu Star. Let him give it a try. The friend Juswan mentioned was Lin Bai. Upon hearing it was for Lu Yuan, Lin Bai agreed immediately. In truth, Lin Bai harbored some idolization for him. The chance to meet his idol in person was thrilling. The merchants of Tianwu Star possessed a far keener commercial acumen than their counterparts on Alpha Star. Within a mere week of the game Jiuzhou being launched, Chihan Company had already received numerous inquiries regarding licensing. Xiaoyu asked cheerfully, should we still charge only a 1% licensing fee as before? No. Lu Feng replied. The low fee was necessary before when we needed to expand Jiuz's influence urgently. There's no such haste now. In the vast market of the Galactic Alliance, a low licensing fee might actually be looked down upon. First, investigate which companies have a good reputation, then charge according to the market rate. We're short on staff, Xiaoyu complained. Originally, the team Lu Feng brought was barely sufficient for Jojo and the new server. Now with the addition of the Xinxia game, every technician was working double duty. With the increased licensing matters, they were stretched impossibly thin. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead. I forgot about that. Let's recruit first. We'll handle the licensing when we have the people. Deputy Director Lu Dali requests an audience. A message from Lu Feng's assistant came through. Lu Feng was slightly surprised. It hadn't been long, had Dali rushed back immediately upon arriving at Alpha Star. Let him in. Dali appeared utterly exhausted with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having had no rest. A short-haired girl followed behind him. Huafei, why are you here? Huafei smiled. Boss, my brother wants to open a branch on Tianwu Star. I wasn't at ease, so I accompanied him. I also have some matters to report to you. Then go rest first. We'll talk after you've eaten. Huafei glanced at Dali and nodded. Dali had barely rested in the past 2 days. Deputy Director Lu, after I relayed your words at the Art Institute, the director and the others were quite angry. Lu Feng remained unmoved. And then, oi. Now that he was on Tianwu Star, the sky was the limit. The director went to see the Secretary General, who finally decided that if you could achieve the goal in the music competition, the position of the next director would be yours. Lu Feng recalled the old director's age. According to regulations, his retirement was due within a year or two. The director's position was one of true control over the Art Institute, holding a seat in the council of the governor himself. What about Cass and the others? Can they agree? The governor's circle was not a purely administrative body. Those who reached the positions of director and deputy director were entangled in complex family interests. The director's seat should never have fallen to a newcomer like him. Dali said they disagreed at first. The Secretary General merely stated the matter of the lower stars cannot be delayed. If any of you can secure a semi-final spot for the White Horse Galaxy in the music competition, the directorship is yours. No one dared to accept, so it was settled. Lu Feng asked, what if I fail? Dali sighed. Then you leave the Art Institute. The matter of the lower stars cannot be delayed. What exactly was happening there? I understand. I accept this task. But I can't leave right now. I recall the competition preliminaries are held on Alpha Star. Select 3 teams and send them to me. When the competition begins, I'll lead them to Tianyin Star. Dali looked worried. Deputy Director Lu, music and dance are entirely different. Are you sure you can do this? Lu Feng chuckled. Even if I fail in the one leaving, not you. What are you worried about? After dismissing Dali, Huafei quickly entered. Boss, I received another message from the lower stars. Please take a look. Lu Feng saw the black communicator displaying the message deal. The lower stars are an incubation base. An incubation base. The Secretary General said it couldn't be delayed. What was the connection between the two? Lu Feng didn't know much about incubation bases. He only knew that the interstellar era no longer required women to bear the burden of childbirth. The interstellar world had dedicated incubation bases. If a couple wanted a child, they could cultivate one there. After 10 months, they could choose to take the infant home or leave it in the base until the age of 3. But what did this have to do with the lower stars? Why would an incubation base be set up there? That place was utterly unsuitable for human survival. What do you think? Huafei shook her head, clearly bewildered as well. Why isn't this person clearer? Should we ask him again? Huafei said, I already asked before I came, but haven't received a reply. I wonder if something happened over there. Lu Feng replied, let it be for now. We'll deal with it when I return. By the way, how are things on Alpha Star? Huafei frowned slightly. Jojo is running smoothly, but many players are curious about the Shushan world. They're requesting on the official website to experience sword flying, hoping to draw identity cards from Shushan. Also, many high-ranking individuals are beginning to notice Jojo. Some are inquiring if it's for sale. According to military intelligence, because Jojo is so complete and has lasted so long, if they weren't so slow to react, they might have already made a move on it. Now that Lu Feng was deputy director of the Art Institute and had good relations with the military, he had to be cautious. It was only after arriving on Tianwu Star that Lu Feng discovered those so-called civilization fragments were truly just fragments, generally no older than a century, with incomplete content mostly supplemented by interstellar people based on guesswork and inference. Initially, people on Alpha Star assumed Jojo was the same and paid it no mind. But now Jojo had been running for so long without any sign of ending, and upon closer study, what they once thought were absurd supplements might actually be true. Lu Feng thought to himself that he absolutely had to secure the Art Institute director's position. I understand. Keep in touch with General Haida and ask them to help hold the fort for a while longer. We'll discuss everything when I return. Huafei had unconditional trust in Lu Feng. All right. After meeting Huafei, Zhujuan's friend arrived. This man named Lin Bai was indeed very fair-skinned, a young man in his 20s. Lu Feng sensed he had likely been a soldier. His aura was very similar to that of Lu Weici and the others. If Zhujuan hadn't told me your family makes musical instruments, I would have thought you were a soldier. Lin Bai had a small dimple when he smiled, a stark contrast to his serious demeanor. I attended a military academy and served 2 years. Time was pressing, so Lu Feng didn't chat further. He led the group into the holographic space and began to imagine the musical instruments in his mind. I can only recall the shape and general components. The specific details are unclear. The sound can't be simulated in the equipment. You'll have to make it first, and then I can judge if it's correct. Lin Bei's eyes lit up at the sight of the instrument. It was different from anything in the Interstellar or JoJo, but it looked elegant, and its timbre should be beautiful. Alright, I'll give it a try. After dealing with the instrument matter, Lu Feng immediately went to check on the Xinxia game. These days were truly too busy. The Tianwu Star, having risen to prominence through entertainment, also boasts a flourishing array of other arts. As soon as JoJo was released, it captured the attention of many. The parallel temporal spatial mode and the Xinxia system newly introduced in JoJo were utterly distinct from other games, drawing a crowd of curious viewers who had watched the live streams. In a rush, Jinzi opened over 100 additional parallel temporal spatial servers. Fortunately, preparations had been made for such a scenario, or else players would have flooded the official website with complaints. As JoJo soared in popularity, the model of integrating civilization fragments into the game became a trend on Tianwu Star. There was no shortage of such fragments, each possessing its own unique marvels. During its testing phase, JoJo still lagged behind the top 3 in rankings, for those civilizations had been deeply rooted on this planet for years, fostering emotional bonds with their audiences. Lu Feng pondered, I need to devise a way to give it a push. Xiaoyu, among those who contacted us earlier, are there any entertainment companies? He asked. Xiaoyu flipped through the records. Yes, quite a few. Pick out several of the larger ones for meetings. We must initiate some publicity. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. I've been telling you to do publicity all along, but you've been busy with this and that. Now you see its importance, don't you? Lu Feng sighed. He had always known the importance of publicity, but there were simply too many matters to attend to. Thus, he resolved to strive for perfection, aiming to create a sensational impact in one go, leaving ample time afterward to prepare for the music competition and the Xinxia game. The first to arrive was the manager of Feiwu Entertainment. After pouring him a cup of tea, Lu Feng began the negotiations. Since the Three Kingdoms period has just concluded within the game and players are quite familiar with it, I intend to authorize a story set in that era. Would your company be interested? This manager named Cohen wore an arrogant expression. What a coincidence, we too have our eyes on the Three Kingdoms tale. To be honest, Mr. Lu, I've taken a cursory look at your JoJo game. The story is merely so-so. The environment is too placid, lacking any major catastrophe. It's just humans bickering with cold weapons, child's play. Only the Three Kingdoms part has some appeal. Lu Feng's face turned cold. He stepped back and sat down in his chair. I have one more condition for selling this authorization. I must personally participate in the script, and the story must be filmed according to my requirements. Cohen lifted his chin, a hint of mockery in his tone. Mr. Lu, having just arrived on our Tianwu Star, you may not be aware of Feiwu's capabilities. Our Tianwu Star is different from your small star system. We employ professional spiritualists as scriptwriters. From what I understand, Mr. Lu, your expertise lies only in game development. If you were to intervene, wouldn't that be a case of an amateur directing a professional? At this point, Lu Feng saw no point in wasting time. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. Cohen was taken aback that Lu Feng would be so uncooperative, rejecting them before even discussing the price. There are plenty of civilization fragments on Tianwu Star. Don't assume that because JoJo has achieved some success, it will triumph in the end. Beware of not even surviving the testing phase. Lu Feng didn't even look up. That's none of your concern. Cohen snorted coldly and left. Once outside, he made a call. This Lu Feng of JoJo thinks too highly of himself, wanting full control over the story's direction. Forget it, he will negotiate with Doomsday World instead. Doomsday World was the top-ranked game during the testing phase, the very one Lu Feng had seen before, where the world was frozen and humanity lived underground. That morning, Lu Feng met with representatives from 5 entertainment companies. Most were haughty, looking down on him for hailing from a small star system. Upon hearing that Lu Feng as a game company head demanded scriptwriting rights, they all refused. Some even openly mocked his audacity. One company was willing but insisted that Lu Feng pay them instead, nearly driving him to violence. After wasting an entire morning, not a single suitable partner was found. Xiaoyu had previously looked into the situation. It was common for holders of civilization fragments to guide story direction and serve as scriptwriters, but that privilege was reserved for those from major star systems or Tianwu Star itself. For those from smaller systems, companies typically only bought the rights and produced the story themselves. We've already scheduled meetings with other entertainment companies. We don't need yours for now. Please take a look. Though we can't compare to the big firms, our actors are truly talented. Here are their works. Let me meet Mr. Lu and give us a chance to compete. Xiaoyu's expression remained cold. I'm sorry, but your company is not on our candidate list. Let our actors have a try. I believe they are no worse than those from the big companies. As Xiaoyu was about to refuse, Lu Yuan looked over. Xiaoyu let him in. Mr. Lu, this entertainment company is ranked beyond the top 100. We have many other options. Xiaoyu hesitated. It's fine, let's take a look first. The head of Cocky Entertainment was cocky himself. His company, established decades ago, couldn't compare to those with centuries or even millennia of history. He looked at Lu Yuan excitedly. Mr. Lu, thank you so much for this opportunity. We truly love the Three Kingdoms story. Trust me, I will do it justice. Lu Feng reviewed the materials he brought. The actors from his company were indeed impressive. Lu Feng had seen several of their dramas before, though they only played minor roles. He had been surprised then that the lead actors' performances paled in comparison to these unknown supporting actors. Your actors are good-looking and skilled, so why has your ranking always been outside the top 100? Kaki sighed. Mr. Lu, you're not in this circle, so you wouldn't know. Those big companies are no ordinary entities. Their families either hold positions as governors or control vital resources on Tianwu Star. Their people also come from distinguished backgrounds. They can secure tailor-made scripts from the best spiritualists with everything they need, stories, music, and more. For us, even getting a good story is a struggle. I personally selected all my people. They're all promising talents, but they come from humble origins, so opportunities are scarce. I can't even obtain a well-crafted story from a spiritualist scriptwriter. Lu Feng understood. He had seen similar situations in his past life. I want to authorize the Three Kingdoms story from Jiuzhou, but I will be the scriptwriter, and the plot must follow my requirements. Can you agree to that? Kaki looked at Lu Feng, initially tempted to advise him to let professionals handle their own field. But recalling that the big companies had already walked out, he gritted his teeth and said, I agree. Excellent. The licensing fee will be at market rate. Hey, race the contract, take a look. As Kaki stepped out of the Qihang building, he still felt dazed. He had signed it just like that. Was it too easy? He had even prepared to pester Lu Feng for days. The reason Lu Feng insisted on scriptwriting rights was that the Three Kingdoms story he envisioned was not to be filmed as it was in Jiuzhou. He wanted to produce the romance of the Three Kingdoms. As one of the 4 great classical novels, once it was brought to life, Lu Feng believed Jiaozi's position on Tianwu Star would be secure. Lu Feng's adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was unlike any other. Even though Ka Qi had braced himself, he was still stunned into speechlessness when he saw Lu Feng's script. This is nothing like what I imagined. It's not even a matter of being slightly off. President Lu, this opening. Is it really appropriate? As far as I know, 9 provinces is just a normal game. There's no such thing as a time machine. Not to mention 9 provinces, even in the technologically advanced interstellar world, time machines have never been invented. A work doesn't have to be completely real. Creators need room for imagination. Lu Feng felt that although Tianwu Star was much more open-minded than Alpha Star, it was still somewhat conservative. A simple time travel opening was nothing to be surprised about. In his past life, time travel tropes were overused in novels, traveling to the past, the future, parallel dimensions, into books, or into dramas. There was nothing you couldn't imagine, only what you couldn't achieve. Ka Qi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Fine, let's forget the opening. But the story doesn't match 9 provinces. Take the Battle of Red Cliffs, for example. It was clearly Zhou Ye's achievement. The live footage is still there. Why change it to Zhuge Liang with his borrowing the east wind and borrowing arrows with straw boats? Lu Feng merely said indifferently, forget everything else. Just tell me, is it good or not? Ka Qi's face was full of distress. It's not about whether it's good, it doesn't match the content from the civilization fragments. The audience will criticize us endlessly. Lu Feng didn't care. The more criticism, the more viewers. If people truly didn't care, they wouldn't bother to criticize. I never said it would follow 9 provinces exactly. From the start, I said it's a novel written by someone from a later era, not a history book. Ka Qi wanted to say that their interstellar novels were all based on history. Even if not entirely accurate, they were deduced from existing historical records. This was the first time he had seen a novel that directly altered history when the original records were already detailed. But Lu Feng was too lazy to waste time. He had come to realize that his views differed from those of interstellar people. There was no need for a democratic approach. He could simply dictate what he wanted. Fortunately, he now had that power, and that was something worth celebrating. All right, remember our contract. The plot is my business. You just need to focus on filming what I've written. When Kasi returned, he was both excited and worried. He hadn't expected Lu Feng to finish the script so quickly. If it weren't for the historical records of 9 provinces, the story would be very captivating. But since 9 provinces had already released the true history of civilization, filming this way might provoke backlash from interstellar people. But as Lu Feng said, he had already signed the agreement. It was too late to back out now. All he could do was focus on producing the drama well. The rest was out of his hands. He consoled himself by thinking that President Lu wouldn't sabotage his own reputation. After finishing the script, Lu Feng went to check on Lin Bei's instrument-making progress. Lin Bei had found an instrument company near Qihang Company, bought it outright, kept the original staff and robots, and started production. Lu Feng had previously rejected over a dozen instruments Lin Bei made, but Lin Bei wasn't discouraged. Based on Lu Feng's rather non-professional descriptions, he created another version and invited Lu Feng to take a look. President Lu, look at this cello. I adjusted it according to your previous instructions, made it a bass instrument, and the vocal range matches what you said. I'm just not sure about the timbre. A nearby person began testing the sound in the posture Lu Feng had described. The person seemed experienced and played quite proficiently even on the first try. Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Not bad, this is exactly the timbre I wanted. He hadn't expected Lin Bai to produce it so quickly. Then they examined the piano, violin, harp, and so on. Some met the requirements while others needed further adjustments. According to the schedule, Dali would be bringing the music competition participants from Alpha Star in a few days. These instruments combined with the ancient Chinese instruments Lin Bai had previously made would be more than enough for the competition. Jin Zi had come along as well, bringing equipment specifically to record the instruments that Lu Feng approved. These recordings would later be used in the Xinxia game. Seeing Lu Feng's satisfaction, Lin Bai asked, "President Lu, may I purchase the rights to these instruments? I'd like to start a business selling them." He had never been interested in interstellar instruments before finding them as unbearable as robot noise. But the instruments Lu Feng had created intrigued him, and he wondered what kind of music they would produce. He had a feeling they would bring him surprises. Lu Feng smiled. "Of course. You made them, and besides you're a friend of Zhu Xuan. Let's set the licensing fee the same as for Bema Star." "But wouldn't that be a loss for you?" Lu Feng didn't mind. "Not at all. He'll need your help with more instruments in the future." Lin Bai replied, "It's an honor to be of assistance." When Lu Feng returned, he saw Dali waiting at the entrance. "Deputy Director Lu, you're finally back. I've brought everyone. The competition is only half a month away, we need to start training immediately." Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. "You're back so quickly." Dali sighed helplessly. "What choice did I have? Time is tight. We'll definitely need to practice new pieces. I couldn't afford to delay." He then introduced the people behind him. "These are the 5 selected: Alice Kazite, Sanwen Qiming, and Zhou. Lu Yuan, seeing the 5 young women, couldn't help asking, "Is there gender discrimination in this competition selection?" Dali chuckled. "Not at all. The competition is open to all genders. It just so happened that all those selected this time are girls. They can form a band perfectly." The music competition combined instruments and vocals, scoring both individual and team performances. Zhou was the lead singer while the others were instrumentalists. Dali explained, although Zhou is the lead singer, she's also skilled with instruments. She can play and sing at the same time if needed. Lu Feng nodded. "The new instruments are ready. Let's start learning them." Dali thought he had misheard. "Wait, we have to learn new instruments?" Lu Feng nodded matter-of-factly. With only half a month left before the competition, Lu Feng nodded again. "Don't worry. The first round is the preliminaries. I've watched past competition videos. It's not a big issue. With some training we can advance. We'll continue to refine our skills afterward." Dali couldn't help wondering if Lu Feng was talking about the same competition. The Bema Galaxy team always got eliminated in the first round, and Lu Feng was saying it wasn't a problem. "The training room is ready. Shall you take them there?" Dali watched as Lu Feng casually decided the competition's course of action. With holographic spatial technology prevalent across the galaxy, television production had never been more convenient. Armed with a script and cast, the remaining costs were minimal and production timelines were remarkably swift. Feiwu Entertainment's Doomsday World had already launched its promotional videos, flooding the Tianwu Stars network and even appearing on outdoor electronic screens, a testament to the entertainment giant's deep pockets. Meanwhile, another powerhouse entertainment company had released The Plant Catastrophe, which also went live. This was one of the same companies that had previously turned down Lu Feng. Feiwu was holding a meeting. "Currently, the only threat to us in the market is The Plant Catastrophe. Their script is also derived from a civilization fragment, and they're developing a game alongside it, primarily using the video for promotion. However, their story revolves mostly around plants, lacking the depth of our narrative. They've also used fewer actors. We, on the other hand, have enlisted several popular stars with even supporting roles capable of leading other shows, and we've invested heavily in marketing. I'm certain their viewership won't surpass ours for Doomsday World." The Feiwu director suddenly added, "I recall that Game 9 Provinces was quite unique. This trend of merging civilization fragments into games was sparked by it. How's that Three Kingdoms story doing? Has it been sold to anyone?" Cass sneered. "I have no idea what Lu Feng was thinking. A perfectly good game company director, also the deputy director of the BMW Galaxy Art Institute, yet he insists on becoming a screenwriter. He sold that story to a small company called Khaki Entertainment. Their actors are all unknown, having only played minor roles. Word has it that Lu Feng rewrote the plot drastically from the original 9 Provinces, making it completely uncompetitive." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Has Lu Feng lost his mind? He should have just faithfully adapted the 9 Provinces story since it's so popular now. Why change it? He's just asking for criticism." Cass, still nursing a grudge from the previous incident, held a dim view of Lu Feng. "Who knows? Some people just don't know their limits. They stumble upon a civilization fragment and think they're invincible, believing luck will always favor them. Little do they realize that fortune may smile once, but not twice. True talent is what matters." This sentiment wasn't unique to Feiwu. The other companies that had rejected Lu Feng shared the same view. They secretly mocked Lu Feng and the little company called Khaki, ready to pile on criticism when that Romance of the Three Kingdoms eventually aired. Although Khaki had confidence in their actors, he was uncertain about the script itself. President Lu Feiwu's Doomsday World and Feiyu's The Plant Catastrophe are currently dominating the charts. If we release now, we might not stand a chance. Perhaps we should wait until their runs are over. No, Lu Feng shook his head. There's not much time left before the testing period ends. And I believe our romance of the Three Kingdoms is no less than theirs. It may not be inferior, but wouldn't it be safer to avoid the storm? President Lu, if this game fails, there's always next time. But if this show misses its window, there'll be no regrets later. Kaki tried to persuade him. Lu Feng smiled. Kaki, backing down now means you lack confidence in your own work. The entire galaxy is developing its entertainment industry, but in my view, it's stagnating. Do you know why? Kaki shook his head. Because you're afraid to move forward, always conservative, always playing it safe. You only produce what the audience currently likes, unwilling to take any risks. How do you know the audience won't like something if you never try? If you want to surpass those big companies, you have to lead the audience's taste. Make it so that whatever you produce, they love. Kaki was stunned by Lu Feng's bold declaration. He wondered if he had indeed been too timid all these years when he heard Lu Feng's voice. So well, release the show now. Go head-to-head with them. Kaki was speechless. So that grand speech was just to lead up to this, wasn't it? Without much fanfare, Romance of the Three Kingdoms went live. The opening scene showed a player engrossed in the 9 Provinces game. While exploring a mountain forest, he encountered bandits and was chased to a cliff's edge. Cornered, he leaped without hesitation. Yet instead of dying, he found himself transported to a future timeline. There he met a man bent over a desk writing. Sir, what are you writing? The player asked. A marvelous book, the man replied without looking up. What kind of book? May I see it? The player grew curious. Go ahead, take a look. The player leaned in and saw 4 large characters on the cover, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The characters grew larger and brighter until suddenly they sucked the player into the book. In the first 2 episodes that aired, viewers indeed cursed the show for its utter lack of logic. What the hell? Jumping off a cliff leads to time travel. Where's the science? This is a random teleport. Couldn't they at least put a time-space machine halfway down the cliff? This show makes no sense. How did they even film this? Wasting such a great story from 9 provinces. Exactly, better to watch The Plant Catastrophe and Doomsday World. Seriously though, is cliff-jumping time travel actually possible? I want to try it in the game. You're crazy, that's obviously nonsense. And being sucked into a book. What kind of sorcery is that? According to 9 Provinces, history paper was developed by Kai Luan of the Han Dynasty using trees from the land. And now you're telling me paper can absorb people? Honestly, setting that aside, I'm still curious what happens to the player inside the book. Me too. Curious, yes, but the show defies all logic. Reading these comments, Kaki was terrified. He rushed to Chihan Company to find Lu Feng for a solution. Lu Feng was leading a group in practicing musical instruments. Unfazed by Kaki's worries, he said, "It's fine, only 2 episodes have aired. Let's wait and see." Their criticism is actually helpful. We barely had any promotion, and the more they bash it, the more people will watch. Lu Feng was right. At that time, only Doomsday World and The Plant Catastrophe had any presence, with other shows virtually unheard of. But Romance of the Three Kingdoms, upon its release, seized the attention of the galaxy through the audience's scathing reviews. Many were curious about just how absurd and illogical the show truly was. Feiwu Entertainment even paid people to continue trashing the show, determined to ensure it never recovered. However, as the plot unfolded, the player witnessed the chaotic scene of warlords vying for power in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, a mirror of the 9 Provinces game. He saw Cao Cao's cunning strategy of using the emperor to command the lords, the brotherly bond of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei in the Peach Garden Oath, and Cao Cao and Liu Bei discussing heroes over green plums and wine. He saw the various feudal lords employing every scheme to seize Jingzhou. He witnessed Liu Bai's 3 visits to the thatched cottage to recruit the sleeping dragon Zhuge Liang. He beheld Zhuge Liang's ingenious act of borrowing arrows with straw boats during the Battle of Red Cliffs and summoning the Eastern Wind. He saw Zhou Yu losing his wife and soldiers in a single maneuver. These brilliant tales, condensed within the pages of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, captivated the audience completely. Their discussions revolved entirely around the ingenious strategies and maneuvers, leaving no room to question truth or fiction. They wished they could transform into that player and witness that magnificent world firsthand. As the leading entertainment company on Tianwu Star, Feiwu Entertainment was the first to sense something amiss. Conventionally, when a drama's reputation declines, initial criticism would be intense, but gradually fade as viewers sought amusement rather than frustration. Yet the buzz around Romance of the Three Kingdoms persisted far longer than expected, not cooling off, but growing ever hotter. Cass ordered the marketing department to investigate. To his astonishment, the drama's reputation was slowly improving. Discussions had shifted from its alleged illogical deviations from the original civilization fragments to the brilliance of its characters' stratagems, the depth of brotherly bonds, and the unwavering loyalty and wisdom of Zhuge Liang. In terms of viewership, Feiwu's Doomsday World still held the top spot, followed by Plant Calamity, but Romance of the Three Kingdoms was climbing so fast that the gap was narrowing. They had ample experience dealing with such situations. Soon an article appeared on the Starnet denouncing Romance of the Three Kingdoms as a prime example of fabrication. The article enumerated discrepancies between the game and the drama, pointing out that iconic scenes like Zhuge Liang's empty fort strategy, borrowing arrows with straw boats, and borrowing the eastern wind were absent from the game. The article indeed sparked heated debate, leaving the drama's overall reception evenly split between praise and criticism. Qihong Studio responded, reiterating what was clearly stated from the start: the drama was a fictional novel based on historical records as noted in its opening, and players should not confuse it with the true JoJo. Despite continued criticism, the drama's viewership growth showed no signs of slowing. Many noticed that those who derided it were still binge-watching, often multiple times. Virus, a light-brain merchant on Tianwu Star, dabbled in online troll services during his free time. His latest client was exceptionally generous, tasking him with the simple job of trashing the newly released Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Starnet monitoring had become stringent. The old tactic of one person controlling multiple accounts to post comments was long obsolete. The modern approach was to find a specific angle for criticism, resonate with the audience, turn them into allies, or recruit others to echo the same points, ensuring the topic gained sufficient traction. How's it going? Have you skimmed through the plot? Found any new angles to attack? Virus asked. No rush, still watching. After a long pause, Virus looked at the buried article and asked again, well, found anything? Still watching. Wow, that empty fort strategy is absolutely brilliant. Haven't you seen the chain stratagem earlier? Zhao Chan really went for it against Dong Zhuo, and that fat guy was so ugly. Virus leaned over to see them lounging comfortably, snacking on JoJo treats, while watching the drama, with no sign of searching for flaws. What exactly are you doing? Virus shouted. The other felt guilty. I'll blame the drama. It's just too good. Yeah, the story's great, and the acting is top-notch. I've played the JoJo game, and the characters look like they stepped right out of it. The way they walk, so proper and perfect. Really? After this, I'm going to create an account on JoJo too. Virus took a deep breath. Did I call you here to discuss how good the drama is? They seem to remember their purpose. Oh, I forgot. Let me finish watching first. I'm sure you'll find something to criticize. Right, it's at a thrilling part now. Let's see if the empty fort strategy works. Virus was speechless and had no choice but to let them be. In the end, the only flaw they could find was that the updates were too slow. Virus. This job was impossible. Even viewers on Tianwu Star noticed that while they cursed Romance of the Three Kingdoms vehemently, their actions betrayed them. Viewership soared daily, and casual conversations revealed that everyone had watched it. The number of JoJo players also grew, many drawn in by the drama, eager to explore the civilization that could produce such remarkable figures. At that moment, the real-time historical server of JoJo had advanced to the Yuan Dynasty. Players were still unfamiliar with the game's characters, knowing only that the emperor bore the surname Sima, and the Sima clan was vast, with every member aspiring to kingship. Unfortunately, the emperor on the throne, Sima Zhong, was of low intelligence. A player who drew a guard card had witnessed a minister reporting that the people had no food, to which Sima Zhong replied, "Why don't they eat meat porridge?" nearly making the player laugh out loud. This player, named Li Bu, shared the story as a joke on the forum, sparking curiosity among many to see what the naive emperor looked like. Huashang was originally from White Horse Galaxy. She had come to Tianwu Star for tourism, planning to head to Tianyin Star for the music competition. She hadn't expected Qihong Studio to launch the JoJo game here as well. She quickly registered for the real-time historical server. Since the game here was synchronized with White Horse Galaxy, she wouldn't fall behind. This time she used her wealth to secure a role as a minor maid in the Sima household. Her master was Empress Jia Nanfeng. What luck! Traveling and gaming, she still encountered an empress fond of meddling in politics. Since the planet allowed live streaming, she decided to broadcast, keeping a record to take back to Alpha Star. Huashang noticed that Empress Jia had a desire to interfere in politics, but was thwarted by reality, surrounded as she was by Sima relatives, all harboring ambitions to become emperor. Unwilling to give up, Empress Jia began frequently contacting one of the Sima members. Huashang's live stream was primarily for her own records, so she didn't promote it, and only a few viewers tuned in. Many live streams existed in JoJo. Some broadcast folk tales, others landscapes, adventures, rebellions, court politics, or princes, but Huashang's was the only one focusing on the harem. Gradually, viewers found that from the harem's perspective, seemingly abrupt events made sense. Though the game was male-dominated, the role of women was not to be underestimated. Huashang never expected her obscure live stream to slowly gain popularity. Empress Jia seemed gifted in scheming, collaborating with one brother-in-law to accuse another Sima of rebellion, leading to his death. Huashang marveled that in the palace the most potent weapon was the charge of rebellion. No matter how close the relationship, even between father and son once linked to rebellion, it was a countdown to death, a timelessly effective tactic. Then she watched as Empress Jia turned around and pinned the rebellion charge on the very brother-in-law she had allied with. Huashang. Players. What a talent. Truly unexpected. The flip was so fast I didn't catch it. Huashang remarked that this was nothing compared to the concubine intrigues she had witnessed in the harem. Jia Nanfeng smoothly meddled in state affairs for a time, and Huashang inwardly praised her. She was not bad, at least far more useful than her worthless husband. But soon Empress Jia grew unhappy again, not for any other reason, but because of her clever son, the current crown prince. He was far more intelligent than his foolish father and was destined to take power in the future. Yet this crown prince was not born of Empress Jia. As the saying goes, once is a stranger, twice is familiar. Empress Jia had already become quite adept at eliminating those who stood in her way, so she resolved to kill the crown prince. Huashang, as her personal maid, intended to drop a hint. But when she spotted disciples of the Shu Mountain sect loitering nearby, she immediately fell silent, playing the part of a mute little maid. Thus she watched helplessly as Empress Jia murdered the crown prince, only to be forced to drink a cup of wine laced with gold dust by a Sima prince, dying in turn. After Jia Nanfeng's death, the imperial harem lost its luster. However, the court became far more intriguing. Players gleefully watched a host of uncles and brothers from the Sima clan plunge into a war for the throne, all while Emperor Sima Zhong was still alive. The key point was that these Sima men were equally matched in intelligence, each one scheming and falling in turn. Some players seized the chance to witness the chaos firsthand, only to be struck down not by the emperor, but by Shu Mountain disciples who sensed something amiss and sent them offline. After the War of the Eight Princes ended, players who had drawn minority ethnic cards were happily feasting on roasted lamb and goat's milk on the grasslands when they were suddenly ordered to invade the Central Plains. The players were astonished. Did this mean that even they as minority groups had a chance to claim supremacy? With the 9 provinces' transportation being so inconvenient, these players had long been stuck in the north. They had heard NPCs speak of how delicious and beautiful the tea, sugar, and clothing of the Central Plains were, and now they were eager to taste and see for themselves. Meanwhile, in the south, a man named Sima Rue suddenly emerged, proclaiming himself the legitimate heir of the Sima clan and re-establishing the Yuan Dynasty in the southern lands. The players were speechless. Just how tenacious was the Sima clan? 8 Sima princes had already died, and yet there were still more. The thing is, with so many people in the Sima clan, not a single one turned out to be a talent. They were all intellectual backwaters and cruel brutes. Could this be what they call inheritance? The players couldn't help but complain. When the barbarians entered the Central Plains, the players found it tolerable. They were adaptable, and they found the other side's customs and lifestyles novel, communicating quite smoothly. But the game characters fared far worse. They did not recognize each other as fellow countrymen, and the differences in life and culture led to endless conflicts. Thus, rebellions, uprisings, self-proclaimed kings, and mutual annexations erupted, turning the northern region into a chaotic mess. Whenever players tried to seize the opportunity to join in, they inevitably encountered Shu Mountain disciples who would send the troublemakers offline with a single sword strike. As a result, many players were forced offline either voluntarily or involuntarily during this period. They were filled with resentment, but unwilling to go to the parallel time-space servers. They could only vent their anger online and on the Qihong official website. In contrast, the south remained relatively peaceful, so nobles and high officials began migrating southward. The game characters called this the clothing and hat southward migration. When the southern nobles arrived in the north, a new round of integration began, but it was far from peaceful. Conflicts arose between southern and northern nobles, between nobles and commoners, and between those who wanted to return north and those who did not. Overall, there was no place of peace anywhere. Players found it both thrilling and frustrating as they were sent offline too quickly, never getting the chance to fully experience the world's beauty. Virus felt troubled for the first time as he looked at the task assigned by the Furious Dance Company. This time they wanted to dig up dirt on the 9 provinces game, hoping to prevent it from even launching during the testing phase. But a quick glance at the Star Network to see the reviews from the Tianwu Star populace told him that he didn't need to lift a finger. The players themselves had already torn 9 provinces apart with their criticism. Comments ranged from Empress Jia casually killed 2 Simas to a bunch of Simas fighting each other until you can't tell them apart. This Yuan Dynasty is nothing but endless war and disaster. The game characters are almost all dead. Can this broken game even be played? And the Shu Mountain disciples are a total bug. But despite all the complaints, they still played on, just like with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It seemed that Qihong Company had a certain charm, making people both disdain and obsess over it. Originally, he had hired people to blacken Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But now they had not only finished the series, but also become addicted to the game, refusing to log off until they hit the time limit. Virus sighed. Perhaps this money wasn't meant for him to earn. Mr. Cass, I'm not taking this job. Cass had worked with Virus many times, but this was the first time he heard him say that. Why? Is the money I'm offering too little? Virus replied, No, it's just that I don't know how to do this job. Cass said, But you're a professional. Virus said, I used to think so too, but after encountering Qihong, I've started to doubt myself. Cass was silent. The holder of the Doomsday World Civilization fragment also participated in this game test, currently ranking first. They had hired the Furious Dance Entertainment Company to produce this series precisely to secure the top spot in the game test. If Furious Dance messed this up, not only would it disappoint the client, but more importantly, it would tarnish the company's reputation. Cass held a meeting at the company. As things stand, discrediting 9 provinces is no longer viable. Their own players have already trashed it, but none of them have quit the game. There are only 3 days left until the test period ends. We have to do our best to boost the data for Doomsday World. Someone was displeased. Are you asking us to pay out of our own pockets? That's not in our interest. Cass sighed. The Doomsday World game side will cover part of it. This aligns with our interests. We can't let the reputation of Tianwu Star's top entertainment company be ruined. Such tactics had been common for the Furious Dance Company in the past, but they had used them less frequently since reaching their current status. They never expected that a small company like Qihong would force them into a losing venture again. The latest task Virus received was to spend money hiring people to play Doomsday World and boost the game's data. This task was easy enough, so Virus accepted it. On the final day, the Qihong Company team watched the last data closely. The gap is shrinking. I wonder if we can surpass Doomsday World and become first. It's fine, we're already second. The 4th place is far behind us. We're definitely safe. If Doomsday World hadn't suddenly surged in data 2 days ago, we would have overtaken them by now. We still have a chance. Let's see. As the test period counted down, many hearts were tense. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Look, 9 provinces is first. It's first, really first. We're number 1. The game, 9 provinces logged onto the Galactic Alliance's StarNet with the top ranking during its testing phase. This meant that 9 provinces had officially become an interstellar product. Not only could people from the Andromeda Galaxy play the game, but those from other galaxies could also choose to travel to the Andromeda Galaxy to play or become distributors and bring the 9 provinces game to their own galaxies. It was also from this day onward that Qihong Company transformed from a small, overlooked game studio on Tianwu Star into a bustling hotbed of activity, with its doorstep nearly worn down by the constant stream of visitors. Lu Feng naturally wanted the 9 provinces game to be widely known, but he also had to ensure that the core of the game remained unchanged. Therefore, he personally negotiated with every distributor. During this period, Lu Feng visibly became busier. His office was never without visitors, which naturally reduced the time he could devote to training for the music competition. This greatly worried Dolly. To be honest, he liked Lu Feng as a leader. Although Lu Feng was not from the Alpha Star elite and was young in age, Dolly deeply admired his character and abilities. If this competition failed, Lu Feng would be demoted, which was something Dolly certainly did not wish to see. Deputy Director Lu, how many days has it been since you last visited the music district? As important as business is, it's still just business. Right now, the music competition is the most critical matter. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead and said, music is like dance, there is only so much I can do. Ultimately, it depends on them. Dolly was at a loss for words. He himself was from the Art Institute and understood this well. Art relies on talent and novelty. The success of the previous dance competition was due to the novelty Lu Feng provided combined with the talent and hard work of those children. The same applied to the music competition now. Lu Feng had already offered his innovative ideas, it was indeed up to them now. Dolly knew this, but he still worried. Seeing his concern, Lu Feng said, if you're worried, why not study with them to see how to achieve the best results? Dolly nodded. People from the Art Institute understood art to some extent, but none were experts, as they didn't need to perform themselves. Since they had free time now, it would be good to delve into the subject and stop fretting needlessly. After the 9 provinces game was launched on the Galactic Alliance, the parallel time-space server became a competition between galaxies. Led by Mingming Bei, the White Horse Galaxy established the most powerful White Horse Kingdom. The Andromeda Galaxy, with the largest number of players, founded the Andromeda Kingdom along with the Dragon Kingdom, the Gemini Kingdom, and others. Players in the real time-space server had also learned their lesson. Knowing this was a world that could not be altered, they began to treat it as a platform for recording and studying the history of the 9 provinces, which also served as a reference for the struggles in the parallel time-space server. Players in the real time-space server acted as observers, watching everything that had once happened in this civilization, no longer attempting to interfere. Through their observations, players discovered many intriguing stories. On the official forum, the most popular posts were those from players in the real time-space server. Among the more notable ones were 9 Provinces Forum, the prominent figures of the Eastern Yuan Dynasty. I'm utterly exasperated. Is this civilization so miserable? Disasters are everywhere. Locust plagues one moment, floods the next. The key point is that the humans here don't even think about saving themselves. They're all busy fighting wars. Because of the wars, people have no time to farm or raise livestock. They're starving to death, so they turn into bandits and rob others. Then because they've been robbed and are starving again, they rob someone else. It's a vicious cycle. It's not that chaotic. Ultimately, it's because there is no unification. Those feudal lords only think about defeating others to become the king of the land. They see death as nothing significant, merely a product of their own selfish desires. The people of this civilization are so pitiful, losing their lives because of the selfishness of a few. If this continues, will the war never end? The game characters will all die off. We players aren't allowed to interfere with the plot. It's up to them. What about those so-called nobles? They have people and supplies. Haven't they thought about changing any of this? Players who drew the identity card of a noble's guard can tell you what the nobles are doing. They're engaging in pure conversation. Do you know what that is? It's exactly what you think. The more ethereal and incomprehensible your speech, the more impressive you are. They indulge in empty talk all day, competing to see who can be more vacuous. At first, I thought my grasp of the game's language was poor, that they were using metaphors or illusions as they love to do. Later, a game character who was also a guard explained it to me bluntly, and then I understood. How that's nothing. They also love taking something called 5-stone powder. After taking it, they go mad, even stripping off their clothes in the street. As far as I know, this stuff damages human organs and is highly addictive. What's the difference between that and taking poison? Is it because it tastes good? I haven't tasted it myself, but according to them, the flavor is indeed unpleasant. The appeal is the euphoric floating sensation. As a merchant, I've spotted a real business opportunity here. Haven't you all noticed that the nobles here are obsessed with beauty to the point of madness? The powder on those men's faces must be a centimeter thick. It's all heavy metals. If I could open a plastic surgery clinic or sell cosmetics here, I'd be set for several lifetimes. You're just noticing this. In Luoyang, a player has crafted a mirror, a primitive device used for imaging 1,000 years ago in the interstellar era. It's selling like crazy in the noble circles. I heard that player was originally an ordinary student, but now he's bought a house in the city center of Tianmu Star. Getting back to the topic, I'm just wondering, with so many people, isn't there even one capable of turning the tide? There is. Sima Rue had a subordinate named Zhu Ti who was quite fierce in battle. He was originally going to fight the Hu people who had captured the Western Jin Emperor. But Sima Rue gave him only old, weak, and disabled troops, and severely shortchanged his supplies. Zhu Ti managed to fight a brilliant battle on his own, but he eventually died of illness. Sima Rue was afraid that if Zhu Ti rescued the emperor, his own claim to power would be illegitimate. Actually, it wasn't just him. I recall that Sima Rue had two capable subordinates, surnamed Wang. One was a chancellor, the other a general. Sima Rue feared the general would rebel, so he planted spies around him. The general discovered this and nearly started a rebellion, but he too died of illness later. Speaking of which, we have to mention Huan Wan. He was a good general, skilled in warfare, and always eager to reclaim the northern territories. I remember he once fought all the way to Luoyang and urged the southerners to come and govern the area. And what happened? The southern nobles found the south more comfortable and refused to go. So Luoyang was lost just like that. Truly a rare sight. I know about that. Huan Wen's aggressive northern expeditions were aimed at building his personal authority to challenge the emperor. He did well. The Sima family emperors were utterly rotten. And his famous saying, if a man cannot leave a good name for 100 generations, he should leave a bad name for 10,000 years. That shows he was a man of strong character. In summary, the Eastern Jin Dynasty did have capable people, but for various reasons none could achieve unification. I'm starting to wonder if this era marks the end of this civilization, because there's simply no hope in sight. It's quite possible. We all know that the information in the civilization fragments is only a tiny part of the whole. From the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods to the current Eastern Jin Dynasty, plus the Zhou Dynasty, with its detailed historical records, that's about 1,000 years, right? I've never seen such a long-lasting civilization fragment. That's right, 1,000 years. The later plot lines must have been made up by the Qihang studio. They probably couldn't continue the story and decided to end the 9 provinces in this chaotic era. That makes sense. If it ends, the real time-space server should be shut down, right? Will we be transferred to the parallel time-space server? No way. When this server first opened, it was already the Three Kingdoms period. I heard from players in the White Horse Galaxy that they experienced the entire story from the Warring States period up to now. Could they restart the real time-space server? It's just been launched on the Galactic Alliance, and the plot in the real time-space server ends. That's a scam. The chaotic era of the Jin Dynasty indeed stretched on for an exceedingly long time. Even Lu Feng had not anticipated that players would associate it with the server shutting down. Across the interstellar network, rumors were rampant that the real-time historical server of the 9 provinces game was about to close. Many players who had invested money in the game immediately converted their silver into starbits. Although this group constituted a minority, it nonetheless dampened the players' morale, especially at a time when the 9 provinces had just secured first place in the competition. According to interstellar law, if the 9 provinces were to shut down the real-time historical server at this juncture, it would indeed constitute fraud. The Galactic Alliance would penalize Qihang Company, which would also impact their future submissions. The players' suspicions were not unfounded. Compared to other fragmented civilizations, this fragment of the 9 provinces civilization, even with a master-level spiritual scriptwriter patching and extending its narrative, had simply lasted too long. Feiwu Entertainment naturally would not let this golden opportunity slip. Soon Xiao Yu received a call from the Galactic Alliance's Interstellar Network Audit Department, demanding an inspection of Qihong Company and a meeting with its head Lu Feng. Lu Feng, seeing Xiao Ye's worried expression, could only reassure her, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." It was common knowledge among Qihang's veteran employees that Lu Feng harbored secrets. However, they respected each other's privacy and trusted Lu Feng, so they chose to feign ignorance when he remained silent. Initially, they thought the 9 provinces was merely a civilization fragment Lu Feng had stumbled upon, but now it seemed otherwise. Xiao Yu knew all too well that Qihong had no spirit scriptwriter patching the storyline. She sensed Lu Feng's reluctance to elaborate, but voiced her concern. But the Galactic Alliance doesn't seem inclined to let this go. Our Xianxiao game is about to enter its testing phase. I'm worried it might be affected. Lu Feng calculated the time and replied nonchalantly, "Let them be. Perhaps they'll lose interest in coming after a while." Trust in Lu Feng dispelled Xiao Ye's anxiety. When news spread that the Galactic Alliance was set to audit Qihong studio, players became even more convinced that the 9 provinces civilization was coming to an end. Feiwu Entertainment was practically ready to throw a celebration. Having lost face over the 9 provinces' first-place finish, they were now delighted by this unexpected turn of events. They wondered what Lu Feng was thinking. Since he had launched the game on Tianwu Star, why didn't he simply restart from the original spring and autumn period or Warring States era? Why insist on authenticity with a real-time historical server practically courting disaster? Many players cut their losses, converting their in-game assets into starbits and quitting. Qihong allowed this without any restrictions. The real-time historical server was flooded with players quitting. Yet some remained steadfast. Others seized the opportunity of departing players to register hastily. Ordinarily, the real-time historical server was always packed to capacity. Even if battles drove some players offline, countless more queued up to take their place. The queue for the real-time historical server typically had over 100 million players waiting. Now, with rumors of the 9 provinces in the queue had thinned significantly. With players leaving, it was easier than ever to register and enter the game. Just as the entire galaxy awaited the announcement of the 9 provinces' conclusion, players on the real-time historical server noticed that the system's dynasty name had changed. Previously, it was the Eastern Yuan Dynasty, now it read Southern and Northern Dynasties. The players were astonished. What does this mean? A new dynasty has begun. Wasn't the Eastern Yuan supposed to be the last dynasty? Wasn't the 9 provinces about to end? What the hell is this Southern and Northern Dynasties? If a new dynasty has started, how can it end soon? That doesn't make sense. As far as I know, Qihong Company never said their real-time historical server would shut down. It's all just rumors started by the players themselves. But the Galactic Alliance audit is a fact, isn't it? According to interstellar law, if a complaint is filed, it's standard procedure for the Galactic Alliance to investigate. It has nothing to do with shutting down the server. Oh my god, I just registered. If the 9 provinces isn't ending, I've hit the jackpot. The real-time historical server served as the standard reference for all 9 provinces' history. Countless players from parallel timelines relied on information from the real-time server. Behind every player on the real-time server, a team would soon assemble to mine various data, a shortcut to instant wealth. Those who quit must be kicking themselves. But just a change of dynasty doesn't prove anything, does it? Some dynasties are very short. Maybe the Southern and Northern dynasties will last only 3 to 5 years. Perhaps Qihong is just making a last-ditch effort. Regardless, there must be a reason for the dynasty change. Can anyone tell me what happened? Drawing a beggar card makes this game unplayable. Go check the official forums. Events leading to the 9 provinces shift from Eastern Yuan to Southern and Northern dynasties. OP Chiba, everyone must be curious about the sudden dynasty change. The identity card I drew allowed me to witness some events. I'm sharing them for free as a reference. As everyone knows, the Eastern Yuan emperor at the time was Sima Dizong. Following the Sima family tradition, none of their emperors possessed anything resembling intelligence. Thus, the real power lay with the Chancellor Sima Daozi, a heavy drinker. He had a son, Sima Yuanxian, and the two were locked in constant conflict. Later, when Sima Yuanxian went to war, he provoked Huan Xian, a descendant of the famed warrior Huan Wen mentioned in earlier posts. The outcome was predictable. Huan Xian killed both Sima Yuanxian and Sima Daozi. He then deposed Sima Dizong and declared himself emperor. Then a previously unknown figure emerged, Lu Yu, apparently of humble origins. He annihilated Huan Xian, and along with him, the entire Eastern Yuan dynasty. In other words, the Eastern Yuan no longer exists. 1F Lin Fei, let me add something. In the north, the 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms have been unified by the Northern Way. Combined with the fall of the Eastern Yuan in the south, this indeed marks the era of the Southern and Northern dynasties. Lu Feng was taking the time to teach the contestants who were about to participate in the music competition. I believe you have seen quite a few competition pieces from the interstellar realm over the years. These musical styles tend to be intense, rock-like, and shocking, attempting to evoke the audience's emotions through heart-wrenching screams. Zhou said softly, "Teacher, isn't music all like this? If it's quiet, wouldn't it be easily overlooked?" Lu Feng smiled and replied, "That's not necessarily true. Quiet music can also possess great power, However, in the current environment, overly quiet melodies are indeed unsuitable, as such music requires listeners who understand how to appreciate peace and emotional subtlety. The current interstellar people do not possess this capability. Zhou blinked in confusion, as she always felt that Teacher Lu, while saying this, seemed strange, as if he were detached from all of them, evaluating the world with the perspective of an observer. Lu Feng retracted a momentary sadness and continued, "Well, since overly intense melodies lack novelty and overly quiet ones are hard to perceive, we must choose something in between, like a silent scream." A silent scream? What a peculiar phrase. How can there be a scream if it's silent? However, they were used to it. The staff at Qihang were even less surprised, as Lu Feng often used words they couldn't comprehend, yet his decisions were always right, and everyone simply followed suit. Alice with wide eyes asked, "Teacher Lu, the instruments you asked us to practice, have we all learned them? Are we supposed to play those practice pieces?" Lu Feng informed them of the playing methods when giving them the instruments, and also taught them some practice pieces. At first, Alice and the others found these pieces to be lifeless, particularly sleep-inducing. However, as they practiced longer, they began to appreciate the unique beauty of the music. "No, those were just for your practice." Lu Feng raised his hand, displaying the sheet music with his holographic brain. "This is the piece you will perform, Liang Zhu." Liang Zhu was recognized worldwide as soon as it was composed, and it can be said that no one dislikes this music. It is not intense and expresses the most fervent emotions without high-pitched sounds. Alice and the others looked at the sheet music in front of them, humming along to the melody, their eyes growing brighter. "Teacher Lu, is this also a piece from the Jiuzhou civilization? It feels different from the previous musical styles." Zhou's face flushed with excitement. "Is this the silent scream? It's truly shocking." Qiming said, "Is this the piece we are going to perform? I must practice hard." Lu Feng nodded. "This Liang Zhu is a piece created by future Jiuzhou people based on the story of Liang Zhu transforming into butterflies." Qiming, a loyal player of Jiuzhou, had been saddened when he saw that Jiuzhou civilization was ending on the Star Network. But upon hearing Lu Feng mention future Jiuzhou people, he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, does this mean Jiuzhou will not end?" Lu Feng replied, "Of course the Jiuzhou civilization has a long history. How could it end after just 1,000 years?" Qiming smiled. "I'm so glad to hear that." Zhou, however, was interested in the story of Liang Zhu transforming into butterflies. "Teacher, can you tell us this story?" Lu Feng sighed. "It's a tragic love story. There was a noble girl named Zhu Yingtai who disguised herself as a boy to attend school one day." Although Lu Feng's storytelling was rough, everyone still understood the story. Indeed, the interstellar people's minds first went to, "I don't quite understand, why would a person turn into a butterfly? I remember seeing such a creature in the Jiuzhou game. Its wings were beautiful, but small, which doesn't conform to the law of conservation of mass. And how did she disguise herself as a boy? It seems there is no gender transformation technology in Jiuzhou. Also, what about going to the bathroom or bathing? How could no one discover her for so long? Surely they could tell by her voice." Lu Feng rolled his eyes internally. If this were in his world, one would never find a partner in their lifetime. "It's a story." "What is a story?" "It's made up, not real." Lu Feng emphasized. Zhou seemed to understand. "So it's just like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a creation of the Jiuzhou people." "Exactly." Lu Feng shifted back to the topic. "Playing this piece requires a violin for the main melody, so Alice, your part is very important. You must not make any mistakes. I will create momentum for you all. As long as you can play well, you will not be eliminated." Alice nodded. "Yes, I will work hard." Romance of the Three Kingdoms could be said to be a sudden rise. Currently, all three dramas have finished airing, and the viewership for Apocalypse World and Plant Disaster has basically stabilized. Those who liked it have already watched it, and those who didn't will not pay attention anymore. However, Romance of the Three Kingdoms defied the norm. It started with low viewership, but as it aired, more and more people watched. Now that the drama has concluded, the number of viewers has actually increased, and the viewership is still growing rapidly, surpassing the most popular dramas previously. Kachi's company's status has also risen, sharply jumping into the top 10 of entertainment companies. The actors who participated in Romance of the Three Kingdoms suddenly became popular across the entire interstellar realm. Especially the ones playing Zhuge Liang, Zhou Yu, Chao Chao, Sun Quan, and Liu Bei, as well as the less prominent Diaochan Sun Shangxiang, and De Qiao, and Xiao Qiao. They used to be small actors playing supporting roles with few opportunities, but now various business offers are coming in and many leading roles and scripts are being offered to them to choose from. For all of this, Kachi is very grateful to Lu Yuan. If it weren't for Lu Yuan giving him the opportunity and insisting that his script should not be changed, they wouldn't have achieved their current success. "Boss Lu, try this. It's a wine transported from your hometown in the Bema Galaxy, just like the one in your Jiuzhou game, supposedly improved by a player named Lina." Kachi cheerfully poured wine for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan clinked glasses with him. "This wine is not easy to transport. I haven't seen it in Tianwu Star for so long." Kachi laughed. "How many people are there on Tianwu Star? This wine takes up space, and a single trip can only carry a little. Now this wine is in high demand on Tianwu Star." I must say, Boss Lu, your JoJo game has benefited so many people. Lu Yuan smiled. Kachi, you aren't here just to invite me for drinks, are you? Kachi sighed. Boss Lu, to be honest, I'm really here to thank you. Myself, and the people in this company, if it weren't for you, some might not even be able to afford nutritional agents. Many promising talents were on the verge of quitting, unable to hold on. You saved us. Lu Yuan waved his hand. That's too much. You and Romance of the Three Kingdoms are mutually beneficial. I've been seriously following that drama. Your actors are indeed good. When I watched it, I thought I had returned to Earth. I couldn't tell it was performed by interstellar people who had never been exposed to JoJo civilization. Kachi smiled bitterly. If you say their acting skills are good, then yes, they are indeed good, but there are many who are better than them. JoJo, how do we put it right? It's like pearls hidden in the sea. There are many hidden talents in this circle, but they aren't as fortunate as us. Lu Feng thought the same. The upper class firmly held the thresholds of class, and the resources available to those without connections were limited. There were many companies like Kachi, and many capable individuals lacked a platform. Kachi looked at Lu Yuan and continued, Boss Lu, actually, I have one more thing. Although we currently don't lack scripts or funding, we still want to film your script the most. If you have new JoJo stories, please consider us first. Lu Feng tapped the table. When filming my script, the old rules apply. No changes, shoot according to my script. Kachi replied, of course. Lu Feng then said, I actually have a script. I wonder if you dare to film it. What script? Liang Zhu. Kachi carefully examined the script that Lu Feng sent over, and the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. Finally, after finishing, he was about to speak. Lu Feng directly interrupted him. You don't need to mention things that don't make sense. I know my script well, just tell me whether you will film it or not. The debate over whether the JoJo reality server should be shut down continued on the Tianwu Starnet. Yet the game's progress did not stall, it kept advancing. Earlier, some speculated that Northern Wei's unification of the 16 kingdoms and Lu Ye's overthrow of Eastern Jin to establish Lu Song marked the beginning of the Northern and Southern dynasties, a new chapter for the game. But players soon realized they were mistaken. Warfare persisted unabated, and the chaotic state of the world remained unchanged. Northern Wei and the Lu Song dynasty each held half the land, naturally seeking to devour the other to achieve unification. Yet neither could overcome the other, thus maintaining a stalemate of north-south confrontation. Players awaited the final decisive battle between North and South, eager to see who would emerge victorious. Many even set up betting pools on the Starnet. However, in reality, both sides began a contest of degeneracy. Titled The Northern and Southern Dynasties Incident of JoJo, Northern Wei. Opi Dugu Jinren, it's uncertain whether the Northern and Southern dynasties are Jia's last civilization, but since we have time, let me share some recent news. The one who unified us barbarians is the Northern Wei Emperor, isn't he? He's recently pushing for Sinicization reforms, forcing us to adopt Han customs in thought and habits, even moving the capital from the north to Luoyang in the Central Plains. What I find most unbearable is that even our surnames must change. Why? I spent so long studying JoJo culture to pick this name. Listen, Dugu Jianren, a name full of depth and authority. Why should I change it? 1L Yuan Shitian, Opi, stop complaining. The emperor himself changed his surname to Yuan. Having Dugu changed to Lu isn't so bad, is it? I think Emperor Xiaowen of Northern Wei seems like someone who can achieve great things. He might actually unify the South. I bet a lot of money on it. 2L Jitian, Opi, be careful. During chaotic times of reform, disciples of Shu Mountain increase. You know how I got logged off? I complained about why this lousy game forced me to change my nickname. How tyrannical. I refused. Then 2 Shu Mountain disciples suddenly appeared. One shouted, demon from another world, accept your death, and sent me offline. I suspect the game deliberately retaliated. 10,000 Liantian, don't you all feel something's off? The previous few emperors in the north seemed decent, but this one feels strange. 10,000 Huashang, I can't take it anymore. Bizarre, utterly bizarre. In all my years in the harem, I've never seen anything so absurd. What kind of freak is Emperor Yuan Xiao? Which emperor marries his own sisters? 10,000 Yuan Jinren, isn't that incest? 10,000 Yuan Shitian, no. Incest produces defective offspring. If he becomes emperor, won't the north be easily annexed? 10,000 Huashang, forget it. Even without incest, this emperor is no different from an idiot. Let it all collapse. 20,000 Huashang, haha, finally, someone's going to deal with this idiot emperor. Chancellor Gao Huan, well done. The idiot fled to Yuan Tai. Hope he dies soon. 20,000 Shui Lily, I honestly can't follow this development. The emperor fled to Yuan Tai while Chancellor Gao Huan installed another emperor. 2 emperors. Damn, this means a split. 20,000 Yuan Shitian, the north splits into Eastern and Western Wei without even being attacked. My money's gone for good. This game is truly doomed. 20,000 Lantian, don't lose heart. Remember, Jia's recent development is an era of mutual degeneracy. As long as the South is worse than us, we still have a chance. 20,000 Huashang, from my experience, anyone who holds the emperor hostage to command the nobles eventually takes over themselves. If not, they prepare everything for their son to ascend. 30,000 L. Wudi Huashan, your experience is spot on. The Yuan and Gao families indeed kicked out the emperors and took over. Now it's not Western and Eastern Wei, but Northern Zhou and Northern Qi. 30,000 L. Yuan Shirtian, anyone know what's happening in the south? Is it worse than us? 30,000 L. Lu Yuan Im from the south. It's not much better than the north. The dynasties, Song Qi Liang Chun, keep rotating. Lu Yu was a decent emperor initially, but his descendant Lu Yu loved killing for no reason, stabbing people with a spear while walking. A man named Xiao Daoqing couldn't stand it and rebelled, turning Song into Qi. 30,000 L. Xiao Xiao, continuing from above, I suspect this game is doomed. Our emperors picked from the trash heap. All Qi emperors are perverts. Take Xiao Baojuan for example. He loved leaving the palace but hated being watched. He'd kill anyone he saw, and he never announced his outings. Each time many died. Killed players have already gone to the official site to curse the developers. 30,000 L. Xiaohua, that's not all. He had gold carved into lotus flowers and laid on the palace paths, making his consorts walk on them, claiming he wanted to see lotus blooms with every step. 30,000 L. Yunqi, continuing from above, Xiao Baoan was overthrown and Xiao Yin established Liang. 30,000 L. Yin, haha, I know this. Xiao Yin was obsessed with Buddhism, things like equality for all beings and rebirth in paradise. He became a monk 3 times, and his ministers ransomed him back each time using the national treasury. 30,000 L. Chiefing, continuing from above, a defecting general from northern Wei named Ho Jing came. The emperor betrayed him during peace talks, so Ho Jing trapped Xiao Yin in the city until he starved to death. Now a man named Qin Baxian has established the Qin Dynasty. Players summed up the situation of the northern and southern dynasties. JoJo game is truly doomed. It's too chaotic. The day of the music competition was fast approaching, and many were rushing to Tianjin Star to watch the event. Lu Feng naturally prepared to take Dali Zhozhou and the others to participate. At this moment, the number of players in the 9 provinces had plummeted sharply. The notion that the 9 provinces was doomed seemed to have become a consensus among the interstellar populace. Meanwhile, the film Butterfly Lovers, produced by the Karki Company, had also begun its release. Leveraging the popularity of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, people were initially quite intrigued. However, after watching it, they were left with a face full of question marks. What was this film about? The biggest issue wasn't even the illogicality of a human transforming into a butterfly, as such occurrences were not unprecedented in the 9 provinces. Their greatest confusion lay in why Zhu Yingtai would choose to die for love after Liang Shanba's death. I simply cannot understand it. It's a completely futile act. Death is the end. Zhu Yingtai's sacrifice changes nothing. Exactly. Even in the 9 provinces civilization, it clearly adheres to basic physical laws. Those gods and demons are all human fabrications. Once dead, one is truly gone with no reincarnation. Her death was utterly meaningless. If I were Liang Shanbua, I wouldn't want her to do this. She should go on living her own life, find someone new. She would eventually meet different people. Right? She was still so young with a good family and appearance. Even if she didn't choose Ma Wencai, she could find someone else. If all else failed, she could seek revenge. Exactly, she could do something to change these rigid social norms, do something useful. Ma Wencai may have poor character, but honestly a match of equal status is more suitable. There are certainly more than one Ma Wencai among the highborn. Now she's young and loves with such intensity. When she grows older, she'll realize it's not such a big deal. The news of the 9 provinces shutting down and the negative reviews of Butterfly Lovers spread throughout Tianwu Star, even reaching Alpha Star. The Secretary General specifically sent someone to ask Lu Feng what was happening. Lu Feng spoke with a bitter expression. Maybe it's my lack of ability. I want to do both well, but it's really hard to balance. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. I haven't slept well for days. The person sighed, saying they would plead with the Secretary General. After seeing them off, Lu Feng immediately turned around to train the contestants, while also inquiring about the progress of the 9 provinces storyline, with no trace of his earlier dejection. Feiwu Entertainment Company had been doing well recently. They naturally had a hand in the situation with the 9 provinces game and Butterfly Lovers, having operated on Tianwu Star for centuries. For an outsider to establish a foothold in the Galactic Alliance, talent alone was not enough. They were already preparing to start their celebratory banquet. Adversity reveals true character. The once bustling Qihang Company had become desolate. Lu Feng paid no attention to any of this and offered no explanations, only preparing for the trip to Tianjin Star. Some at Qihang submitted their resignations. Lu Yuan instructed Xiao Yu to let them go and recruit new people as needed. Everything seemed unchanged. Tianjin Star was very close to Tianwu Star, so their environments and cultures were largely similar. A space station was built between them, equipped with signal transmitters linking their star networks. Tianjin Star was also paying close attention to the affairs of the 9 provinces. Tianjin Star boasted many iconic structures, the most central being the concert hall. This was the largest music performance hall in the entire galaxy, reserved only for major competitions or exceptionally renowned musicians. This was also the venue for the music competition. At that moment, the audience filled all 18 tiers of the hall. Surrounding them were massive electronic screens displaying the contestants. The sound equipment created an effect where music heard from 1,000 miles away sounded as if it were being played right beside you. Lu Feng and the others sat backstage listening to the other contestants' performances. Deputy Director Lu, did you hear that? They're playing Ode to the Orange, a piece from the 9 provinces, Dolly said excitedly. Lu Feng nodded. Playing Ode to the Orange with interstellar instruments truly has a unique charm. There were numerous contestants this time. Ode to the Orange was not the only piece from the 9 provinces being performed. Lu Feng recognized Guangling Melody Ambush from 10 Sides and other melodies he had used in the 9 provinces whose names he couldn't recall but remembered the tunes. The 9 provinces civilization was beginning to influence the interstellar world. Soon it was the turn of the White Horse Galaxy contestants. With so many participants, the audience had been watching for most of the day and were growing weary. Some were browsing their light brains, others chatting softly with neighbors, and some were wearing earplugs to watch shows or live streams. Zhou and the others, dressed in elegant black evening gowns, walked gracefully onto the stage. As a beautiful sound like a nightingale's chirping arose, Alice slowly drew her bow across the violin on her shoulder. The surrounding audience suddenly lifted their heads, gazing fixedly at the performance on stage. As the piece ended, Zhou and the others bowed gracefully and exited the stage. Murmurs arose from the audience. What was that piece called? It was so beautiful, like a story told through music. What are those instruments called? I've never seen them before. Their sound is so unique. Their dresses are beautiful too. I never knew pure black could be so stunning, mysterious, elegant, and noble. I found it. It's from the White Horse Galaxy, called Butterfly Lovers. Butterfly Lovers. I've seen that show. Zhou and the others naturally passed the preliminary round, and Dolly breathed a huge sigh of relief. During this period, Alpha Star had been applying constant pressure. Lu Feng always appeared indifferent, but Dolly couldn't manage that. He could only seethe with anxiety inwardly while outwardly maintaining the same confident facade as Lu Feng. Fortunately, they passed this round smoothly. Lu Feng didn't dwell on it. He had many things to do and immediately returned to Tianwu Star after it was over. However, the star networks of Tianyin Star and Tianwu Star were abuzz. This piece, Butterfly Lovers, was the most unique and captivating music of the entire competition, and many wanted to learn more about it. The film Butterfly Lovers, produced by the Karki Company, was also brought up again by people. Love that can never be attained. Butterfly Lovers. Simu, when I first watched Butterfly Lovers, all I saw were logical flaws. I completely failed to understand the protagonist's actions. I thought if it were me, I could do better, be more independent. Then returning to reality, I thought about the relationships I've had. They all began when the other person's circumstances matched mine, and then we cultivated feelings. When we had to part due to work changes, there wasn't much sadness between us. Perhaps they already knew the outcome when they learned of my job transfer. Each of us makes the most rational choice under known conditions, even when choosing a lifelong partner. This leaves me feeling a sense of loss, as if I should feel a hint of regret. But when I reflect on my actions, I don't think I made a mistake. For some reason, I watched Butterfly Lovers again the other day, and this time I had a different feeling. Zhu Yingtai in the story didn't act rationally, and neither did Liang Shanbua. He was clearly kind, learned, and handsome, a rare find in the 9 provinces civilization. Such a person would have a bright future. Besides Zhu Yingtai, he could have found many others, yet he was willing to die for her. Suddenly I could understand Zhu Yingtai's choice. If I could meet someone like that one day, would I be willing to be with them without considering family background or any conditions? I don't know. But I hope I can meet such a person to have a passionate romance without any conditions, just because I like them. Someone who makes me smile uncontrollably. I would be willing to give everything for that. I yearn for such intense emotion. But I know that in reality, I might never meet such a person, or even if I do, I will still make rational choices just like before. Butterfly Lovers is like a dream one that allows people to experience a love that doesn't exist in reality. As soon as this article was published, it quickly resonated with a wide audience. Many people shared their own relationship experiences on the Star Network, reminiscing about the person they once liked but gave up on for various reasons. The surge in viewership and positive reviews for Butterfly Lovers stunned the entire entertainment industry, defying all logic. And the once unfavorable 9 provinces game also seemed to be undergoing a change. Yinchi was a game streamer. After Jojo launched, he originally played on Parallel Timeline Server 1, but that server had become a battleground for galactic overlords vying for territory, filled with schemes, intellect, and combat prowess. The players there were either exceptionally skilled or essentially NPCs serving as mere tools. Yinchi was just an ordinary person, so his streams never gained much traction. Many viewers entered his channel just to catch glimpses of other big shots, leaving him deeply frustrated. Earlier, the StarNet had been buzzing with rumors that the JoJo real-time timeline server was about to shut down, prompting many to abandon it. Seizing the opportunity, Yinchi joined the server only to be mocked by his audience. Yet he felt his decision was right. Now his stream was drawing an ever-growing audience. Walking along, he glanced around and said, "Viewers, now that the Shushan disciples are gone, I can speak freely. We're currently in northern Qi. So many of you are here to see the Prince of Lanling, who's said to be extraordinarily handsome. Let's take a look. I see many new viewers have joined. Since we have some time, let me give you a recap. Northern Qi is ruled by the Gao family, but few among them are decent. That Gao Yang had killed people after drinking and even made a peepa from a bowtie's thigh bone, a true degenerate. And then there's Gao Wei, who brought his concubine to battle and insisted on waiting for her to finish her makeup before attacking. It's no wonder he lost. Look, there he is, Gao Changgong, the Prince of Lanling, the war god of Northern Qi. He's wearing a mask, we can't see his face clearly. They'll check later if any nearby players have uploaded videos. In the distance, a flash of white robes swept by. Damn, the Shushan disciples are coming. Goodbye, viewers. Curious about the Prince of Lanling's appearance, many searched other streams. A player who had drawn the role of a palace maid captured him on camera, and someone posted a screenshot of the prince online. Players were instantly awestruck. He was indeed stunning. When they sought to learn more about him, someone said, "The Prince of Lanling is dead." Players rushed to investigate and discovered that Gao Changgong, whose achievements overshadowed his sovereign, had been murdered by Gao Wei. Fury erupted among them. In this chaotic era, the Gao family produces nothing but incompetence. They had one capable general, yet they couldn't protect him. He was killed for being too outstanding. Northern Qi is doomed. Truly an age where mediocrity prevails. See, if you're not rotten, you can't survive. This JoJo game is definitely ending. I'm furious. Every day I watch these fools do absurd things. Finally, there's someone pleasing to the eye and talented, and he gets killed. I'm done with JoJo. Same here. I'm done with JoJo. The game's ending anyway. If it's ending, just shut down the servers. Dragging it out like this is unbearable. Exactly. We're watching a once-beloved civilization march toward destruction. This is the civilization that created Ambush from 10 Sides and the Butterfly Lovers. Oh my god, have you heard? The chaos in JoJo is over. Someone has unified it. Really? No way. No way. Is that true? Weren't we just talking about a contest of degeneracy? How did unification happen so suddenly? Quick, tell me which country unified it. Did a real talent emerge in this era? None of them. It's Yang Jian, the maternal relative of Northern Zhou. Now JoJo is the Sui Dynasty. Let me explain. Emperor Yuan of Northern Zhou died young, leaving a young son. Power was handed to his father-in-law, who directly took over Northern Zhou, conquered the Yuan Dynasty, and established the Sui Dynasty. That actually worked. That actually worked. Wait, wasn't it said that the Northern and Southern dynasties were Jia's last era? Now that Sui has unified, there's no ending. Feels like something big is coming. No, what about my account? Can I still enter the real-time timeline server? Naturally not. The server was instantly flooded again, with the queue shooting back to 100 million. The StarNet was abuzz with talk of Jia's unification. Cass smashed several cups in rage. How could Qihong Company be so vexing? He had never faced such an opponent. Every time he thought he had pinned them to the ground, they rose again, without warning. He had kept tabs on Lu Feng, yet the man made no moves. No hired trolls, no usual tactics. How was this even possible? He couldn't understand why the viewers of Tianwu Star always acted irrationally when it came to Qihong Company. Weren't they supposed to reject anything that deviated from real civilization's history? Weren't they supposed to dismiss anything illogical as nonsense? Then why were they so captivated by Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the Butterfly Lovers? Kaki had never been optimistic about the Butterfly Lovers. He took on the script only out of gratitude for Lu Feng's past help. So when the StarNet was flooded with negative reviews, he wasn't surprised. But its explosive popularity and acclaim now truly astonished him. He had indeed met his benefactor. Lin Bei's musical instrument shop, boosted by the Butterfly Lovers, became a sensation on Tianwu Star and Tianyin Star. Such instruments had never appeared in the interstellar realm. They were one of a kind. Orders were so overwhelming that they had to limit intake. Lu Feng paid little attention to the StarNet upheaval as the Xinxiao World game was about to launch. In all interstellar games, everything is based on reality, even those incorporating fragments of civilization. Thus, when Qihong Company launched the game, Sword Immortal, it captivated the attention of players across the entire Tianwu Star. According to the Galactic Alliance's regulations, to be released within the Alliance, a game must first undergo testing on one of the planets in the Andromeda Galaxy, and only those that pass can be launched. Contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations during the promotional period for Sword Immortal, few players mocked the impossibility of flight or the absurdity of spells causing harm. Instead, many expressed their long-standing envy of the Shu Mountain disciples from the game, JoJo, lamenting that they could never draw that identity card. It seemed more like an anti-cheat mechanism. Now with this opportunity, they were eager to give it a try. True to Qihong Company's style, the character designs were remarkably realistic, but the number of players was deliberately limited to maintain game balance. On the day of Sword Immortal's launch, over 1 billion people were already queuing. At 9 in the evening, the moment the servers opened, 3 seconds passed. The server you selected is full. Please wait for the next server opening to log in. The starnet erupted instantly. Are you octopuses? How can you complete registration and log in 3 seconds? I didn't get in. I waited so long in advance only to lose to hand speed. As everyone knows, holographic games rely on brain reaction speed, not hand speed. Above your IQ is worrying. Unbelievable. Now there's even IQ discrimination in gaming. This game's design is unscientific. Which holographic game limits player count? Above the game Jojo does. That's Qihong Company's signature. I've given up. I just want to know when new servers will open. Players from Tianjin Star only care when it will be released on the Galactic Alliance. That still requires passing the testing phase. This game is already this popular. Do you think it won't pass the testing phase? Nothing is absolute. What if it crashes midway? And then, a stunning comeback. Look at that idiom usage. A Jojo game language master. This plot feels familiar. Jojo romance of the Three Kingdoms Liangzhu. Aren't they all this way? Simu couldn't believe she had actually secured a registration slot among so many people. When the screen showed her successful login, she nearly screamed with joy. She found herself standing on a white cloud beneath which lay the scenes from the game Jojo. Just as she thought she would drift toward the Shu Mountain in Jojo, the heavens and earth shifted colors, the surroundings sped away, and the people on the ground rapidly changed. Was this the passage of time, the vicissitudes of the sea? Then she saw towering skyscrapers and bright lights, a sign of technological advancement, hinting at the interstellar era. She descended from the cloud, entered a room where a group of people were playing a game called Sword Immortal. As she leaned in for a closer look, the screen suddenly emitted a white light, pulling her directly into the game. The surroundings transformed back into the scenes of Jojo. Simu realized this game was created by people from a future civilization of Jojo. That person from the Jojo civilization was incredibly talented. Their technology had only reached that level, yet they could produce so many astonishing works. She quickly tried to fly on a sword, but nothing happened. What the heck? Wasn't Sword Immortal supposed to allow flight? Player Simu, hello. The Sword Immortal Inn is in trouble. Would you like to accept the mission to help? Intrigued, Simu said, accept mission. The fetch medicine to save Ant mission has begun. Please follow the route to the Sword Immortal Inn. Meanwhile, the next round of the music competition began, and Lu Feng provided new pieces for the participating contestants. With pieces like Serenade and Clouds Chasing the Moon, Zhou and the others passed each round effortlessly. Each time they finished, their performances topped the Galactic Alliance charts, prompting other teams to adjust their musical styles. It must be said that these were the finest musical talents selected across the galaxy. In such a short time, they could change their style and deliver flawless performances. Many hailed this competition as the most challenging in the history of the galactic music contests. Qihong Company, which had sparked this wave of change, was thrust into the spotlight before the entire galaxy. Qihong Company is changing the direction of galactic works. As is well known, the interstellar world is based on reality, with rationality prevailing, a key reason we triumphed in the war against the insect race. But Qihong Company is altering this. Currently, the hottest games and videos in the galaxy are all produced by Qihong Company. Their works receive mixed reviews but enjoy immense popularity. Qihong's works have many features, but the most controversial is their departure from reality. For instance, humans transforming into butterflies, people flying on swords, and the rewriting of historical narratives in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. These are phenomena never before seen in the interstellar realm, long considered impossible. Yet Qihong not only attempted them, but to some extent succeeded. It is predictable that Qihong Company will continue to produce more imaginative stories, and other entertainment companies will follow suit. This will mark a watershed moment in reshaping the perception of interstellar works. I don't know if this is good or bad, but a new era is surely dawning. This article was penned by the galaxy's renowned history expert Professor Scott. A profound scholar of art history, his article ignited widespread discussion across the galaxy upon its release. Clearly, such works are poison, gradually eroding our will. We should boycott them. Kick Qihong Company out of the Galactic Alliance. The rational thinking we've cultivated over so many years must not be shattered. Exactly. It was rationality that allowed us to defeat the insect race. And now, after so few years, we're promoting weakness, dying for love. It's sheer indulgence. A civilization's history is of utmost importance. How can it be casually altered? This is a desecration of history. Right? The Battle of Red Cliffs was Zhou Yu's achievement, yet Romance of the Three Kingdoms credits Zhuge Liang. How would Zhou Yu feel? Is this how we bully heroes? Actually, it's not that bad. Romance of the Three Kingdoms states from the outset that it's a fictional account, and there are textual explanations within the story. The commenter above seems to enjoy distorting history. What exactly are their motives? Lu Feng's strategy. Upon careful analysis, this Lu Feng is far from simple. I believe he is subtly reshaping our perception step by step. Initially, he merely integrated the setting of disciples from the Shu Mountain sect into the 9 provinces of function designed to maintain game balance, which players readily accepted. Then he released Romance of the Three Kingdoms, incorporating the concept of later generations into the narrative. Upon reflection, if a civilization had truly produced such a book, it could still be considered a faithful adherence to history. After laying this groundwork, Lu Feng introduced The Butterfly Lovers, a purely imaginative tale, complemented by its captivating music, thereby reducing the audience's resistance to such a story. Finally, he unveiled the legend of Sword and Fairy, transforming the Shu Mountain setting directly into a game. Since players were already familiar with this concept, it naturally provoked less aversion. If a work deviating from reality had emerged abruptly at any step, it would surely have garnered negative reviews. Yet each of Lu Feng's creations skillfully minimized the audience's and players' resistance, gradually leading them to accept this new paradigm. Now, if the Voyager Company were to release an illogical story or game, would everyone be able to accept it as well? This article once again trended on the Interstellar network. That's true, isn't it? Yes, thinking about it carefully, if Voyager really released an illogical or unrealistic story or game, I feel I could accept it too. Lu Feng is truly terrifying. He can manipulate our thoughts. Boycott Lu Feng. Boycott Lu Feng. The comments on the Interstellar network immediately took a one-sided turn. Even occasional voices acknowledging the merits of Voyager's games were quickly labeled as being in league with Lu Feng. Xiao Yu rushed hastily into Lu Feng's office. President Lu, the public opinion on the Interstellar network is very unfavorable. What should we do? Lu Feng glanced at the situation Xiao Yu had relayed and furrowed his brow slightly. Frankly, the person who wrote these articles was no ordinary individual. They had meticulously studied his works and habits. The analysis is quite objective. Xiao Yu was frantic. President Lu, how can you praise them at a time like this? They're calling for a boycott against you. I've looked into it. This large-scale operation couldn't have been orchestrated by just the Tianwu Star alone. Many of these people are experts in various fields. With them leading the charge, our voice simply can't get through. Lu Feng said, indeed. If I've calculated correctly, the 9 provinces game must have spread across all planets of the Galactic Alliance and even influenced other galaxies. Our games have encroached on their market, and since this is a novel form of artistic expression, it naturally incites their resentment. This matter is no longer something our company can resolve alone. Then we need to find allies. Lu Feng nodded. Zhou and the others should have their competition results soon. If nothing unexpected happens, they should advance to the semifinals. We'll return to Alpha Star to claim my reward first. Even though they had to leave, they couldn't do nothing. He published an article under the name of Voyager Company. Lu Feng, in the current era, do we choose emotion or absolute rationality? The interstellar people's victory over the Zerg was an immortal feat and a source of our pride. We paid a heavy price for it, including the loss of genuine emotion. Everyone knows the origin of emotional numbness syndrome, which is also the fundamental reason why art is valued. The debate about whether imaginary stories should exist is truly a debate about whether we should maintain absolute rationality. Thoughts and culture evolve with the times. We abandoned emotion to defeat the Zerg. Now that the interstellar era has entered a period of peace, the emotional numbness syndrome, brought about by absolute rationality, still plagues us. Under these circumstances, shouldn't we change our mindset and reclaim the emotion we have lost? After posting this message, Lu Feng led his team back to Alpha Star. The Secretary General personally welcomed him. Welcome back. Seeing this, Lu Feng guessed that Alice and the others must have already entered the semifinals. To be greeted by the Secretary General himself is an unexpected honor. The Secretary General replied, "It is only fitting. You have led Alpha Star's team into the semifinals of the Galactic Music Competition, something unprecedented. His Excellency the Governor has prepared a banquet for you." Lu Feng accepted with a smile, knowing it would just be a repeat of the previous protocol. By now, 9 provinces wine had become a staple at banquets. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Feng spoke directly. "Secretary General, is the earlier wager still valid?" "Of course," the Secretary General said. "You have not only completed the music competition task, but also fulfilled the requirement of launching your works on the Galactic Alliance ahead of schedule. I have heard of the difficulties you faced. I have already spoken with the director of the Art Institute. He will step down early. No one will dare to object to you taking that position." Lu Feng found it a bit strange that the Secretary General was so straightforward this time, even proactively arranging for the director's early retirement. He hadn't even deployed the measures he had prepared. Regardless, securing the position first would facilitate future plans. As the banquet wound down, Voyager's team was already waiting at the entrance. Dai Li was the first to embrace Lu Feng. "You've worked hard. What hardship is there on Alpha Star? Everything is on track. It's you on Tianwu Star who had to start from scratch." "All right, stop complimenting each other. It's late, let's go back first," Lu Weici said lazily, arms crossed. Dai Li explained, "Recently, many people from other galaxies have come to Alpha Star. Colonel Lu said he's here to protect us." Lu Feng raised an eyebrow and nodded. Back at Voyager, they began discussing business. "Why would Colonel Lu personally come to protect our small Voyager company?" Lu Feng asked, crossing his legs and looking at Lu Weici. Lu Weici took a sip of tea. "How important is your Voyager?" The 9 provinces civilization is rarely seen across the entire galaxy. Besides, you are about to become the director of the Art Institute. Naturally, your assets need proper protection. Lu Feng chuckled. I only mentioned the position of Art Institute director to the Secretary General at the banquet. How is it that Colonel Lu already knows? Dai Li leaned in and whispered, recently quite a few people from other galaxies have come to inquire about the 9 provinces civilization. Lu Feng quickly understood. Now that the 9 provinces civilization is famous throughout the Galactic Alliance, Voyager is constantly in the spotlight. They must have thoroughly investigated how Voyager and Lu Feng started in the Pegasus galaxy. If I were from another galaxy and I saw a unique civilization emerging in a small, underappreciated galaxy, my first instinct would be to poach it. Am I right, Colonel Lu? No wonder. No wonder the Secretary General had been so eager to offer him the position of Art Institute Director. It was to prevent him from being lured away by other galaxies. Lu Weici could only offer an awkward smile. Lu Feng was far too perceptive, there was no way to hide it from him. Lu Feng, although you suffered quite a bit on Beta Star earlier because of the psychic association, that association no longer exists. Alpha Star has treated you and Voyager while even offering you the position of Art Institute Director. You wouldn't leave, would you? Lu Feng leaned back. That depends on how sincere you are. After Lu Feng became the director of the Art Institute, he gained considerable authority. His first order of business was to thoroughly examine the history of Planet Alpha. On Tianwu Star, he had already noticed that while interstellar historical records were scarce, quite a bit of information had been preserved, especially from the past few centuries. By then, photonic brains already existed, so the data should have been comprehensive, yet very little could be found on Planet Alpha. Lu Feng had always been curious about the true cost of the victory against the Zerg race centuries ago. After reviewing the war's course, Lu Feng realized that this victory had not come easily. The Interstellar Alliance had paid an immense price. The number of fallen soldiers reached 10 billion. Wait, 10 billion. That couldn't be right. The entire population of the White Horse Star system was only about 20 to 30 billion. If so many young soldiers had been deployed during that period, the population on White Horse Star would have plummeted, and descendants of those soldiers should now form the majority. Lu Feng checked the population figures of the White Horse Star system again. Yes, the population during that time had only slightly decreased compared to before and after, with no significant impact. This was why the people of the White Horse Star system believed the war had been won so easily. Lu Feng tapped the table thoughtfully. Every soldier was equipped with specific communication devices, so the numbers were automatically recorded by photonic brains and could not be wrong, especially since this was a classified document accessible only to the Art Institute director. So where had all those people come from? Incubation bases. Lu Feng suddenly recalled the message from the lower-class star that Hua Fei had brought. Human births in the interstellar era were not natural, they were cultivated in incubation bases. This meant that if the Archon wanted more people, they could secretly manufacture them, then control them through large-scale cultivation, turning them into machines dedicated to war. They needed no emotions. It was best if they were all trained to be alexithymic, used as advanced robots. They had no family in the interstellar realm. If they died, no one would know or care. If incubation bases existed on lower-class stars, they would be the perfect place to cultivate these people. That was why the Archon guarded the lower-class stars so tightly, fearing that the existence of incubation bases there would be exposed. The people trapped on lower-class stars were not only exiles suffering from alexithymia, but likely unauthorized incubations who had not yet matured. After the interstellar victory over the Zerg, they were discarded like trash on those lower-class stars. But why exile them to lower-class stars? Couldn't they just be given new identities? Surely interstellar citizens would understand. Resources. Lu Feng recalled that when he first arrived in the interstellar world, he could barely afford nutrient solutions. The technology was advanced, but resources were scarce. Basic sustenance barely met physiological needs. They knew that spiritual works could cure alexithymia, yet they allowed the Spiritualist Association to monopolize. They also knew that natural plants tasted far better than nutrient solutions, yet whenever they discovered a new planet, they stripped it of all vegetation and planted raw materials for more nutrient-rich solutions. Moreover, the Archon was unusually concerned about having the system's works go live on the Galactic Alliance. This had even led to demotions of several Art Institute directors and deputy directors, something unprecedented in other departments. This indicated that the White Horse Star system was severely resource deficient and had to obtain more resources through the Galactic Alliance. Artistic works were a hard currency among the alliances. With this in mind, Lu Feng returned to Qihong and immediately sought out Lu Weici. During the war against the Zerg, were soldiers cultivated in incubation bases? Lu Weicis' eyes widened instantly. How do you know? Lu Feng said, because of resource issues you abandoned them on lower-class stars after the war to fend for themselves. Lu Weicis' reaction said it all. I see. You can leave now. Lu Weici grew anxious. Why should I leave? Lu Feng, this is top secret information. Even as the Art Institute director, you have no clearance to know this. So how did you find out? Lu Feng had guessed the answer and was in a sour mood. Since I already know, are you going to report me, eh? Lu Weici sighed. You know that both publicly and privately, I would never report you. But as a friend, I must warn you, this must not be revealed to anyone, especially the Archon's people. They fought for the interstellar people, they were part of the military. And you just watched. What could we do? They were different from ordinary people. Trained from birth to be alexithymic, they truly thought like robots. Not even a fifth-level spiritual work could cure them. Besides, the White Horse star system is a small system, it simply couldn't afford to support those lives. Lu Feng sneered. You didn't think about that when you used them to fight the Zerg. Can't afford to support them. Some people enjoy natural food their whole lives while others can't even afford nutrient solutions. It's unavoidable, Lu Weici evaded. Director Lu, the Secretary General, has called an emergency meeting. A message from an Art Institute staff member appeared on Lu Feng's photonic brain. They'll go to the meeting first. This was Lu Feng's first time attending an internal meeting of the Archon's office, and the Archon himself was present. The Secretary General introduced the heads of various departments to Lu Feng. Soon the meeting began. I've called you all here urgently to discuss the matter of Qihang Company. At these words, everyone looked at Lu Feng, who remained expressionless and unmoved. We have received messages from 18 star systems, including the Gemini Pegasus and White Cloud systems. They demand that we stop Qihang Company's works from going live on the Galactic Alliance, claiming such works would undermine interstellar rationality. And to compensate for our losses, they are willing to pay us 10 billion Galactic Alliance star coins annually. A bearded man exclaimed in delight, this is good news. We are short on foreign currency, this would be enough to buy a small planet. Many echoed their agreement. Lu Feng found the scene almost laughable. He tapped the table and said, do you know how much foreign currency the 9 provinces game alone has earned so far? 20 billion. And Qihang Company has not only this game, but also a Xinxia game and a serial drama. Furthermore, the Art Institute is preparing to upload works about the 9 provinces from Planet Alpha to the Galactic Alliance. Even considering only Qihang's revenue, a simple calculation shows that the taxes Qihang pays to the system will far exceed 10 billion. Think about this year's achievements and future income. Do you still think it's worth it? The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew the value of the 9 provinces' near-complete civilization. Lu Feng must have made a fortune on the Galactic Alliance, but they hadn't expected it to be this much. The bearded man said, Director Lu, you are new to the Archon's office, so you may not fully understand intersystem relations. This is not just about money. Our White Horse star system is far weaker than others. When so many major systems make a demand simultaneously, we cannot ignore them. The Secretary General looked around and said, indeed, although interstellar law forbids war against fellow beings, if they unite to restrict our technology and products, it would be a devastating blow to us. He turned to Lu Feng. Director Lu, I know you have deep feelings for the 9 provinces civilization, but you could develop it within the White Horse star system. If people from other systems want to experience it, they must come here. That would benefit both you and us immensely. As soon as the Secretary General spoke, many voices joined in agreement. Indeed, Director Lu is still young and has never served as a governor. It's only natural he is unaware of such matters. The Secretary General is right. Director Lu, you must listen carefully to everyone's words. These are experiences you need to learn from. It's rare for the Secretary General to analyze these things for you during this meeting. You wouldn't learn this elsewhere. You should properly thank the Secretary General and these seniors. Lu Feng let out a cold laugh, trying to act superior in front of him. He wasn't about to fall for that. Everyone, I know you mean while teaching me, but that's unnecessary. I have my own standards for judging right and wrong. I don't need guidance. Also, I want to tell you all that the Galactic Alliance hasn't made any judgment on Qihang Company's work. The purpose of these galaxies privately contacting the White Horse Galaxy need not be elaborated. Everyone surely understands. Although the White Horse Galaxy is small, we aren't entirely spineless, are we? They give a flimsy excuse, offer some benefits without even resorting to threats, and we scare ourselves into compromise. Even if they restrict our technology and products, we can earn back from other aspects. The 9 provinces civilization is currently unique across the stars. Are everyone's horizons truly that shallow? Or is it because you're uneasy that the 9 provinces isn't in your hands? As Lu Feng finished speaking, the faces around him turned sour. Lu Feng, what kind of talk is that? Do you think we covet your 9 provinces? Exactly, you must be suffering from paranoia. We've seen everything, and do you think we care? We're all looking out for you. Speaking like this is truly immature. The Secretary General and the Governor had already made their decision, and these shrewd individuals naturally knew it. This meeting was merely a formality to inform Lu Feng, yet he had made such an ugly scene. The Secretary General's face turned cold. Does Director Lu have any good suggestions? Lu Feng had originally hoped to enlist the White Horse Galaxy as an ally against the Galactic Alliance given their shared interests. But now he realized he had no foundation here. In their eyes, he was also an enemy. Governor Secretary General, let me put it this way, since the 9 provinces civilization has unexpectedly fallen upon me, it is my duty to promote it. It is not the property of the White Horse Galaxy, but a shared asset of the stars. Therefore, it must not be confined to a single galaxy. The Secretary-General glared at him. Are you willing to disregard the interests of the White Horse Galaxy? Lu Feng replied, I am a citizen of the White Horse Galaxy. Naturally, I stand with it. Many galaxies in the Alliance are eyeing the value of the 9 provinces civilization. On Tianwu Star, Tianyin Star, and even Alpha Star, numerous people from other galaxies have contacted me to transfer my citizenship, offering terms far more generous than you can imagine. I have not replied to any of them. Lu Feng's words were clever. He said he hadn't replied, not that he had refused. The Secretary-General panicked. He had sent military personnel to shadow Qihong and Lu Feng to prevent other galaxies from approaching him, yet it hadn't worked. If Lu Weici knew, he would surely protest his innocence. He had indeed prevented it, Lu Feng had simply guessed. Lu Feng observed their expressions and continued, actually this matter is easy to resolve. There are countless galaxies in the stars, but only a dozen or so can have their products listed in the Galactic Alliance. The rest, like us, can only import. We can grant them some licenses, and I believe they will be willing to stand with us when necessary. You're willing to grant licenses? Lu Feng sighed. It's unavoidable. If the White Horse Galaxy were stronger, I could keep the licenses. The stars are vast, so granting more licenses is the only way to spread the 9 provinces faster. Lu Feng then turned to the governor. Sir, no one wishes for their home to be weak. Since this unique civilization has chosen me and the White Horse Galaxy, this is our opportunity. A chance to become a powerful galaxy like the White Cloud or Twin Stars. Will we truly let it slip away? Lu Feng had already grasped the operating rules of the White Horse Galaxy's power. Authority was highly concentrated in the governor. To avoid making this too obvious, the Secretary-General usually spoke and acted on his behalf. But the governor was the absolute leader. Throughout the entire meeting, the governor hadn't spoken a word, but Lu Feng didn't believe he had no opinions. The elderly governor cast a meaningful glance at Lu Feng. This matter still requires deliberation. After the meeting, Lu Feng shed his calm demeanor, his expression turning serious. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Outside, the Galactic Alliance was targeting the 9 provinces, while the cunning old foxes of the governor's office sought to seize complete control of it. Fortunately, the civilization fragments obtained across the stars were completely fused with the individual and could not be separated, otherwise Lu Feng believed he would already be dead. He raised his right hand and called Lu Weici via light brain. Colonel Lu, I need to meet with General Haida. Tell him that regarding the lower-tier stars, perhaps we can cooperate. Though the humans cultivated in those incubation bases had no relatives, they had friends. Battlefields forged the strongest bonds. The children yet to mature in those bases were likely cloned from the genes of the previous generation of incubated humans. Lu Feng had already figured out that the governor had originally supported the Psychic Association to limit the military while also sending surplus people to the lower-tier stars to conserve resources. The military understood this as well, which was why they had never moved against the Psychic Association. Lu Feng's arrival had shattered this balance. The Psychic Association had overestimated its own value over the years, going too far and incurring the governor's displeasure, which was why Lu Feng had acted so effortlessly. The news of the final competition on Tianyin Star arrived. The White Horse Galaxy had secured 3rd place. Though not the champion, this achievement was enough to make the White Horse Galaxy proud. After all, for so many years they had only lingered in the preliminary rounds. Lu Feng harbored no regrets either. Achieving this ranking meant the girls had truly done their best. Their success relied mainly on the novelty of their instruments and melodies. Their skill level still lagged behind other galaxies, a gap that couldn't be bridged in a short time. Their competitors were indeed formidable, capable of completely adjusting their musical style within the short span of the competition while maintaining excellent performance standards. After watching the competition, Huashang returned to the White Horse Galaxy. The progress of the game across different galaxies in Jiuzhou remained synchronized. Thus, upon her return, Huashang discovered that Jiuzhou had been unified. Yes, after enduring prolonged periods of war and division, when players had come to believe this was the norm, some even proclaiming the end of Jiuzhou, it had once again achieved unification. What a remarkable civilization, the players mused. Yang Jian, the founding emperor of the Sui Dynasty, was a commendable ruler. Upon ascending the throne, he reduced taxes, lightened punishments, and reformed institutions, transforming the dire conditions that had plagued the people since the Wei Jin and Southern and Northern dynasties. During this period, the player mortality rate plummeted, and everyone enjoyed a peaceful era of development. Apart from occasionally evading the disciples of Mount Shu, they engaged in trade, admired the scenery, savored delicacies, and those with interest could invent things to astonish the game's inhabitants. Life was delightful. Huashang remained a palace maid. Although Yang Jian was adept at governance, he showed little interest in beauties. Despite his harem of 3,000 concubines, he doted solely on Empress Degu. The players outside believed Yang Jian to be a devoted man, unlike other emperors. Huashang, however, was overwhelmed with grievances, unsure where to begin. Had they never considered that Yang Jian's devotion might have been coerced by Empress Degu? Empress Degu was domineering. She permitted no other women for her man. If the emperor fancied any maiden, she would directly draw her sword and slay her. Huashang's eyes twitched at the sight. How innocent those women were. Yet it was true that Yang Jian cherished Empress Dugu, otherwise she would not have borne him 10 sons. Huashang had always found this implausible. Childbirth was a painful and physically draining ordeal. In their interstellar society, this task was handled by incubation bases, liberating women from the burden of reproduction. But at this time, the civilization of Jojo was technologically backward, and its medical knowledge equally so. Childbirth for women then was fraught with great risk. A single misstep could result in both mother and child perishing. That Empress Dugu had given birth to 10 sons was indeed remarkable. As the game progressed to this stage, Yang Jian's sons had grown up. The players, mindful of potential dangers, had become experienced. The succession of an emperor was always a critical period, directly determining the dynasty's fate. For instance, the Qin dynasty collapsed after just 2 generations, while the Han dynasty, with a succession of capable rulers, endured for centuries. Isn't it almost time for a change of emperor? Who knows what the next one will be like? Maybe I should find a mountain hideout. Same question. Ever since Mingming left, there's no one to ask for news. Me too. I can't stand those war-torn times again. Refugees as far as the eye can see. It's terrifying. At least players don't have to experience dying of starvation. Exactly. We only feel hunger, and then we die and log off. It's a mercy. I have some news. The current crown prince is Yang Yong, the eldest son. He's decent, but rather fond of women. That's not too bad. As long as he doesn't neglect his duties in this era, which emperor doesn't have flaws. Right? Did you think all emperors would be like his father, devoted to only one? Come on. Huashang already said his father's devotion was because Empress Dugu was strong-willed. Just as players assumed the Sui dynasty would last at least 2 generations, news came from the palace. The eldest prince Yang Yong had been deposed for rebellion, and the new crown prince was the second prince Yang Guang. The players were left speechless. All their analysis had been in vain. Someone puzzled. Wait, he was already the crown prince. Why rebel? Couldn't he just wait for his father to die and ascend the throne? He must have been impatient. What's the hurry? His father didn't mistreat him. It was only a matter of a few years. Doesn't this charge of rebellion sound oddly familiar, especially within the palace? I know what you mean. The charge of rebellion has become the universal accusation in palace intrigues. From ancient times to now, no matter who, favorite consort or crown prince, once tainted with those words, they fall. You're too cynical. I think the eldest prince feared losing his position and acted preemptively. Such things have happened before. Regardless, the eldest prince is no longer crown prince. I don't care how he was deposed. I just want to know about this Yang Guang. After Mingming left, players tended to ask Huashang for information. Though she was in the harem, being within the palace, she had much more news than they did. Huashang's answer set the players at ease. The second prince Yang Guang lived frugally, was well-mannered and learned, and unlike his brother, did not philander. Empress Dugu favored him greatly. Though the eldest prince's deposition was regrettable, this second prince seemed far superior. Soon after Empress Dugu passed away, Yang Jian finally revealed his true nature, lavishing affection on his concubines. However, he was old and in poor health. Huashang was now assigned as a low-ranking maid in his palace. One day, as Yang Jian lay in bed, Huashang estimated he had only a couple of days left. Suddenly, Yang Jian's favored concubine rushed in, crying, "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. The crown prince. He tried to dishonor me." Yang Jian's eyes widened as he coughed. What exactly happened? The concubine recounted recent events, and Yang Jian realized that Yang Guang's image as a filial son was entirely a facade. It was likely that Yang Guang had framed his elder brother Yang Yong for rebellion. He shouted, "Summon my guards." But in came Yang Guang and his men. Without a word, Yang Guang ordered the execution of the emperor and took away the concubine. Huashang watched, her heart pounding. Silently, she sent a message on the world channel, "Players, you should go into hiding." The players were bewildered. Hide from what? They were enjoying a golden age. Moreover, it was Huashang herself who had reported that Yang Guang would be a good emperor, even more reliable than his brother. Just as they were about to ask Huashang for more details, the response came back, "Player not found." If a player logs off, their status shows gray. "Player not found" could only mean the player had died. Huashang, who had just been sending messages, died, and the players finally realized that something might be amiss. Having witnessed Yang Guang murder his own father, Huashang knew he would not spare her. He indiscriminately killed everyone in the palace at that moment. Huashang removed her visor, poured herself a glass of juice, and sighed, lamenting the waste of an account. It was her carelessness. She had watched the prince in the palace grow up, or so she thought, given the irregular flow of time in the game. Yet she had never noticed Yang Guang's perpetual disguise. Not only she, but even his own parents had been oblivious. This Yang Guang was rather terrifying. "Huashang, have you heard about the Tianwu Galaxy incident?" The message came from Linjiu. Back then, Linjiu's dance troupe wanted to learn dances in the game. During the Chuhan contention era, Yu was an exceptional dancer, so they were arranged to disguise themselves as maidservants to watch her perform. At that time, Huashang was also by Ujis' side, plotting to kill Xiangyu for revenge. They had met, then becoming instant friends who delighted in each other's company. You mean their boycott of the 9 Provinces game? I've heard of it. Huashang came from an aristocratic family in the Alpha Galaxy. Her family ran a business on a scale no smaller than the Claire families, and she had distant relatives serving as officials. While interstellar familial bonds were often tenuous, this did not apply to the upper echelons where blood ties remained a means of linking interests. Lin Jiu said, "It's just so infuriating. The 9 Provinces game is wonderful. It's a complete civilization. Why are they boycotting it? What's so great about absolute rationality? It leads to a lack of emotion. And even without 9 Provinces, aren't they still creating works and selling them at high prices? Why is 9 Provinces unacceptable?" Lin Jiu and her group came from humble beginnings. Though now famous, they knew little about the interests of the upper class. Huashang told her, "It's not about rationality versus emotion. They care that 9 Provinces is an outsider. Its launch on the Tianwu galaxy harms their interests, so they naturally try every means to drive it out." Huashang continued, "Don't worry. Overt boycotts won't have much effect. The 9 Provinces game is genuinely enjoyable. No matter how loudly they shout their slogans, people will still choose excellent works." Moreover, Lu Feng's statement in the Tianwu galaxy was powerful. They are clearly organizing players to counter the boycotters. What we should fear are their actual regulatory measures. Knowing that Huashang's status was exceptional, and she always had access to information others lacked, Lin Jiu quickly asked, "Has something happened?" Huashang replied, "Major galaxies like the Gemini and Baiyun have demanded that Shihong Company's works not be allowed on the Galactic Alliance." Lin Jiu's messages were filled with indignation. "On what grounds? Do they get to decide what goes online?" Huashang said they promised certain benefits. Lin Jiu retorted, "What benefits could they offer? If 9 Provinces goes online on the Galactic Alliance, won't there be plenty of benefits?" Huashang explained, "The thinking of the top leaders differs from ours. In their eyes, 9 Provinces belongs to Lu Feng, not to them, the officials." Lin Jiu declared, "I don't care what the upper echelons think. I love the 9 Provinces civilization. Lu Feng once said he wanted the entire interstellar population to see it, and I share that wish. The 4 of us owe everything to Lu Feng and 9 Provinces. We plan to rally players to support Lu Feng in bringing his works across the galaxy." Huashang took a deep breath. She too cherished the 9 Provinces civilization and agreed with Lu Feng's approach, but her family was aligned with the official faction. After a long hesitation, she gritted her teeth and replied, "I'm with you. Sometimes one must do the right thing and take a broader perspective," a lesson she had learned from the 9 Provinces civilization. Clearly, the interests of the Bema galaxy outweighed those of the officials. She had not made a mistake. With this thought, Huashang's expression grew more resolute. News of the 18 major galaxies demanding a ban on Shihong Company's works on the Galactic Alliance somehow reached the interstellar network. The matter had not been particularly confidential, so it was no surprise that ordinary citizens learned of it. However, the officials had miscalculated the public's reaction. Many strongly opposed the demands of the 18 major galaxies, insisting that the officials should refuse outright. In the past, such decisions by the officials rarely concerned the public, who were more focused on matters within their control. Since the emergence of the 9 Provinces civilization, everything seemed unchanged, yet everything was indeed different. On what grounds are they banning us from the Galactic Alliance? Exactly. Don't small galaxies have the right to go online? Why should major galaxies interfere with us? The officials must be firm and reject them. The uproar grew louder. Opening the interstellar network, one saw only calls for the officials to oppose the demands of the 18 major galaxies. Many people even created works to satirize the incident, mostly depicting stories of powerful nations oppressing weaker ones within the 9 Provinces game. General Haida personally called Lu Feng via Light Brain video. "Impressive, Lu Feng. I underestimated you before. So many people are speaking up for you, something no one has ever achieved." Lu Feng gazed at the starry sky outside the window. "They're not speaking for me, they're speaking for themselves. They have simply awakened." Lu Feng received a notice that the chief official had convened a second emergency meeting. At this meeting, an unusual silence prevailed. Attendees cast various glances at Lu Feng, some mocking, some fearful, some angry, some expressionless, and others smiling. Lu Feng said nothing, merely feigning ignorance. Finally, the Secretary General cast a complicated look at Lu Feng and said, "We discussed the proposal of the 18 major galaxies last time. Given Director Lu's differing opinion, let's hear everyone's views. Shall we agree or reject the demands of the 18 major galaxies?" Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Lu Feng understood that most of them already knew the outcome. Like last time, this was merely a formality. The Secretary General continued, "Let's begin the vote now. Those in favor, raise your hands." Lu Feng saw only a few hands raised, including General Haida's. "Those opposed, raise your hands." Lu Feng raised his hand. The Secretary General surveyed the room and announced, "According to the vote, the decision is to reject the demands of the 18 major galaxies." Although Qihong was based in the Bema Galaxy, the ownership belonged to Lu Feng personally, as did the Nine Provinces civilization. Therefore, any authorization of the Nine Provinces civilization required Lu Feng's consent. Under the Secretary-General's leadership, Lu Feng signed authorization agreements with several small galaxies. Learning from past lessons, these actions were conducted in secret and not publicly disclosed. After signing the agreements, Lu Feng prepared to return to the Tianwu Galaxy. This time, he was not arriving empty-handed. He would bring a vast collection of Nine Provinces series works, which would serve as his ammunition. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people influenced by the Nine Provinces civilization silently followed in his wake. When Lu Feng returned to Tianwu Star, the controversy over the works of Qihong Company had reached a fever pitch. The supporters were primarily ordinary players and young drama enthusiasts, while the opposition mainly consisted of renowned psychics and heads of major corporations. Players took the statement Lu Feng had issued before his departure as their manifesto, debating with their opponents over issues of emotion versus absolute rationality and authentic logic versus pure imagination. The two sides engaged in a lively and heated exchange. The online controversy did not affect Qihong Company's profitability. Despite the calls for boycotts across the Star Net, the player bases for JoJo Game and Legend of Sword and Fairy continued to expand at an astonishing rate. But Lu Feng knew that the public debate was not the real issue. The key lay in the final decision of the Galactic Alliance. In a holographic space secured by a specific cipher, Lu Feng, dressed formally, opened a door. Inside was a long rectangular table surrounded by chairs with many people already seated. As Lu Feng entered, many eyes fell upon him. He walked in without a sideways glance and took his seat beside which stood the placard of the White Horse Star System. Soon everyone had arrived. I assume you all know the purpose of today's gathering. The works of Qihong Company have recently sparked considerable controversy on the StarNet. This type of work is unlike anything we've seen before. It does not conform to reality, it lacks rationality, yet it is still being embraced by our citizens. Now that the Zerg have been defeated, there is still a possibility of their return. Our citizens are deeply afflicted by the Apathy Syndrome, yet emotion threatens to erode our resolve. The works of Qihong Company have both merits and drawbacks. We will now vote on whether to ban the works of Qihong Company. Please make your choice. As the head of Qihong Company, Lu Feng had no right to speak today. Those participating in the vote were the governors of each star system. Being allowed to witness the result in person was already a testament to the galaxy's democracy. Lu Feng watched as an electronic screen appeared before each person, though he could not see their contents. After a few taps, the screens vanished. Soon everyone had submitted their votes. The host glanced at the results, seemed to look briefly in Lu Feng's direction, and then announced in a flat tone. 37 votes in favor, 36 votes against. Qihong Company is permitted to release its works within the Galactic Alliance. Lu Feng's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Some were overjoyed, others dismayed. As everyone began to file out, the governor of the White Horse Star System stood up and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. We succeeded, didn't we? Lu Feng nodded absently, his mind in turmoil. After exiting the holographic space, he stared blankly at the wall, meticulously replaying every detail of the meeting in his thoughts. The smaller star systems he had signed agreements with. No. If Qihong Company were banned, their licensing rights would also be revoked. That would offer them no benefit. The dominant major star systems. It couldn't be them either. Lu Feng had already investigated those systems, didn't care about a small company like Qihong, and they had their own plans for producing emotional works. Lu Feng went over each system he had expected to vote in favor, but still couldn't figure it out. There shouldn't have been any betrayals. Xiao Yu knocked and entered. Mr. Lu, the Galactic Alliance has voted not to ban our works. This is fantastic. Why didn't you tell us? Lu Feng smiled. You're quick to get the news. How did you find out? The Galactic Alliance sent out a notification, of course. The White Horse system will inform us soon too. Chief Dai and the others will be thrilled. Indeed, the galaxy's efficiency was remarkable. Wait. The White Horse Star System. Could it be that the White Horse Star System voted to ban? Lu Feng recalled the governor's behavior that day. He had clearly seen Lu Feng upon entering, but acted as if he hadn't, not even meeting his eyes. Yet upon leaving, he had actively come over to speak. And that glance from the host. It was the White Horse system. Lu Feng felt a surge of fury. They would stoop to such tactics just to keep the JoJo civilization firmly under their control. Lu Feng never fought an unprepared battle. Before the vote, he had calculated the likely number of favorable votes. To cover the shortfall, he had used licensing deals to win over smaller systems. But to guard against any changes, he had secured one extra system, making the expected count 38 to 35. That system had been brought in through General Haida's connections, unbeknownst to its governor. The moment he heard the final tally, Lu Feng felt relief, grateful he had prepared so thoroughly. But he never imagined the vote to ban would come from the White Horse system. A cold glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. It seemed some matters needed to be expedited. The Galactic Alliance's announcement of the voting results naturally sent another shockwave through the StarNet. Strangely, the opposing voices instantly fell silent. Many psychics were now claiming to be studying works that transcended reality, promising to share them soon. The speed of this turnaround was baffling. Meanwhile, the first wave of players to clear the Legend of Sword and Fairy game had emerged. Unlike JoJo game, this one felt more like a story instance. Although players could learn sword flight and martial arts from Li Xiaoyao, the story could only unfold by following the protagonist. The players followed Li Xiaoyao to the fairy-like Immortal Island and met Linger journey to the Lin family fort to meet the spirited and chivalrous Lin Yuru, and were finally forced to watch helplessly as Linger perished alongside the water demon. Then they were ejected from the holographic space. They remained immersed in grief. The first wave of reactions on the Star Net came quickly. The scenery was beautiful, Linger was beautiful, the story was great, sword flight was fun, but I don't understand why Linger had to die. Exactly. Why should the responsibility of protecting the Earth fall on a little girl? She was only 16. Jihan Company have a heart. This is just a virtual story. Why couldn't you give her a happy ending? Linger was so lovely and beautiful. From a rational perspective, why do the descendants of Nuwa need to have children? If they didn't, they wouldn't age, their spiritual power would keep growing, and protecting the Earth would be much easier. Right? I thought everyone would be discussing the setting of Nuwa's descendants, but you're all just fixated on Linger's death. Jihan Company is toxic. I didn't even realize it. Exactly why have children? Just fall in love and leave it at that. It must be because Linger's mother died too early. Linger didn't even know about her own identity as a descendant of Nuwa until the Earth God told her. The heritage wasn't passed down properly. We strongly urge Jihan Company to change the ending. Strongly urge Jihan Company to change the ending 1. Strongly urge Jihan Company to change the ending 2. Lu Feng glanced at the comments. Changing the ending was out of the question. At that moment, he was in talks regarding the rights to the Legend of Sword and Fairy. You want to film the Legend of Sword and Fairy? Kaki was quick to react. The game had only been released for such a short time, and he was already at the door. Yes, Mr. Lu. We're old partners. I think this game is perfect for a TV series. It wouldn't even need any adaptation. It's already a complete story. Lu Feng pondered for a moment. You know my rules. Kaki grinned broadly. Of course, of course. We'll produce it exactly according to your requirements. Now I wouldn't want anyone else to adapt it even if you asked. The whole industry is saying you, Mr. Lu, have a Midas touch. Any show you touch, no matter how outrageous, becomes a hit. Kaki wasn't a bad person and they had collaborated smoothly, so Lu Feng agreed. Then he added, actually, aside from the Legend of Sword and Fairy, I also want to film a story from JoJo. You've been in the industry a long time. Any reliable companies you can recommend? Kaki was green with envy. A JoJo story personally selected by Mr. Lu was bound to be a massive hit. But his company was small, a one Legend of Sword and Fairy was enough for him. He couldn't handle two. After thinking it over, he said, since you trust me, Mr. Lu, will be direct. The head of Letian Entertainment is a real talent. He's just like me, no backing and no money to hire psychic scriptwriters, but his ability is unquestionable. Feiwu Entertainment tried to poach him before, but he refused, saying their works were all garbage. That's how he ended up in his current situation. Lu Feng nodded. He sounded like a man with principles worth contacting. Kaki asked, by the way, Mr. Lu, what's the name of the story you want to film? The Legend of the Heroes of Sui and Tang. The real-time service of the White Horse Galaxy has a reminder from Huashang. However, the Fairy Star Galaxy does not have Huashang. However, Yang Guang quickly revealed his lecherous nature, scouring for beautiful women to fill his harem. Before the players could react, the order to construct the canal was given. He established his capital in Luoyang, planning to build 2 canals, one from Luoyang to Beijing and another from Luoyang to Jiangsu and Zhujiang, requiring a workforce of up to 1 million. Players from the White Horse Galaxy would surely feel familiar with this, thinking of ways to avoid conscription in advance. However, players from the Fairy Star Galaxy, while aware of the Qin Dynasty's construction of the Great Wall and royal tombs, had not experienced it firsthand. Some even thought that building a canal was a beneficial endeavor for the country and its people. Canals can connect the north and south, easily transporting grain to the battlefield and facilitating trade. It is indeed a good thing, but not in contemporary times. Yuan was one of the conscripted players. As soon as he logged in, he began digging the canal incessantly. The people beside him were watching closely. If he relaxed, even for a moment, a harsh whip would come crashing down. At night, he slept in a thatched hut with a crowd, which was both unsanitary and foul-smelling. It was a stroke of luck to have a bowl of thin porridge and a steamed bun. This life is unbearable. It would be hundreds of times better to be imprisoned in the stars. Someone nearby glanced around and whispered, "Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid of the disciples of Mount Shu nearby?" So what? If they are here, they can just kill me with a sword. Can this game still be played? What is wrong with the officials treating us players like this, eh? Endure it, who knows, the time might pass quickly. Yuan replied, I can't endure this life for even a day. Though he said this, Yuan still lowered his voice. He knew very well how valuable an account in the real-time service was. Almost every player has a team behind them dedicated to broadcasting content from JoJo, exploring the mysteries of JoJo civilization, showing players what is happening in JoJo, or simply selling information to players in parallel time spaces. Have you heard? The emperor is coming to Yangzhou again. Oh my, every time he comes he raises taxes, builds extra gardens, and requires various preparations. We have no food left at home. Whose family isn't in the same situation? Yin had witnessed Yang Guang's visit to Yangzhou once. That magnificent ship and extravagant display made him want to kill. All those were built on the backs of their blood and sweat. At this time, the mortality rate of players was comparable to that during the chaotic wars of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Yuan angrily said, "Aren't there any rebel armies? Eliminate him and quickly change to another emperor. You better keep your voice down. If the disciples of Mount Shu don't kill you, the soldiers around you are not just decorations." Yuan was still unwilling to accept it. This game was simply too frustrating. So he spent money on the World Channel to buy a loudspeaker. Who knows where there are rebel armies? I want to join. Soon someone responded, "Add me. Players can't change the plot, but if the game character's rebel, we can follow along, right? Count me in. I can't handle this manual canal digging. I'm a delicate interstellar person. I know of two larger rebel groups. One is in Hunan called Wagongzai, led by someone named Li Mi. The other is in Hebei called Do Jianda, who also formed a rebel organization because they couldn't stand the canal digging. Alright, I'll join whoever is closest to me. Yes, but be careful not to die on the way due to the distance." Half of the players had been conscripted into the labor force to dig the canal. Meanwhile, another group was merely watching the excitement, and some even compiled a montage of players' deaths. However, they soon could not laugh anymore. The emperor wanted to attack Goguryeo, yes, while the country was in rebellion and digging canals. Naturally, war required conscription, so almost all remaining players were conscripted. The attack on Goguryeo yielded no results, and instead cost countless lives. Yang Guang insisted on this matter, attacking every year for 3 years. Now it was the players in the labor force who mocked those in the military as the soldiers logged off far too quickly and frequently. Just as Yang Guang prepared for the 4th expedition to Goguryeo, news of Yang Guang's death spread. Players were suddenly overwhelmed with joy and tears. Had the Qihong Company finally developed a conscience? Players had all been replaced, and the game characters were on the verge of extinction. Someone curiously asked, which beautiful and kind-hearted game character killed Yang Guang? Such an important plot could not possibly be instigated by players. It seems to be a subordinate of the emperor named Yu Wenhuaji who strangled Yang Guang to death. Although Yu Wenhuaji killed the emperor, he might not necessarily become the next emperor, as there were too many factions in rebellion. Yu Wenhuaji was actually one of the weaker ones. Yin remarked, "Based on my research of Zhou history, nominal titles are very important. Yang Guang is dead, but his descendants hold the claim to the emperor's title. Therefore, whoever can grasp the emperor's descendants could potentially become the next emperor. Even if not, they would still hold an advantageous position like Cao Cao, who used the emperor to command the lords. Now is the time to choose sides. While commoners are certainly safe, they are also the most likely to become cannon fodder in times of chaos. It's better to cling to a strong thigh. If the gamble pays off, one might leap to nobility." Simu said, "Let me summarize. There are currently 5 major factions. Do Jianda from Hebei of humble origins, Li Mi from Wagongzai and Hunan also of humble origins, Yu Wenhuaji, originally Yang Guang's bodyguard, who made Yang Guang's nephew the emperor after killing him, Li Yuan from Xian, who found Yang Guang's grandson in Chang'an and made him emperor, and Wang Shichong from Luoyang, who found another grandson of Yang Guang to make him emperor." Players were speechless. This game even has evolution, with 3 holding the emperor's title. Who should we choose? From a strength perspective, Yu Wenhuaji is weaker than the other 4. Let's exclude him first. That might not be certain. In battles with multiple factions, what matters is who can survive. The stronger ones may be the first to be besieged. It's too complex to analyze. Forget it, let's rely on luck. My team is already simulated with a brain, but I don't know how accurate the results are. Players from Tianwu Star and Yun players were nervously watching the situation in Zhou. Meanwhile, on the boundary of the lower stars of the White Horse Galaxy, a fleet of cloaked lightspeed combat ships quietly approached here. General Haidai had a stern expression, exuding an aura that felt like a real battle. "You have quite the nerve. Instead of staying in Tianwu Star, you followed me to the lower stars." Lu Feng's expression was also indifferent. The matters here are more important. Moreover, everyone knew Lu Feng was in Tianwu Star, so there would be no movements from that side. Actually, you don't need to come here. The lower stars are not a peaceful place. It could be, as you say in your game, a place for raising goo. You have no combat experience, and it's very dangerous. Lu Feng smiled, saying force cannot solve all problems. Those with emotional insensitivity cannot be communicated with. It was Lu Feng's first visit to a lower-class star, and the surrounding air carried a pungent odor, as if some chemical reagent had been exposed. The areas illuminated by the lights were nothing but desolation, not even a blade of grass in sight. Why not use brighter lights? I recall the interstellar community has artificial suns, Lu Feng asked curiously. Haita replied without turning his head, "In unfamiliar places one must use lights cautiously, for you never know what creatures inhabit this planet. Light will expose you completely to the enemy's eyes." Then we'll search bit by bit like this. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. This is the safest approach. Haita divided his men into several groups, sending them in different directions. Lu Feng was an outsider when it came to field operations, so naturally, he had to follow General Haita's commands. However, he set up simple signal relay stations at intervals, establishing a rudimentary local network on this lower-class planet. Haita asked, what if all the humans on this planet are dead? Then you'd have wasted materials and manpower for nothing. Lu Feng replied with confidence, I've received signals from this planet before. I can't vouch for other planets, but there are definitely humans here. Haita said that was ages ago. On a lower-class star like this, it's normal for someone to be fine one moment and dead the next. Lu Feng said, I have a feeling he's still alive. General Haita was about to say more when his earpiece buzzed with a report from his subordinates. Team 3 hasn't responded to suspected enemy contact. Notify all teams to converge on Team 3's location immediately. Haita's expression turned grim. Soon Haita and his team arrived at the spot where Team 3 had vanished. The general examined the traces and turned to Lu Feng. You were right, kid. It really is humans. Lu Feng frowned. They must see us as enemies. We need to find a way to get them to come out. General Haita disagreed. They're all sufferers of sensory loss disorder. The leader is likely to have undergone rigorous military training. We must defeat them before we can talk properly. Lu Feng said, right now we're in the open and they're in the shadows. They know this place well, but we're like blind men. This could waste who knows how much time. This operation was conducted behind the consul's back. If it dragged on too long or caused too much commotion, it might attract the consul's attention. Moreover, they had more than just this one lower-class star to visit. If Lu Feng stayed away from Tianwu Star for too long, the chance of being discovered increased significantly. Haita pondered for a moment. If we rashly draw their attention, they'll attack us indiscriminately. I have an idea. In a dark corner of the lower-class star, a group of people lay in ambush. They seemed to meld into the darkness, their eyes icy cold, as if they were not among the living. Suddenly, they saw a flash of light ignite in the distant sky, exploding and vanishing in an instant. Yet Yuxiang still caught the glimpse of interstellar script. I made a promise and I've come to keep it. This instantly reminded him of the communicator he had received earlier. It had been dropped along with the nutrient packs. The other party had once asked about the secrets of the lower-class star, and he had demanded a promise to help him leave. That person could only secretly drop that ancient communicator, leading him to guess that the other's status was not high and their capabilities limited. He hadn't held much hope for that promise, never expecting someone would actually come to fulfill it today. Instructor, could this be a trap? Yuxiang replied. In a place like this, who would bother setting a trap for us? If the consul wanted us dead, they'd just shell the planet. The speaker was a boy of 12 or 13. What should we do? Yuxiang said, let's go check it out. Bring those we captured earlier and put them in front. On the other side, Haita watched the firework rising into the sky. Will he come? Lu Feng replied with certainty he will. If he wants to leave this lower-class star, there's no better opportunity than now. He'll come to verify even the slightest hope. They didn't wait long. The first figures they saw were the members of the missing Team 3, followed by people holding laser guns. In General Haita's view, these were all outdated products from years ago. He was confident he could subdue them, but he worried there might be others lying in ambush. Was it you who sent up that light? Yes. Who are you? What do you want? People from Alpha Star here to take you off this lower-class star. Yuxiang fell silent for a moment. Who sent me the communicator? Ignoring Haita's gesture, Lu Feng stepped forward. It was me. Why did you send the communicator? Yuxiang asked coldly. I have a relative exiled here. I wanted news of them. Yuxiang's voice remained emotionless. They're probably long dead. Lu Feng paused, then said, I need to be sure. Yuxiang suddenly said, I may not have been born on Alpha Star, but I know there's no free lunch in the universe. The information I gave wasn't worth you taking me off this planet. What do you really want? Lu Feng and Haita exchanged a glance. We have a common enemy, the consul. We're here to seek an alliance. Yuxiang said, I don't trust you. General Haita sneered. Do you think you have any other choice? Look at the weapons in your hands. They're centuries old. Even if you had the technology to build spaceships, there's likely no usable material left on this planet. The consul is meticulous about such things, even if incompetent in other areas. Yuxiang had realized when he captured Team 3 that their weapons were unlike anything he'd seen. He was probably further from his goal than ever. Get us out first, and he'll agree. But Lu Feng said, not yet. We have to cure your sensory loss disorder first. Those with uncontrolled sensory loss were ticking time bombs capable of slaughtering their own people at any moment. Though Yuxiang seemed stable, now they dared not take the risk. Yuxiang sneered. Everyone here has uncontrolled sensory loss. How do you plan to cure it? Lu Feng said, we came prepared. You needn't worry about that. While Lu Feng was busy setting up relay stations on the lower-class star, an avalanche of works from the White Horse Galaxy suddenly appeared on the Galactic Alliance platform for review. The sheer volume exceeded the annual output of many planets. Has the White Horse Galaxy gone mad? They only have 19 provinces civilization. Where did all these works come from? The reviewer was exasperated. You are behind the times. Many now say the 9 provinces civilization is complete. Haven't you seen that game still ongoing? If that's true, they'll have plenty of works to submit. And the Qihong Company has works that break from reality, opening up even more possibilities. The Fairy Sword game was popular on Tianwu Star, but compared to works like 9 Provinces and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, its performance wasn't particularly outstanding. However, on Tianwu Star, this game was an unprecedented hit, even more popular than the 9 Provinces game. The reason? The background music of the Sword Immortal game. Tianwu Star was practically a planet where everyone was musically inclined, boasting the most comprehensive collection of instrument shops and music copyrights in the entire interstellar realm. It was a paradise for musicians, yet also their purgatory. Because a renowned musician from another galaxy might not even have a chance to work as an assistant here. Since interstellar appearances could be altered, what truly mattered in the interstellar entertainment industry was one's background and talent. Huang Ying was a standout among them. Born into a family of spiritual musicians, she had studied musical instruments and singing since childhood. Her voice was exquisite, and she had performed numerous songs that resonated across the entire interstellar space. During a music program, Huang Ying appeared in a distinctive outfit, her hair dyed black, and cascading over her shoulders, instantly stunning many. Yet what truly captivated them was the song she performed, lyrical and ethereal, especially during the chanting passages, which felt like a celestial realm. No one had ever realized how perfectly suited she was for this genre. Once the song was released, many rushed to purchase it, and numerous singers sought to cover it. However, lacking the copyright, they had to approach Huang Ying. This song isn't my original creation, it's from a game called Sword Immortal produced by Qihong Company. Though it's a game, I believe the music within is crafted with great care. Any single piece could be a classic. These words led many to believe she was openly advertising for Qihong Company. Yet, even more people agreed with her sentiment. It's true. I've already completed Sword Immortal, but I keep replaying it just to listen to the music. Yes, I've always felt that compared to the plot, promoting the music would make it even more popular. That's on Tianwu Star. In reality, on other planets, the game's storyline generates far more discussion than its music. I'm different, I love both. The music perfectly complements each scene, allowing you to truly feel the characters' emotions and understand them better. Since the work passed the Galactic Alliance's review, Qihong Company activated its automatic authorization function. Consequently, licensing requests for Sword Immortal music surged along with related costume authorizations. Walter habitually stocked new costumes from Qihong games in his store as soon as they were released, sometimes adding his own modifications. While others were still applying for licenses, his store was already filled with Sword Immortal game costumes, generating a flood of orders. Walter was now planning to open branch stores on other planets in the Fairy Galaxy. The interstellar network wasn't unified, each galaxy had its own. Thus, the JoJo game operated on a separate server in the Fairy Galaxy, unconnected to the White Horse Galaxy. Although their progress was roughly synchronized, the light-year distances between galaxies always caused a time lag. While Mingming Bye and the others mostly played the Conquest game on the parallel time server 1A, after the news that JoJo was about to end, many rushed to exit the real-time server. The Starry Ocean players saw this as a rare opportunity and casually registered accounts. Occasionally, when tired, they would log into the real-time server to see how other players were being tormented by the game, a form of psychological comfort. Lan said, "Hey Juswan, isn't Qihong promoting the JoJo game everywhere in the Fairy Galaxy? How do you have time to play?" Juswan leaned back in his chair. "That's the marketing department's job. I'm an algorithm engineer." When she remarked, "I never imagined that while we were still playing the game you'd already joined Qihong headquarters as their algorithm engineer." Juswan lifted his chin proudly. "Of course, my immense talent is only worthy of Qihong Company." Lanlan's eyes sparkled. "By the way, Juswan, since you're an algorithm engineer, you must know the future plotlines, right?" Juswan looked smug. "Of course. I wrote the algorithms for those plots, and Boss Lu even praised me for my competence." Lan said excitedly. "Then tell us who will become emperor so we can cozy up to them early." Zhujuan's expression darkened. "What are you thinking? That's top secret." Lan insisted, "Just tell us. We won't tell anyone." Juswan refused outright. "No, that would be unfair to other players, and it's Kahang's highest secret. Not even a spouse can be told." Lan retorted, "Always our Qihong this and that. I remember when you first claimed to be a mole sent by our Starry Ocean." Zhujuan's gaze drifted slightly. "That was when I was young and naive. Now I'm a mole sent by Qihong to your Starry Ocean. If any of you try to pull that plot-changing stunt again, I'll report you in a heartbeat." Mingming Bye and the others laughed. "You sure change your tune fast." "That's right. Boss Lu is my idol now." They chatted happily. Suddenly a message appeared on the world channel. "Which factions is everyone choosing?" The original 5 were hard enough to decide, and now there's a 6th founded by someone named Shaylee. "I'm nearby. That faction has way too many players. Did everyone choose that new faction? Is there some inside scoop? Am I the only one who thinks this faction was established too quickly? Other factions developed gradually, but this one seems to have risen out of nowhere." Let me check the location. It's quite close to Li Yuan. Feels like a battle between them is inevitable. Lan watched with interest. 6 choices now, just one short of the Warring States period. Juswan opened his mouth, but said nothing. It wasn't really 6 choices, this Shaili was likely a player's creation. It was quite peculiar. Since the Shushan disciple system went live, players on this server had been behaving themselves. Yet some still refused to give up their mischief, truly persistent like cockroaches. Watching the lively player discussions, they felt a pang of nostalgia for their time in the White Horse Galaxy. The forum still had that familiar text-based live commentary feel. Thread starter Simu, it's starting. Li Mi and Yuan Huaji are fighting. 1F Simu, I chose Li Mi. We've barely begun, and he's already clashing with Yuan Huaji. Seriously, can't he lie low for a while? I feel so unsafe. Li Mi, why did you have to provoke Yuan Huaji? 2F Sifa, they're evenly matched now. The players on both sides must be regretting their choices. Good thing I didn't pick either. 3F Linfa, I hate these stalemates. No matter who wins, most players die, no one escapes. 4F My Debbie, Yuan Huaji finally fled. If he had an idea, have been done for. Hope he learns to bide his time after this. 5F My Debbie, damn it. I thought I'd escaped, but then I ran into Dojinda and got killed. 6F Daifini, ha, Yuan Huaji is out. 1/5 chance now, folks. 7F Simu, these game characters are so treacherous, always taking advantage of others' misfortune. Wang Shicheng was waiting for us at Wagong Stockade. Are there any other Li Mi players left besides me? 8F Safanging him here. I feel like our forces could be wiped out any minute. I'm so tempted to desert. 9F Simu, haha. Li Mi is defecting to Li Yuan. I didn't see that coming. Guess I've made it to the top 4 now. 223F Kaidi, is that Shaili guy insane? Attacking Li Yuan with weapons way beyond the current era, trying to play the opportunist at a time like this. So blatant. 224F Li Fu, weight crossbows of that level must have been developed by players. I even saw steam-powered shells. Aren't the Shushan disciples doing anything? 225F Simu, of course they are. A bunch of Shushan disciples showed up and killed all those players. But Li Yuan suffered heavy losses too. Being weakened at a time like this is very dangerous. After browsing the forum, Lan said, these players are crazier than us. With such reckless tactics, do they have a grudge against Li Yuan? Juswan sensed something was off. I'm logging off. Keep an eye on things for me. He removed his VR headset and quickly pulled up the replay of the Li Yuan battle. It was clear those players had a specific target, Li Yuan. They ignored everyone else, and even when the Shushan disciples arrived, they didn't flee, but kept attacking the main tent. Shaili, kill Li. These people had a purpose. Few knew of Lu Feng's departure from Tianwu Star. Even at Tianwu Star's Qihang Company, only Xiaoyu and Zhu Xuan were aware. In interstellar space, creating a robot in Lu Feng's likeness was far too easy. Zhu Xuan still remembered the solemnity with which Lu Feng had entrusted Qihang to him, warning him that this was a critical period. Qihang faced countless formidable enemies, and any sign of irregularity must not be taken lightly. He had silently vowed then to protect Qihang Company with all his might. At this thought, he quickly summoned the core members and informed them of the situation. I don't think this is simple spontaneous player behavior. Look, after the players launched suicide attacks and died, they managed to rally a second wave in no time and even orchestrated an assassination. The Gravel organization is recovering their player base rapidly. Indeed, during the brief time Zhu Xuan was offline, Li Yuan had faced another assassination attempt from someone close to him. Fortunately, Li Shimin arrived in time and saved Li Yuan's life. Now everyone split into groups and head to All-Star Systems, where the 9 provinces game is active. According to the Galactic Alliance's regulations, approved games have many restrictions. Even deleting an account requires a valid reason. There's much we can't interfere with. You must organize local player teams to ensure the storyline proceeds normally. Xiaoyu's face also darkened. The 9 provinces game prided itself on realism, especially its real-time space-time server. The NPCs in this game differed from typical ones. After setting initial values, their personalities were shaped by their experiences and storylines. If a crucial plot character died, it would be extremely difficult to recreate one in a short time. If this group intended to destroy Li Yuan's faction, they must have deeply studied the 9 provinces game. But we have very few staff in unfamiliar star systems, and those top-tier players may not listen to us. Recalling Lu Feng's instructions, Zhu Xuan gritted his teeth. If all else fails, use the system to issue players a mission to protect Li Yuan. If the mission fails, directly shut down the server in that star system. Xiaoyu and the others were stunned. Is it that serious? Someone disagreed. That's not good. We've worked so hard to push 9 provinces to this level. Zhu Xuan's gaze was firm. This is President Lu's decision. Xiaoyu glanced at him, but said nothing. Seeing Xiaoyu didn't object, the others had no further complaints. The two of them held the highest positions after President Lu and were closest to him. After everyone left, Zhu Xuan put on his holographic visor again and logged into the 9 provinces game. Mingming, Bai and the others were watching a live stream while discussing with players what the Gravel organization intended. Hey Zhu Xuan, you're back? Come see. Some say these players drew identity cards of people whose families were killed by Li Yuan. They're too deep into the role, haha. Is that true? Zhu Xuan took a deep breath, his expression grave. Brothers, I need your help with something. Zhu Xuan had always been proud of this, was the first time he had begged like this. Lin Bai and the others exchanged glances, realizing the severity. What happened? Zhu Xuan spoke rapidly. Time is short, so we'll make it brief. We suspect the Gravel organization isn't an ordinary player group, but a hostile force deliberately created to sabotage the 9 provinces storyline. Li Yuan is the next emperor, and his son Li Shimin will usher in the next golden age. They must not die. I don't know if other star systems face the same situation. We're short-handed. I need to check other systems. Here Qihong can only do so much. Brothers, I need you to hold this front. The group was shocked by Zhu Xuan's words, never imagining a small player organization could be so complex. Lin Bai spoke first. I have a partnership with President Liu. The interests of 9 provinces are my interests. Imin. Mingming Bai added, 9 provinces is our star systems game, and it made me. Imin. Wenqi Lanlin and Claire naturally had no objections. Lanlan suddenly said, but this is Tianwu Star's real-time space-time server. Without Xiaobai's knowledge or Claire's futures trading, how can just a few of us stop them? Zhu Xuan replied, I can grant you unlimited account registrations during this time. No queuing, and transfer all my star coin and in-game currency exchange quotas to you. The rest is up to you. Without giving them time to argue, Zhu Xuan logged off and rushed to the space station, heading for other star systems. Lin Bai and the others were left speechless. Even with quotas, they still needed star coins to exchange. He should have given them some star coins before leaving. When she said, according to Zhu Xuan's info, the Gravel group has grown in scale, but they've lost many people. Gathering player accounts takes time. I suggest we split up. Lin Bai and I will go to Li Yuan and Li Shimin ideally to protect them up close. Claire take Mingming Bai and Lanlan. Use the funds to recruit players or game characters and quickly build a force to counter the Gravel organization. Among them, Wenqi had a military background and the most experience, so no one objected. Mingming Bai warned, be careful. They might try to turn key players or game characters against you. Watch everyone around you. Lin Bai and the others nodded. Without delay, they split up. In Li Yuan's tent, a physician was dressing his wounds. Li Jianqing, Li Shimin, and others waited anxiously. Everyone, His Highness is out of danger, but needs to rest and recover. The physician left with his medical kit. Li Yuan lay in bed furious. Just as our strength grows, we run into these madmen from Gravel. Where did they even come from? Li Shimin frowned. Those people aren't the real threat. It's their weapons. Our blades shatter on contact with theirs, and their crossbows have twice our range. Report. Enter. Your Highness, 2 men claim to know the formula for those weapons and can help us destroy the enemy. Li Jianqing stepped forward. Father, don't trust them. Your injury came from an assassin's surprise attack. These 2 are of unknown origin. Why do they have the formula, and why offer it to us? This could be another assassination plot. Let me have them killed. Li Shimin disagreed. Father, those weapons are indeed formidable. If we can obtain the formula, it would offset our losses. I am skilled in martial arts. Let me meet them. Li Yuan remained silent as the others awaited his decision. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and Wenqi waited outside the camp. Wenqi said, good thing I brought the formula researched by Sleepyhead when we came to Tianwu Star. Otherwise, it would have been hard to get close to Li Yuan so quickly. Lin Bai paused before speaking. I've been thinking. The reason Gravel wants to kill Li Yuan and Li Shimin is that they know they'll be the next emperors. Wenqi frowned. Could someone at Qihong have leaked the information? Lin Bai shook his head. According to Zhu Xuan, the 9 provinces storyline is Qihang's top secret. Even the engineers write codes separately and don't know the full plot. On Tianwu Star only, he knows the complete story. When she said directly, it can't be Zhu Xuan. He's proud, but has integrity, and he's especially careful about this. He won't even tell us, let alone others. Lin Bai nodded. I agree. So there's another possibility. Since star systems don't share networks, game progress varies. The White Horse star system is ahead of us. But the time spent traveling through wormholes compensates for the progress gap. Wenqi's eyes widened as realization struck. There is a way to achieve real-time communication, the governor's encrypted network. The vote on whether to ban Qihong had used that encrypted network, allowing people from different star systems to enter the same holographic space. This meant the incident was orchestrated by one or several star system governors, not ordinary commercial competition. Lin Bai gave an almost imperceptible nod. Both fell silent, their expressions heavy. A soldier approached. Hand over your weapons and follow me. Lin Bai and Wenqi met Li Shimin, the one who would create a prosperous era. At this moment, Li Shimin appeared tall and handsome, exuding youthful vigor, clad in armor, with an imposing presence. Around him, the guards widened their eyes on high alert, as if 2 human bombs had entered. Lin Bai and Wenqi could only remain speechless. You say you have weapon blueprints? Li Shimin inquired. Lin Bai did not hesitate, and took out the blueprints directly. Yes, our families have a history of weapon making. My father developed this design, but it was discovered by the group of sand and gravel people who then stole the schematics, and killed all our family members. We were studying abroad and managed to escape a disaster. Wenqi's face was filled with rage. We vow to take revenge on our enemies. Hearing that they came to attack here, we thought about joining the Li family army to eradicate the Sand and Gravel faction together. Although they had drawn the identity card of a common blacksmith from their family, they could still fabricate tales about having prominent ancestors. In chaotic times, one's identity might not even be traceable, let alone their ancestors' matters. Li Shimin gestured for someone beside him to take the blueprints. Lin Bai knew this required confirmation from the armory personnel. He smiled, saying, "Since both of you are assisting me so much, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. How about you start as vice commanders in my army?" With this initial goal achieved, both felt relieved. However, the period of being vice commanders was not peaceful. Incoming, there are assassins. Lin Bai and Wenqi instinctively rushed to Li Shimin and Li Yuan's sides. Incoming, there are assassins. The two of them had scarcely dared to log off these past few days, their nerves taut. Even Wenqi's physical condition was beginning to wear thin. Continuing like this isn't a solution. It's impossible to guard against everything. Even if we hold out, the holographic game will eventually log us out due to time limitations. Lin Bai showed his private message to Wenqi. "Gunya, bro, what's the point of risking your life for a game character? How about this? Help me assassinate Li Shimin or Li Yuan, and he'll give you 10 accounts plus 1,000,000 star coins. If you fail, you'll get 1/10, and if you're injured, compensation will be proportional to the severity of your injuries." Just after finishing reading, Wenqi received the same private message. He was speechless as well. No wonder those players were suddenly going crazy trying to find various ways to kill. There are those who use poison, some who employ beauty traps, and others feigning loyalty with their family backgrounds. No way, the players have many channels and creative ideas. What if someone actually succeeds? That would be troublesome. Lin Bai nodded. We need to come up with a plan. During this time, the frequent assassination attempts on players had not been without benefits. Lin Bai and Wenqi's repeated acts of risking their lives to save Li Yuan and Li Shimin significantly elevated their status and trust within the army. When the blueprints they submitted were confirmed to be genuine, Li Yuan personally met with them and asked what rewards they desired. "My lord, our lifelong wish is to take down our enemies ourselves. As you can see, the Sand and Gravel people are particularly concerned about your and the second prince's lives. We wish to serve as your guards so we can protect both of you, repay your kindness, and confront them directly, exterminating everyone in their organization." Li Yuan pondered for a moment. "Your skills would be wasted as guards, but since this is what you wish for, so be it. But you must remember, as men of honor, one should achieve great deeds in this world. We are in chaotic times, the people suffer greatly. After taking your revenge, you must also fight on the battlefield for the Li family and accomplish something grand." Lin Bai and Wenqi bowed respectfully. That is only natural. Although many players opted for Li Yuan's faction, few could attain positions close to Li Yuan and Li Shimin. Lin Bai and Wenqi had already observed that there were only 13 individuals in total. That day they approached these 13 people. "Do you want to collaborate on a task for the Sand and Gravel organization?" The others looked confused, clearly aware that if Lin Bai and Wenqi hadn't intervened, those players would have succeeded long ago. Lin Bai whispered, "Don't blame me, they just contacted me. I can't predict their intentions ahead of time." The players naturally understood. The Sand and Gravel organization couldn't possibly recruit everyone at once. They surely lost some before finding others. Their money is still money. These individuals were the last ones they approached, and their abilities and readiness to act were slightly inferior to those who came before. Initially, they were worried about how to earn money, but upon hearing they could team up with a leader, share rewards, and gain provisions, they naturally had no reason to refuse. That night, over 10 people secretly gathered on a nearby patch of grass. "Hey Lin Bai, where's Wenqi? Didn't we agree to meet at this time?" Lin Bai replied. "He messaged me saying Li Shimin needed him for something, so we should discuss first. My preliminary plan is as follows. Thanks to the earlier opportunities provided by the players, Li Yuan and Li Shimin have grown quite trusting of Wenqi and me. Once they go out one day, I will message you all. You can send those game characters away, and then we will ambush them, eliminating him within 3 minutes. Even if he is strong, Wenqi and I have trained together, plus all of you will block his escape routes. It would be impossible for him to fly away." The group of over 10 discussed and helped refine some minor details, feeling increasingly confident in the plan. Lin Bai lamented, "It's a pity I didn't bring any wine, otherwise I would definitely share a drink with my brothers." "Ha, you're really getting too into character. I must say, drinking from large bowls in the game is truly exhilarating. It creates a heroic atmosphere." Lin Bai glanced at the system time and suddenly said, "Brothers, we will definitely succeed this time. Let's show those game characters that we players are capable of anything." Compared to the parallel universe servers, in the current reality servers, players often feel frustrated, unable to change anything. At this moment, Lin Bai's words inspired the players, who collectively shouted, "We players are capable of anything." System notification: you have been placed on the suspect list of the Shushan disciples. Please be mindful of your words and actions in the coming time, or you will be listed on the Shushan disciples kill list. The players present all heard the system's broadcast. When Qi slowly approached, followed by a Shushan disciple dressed in white with an ethereal presence. The players reacted, "Did you do this on purpose?" Soon a group of Shushan disciples rushed in from different directions, one for each player. The players looked at each other. They had been caught in a trap. Facing the players' furious gazes, the instigators Lin Bai and Wen Qi felt no guilt. They exchanged a knowing glance and logged off without worry. According to the game rules, players on the suspect list would be accompanied by Shushan disciples, making it impossible for them to cause any trouble during this time. This conveniently provided ample time for Ming Bai Bai to recruit soldiers and gather resources. As a team accustomed to battling game characters and players across various star systems in the parallel universe servers, they had considerable experience in this area. They began by supplying provisions, promising food to those who joined, followed by standardized training to gradually improve their treatment with money as rewards, while also eliminating those who liked to cause trouble. That night, they initiated a brainwashing campaign appealing to reason and emotion to foster loyalty towards the army, while crafting catchy slogans to chant during training until the brainwashing was successful. In a short period, Ming Bai Bai and others managed to assemble a decent force, but when they went to pledge their allegiance to Li Yuan, he flatly refused, leaving them puzzled as to why he would turn away soldiers offered to him. Soon he received news from Lin Bai that the previous recruit Li Mi had been disloyal and had been trying to stir trouble secretly, which Li Yuan discovered. In such times of both internal and external turmoil, he naturally executed Li Mi without hesitation. Although Li Mi was dead, Li Yuan was concerned now, as times were not like before. The attacks from the Sand and Gravel organization had severely diminished his troops, and with so many assassination attempts around him, he feared that Ming Bai Bai might bring people over to overthrow him. Ming Bai Bai was also speechless, but he didn't blame Li Yuan. If he were in that position, he too would feel uneasy, suspecting ulterior motives. Truly, plans cannot keep up with changes, and they needed to reconsider their strategy. Although he had successfully prevented the assassination attempts on Li Shimin and Li Yuan by various players, Lin Bai was still plagued with worry. According to the game plot as described by Zhu Xuan, at this stage Li Shimin should have been conquering the remaining forces, namely Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda, to swiftly establish the Tang Dynasty. However, due to the interference of the Gravel organization, Li Yuan grew hesitant, fearing that while Li Shimin was away attacking Wang Shichong, the Gravel organization might strike their stronghold, leaving the matter perpetually delayed. Lin Bai hinted to Li Shimin many times, but the Li father and son remained unmoved. Seeing the game time slip away, Lin Bai had no choice but to approach Li Yuan and Li Shimin. "My lord, our weapons are far superior to Wang Shichong's. Now is the time to dispatch troops and unify the realm. If we miss this opportunity and they develop further, our task will become much harder." Li Yuan glanced at him. "If I recall correctly, when you and Wen Qi arrived, you said your sole desire was to avenge yourself against the Gravel. I thought you would want to attack them first." Lin Bai replied, "These days I have come to understand the priorities. If my lord can unify the realm, destroying the Gravel is only a matter of time. The Gravel is a mobile organization with no fixed location. Chasing them would only be a waste of time." Li Yuan pondered. "You have a point." Seeing that Li Yuan had no intention of continuing, and Li Jianxing and Li Shimin seemed eager but hesitant to speak, Lin Bai pressed on. "As for the Gravel organization, I heard that a few days ago a man named Ming Bai Bai arrived with some troops to pledge allegiance to you, my lord. You could assign them to deal with the Gravel. If they defeat them, reward them with high positions and riches. If not, they can at least hold the Gravel back and prevent them from causing trouble." Li Shimin said, "If Ming Bai Bai truly intends to submit to us, that would be good. But I fear he might feign allegiance and collude with the Gravel to launch a sneak attack from behind." Lin Bai continued, "If my lord and the second prince trust me, I am willing to go to Ming Bai Bai's camp to supervise him personally. If he dares to harbor treacherous intentions, I will surely cut him down from his horse." Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and Li Jianxing exchanged glances, all considering the plan feasible. Li Yuan initially wanted to suggest sending someone else, as the mission was quite dangerous. If Ming Bai Bai truly harbored ill intent, going alone into the enemy camp would likely end in disaster. Lin Bai and Wen Qi were talents he valued and had proven their loyalty. But the words died on his lips as he realized there was no one more suitable than Lin Bai or Wen Qi. They had demonstrated their genuine enmity with the Gravel during this time, making it impossible for them to ally with the organization. With Lin Bai in Ming Bai Bai's camp, it would ensure that Ming Bai Bai would not join forces with the Gravel. Li Yuan walked over and personally patted Lin Bai on the shoulder. "Be careful in everything. When you return, I will personally celebrate your success." Having played the game for so long, Lin Bai naturally understood the minds of those in power, and his expression was one of deep gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Soon Lin Bai led a few trusted men from the Li family to rendezvous with Ming Bai Bai. Players stepped aside as he passed, looking as if they had seen a ghost. "What the hell is this Lin Bai doing wandering around with a Shushan disciple? He's on the suspect list, isn't he? Shouldn't he be lying low somewhere? Now he's leading troops in a battle. How did he manage that?" Did he draw a general card? Then they saw Wen Qi and Li Shimin leading troops in another direction. Players were left speechless. Is the game developing so fast that I can't keep up? Is this a feature? Being on the suspect list makes you a general. Or is it that being a general keeps you safe from the suspect list? Li Shimin and Wen Qi chose Wang Shichong as their first target. By then Wang Shichong had declared himself emperor in Luoyang, but he was utterly incapable of governing the state. He had thrown Luoyang into chaos, and fully aware of the situation, he kept the city gates tightly shut and refused to come out. Li Shimin ordered his men to surround Luoyang, intending to cut off their food supply. The monks of the Shaolin Temple in the city had been brutally oppressed by Wang Shichong's son Wang Renzi. Upon hearing the news of Li Shimin's siege, 13 monks kidnapped Wang Renzi and handed him over to Li Shimin. Wang Shichong had no choice but to seek help from Do Jinda. Wen Qi heard about the plea for aid from players within Luoyang and immediately informed Li Shimin. Wen Qi, do you think Do Jinda will come? Wen Qi thought to himself that this was essentially an open-book exam. Although Do Jinda has always looked down on Wang Shichong, he must understand that once Wang Shichong falls, he will be next. Li Shimin nodded with satisfaction. His appreciation for Wen Qi grew. He was indeed a talent. I think so too. Therefore I plan to split our forces. Wen Qi, you will continue the siege of Luoyang, while I take half the men to intercept Do Jinda. Wen Qi naturally agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Bai along with Mingming Bai Bai and Lan Lan led their men in relentless attacks against the Gravel forces. The advantage of being a player was that as long as you had money, there would always be players willing to provide information. Some Gravel members even switched sides based on who paid more, jumping back and forth between the two organizations. When Lin Bai and his group found themselves outmatched, they would lure the Shushan disciples into the fray. These disciples had been ordered by Li Yuan to suppress the rebellion, giving their actions legitimacy and aligning with their character. The Gravel players, however, were not so fortunate. The skirmishes between the two sides were chaotic, more akin to a game of hide-and-seek than a proper battle. At times, even the players themselves could not tell which side they were on. The Gravel members were frustrated. Despite having superior equipment and greater numbers, they could not get the better of Lin Bai and his men. They knew that Li Shimin was attacking Wang Shichong, a golden opportunity that would never come again. Yet Lin Bai's men stood in their way, an insurmountable obstacle. With little to do in Luoyang, Wen Qi kept a close watch on Lin Bai's situation, offering advice from time to time. He also learned of Li Shimin's progress from other players. Zhu Xuan had only told him that Li Shimin had defeated Do Jinda at Hulao Pass, but not how the victory was achieved. Wen Qi thus witnessed the entire process through live streams. First, Li Shimin feigned letting his horses graze, luring Do Jinda into committing his entire force. Meanwhile, Li Shimin had secretly circled back and captured Do Jinda alive. Wen Qi couldn't help but applaud. Truly, this was a man destined to found a golden age. When the news spread, the Gravel organization knew their plan had utterly failed. Soon Li Shimin arrived at Luoyang with Do Jinda in tow. Seeing this, Wang Shichong knew all hope was lost and surrendered immediately. Wang Shichong and Do Jinda had been Li Yuan's greatest rivals. The remaining forces were minor and could be dealt with one by one. Li Yuan formally established the Great Tang Dynasty. His first order of business was to eradicate the Gravel organization entirely. Yet the organization seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The players understood that they must have logged off. Soon Zhu Xuan and the others returned to Tianwu Star. They had discovered attempts to disrupt the storylines on the other 3-star systems as well. Fortunately, those efforts were still in their infancy, with fewer assembled forces. They recruited a few skilled players and resolved the matter by issuing quests. The most troublesome had been the Gravel organization on Tianwu Star, which had been operating for a long time with ample funds and thorough preparation. Luckily, the Stars and Deep Sea team intervened in time, preventing the storyline from being derailed. Otherwise, the reality-based game that JoJo had painstakingly developed over such a long time would have been lost forever. After Li Yuan ascended the throne, the status of Lin Bai and others rose significantly, gaining much respect within the military. Their occasional logins to the current reality service turned into frequent ones after all who wouldn't want to experience the feeling of being a general. Upon returning, Zhu Xuan mentioned that he would inform Lu Yuan, who would reward them, as they had indeed saved the JoJo game of the Fairy Star system. This was a significant contribution, but within Zhu Xuan's authority, he couldn't offer much in terms of rewards. Lin Bai and the others didn't mind. They were not doing this for rewards. They genuinely enjoyed the game and moreover had helped Zhu Xuan. They initially thought that the current reality service would remain peaceful and all they had to do was wait for the prosperous era to arrive. However, they did not expect Li Yuan to declare Li Jiansheng as the crown prince. Lan Lan, puzzled, asked if I remember correctly. Zhu Xuan said that the prosperous era would be initiated by Li Shimin. Isn't it Li Jiansheng? Ming Bai replied, so the plot has indeed been altered. Have we failed? Lin Bai countered, no way. If that were the case, Zhu Xuan would have found us long ago. It's possible that in the history of JoJo, it was this Li Jiansheng who was established at the start. Although it's rare to change the crown prince, it is not without precedent. This doesn't seem fair at all, Wen Qi remarked. Li Shimin is clearly more capable than Li Jianqing. Almost all the achievements in this realm were accomplished by Li Shimin. Claire interjected, "You don't understand. The crown prince must be established based on seniority. Arbitrarily appointing a crown prince is a path to chaos." Lin Bai nonchalantly said, "Let's not worry about that. Anyway, it's beyond our control. We'll just have to watch this power struggle unfold." Lan Lan seemed a bit excited. Could it be that the infamous charge of treason is about to make an appearance again? The day after Lin Bai said this, Li Shimin came to him subtly expressing his desire for the throne. "Why are you telling me this? I don't want to know." So what should he do to align with the plot? Zhu Xuan only stated that Li Shimin was the emperor, but didn't say how he became emperor. Were these martial generals loyal to the emperor or to Li Shimin? Lin Bai dared not express his stance, lightly remaining silent. However, Li Shimin took his silence as acquiescence, interpreting Lin Bai's attitude as one of passive observation, which was precisely what he needed. When she had no need to say more, he had repeatedly shielded Lin Bai from harm and fought alongside him, undoubtedly aligned with Chang Sun, Wuji, Wei Qi, and others. On this day, Li Shimin reported to Li Yuan claiming to have witnessed the crown prince in an illicit affair with the empress. Li Yuan was both angry and outraged, immediately summoning Li Jianqing for a confrontation. Li Shimin waited with Wen Qi and the others at Xuanwu Gate. Wen Qi observed the situation with a complex heart. This was a direct ambush fitting Li Shimin's martial style, though he hadn't realized he could be so ruthless. It seemed that the rebellion Lan Lan anticipated wouldn't have the chance to unfold. On second thought, this was better, keeping the situation contained within the palace and avoiding a major conflict. When Li Jianqing arrived swiftly, he saw Li Shimin and his men in armor, weapons drawn, facing him. What was there to be unclear about? In terms of strength, Li Jianqing was no match for Li Shimin. Regarding followers, Li Jianqing's companions lacked any notable reputation, while Li Shimin was supported by Chang Sun, Wuji, Wei Qi, Wen Qi, and others. Despite Li Jianqing's reluctance, he ultimately fell to Li Shimin's hand. The outcome was clear. Li Yuan became the retired emperor, and Li Shimin ascended as the emperor of the Great Tang. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had been accompanying General Hai Ta, collecting lower-tier stars during this period. He calculated the time, saying, "I need to head back." During this time, General Hai Ta had quite a pleasant rapport with Lu Feng. This man was worldly, yet down-to-earth, possessing a rare heart for the welfare of the people, yet not naive or overly idealistic. His unique perspectives differed significantly from those Lu Feng typically encountered, or rather from most interstellar individuals. No wonder Luozi constantly praised Lu Feng in his ear, hoping the military would support him. Lu Feng indeed had a charismatic presence. When he left, General Hai Ta genuinely felt a bit reluctant. In this place, apart from fighting, he trained, and there was no one to talk to. Is there anything important over there? Yes, considering the timeline, the progress of the JoJo game has reached a crucial juncture. The cultural and artistic developments of JoJo are flourishing. The earlier plots were somewhat rough. I need to go back and refine them properly. General Hai Ta fell silent for a moment and asked, "Is that JoJo truly a complete civilization? Where did you get that from?" Lu Feng merely smiled. "Guess." General Hai Ta was immediately frustrated. "Forget it, who cares where you got it from? As long as it works for the people of these lower-tier stars." Lu Feng's first stop upon returning was Tianwu Star. He had made rough agreements with a few people about the timing of his arrival, so when he got there, Dali and Huafei were already waiting in his office. When Zhu Xuan saw Lu Feng arrive, his eyes lit up. He had thought managing JoJo would be a simple task, but he never expected so many chaotic issues to arise daily, especially facing trouble from the plot. In his understanding, those people shouldn't be attacking their servers through technical means, as he had prepared for a 300-round battle with them. To his surprise, they resorted to such despicable tactics. If he hadn't logged into the game that day, he wouldn't have discovered it. For days he had been dealing with these troublesome matters, truly unsure how Lu Feng managed to handle everything so effortlessly. He felt as if he were about to be drained dry in this short period. "Boss, during the time you were away, you wouldn't believe what happened." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened. Zhu Xuan thought he was upset due to those people and hurriedly assured him that the matter had been resolved. Lu Feng was indeed angry, but not for the reasons Zhu Xuan thought. Zhu Xuan was from the Bema Star system and didn't want to think deeply about it, but Lu Feng understood right away. The one named Sha Li clearly knew the next plot, and specifically attempted to assassinate Li Yuan and Li Shimin, and the progress of each star system was not random. Initially, when Lu Feng brought the JoJo materials to Feiwu Star, the starting progress was based on the plot from when he left the Bema Star system. This means that if someone played the game in the Bema Star system and immediately flew to Tianwu Star using the fastest wormhole technology, the plot they encountered would still be the same as when they left. The materials from other star systems were taken from Tianwu Star and progressed slower than Tianwu Star. Therefore, the person who leaked the plot must have transmitted encrypted information through the governor of the Bema Star system. I understand now. This was well done. As for your group of friends, see if they want anything. If not, they can retain their unlimited login privileges in the current reality service of Tianwu Star. As for those involved, have the technicians conduct a thorough investigation. If it was unintentional, just push their accounts to the back. If it was intentional, directly ban their IDs, and they will no longer be allowed to log into Jojo. Zhu Xuan was very pleased. Great, this is my specialty. He'll handle it personally. When Lu Feng saw Dali and Huafei, the first thing he said was, when you return, tell the Secretary General that the Jojo game has been attacked. The current clues point to the Bema Star system. If the governor cannot provide a satisfactory explanation to Qihong, we will consider seeking protection from other star systems. Dali asked in surprise. Jojo was attacked. When did that happen? What's the current situation? After Lu Feng recounted the events, he inquired about other matters. What about the situation on your end? Dali replied, you asked me to investigate the family situations of the senior officials in the governor's office. Most of the information is confidential. I've only uncovered part of it, and it's all here. Huafei continued, I had the technicians trace the remaining individuals' optical brain records, and it turned out to be similar to what you guessed. This is the information. Dali looked at Lu Feng and Huafei in disbelief. This isn't appropriate, is it? Some of those people's optical brain records might contain confidential information. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. Dali, you're a smart person. I believe you can understand the current situation. What is the purpose of the governor of the Bema Star system? The establishment of imperial power in Jojo was meant to resist foreign enemies and ensure a good life for the people. While not every emperor could achieve this, the idea was present. What about the current governor? Dali remained silent, but he understood in his heart that the purpose of the governor's establishment was to uphold the interests of the upper class, namely the few prominent families, which was a consensus. He was not among them, as he was now all alone. His rise to become a governor was purely coincidental. When Dali first entered, he had dreams, but reality had dulled his edges. Everyone knew that their ability to progress further depended on the power struggles between families. Dali wouldn't even have the opportunity to sit at the table. When he wanted to do something, people around him looked at him like he was foolish. He was disappointed, initially hoping to live his life in a hurry. After all, he couldn't change the environment, only adapt to it. However, Lu Feng's arrival seemed to have brought some change. Lu Feng had done many things, all of which he had previously wanted to do, but either didn't dare to or couldn't accomplish. Thus, he held great admiration for this superior and hoped he wouldn't lose when gambling. In fact, he had already made his choice. Lu Feng was right. The situation was clear. If he had chosen to side with the governor, he wouldn't have come here this time. Perhaps influenced by the flourishing peace of the Tang Dynasty after Li Shimin ascended the throne, the frequency of Shushan disciples appearing decreased significantly, prompting many restless players to resume their live streams. Simu refused to fall behind. Although the Li Mi he had previously followed was unreliable, he had early on pledged allegiance to Li Yuan, thus managing to secure a minor official position. Dear viewers, look. This is Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Dynasty. It's still somewhat dilapidated, but that's understandable as the realm has only recently been pacified. By now everyone must have heard about the Xuanwu Gate incident. Unfortunately, my rank is too low, so I missed the spectacular scene of brothers turning against each other. I heard a player named Wen Qi was present, but he didn't stream it. Nevertheless, although Li Shimin killed his brother and forced his father to abdicate, he is still fairly well regarded among the game's characters. Perhaps that's because Emperor Yang of Sui had already lowered everyone's tolerance. In my view, Li Shimin might indeed be a better emperor than Li Jianqing, not for any other reason, but because he excels at heeding others' advice and utilizing talent. Take Wei Zheng, for instance. He was originally Li Jianqing's man, yet Li Shimin was willing to employ him and didn't mind being criticized. He readily accepted feedback and particularly enjoyed receiving suggestions. Such an emperor who actively seeks others to challenge him is rare. What do rulers of this era seek? Isn't it the power to have their word be law and do as they please? But Li Shimin is different. His focus is on listening to others. And then there's the system. Most emperors, upon overthrowing a previous dynasty, outright reject everything from it. Li Shimin, though he treats Emperor Yang of Sui as a cautionary tale, acknowledges his institutions. The Tang Dynasty now implements the 3 departments and 6 ministries system, where decisions are made jointly by the emperor, the Zhongshu Sheng, and the Minxia Sheng, meaning the emperor can no longer have the final say alone. He voluntarily divides his own power. Impressive, isn't it? What earns the most praise is the vigorous promotion of the imperial examination system, selecting talent through exams. This system originated in the Sui Dynasty, but is only now truly taking off. Not only game characters, but also players now have the opportunity to become officials as long as they pass the exams. This is a path to advancement without risking one's life. I've seen many players signing up for private schools. It's a pity, though. The exams focus on poetry, lyrics, and the like. If only they tested technical skills, I could research them by looking up information on the Interstellar Network. But when it comes to poetry and lyrics, I'm afraid players start off at a disadvantage compared to the game characters. To be honest, I've also enrolled in a private school. Whether I pass or not doesn't matter. My main goal is to show you what schools in the 9 provinces look like. Look quickly. There's a foreign envoy delegation. Those short-statured, somewhat seedy-looking individuals are from a place called Wa Japan. Over there, those dressed rather oddly are from Tubo, Tibet. No players have been to these places yet. They probably haven't been unlocked on the map. The 9 provinces are larger than we imagined. On the other side, Lin Bai and Wen Qi were summoned before Li Shimin. Although the interior was unified, external enemies still existed. Just as the Han Dynasty faced the Xiongnu, the Sui, and Tang dynasties contended with the Turks. Lin Bai and Wen Qi exchanged glances. Your Majesty wishes to attack the Turks. At that moment, Li Shimin exuded pride indeed. When I first ascended the throne, the nation had just emerged from chaos, and it was not prudent to provoke conflict. I had no choice but to humble myself and maintain cordial relations with the Turks. But now, with the realm peaceful and prosperous and the Turks ceaselessly harassing us, how can the people of the great Tang endure such humiliation? Lin Bai and Wen Qi were naturally willing, but they hadn't survived this long without reason. Such a critical plot point must surely be led by a designated game character. May your Majesty name the general you have in mind. Li Shimin said, would either of you two generals be willing to volunteer? That was absolutely out of the question. They were certain that if they dared to accept, the Shushan disciples would immediately appear and eliminate them. Your Majesty, we have no experience fighting the Turks. If we mishandled such an important matter, it would spell disaster. How about we serve as deputy general staff officers or vanguard instead? Li Shimin frowned slightly. In his mind, the military prowess of these two was no less than that of Li Jing and others. He couldn't understand why they were unwilling to lead the army and instead wanted to serve as mere staff officers. Do you have any concerns? Lin Bai and Wen Qi answered firmly. Your Majesty, you know that we are not always present. What if we suddenly fall ill at a critical moment with important military intelligence? According to the game's mechanics, when a player logs off, the surrounding game characters automatically fabricate an excuse for the player, with illness being the most common. This had been widely criticized by many players. How could a robust man bedridden for half a month return as vigorous as before? Lin Bai and Wen Qi didn't know if this excuse would hold, but they decided to try it. Li Shimin actually nodded and said, it seems General Li is the most suitable candidate. The Turkic territory was vast and internally divided into the Eastern and Western Turks. Li Jing led the campaign against the Eastern Turks. With his skill and the Tang's strength, defeating the Eastern Turks was naturally straightforward. The Western Turks and the Tang were separated by the Western regions. Before the Tang could initiate an attack, the Western Turks instigated small states in the Western regions to harass the Tang. Soon the Western regions became part of the Tang Dynasty. On the other side of the Tianwu star, within a holographic space, a blurry black figure said angrily, how are you handling things? I already told you the plot, and you still mess up such a trivial matter. Another white figure replied, do you think this is easy? Lu Feng had a contingency plan. We were discovered early. Someone beside them added, we underestimated him. A young man, yet so meticulous considering even the smallest details. The white figure sighed. If we fail this time, it will be much harder next time. He's surely on guard now. Lu Feng is no simple fox. I suspect he'll guess that we were behind it. The black figure sneered, so what? He's just an ordinary person from a mid-tier star. Can he defy the Archon? The figure seated at the head spoke for the first time. Since Plan A has failed, there's no point discussing it further. How is Plan B progressing? The black figure replied with slight deference. We hired professional planetary experts to make calculations. This place called the 9 provinces appears to be only a small part of that planet. The full scope is not visible. We also had someone observe the stars in the sky. Whether Lu Feng didn't know or did it deliberately, the stars at the same location at different times are all different with no clear patterns. There aren't even any planetary movements. It's like a randomly generated fake sky. The only certainty is that there's a star next to that planet, the sun, and that the moon should be a satellite of the 9 provinces. With only this much information, it's very difficult to locate. Someone said, there are too many star systems with such characteristics. We don't know how advanced the civilization of the 9 provinces is. If they haven't entered the interstellar age, finding them becomes even more troublesome. Would have to land on that planet to detect it right. The black figure said softly, the civilization of the 9 provinces was first discovered in the Bema star system. It seems that to obtain more information, we need to trace back to the source. The white figure was clearly angry. Once a civilization fragment merges with a human body, it cannot be separated. What does that have to do with the star system? The black figure replied, why are you so agitated? The source lies with Lu Feng. We need to extract more information from him about the location of the 9 provinces within the star system. The figure in the lead finally declared, first investigate Lu Feng. The prosperity of the Tang Dynasty drew emissaries from all directions. In Chang'an, trade flourished with various foreign states, and through this players came to realize that Jiuzhou encompassed far more than just the Tang realm. They learned of Tubo, Watianju, and other lands. Curiosity stirred within them about these places which offered goods unseen in the Tang. Above all, they yearned to know what other nations were truly like. Some rented carriages, hired guards, and sought to follow the foreign merchants back to their homelands. Yet upon reaching the border, the merchants vanished before their eyes, while the players themselves could not cross. After a while, the merchants re-emerged with their wares, chiding the players for losing their way. Thus the players understood, These maps of Jojo had yet to be fully realized. A number of players grew indignant, accusing Qihong Company of indolence, claiming they spent their days filming dramas, crafting other games, and composing music, while the foundational Jojo game remained incomplete. A more discerning player retorted, "Have you lost your minds? Which fragment of civilization is ever whole? To put it another way, have you ever seen a fragment more complete than Jojo?" Indeed, when others complained before, I never even realized it. It seems I subconsciously assumed Jojo was already complete. Same here. The incompleteness is because Lu Feng is lazy, not because it's inherently unfinished. I don't care. I'm going to file a complaint with Qihong and see those foreign lands for myself. Perhaps overwhelmed by the flood of complaints, the usually aloof Qihong official account finally responded. New maps must be explored and unlocked by players themselves. Having uttered this cryptic statement, Qihong retreated back into its characteristic silence. The reply, however, offered little more than a riddle. How could one explore when the very borders were impassable? Yet the silver lining was the confirmation of new maps already crafted and waiting. The players' devotion to Jojo was unwavering. Soon they established a forum dedicated to gathering every scrap of intelligence on the foreign lands, convinced that with enough clues the path to new maps would reveal itself. Elsewhere, after Dali relayed Lu Feng's words to the consul's secretary, the latter smashed his teacup in a fit of rage. Such porcelain cups originating from the Jojo game for their elegance and grace had become all the rage on Alpha Star. What does he mean by this? Does he suspect someone within our consulate of leaking secrets? Dali replied with unwavering composure, according to Director Lu's interpretation, yes. What evidence does he have? Though there are subtle differences in game progress across star systems, these variations follow a pattern known to many at Qihong. The only system ahead of Tianwu Star is Bema Star. The secretary sat down, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Dali. And on this flimsy basis he accuses us of leaking the storyline. I suspect it is Qihong itself that harbors a traitor. Instead of examining his own ranks, Lu Feng dares to interrogate us. Does he still hold any regard for his home star? Dali, weary of the argument and burdened with other tasks from Lu Feng, replied, "I shall faithfully convey your words to Director Lu." After Dallas' departure, a cold glint flickered in the secretary's eyes. He summoned his confidant. Lu Feng grows increasingly insolent. His only leverage now is Jojo. Accelerate your efforts to locate that Jojo civilization. The man before him hesitated. Secretary, what if that Jojo civilization no longer exists? A civilization this complete must have more than one intact fragment. Divide your forces. Some of you will investigate Lu Feng's activities during that period, others will approach Qihong personnel. Experts from other star systems have calculated that given Jiaozi's environment, its surrounding planets should be visible to the naked eye. Lu Feng may be tight-lipped, but those around him may not be. Once we pinpoint the location of its neighboring planets, our search will become far easier. As you command, Secretary. Suddenly a summons arrived from the consul himself. The secretary immediately proceeded to the consul's office. "Sir, you wish to see me?" The consul said, "I have heard of the situation with Lu Feng. He is no ordinary man. Keep a close watch on him." "Understood. I will dispatch agents to Tianwu Star at once." "Any movements from the military?" The secretary shook his head. "None. It remains as before." "That cannot be. Given Haida's nature, he would surely try to meddle in Lu Feng's affairs." "Investigate immediately." "Yes, sir." Beneath the surface of calm, undercurrents surged among the star systems, and those in the upper echelons sensed a subtle shift. Yet within the world of Jojo, all was bustling with fervent activity. Players had amassed numerous clues about other nations, but the key to unlocking new maps remained elusive. Many gave up, some even suspecting Qihong was merely toying with them. Just then a system announcement blazed across the screen. Player Huachao has successfully discovered a new map, Tianju. The announcement ignited a frenzy among the player base. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Tianju has been discovered. How? There wasn't a single hint. This is way too sudden. Who is this Huachao? I've never even heard that name before. I checked the forum records. There's no mention of this person anywhere. Where is he? Come out and tell us. Same question. Am dying of curiosity. Go check the forum. Huachao just posted. Title: The Story of Discovering Tianju. OP Huachao, my inbox is exploding with questions about how I found Tianju, so I'm making this post to explain. Please stop sending me private messages. Actually, it was pure accident. I'm a scenery enthusiast. I just wander around and enjoy the views. One day, I met a monk who said he was going to Tianju to retrieve scriptures. He carried hardly any luggage and had no money. When I asked what he'd do if he got hungry, he said he could beg for alms. Later I learned almsgiving means begging. Well, maybe it's different, but I couldn't tell the difference. At first I thought it was hopeless. Countless players had searched in vain, so how could a single defenseless monk succeed? But I had nothing better to do, so I followed him. The journey did reveal some unique scenery, but the monk was a terrible travel companion, endlessly meditating and chanting sutras, which drove me mad. We just kept walking and exploring, and would you believe it? We actually reached Tianju. I felt like I'd stumbled upon gold in the streets. Tianzhu follows Buddhism, and monk Xuanzang brought back many scriptures. But honestly, there's nothing much there. It's incredibly poor. I'd advise most players not to bother going. No way, is that how it works? So following that monk named Xuanzang unlocks the new map. Or can you just follow any NPC? With the map now open, the next step for players was naturally to organize expeditions to see it for themselves. Hua Chao might have advised against it, but since when did players ever listen to advice? Soon a player named Simu shared another update. Simu, a little insider info on Tianzhu. Our emperor actually sent an envoy there, a man named Wang Xuanzi. Many of you have probably seen him. Word has it that after he arrived in Tianzhu, a coup broke out, and he was imprisoned. Wang Xuanzi managed to escape on his own. But instead of returning home, he went to a neighboring place called Nepal, where he used his status as a Tang official to borrow an army. He then marched back to Tianzhu and quelled the rebellion. Wang Xuanzi has recently returned, and the story seems to be true. So Tianzhu really might not be worth visiting. After returning, Dali went to meet Dai Li of Qihong. No one knew what they discussed. Soon Dali returned to Tianwu Star, followed by a number of people. Though Dali was not a professional investigator, he could surmise what was happening. With an impassive expression, Dali arrived at the Qihong building on Tianwu Star. General Haida has news. Director Liu, according to our investigation, your and your sister's genes do not match your parents. General Haida found incubation records at a hatchery on the 732nd lower class star. A male and a female were sent away their destination Beta Star. His suspicions confirmed. Lu Feng continued to ask, how old were the two children when they were sent away? One was 4, the other 3. Children of 3 or 4 years old can already remember things. That was why Lu Jing wanted to find the route back to the lower class star, while Lu Feng, due to his arrival, had already forgotten all those matters. Did you find out who sent them? And why were they given to the Lu family? Dali continued, giving them to the Lu family was likely a coincidence. We checked the Lu couple, there was nothing special about them. Just ordinary spouses on a mid-tier star. As for who sent them, General Haida's side is still investigating. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead. All right, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. Dali looked anxious. Director Lu, someone followed me here. Aren't we going to deal with them? Lu Feng was unconcerned. No need to bother with them. It will all be over soon. Inside the game, players discovered that 2 players, Wen Qi and Lin Bai, who had always been favored by the emperor, had been demoted. What did they do? I think Li Shimin is a fairly tolerant emperor. He even listens to harsh words. Using bronze as a mirror to straighten one's attire, using people as a mirror to understand gains and losses. I admire him for that saying. Then why were they demoted? Did they participate in a rebellion? A player joining a rebellion. Are they tired of living? Watching the increasingly absurd messages flooding the world channel, Lin Bai had no choice but to issue an announcement. Everyone stopped guessing. When Shi and I asked for this demotion ourselves. We have fought alongside Li Shimin for many years in this game era, watching him transform from the second prince Li to the king of Qin, and then to the emperor. He built such remarkable achievements. To be honest, after all these years of gaming, Li Shimin is the emperor I believe is most worthy of a minister's loyalty, the ideal emperor of this era. We rarely log into the parallel time-space server now. I've heard our territory has been nibbled away quite a bit. We've been staying on the real-time space server. But things have changed now. He is no longer our ideal sovereign, so there's no need for us to spend too much time on this. Holding a minor official post is fine even if we're offline most of the time. We might devote more time to the parallel time-space server in the future to reclaim the lost land. This is our joint decision. Thank you all for your concern. Lin Bei's message stirred a wave of emotion among the players. The teacher said that in this era, encountering an emperor like Li Shimin is truly a stroke of luck. Thinking about it now, the Xuanwu Gate incident wasn't such a bad thing. It's definitely lucky. How many emperors could match Li Shimin? Lin Bai said the current Li Shimin has changed. What does that mean? How has he changed? Probably referring to his pursuit of immortality. Oh, that's hard to avoid. In that position, you can get anything you desire. Since he's established so many achievements, its natural head want to last forever. According to JoJo history, quite a few emperors sought immortality in their later years. Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han. People change. It's just that time in the game isn't fixed, so the change seems a bit abrupt. Big news. Did you see it? Qihang's Lu Feng was arrested by the governor of Bema Galaxy. What? What happened? Really? Let me go check. They'll log off to C2. Inside the Qihong company on Tianwu Star. Mr. Lu Yuan, we are arresting you on the orders of the governor. Please come with us to Bema Galaxy to cooperate with the investigation. Lu Weici and several others stepped in front of Lu Feng. They had come to protect him, thinking this trip would be a vacation with no incidents. They never expected the threat to be an arrest, not an assassination. The leader's eyes turned cold. Colonel Lu, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to lead a resistance against the governor? Lu Yuan pulled Lu Weici aside and asked, what law have I broken? You need a reason to arrest me. This matter must be kept confidential. We can only tell you once we return to Bema Galaxy. Here is the arrest warrant. The projection from the optical brain was indeed the Bema Galaxy's arrest warrant. Such a document couldn't be forged, its unique insignia could be verified with any other optical brain. It's genuine, President Liu, someone whispered. Liu Weici also leaned close to Lu Feng and said, they have many people in the shadows. If a fight breaks out, we can only hold them off for a while. You run as fast as you can. Lu Feng glanced at him, wondering how he ever became a colonel, or if the intelligence of the Alpha Star military was simply that lacking. Since they had crossed planets to arrest him here, it was clear they had obtained Tianwu Star's consent. If he fled, he would face a manhunt not just from Bema Galaxy, but from far more. They'll go with you. Xiao Yu immediately panicked. No, Lu Feng. Lu Feng turned to them and said, don't worry. Guard Qihang while I'm gone and wait for my return. At the governor's building in Bema Galaxy. Bang! The governor's chief secretary smashed another cup. What the hell is going on? Weren't we supposed to keep Lu Feng's arrest a secret? He hasn't even arrived back yet, and the StarNet is already buzzing with the news. His subordinates were equally bewildered. We were very low-key when we went. It's strange how their news spread so fast. The timing was almost exactly when our people reached the Qihang building on Tianwu Star. I think Lu Feng did it. On purpose. The governor's secretary sneered. Use your brain, will you? How could he have known in advance we were going to arrest him? Even if he did without an encrypted network, how could he remotely control things in Bema Galaxy? The subordinates fell silent. The chief secretary took a deep breath and asked, where is Lu Feng? Has he been brought back? He's on his way. We've been keeping in touch with them. He'll arrive in a day. Someone rushed in. Secretary, it's bad. Players from Jiuzhou are calling for protests demanding the governor explain the arrest of Lu Feng. The chief secretary grew even more furious. What's wrong with these people? Ever since Lu Feng showed up, they've become so meddlesome. They weren't this concerned even when their own relatives died. Act immediately and be discreet. Arrest the ringleaders. Without leaders, the protests won't amount to anything. All-Star Systems Jiuzhou Game released an announcement. Due to the arrest of Lu Yuan, CEO of Qihang Company, by the White Horse Star Systems chief executive for reasons currently unknown, the Jiuzhou Game time will enter a state of stagnation in 3 days. Upon the release of this announcement, all Jiuzhou players and non-players alike were shocked. Although Jiuzhou was merely a game, many of the popular dramas, music, instruments, dances, clothing, porcelain, and food in the interstellar era originated from it. Even those who disliked gaming found something to appreciate among these diverse offerings. When Jiuzhou entered a state of stagnation, it meant that all Jiuzhou-related creations would cease to update, with no new varieties emerging, a prospect they found unbearable. When I saw the news of Lu Feng's arrest, I knew this day would come. Why was Lu Feng arrested? What crime did he commit? I can't live without Jiuzhou, though I cannot accept its time stopping. Even if Lu Feng's deeds were heinous, I could accept him not dying. Just put him in prison and let him continue making the game. Does the person above have no humanity? Lu Feng's Jiuzhou has benefited the entire interstellar population. Many have even been spared from the sensory deprivation syndrome because of it. Whatever he did, it doesn't warrant death. I really don't understand the White Horse Star System. Lu Feng single-handedly brought this obscure little star system to interstellar fame and must have earned them a fortune. Unless he blew up a planet, nothing else should matter. Why would they destroy this money-making machine? Don't you people have any sense of right and wrong? Just because of what Lu Feng did, does that mean his crimes can be ignored? Good question. The focus now is what exactly did Lu Feng do? Why can't it be made public? Upon arriving at the White Horse Star System, Lu Feng also asked, what exactly did I do? Why can't it be made public? The other party remained silent. Now that we're in the White Horse Star System, can't you tell me? The Secretary General will inform you personally. The interstellar shackles were unlike anything Lu Feng had seen before. They resembled several bracelets worn on both wrists and ankles. Normally inconspicuous, pressing the control button would cause them to merge instantly, immobilizing the wearer. Upon arriving at Alpha Star, Lu Feng was not immediately taken to the Secretary General, but was first sent to the tribunal. This is my second time here. Lu Feng remarked with emotion, recalling his first visit for the lawsuit against the Miracle Company. Not much time had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Director Lu certainly has a wealth of sentiment. The Secretary General entered with the tribunal director. Lu Feng smiled. Well, it's better to have some feelings, otherwise what's the difference between us and the Zerg? You don't seem nervous at all. Lu Feng said, I'm under immense pressure developing Jiuzhou. Every day this is a good chance for a proper rest. The Secretary General barely restrained his expression. The entire StarNet was flooded with demands for the White Horse Star System's chief executive to disclose the reason for Lu Feng's arrest. He didn't believe Lu Feng had nothing to do with this. According to his original plan, he would arrest a few troublemakers at the start, issue a warning, and the matter would be resolved. After all, the interstellar populace had long been self-centered. However, to his astonishment, the moment the Jiuzhou StarNet announcement was released, nearly all citizens erupted in protest. The ringleaders, his subordinates identified, Claire Lin, Bai Wenqi, and others, were all descendants of Alpha Star's noble families, untouchable. Aside from warning them to restrain their families, he found himself powerless. Lu Feng, you've known all along that you're from a lower-class star, haven't you? Lu Feng asked in surprise. From a lower-class star. I grew up on Beta Star. Besides, lower-class stars are for those with uncontrolled sensory deprivation. How could I be from there? The Secretary General sneered. Stop pretending. When you were on Alpha Star, you applied to go to the lower-class stars. After being rejected, you followed the Claire family in donating supplies there. That's because I'm kind. The Secretary General snorted. Kind. You know you're from the lower-class stars. Everything you've done is to free those people. You may not believe it, but I truly am kind. After all, back then he really didn't know he was from the lower-class stars. Someone rushed in. Secretary General, organized protests have erupted on the StarNet. They demand we reveal the reason for Lu Feng's arrest. They've surrounded the chief executive's building, blocking entry and exit with a scheduled rotation. Have they gone mad? The Secretary General couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Feng said calmly. It seems the Secretary General has a considerable problem. Perhaps you should resolve that before dealing with my case. Do you think these commoners can protect you? You clearly don't understand how the chief executive operates. With that, the Secretary General left. Lu Feng murmured softly. Actually, I understand very well. The protests from so many citizens could not be ignored, especially now that the entire interstellar community was focused on the White Horse Star System because of him. Soon the White Horse Star System's chief executive announced that Lu Yuan was arrested for being an escapee from the lower-class stars. For a long time, the people of Alpha and Beta stars harbored disgust and fear toward the lower-class stars, as uncontrolled sensory deprivation was truly terrifying. Without warning, such individuals might plan devastating destruction, and the closer the relationship, the greater the potential harm. But contrary to the Secretary General's expectations, the public did not seem to turn against Lu Feng. How is that possible? How did someone from the lower-class stars escape? No, Lu Feng came from Beta Star. I followed Qihong since it was a small studio. Does this mean Lu Feng is a sensory deprivation patient? I don't believe it. All this time he's been making games and promoting JoJo culture. Perhaps he's plotting a grand death. After all, uncontrolled patients can be extremely patient. As everyone knows, those exiled to the lower-class stars are recorded. I've searched all records from Lu Feng's birth to now, and there's no trace of him. People then remembered that such records existed. Some uncontrolled patients didn't lose control near their families, so to allow families to track them, public records were kept for those exiled to lower-class stars. The chief executive's announcement failed to satisfy the public. Meanwhile, someone meticulously listed the achievements of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu Di within JoJo. Veteran JoJo players have experienced various dynasties and read their historical records. They have their own criteria for evaluating emperors, whether they contributed to the nation's people and benefited future generations. This is their standard for national rulers. Those who have visited other star systems know that the larger the system's chief executive, the more demands the citizens make, and the more they contribute to the entire system. In contrast, what have our chief executives done all these years? They allowed the Psychic Association to monopolize psychic works, causing more and more people to be exiled to lower-class stars. Across the entire interstellar realm, have you ever seen a star system with only one upper-class star, one middle-class star, and over a dozen lower-class stars? Are our current chief executives truly fit to rule? Without Lu Feng, would we even have a middle-class star? Only the elite on the upper-class star would remain, while everyone else couldn't even afford nutrient supplements. Everyone knows that group is an organization established by the upper nobility. What right do they have to represent our entire star system? The lower-class stars are part of our star system too. Those were once our loved ones. Heavens, we abandoned them ourselves. What kind of people were we? The once confident chief executive was thrown into panic. This was more terrifying than riots or protests. It was fundamentally shaking the legitimacy of their rule. Locked in the tribunal, Lu Feng gazed at the distant sky and whispered, "Watch him raise a grand mansion, watch him feast with guests, watch his mansion crumble." The origin of power was a question never seriously explored in the interstellar realm. Yet JoJo had expounded upon it with crystal clarity. The astute had long since drawn parallels between JoJo and the interstellar system of governance. Human nature, ever unchanging, dictates that the organizational forms of humanity never stray far from fundamental principles. One source of a sovereign's power in JoJo was violence, namely military force. However, interstellar law forbade humans from waging war against their own kind, thus precluding the acquisition of power through such means. Ironically, the very mechanism that ensured the enforcement of this law was a greater violence, the military might of the Galactic Alliance. They believed that if any star system were to violate this law with impunity, the law would become a dead letter, potentially plunging all systems into war. Thus, the interstellar community was convinced that if anyone did wage war on their own kind, the Galactic Alliance would inevitably intervene. Another path to power was through universal recognition. One possessed authority only when all acknowledged it. In Zhou, legitimacy for power was sought in sources such as the emperor being the son of heaven ordained by the heavens, with his children inheriting the noble imperial bloodline. In the beginning, the archons governed through this very recognition by the star citizens. The initial organization of the archons was for defense against the Zerg, capable individuals united to organize the military and the populace manage logistics and rally the entire planet against the alien threat. Yet the Dragon Slayer eventually became the dragon. The continued existence of the archons was largely a matter of habit among the interstellar populace. The apathy syndrome rendered star citizens unresponsive even to unjust treatment. They were accustomed to following the archons' commands, and even though circumstances had changed, it never occurred to them to seek change. Systems like the Andromeda Galaxy and other major ones had already recognized the problem. They were gradually moving towards true governance, beginning to consider securing their power base by benefiting the entire star system. But the Archon of the White Horse Galaxy had never considered this. On Planet Alpha at the Archon's tower, the usually unflappable Archon had for once lost his composure. Those spouting nonsense online. Have Heda arrest them all. And those from Qihang shut down that damned game. The Psychic Association is right, it's a psychic virus. The Secretary General was silent for a moment. Your Excellency, doing so will provoke the star citizens. The Archon angrily smashed an exquisite porcelain cup before him. Then do it discreetly. If there's no other way, just eliminate them and pin the blame on another system. Since when did our star citizens learn to be angry? Yes. General Heda acted swiftly, and soon Lu Feng found himself reunited with many comrades. Boss Lu, are you alright? Did they do anything to you? How are you holding up, Boss Lu? What does the Archon mean by this? What crime have I committed? Why am I under arrest? Lu Feng first embraced Dai Li, saying, "You've worked hard," then began to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, everyone. I believe the Archon will give us an explanation." Boss Lu, how can you be so naive? It's clear the Archon won't let Jiuzhou off the hook. Exactly. He wants to control us with the apathy syndrome. Now that your Jiuzhou is helping people recover, they certainly won't stand for it. Right? What does it matter how much you've done for the White Horse Galaxy? They only care about their own interests. What right do they have to govern our star system? Suddenly, the White Horse Galaxy's starnet was flooded with the phrase, "What right do they have to govern our star system?" The accompanying images showed military personnel arresting members of Qihang and protesters alongside a screen displaying the failed login attempt for the Jiuzhou game. The star citizens grew even more enraged. This indicated that the Archon had begun making arrests without due process, and they understood perfectly well why the military was targeting these people. The Archon summoned Heda. "How do you handle things? Didn't I tell you to do this in secret? Why are these photos all over the starnet?" The Secretary General's expression was grim. "Now other systems know about this, and they're all mocking us." General Heda merely said, "I didn't expect to be seen. But you can't blame me. Qihang's headquarters is in the city center, the most crowded area. It's only natural someone would notice." The Secretary General said bitterly, "I think you did this on purpose." General Heda sneered, "Say what you will." The Archon stared at him coldly. "General Heda, we have cooperated for many years. If the Archon is cast aside, what will become of you, his subordinate?" General Heda was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "What would your Excellency have me do?" The Archon said softly, "We must act decisively. Kill Lu Yuan and the people from Qiang." This time, even the Secretary General looked at him in shock. General Heda considered for a moment, then replied, "As you command, your Excellency." After Heda left, the Archon turned to the Secretary General. "Keep an eye on him. If he makes any move, initiate the assassination protocol." Yes. The Secretary General knew this was no time for hesitation. His allegiance had never wavered. Now the number of protesters in the White Horse Galaxy had dwindled and fewer voices were raised online. The Archons believed they had intimidated a portion of the populace, unaware that this was merely the calm before the storm. The Galactic Alliance suddenly convened a holographic meeting, and the timing was urgent. When the Archon of the White Horse Galaxy came online, the Archon of the Andromeda Galaxy glanced at him and announced in an icy tone, "On behalf of the Galactic Alliance, I declare that the election for the Archon of the White Horse Galaxy shall be reopened." The Archon of the White Horse Galaxy was stunned, scarcely believing his ears. "Impossible. This can't be. How can this be? It violates interstellar law." The Archon of the Andromeda Galaxy glanced at him indifferently. "In fact, it is entirely in accordance with interstellar law." Many had forgotten that interstellar law did contain provisions for the election of Archons. When more than half of the star systems file a request, and over 80% of the star citizens in that system agree, a new election can be held with the electorate comprising all star citizens of that system. This condition was rather stringent and difficult to meet, which was why many had forgotten this regulation. Half of the star systems submitted a request, asked the Archon of the White Horse Galaxy. Someone couldn't help but remark, "You underestimated Lu Feng. His work on Tianwu Star wasn't just about games. Have you forgotten? Tianwu Star is in the Andromeda Galaxy, the very galaxy that hosts the Galactic Alliance, merely a few thousand light years from its headquarters." The Zhuzhou authorization was indeed a remarkable tool. I doubt there will ever be a better opportunity for a small star system to achieve rapid economic growth. Only then did the White Horse Galaxy realize that the authorization agreement they had signed with Feng contained hidden clauses. Most of that half of the systems were those that had signed agreements with him. But what about the 80% star citizen approval? You haven't conducted a survey. The Archon of the Andromeda Galaxy looked at him with pity. The Alliance began sampling and surveying as soon as Feng was brought back to the White Horse Galaxy. The approval rate is far more than 80%. The Archon of the White Horse Galaxy collapsed to the floor. At that moment, a notification popped up on the Star Citizen's optical brains. Galactic Alliance notification: in accordance with interstellar law, the election for your star system's Archon shall be reopened. Please cast your votes within 3 days. If failure to do so will be considered abstention. In that instant, the entire star system erupted in jubilation. Back when they fought the Zerg, the entire interstellar force had to unite. The Galactic Alliance was formed precisely to coordinate interstellar warfare under a single command. Thus, the entire interstellar system was unified, and at critical moments the Galactic Alliance had the authority to directly take control. This was the first time since defeating the Zerg that the Alliance had assumed command over another star system's network. The consuls suddenly found themselves locked out of the White Horse star system's network. Those who received the news were plunged into a brief panic. On Alpha Star, the aristocratic families held one meeting after another. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces game resumed its normal pace. Although the citizens were engrossed in discussions about the re-election of the governor, it didn't dampen their enthusiasm for the game in the slightest. For in the world of 9 provinces, you could never predict what would happen next. Li Shimin's harem naturally teemed with beauties of every kind, but Huashang held the deepest respect for Empress Zhongsun. Initially, she felt great indignation on the Empress' behalf. Though Li Shimin respected her and granted her supreme authority over the harem, it did not prevent him from continuing to dote on other women. But now Huashang had come to terms with it. Their relationship was more akin to a partnership than a marriage. Li Shimin managed external affairs while Empress Zhongsun governed the inner court. In times of need, she would soothe Li Shimin's emotions and guide him toward the righteous path. When Li Shimin grew angry over Wei Zheng's admonitions, Empress Zhongsun's method of mediation proved remarkably effective. A woman who had attained the highest position in the world, whose husband and son were the lords of all under heaven, who was respected and cherished by her husband and recognized by her subjects, would likely be remembered in history with praise. What more could she seek than an exclusive love? However, Huashang never imagined that while some women vied for the highest position within the established rules, others could shatter those rules and become the ones who made them. Yes, she was referring to Wu Zetian. Huashang had actually met Wu Zetian. The girl's personality appealed to her, yet she did not find favor with Li Shimin. Initially, she was an ordinary official's daughter. After entering the palace, she became Li Shimin's concubine. Upon Li Shimin's death, she was sent to a nunnery. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the chosen emperor was neither the favored Li Chengqian nor the beloved Li Tai, but the overlooked Li Ji. After ascending the throne, Li Ji brought Wu Zetian back and made her his empress. Huashang thought bitterly that they must have gotten together while she was busy protesting. Damn it, she had missed such an important piece of gossip. Many players sent Huashang private messages. I heard Wu Zetian strangled her own daughter and framed the former empress to become the current empress. Is that true? Huashang thought to herself, I want to know too, but am not omniscient. I wasn't even in her palace. I really don't know. Truly, a woman who isn't ruthless can't secure her position. If it's true, she's quite a formidable character. Not necessarily. The position of empress only holds power within the harem. The emperor can depose her with a single word. Is it worth sacrificing a daughter for that? Huashang replied with some emotion, you don't know the horrors of the harem. Once a woman enters it, she's like a caged canary. Whoever wins the master's favor lives a better life. Those of low status are bullied at will and may die without anyone knowing. Yet they didn't know that Wu Zetian aimed for far more than just the position of empress. The players were quite satisfied with Li Ji as emperor. What delighted them most was his campaign against Goguryeo. Both Emperor Yang of Sui and Li Shimin had attacked Goguryeo, but failed to conquer it. During Li Ji's reign, Goguryeo was finally subdued, expanding the territory to an unprecedented extent and allowing the game to accommodate even more players. Thanks to the Tang Dynasty's imperial examination system, some players managed to become officials through the exams. Of course, many gave up. Even in a game, one had to study diligently and be lucky enough to pass. Most players stumbled at the first hurdle. The game characters were far too competitive, studying day and night with relentless dedication. It was impossible to keep up. Zhu Tian was a different kind of player. Initially, he didn't seek an official position out of ambition, but out of genuine love for the subjects. He adored the richly expressive language and delighted in poetry and prose. So when the chance to take the imperial exams arose, he was among the first to sign up. The official post he obtained was not a high one, but through conversations with his colleagues, he noticed something unusual. Emperor Li Ji often had the empress accompany him while reviewing memorials. There was nothing unusual in that. but he frequently suffered from headaches during which he would have the Empress review the documents in his stead. Recently, this situation had grown more frequent to the point where the Emperor contemplated having the Empress attend court sessions with him. The officials were outraged. This is preposterous. The court is a sacred place. How can a woman be allowed to attend? What kind of decency is this? Zhu Tian knew they harbored deep-seated gender discrimination. He had heard that such prejudice once existed in the interstellar era, when the Zerg invaded women being physically weaker than men couldn't outrun them. Actually, it's not a big deal. As long as she can handle state affairs, what does it matter who reviews the memorials? The official fumed. How can it be the same? The rule of men managing external affairs and women managing internal ones is an ancestral tradition. Have you forgotten everything you've read? Zhu Tian wasn't one to indulge them. Our ancestral ways always right. Before there were steamed buns or clothes, should we have followed our ancestors and gone naked? Eaten wild fruits every day? You are being unreasonable. Zhu Tian couldn't be bothered with him. He sent a private message to Huashang. I heard the Emperor and Empress are going to hold court together. Is that true? Huashang was thrilled. She knew Wu Zetian was formidable, but she never expected her to be this formidable, to actually contend for a share of imperial power. In the past, empresses who sought power did so by controlling a young son. Wu Zetian, however, managed to seize partial authority while her husband was still alive. This was unprecedented in the history of the 9 provinces. It's true. They'll livestream it for everyone. Huashang announced the livestream time on the forum, and many players eagerly awaited this historic moment. A player exclaimed, "Hey, you still have time to watch Wu Zetian hold court. Our governor is up for re-election. Have you all made your choices? What's there to choose? I'm voting for Lu Feng. I like Lu Feng too, but isn't this too hasty? He doesn't have much governing experience, does he? The previous governor had experience. Would you dare to choose that kind of experience? Anyway, if it weren't for Lu Feng, I would have been exiled to a lower-class star for my sensory deficiency. They'll definitely vote for him without a second thought. If it weren't for him, I'd still be living on nutrient supplements every day. Now that I see my online store selling porcelain, what reason do I have not to vote for him?" On that day, Huashang started her live stream from early morning. They were busy attending to Wu Zetian. Everyone in the palace was excited. This was a moment of triumph for all women. Wu Zetian's face betrayed no emotion, but her clenched hands revealed her tension. Dressed in resplendent robes, she held the emperor's hand and walked step by step toward the great hall, toward the supreme throne that had never made room for a woman. Huashang could not follow any further. Just as the players were lamenting this, suddenly a player named Zhu Tian started a live stream. As an official, he could enter. The players watched as Wu Zetian slowly walked to the seat beside the dragon throne and sat down, receiving the homage of the ministers alongside the emperor. The scene of Empress Wu Zetian holding court stirred many. Since the inception of Zhuzhou game, women had been perceived as weak, constrained, and mere appendages to men, their very literacy deemed immoral. Players knew that the awakening of female power would come one day, but not now. Perhaps when technology advanced enough to free women from childbirth, or when machinery was sufficiently developed to eliminate the need for manual labor, where women were inherently disadvantaged. Yet they never expected it to happen now, as someone broke free from layers of binding rules and ascended step by step toward the pinnacle of power. Players had a hand in this process. Huashang dressed and adorned Wu Zetian, occasionally helping draft opinions. Memorials from Zhu Tian and others all supported Wu Zetian's regency, and the remaining players raised no objections. On her first day at court, many players witnessed her journey to that position. Thus, many players felt as though they had contributed to Wu Zetian's regency. Since the emperor in Zhuzhou game can be chosen by its characters, why can't our rulers be chosen by us? Exactly, rulers should be chosen by us. This is our star system. We can also do something for those we wish to choose to bring about that outcome, rather than waiting passively. Indeed, Wu Zetian's regency was due to her own efforts, but she also had supporters. Otherwise, she alone could never have achieved it. My classmate's classmate has family among the consuls. I heard they're already discussing how to get everyone to vote for the recently ousted chancellor. Good. According to interstellar law, voting is not restricted to specific candidates. Anyone from the White Horse star system is eligible. If the noble families, the consuls, and their friends all vote for one person, while we split our votes, this opportunity will be wasted. Soon, led by Mingming Bai and others, a movement began urging everyone to vote for Lu Feng. Real-time voting results were visible on the StarNet, and Lu Feng's votes had clearly surged ahead. Next was the recently resigned former Chancellor Castle. Things seemed to be heading in the right direction. Dai Li happily said to Lu Feng, "This is great. Looks like it's settled. Castle has so few votes. Truly, water can carry a boat or capsize it." Jinzi added, "Yes, the people's eyes are sharp. They were just numbed by the apathy syndrome before. Now that they've awakened, they won't be manipulated anymore." Lu Feng frowned at the voting page. "This isn't right. What's wrong?" Jinzi asked. "Look," Lu Feng said, pointing at Castle's vote count. "By now the noble families must realize that Castle is their best bet to reclaim the chancellor's seat. The Chancellor is an absolute authority. They won't want an opponent to take power. So for their own interest, they'll vote for Castle. Not just themselves, but rally everyone they can, including the ordinary consuls who crave stability in the old ways. A new Chancellor brings too much uncertainty and will likely not retain former officials. They'll continue voting for Castle too. This isn't about awakening. It's the instinct to protect one's interests. Their numbers can't be this low. Dai Li thought for a moment and said, "Are they not voting yet?" Lu Feng nodded. "That must be it." Fatty suddenly said, "Look, Lu Feng's vote growth rate on StarNet has slowed down." Initially, everyone was indeed inclined to vote for Lu Feng. But soon as his votes took a commanding lead, other voices emerged on StarNet. Is Lu Feng our only option? This concerns the future of our star system. Shouldn't we compare a few more candidates? Yes, I think the Claire family is good. They've long explored planets, brought resources to our system, and often do charity, donating supplies. Right, I remember when those noble families were boycotting JoJo game, the Claire family didn't join in. Their youngest son loves JoJo. He once traded a primitive planet for 3 JoJo accounts and was mocked in his circle for it. He really admires Lu Feng. When Lu Feng was arrested, he led the protests. Indeed, the Claires are very different from other noble families. Many of them are consuls, so they're surely more experienced than Lu Feng. Exactly, Lu Feng should just focus on making games. He doesn't have to be Chancellor. If he becomes Chancellor, will he still have time for JoJo game? I think that history teacher from Bruce is a good choice. JoJo says reading history makes one wise. We could elect a history professor. Yes, he can learn from history and surely knows better than us how to govern a country. And he loves studying JoJo history, so he'll definitely support Lu Feng in continuing the game. That's true. I'll vote for him then. Actually, I think there's another very suitable person. Everyone chimed in, and soon more than 10 candidates emerged, each a heavyweight in their field with numerous fans and followers. The citizens unconsciously began competing, each believing their chosen candidate was superior to all others, then urging friends and family to vote accordingly. Lu Feng's votes visibly stalled. Jean Z panicked. What's wrong with these people? They were fine at first, now they've betrayed us so quickly. Lu Feng said, this is deliberate manipulation. It seems Castle's group still has some skill. Jean Z fumed. First they hide their own votes, then split everyone else, and finally dump all their votes on Castle at once. How despicable. No, I have to rally players in the game to keep voting for you. Right, in this situation, only if you're elected will JoJo have room to exist. They hurried off to work. After running the game for so long, they were no longer naive youths. As JoJo taught, studying history makes one wise. They had created an entire civilization's history and felt it deeply. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could see that this re-election of the Chancellor was orchestrated by Lu Feng, leveraging the game and coordination with other star systems to achieve an unprecedented feat in the interstellar realm. If the new Chancellor wasn't Lu Feng once in power, wouldn't he fear Lu Feng and JoJo beside him? Wouldn't he dread history repeating itself? So he would certainly not spare Lu Feng. He would learn from Castle's mistakes and do even better. Lu Feng stared at StarNet, lost in thought. This position was one he absolutely had to secure. Originally, he only wanted to make a good game to pass on the civilization of JoJo through the interstellar world. But there were always people blocking him for various reasons. Solve one batch, another appears. If the entire star system wouldn't allow him to create JoJo, then he would have to control the discourse of this interstellar realm and establish an environment where JoJo could thrive. He hadn't planned to act so soon, but he learned from Haida that the White Horse star system was trying to locate JoJo. At this moment, JoJo was far too vulnerable to be found by anyone other than him. He had no choice but to make those people disappear. This was his unbreachable bottom line. Soon Wu Zetian began to wield sole control over the Tang Dynasty's governance, for Li Ji had passed away. Assuming authority as the Empress Dowager, it was necessary for a prince to ascend the throne, and she selected Li Xian. In reality, the 3-day voting period was drawing to a close. At this moment, Lu Feng's votes were on par with those of a dozen others in the White Horse Galaxy, while Castle's tally remained inconspicuous. During the meeting of the Alpha Star aristocratic families, the Secretary General gazed at the vote counts on the large screen and smiled with satisfaction. Now that their votes have been evenly split, as long as our people cast their ballots, this time the Archon will still be Castle. Castle said calmly, have the votes been tallied clearly? Lu Feng is no simple man, we must guard against him holding back a batch of voters. The Secretary General replied with confidence, the calculations are clear. The majority on Alpha Star and Beta Star have already voted. Even if all the remaining votes go to Lu Feng, it won't be enough. Excellent. Issue the notice, prepare to vote. Over at Qihong, Lu Feng looked at the vote count before him. It's time. Release those messages. Suddenly messages were posted on the StarNet. These messages all pertain to the high-ranking officials of the Arcanate. Shocking. It turns out these people's families have long settled in other star systems. Their families live in grand houses in other systems, leading luxurious lives and enjoying various psionic works. How can I believe they will strive for our star system? If all your loved ones were in another galaxy and you were the ruler of this one, what choice would you make when conflicts of interest arise between the two? If I'm not mistaken, that's the head of the tribunal. He truly left no relative behind. Apart from hiring people to run his family's company, is there anyone in the White Horse Galaxy he cares about? No wonder our star system has remained impoverished for so many years. With such a group in charge, how could we ever grow strong? Good heavens, I just checked. The person I voted for also has family members who have moved to another system. But I've already cast my vote. Think about it. The people we elect all have some renown in the star system. Once they gain power, who among them would want to stay in this small galaxy? Feng is different. He came from Beta Star, and his only sister died of anosmia a few years ago. The Secretary General was enraged upon seeing these messages. This is all private information. Why has it been leaked online? Deleted immediately. It's being deleted. The Secretary General tried to console himself. It doesn't matter, even if they know they've already voted. However, Feng's target this time was not the ordinary citizens. The aristocratic families of the interstellar realm were ultimately a minority. A vast number of archons held grassroots positions, having obtained their posts through connections, luck, or some measure of competence. They were better off than some, but worse off than others. They certainly lacked the means to send all their relatives and friends to outer galaxies. As they read the message just received on their optical computers, now vote for Kaisel. This is an order from the Arcanate. Failure to comply will bear the consequences. This message wasn't even sent through the Arcanate's official system, as the Interstellar Network had already restricted permissions. Initially, they had intended to obey this command. If Kaisel ascended, they could at least retain their positions. What would happen under a new Archon was uncertain. Yet as they looked upon the directors and secretaries of the Arcanate, whose families possessed ornaments that cost more than they could earn in a lifetime, they realized that under such circumstances they could never advance further. Were they content? Their families and friends all lived within this star system. He was born and raised here. It was far from perfect, occupying the lowest rung of the interstellar hierarchy. But at this moment, he understood profoundly that only if the White Horse Galaxy prospered could they have a chance for a better life, for they lacked the means to migrate to another system. With that thought, he pressed the button to vote for Feng. The interstellar voting system only displayed the results, not the individual voters. The server was hosted by the Galactic Alliance, and everyone trusted it sufficiently. Kaisel could no longer maintain his composure as he watched the voting interface. What is going on? Why is this happening? How is Feng's vote count rising? The Secretary General panicked as well. Go ask those people what they're doing. Are their eyes failing? Or is the system malfunctioning? His subordinates knew it was impossible. This was the Galactic Alliance's system. Yet the messages they sent out received no replies. Kaisel rushed over, snatched the optical computer from the Secretary General's hand, and said with a trembling voice, "Think carefully. If Feng becomes the Archon, can any of you keep your positions? Don't you all know Feng's nature? He only wants those who can truly get things done. Ask yourselves, what have you accomplished during your years as Archons? What are you capable of? Will Feng keep you?" After sending this message, Kaisel's vote count did increase somewhat, but Feng's rose even faster. In his panic, Kaisel sent many more messages, threats, bribes, pleas. Until the very last second, the voting interface displayed the winner, Feng. He could almost hear the cheers of the citizens outside. Kaisel and the others collapsed to the ground as if all strength had left them. It's over. Everything is over. The Secretary General forced himself to stay composed. Sir, forget it. It's just a small White Horse Galaxy. Our assets and families are all on Tianyan Star. Why don't we move there? We have enough money to live out the rest of our lives comfortably. Kaisel, still unwilling, gritted out Feng. After the results were announced, the Galactic Alliance transferred the Arcanate's authority to Feng. He held a simple ceremony on the encrypted network, and now he was officially the Archon of the White Horse Galaxy. Meanwhile, the players in the game were also celebrating. Jia's official channel launched many fireworks in the game's sky that day. They also issued a notice that the disciples of Shushan would not venture out today, allowing players to frolic and jest freely. Huashang looked upon the increasingly majestic Wu Zetian with heartfelt gratification. This was a ruler the players had helped to elevate. She was the first female emperor in Jia's history, a true emperor in every sense. Unlike those empresses or empress dowagers who wielded power through their husbands or sons, she was a genuine sovereign. Right after Li Ji's death, Wu Zetian supported her son, Li Xian's ascension, only to later find a pretext to depose him and elevate Li Dan in his place. The imperial relatives of the Li clan were deeply dissatisfied, leading to a series of rebellions. But Wu Zetian was ruthless enough and wise enough to suppress them all. Many players then realized that her entire maneuver was designed to provoke the Li family into rebellion, giving her a legitimate reason to weaken their power. Once the Li family declined, there was no force left to stop Wu Zetian. So she deposed Li Dan and ascended to the supreme throne as a woman. She renamed the Tang Dynasty to the Zhou Dynasty, moved the capital to Luoyang, and proclaimed it the divine capital. Not long after Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, a stone was pulled from the river inscribed with the words, "The Holy Mother descends upon the people, ensuring the eternal prosperity of the empire." All right, you are the emperor recognized by heaven, so whatever you say is right. This trick really never fails. The key is that everyone truly believes. In this era, people haven't even discovered the principles of machinery, so they naturally believe in the power of the divine. Isn't it obvious that it's all self-made? How insecure must one be? As long as you can govern the country, while the common people don't care whether the emperor above is male or female. Indeed, the civilization of the 9 provinces understood this principle in such primitive times, yet we only grasp it now. Wu Zetian was very adept at employing talent. She dared to use anyone with ability, which is what the players admired the most about her. Have you heard? Wu Zetian has implemented the martial examination system. I heard. Do we finally have a chance as those who graduated from military academies? No, can you give an ordinary person like me a chance? Studying for the imperial examination is too difficult, and I can't fight for the martial examination either. Does this mean I am completely unrelated to becoming an official? If you can't succeed in both literature and martial arts, then don't even think about it. Ha ha ha, after so many years in military school, I finally have a chance to put my skills to use. Huashang was also very happy. She eagerly shared on the forum what Wu Zetian had asked her to do and what questions she had been asked. This is the benefit of a woman being emperor. She is willing to employ women, and she does not seek revenge. She had once eliminated a political rival named Shangwan Yi, but later discovered that his granddaughter Shangwan Weiner was quite capable, so she directly brought her in for key positions. Now Shangwan Weiner and Huashang could be said to be favored individuals in front of Wu Zetian. In military matters, Wu Zetian did not slacken her efforts. The western regions were kept in line, and the Tang Dynasty continued to flourish. However, one of her methods was indeed met with mixed reviews among the players, sparking quite a bit of controversy. That was the system of reporting and the use of cruel officials. A woman being emperor was still unacceptable to many during that era. Wu Zetian had to be exceedingly cautious in her position, as she not only had to govern well, but also constantly worried about being overthrown. Thus, she set up a reporting box in the court, and for those who were reported, the punishment was immediate and severe. Some players said this system had unknowingly caused countless deaths and instilled fear in all of the court officials. Others argued that for most people at that time, a woman being emperor was an original sin. Had she not nurtured cruel officials, she would have been killed by those she had created. Regardless, in the hearts of the common people and players, she remained a decent emperor. In a live broadcast across the entire star system, Feng entered the governor's building holding a ceremony to grant positions under the banner of the star system. Interestingly, in the interstellar age, the ceremony was conducted by the previous governor. Castle remained composed, still coming forward under such circumstances, handing over the badge representing the White Horse star system to Feng. He symbolically offered a few encouraging words throughout the process, and surprisingly did not create any difficulties. Feng accepted with a smile all along, and in a corner unseen by the broadcast leaned close to Castle's ear and said, "You sure are calm, you didn't escape." Castle responded leisurely, "Why would I escape, Feng? Do you think you've won?" The White Horse star system is the most inconspicuous little star system in the galaxy, with scant resources and fewer people. If you were to offer it to those large star systems, they wouldn't want it. And even if I am not the governor of the White Horse star system, I have connections and resources from noble families with an endless supply of wealth. My future life will be free. Oh, why should I escape? Why would I escape? Aren't you even the slightest bit guilty about what you did before? Feng asked curiously. What did I do? Everything I did was what a governor should do. As for the rest, do you have evidence? Castle replied smugly. Feng looked at the White Horse badge and said, "There will be. By the way, General Haidar asked me to pass on a message. He fears he won't be able to fulfill your commission." Castle's previously calm demeanor abruptly changed. Feng's first order as governor was arrest Castle and the former Secretary General and others. The former Secretary General was about to board the spacecraft with his luggage. "Hello, please come with us. Lord Lu Yuan has issued an arrest warrant." "On what grounds are you arresting me? What right does he have to arrest me? Please come with us." This time Feng arrested over 20 people, including Castle, all of whom were from noble families. This caused an uproar. Many people knew that Feng would definitely deal with those former governors and the noble families, but they thought he would take some time, gradually finding charges and evidence. At least he would wait until he had fully established his own power before taking action. But nobody expected that Feng would take action today, the very day he received the White Horse badge. The noble families of Alpha Star, connected by blood, immediately began to report to the Star System Alliance, spreading the news that Feng treated the former governor of the White Horse star system as his personal faction to seek revenge. They shouted in front of the governor's building, "Even if Castle hasn't contributed anything to the White Horse star system, he hasn't committed any crimes either. That's right, he has already lost his position as governor. Can't we let him live the rest of his life in peace? A governor with no tolerance for others, do you really believe he can manage the White Horse star system well?" Indeed, Castle was merely a competitor to him. He wants to destroy all of us. What kind of governor is this? Even though Castle was incompetent and failed to advance the White Horse star system, does that mean he contributed nothing? Their hoarse cries reached the internet. Soon news came from the Star System Alliance where relevant personnel stated that even a governor must adhere to the law. It seemed that the people of the White Horse star system had also been guided by public opinion. To be fair, even though Lu Feng was elected by us, the world is still too hasty. We only know that Lu Feng is skilled in games, but we don't understand anything else. Though Castle indeed represented the interests of noble families, they haven't committed any crimes, right? Isn't it a bit harsh to arrest him like this? Lu Feng's actions are no different from the previous Castle, right? Brothers, I have a bad feeling. Could this not be a second Castle? Hearing you say this makes me scared. Is it true that the governor of the White Horse star system can only do this, overthrowing one group of nobles and then establishing another? Speaking of which, it seems that the 9 provinces operates like this, with a bunch of people rising to power, blocking the path of ascent, the rich getting richer, the poor getting poorer, and a cycle of war and redistribution of wealth leading to a new round of turmoil. Lu Feng is still too hasty. Most of the current governors are still from noble families. Castle was not the governor we expected, and Lu Feng might not be either. Lu Feng won't become the governor with the shortest tenure in interstellar history, will he? Lu Feng remained unfazed by the rampant discussions outside. He lightly announced a piece of news: Castle and others would be publicly tried at the court. Generally, when it comes to illegal activities involving governors or certain personnel, there is a secret court that keeps these matters undisclosed or only provides a result after the trial concludes. But Lu Feng intended to publicly try the former governor under the premise of interstellar broadcasting. Everyone was unsure whether this was Lu Feng's reckless move or if he had genuinely grasped Castle's crimes. Fortunately, the waiting time wasn't long. As soon as the live broadcast of the court started, billions of star citizens flooded, and even the number of players online in the 9 provinces game dropped significantly as everyone rushed to witness this rare event. When Castle and his group were brought into the tribunal, their faces bore no weight of guilt. Instead, they appeared relaxed. After all, they had meticulously deliberated, using their unique covert signals to discuss, and even replaying their scheme multiple times to frame Kyushu and Lu Feng, and concluded that Lu Feng could never uncover any evidence. This affair involved other galaxies utilizing the Galactic Alliance's encrypted network, effectively operating under the Alliance's tacit approval. He refused to believe Lu Feng could obtain any tangible proof. Once the judges had taken their seats, the tribunal's director grew visibly tense. As he reviewed the documents before him, cold sweat nearly trickled down his spine. How had Lu Feng uncovered this matter, and what exactly did he intend to do? Castle, during your tenure as governor, did you execute the robot project? He glanced at Lu Feng beside him, enunciating each word from the text in his hands. Castle's expression flickered with panic for an instant, but he quickly composed himself. I have no idea what you're talking about. What robot project? The others lacked such composure. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying sheer disbelief. Lu Feng spoke slowly. To raise newborn humans in the mold of robots, endowing them with human adaptability and robotic absolute rationality, and deploying these humans as weapons of war. That is the robot project. Lu Feng's words were calm, yet they stirred a tempest among the interstellar audience. What does Lord Lu Feng mean by this? Is this true? This violates the human law. Did I hear that correctly? Has Castle sunk to such depths of depravity? What does he take us for? If this is true, Castle would deserve to die 100 times over. I don't think it is. Even those with sensory deficiency still fulfill their parental duties. If so many children were taken, wouldn't people object? How could not a single rumor have leaked? Castle merely said, I have never heard of such a thing. If you seek to harm me over the election, you must present concrete evidence. Lu Feng stood up, gazing directly at Castle's group. In that case, let me, on behalf of the citizens of the White Horse Galaxy, pose a question to former Governor Castle. In interstellar year 30333, the White Horse Galaxy was tasked with defending against the Northern Insectoid Horde. According to Galactic Alliance records, the White Horse Galaxy deployed 10 billion soldiers. At that time, the galaxy's total population was 27 billion. The battle was brutal, nearly wiping out the entire force. Yet when the population was tallied the following year, the White Horse Galaxy still boasted over 20 billion. Former Governor Castle, how do you explain this? Castle immediately retorted, these are classified documents. Lu Feng simply replied, whether they remain classified is now my decision. He then turned his gaze to the tribunal director. The director cleared his throat. Castle, please answer Lord Lu Feng's question. Perhaps there was an error in the statistical data. Lu Feng sneered, an error. Though the White Horse Galaxy's technology lags behind, it is not so backward as that. For decades the data has been inconsistent. Were they all errors as well? Castle gritted his teeth. How should I know? I had to manage the entire galaxy's affairs. How could I recall such trivial matters? Trivial? You served as the galaxy's governor and didn't even know its population. Lu Feng pressed on, do you know about the incubation bases? Castle's complexion worsened and despair crept into the faces of his companions. The citizens watching the live broadcast seemed to grasp the implication. I can't believe what just crossed my mind. This is a horrifying tale. All the genes in the incubation bases were provided by ordinary citizens. They used our genes to incubate other children. This is tantamount to training our own children into robots. Oh my God, this is terrifying. Thank goodness I never incubated a child in those bases. You're overthinking it. In that era, you should worry about whether you had siblings. The barrage in the live stream seemed ready to flood the entire screen. Lu Feng spoke deliberately to secure more resources from the Galactic Alliance. You inflated the population numbers, thereby receiving larger assignments to combat the insectoids. To prevent the insectoids from breaching your defenses, you established incubation bases on the lower-class planets using ordinary citizens' genes to incubate children, training them as robots from infancy and sending them to war when they came of age. Most of those incubated perished in that war. The survivors, along with the embryos, were driven to the lower-class planets to fend for themselves. To force them into mutual destruction, you exiled the uncontrollable sensory deficiency individuals to these planets as well. And the surplus supplies. You and your cronies used them to establish homes in other galaxies. Ignoring the surrounding uproar, Castle shouted hysterically, "These are nothing but your conjectures. You're just fabricating charges to eliminate me. Do you think anyone will believe this? Do you think the Galactic Alliance will believe it?" Lu Feng remained composed. "I've often wondered, even if Kyushu wasn't under your control, I've undoubtedly brought considerable benefits to the White Horse Galaxy. Logically, you shouldn't have been so eager to get rid of me. Then I understood. You discovered my origins." Castle's eyes blazed with fury. "Stop spinning your tales. Release me at once." Lu Feng gestured, and the tribunal director activated the light computer on his wrist. In midair, a vast starfield materialized. As the lens zoomed in closer and closer, it finally settled on a planet. "I remember this place. It's in the lower-class planet region. This planet is one of them. Yes, I recall too. I passed by here once and was driven away by the guards. My God, this really is a lower-class planet. Do they have internet?" Through a stretch of darkness, light finally emerged. The first thing that came into view were rudimentary base stations providing a small-scale interstellar network. Then everyone saw a tiny artificial sun. People were farming the land with simple machines, others training nearby, and younger ones watching videos in the air, all featuring content related to Kyushu. In unseen crude rooms, even more severe cases lay wearing full-immersion VR headsets, gaming within Kyushu. A question arose: this is a lower-class planet. Lu Feng merely said this is the current state of the lower-class planets. As for their former state, I doubt you'd want to see it. Then someone stepped forward facing the camera, as if standing before everyone, and slowly displayed the items in their hands. Records from the lower-class planets, some in text, some in video, were all laid bare. Then came a second lower-class planet, a third, a fourth. Castle was utterly crushed. It was over, completely over. Even if Lu Feng spared him, the Galactic Alliance would not. Nor would his family, friends, or all his assets be spared. The Alliance would never allow its resources to be swindled. The secretary shouted, "But we did it to fight the insectoids. For the stars." At that moment, the citizens were seething with rage. "I wish I could charge in and kill him myself. How can there be such a shameless person? Why was this man our galaxy's governor? He should be fed to the insectoids." Lu Feng turned to the tribunal director. Director commenced the trial. The director, trembling slightly, declared Castle convicted of crimes against humanity, sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. The execution of Castle and his associates was conducted under the public eye. This signified Lu Feng's complete dominion over the White Horse star system, yet there were still subsequent matters to address. Though the interstellar populace rationally felt compelled to sympathize with those from the lower-class planets and shared a bloodline connection, they had been unaware of their existence for so many years. The sudden emergence of this large group, likely harboring hostility, left them feeling somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, the Nine Provinces game regained its former vibrancy. Overall, Empress Wu had perpetuated the prosperous era of the Tang Dynasty, elevating various crafts to new heights, which triggered a shopping frenzy in the real world. Yet some players who delighted in stirring up trouble yearned for change. They did not have to wait long. As Empress Wu aged, the question of her successor confronted everyone. Opinions within the court diverged, primarily centering on two directions. One was the Li family, and the other was the Wu family, specifically Empress Wu's nephew. According to the Nine Provinces narrative, Empress Wu usurped the throne from the Tang clan. If she passed the crown to her own son, wouldn't that be returning it to the Li family? Can it really be calculated that way? I don't understand refusing to pass it to one's son for such a reason. If not to her son, then it must go to the Wu family, that is her nephew. That Wu fellow seems rather unreliable as an emperor. Let's ask Huashang about this. Huashang confessed she was also clueless. The emperor's thoughts were increasingly inscrutable. Serving an emperor was indeed different from serving an imperial consort. However, Huashang suspected that even the empress herself might not have decided yet. But if it were up to her, she would consider Princess Taiping. After all, she was a female emperor herself, so it would be perfectly logical to pass the throne to a princess. Though Princess Taiping's talents were inferior to the empress, she was far superior to Li Xian and Li Dan, and the Wu family nephew was simply incomparable. The troublemaking players, unable to stay idle, naturally began choosing sides. Of course, this wasn't for just anyone entering the court, and gaining significant positions was the prerequisite. But that didn't stop players from placing bets outside the game. Someone had set up a betting software dealing in-game currency. Within the game itself, there were also illicit gambling dens wagering on who the next emperor would be. However, this venture was too risky. Several players had already been executed for it. Mingming Baibai had also invested money, but he bet on the Li family. Not for any other reason, but because he believed if the Li family ascended the throne, the 9 provinces would undergo a smooth transition, avoiding unnecessary conflict. There had been too many upheavals in reality. He only wished for peace within the game. During this period, the number of court officials advocating for the appointment of a crown prince increased. The players could sense that the day of decision was drawing near. One day after Empress Wu held court, the discussion still revolved around the appointment of the crown prince. Some suggested establishing Prince Wei Wu Qingxi, while others proposed Li Dan or Li Xian. The empress turned her gaze to Di Renjia. "What do you think, minister?" Di Renjia replied, "I believe establishing Prince Wei Wu Qingxi as crown prince is inadvisable. Which bond is closer, that of a nephew or that of a mother and son? Throughout history, there has never been a precedent for making a nephew the crown prince. Moreover, if a nephew becomes crown prince after your majesty's passing, how would you be honored in the imperial ancestral temple?" Upon hearing this, Empress Wu fell silent. Subsequently, others presented differing viewpoints. Huashang sighed and sent a message in the channel. "The result is out. It's the Li family." Huashang's information was always accurate. Some players rejoiced while others were dismayed. "No, I don't believe it. I won't believe it until the very last moment. Is there anyone supporting the Wu family? Keep persuading the empress. Give it one more try. Haha, I'm just waiting to collect my money. This time I've hit the jackpot. What about my Princess Taiping? She didn't even get a seat at the table." Soon the empress decree was issued appointing Li Xian as the crown prince. Though she was aged, she still did not relinquish her power. The empress summoned 2 brothers to keep her company, tasking them with managing state affairs on her behalf. Huashang's eyes sparkled with gossipy intrigue. Not for any other reason, but because Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were truly handsome. No wonder everyone aspired to be emperor. Huashang decided she would document everything about Empress Wu, convinced she could produce 10 scripts from it. Having appointed a crown prince, yet granting him no authority, instead bringing in 2 male favorites to govern the country, the court officials could no longer tolerate it. A man named Zhang Jinji led a charge into Empress Wu's inner palace, killed the Zhang brothers, and forced her to abdicate. By then, Empress Wu was over 80 years old. She looked upon the scene before her with remarkable calm. Unlike other emperors who inscribed their achievements on their tombstones, Empress Wu erected a blank stele, leaving her merits and faults to be judged by posterity. The empress' life was truly formidable. Though she feared most during her lifetime being accused of usurping order as a woman, her courage in erecting a blank stele elevates her above many other emperors. The empress saw things clearly. Emperors care about their posthumous reputation, some even tamper with history. But Empress Wu dared to let future generations judge right from wrong. She was the first female emperor in the long history of the 9 provinces, truly unprecedented. I wonder if there will be successors. Now that the first has appeared, the second won't be far behind. The empress' significance goes beyond merely changing the emperor's gender. She single-handedly elevated the status of women across the entire nation. I believe their gender equality will be achieved many years earlier than in our interstellar society. This period of history is incredibly fascinating. If it were made into a drama, I would definitely watch it. Speaking of which, I've never seen the Empress harem. That's something we'll have to rely on Huashang for. Though future events might not unfold as the players imagined at the time, Empress Wu's ascension indeed inspired countless women. The newly enthroned Li Xian was weak-willed and lacked talent, but he had an ambitious Empress Wei, who along with her daughter Princess Anil harbored aspirations to rule. Huashang, residing in the harem, saw their intentions clearly. She eagerly anticipated these 2 continuing the legacy of female emperors, fulfilling her regret over Princess Taiping's failure to ascend the throne. However, the strategy Empress Wei and Princess Anil devised was to poison Emperor Li Xian. Huashang was speechless. She genuinely wished to stop them, but a disciple of the Shushan sect clad in flowing white robes stood beside her, making it clear this was a necessary plot point. Huashang could only sigh helplessly from behind, watching them march towards their doom. Whether they succeeded or failed, they would never return alive. Soon Huashang received news that Li Xian was dead. The subsequent events were predictable. Li Longji, the son of Li Dan, led a force to kill Empress Wei and Princess Anil, then installed his father on the throne. The players were rendered speechless by this drama. Seriously, if you're going to emulate Empress Wu, do it properly. Start by seizing power, not by going straight for the throne. What gave them the confidence to kill the emperor when they held neither military power nor the support of the ministers? Did they truly not understand that their power derived from that weak emperor? Poisoning him was digging their own grave. You're all wise after the event. If you were in that position, you might not see things so clearly either. True Empress Wu's example was too powerful, easily creating the illusion that I could do that too. By the way, did Li Dan reign last long? He was mediocre too, and there was the ever-watchful Princess Taiping lurking nearby. Li Dan might be lacking, but he has a capable son. Princess Taiping is no pushover either. It feels like another power struggle is brewing. This kind of power struggle is much more entertaining with the whole family joining the fray. Before it was all men, who I was tired of seeing that. To secure the interior before confronting external threats, Lu Feng, upon assuming the role of governor of the White Horse Galaxy, swiftly employed thunderous measures to investigate the aristocratic families of Alpha Star. Given their wealth and status, few among them could claim to be entirely unblemished under scrutiny. Uniformed officers continuously escorted people away, and the lights in the tribunal building scarcely ever dimmed. The tribunal chief, initially fraught with fear and anxiety, had grown numb, mechanically conducting interrogations according to procedure. Your Excellency, General Haida has arrived. Lu Feng looked up from his documents. Let him in. General Haida entered, saluted, and said, Your Excellency Lu Feng. General Haida, there's no need for such formality. Once the others had left, General Haida dispensed with ceremony and sat directly before Lu Feng. Are those arresting people across Alpha Star from the lower-tier planets? Lu Feng nodded. They have never ceased their military training on those planets. Due to the harsh environment, their combat experience may even surpass that of your troops. I thought it fitting to integrate them into the military. Those who maintain order shall be called police, and those who handle special incidents criminal police. General Haida scoffed. Your Excellency has thought of everything, even the names. But maintaining order and making arrests is traditionally the military's duty. Lu Feng rose to pour General Haida a glass of water. You misunderstand, General. I only thought that after so many years in the White Horse Galaxy, you might have unavoidable ties with those nobles. I wish to spare you the embarrassment. General Haida sighed. Lu Feng, after all our time as allies, you do not trust me. Lu Feng returned to his seat, crossed his legs, and smiled. General Haida, let us speak plainly. Had it not been for my military forces from the lower-tier planets, would I even be sitting in this chair? General Haida had not expected such directness. His expression grew complex. Commanding the most comprehensive military force in the White Horse Galaxy, yet constantly suppressed by the governor's faction to the point of being unable to protect his own men, he naturally felt resentful. He had never truly aspired to the governor's seat, but being merely one step away, and with Lu Feng appearing so vulnerable, who could resist the temptation to try? General Haida, I have reviewed your records. Apart from combating the Zerg, you have done little for the galaxy or its people, yet you have committed no interstellar crimes. If you wish to remain a general in good standing, I am happy to continue our cooperation. General Haida looked at him. But I am not the only general. Lu Feng continued. What you seek is not power, but proper treatment for soldiers. That I can guarantee. General Haida smiled bitterly. Did he have the right to refuse? The numbers from the lower-tier planets were few, but interstellar law forbade war against compatriots, binding the military tightly. If he made a move and failed to finish cleanly, death would be his fate. He raised his glass. I am willing to assist Your Excellency Lu Feng in building a better White Horse Galaxy. The swift trials continued for several days, and finally peace settled over the White Horse Galaxy. Yet the grassroots administrators lived in constant unease. Lu Feng planned many initiatives, all requiring their implementation. To ease their minds, Lu Feng prepared a leadership address. He ordered a live broadcast so all administrators could see him. Having never been a leader, Lu Feng was unaccustomed to grand speeches, but he had no intention of delivering one anyway. Administrators of the White Horse Galaxy, I am Lu Feng. I will be direct. Unlike the noble families, I have no clan in this galaxy, so there will be no nepotism, at least not at the grassroots level. Thus you will keep your current positions. Only this fulfill the duties of your post. I need people who can work. If you can, you stay. If not, step aside for someone else. Lu Feng's words were harsh, but they brought great reassurance to most. Lu Feng began a comprehensive promotion of Jiuzhou. Beyond Jiuzhou, he encouraged all original creative works, rewarding ordinary people for their creations with star coins and recommending outstanding works to the Galactic Alliance. Soon works from the White Horse Galaxy poured into the Galactic Alliance like snowflakes. Lu Feng also planned a Jiuzhou festival, an event held both online and offline. A massive statue of change flying to the moon was erected in the center of each galaxy. On the star web, many mooncake shops appeared, all preparing for the Jiuzhou Mid-Autumn Festival. In the Jiuzhou game, Li Longji, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, struck first, eliminating Princess Taiping and smoothly inheriting the throne from his father, changing the era name to Kaiyuan. At this time, Li Longji was diligent in governance, adept at appointing capable people, and surrounded by many talented individuals. Players truly witnessed the extent of a nation's prosperity. They heard that Chang'an's granaries could not contain all the grain and the national treasury overflowed with coins. A nation's prosperity was not merely economic. It was a comprehensive flourishing of military politics, culture, and economy. Has anyone noticed? Did the game NPCs get some skill buff? Everyone can write a few lines of poetry now. I studied the 4 books and 5 classics for years, yet I feel like an illiterate. I tell you, you really need to learn this game language, these Chinese characters. The culture is profound, especially the recent poems. Absolutely stunning. I've been staying at the Yellow Crane Tower, lately reading the poems people write there. Truly, I've never seen such exquisite creations from any civilization. I feel if anyone in the galaxy could write poetry, there would be no more cases of anhedonia. Let me share a poem I recently read. The sage on Yellow Crane was gone amid clouds white. To what avail is Yellow Crane Tower left here? Zhu Tian watched the World Channel, constantly refreshing with poems from game characters. He glanced at the young man in white beside him, dressed as a chivalrous swordsman, and proudly sent a message. None of you compare to me. I've met someone incredibly talented at poetry. He will surely become a high official, haha. Many players disagreed, posting about the game characters they had encountered, each claiming theirs was the most gifted poet. Brotherly, by where to next? The Yellow Crane Tower, brother Zhu. Hurry, I want to write a fine poem there. All right. Having grown weary of officialdom, Zhu Tian decided to travel and witness the golden age of Jiuzhou. Along the way, he met an intriguing friend, and together they set out to explore this world. Today, I want to share an extraordinary encounter. An experience you'll never forget. Even as I type this, I'm trembling with excitement. Unfortunately, I can no longer enter that realm, and I hope Lord Lu Feng will lift the access limit so I can relive it once more. It all started when I was at a tavern listening to someone recite poetry. They recited a poem about the bright moon, which was quite good, but my favorite has always been Li Bei's Raising My Cup. I invite the moon with my shadow, we are 3. Back to the matter at hand. 2 scholar-like game characters sat at my table discussing the most popular poems of late. I couldn't help but join in. Our conversation drifted from poets to the moon, and then to the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. One of them recited Li Shangyan's Change, a truly exquisite poem. Behind the mica screen, the candle's shadow deepens, the river of heaven slants, while morning stars sink. Change must regret stealing the elixir. Night after night, she broods over the blue sea and azure sky. As you all know, a new statue named Change flies to the moon has been erected in the center of every city on our White Horse star system, prepared for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone has admired its beauty, but few knew the deeper story behind it. It turns out there really is a story, and it's hidden within the game. I immediately asked, who is Change? Have you heard the tale of Change flying to the moon? The game characters laughed at me, asking which remote mountain village I came from, not knowing such a well-known story. They said bookstores on Chang'an Street sold illustrated storybooks about it. I couldn't sit still. I rushed to the bookstore and asked the owner if they had a storybook about Change. When I bought it, the book began to glow, just like the light at the start of the Sword Immortal game. And then guess what I saw? Yes, I entered the world of Change's story. So Change is a celestial maiden. She was breathtakingly beautiful, especially the scene of her flying to the moon. I wished I could etch that image into my mind forever. The story goes like this: in that world there were 10 suns in the sky, scorching the earth and causing suffering among the people. Ho-E, a divine archer, shot down 9 of them. As a reward, the Queen Mother of the West gave him an elixir that could grant immortality. Change, the most beautiful woman in the tribe, and Ho-E's wife, feared losing her beauty with age, so she stole and consumed the elixir. Then came the highlight: Change, now ethereal and divine, her white silk ribbons fluttering, soared gracefully to the moon in the sky. There I saw the Moon Palace, enveloped in celestial mist with pavilions and towers so enchanting, yet somewhat desolate. I only got a single glimpse before I was cast out. I tried buying more books, but I couldn't enter again. What a pity. I wonder if anyone will film a drama about it. I'd love to watch it. Players responded swiftly. I always thought the statue was just for the festival, but there's actually a story behind it. Already rushing to Chang'an. Already at the bookstore. You guys are too fast. The bookstore is sold out. Can someone else enter a book that's already been used? I asked some game characters I know, and it turns out this is a story everyone knows. So their festivals all have stories behind them. This can't be a true story, right? Someone made it up. Definitely made up. 10 suns. Impossible. The gravitational pull of 10 suns would destroy the Kyushu planet. Right, with Kyushu's current technology, a bow and arrow can barely kill a person, let alone shoot down a sun. And even if Change could fly, the heat from her speed would have incinerated her before she reached the moon. 10 suns. Doesn't that remind you of something? Before Lord Lu Feng created the Kyushu game, he made a series about the primordial world, which had 10 golden crows. That's right. In the primordial world, the 10 sons of the Demon Emperor were golden crows. When they played, they shone like 10 suns over the mortal world. Kwafu died chasing them, and a man named Ho-E shot down 9 of the golden crows. So Change flying to the moon and the primordial world are both part of Kyushu's history or legends. They had such rich imaginations so long ago. This Kyushu civilization is truly astonishing. Indeed, the entire primordial world story is systematic and logical. If I hadn't reached the interstellar age, I would have believed such a world existed. 33 heavens above, each inhabited by different ranks of immortals. Just thinking about it feels so magical. Within a day, everyone knew the story of Change flying to the moon. And it wasn't just that story. Players also learned from game characters about the Mid-Autumn Festival. In Kyushu, it's a reunion festival. All wanderers and separated family members return home to eat mooncakes and admire the moon together. There are also many street activities like releasing floating lanterns with wishes and various performances. Hearing the game characters describe such lively scenes, the players returned to the real world and looked at the cold, monotonous interstellar realm. Even the lone statue seemed out of place. They felt a stark contrast. The Mid-Autumn Festival is for family reunions, but I'd rather spend it in the game. I've decided to celebrate mid-autumn with my family in a holographic space. If only our White Horse star system could be so lively. Not to mention anything else, the sight of a bright full moon in a night sky lit by lanterns is impossible in the interstellar realm. Our artificial sun can't achieve that effect. Actually, with our interstellar technology, it wouldn't be hard to recreate this. But it's not something one person can do. If it's possible, I want to help. Me too. Me too. Seeing the constant stream of Me Too, some players felt a surge of passion, eager to start decorating the real world. But reason soon returned, and they began sending private messages to Mingming Bye-Bye. After Mingming Bye-Bye returned with Lu Feng, Xiaobai had also resumed operations. Looking at the endless private messages, he sighed. What will go along with everyone's madness this time? Mingming Bye-Bye issued a call to action on the forum and in the game's direct channels. Fellow players, there are 10 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Seeing the lively scenes in the game, don't you want our own planet to have such a festival? Don't you want to experience a real Mid-Autumn Festival in reality? Now let's build the Mid-Autumn Festival on the White Horse star system together. Do you remember the collaborative mission to find a new map? Players, a new collaborative mission has begun. Lon ready. Lena ready. Tion ready. Zhu Feng ready. Once the call to action was issued, the players swiftly began to mobilize. The interstellar era had entered the age of robotics, allowing any desire to be realized with remarkable speed. Lu Feng naturally was not idle either. The interstellar personnel had long discerned that the so-called moon was merely a reflection of starlight upon its surface, emitting no light of its own. To recreate this effect was simple: add a small deactivated artificial sun and reposition the existing one. However, this required the approval of the governor. Recently, Lu Feng had received numerous approvals related to the Mid-Autumn Festival. Only a scant few of these were applications subtly hinted at by the Qihong team. The vast majority were spontaneous initiatives by the interstellar players. This was precisely the effect Lu Feng had desired. On the day the Mid-Autumn Festival officially arrived, the citizens of the White Horse Galaxy noticed a transformation the moment they stepped outside. For several days, both sides of the streets had been lined with vendors. Dressed in costumes from the Nine Provinces game, they peddled wares reminiscent of its streets, snacks, treats, ornaments, and most notably lanterns. Affixed to these lanterns were slips bearing Nine Provinces script, which the shopkeepers called lantern riddles. Solving one meant winning the lantern. The thoroughfares also featured parade floats with performers portraying Qin Shi, Huang, Diaochan, Zhuge Liang, and others. Even the most reclusive players, upon seeing these videos on the StarNet, found themselves compelled to witness the spectacle in person. From morning onward, the crowd swelled. Thanks to the proliferation of spiritual mentorworks and the Nine Provinces game, instances of sensory loss syndrome had become rare. People now realized they no longer needed to fear for their safety when venturing out. As night fell, they were astonished to find this artificial sun different from the usual. It descended slowly, just as in the game, while a brilliant pure moon gradually rose in its place. Am I hallucinating? I can't tell anymore. Is this the game or reality? It feels like a dream. No, I've never dreamed of a scene this beautiful. I heard there's a performance by the Chu Feng dance troupe tonight. Really? Then I have to see it. Although the Mid-Autumn night in the game coincided with the real one, the game's time progressed differently, and the hours were not synchronized. The Mid-Autumn Festival in Nine Provinces arrived earlier than its real-world counterpart. Players watched performances on the streets, savored mooncakes, released lanterns on the river with game characters, to make wishes, attended poetry gatherings, and listened to a succession of timeless verses. Time in the game was fleeting. Before the players could fully indulge, the Mid-Autumn night had passed. But the real-world Mid-Autumn night was just beginning. Xiaoyu changed into her favorite red hanfu, styled her hair into a bun, adorned it with a dangling hairpin and earrings, and stepped out joyfully. Governor Lu Feng, I noticed that wearing the Nine Provinces game attire gives you a unique aura unlike anyone else. It's exceptionally handsome. Jinzi spun around in front of Xiaoyu. What about me? What about me? Doesn't this outfit make me special too? I'm exceptionally ugly. Xiaoyu laughed as she ran away. Hey, you're so biased. Jinzi turned to ask Daili, Boss Dai, what do you think? Daili replied with a smile, to truly shine in these game costumes, it's not about looks or physique, but about temperament and talent. You still have a long way to go in learning poetry. Jinzi's head immediately ached. The poems recited by game characters were penned by Lu Feng, but a game couldn't be filled entirely with verses destined for immortality. The rest had to be written by the Qihong team, which was a torment driving them to the brink of baldness. Boss Dai, please don't bring that up. We finally have a day to relax. Jinzi wailed. By now the sky over Alpha Star had fallen completely dark. In the past, this would have sparked widespread panic. During the years of conflict with the Zerd, darkness was their greatest fear, for it signaled a planet's fall. But after so much time in the 9 Provinces game, they had grown accustomed to the sunset, the moonrise, and the scattered stars. Lu Feng strolled through the bustling streets with his companions. This was a rare moment of leisure for him. Since arriving in the interstellar realm, he had been tirelessly creating games, plotting and calculating, never daring to make a single misstep or oversight lest he fall into an abyss of ruin. Fortunately, things were now settling down, and he could finally catch his breath. Look, candied hawthorns. I've never had them in real life. So many people. Let's hurry and buy some. 2 girls dressed in Tang Dynasty attire laughed and chatted as they rushed past. Look, lantern riddles. Actual lantern riddles. When players talked about making these, I thought they were joking. I never imagined they'd really be made, and so beautifully too. This is wine brewed by Lina. Come and try it. Round fans. The same style as the Wu families in 9 provinces. If it's not pretty, it's free. Rouge for sale. The same rouge used by the beauties of 9 provinces. Look at the sky. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky. The 9 Provinces game had already introduced the formula for fireworks, and the interstellar realm could produce even more beautiful pollution-free versions. Oh my god, it's so beautiful, just like in the game. I think it's even more beautiful than in the game. As the fireworks faded, a melodious tune began to play. A screen in the sky revealed the graceful silhouettes of 4 women. It's change. That's exactly how she looks in the game. So beautiful. A rabbit just leaped from her hand. Nancy, clad in a white gauze dress, had her hair completely styled into a bun, with a single white ribbon trailing behind her head. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the blue sky. As the music began, Nancy danced gracefully in the moonlight with the other 3 women accompanying her from behind. Everyone stared spellbound. I want to ride the wind and return, yet fear the jade and crystal mansions are too high and cold. Nancy's dance was elegant and ethereal, unlike her usual style. Every movement was as if she were a celestial being floating among the clouds. As the music concluded with "So let us wish that man may live long, though we are 1,000 miles apart, we can still share the beauty of the moon," Nancy danced gracefully towards the moon in the sky. The night wind billowed her skirts as if she were truly about to return to the moon palace. Oh my god, it's that scene from the game. That exact scene. I've seen it too. Does the fairy change really exist? It's so beautiful. Listen to this song, these lyrics. I feel like they might be even better than Li Bei's. I was too busy watching the dance to pay attention to the lyrics. But how could they possibly be better than Li Bei's? After the dance ended, everyone remained immersed in the performance. Xiaoyu exclaimed in admiration, "Nancy's dancing is getting better and better. It's even more beautiful than what you showed us in the holographic space." Lu Feng nodded. "What I demonstrated were just the movements devoid of emotion. She infuses it with feeling, making it more vivid and real." Daili, who rarely enjoyed watching dances, was also amazed. "This dance will drive the entire interstellar world wild. But what will drive them wild won't be just the dance." Lu Feng gazed at the still bustling, lively streets. The entire mid-autumn night will be unforgettable for them. The celebration continued throughout the entire night. Although the Mid-Autumn Festival night had passed, the small stalls on the streets were not dismantled. Instead, they seemed to be increasing in number. Originally, the interstellar citizens preferred staying indoors, purchasing everything they needed directly from the Star Network. Thus, vendors had no need to display their goods physically, simply listing them online sufficed. After the Mid-Autumn Festival night, people found the experience of going out quite pleasant, prompting merchants to put their wares on display. Although the star networks of different star systems were not interconnected, popular news still managed to spread across them. Within just a few days, every major star system had witnessed the scenes of the Mid-Autumn Festival night in the White Horse star system. In particular, the video of the Chu Feng dance troupe dancing towards the moon went viral across the entire interstellar realm, captivating even those indifferent to dance with its final moon ascending scene. Humans share an innate love for spectacle. If others have something, they naturally desire it too. Seeing the lively Mid-Autumn Festival in the White Horse star system, they longed to experience such festivities in reality. Moreover, the 9 Provinces game offered far more than just the Mid-Autumn Festival. After this holiday, there were still the Lantern Festival, the Qiqiao Festival, and many other delightful events with abundant food and entertainment. The interstellar world began to be swept by a frenzy of celebrating festivals. Concurrently, Tang poetry gradually became a trend across the stars. Initially, people focused on the melodious singing and graceful dancing, only later did they turn their attention to the lyrics. To those unfamiliar with the game's language, Prelude to Water Melody was naturally incomprehensible. But for many who had personally participated in the imperial examinations, it was nothing short of divine inspiration. How could it be so brilliantly written? Can a human produce such work? Shihong said it was written by Su Shi, a poet from the future of the 9 provinces, who hasn't appeared yet. I don't know much about this, but is it considered poetry? Aren't poems supposed to have parallelism? It may not be a poem in the strict sense, but that doesn't diminish its brilliance. This is undoubtedly a work that will be passed down through the ages. The moon is just an ordinary small planet, not even a star. Yet in the poet's eyes it houses a moon palace where change resides, bearing all kinds of emotions. Millions of miles apart, people gaze upon the same bright moon, and it can carry their longing. The people of the 9 provinces are truly remarkable. Any mundane object becomes unique and extraordinary in their eyes. In comparison, we interstellar folks seem rather dull. No wonder they possess such a splendid civilization. A civilization like that will likely never be plagued by emotional numbness. While the entire interstellar realm prepared to celebrate the 9 provinces' festivals, the game itself continued its normal operations. Everything undergoes a process of rising and then declining. During the Kaiyuan era, the newly enthroned Li Longji harbored grand ambitions. The imperial court teemed with talented individuals like Yao Chongsong, Jingzhong Yue, and Zhang Jiuling, who arrived one after another. The Tang Dynasty's golden age reached its zenith. However, faced with such prosperity, Li Longji grew complacent, believing it was time to indulge. He changed the reign title to Tianbao. Initially, the players noticed nothing amiss. That is until Huashang, who had been absent for a long time, posted again. Title 9 Provinces Forum Scandal in Li Longji's harem. OP Huashang. Recently, everyone has been celebrating festivals, and I've been busy shopping and sightseeing, neglecting the game. But just as I logged on, I heard that a new imperial consort Yang had arrived at the palace, unparalleled in beauty and favored above all others. Naturally, I had to go and see for myself. And guess what I discovered? That imperial consort Yang looked exactly like the Prince of Shou's wife. At first, I thought they might be twins, but even that would be too improper for father and son each to have one. Turns out I was too naive, my friends. This imperial consort Yang is indeed the Prince of Shou's wife. I was utterly shocked. I dared not speak in the palace, so I can only vent here on the forum. No way, I heard the Prince of Shou's wife died. Whom could it be? Oh my, that old lecher. As an emperor, he could have any beauty he wanted. Why must he steal his son's woman? So is the Prince of Shou not considering rebellion? If he dared to steal her, he's not afraid of rebellion. If the prince dared to rebel, he wouldn't have taken her in the first place. Am I the only one curious about how beautiful imperial consort Yang is? Could she be even more stunning than change? Definitely different. Change is ethereal and immortal-like. The Tang Dynasty admired plumpness as beauty, so she surely isn't as graceful. After further spreading the influence of the 9 provinces, Lu Feng began to assess the assets of the White Horse star system. It was no accident that the White Horse star system was known as the perennial interstellar underachiever. Even the smaller star systems typically possessed 7 or 8 agricultural planets and 5 or 6 primitive planets. Yet the White Horse star system had only 2 very small agricultural planets and not a single primitive planet. Of course, the Clare family's business was not without merit. They owned quite a few planetary resources, but these were private property, not under the White Horse star system's name. Currently, the White Horse star system's only decent asset was its wealth, and even that was generated by Lu Feng through the 9 provinces. Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. In an interstellar era long plagued by insectoid invasions, with less than a century of peace, the system actually practiced private property ownership. It defied logic. When Lu Feng had conducted his purges earlier, not all noble families were liquidated. The Clare family was one that had yet to be dealt with. Your Excellency, the head of the Clare family has sent an invitation. Lu Feng received countless invitations daily, and the Clare family had been sending them every day. Now was the time to meet him. Luce Clare never imagined that the ordinary young man he once knew would become the ruler of the White Horse star system. Even if he were merely the governor, that position didn't necessarily signify true power. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lu Feng, despite his youth, had already grasped the operational mechanisms of the star system's governance. The White Horse star system was small, but it still operated under the larger interstellar framework and was bound by the Interstellar Alliance. Therefore, certain matters couldn't be brought into the open. Maintaining legal justification was crucial. Now that he also held military power, he was the true master of the White Horse star system. Your Excellency Lu Feng. Mr. Luce, no need for formalities. What brings you here? Under normal circumstances, Luce would have engaged in pleasantries. But now everyone knew Lu Feng's straightforward style, and his time was indeed precious. Your Excellency Lu Feng, the Clare family is willing to pledge allegiance to you. I implore you to overlook the past transgressions of the Clare family. Luce was indeed direct. Lu Feng took a sip of tea. Mr. Luce, I appreciate your candor. But as you know, our star system has languished at the bottom of the interstellar rankings for years. Since I've come to power, I naturally intend to change that. Luce was prepared. The Clare family will donate all its current planetary resources to the White Horse star system, contributing to the system's growth. Even though he had already made the decision, Luce felt his heart clench. A century's worth of accumulated family assets gone just like that. Lu Feng set down his teacup and stated directly plus half of the Clare family's shares. This. Your Excellency, that's impossible. Luce felt the urge to flare up, but he knew he lacked the leverage. Lu Feng remained calm, holding all the cards. The crimes committed by the Clare family in the White Horse Star system may not be extensive, but with a bit more effort in gathering evidence, it would certainly be possible to eradicate the Clare family entirely. As the saying goes, if you want, do it someone else will. Once upon a time, that phrase was a sore point for workers. Now saying it to a noble felt immensely satisfying. Your Excellency Lu Feng, you've already shaken up quite a few noble families. Their businesses span the entire interstellar realm. Reorganizing and fully controlling them won't be easy. Do you have enough capable people? Luce was a wily old fox. He could see that Lu Feng's temporary restraint towards their old guard wasn't out of kindness, but because he lacked loyalists. The drawback of not having a family background was evident here. His tenure was too short, allowing him only to secure the military. Lu Feng sneered. The 9 provinces have a saying, no destruction, no construction. At worst, it will take more time. I'm still young, and the insectoids are gone. I have all the time in the world to develop slowly. As for you, Mr. Luce, do you really think your allies will stand with you to the bitter end? Luce opened his mouth, but found no words to refute. Lu Feng glanced at his wrist computer. I have another meeting. I'll take my leave now. Often the decline of a dynasty manifests in subtle ways, yet those immersed in it find it difficult to perceive. Stepping outside the circle provides a clearer perspective. Initially, players idly conducted a survey and discovered that the most common theme in Tang Dynasty poetry was the feeling of unrecognized talent, with the renowned poet Li Bai at the forefront enjoying immense popularity among players who flocked to witness his poetry. Thus, players were well aware of his repeated rejections in his pursuit of an official position. Players analyzed that even a powerful dynasty like the Tang was not without its shortcomings. Many officials were from the Guangzhou region, and although there was the imperial examination, there were many restrictions, such as not being able to use a pseudonym, unlike merchants who were barred from participating. Zhu Feng remarked that since the death of Prime Minister Zhang Jiling, the new prime ministers lacked the vision for the nation and its people, with Li Linfu being unworthy of mention and Yang Guozhong holding the position solely due to his cousin being Yang Guofei. It was not until that day when Lushan and Shi Siming rebelled, forcing Li Longji to flee elsewhere. On the way at Mawei Slope, Yang Guofei was compelled to her death, yet the turmoil did not cease. The mighty Tang was plunged into chaos. On Alpha Star, someone exclaimed, "Quick, hurry to get a seat. Today Professor Luntarosai is going to lecture on the Ungshi Rebellion." Is it about the Ungshi Rebellion in the recent JoJo game? Of course, Professor Luntarosai's classes are incredibly popular, and it's hard to secure a seat each time. Professor Luntarosai, a leading figure in his field, held a deep interest in JoJo history and often incorporated it into his lectures, drawing many students, even those from outside the school, to attend his classes. His lectures garnered high clicks online, and during the previous voting by the governor, he nearly overshadowed Lu Feng. Upon entering the classroom, Professor Luntarosai noticed the increasing number of students. His class had been moved to the school's grand auditorium, the largest in the school meant for major gatherings, yet many still brought their own mats to sit in the aisles. He sighed, "Students, if you enjoy my lectures, you can watch them on the Star Network after class. There's a holographic experience, and the effect is the same." The students thought to themselves that it was not the same. They increasingly felt that being squeezed together in reality was far more interesting than watching alone in the holographic space. Professor Luntarosai glanced at the time and began his lecture. Today we will discuss the Ungshi Rebellion during the Tang Dynasty in Jiuzhou civilization. The Ungshi Rebellion refers to the rebellion led by Lushan and Shi Siming. Are you all familiar with these two? I know Lushan. He was a general of the Tang, a rather obsequious fat man who recognized Li Longji as his godfather and Yang Guofei as his godmother. Right, he was quite the dancer, often entertaining Li Longji with his rotund body, making him laugh heartily. There are plenty of videos of him dancing online, and players find them hilarious. He's quite the character. Shi Siming was Lushan's subordinate, but he didn't have much presence. Professor Luntarosai continued, "It seems everyone is quite knowledgeable. Can anyone introduce the system of military governors?" Silence fell over the classroom. Most players were from the lower strata, and they logged on primarily to play, so they were not well versed in the official titles and functions of the Tang. Zhu Tian raised his hand. There were many foreign merchants traveling to and from the Tang, and the borders were not peaceful. To ensure border security, the Tang appointed leaders stationed there as military governors. Professor Luntarosai nodded in satisfaction. "You are not just an ordinary commoner in the game, are you?" "I held a minor official position through the imperial examination." Several people gasped in admiration. It was impressive. Holding an official position in Chang'an was no easy feat. Professor Luntarosai continued, "In JoJo, it is often said that military orders are not conferred outside, so military governors command elite troops, giving them substantial power. Sir, doesn't this resemble the feudal system?" "Indeed, it is quite similar to the feudal system. They could be considered little emperors in their own right." Professor Luntarosai praised, "Thus, this provided considerable convenience and conditions for Lushan and Shi Siming. Sir, do you mean that the system of military governors was a reason for the Ungshi rebellion? Professor Luntarosai shook his head. If you had spent time under in Lushan and Sure Siming, you would understand that the downfall of a dynasty or the emergence of a rebellion is often due to internal factors. Professor Luntarosai continued, I hear that players now enjoy Tang poetry, and I'm sure you are familiar with Li Baidu Fu and Meng Haoren. I have seen statistics showing that most of the poetry reflects feelings of unrecognized talent. This truly reflects the state of affairs at the time. The officials were mostly from Guangzhou. The imperial examination was merely a facade, and the upward mobility of ordinary people was blocked, facing the reality of unrecognized talent. Even a universally acclaimed poet like Li Bai found it difficult to secure a position, let alone others. In Chang'an, people viewed in Lushan as a rebel, but those at the borders did not. In Lushan, possessing only average intelligence managed to rebel largely due to the discontent of impoverished scholars, thus gaining the support of the people in border regions. Silence fell over the classroom for a moment. So wasn't it the same for us in the stars before? The teacher sighed. Yes, it's quite similar. Someone jumped over the sensitive topic and continued discussing. I asked the players in the Jiuzhou game for their opinions, and they believe the cause of the Ungshi rebellion was Yang Guifei, that she bewitched Li Longji. That's absurd. It was clearly Li Longji who was infatuated, forcibly taking his daughter-in-law, neglecting his duties, and in the end blaming the downfall of the nation on a woman. In fact, I have carefully researched Li Longji's life. I think he was inherently someone with grand ambitions, but limited talent. He was able to govern well when he first came to power, mainly due to the talents left by Wu Zetian such as Zhang Juling, but after this group passed away, he failed to select capable individuals and lost interest in governance, leading to inevitable decline. Speaking of this, I believe Wu Zetian had a true eye for talent. A look at those she chose, they became the backbone of the Tang Dynasty later on. Indeed, this point is true. She was bold enough to employ anyone with talent. I remember someone wrote a piece denouncing her, and upon reading it she appreciated the writer's talent and wanted to recruit him as an official. But Li Longji was not the same. He selected people like Li Linfu and Yang Guozhong. What a bunch of useless figures. Professor Luntarosai nodded in satisfaction. Right, these were also reasons for the occurrence of the Ungshi rebellion. Sir, what do you think will happen to Jiuzhou in the future? The teacher shook his head. I do not know. The development of Jiuzhou civilization is full of uncertainties. In the game after the incident at Mawei Slope, Li Longji became the retired emperor and the crown prince ascended to the throne. Guizi and others defeated in Lushan and Sure Siming. However, contrary to players' expectations, it was not Guizi who killed them, but their sons. Thus, the Tang Dynasty settled the turmoil. Yet the chaos did not cease. Every military governor in the Tang held their own territory, and to pacify the Ungshi rebellion, the Tang appointed even more military governors, resulting in the emergence of more fiefdoms. The Interstellar Alliance held regular meetings for each galaxy and convened special sessions when issues arose. Lu Feng was attending such a meeting for the first time. He had heard that before the encrypted network existed, the governors of each galaxy had to travel in person to the Andromeda Galaxy for meetings. The time required for wormhole travel was unpredictable. Sometimes they would wait a month for everyone to gather. Now, with the encrypted network allowing direct access to holographic space, it was indeed far more convenient. You must be the new governor of the White Horse Galaxy. Hello, I'm Kappa from the Floating Cloud Galaxy. Hello, Lu Feng. One after another, many people greeted Lu Feng, while even more looked at him with complex, unreadable expressions. When the time came, the seat of honor was occupied by the governor of the Andromeda Galaxy, an elderly man with white hair who looked like a kind, old grandfather. Lu Feng saw his nameplate displayed as Cats of the Andromeda Galaxy. We have a new member today, Governor Lu Feng of the White Horse Galaxy. Everyone please welcome him. After the applause subsided, Cats continued. The meeting is now officially in session. The first matter remains the interstellar border defense. According to recent monitoring, no traces of the Zerg have been found. We will continue to expand our surveillance range. Currently, it seems the Zerg will not appear in the short term, but no one should let their guard down. When it comes to the Zerg, caution can never be excessive. Additionally, we have noticed that the planetary exploration teams across various galaxies have been acting too aggressively, resulting in significant casualties. This has also caused considerable trouble for the Zerg monitoring teams. Everyone needs to impose stricter restraints. The person seated next to the Andromeda Galaxy representative said, now the 9 provinces game and related works from the White Horse Galaxy are flooding into our galaxy. No one is watching similar works from other galaxies anymore. If we don't go out and find new fragments of civilization, the psychics in our galaxy will starve. It's not just psychics in our galaxy. Clothing, accessories, food, beverages, everything is now coming from the White Horse Galaxy. Governor Lu Feng is truly remarkable. Someone remarked with a tone of sarcasm. Someone said with a sarcastic tone, Governor Katz, the White Horse Galaxy has now influenced many of our galaxies. The 9 provinces civilization is a complete civilization, the only one we have discovered in the interstellar realm in all these years. It holds great significance for our exploration of the cosmos. I believe Governor Lu Feng should share it with the Alliance. I agree. We have been exploring space for so long and have never found a complete civilization. If Governor Lu Feng can share the clues, we might discover a second or even a third complete civilization. The eyes of others grew noticeably more fervent. The allure of a complete civilization was already evident. After the discussions died down, Katz paused for a moment and said, "It was Lu Feng who discovered the complete civilization. He should have a say in this." Everyone turned to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled and said, "You are all right. Since I have become a member of the Interstellar Governors, I should naturally consider the entire interstellar community, not just the White Horse Galaxy alone." Yes, Governor Lu Feng is truly righteous. Indeed, this is what a qualified governor should be like. Haha, that's how it should be. The interstellar community is one family. Then Governor Lu Feng, please share what you know as soon as possible. If we find a complete civilization, Governor Lu Feng should take the highest credit. Lu Feng continued, "But since we are all one family, I will speak frankly about some matters. Recently, I have received reports that some galaxies claim our White Horse Galaxy is deliberately using low-price dumping to crush local enterprises. Consequently, they have raised taxes on White Horse Galaxy products or even banned them from the market altogether. This hardly seems like treating me as family, does it? Yes, it's not just the White Horse Galaxy. Our galaxy's products are being treated the same way. I was about to bring this up. It's very unreasonable." Lu Feng had previously granted licenses to other galaxies. Some galaxies had banned products related to the 9 provinces, and even their own galaxy's products were prohibited. This made it hard for these smaller galaxies. They had just started to enjoy the benefits after obtaining the licenses from Lu Feng, only to have them banned. Naturally, they were full of resentment, but they were accustomed to being bullied by the larger galaxies and dared not speak up. Even if they did, it would be useless. They hadn't expected Lu Feng to be so bold. Fresh in his position, he dared to negotiate terms with those large galaxies. Someone snorted coldly and said, "Governor Lu Feng is new to this role and doesn't understand many rules. The meetings of our Galaxy Alliance are meant for discussing major interstellar affairs. Such trivial matters should not be brought up here, wasting everyone's time." Lu Feng glanced at the person's nameplate, Lancelot of the White Cloud Galaxy. The White Cloud Galaxy was one of those that had directly banned 9 provinces' products. Contrary to their expectations, Lu Feng was not intimidated, but instead grew even more composed. "Governor Lancelot is right. I am a newly appointed governor. And it just so happens that during my early tenure, the 9 provinces' products have been banned by quite a few galaxies, causing great discontent among my people. As you all probably know, I come from an unorthodox background. Unlike you distinguished individuals here, I have no powerful family backing me. If my people are dissatisfied and call for another vote, I might not be sitting here anymore." Lu Feng looked at them, enunciating each word. "If I am no longer sitting here, what do the great interstellar families matter to me? What does finding a complete civilization matter to me? I would just be a merchant. Am I right, everyone?" Lancelot slammed the table. "Lu Feng, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening us? Even if you don't sit here, you are still a member of the interstellar community. As a member of the interstellar community, you should contribute to it." Lu Feng said lazily, "It's not a threat. I've always believed that with greater power comes greater responsibility. If I am a merchant, I will naturally fulfill the duties of a merchant." Lu Feng's attitude made them realize that despite being a young and newly appointed governor, he was not easy to fool. Persuading him to hand over the clues for nothing would not be simple. Lancelot quickly changed his tone. "Governor Lu Feng, what you mentioned is not necessarily in conflict with our desire for the clues. You see, the reason we boycotted the 9 provinces' works is because it's the only complete civilization in the interstellar realm. The impact of these works has been overwhelming for other galaxies. If you help us find another complete civilization, the 9 provinces won't be unique, and there will be no need for a boycott." Lu Feng looked at him silently, as if to say, "Do I look like a fool?" No wonder they could become governors. This group was shameless enough, Lu Feng thought, with a stoic expression. Lancelot continued, "How about this? As soon as we find another complete civilization, we will lift the boycott." Lu Feng said coolly, "Governor Lancelot, that's not very fair. The interstellar realm has been searching for years without success. It's unlikely we'll find one before I step down, is it?" He then addressed everyone. "This deal of mine isn't limited to the entire interstellar community. If any other galaxies are interested, we can negotiate privately." At these words, Lancelot's face turned livid with rage, and the others grew restless. If only the White Cloud Galaxy boycotted the 9 provinces, it would have little impact on the White Horse Galaxy, but it would instead cause dissatisfaction among the people of the White Cloud Galaxy. A complete civilization is not something that appears everywhere. Only one has emerged in all these years. If they could obtain the clues early, they might find it ahead of others. After the Galactic Alliance meeting concluded, quite a few people from various star systems contacted Lu Feng seeking clues about the matter. Lu Feng gave no definitive answer, but the news quickly spread, causing considerable upheaval across the interstellar community. Everyone was watching the movements of the White Horse star system. The chaos within the game continued unabated. It was still that same restaurant. Mingming Bai Bai took a sip of tea. Although wine was the most popular beverage in the game, he preferred tea. That bitter yet sweet aftertaste gave him an illusion of savoring life itself. I heard your businesses are facing boycotts in the outer star systems. Lin, by standing by the window, was swiping his right hand, clearly browsing the StarNet news. My instrument store in the White Cloud star system has already closed. It's not just us, many people dealing in JoJo products are facing this problem. Lon asked, can't you pull some strings? I remember in the past when we encountered business problems, we just used connections. Lin Bai shook his head. The people with connections were already suppressed by Lord Lu Feng. Most of those dealing in JoJo products rose from commoner status, so naturally they lack family influence. Lon thought it wasn't a big deal. There are so many star systems in the galaxy, the money earned just from the White Horse star system should be enough to live on, right? Since they insist on boycotting, we just won't sell there. JoJo products are affordable and high quality, it's their loss if they can't enjoy them. Claire, who was usually carefree, shook her head. It's not that simple. Those who can expand their business across the galaxy don't care about money. Only by opening channels throughout the entire galaxy can one be considered a first-class merchant. That represents having a say in that field. For a long time, goods from our White Horse star system haven't been able to circulate to other star systems, so we've always lacked this kind of influence. Ming Bai looked at Claire. Did you hear something? Lon also leaned in. I heard your company has to hand over half its shares to the Archon. Is that true? When she also glanced at Claire. This matter was no secret among the upper echelons, but since it was reopening old wounds, he had kept silent about it. Claire sighed. You can say that to me, but never in front of my family. Our family not only handed over half the shares, but also all the planets we had accumulated over the years. It pained my family so much they couldn't eat for days. Lin Bai added, it's good enough to keep our lives and our businesses. Look at other families, then look at us. We should be grateful. Ming Bai said, let's get back to business. The other star systems are clearly targeting us, the White Horse star system, trying to prevent us from having any influence. What exactly is this all about? Claire sighed again. I heard from my father that there are various commercial associations across the galaxy, like the Instrument Association. Lin Bai is in the Game Association, the Catering Association, etc. Merchants of a certain scale can become members, and the largest members can set rules that affect the entire industry. I see, Ming Bai said. Lin Bai continued, top merchants' businesses certainly span the entire galaxy, which determines their influence. So if merchants from our White Horse star system can't become members, let alone leading enterprises, once they decide to join forces to suppress us, would be completely powerless. Lon frowned. But this galactic boycott is ultimately an act of the star system's Archon. I'm afraid we're powerless to do anything about it. Lin Bai nodded. Indeed, it mainly depends on Lord Lu Feng. It's just that our White Horse star system has been weak for so many years, and the commotion caused by JoJo is so great. The resistance Lord Lu Feng faces must be beyond our imagination. Claire agreed. My father said that at the last Galactic Alliance meeting, many star systems targeted us, trying to force Lord Lu Feng to share the clues about the discovery of the JoJo civilization. That same day, Lord Lu Feng convened a merchant meeting, saying that breaking the boycott would benefit everyone in the star system. If he found anyone making underhanded moves, he would not forgive them. Suddenly, with a swoosh, someone appeared. Juswan, you have time to log in. I thought you were too busy to even eat. Wen Qi said in surprise. Juswan had dark circles under his eyes. I've been too busy lately. I logged in specifically to find you all. I need a favor. What could possibly stump you? Lon approached. Juswan tapped a few times. Alright, I've set up encryption, no one can hear our conversation. Actually, Lord Lu Feng wants to ask for your help. I'm just the messenger. White Cloud star system. Lanslow had been in a foul mood ever since returning from the last meeting. The White Cloud star system was a major star system accustomed to having its way. The White Horse star system, an insignificant little system, dared to challenge him. Well, have you figured out that JoJo game? The impeccably dressed secretary reported, current information makes it difficult to pinpoint the location. No similar civilization has been found among known civilizations. Lanslow rubbed his forehead. Didn't the JoJo game just get a new storyline? Something called the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. The previous eras were too primitive. Analyze this dynasty for any clues. Yes, sir. A major star system was indeed efficient. By the next day, the materials on the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms were on Lanslow's desk. After the fall of the Tang Dynasty, various regional warlords established their own kingdoms. These small states competed with each other, all vying to become the master of the Central Plains. The military governor who overthrew the Tang was named Yuan. His domain was also the most powerful, and he established a state called Liang. Both he and his descendants were dissolute and depraved rulers, so their dynasty fell quickly. Later, a man surnamed Li established a state called Tang. The Empress Lu of the Tang state embezzled the national treasury, refusing to allocate funds even for war. A neighboring ethnic group was unified by a man named Yeluabaoji, who established the Khitan. Shi Jingtong, a relative by marriage of the Tang state, ceded the 16 prefectures of Yinyun to the Khitan in exchange for their help in overthrowing the Tang. He established the Jin state. The Jin state paid tribute to the Khitan for years while the southern Tang state watched covetously from the sidelines. Later, when the Jin state refused to continue paying tribute, the Khitan destroyed it. After the Khitan became the overlord of the Central Plains, they changed their state name to Liao. Lancelot's head throbbed from reading. What was all this? Apart from the overlord of the Central Plains, there were a bunch of small states, Shu Chu Min. Hadn't these dynasty names appeared before? Why were they using the same names for new states? Was Lu Feng running out of game terminology? With no choice, Lancelot continued reading. There was a man named Lu Ziyuan skilled at fighting the Khitan. He drove them away and seized the position of overlord of the Central Plains, naming his state Han. Lancelot seemed to understand. If your surname was Li, you named your state Tang. If your surname was Lu, you named your state Han. There really was a tradition, he thought sarcastically. After Han came Zhou. So the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms were these 5 main dynasties, Liang, Tang, Jin, Han, Zhou, plus a dozen smaller states around them. Lancelot was speechless. Such chaotic relations were unseen, even in the galaxy. Was this really a civilization that had existed? Lancelot thought in despair. Lord Lu Feng, the lower-ranked star, currently has a population of 10 billion, and we have a total of 8 original planets. Given our current production capacity, even just producing nutrient agents would barely sustain these people. Currently, our food supply mainly relies on imports. Hua Fei reported, raising the optical computer on his right wrist. Lu Feng tapped the table. Food is the foremost necessity of the people. Relying on imports for grain in the long run is never a sustainable solution. Now check the Galactic Alliance market for suitable agricultural planets. Buy all that we can afford. Hua Fei hesitated. My lord, although our stellar currency is currently sufficient, agricultural planets are exorbitantly priced. If we invest all our funds into purchasing planets, other areas will suffer. Lu Feng sighed. Their foundation was indeed too weak. Still, we must buy them. This matter is of utmost importance. Stellar currency can be earned back. Also, I recall that Lady Lilith of the Feiyu Galaxy wishes to discuss the matter of the 9 provinces civilization privately. Schedule a meeting for me. Yes. Soon Xiaoyu entered as well. Lord Lu Feng, the fruit you mentioned called lychee has been cultivated in a batch. Please taste it and see if it matches the flavor. She held a plate of fruit, each the size of a grape, resembling lychee in appearance, but smoother. Lu Feng peeled one and tasted it, frowning immediately. Too sour. Xiaoyu remarked. Visually, it only resembles the lychee that consort Yang Guifei loved in the 9 provinces game, but it seems like an entirely different fruit. Can it truly be cultivated into the form seen in the game? Lu Feng nodded. I've examined those plants. They are very similar to the lychee trees in the game. This batch is merely the first generation. After several more generations of cultivation, they should become less sour. Gather several professors who specialize in both the 9 provinces and agriculture. Have them each take on projects dedicated to cultivating 9 provinces' plant varieties. Xiaoyu nodded. All right. Lu Feng thought for a moment and continued. Once the lychee is cultivated, begin mass production immediately and sell it across the major galaxies to ensure a swift return of stellar currency. The same applies to other products. We will face a severe shortage of stellar currency in the near future. Xiaoyu knew that Lu Feng was about to make significant moves. She took a deep breath. I will ensure I don't hold things back. Although Hua Fei had already gone to purchase new planets, new agricultural planets differed from original ones. Their vegetation was monotonous, and if new varieties were desired, they could only be discovered from the existing original planets. Additionally, the matter of the galactic boycott against the 9 provinces needed to be resolved quickly. Have General Haida come in, Lu Feng said, rubbing his forehead. The role of governor was truly not meant for humans, except of course for those who shirked responsibility. During this period, he had been in meetings almost daily, leaving no time for anything else. The 9 provinces game would soon update its storyline, so he needed to settle the matters at hand as quickly as possible. Lord Lu Feng, you summoned me, Haida said, bringing Lu Weici along this time. Given his advanced age, he intended to groom Lu Weici as the next general, and thus kept him by his side at all times. Lu Feng was naturally aware of his intentions. The military was no longer the sole power. The people of the lower-ranked star whom he had liberated were absolutely loyal to him. The current military, however, had a questionable past. Since Lu Weici had always had a good relationship with Lu Feng, promoting him also considered this factor, ensuring the military faction wouldn't suffer too much. In the past couple of days, I've communicated with the governors of other galaxies and discovered that our galaxy's weapons are decades-old models. We essentially possess none of the new generation weaponry. Tell me plainly, does our galaxy currently have the capability to develop new weapons? Haida and Lu Weici were puzzled. Why had the topic of weapons suddenly arisen? It wasn't as if the Zerg were about to attack anytime soon. Moreover, as far as they knew, Lu Feng was notoriously arrogant in his stance within the Galactic Alliance. It was surprising that he could even engage in conversations with other governors. Then I will tell you plainly, we cannot, Haida stated firmly. Lu Feng was hardly surprised. The White Horse Galaxy's bottom-tier ranking in the interstellar order was not without reason. General Haida glanced at Lu Weici, who added, Lord Lu Feng, why have you suddenly inquired about military weapons? Previously, our weapons were directly issued by the Galactic Alliance, with some requiring purchase. Overall, everyone's weaponry was on a similar level. Only the exceptionally costly and difficult to mass-produce weapons were allocated to galaxies on the front lines against the Zerg. Since the Zerg were repelled, the Galactic Alliance has indeed ceased issuing weapons. But there's really no value in researching them. If the Zerg invade again, the Alliance will naturally reissue weapons. If there are no Zerg, interstellar law prohibits war among brethren, rendering weapons useless. Surely no one would attempt to unify the galaxy by force. Lu Feng said with profound meaning, one must always prepare for the worst. What was impossible before may not remain so in the future. Hey race, what well do ill allocate funds for you to establish a research institute dedicated to developing new interstellar weapons. With everything in a state of recovery, General Haida had never expected Lu Feng to invest in weapons research. Though pleased, he was also apprehensive. In truth, we are far behind in this area, having relied entirely on the Galactic Alliance before. With just funding, it's unlikely we'll see results in a short time. Even as he spoke these words, General Haida felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet many small galaxies were in the same situation. The previous governor had not prioritized this area, leaving them to start from scratch. Lu Feng felt a headache coming on. He waved his hand. He'll handle these matters. You just ensure this project is executed well, and I want to see results. After the two left, Lu Weici asked, General, why do you think Lord Lu Feng wants to develop weapons, especially here in the White Horse Galaxy? Isn't that just throwing money away? General Haida replied, one sees different things from different positions. You still view the White Horse Galaxy as a small one, but Lu Feng is already preparing for it to become a major galaxy. His vision is broader than ours, and his ambition is greater. Haida looked up at the sky. Weici, times are about to change. The future of the interstellar realm belongs to you young ones. The encrypted network was not only used during Galactic Alliance meetings, but also for communication between individual galaxies. Lu Yuan used it to correspond with Lady Lilith of the Feiyu Galaxy. The two sat at opposite ends of a table, within a holographic space, still stark white. Lu Feng spoke first. Lady Lilith, did you request this meeting to discuss lifting the boycott against the 9 provinces? Lilith, dressed in an elegant black gown, gestured, and a drink appeared beside her hand. That depends on whether the information Lord Lu Feng mentioned at the last meeting is worth it. Lu Feng smiled. Information that is spoken aloud loses its true value. I can only say that I will disclose the entire process of how I obtained the 9 provinces civilization. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lilith's eyes. How about this? You reveal the clues, and the Feiyu Galaxy will lift its boycott against the 9 provinces. Lu Feng ordered a cup of tea as well. Lady Lilith, isn't this deal a bit unfair? If we proceed like this, wouldn't it be unjust to those galaxies that haven't boycotted the 9 provinces? Should we provoke them into joining the boycott, then negotiate terms with each one individually? Lilith's eyes flickered. This Lu Feng was indeed difficult to deal with. Then what does Lord Lu Feng propose? Lu Feng set down his teacup. Time is precious for all of us, so it'll be direct. Lifting the boycott against 9 provinces works is not a condition for trading with the White Horse Galaxy, it is a prerequisite. As for the clues, they are simple: 3 original planets, and the technology for galactic missiles. During the era of fighting the Zerg, interstellar weapons were not manufactured in a single location. The Feiyu Galaxy was responsible for missiles. Lilith let out a cold laugh. Whether a complete civilization can even be found is uncertain. Lord Lu Feng certainly has a big appetite. Lu Feng remained composed. The Feiyu Galaxy is neither the first nor the last to approach me. Remember, sometimes falling one step behind leads to total defeat. The two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation across the table. Lilith was frustrated knowing Lu Feng was troublesome, but not expecting him to be this relentless. In the end, she traded 1 agricultural planet, 1 original planet, and the technology for galactic missiles for the clues. And of course the prerequisite was lifting the boycott against the 9 provinces. Though she got what she wanted, Lilith was still deeply vexed. After negotiating separately with Lilith of the Feiyu Galaxy, Lu Feng subsequently engaged in private conversations with several other galaxies. This interstellar encryption system was utterly baffling. He suspected that these 100 or so galaxies might have thousands of small groups communicating individually or in small clusters, with only a few occasions like the Galactic Alliance assembly bringing them all together. The negotiations proceeded smoothly overall, as the Interstellar Alliance's habitual resistance against the Zerg led most galaxies to undervalue military weaponry. They were generous in seeding technology, with many archons wearing expressions of having gained an advantage, and Lu Feng was no different. The more galaxies that came to Lu Feng, the easier it became for the coalition resisting the 9 provinces to crumble. Lu Feng remained unhurried. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu gazed at the fruits of her labor on an agricultural planet, a smile spreading across her face. Professor Malu, with his graying hair, meticulously examined the freshly harvested lychees and said to Xiaoyu, this new batch has achieved a 90% similarity to the lychees from the 9 provinces, with a delightful sweetness. It's truly remarkable. In all my years studying plants, this has been the most efficient endeavor. The young assistant beside him was equally excited indeed. How did Lord Lu Feng manage it? He said this plant could produce the lychees he described, and we initially thought he was overconfident. But following his directions, it actually worked. It's like getting the answers before an exam. All we had to do was follow the steps. It's exhilarating. Xiaoyu nodded with an air of inevitability. Whatever Lord Lu Feng said was undoubtedly correct. I've already notified Qihong to come and record the data. Soon players will be able to taste the lychees from the game. By the way, when can we officially launch them? Molu estimated once the variety is cultivated, mass production will be swift. We can definitely harvest within a month. Interstellar agricultural technology could accelerate plant growth by providing essential nutrients and light conditions. Xiaoyu calculated the timeline. If that's the case, we can start the promotional campaign ahead of schedule. Professor Molu nodded. Lychees have a short natural shelf life. While preservation technology can extend it, the taste still falls short of freshly picked fruit. Those who can afford fresh fruit are truly wealthy, and it's said that the rich in other galaxies highly value freshness. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Before the 9 provinces, fresh fruit was rare in the White Horse Galaxy, though any new fruit would sell out instantly. But in the interstellar market, major galaxies could access thousands of fruit varieties from across the stars. Though confident in the lychees, she knew capturing a market share quickly would require careful strategy. The interstellar realm also had its entertainment industry. Most stars from the White Horse Galaxy hailed from former noble families and were primarily famous within their own galaxy. But there were exceptions. Before the 9 provinces emerged, most interstellar citizens had little impression of the White Horse Galaxy. The few who did knew it because of one person, Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo was born into a declining noble family in the White Horse Galaxy. She garnered attention from her debut, known as a relentless workaholic with unparalleled looks and figure. Most importantly, her acting was superb. Even dry documentaries became emotionally resonant under her portrayal. She was the pride of the entire White Horse Galaxy. But now Lan Ruo was disheartened. Her agent Lan Jie approached with a sigh. I've inquired. The scripts related to the 9 provinces already in production have confirmed casts. Only minor roles remain. Lan Ruo could only force a bitter smile. Lan Jie, do you think him just unlucky by nature? For the past 2 years, I've struggled to break out of the White Horse Galaxy and establish myself in the interstellar scene, working on scripts in other galaxies day and night. Then my own homeland produces the 9 provinces, and every related drama becomes a hit across the stars, launching countless careers. Yet I, the top actress of the White Horse Galaxy, haven't landed a single 9 provinces role. Lan Jie didn't know how to console her. In the past, connections paved the way to success. Though Lan Ruo's family was slightly better off than average, it wasn't enough. She had to fight tooth and nail to make a name in other galaxies. Just as she began to gain recognition, the White Horse Galaxy gave birth to the 9 provinces. Many with lesser acting skills, looks, or family backgrounds skyrocketed to fame, but she missed the wave. Now they had returned hoping to land a role in a 9 provinces production. With Lan Ruo's talent, a substantial part could elevate her career significantly. But the producers tended to favor actors they'd worked with before, harboring biases against those from noble backgrounds. Yet Lan Ruo was hardly a noble. She had built her career entirely on her own. Il asked director Wang again later. He collaborated with you before and has a good impression. If he has a script, he'll surely consider you. Lan Ruo steeled herself. Self-pity was useless. She had learned that long ago. Gritting her teeth, she said, all right. If director Wang has a project, he'll take it, even if it's not a lead role. A minor part will do. Lan Jie nodded. We'll take it slow. Let's start with one collaboration. She made a long phone call. When she returned, her expression was grim. Lan Ruo understood immediately. Lan Jie said the 9 provinces scripts are incredibly hot right now. As soon as one appears, it's swarmed. Even minor roles face competition from famous actors. He said we came too late. We'll have to wait for the next batch of scripts. For an actor, time is everything. Falling behind by 1 step could mean falling behind by a mile. Moreover, the rights to the 9 provinces had been driven to astronomical prices. Future scripts would likely fall into the hands of other galaxies, giving them a vast pool of actors to choose from. Lan Ruo had little confidence in competing with their native stars. One misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Is this the price I pay for leaving the White Horse Galaxy? Lan Ruo gazed at the sky. Lan Jie disagreed. In the state the White Horse Galaxy was in then, you wouldn't have had any chance to rise without leaving. A chime from a light brain interrupted them. Lan Jie answered a call. Soon her worried expression transformed into one of surprise. You won't believe what I've just heard. Lan Ruo hesitated. A role in a 9 provinces script. Lan Jie replied, even more surprising. Do you know Xiaoyu from Qihong? She's promoting newly cultivated lychees and needs a sufficiently famous interstellar actor to shoot a short film, playing Yang Guifei. Lan Ruo stood up in shock. Miss Xiaoyu is asking me to play Yang Guifei. Is this real? Lan Jie laughed heartily. Of course it's real. It's just a short film, but this is Qihong, the headquarters of the 9 provinces rights. And no one has yet produced a drama about Yang Guifei. If you do, well, no matter who gets the script later, you'll be the first person they think of for the role. Lan Ruo was on the verge of tears of joy as luck finally favored me. But Lan Jie said no. This is because you prepared thoroughly for this opportunity. The Lichis are to be promoted across the entire interstellar realm, so she would naturally choose someone with interstellar influence. Across the White Horse Galaxy, only you fit the bill. Lan Ruo nodded firmly. The opportunity has been given to me. Now I just have to seize it. Within the Tang Imperial Palace where festivities and music filled the air, the emperor sat at the head of the hall, idly being fed fruit by a beautiful attendant. At the center of the grand hall, a stunning woman adorned in resplendent silk robes and an ornate hairpin danced gracefully. She appeared voluptuous and exquisite, yet her movements were light and ethereal. As she spun, her sleeves fluttered like she might ascend to immortality, while the musicians around her played with fervor. The scene shifted to a desolate ancient road where a man rode a horse at breakneck speed, clutching an ornate box, as if on an urgent mission. The horse galloped through deserts, plains, valleys, and bustling markets, finally arriving at the palace gates. The two scenes intercut constantly, creating a stark contrast. Soon a messenger reported, "Your Majesty, the Lichis have arrived." Emperor Lilongji of Tang sat up and said, "Present them at once." The exquisite brocade box from the earlier scene was brought forth. Lilongji beckoned and Yang Guifei ceased her dance, moving with light steps to nestle beside him. Lilongji opened the box to reveal plump crimson fruits glistening with dewdrops, looking irresistibly fresh and tempting. He picked up a lychee, peeled it with his fingers, and fed it to Yang Guifei. She parted her lips delicately, took a bite, and seemed delighted by the fruit's sweetness, breaking into a radiant smile that outshone everything around, as if brightening the very space. A line of text appeared on the screen, "A steed raising dust, the consort smiles. None know it's Lichis arriving. Fizi Shao Lichis, your finest choice." Once this advertisement was broadcast across the interstellar network, it quickly sparked immense discussion. "This young Guifei looks like she stepped out of a game. She's stunningly beautiful. Her dance is mesmerizing too. What kind of dance is this? I've never seen anything like it." "I know. That's the rainbow and feather garment dance created by Emperor Lilongji of Tang in the 9 Provinces game. I saw it a few times when I served as a guard, but none of those performances were as captivating as this actress. Who is this young lady? She's the perfect Yang Guifei. What works has she acted in? I think her name is Lan Ruo. She's been in quite a few productions and is quite famous. Am I the only one curious about the fruit? I can't believe lychees actually exist in the interstellar realm. I have to try them. It's shot so beautifully, yet it's just an ad. But those fruits look amazing. Big, round, and red, they seem sweet. 9 Provinces players are going crazy. In the game, I heard Yang Guifei loved lychees, but they were impossible to buy in Chang'an. I finally traveled to the lychee-producing region, but I couldn't taste anything. Now that the ad is out, can I finally taste them in real life? I heard lychees don't keep well. I wonder if they can be made into a drink. I love fruit beverages." Lan Ruo's talent combined with the existing fan base of 9 Provinces made this advertisement a resounding success. Within an hour of Xiaoyu listing the first batch of lychees on the Star Network, they were sold out. The fruit's rich flavor stood in stark contrast to the bland mass-produced interstellar fruits, earning widespread praise from those who tasted them. Before the first batch even hit the market, Xiaoyu had already received numerous orders. She planned to expand the cultivation area, and it was the perfect timing since Huafei had just purchased a new agricultural planet for growing lychees. The game continued. The 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period offered little but constant warfare with no fresh developments. Cloud players grew weary of watching refugees flee, so the live-streaming players once again took the risky path of enlisting in the army. After all, when broadcasting during battles, viewers would flood in instantly, and if lucky enough to survive, one could earn military merits. The Emperor of later Zhou was actually quite capable, but he died too young, leaving a 7-year-old son to inherit the throne. In such chaotic times with a child emperor, everyone could foresee his fate. One day a courtier reported that the Khitans had invaded. Later Zhou sent Zhao Kuangyin to lead the defense, and the players followed this army, praying they could survive the battle. When they reached Chenxiao Post House, the army suddenly halted. The players saw someone produce a dragon robe and attempt to drape it over Zhao Kuangyin, while several deputy generals knelt and pleaded. The players positioned at the rear couldn't hear clearly. They only caught snippets of the frontline discussions. The deputy generals argued that in these turbulent times the child emperor was too young to shoulder the nation's burdens, and their sacrifices would be forgotten by the time he grew up. Thus they urged Zhao Kuangyin to take the throne. Zhao Kuangyin appeared utterly shocked and shouted, "How can you do this? This is treason. How dare you privately make a dragon robe?" The players and cloud players were speechless. The players had countless complaints, but dared not voice them, fearing the sudden arrival of the Shushan disciples. The cloud players watching the live stream had no such restraint. "Come on, do you really expect me to believe that? Privately making a dragon robe is indeed a capital offense. Who would secretly make one for someone else unless it was prearranged? Look, Zhao Kuangyin is going through the motions of refusing. This has gone back and forth several times already. He's putting on a full show. I refuse to believe it wasn't staged. Just rebel already. This dynasty is in total chaos. Anyone with an army can found a kingdom. Why bother with all this pretense? After the Western Zhou, the 9 provinces emphasized ruling with virtue and legitimacy. Besides, he's after the strongest military force of later Zhou. After a round of refusals with the deputy generals, Zhao Guangyin reluctantly donned the dragon robe, then returned to oust the young emperor. In this era, every emperor aspired to overthrow others and achieve unification, and Zhao Guangyin was no exception. But to conquer external foes, he had to secure internal stability first. Before that, he hosted a banquet summoning all the brothers who had rebelled with him. They drank and chatted in a harmonious atmosphere. Zhao Guangyin suddenly said, "Remember, when you brothers prepared the dragon robe and forced me to rebel? I couldn't refuse, so I became emperor." The attendees were startled, then echoed, "Yes, yes. It was all our doing. Your Majesty graciously fulfilled our wishes." Zhao Guangyin nodded, and then asked, "What if one day you were forced to rebel?" The hall fell silent. No one spoke. They exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions complicated. Zhao Guangyin spoke as if troubled. "All my brothers seek is a peaceful retirement, which I can arrange now. But I fear that with military power in your hands, history might repeat itself." Everyone understood. "Your Majesty, we know what to do." The next morning at court, the ministers voluntarily offered to surrender their military commands. The players were stunned by this maneuver. Impressive. He seized all military power without shedding a drop of blood. This Zhao Guangyin has some skill. I look forward to his unification. Unification is never that easy. In the end, it comes down to war. So far, I haven't seen his prowess in battle, just these cunning schemes. That's called wisdom. Achieve the goal by any means, and it's even more impressive to do so without any cost. After the incident of releasing military power over cups of wine, players anticipated that Zhao Guangyin would continue to stir up trouble. However, after a drinking session with his younger brother, Zhao Guangyin suddenly passed away, and his brother Zhao Guangyi ascended the throne. The plot always caught them off guard, and the players had grown accustomed to it. That drinking party was attended only by the 2 brothers, few were present, and not a single player was there. No one knew exactly what transpired. Players deeply versed in the culture of the 9 provinces could not help but entertain conspiracy theories. Do we even need to discuss this, folks? It's obvious the younger brother killed the elder for the throne. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Maybe Zhao Guangyin had poor health and drank himself to death. Come on, he was perfectly healthy, normally no ailments at all. Dying from drinking. He must have been poisoned by his brother. I think so too. Zhao Guangyin was a military man, his physique was still solid. I don't believe it. They were blood brothers. Really? Is this a new player? Does anyone still believe in familial bonds within the 9 provinces royalty? Even our post-stellar apathy family ties are more reliable than theirs, okay? If this is true, then these 2 brothers are interesting. When others fight for power, it results in massive casualties, but here it's all bloodless and peaceful. Haha, if they had weakened themselves through power struggles at a time like this, they'd be out of the central plane stage in no time. It's a power struggle that considers the bigger picture. Not bad, not bad. After Zhao Guangyi took the throne, he continued his brother's unfinished work, eliminating surrounding small states, including the southern Tang. Many players watched with a heavy heart. Liu, the last ruler of southern Tang. Don't kill him. I'm his fan. Me too. He was a lousy emperor, but his lyrics were truly superb. That poem, The Beautiful Lady Yu, is absolutely stunning. I left a message for Qihong hoping they wouldn't let Zhao Guangyi kill him. Just demote him to a commoner and let him write poems and paint. Wouldn't that be better? Exactly. There are plenty who can be emperors, but few who can create such masterpieces. Zhao Guangyi took his kingdom and even claimed his beauties. Couldn't he spare his life? The plot did not bend to players' wishes. Soon they received news that Zhao Guangyi had poisoned Liu to death for no other reason than the immensely famous The Beautiful Lady Yu. The players were utterly frustrated. Some even plotted to assassinate Zhao Guangyi to avenge their idol, only to be taken offline by disciples of Mount Shu. With no outlet for their grief, players held a memorial ceremony for Li Yu on the 9 Provinces forum. Lu Feng heard about it, found it novel, and went to take a look. The opening image showed Li Yu gazing at his kingdom with a sorrowful expression, accompanied by the poem The Beautiful Lady Yu with a biography of Li Yu below. Layer upon layer of comments followed, with players sharing anecdotes and poems about Li Yu, lined with rows of candle emojis, ending invariably with the heartless dog planners of the 9 provinces killed the great poet Li Yu. Lu Feng thought to himself. The players were truly too immersed in the story. Lu Feng skimmed through it. The players were impressive, piecing together bits and pieces they had managed to reconstruct Li Yu's life with remarkable accuracy. They genuinely adored Li Yu. Soon they had no time for melancholy. The great song encountered real trouble during its gradual unification. Long ago, the later Jin had gifted the 16 prefectures of Yenyun to the Khitans, and the later Zhou had reclaimed a small portion. Now the former Khitans, the great Liao, and the great Song both claimed the 16 prefectures as their own, leading to endless conflict. Overall, the great Song rarely won against the great Liao, but the Liao rarely gained much advantage either, thanks to a particularly formidable general named Yang Yi, whose entire family were exceptional warriors. When Lu Feng wrote this segment, he recalled the thrill of watching TV dramas about the Yang family generals and the women warriors of the Yang clan in his childhood. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Xiaoyu bowed and said, "Lord Lu Feng, aside from lychee's other agricultural products have yielded some results, but we are short on manpower." Lu Feng pondered for a moment. "There are too many people from the lower-tier planets serving as police. If any are willing, let them manage farms instead. Additionally, anyone from Alpha Star or Beta Star who wishes to participate can join in." Understood. The interstellar world suffered from overpopulation. Due to high mechanization, only management and artistic roles were in demand. Other positions were rarely short-staffed. Most citizens after graduation ended up working in robot repair factories, unable to afford even nutrition supplements. But now the 9 provinces had effectively sustained the entire White Horse Galaxy. Some applied for copyrights to adapt 9 provinces' stories into scripts, others streamed live within the game, some opened shops to earn in-game currency. Almost anything related to the 9 provinces turned a profit. Moreover, Lu Feng was vigorously developing agriculture and technology, allowing even the inexperienced to learn from scratch. Agriculture in particular required only managing robots. Thus, the White Horse Galaxy was a hive of activity, with everyone busy forging their own futures. On the streets, the faces people saw were no longer numb like robots, but vivid and alive. The scene Lu Feng had once imagined in Gulink's vision seemed to be becoming reality. Meanwhile, Lord Lancelot was furious. Dozens of galaxies had agreed to jointly boycott 9 provinces' works and expand the influence across the entire interstellar realm, yet now he found himself alone. Undoubtedly, those people had made deals with Lu Feng and had already obtained the clues he mentioned. They might have even started acting on them. How could he not be anxious? But approaching Lu Feng himself was galling. In a joint boycott, the earlier one defected, the higher the price they could demand. As the last holdout, it hardly mattered. The interstellar market was vast, and losing one galaxy wouldn't change much. Thus, approaching Lu Feng now would leave him completely at a disadvantage, possibly subject to exorbitant demands. Lancelot had of course contacted his former allies, accusing them of betrayal and demanding they share the clues. The replies were all evasive. This was expected. In the interstellar realm, there were no eternal allies, only eternal interests. The search for the complete civilization could not be delayed, let alone fall behind. The changes in the White Horse Galaxy were a living example. Citizens were already discontented from being denied access to 9 provinces' works. If his decisions led to failure in obtaining the complete civilization, his galaxy might face re-election. Left with no choice, Lancelot sought out Lu Feng. But Lu Feng refused to take his call, stating that negotiations could only begin after the boycott was lifted. This infuriated Lancelot so much that he smashed numerous cups. If interstellar law did not prohibit war against fellow humans, he could have conquered the White Horse Galaxy in 3 days. But that was mere fantasy. Soon after, Lancelot issued a governor's order to lift all boycotts of 9 provinces' works. Finally, he met Lu Feng in a holographic space on an encrypted network. Lu Feng sipped the tea in his hand. The teacup, a piece of Song Dynasty porcelain, was smooth and exquisitely patterned, filled with tea leaves picked before Qingming festival. If not for the holographic space, Lu Feng would have gladly savored the flavor. 10 minutes had passed, yet his counterpart Lancelot remained silent. Lancelot stared intently at Lu Feng, hoping to catch even a flicker of impatience or anxiety. But to his disappointment, Lu Feng merely bowed his head, lost in thought, occasionally sipping his tea as if in high spirits. Lancelot frowned, pondering how a man barely in his 20s could remain so composed, sitting motionless like a mountain for such a long time. What Lancelot didn't know was that Lu Feng had switched his table screen to private mode. Only he could see it as he refreshed the JoJo forum, stifling laughter at players' antics. The game's progress had now reached the stage of the Treaty of Chanyuan between the Song and Liao dynasties. This filled players with immense frustration. Most of them operated in the Central Plains region, feeling a sense of belonging there and identified as Song citizens in the game. Previously, they had experienced eras of war and the glorious Tang Dynasty, where the Central Plains commanded the respect of all surrounding regions. There was even a story of a military governor borrowing troops to annihilate a western region kingdom single-handedly. But now they felt Emperor Zhenzong of Song lacked backbone. When the Liao invaded, he wanted to flee. Though persuaded by Ko Zhuan to lead a campaign, he ended up signing the Treaty of Chanyuan without a single battle. How humiliating. It was a treaty that required annual tribute to the Liao, euphemistically called annual coins. Players thought it should be called fool's coins. Isn't this absurd? Just before all nations paid homage, and now this. I can't accept it. The contrast is too great. Actually, it was predictable. Can you believe the Song Dynasty placed military command in the hands of civil officials? That's a total mismatch of expertise. Not just that. Players who are soldiers should know all elite troops are concentrated in the capital, while the borders, which need defense the most, are left with crippled forces. The Song Dynasty was probably afraid of a repeat of the Lushan rebellion. True. Every new dynasty deeply reflects on the fall of the previous one and does the opposite. But they forget that's only the surface cause. As they say, bystanders see clearly. Those trapped in the game can't grasp the full picture. Lu Feng was deeply engrossed when Lancelot slammed the table hard. Lord Lu Feng, how long must we sit like this? Lu Feng looked up lazily. Lord Lancelot sought me out, but said nothing. I thought you enjoyed sitting in holographic space. Lancelot was left speechless with anger. He decided to cut to the chase, realizing his tactics were useless against Lu Feng. Lord Lu Feng, I assume you've received news that our galaxy has lifted the boycott on Jojo works. Can you now share the clues to the complete civilization? Lu Feng bookmarked the forum page he was reading. My lord, though I haven't been governor long, I have basic common sense. You've lifted it now, but what about later? If you start the boycott again, though policies shouldn't change overnight, one must guard against unscrupulous people. Let's sign an agreement first. Lancelot, unfazed, agreed readily. Fine. I'll sign the lifting agreement, and you provide the clues. We can do it now. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. My lord, you're trying to trick me. You signed the lifting agreement first, then we discuss the clues. Are you trying to get something for nothing? Lancelot suddenly snapped. Lu Feng was slightly surprised he knew that phrase. My lord, your game lingo needs more practice. With that, he fell silent again, as if entering a meditative state, leaving Lancelot utterly exasperated. Lancelot recalled messages had received. Many who had dealt with Lu Feng were making moves. He couldn't delay any longer. Final sign. Lu Feng perked up. Excellent. Then let's discuss your offer. Their negotiation didn't last long, but when Lancelot left, he seemed drained while Lu Feng appeared unaffected. After Lu Feng emerged, Dai was waiting at the door, giving his routine report on the Voyager project. When he finished, he seemed hesitant to speak. Lu Feng looked at him. Brother Dai, there's no need for secrecy between us. Just say what's on your mind. Dai expressed concern. Lu Feng, I know you're always resourceful, and I have faith in Jojo. But I worry. If they truly find the complete civilization, Jojo's interstellar influence will wane. Most of our galaxy's industries rely on Jojo. Fair competition is fine, but we're not yet members of the Interstellar Trade Association. I fear they'll collude to suppress us. Though Dai seemed rough, he was meticulous, a better fit for governor. But Voyager needed him too. Lu Feng sighed, still short on talent. Don't worry about this. The complete civilization isn't easy to find. Even if they do, it won't stop Bema Galaxy from joining the Trade Association. Only Lu Feng knew there was no such thing as fragments of a complete civilization. It was all history he had learned stored in his mind. Hearing this, Dai felt reassured. Lu Feng asked, by the way, how are things with Sister Guling? When's the wedding? Dai's face flushed slightly. Not decided yet. She's obsessed with Jojo, saying she wants a Tang Dynasty wedding one day and a Song Dynasty one the next. She can't make up her mind. Guling came from the Psychic Association. After its dissolution, she suffered repercussions. Dai searched everywhere for her. It turned out her elders had sent her to another galaxy to lie low. Thankfully, that was over, and they were now officially a couple. Alright, remember to notify me in advance. Of course. In the game, players once again scorned the Song Emperor. A town Xiaozhou had declared independence, becoming the Western Xia. Naturally, such an event called for war. But the Song lost, and had to accept it. On the flip side, the Song Dynasty had its strengths. Players discovered that while it was weak militarily, it excelled in commerce with many business strategies and plenty of tricks. Bema Galaxy was home to mostly merchants who sold Jojo's works and goods to other galaxies. Now that no galaxy boycotted Jojo, they urgently needed to expand. Learning from the Song Dynasty's in-game merchants was a perfect opportunity. Zhou Feng was originally an ordinary college student on Beta Star. Barring any unforeseen events, he was destined to graduate and enter a robot repair factory, beginning a monotonous and impoverished life. However, during his junior year, 9 Provinces was launched. He became a devoted player of the game. Unlike other players, he enjoyed studying the plants within 9 Provinces. Many shared his interest, though most were drawn to the beautiful flowers and magical herbs. Zhou Feng, however, had a particular fondness for crops. Although agriculture in the Song Dynasty was still primitive, relying mainly on human and animal labor, with simple fertilizers, the plant varieties were unique. Zhou Feng thought that if such seeds appeared in the interstellar era, he could cultivate them into superior strains. Moreover, he was not content with the existing varieties. The Song Dynasty boasted a thriving commerce and burgeoning maritime trade. Each voyage brought back local customs and products from lands players had never visited. Previously, players had contemplated sea voyages, but the game's shipbuilding technology was rudimentary. After many perished en route, most abandoned the idea. Zhou Feng was different. He had been preparing for a sea voyage all along. Sailing in the game was arduous and required training, so he persistently trained with the game's characters, swimming, holding his breath, and more. The Song Dynasty had a specialized maritime trade office. After much effort, Zhou Feng secured a minor official position there, earning the right to board a ship. The voyage was grueling, but the rewards were abundant. Foreign lands had customs and cultures entirely different from the Central Plains, even the language was distinct. Though Zhou Feng only glimpsed a fraction, players could perceive the richness of these cultures. My god, the overseas part of this game feels like another world. The clothing, language, and culture are completely different. This is incredible. Our star systems are separated by hundreds of thousands of light years, yet the difference isn't that great. Here a mere sea separates two entirely different civilizations. Will 9 provinces open up that map? I can't wait. If they open a new map, won't we have to learn another language? My god, I don't even study that hard. There's a translator. It's not the same. Only by truly learning the in-game language can you say you've really mastered this game. Did you see that? Their hair and eye colors are different from those in the Central Plains, and it's not dyed. I thought everyone on this planet had the same hair color. Feng had been live-streaming his journey. His initial intent was to document it, but unexpectedly more and more viewers joined. He ignored the barrage of requests to explore around, and instead became fascinated by a particular fruit. Excuse me, where is this fruit grown? Feng noticed that the language translator didn't work here. Could it be that this area wasn't considered a new map yet? Fortunately, they had brought interpreters, allowing him to successfully locate a vineyard. He then stayed there, even eating and sleeping on-site until it was time for the ship to return. Back in the Central Plains, Feng used all his savings to purchase farmland dedicated to growing grapes. Later, Feng followed his mentor to a primitive planet in the White Horse star system. There they researched native plants, aiming to cultivate valuable ones into better varieties. By chance, Feng encountered a plant strikingly similar to a grapevine. Coincidentally, Lord Lu Feng encouraged the people of White Horse Star to engage in external trade, particularly in agriculture and technology. Upon reading this announcement, Feng finally made a decision. He posted a message on the school forum seeking like-minded individuals to research the grapes in 9 provinces. With the current fervor for agricultural research, Feng quickly recruited suitable candidates. The group met for the first time in a holographic space. The grapes in 9 provinces looked delicious. If we could really cultivate them, they'd surely rival lychees. But is the plant you found reliable? Feng was confident. I've studied grapes in 9 provinces for a long time, and even planted a vineyard in the game. I'm 80% sure about the plant I found on the primitive planet. With a few manipulations, Feng displayed the image of the plant before everyone. Wow, it really looks similar. Yes, but it seems smaller and a bit malnourished. It needs further cultivation. Seeing the image boosted everyone's confidence, and they were eager to embark on the project. Many people like Feng joined the ranks of entrepreneurs. Meanwhile, those who had already established mature businesses began expanding their commercial empires across the entire interstellar realm. Lin Bai surveyed his business map. Now that the major star systems have lifted their boycott of 9 provinces, it's time for my musical instrument store to open branches. I have to investigate so many star systems. I'm going to be incredibly busy in the coming days. Mingming Bai suggested, many people share your idea now, like Walter's clothing store, Claire's business, and Lena's tavern. Going individually would be inefficient. Why not form a group to investigate? It'll be easier to negotiate terms together. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Indeed, they could each lead teams and help investigate for one another, speeding up the process. That's a great idea. They'll send out invitations right away. Previously, when they operated in the same market, they were rivals vying for profit, ignoring each other when there was nothing to gain. But now, as fellow citizens of White Horse Star venturing into foreign star systems, a newfound camaraderie emerged. So when Lin Bai extended the invitation, everyone came. Everyone readily agreed to Lin Bei's proposal. To be honest, few in the White Horse star system had experience doing business in other star systems. Expanding their commercial territory seemed daunting. But now, by joining forces and helping each other, they no longer had to fear being taken advantage of. In the game, players eagerly awaited the Song Dynasty's conquest of the Liao and Western Xia. They were quite confident, as historically 9 provinces had always achieved unification under the Central Plains. For the Song Dynasty to become powerful, it needed reform. 2 factions emerged in the court: the reformist New Party, led by Wang Engshi, and the conservative Old Party, led by Sima Guang. They clashed fiercely in the court, and players naturally took sides, arguing endlessly outside the game as well. Both sides debated vehemently, unable to convince each other. Emperor Shenzong of Song supported Wang Engshi's reforms during his reign, but his resolve wavered. Coupled with the radical nature of the reforms, Empress Dowager Gao abolished them immediately after the emperor's death. During this period in the game, the economy of Jiuzhou was exceedingly prosperous, and players reveled in it. They tested many business ideas within the game, then implemented them in the real world, reaping benefits from both sides. A delightfully clever scheme. Players even created their own in-game wealth rankings, limited to players, of course. Once published, it sent shockwaves through the player community. No way, I thought most players were barely scraping by. Looks like I'm the only poor one in this world. I thought my wealth of several 100,000 silver taels would at least put me in the middle ranks, but it turns out I'm near the bottom. There are so many players with tens of millions in assets. The Song Dynasty really offers opportunities, making money feels much easier. I quite like this era too. Even though the Treaty of Chanyuan was humiliating, everyone here lives contentedly. Same here. I also love the song poetry here. It's no less impressive than Tang poetry. Huashang, observing everyone's cheerful demeanor, couldn't help but remind them. This situation might soon change. Enjoy it while you can. What's happening? Go ask Xiaobai. What's the point of asking? They say Xiaobai and his team have gone to explore new markets in another galaxy. They're not even in Baima's star system. Huashang must know. Don't keep us in suspense. Spill it. Huashang glanced at the person absorbed in painting and secretly sent a message. I'm just speculating, Yuan might be wrong. Empress Dowager Xiang chose Zhao Ji as the emperor and he'll be crowned soon. Someone was puzzled. Zhao Ji. I've met him. He's quite handsome and talented, good at poetry and painting. What's wrong with him? Huashang replied. In my experience, being an emperor has little to do with artistic talent. It's about political and military acumen, which Zhao Ji lacks. Instead, he's overly indulgent in art. That doesn't bode well. Soon players realized Huashang was right. Zhao Ji excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As emperor, he could more easily amass rare treasures, draining the nation's resources. He also frequented brothels, engaging in art with the women there, and even established a dedicated department for this pursuit. Players were left speechless. The Song Dynasty bore the heavy burden of annual tribute, and all this wealth had to be squeezed from the people. Complaint posts from players quickly flooded the JoJo forums. Ran about today's absurd encounter. OP, a fisherman sharing a frustrating story. Please give me advice. I'm a laid-back player with no special hobbies except fishing. Alas, in the interstellar age there's no such addictive pastime, so I fish in the game. I prefer fishing in secluded lakes and rivers, enjoying my solitude. Lately officials keep showing up to inspect, scaring away the fish and demanding money. They claim the whole world belongs to the emperor, including the fish in the rivers, so I have to pay to fish. Isn't that just extortion? Does anyone have a way for me to fish in peace? Someone actually enjoys fishing, just sitting there motionless. I thought only NPCs like that. Fishing. I find this hobby utterly baffling. The person above is being narrow-minded. Fishing brings peace of mind, and the harvest is pure joy. I love it. Same here, but instead of fishing I hunt in the mountains, and they demand money from me too. This is because Zhao Ji is running out of funds searching for rare treasures. Huashang was right. This emperor is no good. I suggest the OP join the rebel army, overthrow Zhao Ji, and install a better emperor. The plot is fixed. Their joining or not won't change the outcome. The OP should find a remote place to avoid them. Remote areas are hard to survive in. A warning from a player who tried it. Actually joining the rebels might pay off. If you bet right, you could fish in every river in the Central Plains. Speaking of rebels, I'm joining one, led by a man named Song Jiang. The name alone is grand. I think he's the next chosen one. OP, are you in? We're at Liangshan Marsh. A small mountain stronghold has no future. Join us. Our leader is Feng La, very capable. It's a sure bet. The topic drifted, but the fisherman had already found a solution. Outside the game, Lu Feng had received numerous requests from entertainment companies. He wondered, haven't I already opened licensing to the Baima Star system? Why are they still coming to me? Hua Fei flipped through recent records. They want you to write a script for them. Lu Feng was speechless. I'm not a screenwriter. Why would I write scripts? Am I not busy enough? Hua Fei understood the situation, as all requests to Lu Feng had to go through her first. It's not their fault. When you were on Feiwu Star, you produced many scripts, and those shows are still widely broadcast across the galaxy. Although Baima Star system has also produced scripts, they're not on the same level as yours. Now the entire galaxy is striving to make a mark in other star systems. Those entertainment companies are naturally eager, but the scripts you personally wrote are all copyrighted by Feiwu Star. Without standout works, outsiders naturally see Feiwu Star as the more authentic source. Lu Feng finally understood, but couldn't help saying, it wasn't me. I made it clear in the opening that these were from the future people of JoJo. Hua Fei blinked. Is there a difference? JoJo was all created by you. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead. Well, it was the same. Still, Baima Star system needed some impressive works of its own. With matters in Baima Star system mostly settled, he wanted to capitalize on the momentum to boost Jiaya's popularity further. 3 days later, Hua Fei summoned several entertainment company CEOs and handed them the script, Journey to the West. The CEOs were overjoyed. Lu Feng was now the Archon, and they had thought trying to reach him was a long shot. Yet he had actually come through with the script. They gathered around, eagerly flipping through Journey to the West, but their expressions gradually froze. Miss Hua Fei, are you sure this is the right script? Someone couldn't help asking. Yes, I was about to ask the same. Me too. Time was tight, and Hua Fei had many tasks, so she hadn't read it yet, though she had saved it for later. Now hearing their words, she said seriously, of course. Lord Lu Feng stated that this bid is voluntary, with the highest offer winning. The group exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and continued reading. Once immersed, they couldn't tear their eyes away from the script, forgetting even to sip their tea. Soon the fastest reader finished and urged, Miss Hua Fei, why are there only 50 chapters? Where's the rest? Hua Fei, who had been handling documents, stood up upon hearing this. For now, there are only 50 chapters. The rest aren't out yet, but Lord Lu Feng said these 50 chapters are enough to show what the script is like. Not out yet. How can I sleep now? What happens next? Can Sun Wukong save his master? Sun Wukong is incredible, but Tang Sanzang is a bit too pedantic. This story is about that Tang Dynasty monk who went to fetch scriptures right. I've heard of it. The sheer imagination is astounding, truly remarkable. Hua Fei clapped his hands. Since everyone has finished reading the script, let's start the auction now. Someone asked, if we win the auction, can we get the remaining script immediately? Yes, let us see the rest. Otherwise, no matter who wins, let us all read it together, or we'll keep thinking about it. Great. Hua Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. What was wrong with these people? Were they here to buy the script, or to read the story? Weren't they just sneering at it moments ago? And now in no time at all, they were utterly captivated. You wish. Watch it on the spot. Do you think Lord Lu Feng is who? Does he have nothing better to do than write scripts for you every day? These were written in the time he stole from sleep. The rest will have to wait until Lord Lu Feng has the time. Everyone's heart ached at once. What are those consoles good for? How can they let Lord Lu Feng be so busy? Exactly. They let Lord Lu Feng do everything himself. Do they take salaries for nothing? There's a saying in the 9 provinces, an official who doesn't work might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. It's an official who doesn't serve the people might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Hua Fei rolled his eyes. When they were pressing for the script, they hadn't been so quick to speak up for Lord Lu Feng. All right, less wasting time. Let's start the auction now. Starting bid 1 million star coins. Each increment 100,000 star coins. And no changing the script when you win it. That's Lord Lu Feng's rule. You all know it well. We know. We naturally trust the Lord. Yes, even if we were allowed to change it, we wouldn't. Who doesn't know that Lord Lu Feng is the guarantee of a hit work? Hua Fei tapped his gavel. All right, let's begin. I bid 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million. Hua Fei finally struck his gavel. 50 million Starry Sky Entertainment sold. President Zhang of Starry Sky Entertainment laughed heartily. Haha, this journey to the west is mine. Everyone, I appreciate your courtesy. The others were not in a good mood. All right, stop showing off your game level skills. This script is a sure win. Too bad I didn't have the cash flow. Give me 3 days and ID have bid 100 million. With 3 days, would it even be your turn? Miss Hua Fei, can you give us advance notice next time? Hua Fei said while taking out the contract. Lord Lu Feng said that luck is also part of strength. The key is to catch everyone off guard. Someone quietly approached President Zhang. President Zhang, this script has only 4 main characters, and the rest are mostly supporting roles. What do you think of our company's Lily and Pearl? Could they play a demon or a fairy? President Zhang was momentarily surprised. No wonder they were one of the top entertainment companies in the White Horse Star system. Their minds were sharp. Though they hadn't won the script, landing a supporting role was still an option. After all, this was a Lu Feng production destined to explode across the galaxy. President Zhang thought for a moment. To be honest, since Lord Lu Feng created this opportunity for us in his busy schedule, I naturally want to seize it tightly. The director, costume designer, makeup artist, props, equipment. I want the best. So financially, Starry Sky Entertainment alone might not be able to shoulder it. The other party was clearly more delighted. No problem. Who wouldn't want to invest in a script by Lord Lu Feng? Count me in too. Let me join. Am willing to. President Zhang was surrounded by a crowd. He said loudly, investment is certainly welcome, but let's be clear, investment is investment, roles are roles. To get into the crew, you still need to rely on your own ability. Of course, we want to make this drama a success too. If such a great script doesn't yield results, who will have the face to ask Lord Lu Feng for another script in the future? Soon the entire star system knew that Lord Lu Feng had released a new script, Journey to the West. It was his first script in the White Horse Star system, and the entire galaxy's entertainment industry was abuzz. The drama was co-produced by several reputable entertainment companies on Alpha Star. They chose director Lu, known for his temper, but also his talent, and launched a massive casting call that swept through the entertainment industry. Even supporting roles with only a few minutes of screen time had strict requirements. Nearly every actor in the White Horse Star system came to audition. I just saw Lan Ruo. She's so beautiful in person with such delicate and natural features. The main roles in this drama are all male. Is she auditioning for a minor supporting role? This is Lord Lu Feng's drama. Even supporting roles are fiercely contested. Oh my god, I feel like I have no chance now that Lan Ruo is here. Don't lose heart. This casting is about talent, not fame. Time passed quickly in the game. Though most players lived in the Song Dynasty, there were also many in the Liao and Jurchen territories. Each faction believed their state was the legitimate one and sought to annihilate the others to achieve unification. Some players set up betting pools just like last time. However, before the Great War could begin, something seemed to go wrong with the Liao. The Liao region was home to many ethnic minorities such as the Xianbei and the Jurchen. Among them, a Jurchen leader named Wanyan Aguda led the Jurchen in a rebellion to break away from the Liao. The Jurchen players were genuinely confused. They had bet on the Liao defeating the Song. But now the Jurchen had seceded from the Liao and established a state called Jin. Can I get my money back? Or maybe change the bet? This turn of events is truly unexpected. The other players were all ha ha ha. 3 states had become 4, and the situation seemed to take on a subtle shift. Geographically, Song bordered Liao, the western Xia, was to the west of Song, adjacent to both Song and Liao, and the Jin state was east of Liao. Observing this situation, the Song dynasty dispatched a horse-trading caravan to the northeast to purchase horses. One of the groups secretly sailed to the Jin state. Zhu Tian's heart raced with excitement. He never expected to receive this mission. He was surely the first to know the inside scoop of the game. For this reason, he had invested all his in-game money on the Song side, believing that Song would surely triumph. Following instructions, he led his men to Jin, presented the token, and soon met with the Jin emperor. The process went more smoothly than he had imagined. On behalf of the Song, he signed the maritime alliance with Jin with the aim of jointly attacking Liao. When he returned to Song, Zhu Tian was brimming with pride. The matter required secrecy, and he was constantly watched by disciples of the Shu Mountain sect, underscoring its importance. In truth, even without them, he wouldn't have leaked anything. This was inside information that even Hua Shang didn't know. How thrilling. He couldn't help but post some cryptic remarks on the forum. I feel the time for Song to unify the realm has come. I have a premonition that'll be the big winner. So this is what it feels like to know a secret, but not be able to tell. All of the 9 provinces are drunk. Only I am sober. When someone came to ask, Zhu Tian only replied enigmatically, "Cannot be said, cannot be said." He was the epitome of smugness. Soon the players learned what the secret was. First, the Jurchen players received the news that the Jin kingdom had launched an attack on the Liao dynasty. The Jurchens were a swift people with formidable combat power charging westward. Meanwhile, the southern Song dynasty also launched an attack on the Liao dynasty. At this moment, the matter of the alliance no longer needed to be kept secret. The players quickly found out about the maritime alliance. Zhu Tian was fixated on the betting table, waiting for the Song dynasty to win so that he could become wealthy. He had envisioned countless times that once he was rich, he would buy a large mansion in Jiuzhou, complete with a rockery garden, which he had long coveted. He would have servants, guards, and maids, and then convert part of his money into star coins to buy a house in the center of Alpha Star, traveling to other star systems, and exploring Jiuzhou, all the while ensuring he had good guards, hiring a few military scions lest his life be in danger. However, things took a turn. The Song dynasty was utterly defeated by the Liao dynasty. Yes, the Jin kingdom pursued the Liao dynasty, and the Liao dynasty pursued the Song dynasty. What was initially promised as a pincer attack remained only a figment of imagination. Zhu Tian shouted, "I don't believe it. Even if the Song dynasty is weak, it shouldn't fall so easily." One player replied, "Let me tell you why, because the Song dynasty is fighting us." Zhu Tian, confused, asked, "You? Who are you? The Western Xia? Or is there a new nation emerging?" The player weakly responded, "We want to become a new nation, but we haven't had the chance yet. By the way, our leader is named Feng La." The name Feng La was familiar to the players, as many had been discussing joining him. There were numerous uprising factions within the Song dynasty, the largest of which was Feng La. Zhu Tian nearly spat blood at the thought of his money. The players erupted into laughter. "Everyone is intoxicated, yet you remain sober. Ha ha, you really have come to your senses, haven't you? It seems that having an official position in the Song dynasty has no future. Zhu Tian, quickly change your profession." How could such news of the maritime alliance still be a secret? In the end, the Song dynasty's defeat came to this. It's laughable. I was especially curious about what the news was, but now I'm glad I didn't know. Where did this big fool come from? Ha. Although the Song dynasty failed to conquer the Liao dynasty, the Jin kingdom's combat power was overwhelming, and with the strength of a small nation, they annihilated the entire Liao dynasty, with the Jin kingdom rising to become the most powerful nation. This situation left all the players speechless, because hardly anyone had invested money in the Jin kingdom, including the Jurchen players, as there was no Jin kingdom at that time. At this rate, the Song dynasty is doomed. What kind of absurd development is this? Are we players all going to lose? I refuse to accept this. The house always wins. I suspect Jiuzhou set up this situation on purpose. No, I want to file a complaint. What good will a complaint do? You win some, you lose some, brothers. I really didn't expect a betting game to turn out like this. While the players were discussing the betting game, Hua Shang posted a rant. Ranting about Emperor Zhao Ji. The poster, "Hua Shang, I simply can't take it anymore. I have seen so many emperors, wise, cruel, foolish, but I have never seen such a shameless emperor. I have previously ranted about Zhao Ji. I'm sure everyone knows the nonsensical things he has done. The current situation is clear to everyone. The Jin kingdom has swallowed the Liao dynasty, and the Song dynasty has shown its weakness before it. It can be anticipated that the Jin kingdom will certainly strike at the Song dynasty, while the Song has no capability to resist. What kind of operation is this by Zhao Ji? He passed the throne to his son. Yes, to avoid being labeled as the fallen emperor after ruining the country, he shifted the blame to his son. How can there be such a shameless person in the world, especially an emperor? Does he have no shame? No way is there really such an operation. Isn't this self-deception? If you're not the fallen emperor, does that mean you're in the clear? History will remember what you did, and future generations will evaluate it as they see fit. If it were in the stars, there might be some possibility, but this is JoJo where people are adept at recording history. Haven't you seen how clearly the events of the spring and autumn and warring states periods have been recorded? I could also be an emperor. Usually I think spiritual masters are omnipotent. I admired Zhao Ji's skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but I never expected him to be such a person. One can only say that talent is wasted. Indeed, being an emperor is not something just anyone can achieve. Don't even mention emperors. Even being a governor is not something just anyone can do. Look at how Kassir was when he was in power, and then look at Lord Lu Feng. It's only been a short time since he took office, and our star system feels like a completely different one. The Song Qingzong had just ascended the throne when he was forced to cede land to the Jin Kingdom. In the second year of Jingkong, the Jin Kingdom directly attacked Kaifeng, and the Song Dynasty had already been hollowed out, unable to produce anything. The Jin Kingdom took the royal family away along with more than 3,000 members of the Zhao clan, concubines, nobles, and officials, including the two emperors of Huizong and Qinzong, who were bound and taken back to the Jin Kingdom. The personal and public wealth of the capital was completely plundered. This event shocked all the people of the Song Dynasty and stunned the players. For a long time, imperial authority represented the nation, embodying the supreme power. Now they were being taken away like lambs, treated inhumanely along the way. Since the inception of the JoJo game, no nation has ever suffered such humiliation. While various hardships occurred within the game, outside the game, players were eagerly anticipating the release of Journey to the West. With advanced interstellar technology, filming dramas is generally quite fast, usually not exceeding a month. However, the filming time for this Journey to the West exceeded 3 months, indicating the care put into this production. On the day of its release, the number of people in the holographic space reached billions, creating a scene where the streets were deserted. The opening theme song, sung in JoJo language, asked, "Where is the road ahead?" Now most people in the White Horse Star system have learned the game language, and even those who don't understand can use translation devices. After the opening theme song, the scene shifted back to the descendants of JoJo writing books. At the start, a stone came into view, and everyone saw a stone that had gathered the essence of heaven and earth crack open, from which a monkey jumped out. They encountered the water curtain cave of Huahua Mountain, a landscape uniquely representative of JoJo that felt very familiar to everyone. Having already grasped the imaginative essence of JoJo, they found the appearance of a monkey from the stone acceptable. As the story progressed, they saw the adorable little monkey go to the 3-star cave, pay respect to a master, learn skills, and then be expelled from the sect. They witnessed the heavenly court, realizing there truly were deities in the heavens who managed affairs of the mortal realm. The heavenly court began to offer the monkey an invitation to join, and just as everyone was excitedly anticipating that this monkey, named Sun Wukong, would achieve great things in the heavenly court, it seemed that something had changed. In just a few days, Journey to the West has swept across the entire galaxy, beloved by everyone from centenarians to small children. Especially the segment about the havoc in the Heavenly Palace, where discussions about the show flooded the Star Network. While I think being a minor official in the Heavenly Court is quite nice, let's be honest, Sun Wukong's rampage in the Heavenly Palace is truly exhilarating. I agree that part made my blood boil. Logically, doesn't that ruin one's future? But emotionally, what is this inexplicable excitement about? Daring to break through all injustices and freely gallop through the world, Sun Wukong is the freest soul in existence. I wouldn't even dare to do that in my dreams. With the popularity of Journey to the West, the corresponding actors have also become well known. Although the 4 leads have acted in many shows, they mostly played supporting roles and were not very famous. Their acting skills are exceptional, particularly the one portraying Sun Wukong, who is even suspected of being a real monkey. It is said that to prepare for the role, he spent half a month in the game with monkeys and came out unable to speak. Meanwhile, the fairies and spirits in the show each possess their own beauty and uniqueness, garnering widespread admiration. In the Ziyun star system, Ming Bai, along with a group of people, had just disembarked from the space station, where a crowd awaited to greet them. Lan was startled. "What's going on? Are these people surrounding us? Did we bring bodyguards?" Ming Bai had already heard from other research teams about the situations they encountered and explained, "You're overthinking. These people are here to welcome us." Sure enough, upon seeing them, the formally dressed crowd approached with joy. "You must be the research team from the White Horse Star system. Welcome to our Ziyun Star. I am Zyke, the governor in charge of Ziyun Star. Please follow me." The group was very hospitable, arranging meals and accommodations, and even offering to guide them around for free, continuously praising the various benefits of their planet, leaving Ming Bai and the others a bit flabbergasted. After finally returning to their room, Lan immediately laid down exhausted. "Hey, why are they treating us so well?" Ming Bai was recording the day's events, having saved the videos taken during the journey. Although Zyke offered to send him the organized materials, Ming Bai still trusted his own notes. What other reason could there be? Who doesn't know that things from JoJo become a hit as soon as they hit the market? Soon factories will be built and workers will be hired. Many of our stores don't even require robots, significantly boosting employment and bringing local income. How could they not rush to welcome us? Lon Lon nodded. So that's the reason. Ming Ming Bai suddenly said, by the way, haven't you always wanted to open a restaurant? What's up? No interest now. Lon Lon suddenly sat up. Stop joking. I know my cooking skills are just average. In the game, everyone came to my shop for the news from Xiao Bai. If I opened a restaurant in reality, I would definitely go bankrupt. So I was thinking, should I open a doll store? Ming Ming Bai was confused. What kind of doll store? Lon Lon opened her holographic computer and displayed photos she took in Jiuzhou. Do you remember when a noble lady came to our shop asking for news and was holding a well-crafted cloth doll that attracted a lot of attention? I was thinking with the popularity of Journey to the West, would interstellar people also like such dolls? Ming Ming Bai was about to say who would like a cloth doll, but then recalled the expressions of those players, disdainful, yet unable to look away. Maybe it really could work. Making cloth dolls is quite simple. The main thing is to obtain authorization, which is also fairly easy for Ming Ming Bai. Upon hearing that Lon Lon wanted to open a doll store, the people of Xianstar turned green with envy and subtly advised her. Although items related to Jiuzhou are widely popular, dolls are simply too childish and not suitable for the mature and rational interstellar populace. Seeing how stubborn Lon Lon was, their attitude became somewhat perfunctory, clearly showing more enthusiasm for others. However, within 3 days, Lon Lon managed to set up a store in the city center of Xianstar and found an artist to sketch the dolls she wanted to make. In the past, this might have been difficult, but now everyone realizes that spiritual masters are just ordinary people. Moreover, it doesn't require original designs, just following the original images suffices, which isn't hard to find. Finally, some machines were customized to sew the dolls according to the designs. Soon a store named Lon Lon Doll Store officially opened. The Jiuzhou game was still ongoing. Just when players thought that the Song Dynasty had been entirely taken over by the Liao Dynasty, there was still a figure named Zhao Go, a fish that slipped through the net. As soon as Zhao Go was proclaimed emperor, the Jin Dynasty realized they had overlooked someone and turned back to capture him, led by General Jin Wuzhu. Upon hearing that the Jin forces were coming, Zhao Go immediately fled south with his people. Jin Wuzhu captured cities along the way and pursued him to the sea, but was not adept at naval combat, which is why he failed to catch Zhao Go. However, on his way back, he encountered the Song General Han Shizhong, who blocked him on the river. For the first time, players saw a woman beating the drum to rally the troops, while men fought valiantly surrounding Jin Wuzhu at Huangtiandang. Players were engrossed in the live stream. This battle is exhilarating. It's the first time I've seen a woman beating the drum in the army. What a heroic woman. Who is she? Does anyone know? This is General Han Shizhong's wife named Liang Hongyu. She is a remarkable woman. Our general is a rare military talent, or Jin Wuzhu has no chance of escaping. However, Jin Wuzhu managed to break through successfully after hiring a local as a guide. Little did he know, upon arriving in Nanjing, someone was waiting for him. This person was named Yu Fei. Jin Wuzhu is a renowned general of the Jin Dynasty and the son of Wan Yenaguda. This Yu Fei will likely face defeat. Jin Wuzhu has hardly ever lost in the Song Dynasty. Yu Fei should probably hide. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. He is a warrior. Isn't it abnormal to retreat when faced with a formidable enemy? Through the live stream, players saw Yu Fei commanding effectively with his soldiers, displaying extraordinary valor, driving Jin Wuzhu back to the Jin Dynasty. Players were left speechless. Why do we always fail to predict the course of Jiuzhou? The more unpredictable it is, the more we want to play this gambling game. The worse we are, the more we love to play. But before, Jin Wuzhu was very valiant in the Song Dynasty. I watched every live stream on what's going on. Did he just meet Han Shizhong and lose? After all, he had the buff of his wife beating the drum, but now there's Yu Fei involved. Oh, what's happening? This Yu Fei is so handsome. Does anyone know who he is? I remember him. His mother carved 4 characters on his back, loyalty to the country. He is very skilled in battle. Actually, looking on the bright side, the Song Dynasty hasn't fallen. We haven't lost. Now we have a capable Yu Fei, or it feels like the Song Dynasty can turn the tide. While the comment above is a revelation. Yes, if Yu Fei can defeat Jin Wuzhu, then there's hope for recovering the territory. Yes, after going around in circles, we might win. The Song Dynasty is holding on. Wow, Zhao Go has settled in Linen. Look at the Systems Dynasty. Yes, now the Systems Dynasty has changed to Southern Song. Brothers, we can win. Players were all filled with pride, as if winning the gamble was just around the corner. During the Southern Song Dynasty, Yu Fei reclaimed considerable territories in his campaigns against the Jin Empire, painting an optimistic picture as Linen was officially designated as the provisional capital. The players' confidence soared, convinced that the Southern Song would surely defeat the Jin Empire. Excitedly, they spammed the World Channel with Yu Fei's oft-repeated rallying cry, "Restore our rivers and mountains." This phrase resonated with the players not merely due to the wager, but also out of genuine nostalgia for the prosperity of Dongjing. In his idle moments, Zhu Tian would occasionally stream, "Dear Cloud players, we are now in Linen, which has been designated as the provisional capital. Note, it is the provisional capital, not the true capital. Though this is now the Southern Song in the hearts of its people, their real capital remains Dongjing. They believe they will return there one day, and I think that day is not far off. Speaking of Dongjing, do you all remember my earlier streams? I felt I could wander there endlessly without tiring, especially Fan Lu. Not only was the food exquisite, but the people were also captivating. Li Shishir was truly unparalleled in talent and beauty, no wonder the emperor came daily. In those tile-roofed entertainment quarters, the skills on display were pure talent devoid of any high-tech trickery. The fire-breathing and jar balancing were simply mesmerizing. But soon once Yu Fei vanquishes the Jin Empire, it'll host another stream from Dongjing taking you all to explore its street stalls and humble eateries. Hurry. I heard something's happened in the Jin Empire. Let's go check it out. Go where? Who's got the news? The tea house. Players share their news there. Why not just post it on the World Channel or forum? Spreading it on-site is so inefficient. You don't get it, do you? This is immersive gameplay. Sharing news at the tea house shocks not only the players, but also the in-game characters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tian abandoned his stream and followed the crowd to the tea house. The cloud players in the chat protested, "Don't cut the stream. Let us watch along." Yeah, we want to hear too. Zhu Tian, about to end the stream, thought for a moment and said, "It'll be crowded and chaotic soon, and there will definitely be disciples from Shushan around. I want to be able to keep streaming. I won't turn it off, you can watch for yourselves." The player at the tea house, known as Sleepyhead, was quite famous among the community. He had good relations with Xiaobai and Huashang and often possessed exclusive information. This tea house was his establishment. The tea served was nothing special, but the steady flow of news kept customers coming, making it a hub for players. Sleepyhead, we're all here now. Spit out the news. Yeah, we've all bought our tea. Out with it. Sleepyhead slowly walked to the front of the hall and gestured for everyone to quiet down. All right. According to my intel, the Jin Empire is now in turmoil. The Wanyan clan is locked in internal strife, leaving them no time to deal with the great Song. The players erupted with excitement. Great news. Perfect timing. Strike while the iron is hot. General, you march now. We've got a mission. Restore our rivers and mountains. Today. Sleepyhead coughed twice, signaling he had more to say. The room quickly fell silent. Seizing this opportunity, the Southern Song has sued for peace with the Jin Empire. The players and game characters alike were left speechless. Damn it. Fuck. Hell. A torrent of profanity flooded the tea house, a shared reaction from both players and in-game characters. Zhu Tian, who prided himself on being a refined scholar, having passed the imperial examinations and served as an official in the Tang Dynasty, couldn't help but curse under his breath. When will the Southern Song stop being so cowardly and just fight Heaton? On the Violet Cloud Star, while everyone was still in the exploratory phase, Lanlan's doll shop was the first to open. Located in the city center, it boasted a prime spot. The shop sign featured colorful doll images clashing with the surrounding cool tones, but standing out prominently. Among the group, only Mingming Bai Bai had any faith in the doll shop. Even the locals of Violet Cloud Star, eager to attract merchants from the White Horse Star system, were baffled by Lanlan's choice. Outwardly polite, they secretly sneered, "Isn't this a waste of such a great location? Is that Lan out of his mind? He holds the copyrights to so many 9 provinces' assets, and he opens a doll shop. At best, he'll sell a few to kids. How many can he possibly move? Kids' toys today are all smart tech. Could want these cloth dolls. I bet he won't sell a single one. What a waste. Those copyrights could be used for anything else, and he chooses this." On opening day, Lan promoted heavily, even using firecrackers from the 9 provinces game at the entrance. It drew a crowd, but once they saw the shop or entered to browse the goods, their interest quickly waned. His companions were expressions that screamed, "We told you so." Lan wasn't too bothered. He wasn't short on money. Opening the doll shop was a whim. Besides, it was only the first day. When he had opened Lanlan's restaurant, it took months to get just one customer, Mingming Bai Bai, who never paid. For the remaining time, Mingming Bai Bai and his group continued their inspections with the local governor, while Lan stayed at his shop idly watching 9 provinces streams and occasionally posting comments on the forums. Mommy, they have Sun Wukong here." The fashionable mother glanced at the shop, utterly perplexed. Things like this still exist. These are all fake, made of cloth. How can they compare to the realism of holographic projections? The child's eyes were glued to the Sun Wukong doll by the door. "But I want it. I could hug it while I sleep." The fashionable mother sighed and led him into the shop. "Is this the one?" The boy nodded joyfully. "I want this one." Lan made his first sale in days. The mother and son were out shopping that day. Since the launch of the 9 provinces game, interstellar residents had become less reclusive and occasionally ventured out. The child clutched the doll, unable to put it down. Other kids on the street stared at it with envy. Reluctant to speak to strangers, but unable to resist their children's longing gazes, the adults searched the StarNet in vain. Finally, they approached the mother. "Excuse me, where did you buy that Sun Wukong doll your child is holding?" The fashionable mother replied with some surprise, "At the Lan doll shop on Violet Cloud Road." "Thank you." No sooner had they taken a few steps than another parent approached with a child. The mother, now numb to the queries, preemptively said the doll was bought at the Lan doll shop on Violet Cloud Road. The other person was speechless. When Mingming Bai Bai and his group returned, they found the once deserted doll shop, now packed with customers, causing a traffic jam on Violet Cloud Road, an unprecedented event on the Violet Cloud Star. The Blue Doll shop's creations initially circulated among children. Once every child possessed one, even those who were indifferent yearned for it, and no child could resist the allure of Sun Wukong. Soon the shop introduced change dolls ranging from miniature tabletop ornaments to life-sized figures, followed by the white bone demon, spider demon, jade hair demon, and little white dragon, captivating adults as well. As the dolls gained popularity, the situation spiraled out of control. Not only were the shop's stocks instantly depleted, but customized orders flooded in like snowflakes, demanding figures of Qin Shi, Huang Emperor Taizong, of Tang Emperor Wu, of Han Wu Zetian, and various historical figures from the 9 provinces. Soon someone suggested making animal dolls from the 9 provinces. Rabbits, horses, chickens, ducks, and fish, each with detailed poses and designs, pushing the shop's order queue 3 years into the future. Robots could only produce standardized items, not such personalized orders. I can't take it anymore. This shop is impossible to run. Those people are terrifying. Blue cried out in exasperation. Mingming Bai Bai asked, "What's wrong? Look at these orders. They bombard me with messages from dawn to dusk, placing orders and demanding deliveries. I feel like I'm dying." Blue was utterly despondent. He had always been indolent, which was why he chose to open an obscure doll shop. He never anticipated such overwhelming success. Many onlookers gritted their teeth in envy. Some starve while others drown, and here he was complaining about an abundance of orders. Mingming Bai Bai, however, remained unfazed. "I thought it was something serious. Opening one shop in the 9 provinces is impossible, but have you heard of franchising?" "Franchising? What's that?" Mingming Bai Bai whispered mysteriously. "I received a message in the 9 provinces game. A game character named Kiki opened a shop in Linen selling beverages made fresh with milk and tea. The recipe is unknown, but it's exquisite, limited, and nobles send people to queue daily." One of my subordinates chatted with her while gathering info. She lamented that milk and tea were too expensive, otherwise she'd franchise her shop to every sunlit corner. My subordinate spent a fortune to figure out franchising. "I think it's perfect for your doll shop." Blue's eyes widened. "But you're not even in the 9 provinces. How did you get the news?" Mingming Bai Bai replied matter-of-factly. "Now I realize the 9 provinces of the White Horse Galaxy is my base. Even if I'm absent, Xiao Bai keeps things running. Lord Lu Feng is brilliant. His game characters aren't typical NPCs. In the Great Song, commerce thrives and merchants have unconventional ideas. You can learn a lot from them." Impressive, Lord Lu Feng. "He'll chat more with game characters when I return." Soon franchise ads for Blue Doll Shop appeared on Purple Cloud Star. In the game, the Southern Song and Jean had just made peace, but the Jean's internal strife had ended. Wanyan Zongbi immediately tore up the treaty, having suffered defeat before he prepared, thoroughly deploying his pride, the Guizima cavalry. Hearing this, players enlisted in the army and live-streamed to observe the 9 provinces' cavalry tactics. Zhu Tian joined the excitement. "Look, this is Wanyan Zongbai's Guizima. Heavy cavalry in the center, light cavalry on the flanks. The outer wings are agile while the core is strong defensively. A practical tactic. Can Yu Fei counter it?" Soon Yu Fei ordered the forging of long swords, each 3 feet in length. "What are these for?" "They're inconvenient for slashing. Though a longer blade gives advantage, this is too long," Zhu Tian muttered as the weapons were crafted. Yu Fei commanded an attack. Zhu Tian followed the Yu family army into battle and discovered the swords weren't for slashing men, but for cutting horses' legs. No matter how brilliant the tactic, once the horses fell, the formation crumbled. Yu Fei reacts swiftly. Truly the greatest general against the Jin. "Restore our rivers and mountains. The great Song will triumph. My money will be recouped soon. Press the advantage and annihilate the Jin." As players and game characters eagerly awaited the fall of the Jin capital, even Jin players believed defeat was inevitable and began packing for the mountains. Just as Yu Fei reached Zhuxian town, the Song Emperor issued 12 golden plaques, summoning him back. Disobedience would mean treason. Players were baffled. What major event happened in Linen? "I haven't heard anything. I'm in Linen. Nothing's happening. Doesn't the Emperor understand the situation? Why recall him? We missed an opportunity before. Will we miss it again? Opportunity knocks, but once. They say a general in the field may refuse orders. Ignore it and attack." Zhou Yun watched Yu Fei's sorrowful face and stayed a few days to evacuate civilians before returning. On the night of the retreat, Zhou Yun saw him compose Man Jianghong. Wrath bristles through the crown, leaning on the railing. "The drizzling rain has ceased. Raising my eyes." Yu Fei's recall infuriated players, but the news that followed drove their anger to the peak. Yu Fei was dead. Upon returning to Linen, the Emperor tasked Qin Hui with handling the matter. Qin Hui stripped Yu Fei of his military command, summoned him and his son to the Dali Temple, and secretly executed them, citing only a crime without evidence. Why? Why does a general who protected the nation receive such treatment? This is unjust and illogical. I demand Qihong redo this storyline. This isn't about the bet. It's for Yu Fei. Redo the story. Can't you hear Man Jianghong? Yu Fei doesn't deserve this fate. Demand a redo of Yu Fei's storyline. Demand a redo of Yu Fei's storyline. Demand a redo of Yu Fei's storyline. Kahang's official site and the 9 provinces forum were flooded with this slogan. Some even analyzed the illogical aspects of Yu Fei's death, claiming the plot was altered and demanding a rewrite. When Lu Feng heard this, he sighed with a wry smile. Who wouldn't rage at Yu Fei's death? But facts are facts. History will vindicate his injustice. Thus, Qihong coldly replied this is the truth and said no more, deepening the players' indignation. In the game, the sleepy tea house was once again filled with people. However, this time upon the player's entrance, the tea house owner closed the doors and stationed guards outside, not for any other reason, but to prevent the disciples of the Shushan sect from coming in. Inside the tea house, there were not only players, but also game characters. The players naturally understood, while the game characters were initially frightened, thinking they had entered a den of iniquity. Eventually, they realized that during these times the tea house owner would share some outrageous or incomprehensible news, so it was no longer a cause for alarm. The sleepy one sat at the main seat, striking the wooden block with a thud, sipping tea, and truly exuding the aura of a storyteller. Last time I mentioned that Yu Fei was summoned back by 12 imperial edicts only to be unjustly killed by Qin Hui on baseless charges. The audience was filled with anger, as they were always enraged when such matters were brought up. The sleepy one continued, the southern Song Dynasty with such sincerity in killing Yu Fei reached a second peace treaty with the Jin Kingdom, known as the Shaoxing Treaty. The terms of this treaty are appalling. The southern Song recognized the Jin as their sovereign, paying annual tribute and ceding all territories north of the Huai River to them. Such humiliation. In the Central Plains, it has always been others bowing to us, and we have never been in a position of submission before. The players could no longer contain themselves. Someone exclaimed, who says otherwise? That's why I say this plot has a bug. Based on previous battles, Yu Fei could clearly have defeated the Jin, yet the southern Song severed its own blade and chose to submit. Was he out of his mind? Isn't it all because of Qin Hui? It was clearly a deliberate murder under the guise of unfounded charges. Qin Hui betrayed the nation. How foolish can one be? If the southern Song had defeated the Jin, wouldn't that have benefited him as well? The sleepy one lightly struck the wooden block again and continued. After Yu Fei's death, everyone began to curse Qin Hui, believing he, a cunning and foolish villain, was responsible for Yu Fei's demise. They think Yu Fei's death is illogical, perhaps because there is no genuine historical record of this event in the archives, and thus a fictional narrative was created. The players agreed, saying, yes. It must be so. Qihong still doesn't acknowledge it. Oh, my poor Yu Fei. The sleepy one sighed. The truth is not as such. According to our information, Qin Hui is indeed a villain. He ingratiated himself with the emperor, satisfying the emperor's desires to elevate his own power rather than through achievements in governance. Yu Fei was a renowned general against the Jin, a hero recognized throughout the southern Song. Yet Qin Hui was able to secretly assassinate him using such baseless charges. Isn't that utterly astonishing? Through contact and analysis with the emperor, we can deduce that the one who truly wanted Yu Fei dead was indeed the emperor of the southern Song. The players maintained a skeptical attitude towards this point. Why? Yu Fei defeating the Jin would only benefit him. Does he really enjoy being a slave to the Jin? The sleepy one lamented. He is the emperor of the southern Song. Restoring the southern Song's territories would benefit him, but he must first be an emperor. There is a peculiar aspect to the Song Dynasty. Zhao Go became emperor only because both Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qinzong were taken by the Jin. With the Zhao family gone, it was his turn to ascend the throne. Players who have served in the Yu family army should know that Yu Fei was a loyal and patriotic man. Emperors Huizong and Qinzong also sought to reclaim their lands and rescue these two men. Once they returned, wouldn't Zhao Go's position as emperor be threatened? Thus, he would rather submit to the Jin than risk his position as emperor. This is the reason he wanted Yu Fei dead. The players wished to refute, but momentarily found themselves speechless. They weren't particularly recognizing Zhao Go's character. Rather, if they accepted this logic, then Yu Fei's death would indeed be a part of the true history of the 9 prefectures. Qihong could not possibly reset the plot. Yu Fei was truly dead. Some were reluctant to admit, this is all your speculation, it might not be true. But to be fair, upon careful consideration, it does seem to be the case. Indeed, according to players from the royal family, such actions seem plausible for Zhao Go. This is merely the opinion of the Sleepy One. If the situation did not develop this way, the Sleepy One could have provided a different narrative, simply deducing the process from the conclusion. Quick, pay attention, the disciples of the Shushan sect are coming. The doors of the tea house were suddenly flung open and someone whispered. The players quickly changed their demeanor, sipping tea or engaging in conversation. The Sleepy One also opened a book on the table written by a game character in classical Chinese. It was somewhat obscure to him, so he flipped through it and began to read it with difficulty. After the disciples of the Shushan sect had perused the tea house, they left, and the players quickly followed suit. Although many players expressed disbelief in the Sleepy One's claims while in the tea house, they rationally understood that what he said was likely true. In reality, to join the Interstellar Trading Association, merchants from the Bema star system were tirelessly inspecting various star systems, opening stores, and promoting their businesses, working tirelessly establishing partnerships across dozens of star systems in just a few months. This speed was already considered quite fast, yet the Lanlan doll store spread like wildfire across the entire galaxy, opening stores in almost every star system, and not just one, but proliferating across every planet. This left those who were working hard to make a living perplexed. Wait, what's going on? We are busy every day while that Lanlan is either playing games or sleeping in hotels. Why are his stores suddenly everywhere? I find it hard to believe. Is this really Lanlan's store? It shouldn't be a counterfeit, a blatant copyright infringement. Has he lost all sense? I already went to confirm with Lanlan, and he said it's not his store, but it counts as his shares. Are these all his franchise stores? What is a franchise store? There's actually a business model like this. Although the profits are reduced a bit, it allows for unprecedented speed in capturing the market, which is exactly what we need. What a genius idea. The people of the 9 prefectures are truly impressive. It seems I need to play more games in the future. They are all business savvy. This franchise model is also very suitable for my family's products, so why do I have to go through so much trouble running around for inspections? Who isn't? Meanwhile, Feng received a shocking piece of news that reverberated through the galaxy. It seems that the Qingma star system and the Baiyun star system are on the brink of war, Hua Fei said, still incredulous. Feng knew that such a day would eventually come, but he never expected it to arrive so soon. What's going on? Don't they fear the consequences of violating interstellar law? They haven't started fighting yet. Both sides have merely gathered their forces, and the tension is palpable. The Star System Alliance has issued an emergency summons. Here is how it unfolded. Feng had released clues about obtaining a complete civilization. Regardless of whether they had traded with the White Horse Galaxy or not, these tidings had essentially reached every star system. With the same message spreading across numerous star systems and similar computational logic at play, it was inevitable that several, or even dozens, of star systems would converge on the same lead. Fragments of civilization were not strewn about the streets. This endeavor demanded swift action. Should a minor star system encounter a major one, they could only accept their misfortune and search elsewhere. However, both the Cyan Horse Galaxy and the White Cloud Galaxy were major powers of comparable strength. Their calculations indicated that this expanse of stars held an exceedingly high probability of harboring a complete civilization, and neither side would yield. At first, it was merely verbal condemnation followed by economic sanctions against each other. The conflict between the two factions accumulated, tempers flared, and now both sides had amassed considerable forces on the brink of open conflict. The Galactic Alliance could no longer stand idly by and convened an emergency session. It's rather peculiar. The Galactic Alliance hasn't called an emergency meeting in 100 years. Even formal sessions were just routine matters handled as usual. Haven't you noticed in recent years? Emergency meetings have grown increasingly frequent, and each issue has become more intractable. Don't you see the reason? Isn't it all because of the White Horse Galaxy? A minor star system no one had ever heard of, now throwing the entire interstellar order into chaos. To be precise, it's not just the White Horse Galaxy, but Feng himself. Where did he come from, and how did he get so lucky to have that complete civilization fall into his lap? He must have some skill. In a star system where hierarchy is rigid, Feng, starting from nothing, elevated the 9 provinces' civilization to such heights. Enough, let's stop. Everyone is almost here. As expected, the discussion centered on the military standoff between the Cyan Horse Galaxy and the White Cloud Galaxy. The governor of the Andromeda Galaxy remained seated at the head of the table. He quickly summarized the matter and issued a warning. According to galactic law, humans must not wage war against their kin. Governors of the Cyan Horse and White Cloud Galaxies, both esteemed members of upper-tier star systems, please immediately dissolve the standoff. Otherwise, the Galactic Alliance will act in accordance with interstellar law. The governor of the Cyan Horse Galaxy immediately rose to his feet and declared, "This is entirely the White Cloud Galaxy's provocation. We arrived first at the Plum Blossom Nebula, yet the White Cloud Galaxy blocked our passage with clear, ill intent." The White Cloud Galaxy also stood up, retorting, "Nonsense. We calculated that the Plum Blossom Nebula likely harbored a complete civilization, so we stationed our forces there. You want to force your way through with sheer numbers? That's nothing short of banditry." The Cyan Horse Galaxy slammed the table. "You have some nerve? The Cyan Horse and White Cloud Galaxies are neighbors, yet you've sent people to guard every unexplored star system around us. What kind of behavior is that?" The White Cloud Galaxy, never one to back down, roared in response. The two sides engaged in a fierce war of words, leaving no room for others to interject. Not that they wished to, as many minor star systems had been driven away from the Plum Blossom Nebula by these powers. The governor of the Andromeda Galaxy could no longer tolerate the chaos and shouted, "Enough! Your dispute is one matter, but a military standoff is another. You must immediately end this standoff. They retreat first. No, they retreat first. Both sides spoke simultaneously. The governor of the Andromeda Galaxy pressed a hand to his forehead. Retreat simultaneously. All governors across the galaxy will monitor in holographic space. If either party violates the agreement, they will face consequences under interstellar law. The incident was swiftly resolved, but the underlying tensions between the star systems remained. Though the matter was settled, the governors furrowed their brows, sensing that something fundamental had shifted during this period of conflict. Could interstellar law truly bind all star systems indefinitely? If not, how could the minor star systems protect themselves? Many astute individuals recalled the military weaponry technology Feng had recently exchanged with major star systems, and their hearts skipped a beat. If Feng had foreseen so far, and if that day were truly approaching, then weapons were indeed the sole means of self-preservation. Meanwhile, commerce in the White Horse Galaxy was flourishing, especially through the franchise model, which allowed their goods to rapidly capture interstellar markets. This success qualified them to apply for membership in the commercial associations. Soon Lin Bei's musical instrument shop led the way. Already renowned in the Andromeda Galaxy, and with music enjoying a solid fan base across the stars, Lin Bei, backed by ample manpower, resources, and capital, quickly opened shops in every star system, becoming the first from the White Horse Galaxy to join a commercial association. Next came Lean Ass Tavern, Walter's clothing store, Lawnland's doll shop, and countless more White Horse Galaxy merchants who gradually joined their respective commercial associations, seizing the voice of the industry. Within the game, after the Southern Song and the Yuan Dynasty negotiated peace, a brief period of calm ensued. Then the Southern Song attempted to attack the Yuan, failed, sued for peace, entered another phase of development, attacked again, failed again, and sought peace once more. At this point, players lamented Yufei's fate even more. If Yufei were still here, the Southern Song might have already destroyed the Yuan Dynasty. What a pity. Heaven gave the Southern Song a chance, but they squandered it. Let's pray for another Yufei to emerge. Even in dreams, that's too good to be true. Yufei's fate is right before our eyes. Even if another such general appeared, he wouldn't walk the same path. To be fair, the Great Song's economy was strong, but its military was truly weak. It's not just about producing a general. The crowd at the Sleepless Tea House was especially large this time, nearly bursting through the doors. This time there was no earth-shattering news. Instead, he had invited a special guest. Brothers and sisters, last time you kept asking me why the Great Song's economy was so prosperous and developed compared to previous dynasties. Honestly, how would I know? I'm just a news seller. But since it's a customer's request, I can't just ignore it, or Mingming Babe, I might dock my pay when I return. The audience burst into laughter. So this time I've invited a true expert to enlighten you all, the highly popular history professor, Professor Rentroza. Everyone welcome. The players erupted in excitement. Really? They actually brought him into the game. Amazing, oh my god. Sleepless, you've outdone yourself. Oh my, his lectures are impossible to get into. I can't believe I'm watching this here. Can I live stream? Sleepless smiled. Of course. Soon Professor Rentroza appeared online dressed in ancient scholar's robes with a flowing beard and slowly ascended the stage. Hello everyone. I am Rentroza. Invited by Ziobai Zizado, I'm here today to discuss the economy of the Great Song Dynasty with you all. Sleepyhead had not informed anyone beforehand about inviting the professor, so when others heard the news and rushed over, the entrance of the tea house was already blocked. This is entirely a matter of luck. What a shame. I've always been fascinated by the Great Song's robust economy, but now I won't get to see it. There's a live stream. Quick, watch the live stream. A voice from the crowd outside shouted, "Don't gather here, or you'll draw the attention of the Shu Mountain disciples, and then we won't even have the live stream. Indeed, come earlier next time. All seats inside are taken." The players, filled with regret, could only head to the tavern across the street and secretly tune into the live stream. Inside the live stream room, Professor Rentroza greeted the audience before beginning his lecture. Today I'd like to talk to you about this game. We all know that 9 provinces is a complete civilization. If you were the one to obtain this civilization, how would you maximize the restoration of this world? The players raised their hands as if in a classroom. It should be through a game. Whether it's a script, a novel, or a video, none can fully recreate the developmental journey of 9 provinces. Feng is truly visionary. Professor Rentroza clapped his hands. Exactly. Civilization is a vast subject. It's easy to showcase one aspect, but to present its entire developmental process is an immensely challenging task. To create a game, you need a foundational logic. The reason 9 provinces is so popular lies in its realism and freedom. Every character in the game has their own behavioral logic, and the core of this logic is the economic system. From the past to the present, in 9 provinces, we know this world is primarily agrarian. Thus, all conflicts revolve around the struggle for land. Economic development varies across eras. The primary reason for the Great Song's economic prosperity lies in the flourishing of industry and commerce. You must have noticed that in the Great Song, the streets are filled with more stalls and vendors, more people engage in trade, and currency circulates faster. Before the Great Song, most land was owned by aristocratic clans, and ordinary people could only work for them, a system of manorial serfdom. The majority labored tirelessly, but the fruits of their labor were largely enjoyed by a select few. With the development of the imperial examination system during the Tang Dynasty and the various uprisings at its end, the aristocratic clans collapsed. Their positions were taken over by another group, the middle and small landlord class, which originated from the grassroots. The middle and small landlord class had no armies and thus no power to control the peasants. Their relationship with ordinary people became one of employment. This liberated a vast amount of land. The more effort ordinary people put in, the more they reaped, which in turn motivated them to farm with greater enthusiasm. Higher land yields meant more people could be fed, leading to population growth. The surplus population then migrated to cities, taking up crafts or engaging in commerce. This is why industry and commerce flourished. First, a robust agricultural sector could support more people. Second, humans could be freed from agriculture to pursue other endeavors. On the other hand, the Great Song's economic prosperity was not solely due to industry and commerce. Foreign trade also thrived. I recall a player once took a merchant ship to other regions, encountering entirely different cultures and goods. During the Northern Song, there were 5 major ports. The Great Song placed great emphasis on foreign trade, even establishing a dedicated administrative post called the Sherbo Sea Maritime Trade Office. They also designated special areas in the ports for overseas merchants to settle. Don't be fooled by the constant wars between the Great Song and Liao, Western Xia, and Jin. Trade between them remained quite active. After the Jin established their state, they didn't even mint their own currency, but continued using the Great Song's coinage. Of course, trade isn't something one can simply decide to do. After all, 9 provinces is not an interstellar realm where anything can be delivered across the galaxy. In 9 provinces, transportation by horse-drawn carriage is expensive and slow. Goods often spoil before reaching their destination. Hence, another reason for the Great Song's commercial prosperity is the Grand Canal. Yes, the canal built by Emperor Yang of the Sui Dynasty. It connected the north and south as well as inland cities, enabling merchants to transport their goods to various regions. Previously, various dynasties enforced a curfew system. However, the Great Song relaxed these restrictions, meaning people could still stroll through the streets at night. These are the reasons behind the Great Song's economic prosperity. The more I study this, the more I admire not only the brilliant civilization created by the people of 9 provinces, but also how Lu Feng has faithfully conveyed this civilization in its entirety. Having played this game, one can feel as if the experiences are real events unfolding in another dimension. Every change and every character's actions follow a logical pattern, which is why it feels so authentic. The professor's lecture continued to offer profound insights, instantly clarifying many relationships. Afterward, the players engaged in a discussion with the professor, who then logged off. The players were thoroughly satisfied with the live stream's viewership, far exceeding that of a typical classroom. While the White Horse Galaxy flourished, the interstellar situation grew increasingly tense. Conflicts sporadically erupted between galaxies, some over trade tariffs, others over space exploration, and still others due to cultural clashes. It seemed every galaxy was in a state of instability, as if awaiting a major eruption. Temporary meetings of the Galactic Alliance were convened frequently to mediate disputes between galaxies, but everyone merely feigned reconciliation while harboring simmering resentment. Someone couldn't help but remark, "I remember a time when relations between galaxies were peaceful." All this is because of Lu Feng. Indeed, him and his 9 provinces civilization. So many galaxies have invested immense resources and manpower, but haven't found a single trace. Could Lu Feng be doing this on purpose? In response, Lu Feng only sneered. "I won't take the blame for this. Have you done the statistics? If not, ask the Alliance to tally them. How many of the conflicts between galaxies are actually caused by me or 9 provinces? Some things are obvious to everyone. Resource disparity between galaxies has always existed. The earlier peace was merely because we had a common enemy in the Zerg, temporarily setting aside our differences. They had no retort. Everything in the 9 provinces game demonstrated the laws of human development, and they had to admit that Lu Feng was right. The conflicts and tensions soon made the galactic governors realize the importance of weaponry, only to discover that obtaining advanced weapons technology was no easy feat. Sir, according to intelligence from major trade associations, several dozen galaxies, including the White Cloud Galaxy, have recently been using encrypted networks frequently. The specifics are unknown, but they seem to be deliberating something in holographic space, Hua Fei reported. Lu Feng's support for White Horse Galaxy operatives to join major business associations was not solely for economic development, it also served as an ideal venue for gathering intelligence. The people of the interstellar realm were accustomed to relying on technology, yet they overlooked human nature. When humans are swayed by emotions and desires, they inevitably let slip things they shouldn't. Lu Feng gazed at the star map before him, deep in thought. These galaxies were not close to each other and had little commercial interaction. Why would they gather together in holographic space? Suddenly, Lu Feng's eyes widened. Though these galaxies had little in common, they shared one trait: none of them possessed the latest weapons technology. Lu Feng's speculation was correct. To jointly combat the Zerg, the Galactic Alliance had not erected any technical barriers regarding weaponry. This was in fact the least valuable knowledge. They hoped more people would develop new types of weapons, adding strength to their fight against the Zerg. Due to the differing locations and resources of each star system, their areas of expertise in weapon technology also varied. Now, the several star systems that had gathered in the holographic space for discussion possessed no resources suitable for weapon manufacturing, hence, they lacked the latest weapon technologies and had little in the way of weapon reserves. By the time they realized the times had changed and sought to purchase from other star systems, it was already too late, as the others had also come to recognize the importance of weapons. They mapped out which star system possessed which weapon technologies and discovered the White Horse star system, a small system once as bereft of weapon technology as they were, now boasting numerous weapon technologies. Lu Feng could foresee this far. This man is somewhat terrifying. After all, he possesses a complete civilization. That 9 provinces civilization is truly remarkable, allowing one to quickly grasp the history and patterns of human development. Perhaps Lu Yuan learned much from it, which made him so formidable. Regardless from the analysis of major star systems' strength, the White Horse star system is currently the weakest, yet holds the most weapon technology. Targeting it is undoubtedly the most cost-effective move. Though the White Horse star system is small, Lu Feng is quite disruptive. Moreover, its interstellar development is rapid with advancements in various fields. It's the most talked about star system. Wouldn't making a move now be too conspicuous? That's precisely why we must act. If we wait until it develops further, we'll lose our chance. The others nodded. Well said. In the game, everyone waited to see who would emerge victorious among the Jin Kingdom, Western Xia, and the Great Song Dynasty. Yet the unexpected occurred. A new force stepped onto the stage of history. When the Liao Kingdom, once dominated the Jurchen tribe, rebelled and established the Jin Kingdom. Now history was repeating itself. On the grasslands west of the Jin Kingdom, a nomadic tribe called the Mongols arose. The diverse geographical environments of the 9 provinces gave rise to distinct cultures. In the Great Song Dynasty, agriculture was predominant, while on the grasslands where crops couldn't be cultivated, the people raised livestock, migrating from one pasture to another, leading an unsettled existence. They were skilled horsemen, fierce and formidable, but the various tribes were disunited and lived under the rule of the Jin Kingdom. Now a man named Temujin led his tribe to subdue all the other tribes on the grasslands, unifying the entire region. After unifying the grasslands, it was only natural to wage war against the Jin Kingdom. The Jin Kingdom, having long interacted with the Great Song Dynasty, had gradually adopted the ways of its scholar officials, and their martial prowess had waned. The Mongols, however, were a people born on horseback, valiant and skilled in battle. The outcome of the confrontation was hardly in doubt. The Jin Emperor fled from his capital Kaifeng to Kaizhou. History repeated itself once more. Temujin, failing to capture the emperor, took his entire family captive. The players were left speechless. Heaven's justice spares no one. The people of the 9 provinces did not deceive us. History is indeed a cycle. Brothers, look at this map. Doesn't it seem familiar? All my mighty Jin Kingdom is in peril. First, the Mongol Kingdom approached the Great Song Dynasty, proposing an alliance to attack the Jin Kingdom. Not to be outdone, the Jin Kingdom also reached out to the Great Song Dynasty, recounting their years of intertwined conflict. Without even reading the messages, both the game characters and players knew how the Great Song Dynasty would choose. Having endured countless humiliations at the hands of the Jin Kingdom, the Great Song would not pass up this opportunity for revenge. When Wen Shi heard the news, he shook his head. This choice is not rational. Lan Lan glanced at him. Why isn't it rational? Now is the time to settle old scores. If we ally with the Jin Kingdom, now what will the people think? Mingming Baibai also said, indeed, the Jin Kingdom has inflicted too many humiliations on the Great Song Dynasty. Even the commoners and soldiers would likely find it unbearable to ally with the Jin Kingdom. Wen Shi fell into deep thought, recalling the curses and resentment the people had directed at the Jin Kingdom when he walked the streets. He nodded. That's true. But if we set aside emotions and look purely from a military perspective, the Mongol Kingdom is very powerful. Once they finish off the Jin Kingdom, the Great Song Dynasty would have no chance against them. If the Jin Kingdom and the Great Song Dynasty united against the Mongols, there might be a chance of survival. The human heart is too complex to consider only military strategy. Facing a pincer attack from the Mongol Kingdom and the Great Song Dynasty, the Jin Kingdom had no chance to resist and was soon eliminated. However, contrary to what the players expected, after the fall of the Jin Kingdom, the Mongol Kingdom did not continue its assault on the Great Song Dynasty. Instead, it showed a clear interest in the West. The players took the opportunity to witness the Western scenery. The Great Song Dynasty is attacking the Mongol Kingdom. This news quickly spread throughout the Southern Song Dynasty. The players were dumbfounded. I really don't understand the Zhao Emperor's mindset. The Mongol Kingdom isn't attacking you, so why not use the chance to develop instead of provoking them? I've heard that the Southern Song Dynasty wants to reclaim lost territories. That makes sense. The people of the 9 provinces have an obsession with land. But shouldn't they strengthen their strength first? Exactly, isn't this like throwing an egg at a stone? The Mongols angrily drove the Southern Song Dynasty back and made a decision to devour the Southern Song Dynasty. The northern front of the Southern Song Dynasty had long been fortified against the Jin Kingdom. Although their offensive capabilities were lacking, their defensive skills had been honed. The Mongol kingdom found it difficult to breach their defenses. Thus, the Mongol kingdom decided to divide its forces, with one route circling around from the southwest to launch a pincer attack on the Southern Song Dynasty. To the southwest of the Southern Song Dynasty lay a small country called Dali. Though small, Dali was located in the southwest, a region of lush vegetation and abundant poisonous insects. Many players loved this place for its rich variety of flora and fauna unseen elsewhere, making it ideal for research and live streaming. In particular, it was renowned for its various mushrooms, beautiful in appearance and exceptionally delicious, sprouting in abundance after rain. The only drawback was the risk of poisoning. Just as the players were enjoying themselves in Dali, a troop of Mongol cavalry suddenly charged in, and Dali was conquered. The players were stunned. Dali died so unjustly. What did we ever do to deserve this? Hey, damn Mongols. If you have a grudge against the Southern Song Dynasty, go fight them. Why take a detour to destroy us first? From now on, hate the Mongol kingdom without reason. Outside the game, Lu Feng was reviewing documents when Hua Fei hurried in. Lu Feng was surprised. Hua Fei was usually steady and had never been so flustered. Lu Feng, the Galactic Alliance is demanding that we disclose our military weapon technology. The interstellar community has always been a shared destiny, and it is precisely because of this that we achieved victory in the war against the Zerg. Yet merely a century after vanquishing them, divisions have already begun to emerge among the major star systems. If this continues, should the Zerg ever invade again, will we still possess the strength to oppose them? Can we still unite wholeheartedly in battle? Interstellar law forbids humanity from waging war against its own kind. But look at what is happening now. Some star systems possess extraordinarily advanced weaponry, while others barely have enough electromagnetic cannons. These systems hoard their weapons and related technologies as secrets. What are they preparing for? They are laying the groundwork for future conflict against their own brethren. How can this not chill the hearts of those of us without such weapons? Back then, although our star system lacked the conditions to manufacture arms, we still contributed our share. Was it not we who handled the logistics and operational planning? Now that everyone is researching weapons and shutting us out, it hardly seems fair, does it? At the Galactic Alliance meeting, the governor of the Yellow Sand Star System spoke eloquently, as if he had suffered a great injustice. At this, Lu Feng glanced at the person beside him. The White Cloud Star System, thinking Lu Feng had something important to say, leaned in only to hear him ask in a low voice. Has he exceeded his time limit? To ensure meeting efficiency, each star system's speaking time was usually regulated, few ever overstepped. The White Cloud Star System shot him a look, then leaned in and whispered, "Haven't you heard Lord Lu Feng? This isn't just the Yellow Sand Star System's idea alone. He has allied with several others, and they collectively elected him as their representative. That means his speaking time is the sum of all those systems combined." Lu Feng nodded. So that was how it worked. Lord Lu Feng, I hear your star system possesses considerable weapon technology. What is your view on the Yellow Sand Star System's proposal? Lu Feng chuckled lightly. My White Horse Star System is but a minor entity in the interstellar realm. In terms of strength and armaments, there are many far superior to us. If the other systems agree, then naturally we have no objections. The White Cloud Star System rolled his eyes inwardly. What a sly fox. The governor of the Yellow Sand Star System spoke at length, and it was not until most of the attendees began yawning that he finally finished. At last, it was the turn of the Andromeda Star System's governor to speak. The interstellar community has been, is, and will always be a community of shared life. Our only enemy is the Zerg, and we will never turn our weapons against our own kind. Though the Zerg are absent now, you must understand that they are not extinct. They will inevitably return one day. The Yellow Sand Star System raises a valid point. Since we all acknowledge the interstellar community as one entity and recognize interstellar law, is the existence of weapon technology barriers truly necessary? A representative from the Cyan Horse Star System stood up. Your Excellency, I believe that making technology public is unnecessary. The interstellar community is indeed a whole, but one with a division of labor. The Yellow Sand Star System handles logistics, while systems like ours, Cyan Horse and White Cloud, focus on weaponry and frontline combat. Specialization enhances efficiency. There is no need for the Yellow Sand Star System to invest in weapon technology. Instead, they should concentrate on improving food supply. The new food varieties they produce are far fewer than even those of the minor White Horse Star System. All the star system governors turned to look at Lu Feng. He remained outwardly composed, but inwardly he was exasperated. What did this have to do with him? Truly a stray shot hit the bystander. Yellow Sand Star System, if that's the case, why won't you sell the technology? Cyan Horse Star System, you have no use for the technology. If the Zerg truly attacked, do you think we would withhold weapons from you? The two sides went back and forth, neither yielding. Lu Feng yawned again, his mind drifting to the next plot development in the game Jiuzhou. Lord Lu Feng, does the White Horse star system have nothing to say? The Andromeda star system's governor suddenly called upon Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked around at the gazes fixed upon him, some filled with resentment, others with envy, still others with anticipation of a spectacle. I believe both sides have made excellent points. The moment these words left his mouth, the governors of the Cyan Horse and White Cloud star systems, among other weapon-holding factions, shot him looks sharp as daggers. The White Cloud star system muttered under his breath, "Have you lost your mind? You paid a heavy price to acquire those technologies. Do you intend to give them away for free?" Lu Feng ignored him and continued, "Therefore the White Horse star system has decided to follow the consensus. If the White Cloud star system makes their technology public, so will we." All eyes turned to the White Cloud star system. The governor of the White Cloud star system was speechless, a curse stuck in his throat, unsure if he should voice it. Suddenly he noticed the Cyan Horse star system smirking and immediately shouted, "I will follow the consensus too. If the Cyan Horse star system goes public, so will I." The Cyan Horse star system was left speechless. Its governor said, "I will go public if the Purple Cloud star system does." After a full circle it came back to, "I will go public if the White Horse star system does." The Yellow Sand star system slammed the table in anger. "Are you all deliberately colluding to mock us?" Even the governor of the Andromeda star system was exasperated. "Propose different terms." Lu Feng continued, "Then I will go public if the Purple Cloud star system does." The Purple Cloud star system retorted, "I will go public if the Cyan Horse star system does." This created yet another closed loop. The Andromeda star system governor sighed. The session had indeed run too long. Let us adjourn for now. This matter will be discussed later. After logging off, Lu Feng had barely finished a meal when a private group chat among the star systems went live. This time Lu Feng entered a small group of major systems like the White Cloud star system. He was not surprised, as they likely considered the White Horse star system an ally on the issue of weapon technology disclosure. Several governors went back and forth proposing various plans. Lu Feng found the meeting dizzying and overwhelming. After logging off, Lu Feng said, "I have other matters to attend to later. We must seize this opportunity to develop rapidly and not get bogged down with those major systems. If such meetings arise again, you will attend in my stead." Hua Fei was unusually hesitant. "Your Excellency, this is so critical. What if I fail and the Galactic Alliance forces us to disclose our technology? Then we will disclose it." "What?" Lu Feng smiled. "If others can make it public, so can we." From the perspective of the entire interstellar community, the Andromeda star system is right. Open technology does help ensure that humanity does not wage war against its own kind. Our purpose in developing weapons is to prevent others from attacking us, not to attack them. If everyone is willing to be open, the threat will diminish significantly, giving us ample time to grow. That would not be a bad outcome. Hua Fei's eyes shone as he looked at Lu Feng. "I understand." Lu Feng continued, "Of course we must still retain the initiative. Technology is time-sensitive. Tell Haida to put in more effort. Star coins are not an issue." Hua Fei nodded. "Understood." In the game after the fall of Dali, the Mongol Empire was about to strike against the southern Song when they received news of internal strife within Mongolia. The cause of the infighting was simply a power struggle. Taking advantage of this, southern Song Chancellor Jia Sadeo rushed to sue for peace. But peace was short-lived. Soon the Mongol Empire resolved its political turmoil and returned in full force. Their first target was the city of Xianyang. Xianyang served as the gateway to the southern Song. If it fell, the dynasty's demise would be imminent. The southern Song, well aware of the city's strategic importance, defended it with unwavering resolve. Interstellar players, while closely monitoring the subtle shifts in the galactic situation, awaited the Mongol army's conquest of the southern Song Dynasty and the establishment of the next dynasty. A year passed in the game, and the southern Song still stood resilient. Another year passed in the game, and the southern Song remained steadfast. Yet another year passed in the game, and the southern Song persisted. A third year passed in the game, and the southern Song continued to endure. The players were left speechless. Could there be another twist in this situation? Impossible. The dynamics between the southern Song and the Mongols have been analyzed countless times by experts both in and out of the game. The southern Song has no chance of turning the tables. Not necessarily. Look at all the reversals in the 9 provinces. None of them were predictable. They all came from unexpected events and sudden developments. No way could our great Song really achieve glory once more. You're dreaming. Even with unexpected events, a comeback requires a foundation. Let's say the Mongols suddenly fall into chaos and a second Yu Fei descends from the heavens for the southern Song. With their limited troops and territory, how could they fight? The 9 provinces put it well, even a clever housewife can't cook a meal without rice. The players argued endlessly, even placing bets. The debates ranged from how long the southern Song could hold out to whether they could ultimately turn the tide. Surprisingly, neither side held an overwhelming advantage. In the real world, the Galactic Alliance held meeting after meeting. Yet the matter of publicly disclosing interstellar weapon technology remained unresolved as it failed to gain unanimous approval from all galaxies, forcing repeated delays. The Galactic Alliance periodically released statistics on the number of planets held by each major galaxy. This time the data sparked intense discussion across the galaxy. Am I seeing this right? Isn't the White Horse Galaxy a minor one? How does it have so many planets? The White Horse Galaxy ranks 28th. Could there be a calculation error? How could it be wrong? Haven't you noticed? Recently, the planets on the interstellar market have mostly been bought by the White Horse Galaxy. Oh my, it's true. Even for a major galaxy, buying 2 or 3 planets a year is a huge expense. Where did the White Horse Galaxy get the money? Where did they get the money? That's a ridiculous question. Look at what you eat, wear, and play every day. All of it is produced under the copyright of the White Horse Galaxy. True. I wear clothes adapted from Han food, drink wine, eat food from the 9 provinces, and play the 9 provinces game every day. So I'm the one sending them money. How is it just you? Our White Horse Galaxy earns money through skill, haha. By the way, have you noticed? Now people from the White Horse Galaxy stand out on the streets. Their eyes seem to shine with light, and smiles never leave their faces. Haha, I've lived for decades, but it feels like I've only truly lived in the past 2 years. My living standards still can't match those of other galactic planets, but I can sense that gap shrinking. I run a small franchise store, and seeing these 9 provinces' products fills me with joy. Same here, fellow White Horse Galactic citizen. I run a toy franchise. Even as a grown man, I love these toys. Watching people come to buy them every day makes me feel life is truly beautiful. I sell 9 provinces accessories. I sell 9 provinces clothing. Soon the forum turned into a gathering for White Horse Galaxy residents, leaving citizens of other galaxies envious and unable to join the conversation. With the release of planetary statistics, smaller galactic groups became more active. In an unknown holographic space, what do you make of the data released by the Galactic Alliance today? Let's cut to the chase about the White Horse Galaxy buying 50 planets. I never expected them to be so profitable. The 9 provinces is the only complete civilization in the galaxy. We've searched far and wide, but found no second one. It might be the only one in the entire interstellar realm. Stop dwelling on useless things now. The disclosure of weapon technology seems unlikely to succeed. If we don't take action soon, we'll only watch the White Horse Galaxy grow stronger, absorbing all the resources of the interstellar realm. Feng is a tough nut to crack. Our previous moves were all thwarted by him. I think we should abandon diplomatic struggles and go straight to military confrontation. Exactly. Even if the White Horse Galaxy has interstellar weapon technology, mastering it will take considerable time. As the 9 provinces says, strike while the iron is hot. No matter how wise they are, without sufficient strength, they're helpless. Easier said than done. We need a reason to attack the White Horse Galaxy, or we'll openly violate interstellar law. Who wants to challenge the Galactic Alliance's authority first? If you go, we'll go. Are you trying to learn Feng's circular logic? Actually, to achieve our goal, we don't necessarily have to act in the name of a galaxy. Elaborate. Hey, race the plan. In the White Horse Galaxy, Hua Fei reported recent events to Feng and cautioned, Sir, although the frequency of alliance meetings has decreased, we've detected increased activity in many small groups. While we've infiltrated some, many refuse our entry, denying their existence. Feng was unsurprised. Even a group of 7 might have a dozen subgroups, let alone the more complex interstellar landscape. We can't join every group. Our focus should be on strengthening our own power. You've been working hard lately. Take a few days off to spend time with your brother. Hua Fei replied, but aren't you planning to sell the rights to the Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Return of the Condor Heroes? Let me handle that first before taking leave. Feng held Hua Fei in high regard. She had started as an ordinary secretary, but earned widespread recognition within a year, becoming the chief secretary. Though diligent, Feng wasn't a capitalist who exploited his employees. Work never ends. Selling rights isn't new, and we're dealing with familiar companies. Take your leave with peace of mind. There will be more important tasks when you return. Hua Fei realized it had been a long time since she saw Hua Te. After being rescued from the lower-tier planet by Feng, they had searched earnestly for their parents, only to confirm their deaths. Now they were each other's only family. All right. Before leaving, Hua Fei visited the Qihong Company to collect various clothing designs that had appeared in the game. Since they were already public, there was no risk of spoilers. However, the vast world of the 9 provinces made gathering them all a challenging task. Hua Te loved making clothes, and she knew he would appreciate this gift. At that moment, Hua Te was cutting fabric with scissors. Despite the availability of advanced interstellar machines, he preferred the 9 provinces method, shaping the cloth with his own hands, one cut at a time. This was how he had earned his first money, opened his first store, and supported himself and his sister. Brother. Hua Te's eyes lit up. Sister, you're back. The usually cold Hua Fei transformed into a little girl in front of Hua Te. Lord Feng granted me leave. How many days do you have? Let me make you some clothes to take along. Forget about that. Look what I brought you. Hua Te's eyes sparkled. These are the new clothes from the 9 provinces. I've been collecting them, but couldn't get them all. This is Mongol noble attire, and this is riding archery gear. Let's look at them later. Let's eat first, I'm hungry. Alright, let's eat. Walter and Huafei strolled along the street, both feeling as if they had returned from another world as they walked through the streets of Beta Star. In truth, only a few years had passed. The streets were lined with shops and small goods were displayed along the roadside. Enthusiastic vendors called out to passers-by, inviting them to take a look, their tones and gestures almost identical to the characters in the JoJo game. The most significant change was in the people on the streets. Their expressions were rich and varied, no longer the cold monotony of before. A few days ago, a new JoJo restaurant opened on East Street. Its decor is exactly like the fan tower from the northern Song Dynasty, and the dishes are an impeccable imitation. Let me take you there to try it, Walter suggested. Huafei blinked. It's mealtime now. If we go, we'll have to queue for ages. Although she had risen to the position of Secretary General, she kept a close eye on the lives of interstellar citizens. Whether it was restaurants designed after the fan tower or ordinary eateries serving JoJo cuisine, they all had long lines. Nowadays, people disliked takeout. It was all about the dining atmosphere. Walter smiled. Don't worry, I have business ties with the owner. No need to queue. Oh, you've picked up the tricks from the game too. When they arrived, they were led straight to a small private room decorated in an antique northern Song style. Huafei was genuinely hungry and ate heartily. This food is really good. It captures 80% of the taste from the game. Walter was about to speak when suddenly a deafening roar erupted, shaking even the restaurant. Panicked shouts rose from outside. Walter was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Huafei's eyes sharpened instantly as she quickly stood up and pulled Walter behind her. Follow me. Walter finally came to his senses. What's happening? I don't know. Let's get out first, Huafei said as she swiftly walked out. Outside, the crowd was panicked and confused. Huafei's expression grew grave as she heard the sound of electromagnetic cannons. Walter tapped his wristband optical computer. Strange, the signals suddenly gone. Through the restaurant window, Huafei saw a group of people wielding thermal weapons clad in cold black armor, indiscriminately firing at civilians. Find a place to hide and don't come out. After issuing this instruction, ignoring Walter's worried gaze, Huafei pulled out a weapon she thought she'd never need. Interstellar residents were not accustomed to carrying weapons except for those with uncontrolled sensory loss. This electromagnetic gun was given to her by Lord Lu Feng in case of emergencies. Unfortunately, she had declined the security personnel he had arranged. Huafei rolled to a corner near the entrance and fired at one of the attackers targeting civilians. She had only received basic training, and her shot didn't hit a vital spot. It struck the shoulder. But the man only staggered, seemingly unharmed. Huafei's face darkened. They were wearing bulletproof armor. She turned and ran back. There were too many people here as she had to lead them to a more open area to buy time for Beta Star's military. As she ran, Huafei kept tapping her optical computer. Fortunately, as Secretary General, her device was different from ordinary ones. Near 857 East Street, Beta Star unidentified individuals are indiscriminately killing people. They are equipped with electromagnetic cannons and bulletproof armor. Send reinforcements immediately. Huafei finished speaking quickly, then turned to see the man aiming his electromagnetic gun at her. She instantly rolled behind a street corner, hearing a loud blast beside her. Her heart raced. She knew they were professional soldiers, and her basic training was no match for them. If he came closer, she wouldn't be able to evade. She had no choice but to fight. The footsteps grew nearer, and her hand gripping the electromagnetic gun began to sweat. Suddenly, the sound of an electromagnetic gun fired earlier than expected. Secretary General Huafei, are you all right? I'm Lu Jie, stationed on Beta Star. A man in military uniform emerged beside him, the fallen black armor. Huafei let out a long breath. I'm fine. Go save the others. There are more over there. Rest assured, many of our brothers have already gone. Not one of them will escape. By the time they arrived, the situation had indeed been resolved. Although Huafei's call was crucial, over 100 people had died on Beta Star. This street was the busiest on the planet, and by the end the attackers had launched a suicide assault, detonating explosives strapped to their bodies. The incident sent shockwaves through the Pegasus galaxy. Since the rise of JoJo, public killings in the galaxy had virtually ceased. The usually composed Lu Feng rarely lost his temper. Investigate thoroughly. I don't believe this is a case of uncontrolled sensory loss. In the game, Xiangyang City had been besieged for 5 years. Remarkably, the Emperor remained unaware of this, as Chancellor Jiasadeo continuously concealed the war reports. But the truth could not be hidden forever. Xiangyang could no longer hold out. After Xiangyang fell, the southern Song's defense line collapsed. History repeated itself as the Emperor fled southward, but the sea lay ahead, leaving no escape. At Yashan, the southern Song and the Mongols fought their final battle. To avoid humiliation, Minister Lu Xiufu strapped the young emperor to his back and leaped into the sea, followed by 100,000 southern Song soldiers and civilians. The Great Song officially fell. Players wept. My money. I can't believe I held out so long and still lost. Great Song, why were you so disappointing? Did anyone win this bet? Or did the house take it all? The Mongol state didn't exist early on, so the house definitely won. Maybe a few bet on the Mongols later, but not many since those willing to gamble had already placed their bets. Stop complaining. You lost money. I lost my life. I didn't want to die, but I was forced to jump into the sea. The person above must be one of the 100,000 at Yashan. That's just bad luck. The officials explained it's a scripted death, no way to save it. Why? Because you chose the wrong path and the wrong side. After all, this is a game where luck decides everything. A new dynasty brought a new era. The great song was history, and players began to experience life under the Yuan Dynasty. Most empires might splinter in their later stages, but the Yuan was different. It was fragmented from the start, for it was too vast. The eastern part where the Great Khan resided was called the Yuan Empire. The west was divided into 4 regions given to Genghis Khan's descendants, known as the 4 Khanates. The Mongols had no concept of scholars, farmers, artisans, or merchants. They encouraged trade. Remarkably, though Kublai Khan was a steppes man, he implemented Sinicization policies, adopting Han systems, learning Chinese, embracing Han culture, and promoting agriculture. Since the systems hadn't changed much, players adapted quickly. After all, players are eternal, while emperors come and go. During the initial stabilization of the Yuan dynasty, the rulers implemented a hierarchical system divided into 4 classes. The first class consisted of Mongolians. The second class included the various ethnic groups from the western regions. The third class was comprised of Han people, referring to the original northern inhabitants, and the fourth class consisted of southerners, the original subjects from the southern Song. The first 2 classes represented the ruling elite, who looked down upon the other 2 classes at every turn. When players first entered the game, they were randomly placed. And since Mongolia was originally a small area, the majority of players are now Han or Southerners. This unfair treatment infuriated them. Have you noticed? That Mongolian looks at me as if I were garbage. Why does he look down on me? He, a mere game character, dares to disdain the players. Dividing people into ranks is too excessive. Even with vast disparities in interstellar rankings, the slogans still claim that everyone is equal and that brethren should love one another. This blatant injustice. The Mongolian with me is utterly useless. He can do nothing but bully others, yet he has been promoted while I am left behind. Moreover, the Yuan dynasty has ruled that Han and Southerners cannot marry their noble Mongolians. They truly have no fear of rebellion from the lower classes. Everyone, let's just endure for now. From what I see, the Yuan dynasty's approach won't last much longer. However, they soon lost interest in discussing the new policies issued by the Yuan dynasty. This was because news of the attack on Beta Star had spread across the Star Network. Official media reported the incident, culminating in Lu Feng's appearance, where he solemnly declared, "No one can bully the White Horse Star system. I will ensure they pay the price." Most interstellar governors wouldn't speak so clearly. They have many concerns and seldom make promises. But Lu Feng was different. Since he took office, his personal image has been quite distinct, and the people of the White Horse Star system have increasingly grown fond of this governor. Clearly, my private messages are being bombarded. What is wrong with the players? I am an information dealer in the game, not in reality. How could I know what has happened? Lon Lon remarked, "This matter should be addressed to Claire, and when she, don't they have people in the governor's office?" When she had been frowning since entering the game, he glanced at the 2 and said, "These individuals blocked signals in advance, equipped themselves well, and then committed suicide. They must have come prepared. If it weren't for Secretary Hua Fei's timely appearance and her sending out a message with her light brain, the losses from this attack would have been incalculable." Hearing this, everyone became serious. Ming Ming Bai spoke, "What exactly is going on? Interstellar law prohibits brethren from killing each other. Could it be the Wanderers? Everyone in the interstellar realm has an identification number, but some individuals, due to crimes or other reasons, drift outside the main planets. Most of the time they wander through space on ships and occasionally raid nearby planets for supplies. These individuals are known as Wanderers." Claire lazily stated, "How could that be? These people are here to kill and to create panic. The Wanderers have no reason to do such things. They only seek resources." At this point, there was no misunderstanding. Other star systems were involved. Lon Lon, with a furious expression, said, "This is a crime and should lead to their prosecution in the Interstellar Alliance Court." Ming Ming Bai added, "Lu Feng is right. If our brethren must not die in vain, those responsible must pay the price." When she continued, "Lu Feng is already convening a meeting of the Interstellar Alliance. However, since these individuals dared to act, they must have already arranged an escape route. The situation is not that simple." Lon Lon was confused. "Isn't it obvious? Can the Interstellar Alliance really shelter them?" Claire sighed, "Let me enlighten you with historical knowledge that isn't in textbooks. Years after defeating the Zerg, an unknown small star system was also suddenly attacked, resulting in nearly 1/10 of the citizens being killed or injured. They accused the Ziyun star system of attacking their brethren, and the final conclusion was that it was the work of Wanderers. Eventually, that small star system sold off its patents obtained from the debris of the interstellar war at a low price. Such similar incidents are common in the interstellar realm." Ming Ming Bai inhaled sharply. Has no star system ever resisted? Yes, and then that star system suffered several more attacks from the so-called Wanderers, and eventually, it seems that star system no longer existed. Lan Lan's eyes widened. Does Lu Feng know about this? Claire continued. He is the governor, as someone will surely inform him. Yet he still chooses to say those words and seeks justice from the Interstellar Alliance. I truly admire him. Regardless of what results he brings back from the Interstellar Alliance, I will firmly stand by his side. Lan scoffed. You speak as if you weren't on his side before. That's different, Claire retorted. Previously it was for family interests, now it is for him personally. Not only me, but the old aristocrats of the interstellar realm have genuinely recognized him this time, and even if they don't, they have no choice. Recognition doesn't mean unanimous agreement. They only acknowledge Lu Feng as their sole governor. Lu Feng has accused the star systems of attacking Beta Star in the Interstellar Alliance, almost directly pointing fingers at the Ziyun star system and those demanding the disclosure of interstellar weapon technology. However, they do not acknowledge it, claiming it was the work of the Wanderers. Lu Feng fought against over a dozen star systems without fear, but without solid evidence the Alliance will not recognize the crimes of the Ziyun star system. After going offline, Lu Feng held a meeting on Alpha Star. Governor Lu, we are all very angry about the attack on Beta Star, but we must be realistic. The White Horse star system is just a small system. The disparity with those larger systems is too great. We can only accept this loss and hand over our weapon technology to them. Indeed, the past serves as a warning. Those star systems that resisted have completely vanished from the interstellar world. We are merely biding our time. Currently, various enterprises in the White Horse star system are rapidly developing, and it's not too late to resist when we have sufficient strength. Lu Feng sneered. A step back is not a retreat we can afford. Behind us lies a cliff. They attack us once, and we concede our weapons. Other star systems will see this and take the opportunity to bully us. If we give up all our patents and copyrights for weapon technology, how will we continue to develop? But what can we do? This isn't the first or second time they've done such things, and they hardly leave behind any evidence. The Interstellar Alliance won't take action without evidence. We possess technology, but lack the time to manufacture sufficient weapons. So we must wait, Lu Feng replied. How naive to think they will let you wait. Will they just sit back and watch you grow stronger? Exactly. Why do you think they want our weapon technology at this very moment? Lu Feng did not hide this matter from the ordinary citizens of the White Horse star system, so discussions arose throughout the system. They expressed their support for Lu Feng and their hatred for the star systems that launched the attack through videos, slogans, and other means. They shouted that they would remember this humiliation and support all of Lu Feng's decisions. This was quite rare across the interstellar realm, where people are typically cold and restrained, rarely expressing their emotions openly. Meanwhile, in the game, players continued to be oppressed by the Zhuzhou game. The four-class system is implemented in every aspect, especially for the previous Southern Song people who had to pay the highest taxes and receive the severest punishments for minor offenses. Many joked, under such circumstances I can only play the game daily, as if I'm being abused purely out of my deep affection for Governor Lu. Typically in the final years of a dynasty or during years of disaster, peasant uprisings occur. Now in the Yuan Dynasty, peasant uprisings have begun to appear across various regions. Some players, unable to endure any longer, began to follow the positions and information of the rebel armies shared by other players and started to choose a promising one. Inside the Never Sleep tea house, players entered with practiced ease. One of them stealthily glanced at the doorway before abruptly shutting the door. A passing player sighed wistfully. There must be some big news again. I should have gone in earlier. What did I miss? I was right there. Why didn't I step in for a cup of tea? Stop complaining. Find a place to watch the live stream. In the tea house, Never Sleep cheerfully made his way to the center. Dear patrons, last time we invited Professor Rentrosa, and everyone enjoyed it immensely. So we're continuing this format. Today we have a beautiful lady to share the latest information. The seated players looked fortunate. I knew today was perfect for tea. I hope she shares info on the rebel armies. There are uprisings everywhere, and I don't know which to join. Never Sleep gestured for silence, then extended his hand to invite someone from backstage. A graceful figure emerged, clad in white Yuan Dynasty attire, a veiled hat obscuring her face. Curiosity stirred among the audience. Who had Never Sleep invited? Could it be another professor? She gently removed her veil, revealing a delicate face. With a soft smile, she performed a courtly bow. Greetings, everyone. I am Huashang. The players erupted. My God, it's Huashang. I can't believe I'm seeing the real Huashang. I'm your fan. Oh, I read all your forum posts. Thanks for your tips before. They saved me many times. Welcome. Today is truly fortunate. I've heard so many of your insights, but this is my first time seeing you in person. Indeed, you always play within the harem, so we rarely get a chance to meet you. No one knows more about palace affairs than Huashang. This visit is worth it. Once the murmurs subsided, Huashang raised her hand. It's an honor to chat with everyone today at Never Sleep's tea house. As you all know, I'm usually in the harem. It's not easy for me to get out, so time is precious. They'll skip the formalities. Let me first share my impressions. The Mongols are a minority regime vastly different from previous Han Chinese dynasties, though they are cynicizing cultural clashes abound. The Mongol people lived on the steppes herding horses and cattle. During their conquests, they habitually turned farmland into pasture. Yes, you heard that right, into pasture. Later, a Khitan man named Yelu Chukai told them that agriculture could yield taxes, and so could poll taxes. Farming produced grain, which was far more profitable than raising horses. Only then did they recognize the importance of agriculture. Players quipped, a minority regime indeed. Haven't all emperors supported agriculture? This is the first time I've heard of turning crops into grass. Think about it. Those emperors preached emphasize agriculture, suppress commerce, but looked down on farmers. That's how it is. They cared about agricultural output and taxes. Did you really think emperors were philanthropists? Hey, if that Khitan hadn't meddled, the Yuan Dynasty might have already fallen. I'd say it's pretty close now. Huashang continued. After recognizing agriculture's importance, they took real measures to encourage it. From my experience, Kublai Khan was a decent emperor. He established the office for encouraging agriculture tasked with promoting farming. He encouraged land reclamation, decreeing that whoever cultivated land owned it, and tied this to local officials' performance. He also valued technology, commissioning a summary of farming experiences into the Compendium of Agriculture and Sericulture. These policies benefited even us. Look at my clothes. They're woven from something called cotton, much warmer than before. Someone couldn't help but say, I know cotton. I studied it while researching the flora of the 9 provinces. It has beautiful white flowers. People used to see it as an ornamental plant. I never imagined it could be made into clothes. Right, cotton fields are now everywhere thanks to the emperor's promotion. He even set quotas for cotton planting. Kublai was indeed good. When he first came to power, many players said life was decent. Who knew it would become so unbearable? Tell me about it. Most players are in business or research, not farming. It's just too exhausting. In the beginning, commercial taxes were as low as 1/60th. They even sent troops to protect trade and had officials dredge rivers to improve transport. We could travel much farther than before. Now we can only reminisce. Don't get me started. The early days were fine, but then he started printing paper money. Paper money is convenient, but you can't just print it recklessly. Whenever he ran out of funds, he printed more and forced everyone to use it. No wonder there's inflation. After working hard for half a year, one print run, and it's all for nothing. Hearing the players' complaints, Huashang chuckled. I know about this. The 9 provinces originally had a gold standard, then a copper standard. I even studied some economics. In the interstellar realm, our currency is all virtual, highly developed, and rarely changed by the archons. Paper money is essentially just paper without inherent value. It must be pegged to something valuable. In the 9 provinces, that's gold and silver. Initially, Kublai Khan maintained a rough balance by plundering gold and silver during expansions while printing money. But after 2 failed invasions of Japan thwarted by storms and setbacks elsewhere, the influx of gold and silver dwindled. With a fiscal shortfall, he printed even more money, leading to inflation. The players understood. So that's it. After Kublai Khan's death, honestly, I don't even know who the current emperor is. Their names are too hard to remember. It's not just the names, they change too often. We've seen several emperors in recent years, haven't we? What's happening in the palace? Are they playing a battle royale? Yeah, Huashang, tell us what the people in the palace are up to. At this, Huashang had to sigh. This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. While Kublai Khan was alive, despite many issues, the nation was generally thriving. But after his death, it's a long story. In previous Han Chinese regimes, from the opening of the 9 provinces to the Song Dynasty, succession followed the principle of primogeniture, barring usurpations. The Mongols were different. Their principle was rule by the capable. And Hayrace the rub who judges who is capable. So in the palace, they do nothing but fight for the throne. Not just a few, but dozens of contenders. Can you imagine that scene? Recalling something Huashang said with disdain, I checked the system timeline. In 40 years, 10 emperors. 10. And their names are so similar. You say you don't know who the emperor is? I haven't even learned one name before another takes over. With each new emperor, they lavish rewards on nobles, emptying the treasury. Then they raise taxes and print money. The result is what you see now. After hearing Huashang's account, everyone felt more confident about joining the peasant uprisings. Since she had sneaked out, she shared a few more palace details before donning her veil and departing. But the players continued discussing, shifting from whether to join the rebels to which rebel army to join. The Yellow River is flooding, and the emperor is conscripting people to repair it. I'm among them. I feel like if I go, I won't come back. So I'm definitely rebelling. I heard from a friend that an organization called the White Lotus Sect is worth considering. We've discussed enough in game topics. Let's talk about reality. I heard the Galactic Alliance rejected Lord Lu Feng's appeal. What do you all think? At this, many gathered around, clearly eager to discuss the subject. Throughout the White Horse Galaxy, everyone was engaged in heated discussions about the recent attack. The Archon's stance was one of forbearance, for if a full-scale conflict were to break out, they would not only lack justification, but also be outmatched by the larger galaxies. Lu Feng ultimately made his decision. Not only will we not disclose the weapon technology, but we will also organize a counterattack. The attending officials of the Archon's council, their faces flushed with agitation, tried to dissuade him. Yet Lu Feng had already made up his mind. He delivered a speech across the entire galaxy. The enemy has come to our doorstep, slaughtering our citizens and ravaging our homes. Shall we do nothing? Will we simply allow them to humiliate us at will? There is another choice: to fight back. We may still be weak, but we can use everything we have, even our very lives, to show our resolve to tear a piece of flesh from them and make them understand that bullying us will come at a price. This speech had a profound impact. It was not only broadcast within the White Horse Galaxy, but could also be heard throughout other galaxies. Regarding this, the Archon of the Purple Cloud Galaxy sneered. This Lu Feng may be capable, but he is still young and cannot swallow his pride. This is nothing yet, and he already dares to challenge us. Indeed, we may not be able to match his eloquence, but in terms of military strength, the White Horse Galaxy still has a long way to go. Lu Feng's move is a losing gambit. Not to mention others, even the citizens of his own galaxy, will likely not support him. The citizens of the interstellar realm are not like those in his 9 provinces game. Everyone is pragmatic. The dead are already dead. It is not worth risking one's own life for those unrelated. Even a 3-year-old understands this logic. In the White Horse Galaxy, Lu Feng paid no heed to the effects he had caused. Instead, he was discussing troop deployments with General Haida. The streets of the entire White Horse Galaxy were filled with soldiers in uniform, moving with urgency and grim determination. The atmosphere across the galaxy grew tense. Lu Feng did not deliberately block the news. The Galactic Alliance had also heard of these developments. The galaxies surrounding the White Horse Galaxy grew nervous, with spaceships constantly patrolling their territories, keeping a close watch on the White Horse Galaxy's movements. Hua Fei entered dressed in a black business suit. "Sir, I am reporting for duty." Lu Feng looked up. "Why did you come so quickly? Are your injuries healed?" Hua Fei smiled. "My injuries were only superficial, nothing serious. It was mainly my brother's concern that made me rest a few extra days." Lu Feng nodded. Hua Fei began to get into work mode. "Sir, according to monitoring, the citizens of the White Horse Galaxy strongly approve of your decision." Oh, both Lu Feng and General Haida were surprised. Hua Fei chuckled. "This indeed defies logic, so I verified it again. It is accurate. Here are some of the public comments. Please take a look." Hua Fei adjusted the optical computer, and the air began to display netizens' remarks. "Although citizens of other galaxies do not favor your decision, I fully support it. Sir, Lu Feng is right. Our galaxy is currently developing rapidly. Those people want not just the technology, but to hinder our progress. There is no other way to survive. We must fight. Upon careful analysis, this war is unavoidable. One step back leads to another until we retreat to the era before Sir Lu Feng's rise, when the streets were filled with patients suffering from sensory loss, always on the verge of losing control. That would be the end. But I do not want to live like that anymore. I would rather fight to the death. I have already enlisted. We are a small galaxy with few people. I want to contribute whatever I can. Thinking about what we have now and what we might have in the future, I really hate to let it all go. But someone has to sacrifice. I hope those who come after us can possess all this. I have learned much from the 9 provinces game. Those people had such short lives, yet they could abandon everything for their goals. I have already lived nearly 100 years. It is worth it." Hua Fei's voice carried emotion. "At first I thought someone was deliberately spreading these remarks, but I found they were genuine. Our citizens understand the situation. Some enlist, some donate star coins, some work through the night on weapon technology. Everyone is using their strength to protect the galaxy." Lu Feng looked at Haida. "It seems our chances of victory have increased." Hua Fei continued. "The situation in the interstellar realm is also delicate. Many galaxies claim indifference, saying that if we act, we will court destruction. Yet they have begun mobilizing troops and increasing the frequency of their military exercises. Moreover, we have discovered that the Purple Cloud Galaxy has launched a new drama reportedly inspired by a newly acquired civilization fragment." Hua Fei tapped a few times to download the drama and began playing it. The story was about warfare between several nations, and it was clear that it bore some resemblance to the current situation. It told of a relatively weak nation among many that showed signs of rising. Due to a resource conflicts arose between the nations. The weak nation faced threats and sought help and resources from its former allies, but was rejected. This nation chose compromise, ceding some rights, and managed to develop smoothly. In the end, the nation's leader expressed gratitude for the decision, saying that if they had chosen war, at least half of their people would have died, dealing a devastating blow to the nation. General Haida cursed. "These people are truly shameless. They can produce a drama that advocates forbearance in the face of bullying. Clearly they see our unity and want to divide us." Lu Feng tapped the table, criticizing. "The whole story lacks ups and downs. The characters are flat, the logic is flawed, and it forces a moral at the end. It's not well made." General Haida became anxious. "Is that the point? The key is that releasing this drama at such a time will make the entire interstellar community think we have made a foolish decision. The interstellar realm does not care about justice, it values outcomes. If everyone accepts this logic, our galaxy will be synonymous with foolishness." Not caring about justice only results. That is not a good habit. We need to cultivate in them the habit of valuing justice and the spirit of sacrifice. Lu Feng looked at Hua Fei. How is the production of the script The Legend of the Condor Heroes coming along? Hua Fei replied, it has been completed and is about to be released. Lu Feng said, find a way to promote it well. I want the entire interstellar realm to know about this drama. Yes. After Lu Feng's order was issued aside from the Archon's department, the entire galaxy began to mobilize. Mingming Bye-Bye and others used their businesses in other galaxies to post posters of the drama on their products while also logging into accounts in other galaxies to use their influence to promote it among players. During this time, merchants from the White Horse Galaxy had already expanded into the interstellar realm and began using their own channels to promote the legend of the Condor Heroes. Ordinarily, it was not apparent, but when the White Horse Galaxy mobilized, the effect was astonishingly powerful, as if the entire interstellar realm was filled with their people. The drama itself was of high quality, and with the promotion by the people of the White Horse Galaxy, many discovered that it seemed like everyone across the interstellar realm was watching it. The Southern Song Dynasty was a period that players had already experienced, and the legend of the Condor Heroes tells a story set at the end of the Song Dynasty, making its content more relatable to interstellar audiences. This drama primarily focuses on martial arts, with the defense of the Southern Song serving merely as a backdrop. Initially, the interstellar governors paid little attention, considering it just an ordinary work from the White Horse Galaxy. They believed it inconsequential, as all economic and cultural development is predicated on the existence of security. As long as the White Horse Galaxy lacked sufficient military power, even the most brilliant economy or culture would merely be a gift for others. Speaking of which, the Southern Song Dynasty in the 9 provinces perfectly illustrated this point. Yet it was this very drama that began to shift the tide of interstellar public opinion. Honestly, I deeply admire the people of the White Horse Galaxy. Although they don't possess the extraordinary abilities of the characters in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, their patriotic spirit of sacrifice is the same, and that is even more commendable. Yes, I see many calling them foolish. If you can't do it yourself, at least don't mock those who can. What's wrong with this world? For most people in small galaxies, they lack the means to travel to other star systems. The development of their own galaxy directly determines the quality of their lives. But if they die, even if the White Horse Galaxy prospers later, it will have nothing to do with them. That was the old way of thinking, a mindset leaning toward apathy. Now your family and friends are there. The traces of your life from childhood to adulthood, your joys, pains, and regrets, all reside there. If your sacrifice can ensure their continued existence, then questions of worth no longer matter. Right, I didn't understand before, but after watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I think if I were from the White Horse Galaxy, I would also be torn. Is it better to live a short, brilliant life or an exceedingly long, but numb one? Exactly. The people in that drama and many in the 9 provinces lived far shorter lives than ours, yet they are forever remembered by posterity. And their spirit can inspire countless others. It's truly stirring. I think I can finally understand their choices. By the time the Purple Cloud Galaxy noticed these public opinions, it was already too late. Let's ban The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The governor shook his head. It's too late, a public opinion has already formed. Banning it will only fuel its momentum. The person opposite him was frustrated. Is Lu Feng cursed? How does releasing a drama boost his influence like this? The governor replied, it's all built on the foundation laid earlier. First, free interstellar people from apathy and the constraints of absolute rationality, then use emotions to guide their thoughts. Otherwise, how could a single drama, especially one focused solely on martial arts, have such a massive effect? It's merely a catalyst. Enough of that. Prepare our troops. It seems the White Horse Galaxy is determined to fight this war. All right, the Galactic Alliance is watching. Once they start the war, we'll see the Alliance's stance. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, the Purple Cloud Galaxy received news. Sir, one of our bases has been attacked. What happened? Did the White Horse Galaxy strike? Why wasn't I informed? It wasn't the White Horse military. A group of people in black clothes released robots and fled. Those robots carried explosive devices. It's not just us, the galaxies allied with us have all been hit. Send me the data immediately. The governor of the Purple Cloud Galaxy urged. Unlike the White Horse Galaxy, which actively released information, the Purple Cloud Galaxy and others were under constant scrutiny from other major galaxies. As soon as the attack occurred, news quickly spread. Clearly this is retaliation from the White Horse Galaxy. Everyone knew what was happening, but just like the attacks on the White Horse Galaxy, there was no evidence to prove it. At the same time, the White Horse Galaxy tightened control over its border space, implementing strict inspection procedures for all travelers. The Purple Cloud Galaxy and others never expected such an outcome. Lu Feng had clamored for war and revenge at the Galactic Alliance, delivered a galaxy-wide speech, and the White Horse military was poised at the border. Even their own people believed war was imminent. So many volunteered to join the army, eager to avenge their galaxy. Yet all of it was Lu Feng's deception. He did retaliate, but by turning their own tactics against them. Enraged, the Purple Cloud Galaxy immediately reported the incident to the Galactic Alliance, demanding severe punishment for the White Horse Galaxy. But the outcome was predictable. The Alliance dismissed the claim. When the White Horse Galaxy saw the news, they couldn't help but celebrate loudly. They shouted and cheered, sharing their joy with everyone around, and inevitably exclaimed, Feng is truly remarkable. The galaxy's cohesion and sense of honor soared to new heights. Without losing a single soldier, they had avenged themselves, leaving the Galactic Alliance with nothing to say. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces game progressed to a new stage. Among a series of peasant uprisings, one was led by a man named Zhu Chongba. The 8th child in his family, he was a cowherd, who after his family starved to death, became a monk and later a beggar. But no one expected that he would ultimately lead his followers to conquer the realm, establish his capital in Nanjing, and drive the Mongols from Beijing back to the Mongolian steppes. The Ming Dynasty was founded. If I remember correctly, the Yuan Dynasty lasted only 98 years. That's right, less than a century. Who would have thought? At the start, they were so formidable, expanding westward to such distances that we didn't even know so many countries existed out there. Alas, what a pity. I don't find it a pity. That 4-class system was too absurd. They only knew how to fight, not how to govern. In the end, they even lost their martial prowess. Every newly established nation follows a similar pattern. Zhu Yuanzhang redistributed land to the peasants, reduced taxes, and allowed them to farm in peace. Player Wei Wei considered himself fortunate. Among the many uprisings, he chose to join Zhu Chongba faction. As a military academy student, he fought valiantly and made significant contributions during the conquest. After the founding of the Ming Dynasty, he was naturally infeft as a marquis. Wei Wei couldn't resist showing off everywhere. Haha, I'm truly amazing, both in vision and ability. At first, my friends advised me against it, saying peasant uprisings had an extremely low success rate, even citing statistics. Thank goodness I didn't listen. What's wrong with peasants? Forget peasants. Even a beggar can become an emperor. Let me tell you, old Zhu couldn't have conquered the realm without me. Many watched with envy and even sought his advice. Wei Wei went ahead and posted an experience-sharing thread detailing his journey and thoughts. He even planned to adapt his story into a script and have a company produce it. As the Ming Dynasty began to stabilize, just when Wei Wei felt complacent, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his life, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang in his capacity as sovereign began to harbor suspicions. First ministers who had rendered outstanding services were ordered executed by Zhu Yuanzhang for various reasons. Initially, Wei Wei paid no heed, assuming they deserved their fate. However, when an imperial decree demanded a thorough investigation of himself, he sensed something amiss. Was this a problem? As it turned out, when an emperor seeks fault, there is always something to dissatisfy him. Wei Wei then realized that his colleagues had been wiped out by Zhu Yuanzhang, and now it was his turn. No way. What kind of twisted game is this? Why me? I won't accept this. Amid Wei Wei's indignant cries, his name turned gray. The players. Wow, so even choosing the right rebel force doesn't guarantee survival to the end. If you end up with an emperor like that, you're doomed no matter what you choose. Jiuzhou never fails to provide us with new ways to die, haha. Wei Wei watched helplessly as the comments under his once revered strategy post turned from admiration to mockery in just 3 days. Players soon discovered that Wei Wei was neither the first nor the last. In the structure of the imperial court, the position of chancellor was second only to the emperor. Facing an emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang, the current chancellor, Hu Weiyong not only refrained from restraint, but instead formed cliques for private gain. Soon Zhu Yuanzhang ordered a full investigation into Hu Weiyong. The case had a wide reach. Soon the capital was filled with Jinyui arresting people. Zhu Yuanzhang executed over 30,000 individuals, and even the former chancellor Li Shanchong could not escape. After Hu Weiyong's death, Zhu Yuanzhang directly abolished the position of chancellor and personally managed the 6 ministries. Furthermore, believing that having only one supreme official in each province was problematic, he replaced it with the Provincial Administration Commission, the Regional Military Commission, and the Provincial Surveillance Commission governing civil affairs, military affairs, and justice respectively. These 3 offices checked each other. Now I just want to be an ordinary citizen. Zhu Yuanzhang is too dangerous a leader to follow. Others work for money. He works for lives. He's a god of death. He really can kill. Seriously, I just wonder, doesn't he get tired managing all 6 ministries alone, handling everything personally? Is this what they call a workaholic? I'm curious how he manages. In Jiuz's era, without the internet, work must be even more exhausting. I want to know too. The players who conquered the realm with him are all dead, right? Is there anyone left in the palace to get news? What about Huashang? Is she still in the harem? Right, Huashang. She's always the most active when a new dynasty is established. Why haven't we heard from her lately? Huashang saw the messages on the World Channel and sighed. Fellow players, don't look for me. I've already pulled strings to get out of the palace. I've been in the harems of so many dynasties, but I really can't stand the Ming Dynasty's harem anymore. Tell us what happened. Right, does he even kill people in the harem? Huashang, you're right. I suspect he hates women. Did you know? Zhu Yuanzhang instituted a system of human sacrifice. It's not just maids, their wives and concubines are also sacrificed. Even those who have born children are included. They even gave it a name, Heavenly Maidens. If I hadn't left, I'd be sacrificed any minute. The players were both bewildered and astonished. Human sacrifice. I remember Qin Shuang's father did that, forcing ministers to be buried with him, and he was heavily criticized. How can this be happening again now? Sacrifice. It's just indiscriminate murder. This is a step backward in history. Who would want to marry their daughter into the imperial family? You underestimate people's lust for profit. Those great families never lack children. Trading one daughter for the entire family's wealth. Most are willing to make that exchange. Wow, have you noticed? This practice of human sacrifice is now spreading among the common people. This game is so unfriendly to female players. Why do they always want to sacrifice women? It's not just sacrifice. Have you heard of foot binding? They break the feet and wrap them in cloth, crippling them. Huh. Why do that? It seems the men here like 3-inch golden lotuses. What the hell are 3-inch golden lotuses? I'm sure now? This emperor really does hate women. Although most players who had entered the court were killed, the Xiaobai were still around gathering information from the grassroots. The sleepless tea house was recently packed with people. Don't come in. It's full. No seats left. I can stand. There's no room for that either. Sleepless wiped his sweat. All right, let's begin now. Everyone must know about Zhu Yuanzhang's centralization measures. Besides that, he established an agency called the Jinyui to directly monitor all officials. Truly, this is an emperor who wants all power in his own hands. His first crown prince was his eldest son Zhu Biao, but Zhu Biao died young. According to information from Xiaobai, he now favors his grandson Zhu Yunwen. His other sons were basically sent to guard the borders, each commanding troops. In other words, they are feudal princes. Zhu Yunwen has a gentle temperament and no exceptional abilities. He might not be able to control his uncles later on. We suspect Zhu Yuanzhang considered this and sent his sons away to prevent them from contending for the throne with his grandson in the capital. Players who want to pursue an official career can wait. From what we've seen, Zhu Yunwen isn't as fond of killing as Zhu Yuanzhang. You probably won't lose your head carelessly. But honestly, I personally don't recommend it because official salaries are really low, lower than in previous dynasties. The player's side. The thing is, farming is exhausting too. They won't let us use iron tools. We don't even have proper tools for farming. We'll be stuck on this land forever. Zhu Yuanzhang is truly ruthless. Didn't he rise from being a peasant? This just proves that the story of the dragon-slaying youth turning into a dragon is grounded in reality. Let's just wait for Zhu Yunwen to take the throne. If his character holds, I think things will get better. The players didn't have to wait long. When news of Zhu Yunwen's ascension arrived, they each used their own methods. Some through the imperial examinations, some through connections, some through bribery, to secure an official position. However, Zhu Yunwen's first act after taking the throne was to reduce the power of the feudal princes. The players. I think we can wait a bit longer. The princes have troops and power. It's natural for them to covet the throne. But is Zhu Yunwen this direct? Shouldn't he consolidate his strength first, and then proceed gradually? It's still unclear who will win this round. Let me observe first. Right, the princes aren't without a chance. Let's start a betting pool. Who was it that said they'd never bet again? Jia's bets are too unpredictable. Haha, you can't trust a gambler's word. A group of people led by Mingming Baibai were invited to the Andromeda Galaxy to attend a trade conference. Lon Lon looked around at the others and said with curiosity, "Don't you feel like everyone is staring at us?" Claire, accustomed to such attention, replied, "It's normal. Ever since Lord Lu Feng. Oh no. Since the Purple Cloud Galaxy and others were attacked without warning, people across the stars have looked at those from the White Horse Galaxy differently." Mingming Baibai laughed heartily. They probably think bullying us from the White Horse Galaxy really does bring retribution, ha. Lon Lon immediately puffed out her chest. Lord Lu Feng has paved the way for us. The rest is up to us. Naturally. With smiles, they arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy's trade center, which occupied an entire planet. Upon reaching the center's core, they exchanged greetings before heading to different trade sectors, each embarking on their own battlefield. In every venue, as each person entered, their name and home galaxy were displayed on their chest. This was not the first time new galaxies had joined. In fact, every year some left and new ones arrived. It was the most ordinary of occurrences. But when the delegates from the White Horse Galaxy entered, all eyes turned to them. Whispers rose, carrying tones of admiration, envy, and wariness. Yet the people from the White Horse Galaxy strode proudly to their seats. Hello everyone, welcome to the Beverage Industry Trade Conference. First, let's welcome our new members. Following the agenda, we will first define our respective market territories to avoid unnecessary competition. Please look at this map. These are the preliminary divisions. Does anyone have any objections? Lena raised her hand. I have an objection. Asking for opinions here was usually just a formality. The Trade Council held absolute authority and their decisions were rarely changed. But the White Horse Galaxy had never followed the beaten path. The wine I brew is different from ordinary beverages. It carries a unique culture and flavor. I disagree with lumping wine together with other drinks. You just said that because the Flying Flower Galaxy's beverage market is already saturated, no other drinks are allowed to enter. I disagree. I believe wine represents a new market. Just because someone doesn't like juice doesn't mean they won't enjoy wine. The council leader frowned. That's just your personal opinion. Everyone thinks their product is unique, but that's not how it works, little girl. Lena's gaze was firm. My name is Lena. Please call me Miss Lena, council leader. This isn't just my personal opinion. In the 9 provinces game and across the interstellar world, so many people love my wine. I trust their evaluations are objective. The council leader glanced at others in the room. Does anyone else have an opinion? A fat man stood up. I think my juice is different from other drinks too. Does that mean I can have my own category? Then I think I deserve my own category too. Me too. Lena smiled. Fine then. Let's settle this with ability. The council created the concept of category saturation to protect our interests as merchants, fearing we might open shops with little return. So I suggest we launch our products in the Flying Flower Galaxy first. If anyone's sales reach the average level of local beverages, they can have their own category. The council leader was displeased. Miss Lena, you are new here and may not understand the rules. If we set this precedent, everyone will demand the same. Where would the rules of this industry be? Yes. Why should the White Horse Galaxy be an exception? Haven't they gained enough benefits already? Yes, too greedy. Just like their lord Lu Feng, never willing to lose an inch. Just as the council leader was about to continue, Lena seemed to have made up her mind. Council leader, I am willing to stake the Purple Cloud Galaxy market as a bet. If my wine sales don't meet the target, I will surrender the Purple Cloud Galaxy market as compensation. The crowd was shaken. The Purple Cloud Galaxy was a major star system, and this market represented immense profit. They believed that if not for Lu Feng's influence, the council leader would never have let Lena join. The council leader looked at her. According to the rules, you must achieve 80% of the local beverage sales to have your own category. But think carefully, if you lose the Purple Cloud Galaxy market, you might not even qualify as a member. Lena thought of the current galactic situation. Lord Lu Feng had invested so much effort into the development of the White Horse Galaxy. She must not hold him back. This was the perfect opportunity to advance now that everyone was paying attention to and wary of the White Horse Galaxy. This was the chance Lord Lu Feng had fought so hard to secure for them. They had to seize it. I've made up my mind. Let's draft the agreement. Similar scenes unfolded across the trade center's various venues as everyone strived to secure the greatest benefits for the White Horse Galaxy. After the meetings, Lena contacted the White Horse Galaxy's entertainment company, demanding a unique advertisement that would make her wine an instant hit in the Flying Flower Galaxy. Meanwhile, she summoned Mingming Bye. I've sent people to survey the Flying Flower Galaxy. I want to develop several new wine varieties that might suit their tastes, but I lack inspiration. Do you have any ideas? Money is no issue. Mingming Bye was utterly exasperated. 1 or 2 of you is bad enough, but now you've all signed gamble agreements and come to me. Do you think I can split into 8 clones? But despite his complaints, he knew they were all striving to advance the White Horse Galaxy and lighten Lu Feng's burden. Just wait. He'll have someone collect wines from the 9 provinces and send them to you. Thank you so much. I knew I could count on you. Lena continued, speaking of wine, we can't ignore Li Bai. I want to fund a documentary about him. What do you think? Mingming Bai's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant idea. Li Bai's poems are known and loved by nearly everyone in the stars. Many people learn the game language just from his poetry. A documentary about his life would inevitably feature wine. Marvelous. Lena felt her idea was excellent. Now she had a goal and a path. All she needed was to work hard toward success. She felt brimming with energy. Many others felt the same, each striving toward their own goals. Since the last attack, the interstellar world had grown calmer. Few galaxies dared to provoke Lu Feng directly. In their minds, the White Horse Galaxy was no longer a small, easily manipulated system, but a formidable opponent. Lu Feng finally had some time to rest, but he was never one to stay idle. It was time to update the 9 provinces game. Zhu Yuanzhang's military prowess was undeniable. After his rise, the surrounding ethnic groups remained docile, occasionally harassing the borders, but posing no real threat. What he left to Zhu Yunwen was a powerful army and capable generals. Thus, Zhu Yunwen's initial efforts to reduce the power of the feudal princes went smoothly. But the other princes, sensing his intent, knew he would not spare them. Zhu Yuanzhang's 4th son Zhu Di was always skilled in warfare. He directly rebelled. Initially, the players did not believe Zhu Di would succeed, for Zhu Yunwen was not a foolish monarch. Zhu Yuanzhang had left him with capable generals and armies. To prevent his sons from usurping the throne, he had dispatched each of them to the borders. Zhu Di commanded only a modest force in Yinjing, yet with those meager troops, he marched from Yinjing to Nanjing in 3 years. This campaign was known as the Jingnan Campaign. Afterward, Zhu Yunwen vanished without a trace. Zhu Di adopted the era name Yongla and relocated the capital from Nanjing to Yinjing. The players in Yinjing rejoiced, exclaiming, "Ah, who would have thought the Prince of Yin still remembered his old home?" Haha, Yinjing is far more comfortable than Nanjing. Setting aside other matters, with Yinjing so close to Shanghai past the emperor truly possesses great courage. The Jingnan campaign alone demonstrates Zhu Dis' exceptional military acumen. Haha, thank goodness I had foresight. Look at the property prices in Yinjing now. Can you still afford them? Exactly, my neighbor told me prices have tripled. Unfortunately, I only bought one house for myself. I heard about the planned relocation earlier, and many opposed it. Who would have thought it would actually succeed? Haha, this is Zhu Di we're talking about. When the emperor sets his mind to something, nothing can stop him. During the Jingnan campaign, eunuchs provided Zhu Di with critical intelligence, without which his success would have been impossible. Thus, after ascending the throne, Zhu Di began to place great trust in eunuchs. Soon news arrived that the emperor had dispatched a eunuch named Zheng He to voyage across the seas. Upon learning this, the players used every means at their disposal to secure positions in Zheng He's fleet. Since Zhou had not yet unlocked foreign maps, they could only glean glimpses of the outside world through such expeditions. A rare opportunity indeed. Is this reliable? I feel like one wrong move, and it'll be offline. I'm going regardless. My account is still well off, with various event rewards providing extra accounts. If worst comes to worst, I can buy more. But missing this chance might mean waiting until another dynasty. Besides, judging by this trend, Zhou will eventually open foreign maps. Scouting ahead now will give us an advantage when the update arrives. I can't wait. I once spoke with a foreign merchant. Their lands are completely different from here. Though I couldn't grasp the meaning of their songs and dances, they were quite captivating. Right, and they have food varieties that don't exist in Zhou. Mingming Bai looked at Lan Lan in astonishment. You're going to sail with Zheng He? Lan Lan nodded affirmatively. I've been traveling to other star systems frequently lately. I find it fascinating to explore different worlds and landscapes. I've never seen the foreign lands of Zhou. Mingming Bai said, according to my intel, this voyage is relatively safe, but still more dangerous than Yanjing. Lan Lan shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not short on accounts. Mingming Bai realized she had a point. When foreign maps opened, even their guild Xiaobai would need to explore new territories. A preliminary survey wouldn't hurt. So without ceremony, he assigned Lan Lan numerous tasks. Lan Lan was speechless. He had only wanted to have fun. Zhu Di reinstated the embroidered uniform guard and established the Eastern Depot staffed entirely by eunuchs. Both departments were directly under eunuch control. Within the palace, the crown prince had two contenders, the eldest son Zhu Gaoqi and the second son Zhu Gaoxiu. Zhu Di appointed Zhu Gaoqi as crown prince because of his grandson Zhu Zhanji. Zhu Zhanji's ambitions were so evident that countless analytical posts had been written. Almost every player knew that Zhu Gaoxiu would eventually rebel. It was only a matter of time. Let's place a bet. Do you think Zhu Gaoxiu will succeed? I think he might. He could follow his father's path, and he's skilled in warfare. I doubt it. Zhu Gaoqi is no Zhu Yunwen, and besides, there's Zhu Zhanji. Meanwhile, Zheng He and his vast crew began boarding the ships. The onlooking players were filled with envy. Those who had secured passage aboard swaggered with pride, constantly boasting in their live streams. The ships were opulent, every detail reflecting the wealth and dignity of the imperial family. Banners bearing the character Ming fluttered in the wind, heralding a voyage that would brave the waves. Mingming Bai urged Lan Lan, remember to record your daily experiences. We'll need them as references for future exploration. Also observe and inquire about the local customs and traditions. Lan Lan replied, got it. I hear the gemstones there are both cheap and beautiful. Tell me what you like, and I'll bring some back for you. Everything prepared, Zheng He led his men aboard. Gazing at the distant sea, he commanded, set sail. One by one, the ships departed from the harbor, slowly vanishing into the horizon. After seeing Lan Lan off, Mingming Bai had to attend to business. Lina soon arrived. Xiaobai, did you find the wine I wanted? Mingming Bai rubbed his temples. Didn't I just send you a batch? Lina waved her hand dismissively. Those are common varieties. I want wine brewed in remote, untouched places, something never discovered before. You said it yourself, remote and untouched. It's not that easy to find. Give me a couple more days. Lina knew she was being impatient. All right, I'll try my own methods again, experiment with new ingredients. Mingming Bai continued. By the way, you wanted to film Li Bei's story. I've gathered his biographical materials and some of his poetry collections. Take a look. Lina opened the documents. They contained a detailed record of Li Bei's life, the places he had visited, and the poems he had left behind. Exceedingly thorough. As expected of Xiao Bei's intelligence. This information is incredibly detailed. With these materials in hand, scriptwriting could begin immediately. She directly contacted a renowned entertainment company in the White Horse star system, allocating a generous budget to ensure the drama would be known and loved across the entire galaxy. Thus, the entire White Horse star system buzzed with activity. Feng utilized the primitive planet for two purposes: as a base for cultivating new plant species and as a tourist destination. Recently, the planet's management noticed tourists constantly staring at the ground, getting excited upon spotting insects, and rushing to catch them, forcing the managers to intervene repeatedly. The managers found it strange. Tourists were usually interested in plants or local animals. Why had they suddenly become obsessed with insects? Tell me, why are you catching insects? What's your purpose? The manager asked sternly. These were clearly students who hadn't graduated yet, caught red-handed. A slightly older young man among the group replied, "We're looking for crickets." Crickets? What are crickets? They're an insect in the JoJo game. The characters in the game catch them for fights and gambling. It's really fun. Yeah, even Emperor Zhuzhanji was obsessed with it. Right, everyone calls him the Cricket Emperor behind his back. We just wanted to see if there are crickets here. They chattered on, explaining many things. The manager finally understood why the tourists had become fixated on the insects. It was all because of the JoJo game. 3 years later, the peace of the interstellar world seemed to have been shattered before anyone realized it. Although outwardly, everyone still adhered to the interstellar law forbidding war against fellow citizens, localized conflicts still erupted from time to time. When attacks occurred, the perpetrators would shed their military uniforms, don black attire, and masquerade as space pirates or rogue operatives to seize resources or carry out special missions. Whenever they saw such news, the people of the White Horse star system felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that their planet had Lord Lu Feng. The White Horse star system was no longer what it used to be. Now, every corner of the interstellar realm knew of it. This was not only due to the 9 Provinces game and its related narratives, but also because of the numerous business magnates across various industries. In the latest comprehensive ranking of star systems released by the Galactic Alliance, the White Horse star system had already secured 3rd place and was advancing rapidly, with the top position seemingly within reach. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, the Alpha Star was adorned with festive lights and decorations everywhere. Red banners of joy were posted all around, and crimson lanterns hung high. Over the years, the White Horse star system had become deeply integrated with the 9 Provinces civilization, and the new year had become a festival they held in great esteem. Lu Feng walked down the street in the shirt and jeans he often wore in his past life. Hua Fei, wearing a flowing bohemian white dress with her curly hair draped over her shoulders, looked exceptionally charming. Dai Li and Gu Ling were dressed in matching couple outfits. Their distinct attire did not draw any particular attention as they strolled and chatted, for the 9 Provinces game had now advanced to the 21st century. On the streets, people wore clothing from various eras of the 9 Provinces, and some donned ethnic costumes. This had become everyday wear. Dai Li was still discussing work with Lu Feng. The preliminary modeling for the foreign version of 9 Provinces is nearly complete. We plan to launch the first phase after the new year. Zhu Xuan is fully responsible for the algorithm this time. When the time is right, I intend to let him take charge of the project independently. Boss Dai, it's New Year's now. You usually squeeze us dry, but now that Lord Lu Feng has finally taken time to hang out with us, can you not be such a killjoy? Look, Sister Gu Ling is all alone and bored. Someone couldn't help but complain. Gu Ling smiled gently. That's just how he is. I'm used to it. Lu Feng also smiled. At that moment, he felt as if he were back in his past life, chatting and shooting the breeze with his friends. But back then it was mostly idle boasting, and now he was truly discussing matters of national, no galactic, importance. Let's go solve lantern riddles over there. They'll go eat some sweet dumplings. I want to see the lion dance. Soon only Hua Fei remained by Lu Feng's side. I noticed you've been wanting to say something all along. Go ahead, Lu Feng said. Hua Fei looked a bit resigned. She did have matters to report to Lord Lu Feng, but their earlier conversation reminded her that he was already exhausted. Now that he finally had the mood to take them out for fun, she didn't want to dampen the spirits. Lu Feng seemed to read her mind. It's fine. Go ahead. The White Horse star system is no longer as weak as before. The influence of the 9 Provinces civilization has already radiated across the entire galaxy. I suspect that if anyone tried to ban the 9 Provinces game, now the people of our star system would immediately revolt. Thus, for the coming period, all that was needed was to follow the established plan step by step. If not for this, the map for the foreign version would not have only begun production now. After a moment's thought, Hua Fei decided to speak up, as it was good news anyway. 18 merchants from our White Horse star system have already entered the management of various trade associations. Among them, Lina has just been elected president of the Beverage and Alcohol Association. Lin Bai was elected president of the Musical Instrument Association, and Lon Lon became president of the Doll Association. They've sent word that if you have any plans, Lord Lu Feng, they will fully cooperate. Lu Feng was very satisfied. The resources invested in supporting these individuals had not been wasted. To have secured the position of president in such a short time was a testament to their relentless talent and effort. Although the Galactic Alliance ranked the White Horse star system 3rd in comprehensive strength, those in the know understood that this was merely a comparison of overt power. With the trump card of the 9 Provinces game, merchant forces infiltrating various star systems, rapidly advancing weapons technology that was now at the forefront, and a wealth of cultivated native plants and animals yet to be introduced to the market, the White Horse star system already possessed the strength to claim the top spot. Soon the clock in the city center began its countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Thousands of fireworks burst in the night sky, the dazzling spectacle illuminating the entire starfield. At that moment, the scene was synchronized with the game. In the 9 Provinces game, it was also the new year, though the characters were all wearing thick down jackets. Come on. The new year is here. Let's have a snowball fight. No, I need to go home for the New Year's Eve dinner with my family. The parents the game assigned to me this time are really wonderful. They love me so much. If I don't go home for dinner, they'll be very worried. The player's tone was tinged with pride. Cut it out. Who doesn't have that? My parents are the same. But they scold me when I secretly play games. Why is that? Don't they know that my arrival means I'm playing? I have to go back too. I need to study and do homework. I find the schools in this game incredibly interesting. I love going to school. Huh. No way someone actually likes school. Are you in high school? What are you thinking? I'm in university. I heard Lord Lu Feng is going to open a new map, a world beyond this country. I wonder what it will be like. Yeah, we've only ever heard bits about foreign places from game characters. Finally, we'll get to see enough. Will the map be updated directly in the 9 Provinces game? I heard they're launching a separate game starting from foreign history as well, but the 9 Provinces game will synchronously update the maps of their development up to the present. Then I can go see the Eiffel Tower, the Sydney Opera House, and so many different scenes. And more. You can see how Swan Lake is performed at its place of origin. Right? And the Phantom of the Opera too. This world is truly wonderful. Indeed. How fortunate we are to have Lord Lu Feng. I dare not imagine what we would be without Lord Lu Feng. Just look at the other minor star systems. So cherish the present and strive hard.